A city women's university, female dormitory 308. Please give me some more strength. Quicker, quicker. Don't scream. Zhao Bai, who was wearing the yellow robe provided by the emperor, roared with a helpless look on his face. At this moment, he and a very sweet-looking girl were holding the dormitory door tightly with their bodies. Outside the door, at least a dozen female zombies were pushing frantically, and the crack in the door had been stretched to a finger's width. Please, big brother, we can't let them in. I've never been in love before, and I don't want to die. But now he couldn't hold on any longer. Suddenly, a piercing female scream erupted from the corridor. Almost instantly, the group of female zombies outside the door seemed to have received a better signal, and they turned around and ran towards the corridor. Bang! The pressure disappeared, and the dormitory door slammed shut immediately. The girl quickly locked the door and collapsed to the floor. Zhao Bai wiped the sweat from his forehead. He almost died. It's too scary outside, the girl said softly, with a look of shock still in her eyes. Her name is Yu Yorong, a beautiful girl who looks more delicate than internet celebrities. Just when the two of them relaxed a little, the screams outside turned into screams, followed by stomach-churning, gnawing sounds. Yu Yorong's face turned pale. In just 10 minutes, the world she was familiar with had been completely turned upside down. Yet, 10 minutes ago, he was just a novice rider carrying a takeaway, rushing into the women's university in City A. There are many rules for takeout here, but there are a few VIP customers who insist on having the food delivered to their dormitory. Zhao Bai had no choice. If the newcomer was disobedient, he would be sent to work in the station toilet on duty. As soon as we got up, the sky suddenly changed. The moon was eclipsed, and the entire campus was plunged into darkness. The girls who were originally in the corridor seemed to twist their necks one after another, making crackling sounds and emitting low roars from their mouths. Zhao Bai's scalp went numb, and he almost peed his pants out of fright. When the dog-eating month ended that day, all the goddesses in the corridor looked at him in strange postures. The next second, the chase began. Zhao Bai rushed into 308 and saw Yu Yorong standing at the door in a daze. He immediately pulled her aside. Then, the door almost didn't close, and they almost died. Thank you, Yu Yorong whispered. You're welcome. Didn't you ask me to shiver? We're even now. Zhao Bai smiled bitterly. But both of them knew what was happening outside. The entire girls' dormitory was already a living hell. Gurgle. Suddenly there was a sound. Zhao Bai turned his head. Yu Yorong covered her stomach and said, I didn't eat last night, and I just got up to take a shower. Zhao Bai sighed and handed over the takeaway. Eat it. You almost died. Why are you still hungry? Yu Yorong was stunned for a moment. Thank you. I will fulfill my promise after I finish eating. Yu Yorong's face flushed red, and she lowered her head and dared not look at him again. She took a portion of Xilong Bao and ate it silently. The next second ding. The host is bound to the system. Doomsday feeding system because of feeding the hungry girl in the apocalypse. The system is extracting the host's abilities. Ding. Successfully obtained SSS level ability. Time stop. Each time you feed a 5-star girl, you can gain energy. Initial reward, 10 time stops. Bonus storage space, 1,000 cubic meters. New mission released. Find a second 5-star target to feed within 24 hours. Reward, a gold UZI submachine gun, unlimited ammo, unlimited durability. Do you want to accept it? Chapter 2. Zhao Bai responded with accept. He sighed inwardly. This system couldn't be more stable. The combination of time stopping and having one's own space is an invincible guarantee for gaining a foothold in any apocalyptic context. As long as you complete the task at hand, you will get the submachine gun with infinite durability and infinite bullets. Ding. Mission accepted successfully. You can summon the system panel at any time. Zhao Bai's mind moved, and he silently called out in his heart, Panel. In an instant, a virtual projection unfolded before his eyes, and rows of data flashed on the cold light screen. Doomsday feeding system panel. Host. Zhao Bai. Main ability. Time stop. SSS level. Recharge times. 10. Secondary ability. Feeding. Each time you feed a 5-star girl, you can get 10 time stop charges. Mission. Find the second 5-star girl and complete the feeding within 24 hours. Space occupied. 0%. Zhao Bai stared at the panel, feeling an indescribable sense of joy. Just then, his gaze was drawn to the side. Yu Yorong was holding a steamed dumpling, slowly eating it bite by bite. It wasn't that she wasn't hungry, but her naturally small cherry mouth made her movements particularly slow. Zhao Bai subconsciously put away the panel. His eyes fell on the slightly red little mouth, and his heart was beating fast. Yu Yorong noticed his gaze, and the moment she raised her eyes, her cheeks flushed instantly. and then she hurriedly lowered her head. From outside the house came the roars of zombies and the heart-wrenching screams of classmates, a mixture of blood and fear. But the house was filled with an indescribable, ambiguous atmosphere, as if spring was quietly awakening in this dead world. Yu Yurong quickly stuffed a steamed dumpling into her mouth. She only ate 3 in total. But she knew in her heart that the end of the world had come, and there were dangers everywhere outside. Every bite of food was extremely precious. How long could she live? Could she walk out of this building alive? The answer depended entirely on the man before her. If she could use this opportunity to improve her strength, she would accept it even at the cost of the most intimate things. At least, she still had a glimmer of hope in her heart. Zhao Bai looked at her, his voice trembling slightly. Okay. His hands were shaking. The girl before him was like a flower that had just bloomed, making it hard to tell whether she was real or an illusion. He is just an ordinary otaku, while she is recognized as a 5-star campus beauty by the whole school. Yu Yurong bit her red lips lightly, her eyes flickering. She knew how crazy this move was. The two had just met and knew almost nothing about each other, but now it was the end of the world, so who cared about that? The midday sun was shining, but the air was chilly, making people feel uneasy. Zhao Bai knew what was most important in the apocalypse. It wasn't relationships, but supplies. Food, drink, and anything else that could save your life. None of it was missing. So, he immediately began to search through everything in the dormitory. The end of the world had arrived, and talking about morality and propriety was meaningless. The only truth was survival. Although Yu Yurong was weak, she still forced herself to flip over with him. Unfortunately, I was unlucky and all I found in the cupboard were daily necessities like tissue paper, wet wipes, and sanitary napkins. There was almost nothing to eat, only a 500-gram bag of bulk spicy strips and a half-empty bottle of Coke. Yu Yurong hesitated for a moment and whispered, I still have food in my dormitory, in room 310, but we can't get out now. 310. Zhao Bai tapped his chin. Are there any other people in your dormitory? Yu Yurong shook her head. The door is open. I'm not sure if anyone has gone in. Okay, I understand. Zhao Bai moved closer to the door and put his ear against it. In the corridor, the sound of zombies dragging their feet could still be heard, wandering aimlessly. The danger still lingered. From 308 to 310, it's only 2 doors away. Although the road is short, it provides a perfect opportunity for training. A thought flashed through Zhao Bai's mind. It's time to test the effect of stopping time. Use time stop. Ding. Time stop activated successfully. Remaining times, 9. Tip. When the host's mental power reaches its limit, time will automatically resume. Mental power can be replenished through sleep. The more frequently it is used, the faster the mental power will increase. Zhao Bai swallowed hard. The next second, the world before him was completely still. All sounds faded, leaving the only sound in the stillness, the beating of his own heart. He didn't dare waste time. While counting silently in his mind, he reached out and pinched Yu Yurong's cheek in the frozen state. Then, he quickly opened the locked door and rushed out. In the corridor, a dozen zombies stood still. Their movements were frozen. Only their crimson eyes and broken bodies reminded them that this place was once a purgatory of death. If it weren't for the blood all over his body and his split mouth, his exposed clothes alone would have given people an absurd illusion. Zhao Bai shook his head fiercely, forcibly suppressing the messy thoughts in his mind. He quickened his pace and pushed open the half-closed door of dormitory 309 as he passed by it. As a result, a foul stench of decay hit them in the face, and 6 zombies stood stiffly in the middle of the dormitory. The whole room looked like a garbage dump, with the floor littered with melon seed shells, fruit peels, and cigarette butts, and takeout boxes piled up like mountains. Ugh! Zhao Bai's stomach churned, and he quickly closed the door. Even if there were supplies inside, he didn't dare to take them, for fear that he would not die in the zombies' mouths, but be poisoned by the dirty things first. He continued walking and soon arrived at dormitory 310. He pushed the door open and walked in, accompanied by a familiar prompt tone. Ding. Found a 4-star girl, Chun Shueru. Chapter 3. Zhao Bai's eyes widened, and he was completely stunned. He didn't expect the scene before him to be so shocking. The girl named Chun Shueru actually used a wash basin to solve her physiological problems in this old dormitory without a toilet. Just in time, he stopped time and froze the most embarrassing moment. Zhao Bai muttered to himself, I'm a gentleman. I really don't watch this kind of thing on purpose. He had originally planned to look for some supplies, but now it seems there is no need to look for them at all. The room had been turned upside down. All the cupboard doors were open, and everything was piled on the table under the bed near the balcony. There were instant noodles, snail rice noodles, sausages, braised eggs, spicy noodles, bags piled high like a mountain, and a 5-liter bucket of mineral water, of which I only drank a little. The water was so heavy, no wonder I didn't take it with me. He smiled slightly. The dormitory of this school beauty was indeed different. Not only was it filled with fragrance, but the environment was also spotlessly clean. Zhao Yibai used his memory to determine which bed belonged to Yu Yurong. The bed was neatly made, covered with a blanket, and a pile of exquisite cosmetics neatly arranged beside it. But before he could act, he suddenly felt a severe dizziness in his brain. His vision went dark, and his mental strength seemed to be exhausted. He knew time was almost up. He quickly rushed to the back of the balcony and hid. Ding! Mental power exhausted, time stop lifted. In an instant, the world regained its sound. Wah-la-la! The zombies outside roared again, sending shivers down one's spine. Chun Shiuru breathed a sigh of relief, tidied her clothes, and suddenly looked at Yu Yurong's bed with a cold gaze. You're usually better than me. You're pretty, have a great figure, and your family is rich. Why? She said through gritted teeth. The end of the world is here. Let me teach you a lesson. Before she finished speaking, she actually poured the hot liquid in the basin in her hand all over Yu Yurong's snow-white and clean bed sheet. Chun Shiuru laughed softly. Ha ha, from now on, I'm the most beautiful woman in 310. I'm the school belle. Just as she was feeling proud, a dull zombie roar suddenly came from outside. Her smile froze on her face, and she quickly lowered her voice to stop making noise. But Zhao Yibai saw all of this. If he hadn't arrived in time, wouldn't this room have become a sanitary dead end? Ding! Use time stop for the first time and receive 10 spirit recovery pills as a reward. Hint: take 1 to instantly restore all your mental strength. The reward has been stored in the system space. I can't tolerate this anymore. A hint of coldness flashed in Zhao Yibai's eyes. Yu Yurong is a person worth making friends with. He keeps his word and is loyal and righteous. Such a person should not be humiliated at will. He took out a pill and swallowed it without hesitation. It was as if he had changed his engine and his mind became exceptionally clear. I remember everything you did just now. He chuckled and stood up. Who? Chun Shiuru was startled to hear some movement coming from the balcony and looked over quickly, but she didn't have time to turn around. Ding! Time stop activated. Her movements came to an abrupt halt, and she was frozen in place. Zhao Yibai strode forward and unceremoniously swept all the supplies on the table into the system space. Taking advantage of the time being still, Zhao Yibai found a lot of food, water, and several packets of commonly used medicines, such as antipyretics, and put them all into the system space. Before the time ran out, he went back to dormitory 308 and locked the door. This time, he didn't wait until his mental strength was completely exhausted, choosing to end it at the 3-minute mark. Time stop has been manually ended. Remaining available times: 18. The last time he managed to hold on for 5 minutes. The after effects almost made him question his life. My head felt like it was filled with cement, or like it had been injected with blue potion and forced to cheat. It was about to explode. As soon as time stopped, Yu Yurong looked for Zhao Yibai in panic, but unexpectedly he suddenly appeared in front of her. She was so frightened that she almost screamed. Zhao Yibai quickly covered her mouth. After Yu Yurong recognized him, she immediately calmed down and nodded gently. He then slowly released his hand. Unexpectedly, she threw herself into his arms, buried her head in his chest, and cried softly. You don't know? I was really scared when I couldn't find you just now. He gently put his arms around Yu Yurong's waist and hugged her tighter, as if he wanted to protect her completely in his arms. Yu Yurong didn't ask why he suddenly disappeared and reappeared. She wasn't stupid, she just chose to trust. As long as Zhao Yibai was still there, she felt at ease. Oh, my phone just rang. Yu Yurong looked up and said, the school group is counting the living people. They want to unite everyone to save themselves and fight the zombies together. She handed the phone to Zhao Yibai. That's really good. Zhao Yibai said this with a guilty conscience. In fact, he didn't want to leave at all. But he quickly remembered the system task and immediately asked, is there anyone else here who looks as good-looking as you? He asked directly, but Yu Yurong was only stunned for a moment, then answered honestly. There is a Wang Weiwei on the 4th floor. She is my junior schoolmate. She is also very beautiful and used to be the school belle. As soon as she finished speaking, her phone screen suddenly vibrated. College group. Level 25 Wang Weiwei. Help. Can anyone help me? My best friend was scratched by a zombie and has a high fever. Is there any medicine? Chapter 4. He has the medicine in his hand. But Zhao Yibai knows very well that the key at the moment is not these few fever-reducing pills. Even if someone is scratched by a zombie and takes medicine like food, it won't save their life. If they get infected, they're going to die. The phone screen was still on, and the messages in the college group were flashing so fast that Yu Yorong's phone almost jumped off the table. Group messages popped up one after another. Level 23 Li Yu. Wang Weiwei, are you crazy? You're still thinking you can survive after being captured by zombies? Throw your best friend out now. Level 24 Chen Yangyang. Can you please wake up? This is the end of the world. If you get caught, you'll be a zombie. There's no hope. Level 25 Sun Manhwa. Weiwei, you're so kind, but don't be stupid. 25th grade Kong Xia. Who of your roommates had an accident? 25th grade Wang Weiwei. My best friend Chen Qi, she is my best friend. Whoever can give me some antipyretic medicine, I'll pay her 1 million and agree to one condition. Level 24 Chen Shuiru. There's a ghost. There's a ghost. Level 23 Li Yu. Chen Shuiru, shut up. Can you please stop causing trouble at this critical moment? Level 24 Chen Shuiru. Really, I saw a ghost. Administrator Li Yu directly muted Chen Shuiru for 5 minutes. Then he posted, Level 23 Li Yu. Anyone with medicine, please privately message Wang Weiwei. Also, everyone alive, please contact me and create a new group. Don't be chaotic. We need to unite to survive. Immediately, the entire group was silenced. Zhao Yibai's eyes narrowed slightly, and he took Yu Yorong's phone and began sending messages. Yu Yorong, I have fever-reducing medicine. Wang Weiwei's reply was almost instant. Wang Weiwei, really? Sister Rong, can you send it up? If it arrives in 10 minutes, I'll add another 1 million. Zhao Yibai looked at this sentence and raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Stop joking. In this apocalyptic world, who still values money? For someone to spend 2 million on a friend, there could only be one explanation. The person who was infected wasn't her best friend, but herself. His fingers quickly typed. Yu Yorong, where are you? Wang Weiwei, 401. First room on the 4th floor by the stairs. If you can really come, 2 million plus one condition. As long as I can do it, I'll agree to it. Yu Yorong, okay. Zhao Yibai stared at the screen, his expression growing increasingly serious. This time he had to go. If it was really Wang Weiwei who was infected, he would have to complete the feeding before she mutated, as this was related to the gold UZI reward he was about to unlock. How many girls on campus could meet the 5-star criteria? Even if it was a system mission, it shouldn't be easily missed. So he continued to send a message. Yu Yorong, I'll ask Cho Tuan to run errands and deliver the medicine. Wang Weiwei? Yu Yorong finished reading the chat log and nervously grabbed his arm. Are you really going? No matter how rich she is, it's not worth the risk. Zhao Yibai simply moved her hand away gently, his tone firm. I'm going. But don't worry, I will come back alive. Before Yu Yorong could reply, she stood on tiptoe and gave him a gentle kiss on the face. Her cheeks flushed, and she whispered, You must come back. When you come back, I will make you shiver. That shy promise was like the warmest ray of light in the end times. Zhao Yibai couldn't help but kiss her back, his eyes determined. My phone was still buzzing. Wang Weiwei, Yu Yorong, are you kidding me? Wang Weiwei, get back to me. Wang Weiwei, you liar. Asshole. Wang Weiwei, oh? The phone was thrown on the bed and continued to vibrate. Meanwhile, on the other side, in dormitory 310, Chen Shuiru was sitting on the edge of the bed, her face filled with anger. Li Yu, you crazy woman. I'm telling the truth. There's something fishy going on. She stared at the balcony with wide eyes, goosebumps all over her body. There had been a strange noise over there, but when she walked over to look, there was nothing. What's even more outrageous is that a bag of food on the table under the balcony just disappeared out of thin air. The entire bag of supplies was gone just like that. That was enough to last 3 days without food or water. Chen Shuiru's face turned pale instantly, and she finally couldn't hold it in anymore and broke down screaming. She caught sight of Yu Yorong's empty bed, her eyes widened, and her whole body trembled. It was her. It's Yu Yorong's ghost back. She's come to take back her things. Chen Shuiru was so frightened that she knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Yu Yorong, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have cared about your things. The dead are the greatest. Don't look for me. Don't take me away. But the bed was just quietly damp, and the sound of water drops falling one by one was clear and sharp in the silent room. On the other side, you must come back. Yu Yorong leaned against the bed, her eyes longing. I will. Zhao Yibai left a word. This time, he made full preparations, wrapped himself in protective clothing made of dormitory sheets, and put on the special helmet used by the delivery rider Cho Tuan, and was fully equipped. He held a dismantled steel pipe tightly in his hand, gritted his teeth, and flung open the dormitory door. He knew that he had to practice courage today. He couldn't always rely on the ability to stop time. The truly strong people were those who dared to face danger. The dormitory door bounced shut, and the sound echoed throughout the corridor. At the end of the corridor, several zombies stopped when they heard the sound, slowly turned their heads, and stared at him with their scarlet eyes. Zhao Yibai's breathing became heavier, his muscles tensed, and he thought to himself, if it doesn't work, then use your skills. But the next second, the zombies suddenly rushed over with roars, their roars so deafening that they could tear the brain membranes apart. Bang! The steel pipe smashed down, and her head exploded instantly. Blood splattered everywhere, bones shattered horribly, and brain matter spurted out directly. She fell to the ground, making strange gurgling sounds from her throat, her limbs twitching, her eyes red, and even seeming to be tearing up. At that moment, Zhao Yibai felt a strange feeling in his heart, because more zombies had already pounced on him. Chapter 5. After several rounds of hard fighting, Zhao Yibai has completely mastered the action patterns of these cool female zombies, and has also figured out the limits of what he can bear. When he saw those skinny, lightly dressed former school beauty zombies again, his eyes were full of calmness and murderous intent. When the zombie in the red dress on the left suddenly pounced on him, he kicked her without hesitation, knocking her and the two zombies behind her to the ground. He was wrapped up like an alien, with a helmet, gloves, long sleeves, and long pants. Even the steel pipe in his hand was tightly wrapped with cloth strips. Not a single piece of skin was exposed. The zombie on the right also pounced over, with some residual body temperature still on its body, and actually snuggled directly into his arms, like a female fan out of control. Zhao Yibai got furious on the spot. Fuck you. He immediately pushed her down and started hitting her with the steel pipe. With his left hand, he pushed the zombies, his right hand hammering them. He brought them down like a pile driver. A few seconds later, more than a dozen female zombies lay sprawled across the hallway, completely motionless. After saying this, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, feeling incredibly lucky to be trapped in a girls' school during the apocalypse. Although these mutated girls no longer looked like humans, their delicate appearance still made it difficult to bring oneself to harm them. But Zhao Yibai didn't delay any longer. He knocked gently on the door next to him and whispered, I'm leaving. Don't be afraid. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and quickly left the corridor. As soon as he turned into the stairwell, three people who were all standard former campus beauties rushed over to him the moment they saw Zhao Yibai. Zhao Yibai gasped, but jokingly said, when did I become so popular? He took a horse stance, raised the cloth-wrapped steel pipe high in his hand, and prepared to meet the enemy. Bang! The zombie in the front was a girl in a white dress. Zhao Yibai swung his steel pipe across her head, and it exploded like a ripe watermelon, spraying dark red corpse fluid everywhere and even covering his face. Ugh, this is so fucking disgusting. Zhao Yibai fought back the urge to vomit, nearly spitting out his lunch noodles as he watched the broken jaw twitch. But he didn't stop. He raised his fist, knocked the second one over with a headshot, and then kicked the third one away. At this moment, he glanced down the stairs, and the sight made his scalp explode with fear. At the bottom of the stairs, a dense crowd of female zombies were huddled together, blocking the way. Those who smelled the breath of a living person on him went completely crazy and rushed up like crazy, almost bursting the stairs. Zhao Yibai immediately turned around and ran. He didn't dare to delay, and took 2 steps at a time, rushing to the 4th floor at full speed. The staircase was temporarily cleared, and he finally reached the 4th floor landing amidst the chaos. Before he could catch his breath, a deep roar came from deep in the corridor. More than 20 female zombies seemed to sense his presence, turned their heads together, and rushed over in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Zhao Yibai swallowed his saliva and glanced at the crowd. He happened to see a female zombie with an amazing figure rushing to the front. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. This girl must have been a school beauty before she mutated. While Zhao Yibai was using a steel pipe to knock over the ugly corpse in front, he was moving quickly along the wall, aiming directly at the door of dormitory 401 at the end of the corridor. There was an electronic lock on the door, and a red indicator light flashed on the black panel. Wow, this dormitory actually has an electronic lock. Zhao Yibai was stunned for a moment. This kind of configuration was not something an ordinary person could afford. It was true that even the rich were particular about their dormitories. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked frantically on the door, shouting, Chotuan takeout. After shouting it, I was stunned. It's the end of the world, and I still have an occupational disease. This takeaway slogan was shouted so naturally. But before the door opened, a large group of female zombies were already chasing him. He didn't dare to wait any longer and immediately swung the steel pipe, hitting whoever he saw, shooting the ugly in the head and knocking down the beautiful. At this moment, I no longer care about my image. It doesn't matter where I touch, as long as I can get in alive. The moment he called out, "Ugly group takeout," all the girls still alive on the same floor were shocked. There were zombies everywhere outside, and takeout was being delivered to their door at this time? Time goes back to a few minutes ago, in room 401. Wang Weiwei was kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down her face. She had just sent a few messages asking for help in the college group, but instead of sympathy, she received a screen full of ridicule. What's so great about being rich? Zombies also recognize who your father is. Stop pretending. You were probably bitten and wanted to find someone to take the blame. She was completely desperate. The only person who responded to her, Yu Yurong, asked Ugly Group to deliver medicine, and she immediately thought he was playing a joke on her. In a corner of the room, Chun-Chi was lying on the bed in a semi-conscious state. His whole body was hot, his face was pale, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. Her neck was simply bandaged, but signs of infection were already evident. There were only a few antibiotics left in the medicine box, and the crucial fever-reducing medication had already been borrowed. Chun-Chi was conscious and spoke weakly. Weiwei, run. Wang Weiwei knelt beside the bed. Chi-Chi, stop talking. It's my fault. You saved me. I will stay with you even if I die. She was still immersed in guilt and pain when she suddenly heard the sound of fierce fighting outside the door. The roar of zombies, the collision of steel pipes, and a familiar yet outrageous roar. Chotuan takeout. Wang Weiwei was stunned. She quickly ran to the door and looked out through the peephole. Then, she saw a fully armed delivery boy who was swinging a steel pipe and smashing the zombies while roaring. It was real. There really was someone outside. Wang Weiwei immediately opened the door a crack and shouted in a trembling voice, "Come in." Chapter 6 Ding. 5-star target girl Wang Weiwei found. Come in. Zhao Bai had just heard the system's notification when a scream came from behind him. It was a girl, yelling for him to come in. He didn't look back at anyone, but retreated decisively. With zombies roaming the corridor, the woman's courage to open the door so decisively was already trustworthy. The door had a thick, stainless steel electronic lock, not one of those dorm doors that could be easily kicked open. If the other party didn't open the door, even if he could pause time, he wouldn't be able to get in for a while. The moment the door closed, safety was temporarily guaranteed. Outside, the zombies began to bang their heads against the door frantically, and the scratching sounds were piercing. Some nails broke directly on the hard door panels, and blood and rotten flesh stained the door, forming disgusting traces. This door was indeed thick enough. It wouldn't be broken open in a short time. He stood inside the room and observed his surroundings. The interior of the room was completely different from that of an ordinary dormitory. Even though it is located in a dilapidated dormitory building, this place is decorated like a model room. The two rooms are connected into a large space with pink and white as the main colors. It is equipped with a European double bed, a flat-screen TV, a 3-horsepower air conditioner, a large refrigerator, a dressing table, a coffee machine. Everything you need. In the corner, there lay a pale girl with gauze wrapped around her neck, her body trembling slightly. Zhao Bai handed the medicine to the girl, Wang Weiwei. She immediately took it and ran to the girl, shouting, "Chi-Chi, the medicine is here." Her tone was full of hope, as if she was grasping at a lifeline. However, Chun-Chi suddenly opened her eyes, both of which were bloodshot and red. A strange hoarse sound came from the throat, and thick black blood oozed from the wound, staining the gauze black and red. Wang Weiwei was stunned. She realized something was wrong with Chun-Chi. Panicking, she rushed to the table, grabbed a small wooden box from the drawer, and pulled out an old-fashioned pill from it, trying to feed it to him. But the next second, Chun-Chi's body suddenly arched up, hanging in the air like a bridge, making a strange cracking sound. Her movements were no longer human-like, and her eyes were completely unfocused. Roar! The zombie-like Chun-Chi pounced on Wang Weiwei. Zhao Bai quickly put his helmet visor back on and prepared to use his time ability. But at this critical moment, Wang Weiwei opened her eyes. She didn't retreat, but stared coldly at Chun-Chi as he charged towards her, her eyes filled with pain and self-blame. She quickly grabbed the fruit knife and slashed at Chun-Chi's neck. Blood splattered, the cut deep enough to reveal the bone. Blood sprayed all over her face, making her already delicate features look even more glaring under the blood. Chun-Chi stopped moving and fell heavily to the ground. She had just completed the mutation and had not yet fully adapted to the zombie body. The wound was fatal. Zhao Bai looked at Wang Weiwei with a touch of respect. Although this woman was a wealthy woman, she was incredibly cruel. She knelt in front of the corpse, crying like a child. After choking for a while, she wiped away her tears and looked up at Zhao Bai. "Tell Yu Yurong to thank her for the medicine. I'll transfer the 2 million to her. She can set any terms." Zhao Bai replied casually, "I brought the medicine. I used her phone to contact you. She and I are friends. Wang Weiwei narrowed her eyes slightly, and her tone was a little more tentative. No wonder a delivery guy would deliver medicine to your door. What do you want? Zhao Yibai just opened his mouth and said, I want you. Her eyes turned cold, and she interrupted him. Impossible. Her fingers gripped the hilt tightly, her eyes sharp as a knife. I have a fiancé. His status is far beyond the imagination of a lowly person like you. Don't ask for trouble. Zhao Yibai was stunned for a moment. He had originally meant to say, I want you to eat something, just to fulfill the conditions of the mission. He sighed and spread his hands. You said the conditions casually, and now you regret it? Wang Weiwei didn't reply immediately, but stared at him coldly. My fiancé's last name is Zhou. You should know what that means in City A. Even if I agree, do you dare? Her eyes seemed provocative. Zhao Yibai sneered inwardly. It wasn't a question of dare or not for him now, but a mission that had to be completed. As long as Wang Weiwei ate the food he prepared, he would receive a reward, a gold UZI. Chapter 7. The Zhou family of City A, that is, the Zhou family of the City Lord's mansion. Before the apocalypse, Zhao Yibai didn't even dare to think about it. They only needed a word to easily crush him to death. But now the world has changed. This is the end of the world, and he has the system. The former Ant now has confidence. If he still chooses to be afraid, he really deserves to be trampled on. Zhao Yibai's thoughts are clear in his heart. The past him is dead. He stepped forward and lifted Wang Weiwei's chin. Her expression changed instantly, and she finally dropped the knife. She coldly said she kept her promise, but then sarcastically said he was just a delivery man and didn't dare to bear the cost. After she finished speaking, she took a few steps back and sat directly at the table. She leaned back, her eyes full of provocation and arrogance. Zhao Yibai's dignity was completely ignited. She thought he didn't dare, but he insisted on making her pay the price. Wang Weiwei was certain she'd kept her promise, and she didn't believe Zhao Yibai would actually strike. But when the pain hit her, she realized this man truly dared. At that moment, she clenched her teeth, a complex mix of emotions welling up in her. 20 minutes later, the storm finally subsided. Zhao Yibai's heart was still filled with anger, without a trace of mercy. Wang Weiwei gritted her teeth and closed her eyes, not daring to look at him. Zhao Yibai reorganized his equipment, fully armed himself, and regained his composure. System prompts rang out. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and successfully feeding the second 5-star target within the specified time. Reward: a gold UZI submachine gun with unlimited durability and unlimited ammunition. The rewards were refreshed again. Bonus reward: time stop recharge 10 times. 28 remaining. With the 3 prompts, the mission was complete. Zhao Yibai glanced at Wang Weiwei, feeling a slight sense of regret, thinking he might have been too forceful. But the facts were already established, and there was no way to regret it. Wang Weiwei sat up, holding onto the table, frowning and asking him if he was leaving. Zhao Yibai replied indifferently that he was only fulfilling the conditions, and there was no way he was staying. With that, he pushed the door open and left the dormitory. Wang Weiwei stared at his back, her chest heaving with anger. She was clearly his first man, yet he was so cold and indifferent, turning away after succeeding. Filled with regret, she couldn't bring herself to curse, and could only mutter under her breath, "Be careful." Zhao Yibai left the room, unable to help but support his waist. The exertion he'd just experienced was truly immense. Luckily, his previous battle with Yu Yurong had helped him adapt, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to hold on. At this moment, he felt nothing but gratitude and deep exhaustion. In the hallway, zombies attacked again, leaving the ground littered with corpses, the spoils of his previous battles. Zhao Yibai showed no mercy, striking them with his steel pipe, knocking them down without distinction. In this apocalypse, he no longer hesitated. As for his newly acquired gold UZI, he planned to keep it hidden for now, not exposing it easily. Human nature is selfish, and he's no exception. If he were to use it to clear out the zombies, it would lose its value in the women's dorm. He wanted to stay for a few more days, so he had to hold back. Tall and strong, well-equipped, he quickly made it to the 3rd floor. The zombies below, upon noticing him, became restless and swarmed over him. He pushed aside a few of the monsters and quickly reached the door of dormitory 308, knocking twice. Bang bang. Zhao Yibai leaned against the doorway, fending off the oncoming zombies. His movements were expert, knocking or kicking several of the attacking monsters. Compared to his initial flustered state, he was now fully acclimated to the battle. The door was pulled open from the inside. Yu Yurong heard the sound and immediately pushed it open. Zhao Yibai immediately retreated into the dormitory, struck the pursuing monster a few more times, knocking it over, and then closed the door. The roar of zombies soon echoed outside. 7 or 8 bodies had already fallen by the door, and more zombies were pounding on it, tearing and roaring. After a period of frenzy, calm gradually returned. Inside the dormitory, Yu Yurong hurried over to him, seeing him covered in blood, her face filled with worry. She helped him remove his protective gear, and Zhao Yibai took off his helmet, which was covered in blood and looked extremely scary. But he said calmly, "It's not mine." Yu Yurong carefully examined him and found that he had no wounds, which made her feel completely relieved. Zhao Yibai looked at her, a warm feeling welling up in his heart. In this hopeless world, such concern was especially precious. Yu Yurong then mentioned that Li Yu was planning to lead a group to break out and search for supplies at the supermarket, and asked if he wanted to join. Zhao Yibai walked to the window and looked outside. The sun was blazing, and at least 70 or 80 zombies were roaming outside the dormitory building. The apocalypse had occurred at noon, and many people were eating in the cafeteria, so the sheer number of zombies was enormous, and the risk was extremely terrifying. While supermarket supplies are plentiful, the risks are equally enormous. Zhao Yibai looked Yu Yurong in the eye and asked if she was willing to listen to him. Yu Yurong nodded without hesitation. "Without you, I would have been dead long ago." Zhao Yibai pondered for a moment, then shook his head and declined. "We won't participate." Yu Yurong obediently agreed and picked up her phone to reply. Just then, her phone vibrated with a private message. The sender was Wang Weiwei. Yu Yurong looked down at the message and froze. In Chapter 8, Wang Weiwei sent a message in the group chat, saying that a helicopter would pick her up tonight. She also specifically mentioned that she had secured 2 extra seats and was willing to take others with her. Zhao Yibai read the message, feeling a mixture of emotions. Yu Yurong's eyes lit up, and she rubbed her face, seeming a bit excited. She sighed softly, as expected of Wang Weiwei. Zhao Yibai was stunned, not understanding what her reaction meant. He frowned, wondering if their interaction that night had sparked feelings for Wang Weiwei. Yu Yurong glanced sideways at him and asked seriously, "Should we go with her?" Zhao Yibai was silent for a few seconds, his fingers subconsciously rubbing his chin. "If you want to go, go ahead." He didn't say it out loud, but he was actually feeling a bit nervous. After all, his relationship with Wang Weiwei had already progressed to that point, and if he followed her, the situation would definitely be very complicated. Yu Yurong noticed his hesitation and smiled, shaking her head. She lowered her head and quickly replied to a message on her phone, her words gentle yet firm. "Thank you for your kindness. We won't bother you anymore." Zhao Yibai was slightly startled. Are you just giving up the chance to leave?" Anyone else would have been eager to join the rescue team. With the apocalypse upon us, the authorities had lost contact, and all we could rely on was self-rescue or connections. Yu Yurong's cheeks flushed, and she said with a firm look, "If you don't leave, I won't leave either. I feel at ease only when I'm with you." These words made Zhao Yibai's heart tremble. He hugged her silently, feeling a sense of belonging he had never felt before. Outside the house, zombies were still wandering, but inside the house, another emotional exchange began. Meanwhile, in dormitory 401, Wang Weiwei stared at the message that read, "We're not going," with a stiff expression. Her blood-stained hands tightly gripped the knife, a sarcastic smile playing on her lips. Forget about not leaving. It would be better to be eaten to death by zombies. She had already felt sympathy for him. Shortly after Zhao Yibai left, her family called and said they had used their connections to send a helicopter and armed bodyguards. They could have saved only her, but she took the initiative to request to keep 2 more places. However, she did not expect Zhao Yibai to refuse. Angry and frustrated, she sent another message. "You still have a chance to change your mind before 9 p.m. After sending the message, she simply threw her phone onto the bed. Then she sat down, took out her needle and thread, and began stitching up the wounds on Chen-Chi's body. While sewing, she murmured, "Chi-Chi, I've thought it through. I want to live well. Live for both of us." This girl came from a wealthy family, but she was willing to sew on a bloody corpse. There was no screaming, no collapse, only determination. At this moment, Wang Weiwei was completely different from the proud daughter before. Half an hour later, in dormitory 308, Zhao Yibai leaned against the bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Yu Yurong huddled in his arms, her face flushed with embarrassment. "I want to smoke a cigarette." When Zhao Yibai spoke, his voice was still a little trembling. Yu Yurong nodded obediently and took out a cigarette and lighter from his coat pocket. It was her first time smoking, and she coughed from the choking, but she still imitated him and lit a cigarette and handed it to him. Zhao Yibai took a puff, the cigarette but turned red, and as the thick smoke blew out, he seemed to be floating up into the clouds. After this hug, even his soul felt comforted. He held Yu Yurong in his arms, and his heart was at peace. The system prompt also arrived as expected. Ding. Successfully fed the 5-star target fish Yurong. The bonus time stops charging 10 times, with 38 times remaining. Zhao Yibai smiled with satisfaction. The mission successfully completed. At this moment, Yu Yurong's phone vibrated again. In the college group chat, Liu sent a long, disturbing message, clearly stating that City A had fallen and rescue was hopeless. She spontaneously organized a breakout operation, gathered people, and warned that those who did not follow her would be trapped and killed. She also emphasized that she would not return to meet him, saying this was her only chance. Looking at this message, Yu Yurong couldn't help but sigh. Senior Liu, you're such a good person. Zhao Yibai's expression was serious. No rush, let's wait and see. He didn't trust such a high-profile breakout plan. With so many zombies out there, how could a breakout be easy? Immediately afterwards, Yu Yurong received a private message from Liu. Yurong, are you really not leaving? Staying means death. She didn't reply, but instead looked at Zhao Yibai. Zhao Yibai said lightly, just deal with it calmly. Her purpose will naturally become clear in an hour. He felt that there was something strange about this matter. Normally, a breakout organizer like Liu would be willing to lead a team only after being begged. But she, on the other hand, was pulling people into the group one by one, which seemed unusual. In dormitory 310, Liu also sent a private message to Chen Shueru. Shueru, are you really not leaving? Think it over carefully. Chen Shueru quickly responded. Sister Yu, I've wanted to go with you from the beginning, but the corridor is full of zombies and I can't get out. Liu quickly replied. It's okay, stay in the dormitory, I'll pick you up. Not long after, Chen Shueru received a group invitation. She clicked on the group chat and joined a private group chat called Female Dormitory Building a Survival Group. The camera turned. In a dim, cold dormitory, the atmosphere was oppressive. A bald woman looked down at her phone, breathing heavily. Kneeling at her feet was Liu. She typed, her voice trembling as she spoke. I've gathered everyone here. Can you let me go? Chapter 9. The bald female zombie looked down at Liu, her eyes flashing with scarlet light. It wasn't the dullness of an ordinary zombie, but rather a fire burning with hatred. Her voice was icy cold. Not enough, not enough. She roared at the top of her lungs. Anyone who has hurt me should die. Those who just watched coldly should also die. The sound was deafening. Liu's face was full of tears. She called out to Yu in a trembling voice, but what she got in return was the wrath of a zombie. The bald female zombie spitted and roared, shocking Liu's face pale. She stared at Liu coldly and said harshly, You are not worthy to call me by my name, dormitory leader. Liu lowered his head in fear, not daring to refute. The girl's name was Su Yu. Her face was covered in scars, old and new, interwoven with cigarette burns, giving her a terrifying appearance. Once the school beauty, her beauty had now been shattered. Liu bit her lip, understanding the story behind this. Su Yu was a 23rd grade school beauty. Her father died young, her mother was frail, and she made a living washing dishes in a restaurant. Because of her outstanding appearance, she had no one to protect her, and instead became the target of bullying by her peers, and her evil deeds became more and more serious. From being a school beauty to being an ugly freak, she was afraid to go home and became the target of humiliation. She was bullied countless times by her classmates and once mustered the courage to report it to the security bureau, but because no one testified, she was instead accused of mental illness. After the security guard left, the evildoers took revenge and shaved her head, beat her, and even forced her to eat filthy things. When the apocalypse came, she was still a survivor, but she learned that her mother had turned into a zombie. Her mother's death completely devastated her, and she no longer wanted to live. She opened the door and faced the zombies, but ultimately, driven by her intense desire for revenge, she became a rare mutant zombie, retaining her mind but with a strengthened body. She tore apart her enemies and slaughtered the dormitory, leaving only the dormitory head, Liu, alive. Because Liu had betrayed her along with the villains, once her friend, now she was a tool for revenge. She wanted to use Liu to lure more survivors. Her control grew, from initially controlling only 2 or 3 zombies to now being able to control over a dozen. With each kill, her power grew stronger. She approached Liu with a cold voice, her fangs bared. 100 survivors, 1 less, and I'll use you to make up the numbers. Liu smelled the bloody smell, her face turned pale, and she nodded desperately. I will collect enough. She was smart and started to contact the survivors again. The oppressive messages posted in the group were exactly the fear she deliberately created. Liu found Yu Yurong again and sent her a message urging her to break out, claiming someone was willing to lure the zombies away. She then added Yu Yurong to the women's dormitory building a survival group. Zhao Bai suddenly became wary. He read the message and was absolutely certain there was something wrong. But he didn't refuse. Instead, he clicked, "Let's go check it out first." Soon, a message popped up in the group, and Yu Yurong was excited to see his roommate, Chunshuru, there too. Zhao Bai sneered inwardly. Yu Yurong treated her like a good sister, but deep down, Chunshuru was always jealous of her. Liu continued to make arrangements in the group, saying that someone needed to distract the zombies, and the group immediately responded with approval. When everyone heard that someone had taken on the dangerous mission, they felt at ease and were willing to cooperate. Zhao Bai conveniently changed Yu Yurong's group name card to 310 Yu Yurong to avoid any danger. It was afternoon soon. Zhao Bai shared his takeout with a hungry Yu Yurong. She had eaten almost nothing except a few steamed dumplings, appearing exceptionally self-disciplined. Zhao Bai nodded silently, his approval of her. He forced her to eat, and he himself devoured the takeout that he normally wouldn't even consider. There were snacks and instant noodles with long expiration dates in the system space, but he planned to save them for later, so he could only eat the perishable ones first. Suddenly, a sharp whistle blasted from outside the building, and the zombies erupted in a commotion, roaring furiously. A heavily armed figure rushed out of the dormitory, his movements nimble, leading the horde of zombies away, as if swimming in a tide of corpses. The scene shocked Zhao Bai so much that his scalp went numb. Hundreds and thousands of zombies surged like a tidal wave. The scene was terrifying. Inside the dormitory building, a phone vibrated as Li Yuchuan's messages flashed frantically. "Hurry! Now, everyone, charge together." She sent 4 messages in quick succession, claiming that heroes were risking their lives to lure away the zombies, and urging everyone to rush to the supermarket. The heroic scene instantly filled the group's survivors with excitement, and they all prepared to break out. At that moment, the door of dormitory 310 was suddenly thrown open. Chunshuru, wearing thick clothes and holding a mop, shouted excitedly and rushed out. But 2 half-dead zombies in the corridor blocked her way. A dozen women followed, grappling with the zombies and forcing their way through. Chunshuru screamed at the top of her lungs, her eyes pleading for help, but no one paid any attention. Everyone just ran for their own lives. In the apocalypse, people's hearts were as cold as ice. She screamed and fought desperately, baton in hand, her steps trembling. The zombies slowly approached, and she screamed in fear, her courage failing her. She fled back to her dorm, crying, slamming the door shut, and blocking the missing lock with a table. This scene illustrates that most so-called bravery is merely a facade. The cowards who peeked out and closed the door upon seeing a zombie actually saved themselves out of fear. They cowered in their rooms and were spared. At that moment, in dormitory 308, Zhao Bai and Yu Yurong quietly ate their food. Though it was hard to swallow, they still swallowed it mouthful by mouthful. Outside, the roars of the zombies continued, and the oppressive feeling within them lingered. Zhao Bai pulled out a sausage, cut it in half, and handed it to Yu Yurong. He then took out peanuts, melon seeds, and 2 cans of beer. These were all things he had hidden away in the system space. In the apocalypse, these little snacks were a luxury. Yu Yurong looked at him and smiled, saying it was a bit immoral. People outside were running for their lives, while they were drinking and eating snacks. But the next second, she took a bite of the ham sausage, her eyes full of light, and she couldn't help but sigh. "It smells so good." In Chapter 10, a group of female university students, wrapped in heavy clothing, rushed out of the dormitories, chanting slogans. Their shouts shook the heavens, releasing their deepest fears. From the 3rd floor, the scene was spectacular. In this apocalyptic world, some were still desperately trying to break through. They suppressed their fear and rushed past the remaining crippled zombies in the corridor. Under Liu's command, they bravely rushed outside. The group chat exploded at the same time, and Yu Yorong's phone kept vibrating with group messages one after another. Some cried out that they hadn't kept up, some complained about the dead bodies in the hallway and were afraid to cross. Some regretted not escaping the dorm, feeling hopeless. Others sarcastically expressed their gratitude for not leaving, as they would have been dead. Suddenly, screams filled the chat room. Chunshuru yelled, "Why are the zombies back again?" Another girl asked in horror. "They act like they have intelligence. Are they setting a trap to lure us out and kill us?" Zhao Bai looked up. The shouts and slogans had ceased. On the main road, the zombies that had been lured away suddenly returned. Just then, the survivors, having just reached the center of the road, were completely trapped from both sides. Ahead, the sea of zombies stretched endlessly, and behind them, zombies emerged from every corner. There was no way forward or backward, and returning to the dormitory was a luxury. Instantly, fierce cries and piercing screams erupted, and life and death hung in the balance. The self-proclaimed brave girls were trapped by countless zombies. Screams rang out, and the scene was bloody and brutal. 70 or 80 people were surrounded, and almost all of the over 100 people Li Yu had recruited were gone. But they had no idea that their so-called breakout was simply a trap. The outermost girls were the first to be tackled, their screams still throbbing as they were torn to pieces by the claws. They didn't even have a chance to transform into zombies. They were completely destroyed. Those in the inner circle engaged in a frenzied internal struggle, desperately trying to squeeze in and push others out. Some cried, some screamed, and even shoved and cursed at each other. In the face of fear, the ugliest side of human nature was completely revealed. Even those in the innermost layers couldn't escape. The zombies closed in, layer by layer, like peeling an onion. The screams gradually faded, leaving only the sounds of gnawing and the sickening crunching. The scene was a bloody mess of flesh, a scene of sheer horrific horror. The cowards who remained in the dorms were stunned. Some even knelt, praying for protection and thanking themselves for not rushing out blindly. Cowardice had become a lucky excuse for survival. In dormitory 308, Yu Yurong stared out the window, her pretty face pale. The dozens of people who had just shouted charge were now nothing but corpses. Her lips trembled, her voice hoarse. They were all sent to their deaths. She suddenly turned around and looked at Zhao Yibai, her eyes complex and tender. Yibai, without you, I would have died several times. Zhao Yibai's heart tightened, knowing that he could no longer feed her casually, otherwise it would cost lives. The brutal scene shocked Yu Yurong immensely. The crowd, so alive just moments ago, had perished in the space of 3 minutes. She felt bewildered, wanting only to confirm that she was still alive and breathing. A moment later, the dormitory fell silent. Zhao Yibai and Yu Yurong each picked up their phones and stared at the messages scrolling through the group chat. Yu Yurong was puzzled. She hadn't expected someone in the group to be chatting about such bizarre topics. A few minutes ago, someone messaged, "Did you hear any strange noises?" Another chimed in, "Yes, it sounds like a roast chicken." This immediately triggered a flurry of jokes. Some said they were hungry and remembered the smell of roast chicken. Others explained it wasn't a clucking noise, but rather the clacking of a roast chicken. Others even started screaming in the group, imitating the crowing of a rooster. The topic was absurd, but it couldn't mask the despair. Chun Shueru suddenly complained that her food had been stolen by ghosts, and she screamed in pain. Someone else angrily cursed the unfairness of fate, lamenting that they were dying before experiencing sexual pleasure. Another person even made a lewd joke. The group chat was filled with nonsense. They were joking like crazy, releasing their apocalyptic fears through self-deprecation. Someone even offered to trade food for intimate toys, instantly raising the atmosphere to absurd heights. Zhao Yibai frowned as he read the messages. Outside, the tide of corpses lingered, yet someone in the group let loose, acting like a complete lunatic before the apocalypse. Yu Yurong's face flushed, clearly embarrassed by the topic. The next moment, she looked up at Zhao Yibai, bewildered. "Is there another man coming in?" Zhao Yibai was stunned, his heart pounding. Then, the entire dormitory building, as if on fire, was filled with strange noises. Zhao Yibai was startled, silently cursing. Was it a side effect of the system or auditory hallucinations from overfeeding Yu Yurong? He couldn't confirm, but the bizarre scene sent a chill through his heart. Chapter 11. Yu Yurong gently nuzzled Zhao Yibai's arm, with a shy smile, and quietly admitted that she had let herself go and set a bad example. She handed Zhao Yibai her phone, and the screen was still jumping with the ridiculous record of the group chat. Zhao Yibai was shocked after reading it. The strange noises coming from all directions outside made him feel uneasy. He had originally felt that being trapped in the women's dormitory was a bit sexy, but now it seemed like he was surrounded by enemies and danger was approaching. Watching Yu Yurong, her eyes focused on him, he suddenly felt like Tang Sanzang, the monk who had strayed into the silken web cave. The atmosphere was tense, and he changed the subject, saying, "Let's find something to do." This was a way to ease the tension and also a reminder to calm himself. The joy was real, but one must ultimately consider the long term and not wallow in it. He suppressed the turmoil in his heart and pondered how to survive in this apocalyptic world. Yu Yurong nodded in agreement, as attentively as a chicken pecking at rice. Zhao Yibai spoke calmly. "To survive the apocalypse, you must cultivate courage. I'll take you out to practice your courage and gather some supplies." He had noticed that the zombie wave hadn't returned, presenting a golden opportunity. The corridors were filled with only mutilated corpses, their senses of hearing and smell weakened, or crippled limbs and limbs. Most of the survivors had already departed, making this a perfect opportunity for ordinary people to cultivate their courage. Yu Yurong, However, looked at Zhao Yibai hesitantly. She whispered that it was getting dark and she wondered if it would be dangerous outside. She was even more worried that her legs would become weak and she might be held back. Zhao Yibai saw clearly that she was timid at heart and had a procrastinating mentality. He sighed, but his tone remained firm. Practicing courage is cruel and requires facing bloodshed. If you don't practice while I'm here, what will you do if I'm gone one day? He looked directly into Yu Yorong's eyes. The girl raised her head slightly, her eyes serious. Let me be your little woman. If you die, I won't live either. Zhao Yibai's heart trembled at the words. He finally nodded in agreement, promising to do his best to take care of her. Forcing her was pointless, so he decided to respect her choice. Yu Yorong smiled and kissed him. Zhao Yibai whispered, "Lock the door. I'm going out to gather food." He walked alone into the hallway, feeling that Yu Yorong was right. If he didn't follow her, he wouldn't be a burden. Perhaps she was the kind of woman who was meant for a stable life. The corridor remained filthy, with zombie corpses scattered across the floor and two crippled monsters limping about. The air was a pungent mixture of decay, shampoo, shower gel, and mosquito coils. The two corpses, sensing human presence, flashed bloodshot eyes and lunged forward with bared fangs and claws. Zhao Yibai, fully armored, stared coldly. Their movements were clumsy and slow, slower than an old woman crossing the street, posing no threat at all. Searching for supplies was now incredibly easy. Zhao Yibai pushed open dormitory doors one by one, searching for supplies in empty rooms. If there were zombies, he would simply close the door, and if the door was locked, he would tap and note it for future reference. His efficiency quickly improved. Soon, he had a bountiful harvest. His water and food supplies increased significantly, most of them stored in the system space, and outside, he packed them into bundles on sheets and carried them on his back. The harvest in the girls' dormitory was beyond imagination, with a rich variety and quantity. Snacks, instant noodles, drinks, milk, bread, canned goods, everything was available. He even uncovered some deeply hidden private items, which gave him a new appreciation for these seemingly cool girls. He sighed inwardly. Humans are the most complex and advanced animals. Especially in this all-girls school, with its long-term semi-enclosed environment and the absence of boys, many hidden secrets were accidentally revealed in the apocalypse. Of the 40 dormitories on the entire floor, he searched 20 uninhabited rooms, finding a bountiful harvest. There were also 5 locked, unknown rooms, which might still hold survivors. The rest were almost entirely occupied by zombies. He satisfactorily counted his finds, chuckling to himself that it was worth it. Instant noodles, snail noodles, 8 treasure porridge, braised eggs, potato chips, spicy noodles, and even various snacks, enough for him and Yu Yorong to eat to their heart's content for a month. Suddenly, 2 metallic clangs echoed in the hallway. Zhao Yibai's heart tightened, and he quickly shouldered his bag and left dormitory 340. He looked up, only to be met with a shocking sight. Yu Yorong, covered in blood, stood panting in the hallway, clutching a steel pipe. On the ground, the 2 crippled zombies lay dead, their bodies stained with blood. Her face was pale, but she forced a smile as she shouted to Zhao Yibai, "I did it! Yibai, I can make a difference, too. I won't hold you back." Her voice trembled, yet she was incredibly resolute. Zhao Yibai's heart trembled, his eyes warming slightly. It turned out she wasn't trying to shirk responsibility, but was genuinely afraid of being a burden. He gave her a thumbs up, unstinting in his praise. Although they were just 2 corpses, they had already surpassed so many others. For example, Chun Shiuru from dormitory 310 always huddled in a corner, afraid to face reality. But Yu Yorong killed the zombies with her own hands, proving herself with her actions. Zhao Yibai felt a surge of respect. The 2 returned to dormitory 308 with their gains and closed the door. The news in the group chat once again became a hot topic. Chun Shiuru frantically swiped the screen, claiming that she heard a man's voice. "There really is a man. I didn't lie to you." Some mocked her for dreaming. Others teased her about lending her something to cheer her up. Others expressed pity, suggesting she was delirious and babbling. But Chun Shiuru persisted, convinced she had heard it. Yu Yorong, who had remained mostly silent, suddenly smiled as she read the message. She quickly typed a string of words in the group chat, her eyes brimming with determination and pride. Chapter 12. Messages flashed in the group chat. Yu Yorong sent a message. "Are there really men? Where are they in this women's university? Men are the scarcest resource. Aside from the old president, there are almost no other men." Yu Yorong had her own plans. Zhao Yibai had to stay hidden, and unless he revealed himself, no one else would know. If those women discovered his presence, the danger would be no less than that of a zombie. But Chun Shiuru suddenly lashed out in the group chat. "Yu Yorong, you idiot, are you done pretending? It's the end of the world, and you're missing a man? Slut. This stung Yu Yurong. She'd thought they were close friends, but she'd been exposed in public. Zhao Yibai, watching the screen, patted her shoulder. You know a person's face, but not their heart. Now you know what kind of person she is. In truth, he'd known Qin Shiuru was a bad person all along. Now, she had revealed her true colors. More messages quickly surfaced in the group chat. Someone tried to reconcile, but Qin Shiuru continued her sarcasm, accusing Yu Yurong of relying on her family background and looks to gain a higher position. The words were filled with jealousy, the sourness palpable even through the screen. Yu Yurong's heart was buzzing. She thought back to the past, and she'd never treated Qin Shiuru unfairly. They'd shared snacks, borrowed clothes, and even taken food from the cafeteria for free. But in return, she felt a deep-seated jealousy and malice. She chuckled in anger, took a deep breath, and replied, "Remember to close the door tightly. We're only separated by 2 walls." These words struck like a hammer. Qin Shiuru's face in dormitory 310 suddenly changed. She had been tucking into her food and laughing heartily, but her smile froze the moment her phone vibrated. She mumbled to herself, her heart in a state of panic. She wanted to explain, but she could only privately message, "I was just joking. Do you believe me?" But the reply was a red exclamation point. Yu Yurong had blocked her. Qin Shiuru sweated profusely, fear surging within her. The internet allowed her to be a troll, but in reality, she simply didn't have the courage to face it. As night fell, the women's university became eerily quiet. The streetlights switched on simultaneously at 7 o'clock, casting a dense shadow of zombies. Blood and body parts were trampled into mud, and the air was thick with a foul stench. The darkness made everything even more terrifying. In the shadows, a figure stared silently at dormitory building A. It was Su Yuyu, completely transformed into a monster. Liu followed behind her, his face expressionless. Su Yuyu whispered, "Remember, every room with the lights on." As she spoke, her mouth stretched from ear to ear, revealing 3 layers of sharp, white teeth. Her abdomen bulged like a 10-month pregnancy, abrupt and terrifying. The next moment, her belly split open, flesh tumbling out, revealing a maw 3 times the size of her body. Liu collapsed to her knees, trembling with fear. "Don't be angry, I'll do as you say." Her conscience slammed her, but she obeyed. She had killed too many people, yet she dared not stop, for she didn't want to die. Su Yuyu's ferocious form receded, her eyes utterly strange. She had lost her humanity, leaving only hatred and madness. In the dormitory, lights flickered on. Many survivors, fearing the dark, instinctively turned on lights for warmth, unaware they were being targeted. In dormitory 308, Yu Yurong felt relieved after scaring Qin Shiuru. She didn't intend to retaliate, but to let Qin Shiuru endure the fear and live in constant fear, which was more painful than being beaten. It was pitch black, and Yu Yurong instinctively reached for the light. But Zhao Yibai stopped her, his brow furrowed. Yu Yurong wondered, "What's wrong?" Zhao Yibai stared out the window, a sense of foreboding rising within him. It was quiet outside. The zombies seemed to be pacing. But Zhao Yibai felt something was amiss. The darkness should have dulled their perception, but the stillness felt like the silence before a storm. A deep sense of unease welled up within him. He suddenly remembered something. Su Yuyu was still there, and she would never give up. The silence at this moment was not a sign of safety, but a sign before the hunt began. Zhao Yibai took a deep breath and clenched his weapon. In Chapter 13, a question suddenly occurred to Zhao Yibai. Could it be that those people weren't attacked accidentally, but were deliberately tricked out? Yu Yurong was stunned. Then her voice trembled. Impossible? Liu deliberately tricked them out? What could she gain? Zhao Yibai narrowed his eyes and took over her words. Unless Liu is cooperating with the zombies. Yu Yurong's heart trembled. The idea was too absurd, but absurd things had already happened in the apocalypse. If there were indeed zombies that retained intelligence and could cooperate, the danger would be multiplied. She swallowed, a chill running down her spine. Zhao Yibai immediately ordered, "Don't turn on the lights. We'll take turns keeping watch tonight. You go to sleep first, and I'll watch for the first half." Yu Yurong nodded, leaving the room dimmed only by the backlight of her cell phone. Both phones were set to their lowest brightness and plugged in for extra power. Zhao Yibai knew full well that no one could predict when the power would completely go out. Every extra battery meant a little more time. Caution was the only way to survive. Yu Yurong lay down wrapped in the blanket, trying to close her eyes, but her mind was filled with chaotic scenes, and she couldn't fall asleep. Zhao Yibai leaned against the wall, his hand on his weapon, ready to draw it at any moment. He knew it was his trump card, but he would never show mercy when necessary. He thought to himself that if his identity was exposed, the worst that could happen was to fight his way out and find a safer place. As for the women's dormitory, while it might seem erotic on the surface, it was actually filled with dangers, and there was no point in lingering there. Yu Yorong tossed and turned, finally speaking in tears. Ibai, I can't sleep. Zhao Ibai advised her. Just close your eyes and rest. Seeing her tears welling up, his heart softened, and he dropped his cold tone. The girl threw herself into his arms, her voice choking with sobs. I can't get through to my parents on the phone. They must be dead. Nighttime was the most vulnerable time to sadness, and her sobs completely overwhelmed her pretense. Zhao Ibai patted her back gently, whispering solace. My condolences, he said gravely. The apocalypse was imminent, and the will of heaven was for the destruction of humanity, beyond human control. Tears welled up in her eyes, her sobs heartbreaking. Zhao Ibai, too, felt the same, his eyes watering, and the image of his parents surfaced in his mind. His parents died young, leaving him alone from childhood. Loneliness had long been a constant for him. Yet, at this moment, he was still moved. Perhaps it was emotion that distinguished humans from wild animals. Sadness made people more human. Tired of crying, Yu Yorong finally fell asleep in his arms. Zhao Ibai lowered his head, observing her peaceful sleeping face, the sadness in his heart gradually giving way to tenderness. At this moment, he felt as if life could go on. His phone suddenly vibrated. A message from Wang Weiwei popped up on the screen. I admit, you're a character. You chose to live when you had a chance. The electronic lock code for dormitory 401 is 200,412. I hope you'll still be alive when the apocalypse ends. Zhao Ibai's heart trembled. This was Wang Weiwei's hint. She had chosen to withdraw, giving up her dorm and all her belongings. This was an extremely rare sign of trust and recognition. He stared at his phone, feeling a complex emotion. It wasn't even 9 o'clock when Yu Yorong's phone suddenly vibrated wildly. The group chat exploded. Li Yu hadn't sent a message in a long time, directly calling out 5 people by name. The silent group chat instantly erupted in a barrage of curses. Some cursed Li Yu as a troublemaker, some said they would never trust her again, and some even begged her not to organize any more actions. But Li Yu replied coldly, students who are AT'd will die tonight. Please be prepared. As soon as the news broke, the chat group erupted in fury. Some cursed furiously, others collapsed and screamed. Even though some offered explanations, suggesting perhaps she was acting out of self-blame, many more had completely lost hope, disillusioned. In the power distribution room, the light from her phone screen shone on Li Yu's face. She watched the insults, a twisted smile forming on her face. Her eyes were crazed, and she screamed inwardly, Die! Die! All of you! Suddenly, her private chat notification flashed rapidly. She clicked it, and saw it was Chen Shueru. The screen was filled with insults, over 100 curse words, almost no words repeated. It turned out that Chen Shueru had been tormented by Yu Yorong's intimidation, unable to find an outlet. She had assumed Li Yu was dead, so she launched into a frenzy of insults. But she never expected that Li Yu, not only was he not dead, but was actually staring at her messages with a sneer. Murderous intent welled up in Li Yu's heart, and he quickly typed a line of words. 310 Chen Shueru, you really like cursing, don't you? Okay, I'll help you cut in line. As soon as this group message came out, Chen Shueru's face paled and she nearly fainted. She realized she had tangled with someone even more terrifying than Yu Yorong. Li Yu's final words were chilling. Students I've AT'd. Please look forward to your impending death. With that, she raised her hand and pulled the main switch in the power distribution room. The entire women's university was instantly plunged into a dead silence and darkness. Chapter 14. All the lights at City, a women's university, went out in an instant. The timed street lights and the lights in the dormitories and classrooms were all plunged into darkness. Only the green lights at the emergency exits emitted a dim glow, making the entire campus seem even more terrifying. Countless survivors, previously checking their phones under the light, were suddenly plunged into darkness. Their hair stood on end, and they sat up, too nervous to breathe. The silence at that moment was more unsettling than the zombies' roars. In dormitory 107 on the first floor, there was a sudden knock on the wooden door. Jiang Yi screamed in fear, but received no response. Beyond the silent corridor, it seemed as if something even more sinister lurked. The next second, a heavy thud echoed, and the wooden door splintered, revealing the scrap and sponge filling inside. Jiang Yi screamed and rushed to the balcony, attempting to escape by jumping out the window. But when she looked down, she was completely stunned. The outside was swarming with zombies. If she jumped, she would surely fall into the swarm, leaving no trace of her body. She could only retreat back to the dormitory, crying, watching the heavy thuds continue at the door. The giant, green-skinned zombie finally emerged, over 2 meters tall, its arms strong enough to easily shatter the wooden door. Her skin was tinged with green, unlike any other zombie, possessing a mutated strength. Jiang Yi desperately swung her iron rod, desperately poking at the zombie that had crawled in through the window. Black blood splattered everywhere, and she cried out, but the situation was hopeless. In the group chat, her plea for help continued, but no one responded. All the survivors, clinging to their chances, preferred to stay in their dorms, and no one dared venture out to help her. Zhao Bai watched coldly from dormitory 308. He knew he had the ability to save others, but he wasn't a saint, and he wouldn't risk his life to save someone completely unrelated. The only people he could help were Yu Yorong and Wang Weiwei. Just as Jiang Yi was utterly despairing, a sudden roar erupted from the sky. A bright light revealed the silhouette of a helicopter looming in the night sky. The roar of the zombies, drowned out by the hum of their engines, drew closer. Plane. It's rescue. Countless survivors cried out excitedly, as if they had seen a glimmer of hope. Jiang Yi, grasping at straws, her adrenaline surging, fought back desperately against the zombies. Everyone rushed to the balcony, faces filled with ecstasy. Some cried, "We're saved." Others began packing food for evacuation. In that moment, the desperate people felt reborn. They had never truly understood the outside world, their software was down, and they hadn't received any information. They had persevered until now, relying only on a shred of hope. Now, the helicopter appeared, becoming everyone's only hope. Cheers echoed. "Great, we're alive. Luckily we didn't listen to Li Yu and rush out. We need to pack up all the food." Some were even imagining their lives after being rescued. But Zhao Bai stood on the balcony, his eyes cold as he watched the helicopter in the night sky. He knew this helicopter might not be a sign of hope, but rather a new despair. Because they hadn't considered how many people a single helicopter could carry. Surrounded by this dense swarm of zombies, who would be chosen? Who would be left behind? The greater the expectations, the deeper the disappointment. The roar of the helicopter was destined to be only the beginning of hope. What awaited them might very well be even more utter despair. Chapter 15. In dormitory 401, Wang Weiwei had already changed into her hiking gear, fully armed. Her long hair was tucked under her cap, her face obscured by goggles and a mask. Her black windbreaker and waterproof pants fit snugly, and her hiking boots clanged against the ground. Behind her, Chen Shi, wrapped in a sheet, was securely tied to her body with ropes. The roar of a helicopter reached her, and without hesitation, she pushed the door open and walked out. The few zombies remaining in the corridor turned to look at her, roaring and lunging. Wang Weiwei's eyes were cold, like a wounded yet still proud white swan, her gaze filled with anger and determination. She gripped the sharp fruit knife tightly and faced the oncoming zombies. It was a handmade blade customized overseas, usually only used to cut fruit, but now in the apocalypse, it has become the most deadly weapon. The blade slashed, the zombie's throat was cut, and black blood splattered. In just a few seconds, several zombies fell one after another. Although she was grabbed several times, she was not injured because of the protection of her jacket. Black blood covered her whole body. Her voice choked, but she still whispered comfortingly, "Chi-Chi, don't be afraid, I will take you home." She walked towards the stairs, sweat pouring down her back from the weight of the load. The old 4-story building housing the women's dormitories led her down the stairs to the rooftop. This was once where the girls hung their laundry, but now it was home to a horde of zombies. The zombies on the rooftop, smelling blood, immediately pounced. Wang Weiwei leaned against the wall, brandishing her knife to meet the enemy. She didn't flinch, not even hesitate, wielding the fruit knife and stabbing the zombie's neck repeatedly. The clothes fluttered in the wind, and the zombie howled and fell to the ground. She slew more than a dozen zombies, their bodies scattered across the rooftop, a river of black blood. She gasped for breath, her arms aching, yet she still managed to subdue the last broken zombie. The sharp knife sliced its throat, and its head tumbled to the ground. Her breath quickened as she stared at the corpses strewn across the floor. Chen Shi on her back seemed to be the force of her resolve. She looked up at the helicopter in the distance, pulled out her flashlight, and waved it vigorously, signaling. At that moment, outside the women's dormitory, Su Yuyu was mingling with the zombies. She didn't immediately initiate the massacre, but instead watched from the sidelines, enjoying the survivors' despair. She knew that if she wanted to kill everyone in the dormitory, she wouldn't have to do anything. She could just lead the charge. But she refused to do so. She wanted to torture, to tease, to watch humanity sink step by step into the abyss of despair. Jiang Yi had only managed to hold on until now because she had deliberately let them down. Seeing the helicopter appear, Her expression changed slightly, and she turned and retreated into the shadows. Almost instantly, the helicopter arrived over the campus. 2 searchlights pierced the night, and heavy machine gunfire followed. Lines of fire, trailing long trails of light, poured madly into the zombie swarm. Da-da-da. The gunfire was deafening. Rotting zombies were shattered into pieces, and a bloody mist filled the air. In an instant, large numbers of zombies were smashed into pieces, the scene resembling a harvest. Immediately afterwards, 2 rockets roared down, their roar shaking the entire building. Flames soared over 10 meters high, shattering countless zombies. Broken limbs flew everywhere, and the ground was completely reduced to a bloody mess. The survivors in the women's dormitory watched the zombies instantly crumble under the fire, their blood boiling. Some cried with excitement, while others waved their arms and shouted. The long-suppressed fear finally erupted under the crushing firepower. On the rooftop, a helicopter hovered and a ladder was lowered. Several armed bodyguards slid down the ropes and protected Wang Weiwei. Chun-Li confirmed that she was safe and sound and breathed a sigh of relief. "Miss, please come home with us." Wang Weiwei said nothing more. She carried Chun-Chi on her back and climbed the ladder with difficulty. After confirming that she was on board, the bodyguards quickly withdrew. The helicopter engine roared, and the propellers kicked up a strong wind, blowing clothes and sheets on the rooftop into the air. A few minutes later, the helicopter, carrying Wang Weiwei, flew off into the distance, disappearing into the darkness. The survivors left behind were dazed and heartbroken. In dormitory 310, Chun-Shiru stared blankly, muttering softly, "Why did you leave? I haven't even gone up yet." Her voice was filled with despair and jealousy, as if her soul had been drained out. In dormitory 308, Zhao Yibai watched the helicopter departing and sighed inwardly. If Wang Weiwei had known her family would arrive, she might not have chosen to sacrifice herself. At that moment, he understood that the end of the world for the rich was completely different from that for ordinary people. He looked at Yu Yurong in his arms and whispered, "Do you regret it? I could have taken you with me." Yu Yurong tilted her head and smiled, saying softly, "I'm quite clever. Taking something that doesn't belong to me won't end well." Zhao Yibai was surprised, but secretly impressed. Yu Yurong's choice was more rational than he had imagined. In the apocalypse, such a mindset is the true wisdom of survival. The cheers of the survivors inside the building had long since turned to curses and cries. They had once believed helicopters offered a lifeline, but now they realized they were a luxury only available to a select few. Just then, Zhao Yibai's phone rang. He had received a new friend request. "Wang Weiwei has requested to add you as a friend." Chapter 16. Zhao Yibai clicked yes. Wang Weiwei's friend request was accepted. This way, he no longer had to borrow Yu Yurong's phone to contact her, which was much more convenient. Then, 3 messages arrived in quick succession. Wang Weiwei told him that the outside world had completely lost control, with 99% of the population infected and transformed into zombies, and even a large number of mutated zombies had appeared, making them extremely difficult to deal with. The third piece of news was even more crucial. The existing order had completely collapsed, and the City Chamber of Commerce had taken over, establishing a safe zone. The threshold for entry was a staggering 500 kilograms of gold, a price that was simply outrageous. Zhao Yibai stared at the screen, his heart trembling. If Wang Weiwei hadn't already been on the plane, he would have wanted to kowtow to her. This intelligence was exactly what he needed to know. Knowing that order had collapsed, he could finally rest assured. No longer worried about being liquidated when order was restored, he could completely let go and move freely in this apocalyptic world. He replied with a "thank you." This was a sincere thank you from the bottom of his heart. Then he turned to Yu Yurong and said with a smile, "Let's change rooms." Yu Yurong looked at him in confusion. "Where?" Zhao Yibai smiled and replied, "Dormitory 401. Most dormitories in this old building were in poor condition, lacking even private bathrooms, and with dilapidated walls. But Dormitory 401 was completely different, a luxurious suite afforded by sheer financial resources. Combining 2 dorms, the interiors were renovated, and now boasted private bathrooms and a photovoltaic power system. Compared to the other dorms, it was a paradise." Yu Yurong's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this, and she nodded in agreement. The two quickly packed up their supplies, fully armed, and prepared to move. After the helicopter raid, the campus returned to a dead silence. Zhao Yibai pushed open the dormitory door, only to be greeted by a strong smell of blood and decay. The weather was scorching, and the zombies he had killed earlier in the hallway had begun to rot. Blood and black pus coated the floor and walls, a horrifying sight. Yu Yurong gripped the steel pipe tightly, feeling terrified, but the sight of the towering figure in front of him calmed him down somewhat. Don't be afraid, Zhao Bai said calmly. Before he could finish his words, Yu Yorong suddenly screamed. A broken zombie had grabbed her ankle. Zhao Bai was about to rescue her, but he froze. Yu Yorong screamed, swinging the steel pipe wildly, smashing the zombie's skull in half. Black blood splattered, and the screams became the zombie's final song. Zhao Bai secretly shook his head. Although this woman was timid, she was really explosive when she encountered danger. Fortunately, they had checked before leaving and were fully armed and wearing thick clothing. Otherwise, this attack would have been fatal. Zhao Bai checked her ankle, confirmed that it was safe, and gestured to continue forward. Yu Yorong's eyes reddened, and she nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, following closely behind him. The corridor was eerily quiet. Even the sound of footsteps was amplified, as if echoing in the empty building. They didn't know that Yu Yorong's screams had nearly frightened the surrounding survivors to the point of collapse. The women held their breath, terrified as they were, but they didn't dare open the door to check. As he ascended, the third floor was quiet, but the fourth floor was different. As Zhao Bai entered, he saw more bodies strewn across the floor, the stench of blood so thick it made him sick. He instantly recognized the marks left by a sharp knife slashing his throat. The necks of the bodies were severed, black blood splattered everywhere, and the heads rolled in the distance. The scene resembled a hellish scene. Yu Yorong couldn't help but reach out and grab the corner of his clothes, her eyes filled with fear. Although Zhao Bai was also frightened, he pretended to be calm and comforted her to continue walking. Arriving at dormitory 401, Zhao Bai entered the password. With a slight click, the electronic lock lit up green and the door slowly opened. "Come in," he said, pushing the door open for Yu Yorong to enter first. He then closed the door, isolating himself from the bloody and cold air of the hallway. The lights inside the house instantly came on, bright and spacious. The power indicators on the sockets all flashed, indicating that there was indeed still electricity. Yu Yorong's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, "There's still electricity." Zhao Bai smiled and pointed to the bathroom. "Not only is there electricity, there's also water." Yu Yorong's eyes instantly lit up like stars. What she wanted most was a bath, wasn't it? She'd never had the chance before, but now it was finally happening. Zhao Bai nodded and told her to go ahead and take a bath. He even made a teasing remark, which made her smile as she walked into the bathroom, completely relaxed. The sound of running water soon filled the air, and Zhao Bai leaned back in his chair, sighing to himself. In the apocalypse, a hot bath was a true luxury. He pulled out the gold Uzi rifle he'd been rewarded with, and it gleamed in the light. He loaded it and checked, the cold metal bringing an unprecedented sense of security. Putting away his weapon, he picked up a mop and cleaned up the bloodstains on the ground. These were the bloodstains left by Chen Qi, the traces of Wang Weiwei's past battles. Now, this place officially became his new stronghold. Elsewhere, Liu slowly emerged from the power distribution room. She'd initially assumed the helicopter's arrival signaled rescue, and she was secretly thrilled. But as she turned the corner, she ran headfirst into Su Yiyu, who was already scrambling to get to her. She was still alive, and her heart sank, her expression a complex expression. The two stared at each other for a long moment. Su Yiyu slowly spoke, her voice hoarse but filled with madness. "People are scary. Help me find more people. I want to become stronger." Liu was stunned for a moment, but finally nodded in agreement. She knew in her heart that the supermarket was the perfect trap. Some survivors would walk into it, just like a sheep walking into the tiger's mouth. Chapter 17. Who are you? What are you doing with my stockings? The next day, early morning. The sun rises as usual. Time has officially arrived at the second day of the apocalypse. Zhao Bai felt the sunlight outside and slowly opened his eyes. Awake. Yu Yorong was wearing Wang Weiwei's nightgown and was preparing freshly prepared breakfast on the table. There are electric cooking utensils in this luxurious dormitory, and there are still a lot of ingredients in the large double-door refrigerator. Yu Yorong, who was in charge of keeping watch in the second half of the night, made breakfast. It's not just the refrigerator that's filled with stuff. The snacks and convenience foods in this dormitory are all big brands and come in boxes. Eat sparingly. It's no problem to survive for half a month. Zhao Bai rubbed his aching waist. Some parts of Wang Weiwei's nightgown were a little too tight for Yu Yorong, so it was stretched high. Zhao Bai looked at the beautiful scenery and finally confirmed that everything that happened yesterday was not a dream. It really is the end of the world. System? Doomsday feeding system panel. Host, Zhao Bai. Main ability, time stop SSS level. Number of recharges, 38 times. Level 2 ability, feeding. Task, to be refreshed. Space, 2%, 9 mental recovery pills, gold UZI, some food and water. Refresh the mission. Ding. The system has refreshed the task for you. Survival in the apocalypse is never a one-man show. Build a team to gain greater power. Form a team of more than 10 people and become the captain. The current number of people is February 10th. The time limit is 3 days. Task reward: 18L 1,000 barrels of healthy drinking water. A team of 10? Zhao Bai nodded, finding it quite interesting. What are you thinking about? It's time to eat. While Zhao Bai was working on his task, Yu Yurong had already moved the small table to the front of Zhao Bai's bed. First, eat something else. Looking at the chili sausage, fried eggs, and white porridge on the table, Zhao Bai raised his eyes and looked at the milky white shuezi. Get up every morning. I feel a little extra energetic. Meeting Zhao Bai's gaze, Yu Yurong's face immediately turned red. It's broad daylight. How inappropriate. Ding. Successfully fed the 5-star target fish, gaining 10 time stop charges. Remaining times, 48. Zhao Bai started eating breakfast. The food was a little cold. But since he had already eaten some hot food, Zhao Bai felt that these cold foods were also delicious. The fish I washed last night is delicious. Fragrant. Wonderful. Enemy. Looking at Zhao Bai eating as if nothing had happened, Yu Yurong, who could no longer get up, lay on her side and spat coquettishly. This is the end of the world. Yu Yurong felt quite happy, and her life was better than before. Flying in the sky every day. Eat something and then rest. Zhao Bai found some yogurt, small cakes and other things. Girls prefer to eat sweet things. Yu Yurong took it, inserted a straw, and drank a sip of yogurt first. Looking at the yogurt, her face suddenly turned red. Looks familiar. You drive on any crappy road. Zhao Bai rubbed Yu Yurong's head. We've only known each other for a day or two. However, due to the influence of the apocalyptic disaster environment and the frequent in-depth communication, the relationship between Zhao Bai and Yu Yurong progressed very quickly. It's more than just a shiver. There are also some emotions similar to those between lovers. Ding. Successfully fed the fish. Gained 10 times of time stop recharge. Remaining times, 58 times. Zhao Bai also gained some experience. Food can only be fed once a day. Feed other mouths with other things. Well, there is no limit to the number of times you can stop and recharge your time. It all depends on whether your body can handle it. This system is not very serious. In just over a day, the school beauty Yu Yurong's skin became more toned and radiant. It was really worth feeding it. Correspondingly, Zhao Bai had 2 big dark circles on his face. Watching Yu Yurong finish her meal, Zhao Bai said, I'm going to set up a team and recruit a few classmates. Yu Yurong nodded. Okay. When Zhao Bai asked her if she had any other top-notch beautiful girls, Yu Yurong already felt a sense of crisis and had already thought about it and weighed it in her mind. The thing that this women's dormitory has the most is beautiful girls. She is the school beauty, beautiful, and has a good figure. Despite this, Yu Yurong had to admit that there were many beautiful girls here. For men, different girls must have different tastes. This is the end of the world. Zhao Bai is her man, but not her boyfriend or husband. Zhao Bai thought that he would definitely be able to find other women. It's no use even if she refuses and feels resentful. So, don't be an unlovable woman. In the future, you will have to rely on Zhao Bai for your survival. With the previous thoughts in mind, Yu Yurong agreed now, and it was very smooth, even though she had just been kicked by Zhao Bai when he stood up. Good. Zhao Bai pinched Yu Yurong's face. Then, a message was sent in the group. Female dormitory building a survival group. Yu Yurong, 401, is recruiting 8 teammates for survival. If you're sensible and obedient, please private message me and sign up. P.S. There's food and a man, and the man is the captain. The first item of assessment. Just people coming over. Go up to the 4th floor. There are no zombies on the 3rd and 4th floors. They've all been cleaned up. Zhao Bai had never seen what the corridors on the 1st and 2nd floors looked like, but he didn't care. I want to be his team member and survive together. At the very least, you have to have some courage to go out, walk through the corridor full of zombie corpses, and come to him. How can we survive together if we don't have courage? Could it be that we should worship her like a grandmother? Zhao Bai would rather not have a teammate like that. Zhao Bai established a survival team not only to complete the system tasks, but also to make his future life more convenient. Sooner or later, I have to leave here. He couldn't be trapped in this women's dormitory forever. Leaving means you need teammates. The future life also requires teammates. If I change my environment, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to find female teammates. Yu Yurong, limited quantity, recruitment will stop once full. Yu Yurong has removed the prefix 310. She is responsible for recruiting people in the group. Zhao Bai had already left dormitory 401 and started cleaning. The body, which was beginning to stink, was dragged to the empty dormitory. Deal with bloodstains. Before leaving, you must stay for a while and take good care of your home. Zhao Yibai locked the door of the room where the zombie corpses were stored. In this way, even if maggots grow, they won't crawl out. Let it ferment in that room. After cleaning up the garbage, Zhao Yibai searched the empty rooms and threw the supplies into the system space. He also found a bag of unopened stockings in a room that smelled particularly good. Judging from the furnishings in the room, the things should belong to a female anchor. There is a big bag with black stockings, white stockings, pink stockings, ultra-thin stockings, knee-length stockings, and fishnet stockings. Isn't this frustrating? The image of Yu Yurong wearing these things automatically appeared in Zhao Yibai's mind. Zhao Yibai was studying it when suddenly, he heard a surprised cry. Who are you? What are you doing with my stockings? How did you get in here, pervert? This is the girls' dormitory. Chapter 18 Che Xiaoli. Oh. Zhao Yibai was stunned for 3 full seconds. It was not until the beautiful girl with messy hair threw a pillow at him angrily that he reacted and grabbed the pillow. You drank alcohol yesterday. What's wrong with me drinking? Why, you sent me back? No, that's not right. I drank in the dormitory last night. The girl scratched her frizzy long hair and looked at Zhao Yibai warily. Zhao Yibai shook his head. It's the end of the world. I was searching for supplies and thought there was no one alive in your house. Looking at the reaction of the woman in front of him, Zhao Yibai thought to himself, how awesome. This is too bold. Listening to Zhao Yibai's words, the girl sneered. You are really good at talking nonsense. Save your ridiculous excuse for the security guard. Her face was full of sarcasm. The end of the world? This reason is too abstract. Yesterday, when Wu Ming was live streaming, a wealthy man asked to meet her. The guild OW sent her a private message, implicitly suggesting that she should be sensible. Wu Ming refused directly. But the guild took out the contract and threatened to sue her based on the hidden clauses in the contract and make her pay a large amount of compensation if she did not obey. Even Wu Ming, who has never been in the live broadcast industry, knows that meeting is more than just meeting. On one hand, there is the sky-high compensation, and on the other hand, there is the water. Wu Ming was very depressed. She bought a lot of wine and started drinking in the dormitory from morning to night. She didn't care about the noise outside. At the end of the drinking, she climbed onto her little bed and fell asleep because she was a good drinker. She woke up when she heard the rustling sound of Zhao Yibai rummaging through drawers in the house. Look back. Then she saw a tall and strong man with a lot of women's clothes wrapped around his arms and hands. He was holding a large bag of stockings that she used for the live broadcast, with a lewd smile on his face. If this isn't perverted, what is? Entering a girls' school to steal stockings. What a courage. The man said the world is ending? Wu Ming was so angry that he almost laughed. As expected, no man in this world is a good person. Wu Ming took out his cell phone and was about to report to the security police. Zhao Yibai shrugged his shoulders and watched quietly. Never mind. Wu Ming felt uneasy at Zhao Yibai's indifferent look. Go away, put down my stockings, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Your. Zhao Yibai picked up the bag. No, it's mine now. Wu Ming was furious. This pervert really didn't know what was good for him. Are you robbing me? I just bought them and I'm going to wear them. If you do that, there are clothes I've worn in the dirty clothes basket. Put the new ones down. Zhao Yibai was ashamed. Do you think he is your junior? Secondhand. No dogs wanted. Zhao Yibai, I owe you a meal. Consider it an exchange. Don't rush to refuse. Come down and look out the window before making a decision. Zhao Yibai really wants these accelerators. It seems a bit inappropriate to openly rob such a beautiful little girl. After seeing the outside world, this woman should understand the value of a meal in the end times. You're bluffing people in a very convincing way. Wu Ming muttered to herself, thinking that this was a girl's dormitory. If this man dared to do anything to her, as long as she raised her arms and called out, thousands of sisters would rush over, and she would be absolutely safe. So he climbed up the ladder, got out of bed, and opened the curtains. Hiss! Looking at the scene outside, Wu Ming's head started buzzing. The 4th floor is very high. Stand high and see far. I saw 2 large pits with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters and a depth of more than 1 meter on the cement ground in front of the female dormitory building A. On the ground were countless broken zombie body parts, and a whole layer of black and red blood covered the ground. Organs and intestines were scattered everywhere. Ugh, that scene was too bloody. The window was not open and the room was filled with the smell of perfume. Wu Ming vomited before she smelled the horrible smell of blood. The wine that had been rolling in the stomach for half the night, along with most of the digested food, sprayed out directly, half a meter high. He bent down and opened his mouth and vomited a large pool of food. I knock. Zhao Yibai covered his nose and quickly took 2 steps back. I live in 401 and I owe you a meal. He carried his trophies and immediately left this dangerous place. It's hard to imagine that such a sweet and beautiful girl could vomit something so smelly, like the smell of a rat that had been dead for 3 days and was rotting. Vomit. Wu Ming quickly pulled the curtains and dared not look anymore. She vomited until her intestines almost came out. Oh my God, it really is the end of the world. Wait, if that's the case, does that mean I don't have to go see Big Brother? I don't have to get fired. As Wu Ming was talking, he suddenly laughed. After the end of the world, there is light at the end of the tunnel. Wu Ming smiled. He laughed for a while, and then stopped laughing. It's the end of the world. Why should I be so happy? I don't need to see my brother anymore. But after that, is there any hope for my life? Thanks to Zhao Yibai's efforts, the corridor on the 4th floor has become clean, leaving only some stubborn bloodstains. The body is gone. Although there is some blood, it is definitely very fresh compared to the previous scenes. The zombies trapped in the dormitory will not open the door. All the zombies on the rooftop are dead. Therefore, the 4th floor has become safe for a short time. The only danger point is the stairwell. Zhao Yibai was already prepared. When his team members came up, he would move some beds, tables, and chairs and pile them up in the corridor from downstairs. Leave only one opening for getting out. In this way, the upper part becomes relatively safe. The door to 401 is open. When Zhao Yibai came back with a big bag of stockings, there was already a girl in the room. Seeing such a tall man like Zhao Yibai come back. Opposite Yu Yurong, the girl quickly stood up. Hello. The girl was so nervous that she stuttered as she greeted Zhao Yibai. I'm Che Che from 423, Che Xiaoli. Hello, Zhao Yibai. Zhao Yibai nodded. The girl, Che Xiaoli, looked to be about 1.55 meters tall, with a small round face about the size of a fist. She seemed to be an adult, but after speaking a few words, her face turned red like a monkey's butt. She was wearing a pink button-up blouse and skirt, with a large cartoon water bottle with a pink strap and a straw hanging around her neck, and a pair of black pig kidney shoes on her feet. Shake hands, right? Che Xiaoli stretched out her little hand. The children were a little incoherent. Zhao Yibai reached out with his big hand and gently shook it. Don't be so nervous. We will survive together from now on. The girl's palms were full of sweat. Che Xiaoli became excited. Me, you accepted me? He's the boss in our dormitory. He has the final say. Congratulations, Che Xiaoli, for successfully joining our team. We'll be a family from now on. Yu Yurong stood up with a smile, walked behind Che Xiaoli, and hugged her. Thank you, okay, that's great. Che Xiaoli cried with excitement. She mustered up the courage to come over. But I was also mentally prepared to be disliked. After all, she is not tall, timid, and has little strength. Unexpectedly, it was actually accepted directly. Zhao Yibai put down the stockings and asked, Is she the only one here? Yu Yurong. For now, Wang Yun in the group is also recruiting people. She's contacted her fellow villagers in Building D and is planning to take advantage of the fact that most of the zombies outside have been eliminated to recruit people to rush into the supermarket. There's a choice between defending the 4th floor and rushing into the supermarket, but more people are thinking of the latter. Chapter 19. Count me in. Rushing to the supermarket again? Zhao Yibai held his forehead with his hand. These people are really imaginative. Who doesn't want to go to the supermarket? There are so many delicious foods. But there are definitely zombies in there. Moreover, there was a relatively intelligent zombie among the zombies, and a scum of humanity named Liu. No one knew whether they died last night. If he wasn't dead, suddenly gave up attacking the women's dormitory. It is very likely that they are looking for a place to ambush. The supermarket is a good place. As soon as you survivors go in, you can catch them right away. Zhao Yibai will go to the supermarket, but not now. Because when he came in to deliver the food, he passed by the supermarket. It was the lunch rush hour, and at least half of the students were in the supermarket and the cafeteria. This means that there are at least tens of thousands of zombies there now. The lucky guy did not turn into a zombie and hid nearby, so he had no chance to use the resources there. The female dormitory is a few hundred meters away. You have to leave the dormitory area, go to the main road, and then turn a corner. Girls may be too emotional and think things are too simple. Last time, Liu tricked him into rushing into the supermarket and onto the main road, but dozens of people died. Not long after that, he saw another opportunity and rushed in. Zhao Yibai. It doesn't matter. If they want to join us, we will respect their opinions. Anyway, the mission still has 2.5 days to go. Currently, their team already has 3 people, which is 3/10. If they add 7 more people, Zhao Yibai doesn't feel any pressure. Yeah. Yu Yurong agreed. She took a sausage and put it in Che Xiaoli's hand. Eat something first, I'll cook later. Dormitory 401 is the only dormitory in Building A where you can cook, because there are not only tools here, but also electricity. The rest of the dormitories had their electricity cut off, so even small electric rice cookers that exceeded the standard could not be used. Zhao Yibai had collected quite a lot of things, so he had already instructed Yu Yurong to live a good life and not be too frugal. Most of the people turned into zombies. Not to mention that they have plenty of food now. Even if I don't have any, I still dare to squander it. There are plenty of resources outside, and with so few people, we can just collect some and last for a long time. Thank you, thank you. Che Xiaoli opened her eyes wide and thanked him repeatedly. Meals are provided as soon as you arrive. She was very hungry and excited. Yu Yurong suddenly approached Che Xiaoli and blew into her ear. The little girl's hair stood up all over her body. Sister Yurong, what are you doing? Yu Yurong smiled with a malicious look and whispered, you don't eat for free. You have to be obedient. Listen, be obedient. Che Xiaoli nodded. Anything you ask me to do is fine. I'll listen. Ha ha ha. Seeing the little girl being so obedient, Yu Yurong smiled helplessly. Okay, I just scared you. Don't be afraid. Just be obedient, and it will be fine. If you pay, it will only hurt for a while at most. What kind of lewd words are you using? Zhao Yibai, who was putting the spoils from the search on the 4th floor into the cabinet, rolled his eyes when he heard this. Yu Yurong said naturally, seriously, aren't we all yours? In fact, there are no other men here. The campus of a city women's university is quite large. It can be said that there are no men within a dozen miles around it. Che Xiaoli glanced at Zhao Yibai, then lowered her head with a red face. My little heart was beating twice as fast. Willing. After stammering 2 words, Che Xiaoli quickly picked up the cartoon kettle hanging around her neck, opened the lid, and gulped down 2 gulps of water. Ha 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 ha. Yu Yurong burst into laughter. This little sister is very cute. Yu Yurong didn't feel any threat from her, so she didn't have any hostility towards her. Zhao Yibai was happy. Their lives will be better. Yu Yurong saw these things very clearly. Zhao Yibai rubbed his forehead. Life was really getting better. Wu Ming followed the sound to the door of 401. She's been here for a while. I heard the conversation inside. Wu Ming, if you're on the survival team, count me in. Forget about the others. The 3 people in the room looked at Wu Ming together. Her hair was messy and puffy. She reeked of alcohol, and she was wearing no makeup. Now Wu Ming looked like a crazy woman. What are your specialties? Yu Yurong became serious, straightened his chest, and looked at Wu Ming. Wu Ming's image isn't very good now, but his foundation is here. She was about 1.7 meters tall, even in a pair of slippers. She was wearing fashionable clothes, a red vest with 1 strap falling down to her upper arm. Under her black hip skirt were her long legs wrapped in black stockings. Especially the sides of the stockings, there are some snags. This not only did not lower her appearance, but also added a different kind of sexy charm to Wu Ming. Yu Yurong felt pressured when facing Wu Ming. She had heard of Wu Ming, a female anchor with over 200,000 fans, who was voted as a sexy goddess by boys from other schools. Leg specialization, okay? Wu Ming shook his head and pointed at his legs. Apart from stockings and wine, there wasn't even a peanut in her possession. I vomited out everything that could be in my stomach. The feeling of hunger enveloped the whole body. It's a terrifying apocalypse outside. Wu Ming, who refused to give in even when her elder brother offered her 100,000 yuan, now chose to bow down just to have enough food to eat. Isn't it just cooking? Who doesn't cook? It's a sad thing for a woman who has never cooked. The cooking here does not refer to the kind of cooking you do in the kitchen. Wu Ming comforted herself in her heart. She understood that the man who appeared in the female dormitory was the one who really had the final say in room 401. So when she spoke, she looked directly at Zhao Yibai. It's quite long. Zhao Yibai looked serious, but nodded in his heart. But Wu Ming is a little too extroverted. Zhao Yibai felt that he was a little unable to control it. If you join my team, you must abide by our rules. Yu Yurong took 2 steps forward. Yes, follow the rules. Wu Ming scratched his head, and for a moment, dandruff flew like snowflakes. You don't have to be so hostile to me. I don't want to steal your man. I just want to have a full meal. Yu Yurong didn't expect the other party to be so straightforward, and her face turned red for a moment. Well, all right then, you're allowed to join. Thank you. Can I have a sausage? I'm hungry. Wu Ming stared at the sausage in Che Xiaoli's hand and spoke to Yu Yurong. Che Xiaoli's face turned pale, and she quickly hid the intestines behind her and took 2 steps back. Ham sausage is fine, but you can't eat anything else. I'm not sure if you're clean. Don't let anything bad happen to my man. Yu Yurong took the sausage and threw one to Wu Ming. Wu Ming took it, bit off the skin, and began to eat. While chewing, he said, Don't worry, it's clean. I'm actually an I person. Being extroverted is just my protective color. Everyone, are you really that person? You're totally dizzy. After eating a sausage, Yu Yurong pushed Wu Ming into the bathroom. Wash yourself clean before coming out. Can I take a shower? That's great. Wu Ming was pleasantly surprised. It's worthy of being the eldest lady's dormitory. When Wu Ming came out of the shower half an hour later, everyone was stunned. Wu Ming was clean, wrapped in a simple white bath towel. It's like he has become a different person. Ding. 4-star target Wu Ming found. Those who didn't catch the beauty of the system before will hear the system sound directly. Chapter 20 White Silk. Wu Ming has completely transformed from a loser girl into a beautiful girl. What if I put on makeup and turn on the beauty filter? On TikTok, she has become the goddess that boys dream about day and night. Wu Ming has very long legs. It's a pity that the creator is fair. Although the legs are long, some parts are flat. A melon-shaped face is considered a symbol of beauty. She is already very beautiful, but there is still a clear gap between her and top 5-star goddesses like Yu Yurong and Vera Wang, who are goddess-level goddesses even without makeup. Wu Ming's level of beauty was such that even Zhao Yibai dared not marry her. It's because I don't have enough money to support myself. I dare not even think about it. Was I bad just now? Why are you looking at me like that? Wu Ming couldn't stand so many surprised looks, she said puzzledly. Zhao Yibai. Now he looks like a human being, but he didn't look like one just now. He didn't praise her because he was afraid that Wu Ming would become proud. Moreover, now is not the past. In the apocalypse, he even dares to do it with 5-star beauties. And there are 2 of them. Wu Ming pursed his lips, but did not refute. After all, you have to eat other people's food. Zhao Yibai. Go back and change into clean clothes. After eating, start working. No. Wu Ming agreed, and walked out of dormitory 401 quickly. When she passed by Zhao Yibai, the ends of her long yellow curly hair hit Zhao Yibai's face directly. Zhao Yibai was speechless. You. Slightly. Wu Ming turned around, stuck out her tongue at Zhao Yibai, made a face, then walked away with a triumphant smile. Yu Yurong was so angry that the mountains shook, and for a moment the waves sparkled, a beautiful sight. She angrily complained. I person? I leg. It's a bit playful. There was still some hair fragrance on the tip of Zhao Yibai's nose. He was no longer speechless and felt something was interesting. Yu Yurong noticed the change in Zhao Yibai's expression, then looked down at the ends of her hair. Do you like having your hair whipped? Humph. Waiting. In dormitory 433. After leaving dormitory 401, Wu Ming's pace became faster and faster, and later, he almost ran. She didn't know what was going on. When she was with Zhao Yibai, she felt there was nothing to be afraid of because the temperature was quite warm. As she got farther away from the man, she felt that the familiar corridor became extremely cold. Her legs were shaking from the cold, and she felt a surge of fear in her heart. Only after running back to the dormitory in one breath did Wu Ming breathe a sigh of relief. But the dormitory now smells really bad because of the alcohol she vomited, and there is no electricity or water. After a slight hesitation, she packed her things, put on a shirt, tied her skirt, took the used bath towel, and quickly moved to dormitory 401. That guy was searching for supplies. He didn't take all the wine I had, but he actually took the stockings I wore as a live broadcast prop. He must be extremely perverted. If I move in like this, wouldn't that be like giving myself away? But that house is big, clean, and has electricity, water, and food. It's like heaven. Never mind. He's the only man around here. Since we're all living together, it's only a matter of time. Better to suffer pain sooner rather than later. Move. Fill your stomach first. Wu Ming's body was very honest. He had already started to act, but he was still muttering to himself. But when she reached the door of 401, she was stopped. Zhao Yibai, what are you doing? Wu Ming was stunned for a moment. Move over and live with us. Zhao Yibai scratched his head. Who asked you to move here? Wu Ming shrugged. Since we've all joined, shouldn't we live together? You can come and stay. Zhao Yibai nodded first, but he did not move to open the door. Wu Ming narrowed her eyes and looked Zhao Yibai up and down. Well, are you so impatient? I need to poke it first before I can move in. God, just poke me. Zhao Yibai was embarrassed. You should improve your living habits first, and then move in. Wu Ming, what's wrong with me? What's wrong with you? 401 can let the ordinary little girl from 423 move in, but Wu Ming cannot come here for the time being. Seeing Wu Ming's dissatisfaction, Zhao Yibai simply gave her no face. Look at your dormitory. You live alone, and it looks like a pigsty. Don't ruin our environment. Are you talking about the clothes and socks in my dorm? Wu Ming was even more puzzled. I have classes during the day and live broadcast at night. So how can I have time to wash? I usually deal with it all at once. Besides, doesn't my dormitory smell good? Doesn't the smell of dirty clothes and socks depend on your appearance? A pervert bought it for 1000 QQ before, but I didn't even sell it. When the clothes are cleaned, we can move them in. It's not that Zhao Bai has too many things to do. He has to set the rules in advance. Otherwise, if Wu Ming came in and let himself go, it would be difficult to chase him out and even more difficult to control him. Wu Ming clenched her fists and looked straight at Zhao Bai. Zhao Bai also looked at Wu Ming and did not make any concessions. He is a person who responds to soft words but not to harsh ones. In fact, there is a washing machine in Wang Weiwei's room, and he didn't let Wu Ming wash by hand. Wu Ming was discouraged. Can we just wash the clothes? I don't want those stockings and other things anymore. Just throw them away. Seeing Zhao Bai still had a stern face, Wu Ming immediately put aside her pride and pulled Zhao Bai's arm and acted coquettishly. Oh, please, please. Then pay attention to hygiene in the future. Seeing Wu Ming give in, Zhao Bai also became hard. Oh no, it's not hard anymore. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Wu Ming immediately expressed his opinion. After stuffing his luggage into dormitory 401, Wu Ming ran back to dormitory 433. Zhao Bai also followed. When a beautiful woman vomits alcohol, it also smells bad. This made Zhao Bai less sensitive to those beautiful girls. With Zhao Bai by his side, Wu Ming felt much more at ease and started to pack up with confidence. She has too many clothes. Because of her live broadcasts at night, she was abandoned by everyone and became the cancer of the dormitory building at night. All her roommates moved out, and she lived alone. Living alone, Wu Ming let himself go even more, leaving his clothes and other things everywhere. As an anchor, I basically have to change my outfit every time I broadcast live. Zhao Bai opened the window for ventilation and looked around the dormitory. Well, except for the live broadcast area which was clean, the area outside the camera range was hard to describe. But as Wu Ming cleaned up, the house didn't look that bad, except for the clothes thrown around, which made it look messy. Okay, let's go. Zhao Bai straightened his back and walked in front, his whole body filled with justice and positive energy again. It's weird. Wu Ming muttered softly and followed behind with 2 large bags of clothes. Bathroom 401. Watching the washing machine rolling, Wu Ming's face was full of smiles. I thought he was deliberately torturing me, but it turned out he wanted me to use the washing machine. He's a pretty nice guy. It was indeed my fault before. I just need to pay attention to hygiene. Sniff. Wu Ming was just thinking when a fragrance wafted over, and she quickly sniffed. It smells so good. Is this hot pot? Hot pot in the apocalypse? How luxurious is that? Chapter 21 Women's World. Ah, what a smell, what a smell. Chun Shiuru squatted on the balcony and looked at the basin behind her in disbelief. Am I hallucinating because I'm hungry? I haven't had hot pot recently, so how come my poop smells like hot pot? Sniff, sniff. Chun Shiuru's nose kept moving. He looked at the contents of the basin, then looked around furtively and swallowed. After the food in her dormitory was stolen by a ghost, she never ate again. I'm hungry. No. Even if no one sees, I can't do that. Chun Shiuru still held on to the bottom line. Now she has some understanding of dog. Why do dogs eat poop? Really, it smells pretty good. Chun Shiuru is a bit pitiful now, but she did it all herself. Zhao Bai was embarrassed to take away all the wild food in the dormitory at first. She poured dirty water on Yu Yorong's bed, so why should Zhao Bai be polite? Not only did he take away everything he could from the dormitory, he also rewarded her with sex. Buzz. Female dormitory building a survival group. 203 Wang Yun. People shouldn't be too selfish. It's the end of the world, so we should help each other. Many sisters have no food to eat right now. Who's eating hot pot? If you eat it by yourself, can you even eat it? 318 Shinlin. That's right. In difficult times, everyone should learn to share. 107 Jiangyi. Who's eating hot pot? Message me privately. I'm not eating for free. We're going to attack the supermarket soon, and we'll return some food when we get there. Wang Yun. Yes, taking this opportunity. Is anyone else going? We're leaving tomorrow morning. If you don't sign up now, it'll be too late. The leaders this time are all skilled fighters, ready with weapons and capable of killing zombies. 310 Shinshiuru. The smell seems to be coming down from the 4th floor. 203 Wang Yun. Who's on the 4th floor? Don't be so selfish. Don't blame me if you don't take the initiative to invite me. We found them. 107 Jiangyi. Everyone's well-being is the real well-being. It's the end of the world, and some people should be careful and watch out for unpleasant things. Right now, even if someone dies, no one will care. 318 Shinlin. The above person is right. Only by being sensible can you survive in this apocalyptic world. Building A is so small. Can you really eat all that delicious food all by yourself? Think carefully. Dormitory 401. Oh no, oh no. Che Xiaoli looked at the messages in the group, and sweat broke out on her forehead. What happened? In the open kitchen, Yu Yurong, who was washing vegetables, turned around. In the bathroom, Wu Ming, who was watching the washing machine washing clothes, also opened the door and came out. Che Xiaoli's face flushed with anxiety. Look, look, in the group, our hot pot smells so good, they want to come and eat it too. It smells pretty good. Wu Ming sniffed the aroma of hot pot in the room greedily. The range hood is working. But Wu Ming was so hungry that he was even more sensitive to the smell. Yu Yurong picked up her phone and looked at the group chat messages. Wu Ming quickly walked up to Yu Yurong and Che Xiaoli. At this time, Zhao Bai was working hard, moving some bedboards and tables to the stairs to fill up the space. Block the stairwell. Check the zombies on the 4th floor again and kill those that need to be killed. The entire 4th floor was under his control. With 4 members in the team, we can divide into shifts to keep watch at night. As long as nothing major happens, life will be basically stable from now on. After reading the message, Yu Yurong frowned. It seems that this hot pot is a bit too high profile. This was arranged by Zhao Bai. There are still many vegetables in the refrigerator that are on the edge of being edible, and they will go bad if left any longer. In addition, there are many beef and mutton rolls and hot pot meatballs in the freezer, which means there is enough space for cooking hot pot. They also had a good meal to celebrate the expansion of their team to 4 people. Wu Ming. Sister, what do you think? Big sister. Fish is full of doubts. In our family, you are the eldest, I am the second, and she is the third. Wu Ming counted on his fingers and finally pointed at Che Xiaoli. Che Xiaoli's face, which had turned pale with anxiety, suddenly turned red, and she lowered her head. You are quite sensible. After listening to Wu Ming's explanation, Yu Yurong felt much more comfortable. Seeing how charming Wu Ming was, she was a little afraid that Wu Ming would compete with her for status. Girls, I definitely care about these things. Wu Ming, those old ladies down there said something quite right. If we help each other and unite, we can survive and last longer in the apocalypse. Big sister, just give the orders. Okay. Yu Yurong nodded. There are quite a few of them, but they are so arrogant and come to steal food. I want to fight. We have to stand firm, otherwise they will really think we are easy to bully. Wu Ming immediately patted her chest, which was like a back. Don't worry, big sister. I'm not a pushover. I had a fight with my roommate before, and I was 1-on-3. I won completely. The record is available. I will protect the interests of our team, and I will never be a coward. Che Xiaoli was very nervous, but she clenched her fists. I'll go too. I won't hold you back. If they try to steal our things, I'll scratch their faces and pull their hair. Good job. Yu Yurong nodded heavily and praised the 2 girls. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. The same is true for girls' schools. Yu Yurong has a beautiful face and a proud figure, but she has suffered too much jealousy and contempt. If she hadn't been tough, she would have been killed like Su Yuyu. When Chun Shueru was with Yu Yurong, she always called her sister. This was not just for show. Yu Yurong's aura and momentum were enough to suppress Chun Shueru. Yu Yurong, get ready. There aren't many zombies in the corridor. They could come up at any time. Good. Wu Ming agreed, and took the branded kitchen knife from the chopping board. Yu Yurong took the metal rolling pin in the house and went out. With a whoosh, he smashed the glass of the fire cabinet, took out the fire axe from it, picked it up, and handed the metal rolling pin to Che Xiaoli. Che Xiaoli picked up the rolling pin. What are you guys doing? Isn't dinner almost ready? I can smell the delicious food. Zhao Bai, who was carrying a table, poked his head out of a room and said in confusion. Yu Yurong, they smelled our hot pot down there and told us to share. They even threatened us that if we didn't invite them over, they would come up on their own. I thought, fuck them. Wu Ming. A bunch of old bitches. Don't have Bai's face. Why don't you share the food? Who are you trying to scare? Let's go and tear them apart right now. When it comes to swearing, Wu Ming is the one who swears the dirtiest. It's no wonder that he was trained as a TikTok anchor. The timid Che Xiaoli also waved the metal rolling pin. Hit. Hit. Zhao Bai held his forehead and couldn't help laughing. Yu Yurong pouted. What are you laughing at? We are serious. At this time, a voice came from the stairs. The smell comes from upstairs. This is Chun Shueru's voice. Then, a rather gruff female voice said, let's go upstairs and eat hot pot. This will serve as a practice for our attack on the supermarket tomorrow. You all know what to do later, right? Clear. Clear. Sister Yun, we all understand. The smile on Zhao Bai's face disappeared, and his expression turned cold. Are these women really going to come up and grab the food? Rob him. Chapter 22 High Content of Mom. We will handle women's affairs ourselves. Yu Yurong walked up to Zhao Yibai holding a fire axe, kissed him, and then walked towards the stairs holding the axe, which looked a bit big and violent compared to her slim figure. This moment, Zhao Yibai was stunned. He felt that Yu Yurong was not only beautiful, but also a bit cool. So handsome. Crash. When Wu Ming passed by Zhao Yibai, she shook her hair, and her long hair swept across Zhao Yibai's face. Che Xiaoli held the metal rolling pin tightly in both hands and trotted to keep up. When he passed by Zhao Yibai, he just nodded and smiled. She is rather timid. I don't dare to learn from my two sisters. Zhao Yibai, is there anything I can do? Go inside and watch the pot. Don't let it get burnt. Yu Yurong said with her back to Zhao Yibai, without turning her head. Call me if you need support. Zhao Yibai pondered for a moment, and finally chose to believe it. According to his experience of reading apocalyptic novels, the zombies in the apocalyptic world are terrifying, but humans are even more terrifying than zombies. He can't be in the squad all the time. I believe that the fish will tolerate them and let them gain some experience. Anyway, those remaining in the girls' dormitory are the ones who were too timid to follow Li Yu's order to rush to the supermarket last time. It shouldn't be a big problem. When Yu Yurong took Wu Ming and Che Xiaoli to the stairs, the people downstairs were already on the stairs. Wang Yun walked in front, holding a fire axe of the same model as Yu Yurong's. Wang Yun was very tall, about 1.75 meters, and was wearing a high-end dress that didn't fit her well and looked very tight. It looked like it must have come from a dormitory. She is very strong, but they are also vain and love beauty. Behind Wang Yun were Chun Xiuru, who was very beautiful and had reached 4 stars, Chen Lin, who was very thin and weighed less than 80 pounds, and Jiang Yi, who was wrapped up in a down jacket in the middle of summer. Further behind, there are a dozen girls. They all look like ordinary girls. They all have stuff in their hands. These people are the team formed by Wang Yun. They plan to kill zombies and attack the supermarket together with the students in the female dormitory D tomorrow. Some furniture has been placed at the turning point in the middle of the stairs, and the entrance is only wide enough for one person to pass through. The two sides stared at each other across the gap between the furniture. Yu Yurong's beautiful face was full of indifference. Hey, are you here to welcome us upstairs for dinner? Wang Yun took a look and saw that there were only 3 people on the other side, especially the useless coward Che Xiaoli. She immediately laughed with a teasing tone. When Chun Xiuru saw Yu Yurong, her face froze, and she quickly retreated backwards. She felt a little guilty about being so kind to Yu Yurong. She dared to scold her through the internet, but when they met in person, she felt a little embarrassed. In the past, Yu Yurong was indeed very good to her. There's a huge difference between 3 people and a dozen people. Wu Ming was a warrior. She directly exposed the hypocrisy. Eat your ma bai? You look like a cute girl. Why are you so arrogant? Don't you want to be Bai Lian anymore? Your mother is having some hot pot, and you come up to beg for food. Why don't you bring something to honor me while you eat and drink? You scold me. Wang Yun's face turned blue from being scolded, and she immediately cursed back. I'll knock your mother. You stinky bastard. Who the hell didn't hold their crotch tight and showed it to you? Are you looking for death? Can't you see the situation clearly? I see your situation, Ma Bai. Wu Mingping raised the kitchen knife in his hand. There's no use having more people. Come on. Come on. I'll fucking kill you. Come on. I'll chop you to death. Come on, damn it. How can you say Wu Ming is a general? This woman is so fierce. That fierce look on his face and the little words that were full of motherly connotations were really scary. Looking at the look on her face, no one doubted that after going up, this woman would really chop people with a kitchen knife. Wang Yun was also a little confused. She originally thought that the other party would become soft and scared when they saw there were so many of them. But there is nothing on the other side. Very fierce. It was as if he was about to risk his life. But if she went ahead, she was in the front and was afraid of being chopped. If I don't go up, I will lose face. Chun Xiuru whispered. Or forget it. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was so quiet that people on both sides heard it. No. This also strengthened Wang Yun's determination. She gritted her teeth and maintained her face so that she could continue to be the boss. Only then could she take over the supermarket and continue to have a say and be able to eat her fill. Wang Yun raised the fire axe in her hand. I'll beat your mother. Let's see who dies today. She was also a little bit unconvinced that the other party really dared to chop her. Follow me, sisters. If any of them dare to make a move, I'll use my axe to beat them to pieces. Even their own mother wouldn't recognize them. Rush. Chen Lin held tightly a steel pipe used to dismantle the bed. Although this steel pipe is hollow, it is very thick, heavy, and long, and has high attack power. Jiang Yi. If you don't accept my toast, I'll give you a few smacks of the mouth. The rest of the girls followed behind aggressively. The corners of Wu Meng's mouth twitched a few times. She began to feel anxious. In fact, she is good at talking and scolding people, and her offensive power is full. But if they fight, they can only be beaten and have no fighting power at all. Neither of them will necessarily win if they fight one against the other. What's more, there are so many people on the opposite side. Crack. Yu Yurong stood at the front without saying a word. But when she saw Wang Yun coming up aggressively through the obstruction of the table and bed frame, she stared at him and chopped him with a fire axe. Really cut. There is a message in the survival group that is very true. It is the end of the world. If someone dies, who knows how he died? These were threatening and intimidating words from the people below. But Yu Yurong kept it in mind. She had killed zombies independently and had gained courage. Those who steal their food are even more despicable than zombies. Wang Yun was so scared that she peed her pants. It's not an adjective, it's a verb. Wang Yun had been betting whether Wu Meng, who looked the most ferocious, would dare to take action, but she didn't expect that the first person who rushed up would meet a real person. Without further ado, an axe came towards him. Wang Yun looked at the sharp axe blade coming at her. Her mind went blank, and she was so scared that she was like a waterfall bursting its dam. The sharp axe hit her shoulder directly, 3 centimeters into the shoulder. The sound of the sharp weapon breaking through flesh and chopping into the shoulder blade was extremely harsh. Ah! Seeing herself being hit, Wang Yun screamed loudly. Gulp. Yu Yurong swallowed his saliva. She has killed old, weak, sick, and disabled zombies. This is the first time I've chopped someone down. After Yu Yurong finished chopping, he tried to pull back the axe, but he couldn't. The axe blade was stuck in the gap between the bones. The pulling and tugging made the enemy's boss, Wang Yun, roll his eyes in pain, and his eyes were full of white scare. The girls below all became quiet, and some even started to shiver. Yu Yurong stepped on Wang Yun's shoulder, who was standing a few steps lower than her, and pulled out the axe with a bang. The axe was pulled out, and Wang Yun fell backward on the stairs, and blood began to spurt out of the wound. Wang Yun rolled her eyes, her whole body trembling. The desire to survive made her speak weakly. Help! Save me! Save me! Chapter 23. Good Sister. Scare. Now, who dares to move forward? They are all retreating. Yu Yurong looked at the bright red blood splattering on the ground, her eyes coldly sweeping over the people below. This is the end of the world, not normal times. You still want to bully others at this time? Just because I don't provoke you or steal your things doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. You want to steal our things and trample us to death under your feet. She will be your fate. Whoever wants to come again, come on. Yu Yurong, will be waiting for you here. Below. No one dared to look Yu Yurong in the eye. There was also a hint of awe in Wu Meng and Che Xiaoli's eyes when they looked at Yu Yurong. That's how people are. The cold ones are afraid of the violent ones, and the violent ones are afraid of the desperate ones. At the beginning, I couldn't suppress the opponent. If the other side comes up and attacks together, they will be the ones who get injured or even die. Because they are all normal girls, they don't have any superpowers or more powerful weapons. If more people fight against fewer people, the smaller group will definitely lose. Those who had climbed the stairs leading to the 4th floor retreated silently. Chen Shueru. Yu Yurong called out his name. You, come up. Sister Yurong, please don't. Chen Shueru cried and shook her head. Yu Yurong's face turned cold. You don't listen to me. Do you want me to go down? Chen Shueru's tears were streaming down her face. No, 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 Sister Yurong. I'll go up to you, but you can't cut me. Wang Yun, who had the worst temper, was already lying there. She was completely out of temper. Chen Lin, Zhang Yi, and others watched as the people behind them left and ran back to their dormitories. Then they looked at Wang Yun lying there, and they lost their will to fight. Zhang Yi and Chen Lin looked at each other, and both wanted to retreat. Yu Yurong pointed at Zhang Yi and said, Chen Shueru, catch that woman and bring her up here. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Shueru grabbed Zhang Yi. Chen Shueru, what are you doing? Let me go. Zhang Yi's expression changed. Everyone else, get out of here. Chen Lin stopped and wanted to help Zhang Yi, but Yu Yurong was standing on that high place, holding up the blood-stained fire axe in his hand, like a cold king. Chen Lin left quickly. Sister Yurong, please let me go. Zhang Yi begged for mercy nervously and stammered. Chen Shueru was afraid of Zhang Yi, but she was even more afraid of Yu Yurong. Zhang Yi struggled hard several times, but Chen Shueru held her tightly. Yes, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have sworn. I have a bad mouth. I'm a bitch. My mouth deserves to be ripped apart. Zhang Yi also cried and slapped herself in the face while crying. No, don't kill me. Yu Yurong, don't be nervous. I'm keeping you here so you can take your big sister away. Oh. Zhang Yi was stunned. Okay, Jiang Yi breathed a sigh of relief, hurried forward, picked up Wang Yun, and dragged her down. Wang Yun is too tall, too strong, and too heavy. Jiang Yi had a hard time mopping the floor. Chun Shiuru cried. Then it's all over now, Sister Rong. Yu Yurong looked Chun Shiuru up and down and said, I'll give you a chance. Join us. Are you willing? Willing. Chun Shiuru stared at the axe in Yu Yurong's hand and nodded immediately. Yu Yurong. Okay, come up, we're family from now on. Chun Shiuru was a little bit incredulous. Really? Real? Yu Yurong waved. Come here. Chun Shiuru hesitated for a moment, then trotted to Yu Yurong. Yu Yurong held an axe in one hand and pinched Chun Shiuru's face with the other hand unscrupulously. Shiuru, you should be thankful that you were born with a good appearance. Otherwise, I would have chopped you to death with an axe. Chun Shiuru shuddered all over. Yu Yurong withdrew his hand. Don't be afraid. As long as you are obedient, I will eat my meat, and you will drink my soup. Be obedient. I will definitely be obedient. Chun Shiuru forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Yu Yurong handed the axe in his hand to Wu Ming. Let's go. Let's eat hot pot. Wu Ming was holding the axe, but suddenly found that the handle of the fire axe was a little wet, which was sweat. She suddenly understood. We are all the same. However, in order to maintain her dignity as the eldest sister pretended to be strong and attacked people. I was filled with fear. If it were in the past, Yu Yurong would never accept Chun Shiuru, but Chun Shiuru backstabbed her in the group. But just now, Yu Yurong looked at the large number of people on the other side, and then looked at her own side. There were only 3 girls, too few people. If you want to survive better, you need to have more companions, reliable companions. Although Chun Shiuru is timid and afraid of things, she is jealous of her in her heart and is two-faced. But she is beautiful. More importantly, she knew Chun Shiuru relatively well and was easier to control than a complete stranger. Zhao Yibai looked at Chun Shiuru, who was brought back, and looked at Yu Yurong in confusion. Yibai, this is Chun Shiuru, my good sister. Let her join us. Okay, sister. Zhao Yibai tilted his head. This woman is not a good person. Bang! Yu Yurong patted Chun Shiuru, causing a rippling sound. Don't worry, I understand her. That's fine. Zhao Yibai agreed. Yu Yurong already knew who Chun Shiuru was. Since she still wanted to accept her, it must be Yu Yurong's consideration. Chun Shiuru looked at Zhao Yibai curiously. She didn't know why. Even though it was the first time they met, she had a feeling that Zhao Yibai looked familiar. The meat is cooked, come and eat. Zhao Yibai waved. Looking at Chun Shiuru, he felt a little uncomfortable. While time was still, he watered Chun Shiuru. If he had known that they could become teammates in the future, he would not have been so excessive. A group of people immediately sat around. The taste of hot pot. Chun Shiuru stared at the steaming meat in the rice cooker, breathing greedily. She was almost starving, but she didn't dare to sit down. There are no seats. Besides, she is new here. Yu Yurong looked at Chun Shiuru. Not hungry. Hungry. Chun Shiuru nodded subconsciously, then shook her head quickly. Yu Yurong, I'm hungry. Why don't you go get a chair from next door? Yu Yurong was very angry when Chun Shiuru said that in the group. She was angry because she had always treated Chun Shiuru as her younger sister. When Yu Yurong saw Chun Shiuru looking pitiful behind Wang Yun, she could no longer be angry. After all, she is the younger sister I have taken care of for more than 2 years. Yu Yurong knew that this was wrong and was too soft-hearted, but she allowed herself to be soft-hearted for once. She only gave Chun Shiuru one last chance. If Chun Shiuru stabbed her again, even if it was a minor act, she would personally get rid of Chun Shiuru, let herself graduate, and give an explanation to the relationship that lasted for so long. May I? Chun Shiuru was good at observing people's expressions, and she felt that the male host here seemed to dislike her a little, so she asked Zhao Yibai. Zhao Yibai nodded. Go ahead. Not long after, everyone at the table had finished their meal and their stomachs were full. Chun Shiuru collapsed in the chair. She had been hungry for a long time, and suddenly she had a good meal, which made her feel so comfortable that she couldn't stand it. Yu Yurong, after dinner, take a break. It's time to get back to work. Hearing this, the other 3 girls in the room sat up straight, their expressions varying. Chapter 24, Wang Yun's Revenge. Work? Wu Ming pursed her shiny red lips and nodded. Altogether? Che Xiaoli was extremely panicked. The little face turned red, like a red apple, so cute that people want to take a bite. She was a little scared, but I am willing to do so. This is the end of the world, not before. Nothing is impossible. Who knows, you might die suddenly tomorrow. Che Xiaoli was afraid of the details of the gossip she had heard from her roommates, but she was also somewhat looking forward to it. This girl's school in City A is like a cage. I can only go back once a month, and I never see any boys in the school. It is also this point that makes people living here happier to see boys than their ordinary peers, and more receptive to some things. Bring it on. At this moment, Chun Shiuru behaved like a warrior. Hot pot, so delicious. Chun Shiuru, who had been hungry for a long time, was so hungry that she wanted to cry. Her stomach was bloated after this big meal. Chun Shiuru knew that the real leader of this team was the man named Zhao Bai. When Yu Yurong accepted her, she once said, "Thanks to your appearance." At that time, Chun Shiuru already had a feeling in her heart. Yu Yurong was chosen by Zhao Bai. One-on-one, all in, it's all fine. What are you thinking about? Yu Yurong spat, her face flushed red. I'm talking about serious work. Ahem. Zhao Bai coughed twice and said, we can talk about other things later. Now we have to get to work and put some beds and furniture in the corridor as obstacles to prevent ordinary zombies from coming up. Secondly, we must open all the locked rooms, kill all the zombies, and collect all usable supplies and information about the survivors on the 4th floor. Although almost all the ordinary zombies had been lured away before, but Zhao Bai had a hunch that if the intelligent zombie was still alive and had not died in the helicopter attack, it would come back sooner or later. Since we won't be leaving here in the short term, we should build this place well and prepare for the worst. Good. Seeing that Zhao Bai was speaking seriously, everyone nodded. Start work in 20 minutes. Zhao Bai gave everyone some time to rest. Supplies are very important. But Zhao Bai was not in a hurry. He has the capital to wait. Time stops. Let everyone stock up on supplies as much as they want, and then he can take whoever's they want. Bedroom 203. A group of survivors gathered around Wang Yun. Zhang Yi's hands were covered in blood. They had hurriedly bandaged Wang Yun, but the wound caused by the fire axe was too deep. By the time they finally stopped the bleeding, Wang Yun's face and lips had turned very pale due to excessive blood loss. If I don't avenge this, I, Wang Yun, will not be a human being. Wang Yun's eyes were filled with resentment, and although her voice was low, it was filled with anger and hatred. Zhang Yi said, perhaps we were wrong from the beginning. We shouldn't have been so aggressive. Chenlin, what's the point of saying this now? We didn't even get to eat the hot pot, and we even made enemies with the people above us. Zhang Yi, what the hell are you talking to me like that? Why are you acting so powerful now? Where was your power when you faced Yu Yurong? Chenlin was furious. Fuck you, Zhang Yi. Do you want to fight? Zhang Yi. Fuck, am I afraid of you? Okay, that's enough. Wang Yun shouted coldly. Stop fighting amongst yourselves. It will hurt our sisterly feelings and won't do any good. The dormitory became quiet. Wang Yun continued. Let's sneak over there at night. I'm injured, and a trip to the supermarket might be a little dangerous. So, let's practice on them first. Wang Weiwei is no ordinary person. In her dorm, there's not only water, electricity, and medicine, but also probably a lot of fun stuff. Wang Yun needed medicine, so she, the big sister, changed her mind temporarily. Treat the wounds first, and then focus on fighting for the resources in the building. Also revenge. In addition to revenge, it was also when she was fighting with Yu Yurong and his gang that she saw clearly the true nature of the people behind her. Their nature is that when they speak, each one is more pleasant than the other. But when he really started to act, let alone the hideous and terrifying zombies, he couldn't even deal with Yu Yurong. If a group of people like them don't become braver and more ruthless, they will probably rush towards the zombies, and just like the previous group of people, they will end up delivering food to the zombies. One girl whispered, we're all classmates. Do we really have to be so extreme? Wang Yun's eyes widened in anger. I hit you, classmate. Look at the wound on my shoulder. Yu Yurong, that little Jinbi, almost killed me. And now you want to talk about classmate friendship? Are you crazy? Laugh. Wang Yun was so angry and excited that the wound that had just healed and stopped bleeding suddenly split open. Blood immediately soaked the bed sheet she used to wrap the wound. Zhang Yi hurriedly said, don't get excited, the wound is broken. Oh. Seeing the large amount of blood oozing out of the wound, Wang Yun's angry expression disappeared. She began to feel terrified. Hurry, help me stop the bleeding, don't let it all flow out. What happens tonight is settled. We will go out in the middle of the night and kill them all while they are asleep. Test your courage. If you don't even dare to kill the enemy, how can you kill the zombies? If you are willing to go with me, Wang Yun, you will eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. If you don't want to go with me, I won't force you, but from today on, you are no longer my sister, Wang Yun, and will be my enemy in the future. The girls crowded in dormitory 203 all lowered their heads. Chenlin said, sisters, in the end times, people will eat each other. Earlier, we were caught by Yu Yurong's cousin. In fact, there are so many of us. Aren't you hungry? Don't you want to eat meat? Don't you want to charge your phone? Don't you want to take a shower? After hearing Chunlin's words, everyone raised their heads. In the old dormitory building, only Miss Wang Weiwei's room 401 was equipped with independent power supply and water pipes. After Li Yu pulled the main switch, they lost electricity and could no longer play with their mobile phones. This was almost like losing their last tool for entertainment. No, their spiritual sustenance. Jiang Yi, you don't have to be the first to take action, but if everyone takes action, you're already making enemies with them. There can only be one group in dormitory A. Good. I'll go. I'm going too. Count me in. The girls were excited and signed up one after another. A look of relief appeared on Wang Yun's face. Everyone go back and rest. Come back and gather after dark. Wait for us to attack at midnight. Yes. Everyone nodded and went back. By this time, they had all gotten used to the zombies and blood in the corridor and dared to walk in the corridor during the day. And at this time, the stairwell had been blocked thanks to the efforts of Zhao Yibai and several other girls. The bed frames, tables, and chairs were scattered all over the place, almost blocking the stairwell, leaving only a small opening for people to climb up. Night falls. In room 401, building A, the female dormitory, the aroma of hot pot wafted again. The flavor of the beef rolls and hot pot ingredients blended together, with the help of the wind, spread across most of the campus. Building D. Hanwan smelled the aroma and felt even hungrier. Tomorrow morning. Let's leave Wang Yun and the others in building A behind and go. Good. Everyone who gathered nodded. Chapter 25 Night Raid. After dinner, Zhao Yibai is happy. The lights in 401 can be kept on for a long time, but they are turned off early. This is the moment Zhao Yibai has been looking forward to. It was as if he had become the emperor. A few hours later, Zhao Yibai lit a cigarette, and the light in dormitory 401 turned on with a click. Inhale. Exhale. Zhao Yibai blew out smoke into a long dragon. Give me a bite. Wu Ming crawled to Zhao Yibai's side, took the cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled after it passed through his lungs. Huh. It feels good, not as uncomfortable as I imagined. You're so ungrateful. Yu Yurong said this in a bad mood. Then she said seriously, from now on, you can't just enjoy yourself whenever you want. We're all fighting for survival together, and for the sake of unity and cohesion, we'll let you enjoy yourself for a while. After that, you'll get rewards based on your performance. I understand. Wu Ming nodded immediately. She understood that before this, she was an internet goddess. But now, she is trapped in this girl's dormitory, and Zhao Yibai is her only man, so precious. Che Xiaoli's hair was loose. Her eyes were full of water. I will try my best to perform well. Chen Shuiru remained silent, just tidying up the sheets. Fortunately, when searching for supplies in the afternoon, we were able to get a lot of various supplies. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be no sheets to change. This was what Yu Yurong punished her to do. People should be responsible for their own mistakes. Seeing the harmonious atmosphere in the room, a faint smile appeared on Zhao Yibai's face. The happiness of having two wives that he had never dared to dream of before was suddenly realized. Just a little tired. Zhao Yibai, it's time to divide the night watch into groups. I'll be the first group on duty, and then Che Xiaoli will follow me. For the second half of the night, you can lead Chen Shuiru and Wu Ming on duty. Zhao Yibai looked at the place where the battle took place and saw a lot of blood. I also heard Yu Yurong describe the situation in detail. Girls and boys do things a little differently. If Zhao Yibai was there, since he had already seriously injured the woman named Wang Yun and made an enemy of her, he would definitely not let her leave. This is equivalent to burying a time bomb that may explode at any time. Yu Yurong was already very cruel, but this was the end of the world, so he was not cruel enough. I just hope that Wang Yun will cherish Yu Yurong's kindness. If he comes to take revenge, he will not show mercy and will only put an end to this feud as he wants. Okay. The women agreed. Zhao Yibai put on his delivery uniform, supported Che Xiaoli, took the kettle, and left the dormitory. 401 This metal door can prevent zombie attacks. This cannot be used to prevent people. They also brought 2 chairs and sat at the door of 401. They could hear any movement below directly from where they sat. It was a bit chilly at night, and Che Xiaoli was wearing pink cartoon pajamas with a white knitted jacket on the outside. Zhao Yibai sat against the wall, with a steel pipe stained with zombie blood at his hand. Che Xiaoli was sitting next to her, and next to her was a fire axe. She secretly glanced at Zhao Yibai's profile. Under the moonlight, the tall boy's profile looked strong and handsome. She smiled secretly and gently leaned her head on Zhao Yibai's shoulder. She leaned very lightly, trying to control her body's center of gravity, afraid of pressing Zhao Yibai, and afraid that he would feel she was too heavy. Zhao Bai noticed Che Xiaoli's cautious movements. He stretched out his big hand, smiled, and pressed the cute little head on his arm. Lean on, I'll be on guard. If she were to fall in love, Che Xiaoli would definitely be a very good girl. Not absolutely beautiful, nor particularly pretty. But the whole person is soft, weak, speaks softly, is lovable, and very attractive. Whoa whoa. Che Xiaoli murmured twice in response, her body pounding. She leaned firmly against Zhao Bai, which made her heart beat faster. She couldn't help but think of what she had just experienced. Che Xiaoli. Shameless. Don't think about it anymore. Che Xiaoli closed her eyes and warned herself in her heart. But she still couldn't help thinking about it and reminiscing about it. She could feel that at that time, Zhao Bai was restraining himself and treating her as gently as possible. Zhao Bai felt calm. I just feel so warm having this soft girl leaning against me. Despite the horrific apocalypse, he now possessed some things that he had never dared to hope for before. Task Panel. Team Mission. Zhao Bai, Yu Yurong, Wu Meng, Che Xiaoli, Chen Xiuru, 5 out of 10 people. This night is not quiet. From time to time, from far away or very far away, you can hear the roar of zombies or the screams of people. Most people are having a very unhappy life in these last days. Zhao Bai made some tea and took a sip from time to time. It's still too dangerous outside. He planned to leave only after he was absolutely sure. Although this female dormitory is nice, the building is not high enough. It can be used as a base for a short period of time, but it is not suitable for long-term survival. Secondly, there are too few surrounding resources. The number of zombies is too densely concentrated. It's late at night. Maybe it's because I haven't had a good night's sleep for too long. Che Xiaoli sniffed the masculine scent on Zhao Bai, which made her feel quite safe, and fell asleep leaning against Zhao Bai. Her breathing was steady, and she was sleeping soundly. Zhao Bai gradually felt a little sleepy. However, there was a sudden clang sound, which made Zhao Bai open his eyes wide. This is the sound of the head hitting the iron bed pipe. Ouch! Stairwell. Chen Lin covered his head and cried out in pain. She was crawling along the stairs. If you want to move an obstacle made of piles of debris, it will make a noise and take a certain amount of time, so you can only crawl. But it's too dark here. Chen Lin, who volunteered to get back at the scene, climbed in front, but she only relied on the light of a dim flashlight, and the posture was too uncomfortable, so she hit her head without paying attention. Keep your voice down, can you? If you wake up Yu Yurong, this battle will turn into a fierce one. Wang Yun lowered her voice. I'll pay attention. Chen Lin replied while enduring a headache. She actually had her own little thoughts when she took the initiative to take the lead. Wang Yun was injured. If Wang Yun was no longer able to make it, then they would have to have a new leader. This new leader will definitely be between her and Jiang Yi. Then let's see who is more powerful. She wants to be the big sister in the future. That is, she was ready to show her ruthlessness to everyone. Zhao Bai held the steel pipe, stained with zombie blood. Call. Chen Lin came up safely. After she came up, she shone the light down while the people below continued to climb up. Zhao Bai put the soundly sleeping Che Xiaoli to bed, picked up the steel pipe, and walked behind Chen Lin. He poked her back with the steel pipe and said, Hey, what are you doing? Ah! Chen Lin was so scared that he almost peed his pants. She screamed loudly. It was a quiet night, and the loud screams were too noisy. Roar! All the zombies wandering around ran towards Building A of the female dormitory. Jiang Yi, who was crawling, was startled by the scream. She subconsciously raised her head and hit the iron pipe of the bed with a bang. The pain almost made her faint. The surviving girls on the 3rd floor all became alert, with fear in their eyes. Wang Yun was also afraid, but she gritted her teeth and waved her hands. Go up. Kill them all. For the future, for the future. For survival. Chapter 26 Plastic Sisters. Zhao Yi's hawk-like gaze, through the obstruction of darkness and debris, immediately locked onto the direction of the speaking target. I'll fight you. After screaming, Chen Lin gritted his teeth and swung the axe at Zhao Bai. Bang! Zhao Bai stared down without even looking at Chen Lin, and slapped Chen Lin's face accurately with a casual slap. With a loud bang, Zhao Bai's slap directly knocked Chen Lin to the ground. The fire axe in Chen Lin's hand slipped out of her hand and fell to the ground with a bang. Half of her face turned pale, and then began to become congested and swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye. Real fight. In terms of size, strength, and experience, how could a girl like Chen Lin possibly be a match for Zhao Bai, a 1.80-meter tall man? Zhao Bai's slap, which he used 70% of his strength, made Chen Lin's head buzz. His brain went blank, his consciousness was confused, and his face was numb as if it was not his own. Chen Lin struggled on the ground for a few times, but couldn't get up. The skin in her mouth was broken by her teeth, and blood flowed out from the corners of her mouth. She looked very miserable. As for why not use full strength? That's because Zhao Yibai knew that the action of force is mutual. If the force is 100%, it will cause the hand to hurt. Oh my god! When Jiang Yi saw this scene, she was stunned. She felt that the slap was so severe that her nose was crooked. She didn't want to go up at all. She felt that such a slap could kill her. Gulp. With the faint moonlight coming through the window, Wang Yun swallowed her saliva as she looked at Zhao Yibai's powerful fighting ability. Don't retreat. Climb up. Everyone. Rush up. He is alone. Although she couldn't see Zhao Yibai's specific appearance clearly, Wang Yun felt the other party's eyes staring at her in the darkness, and those eyes were full of murderous intent. If she can't get rid of the other party successfully, then she will be in danger. I can't go up. I can't beat him. He's a man, very strong. Jiang Yi said anxiously. She was backing away, but Wang Yun didn't want her to retreat, so she hit her feet with a steel pipe. Come on. Ouch, ouch. Jiang Yi cried out in pain. If you can do it, then do it now, don't hit me. Wang Yun's eyes turned red. Whoever retreats, I will beat him. She is afraid of being liquidated. If the sneak attack fails, there will definitely be retaliation. She has been injured and can't stand the reckoning. There is only one way to go all the way and achieve victory. At this moment, the people here did not know that a large number of zombies were attracted by Chun Lin's previous scream and were gathering from afar towards Building A of the female dormitory. Among them, there are some powerful mutant zombies. Zhao Yibai smiled. He could tell that the woman was anxious and even hit her own people, but being anxious was useless. After taking a breath, Chun Lin looked at Zhao Yibai, who was looking down, and slowly stretched out her hand. Careful! At this time, Che Xiaoli exclaimed and shone the flashlight on Chun Lin's hand. At this moment, Chun Lin's hand was only a palm's distance away from the handle of the fire axe. Zhao Yibai took a step forward, and his size 48 big foot stepped hard on Chun Lin's palm that was grabbing the fire axe, and even crushed it on the ground. Gently, I made a mistake, I won't catch it anymore. Chun Lin quickly begged for mercy. Zhao Yibai was too strong, and she almost rolled her eyes when he crushed her. Zhao Yibai looked down and fanned the flames. I'm very powerful. Wang Yun told you to die, so why did you listen to her? I'm also recruiting people. Whoever attacks her, and attacks her hard, will join my side. I'll have something to eat, and my teammates will have something to eat too. We have a grudge because of this stupid woman. If she dies, all our grudges will be gone, and we can survive together. Isn't that wonderful? What are you talking about? You have no moral integrity. Do you think my sisters will believe you? When Wang Yun heard these provocative words, she was immediately shocked. She knew very well that the two girls around her who were most capable of taking on responsibilities were Jiang Yi and Chun Lin. The rest were almost all fence-sitters who followed her out of a herd mentality and were very unstable, especially when they saw that the other party was stronger. Wang Yun relies on her numbers. Now that everyone has voted for the other side, isn't that the end for her? Sisters, don't believe it. Laugh. As Wang Yun was speaking, she was hit on the back by a steel pipe. This thick cylindrical weapon on the old iron bed is almost the most common weapon in this women's dormitory. Fuck, someone fuck me. Wang Yun turned around angrily. I'm going to knock you down. Jiang Yi, who was stuck under some debris and didn't dare to go up, and was hit on the foot by Wang Yun's steel pipe and couldn't get down, took this opportunity to quickly retreat and kicked Wang Yun. You idiot. I saved my life, and you won't let me down, making me cannon fodder. Damn it. Wang Yun was kicked down. Wang Yun's fall almost meant her complete demise. Those who were still a little afraid of Wang Yun were no longer afraid when they saw her fall down and started to attack her together. Wang Yun never imagined that this trip would cost her life. I did. I started to. And me? The girl started to speak. Wang Yun, who was already seriously injured, was almost on his last breath after this beating. In fact, many girls are unhappy with her. They are all women and survivors. Why should Wang Yun be the boss? In the past, they didn't dare to get angry, but now, they are just kicking the can down the drain. Zhao Yibai himself didn't expect that these girls were so shameless and had no regard for morality and brotherhood. He just simply fanned the flames and did bad things, and they turned against each other. It's true, plastic sisters. How did it become like this? Why is it like this? Woo-woo. Looking at Wang Yun's miserable condition below, tears welled up in Chun Lin's eyes. Her face was in pain, and her hands were badly injured. This trip was a failure. It was completely different from what she had imagined. A woman spoke up. Gentlemen, we have all beaten Wang Yun. Now can I join you? Jiang Yi rubbed the big bump on his head and said, I want to join too. The combat power displayed by Zhao Yibai is simply across levels. Another thing is that Zhao Yibai is a man. It is the scarcest thing within a radius of 10 miles. Can. Zhao Yibai nodded. But if you want to join me, you need to take an assessment. One person can join by bringing 3 zombie heads. What? You didn't tell me there were these conditions. Otherwise, we wouldn't have taken action against Wang Yun. No, zombies are so scary. If we have the ability to kill 3 zombies, why would we still survive with you? The girls were unhappy and displeased with the new assessment proposed by Zhao Yibai and immediately started complaining. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise. Look down, the zombies are coming up. Chapter 27, Tide of Zombies Attacks the Building. What? That exclamation had a significant effect. The dozen or so girls from the girls' school who were crowded on the half-stairs on the 3rd floor almost all looked at the stairs below, and several mobile phone flashlights shone over there. In the impression of these survivors, zombies are things that arrive before the zombies themselves, and they will make terrifying roars when they see people. But this time, it's different. Most people thought it was a bad joke. But when they looked over together, they were all dumbfounded, and their hair stood on end. Arrive. The zombies have arrived. The stairs were crowded with zombies, but this time, the zombies were very careful, even more careful than when they attacked the 4th floor, and made almost no sound. On both sides, people and zombies looked at each other. This time, it was the survivors who screamed first, a collective scream. On the 4th floor, Zhao Yibai also narrowed his eyes. These zombies have become stronger. Roar. The zombies didn't move, but their eyes turned bloodshot, until a sharp roar came from behind. Roar. Ho ho ho. Ugh. A group of zombies rushed towards the survivors. The girls were horrified. But what lies ahead, apart from the obstacles above, is facing zombies. Many girls were simply shocked. After a day or two, the zombies became more severely corrupted. Their skin turned grayish-white and was severely ulcerated. A mixture of pus and blood flowed out of the ulcers. Their clothes were stained red with blood. Some zombies still had some human flesh and blood hanging in their mouths and bodies. Some of the zombies had lost their arms, some had lost their legs, and a few were even worse, with their heads dented and with holes in them. From a distance, you could see their brains dangling inside, but they weren't dead. The zombies were filled with the strong smell of blood and decay, and they looked crazy, with their bloody mouths wide open, rushing towards the dozen or so girls who were blocked. Help, help. Some girls have been forced to pick up weapons and swing them at the zombies. But more people dropped their weapons, closed their eyes, held their heads, and screamed in fear. It has come to this point. If you don't fight hard, it will be equivalent to death. Jiang Yi, who had faced zombies before, reacted the fastest. While the zombies were resisting and screaming, Jiang Yi quickly crawled under the debris and climbed to the 4th floor. She climbed too fast and hit her head again, but she hardly stopped at all. After hitting the head, she continued to climb with a grimace. I climbed to the 4th floor in one breath. Swish. The 3rd floor had become a hell on earth. A large number of zombies surged up from below and blocked the girls. They waved their claws and scratched the survivors' faces and bodies, leaving bloody marks. There were also 2 smart girls who followed Jiang Yi's example, crawled under the debris and climbed to the 4th floor. The debris obstacles set up by Zhao Yibai achieved significant results. In the blink of an eye, all the girls who didn't climb up died, and the 2 girls came up alive. The zombies were not flexible enough and would not lie down. After killing the survivors on the 3rd floor, they looked towards the 4th floor, but were blocked by debris. Bang, bang, bang. The debris was pushed and made a loud noise. Hoo-ah-hoo-ah-hoo. Jiang Yi and the 2 girls were breathing heavily. Chen Lin also said, Brother, in the face of a life-and-death crisis, we really need to unite now. After we get through this, you can do whatever you want in the future. Just keep your life. Zhao Yibai released his foot from Chen Lin's hand. As the zombies attacked, he kept observing with cold eyes, observing the different one hiding in the zombie group. He has a gun, but he chose not to use it. In this apocalypse, it's all about survival of the fittest. He won't waste bullets on those idiots who don't know how to resist zombies, even if he has unlimited bullets. Later, Che Xiaoli suddenly spoke in a shrill voice. Zhao Yibai turned around and was immediately startled. There were actually zombies climbing up the back wall of the women's dormitory, and at this moment, they had already appeared through the window. As Che Xiaoli shouted, she rushed over and chopped the zombie that showed its head and was about to climb up with an axe. Bang! After a muffled sound, the zombie fell down. Then, there was a loud puff sound. Roar! Behind the women's dormitory, there was suddenly a series of zombie roars. There were many zombie heads sticking out of a row of windows in the north corridor. I knock. Zhao Yibai cursed. This zombie really knows how to give him surprises. The quantity is too much. Yu Yurong and others heard the noise and rushed out from 401 with weapons. Drat! Yu Yurong roared and rushed towards the corridor window with a steel pipe. Zhao Bai also rushed over and stabbed the zombies that appeared. The zombies had poor grip and fell down with one poke. But at this time, Zhao Bai at the window also successfully saw the situation below clearly with the help of moonlight. Countless zombies, like ivy, formed a zombie mountain, which continued to pile up upwards. The top was the corridor to their north. There are so many zombies. It's just despairing. Yu Yurong, Wu Ming, Chun Xiuru, and even the timid Che Xiaoli all played their roles and kept poking the zombies downwards. But there are too many windows. It's impossible to defend it. Zombies had already climbed out of the distant window, and after landing, they rushed towards them. On the third floor, the zombies were banging their bodies against the debris, and some were climbing over it. It was likely that after a while, they would be able to climb over the top of the debris. Holy shit, oh my god, how did this become hellish difficulty? Wu Ming poked the zombies and watched two of them land and rush towards her. She felt extremely depressed. Drat! Jiang Yi shouted. Yu Yurong, you guys take care of the north, and we'll take care of the south. Only by working together can we have a glimmer of hope. As she spoke, she picked up the fire axe on the ground, climbed up the pile of debris, and crawled out. Seeing the zombies climbing to the fourth floor, she smashed the axe at them hard. Chun Lin and the other two girls gritted their teeth, fetched their weapons, and followed Jiang Yi. This cannot be done without cooperation. Okay. Yu Yurong agreed and looked at Zhao Bai. Bai, too many zombies are rushing over. Wu Ming retracted the steel pipe, and her face was already covered with blood spots. Hold on, I have heavy weapons. Zhao Bai no longer hid. If you keep hiding this, you'll die. Zhao Bai poked over the zombie that was about to climb onto the windowsill, took out the golden UZI from the system space with one hand, leaned the steel pipe against the wall, and held the golden UZI with both hands. Da-da-da-da-da. The golden UZI gun muzzle spewed out flames. SHHHHHHH. Wu Ming was about to turn around and deal with the two zombies, but their bodies trembled and they fell to the ground with holes all over their bodies. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Zhao Bai, return and guard the 3 windows in this corner. I'll take care of the rest with my guns. Chapter 28, Gold UZI shows power. Good. After hearing what Zhao Bai said, Wu Ming ran back to fill the window that Zhao Bai was guarding. Yu Yurong, Chun Xiuru, Wu Ming, and Che Xiaoli followed Zhao Bai's instructions. The 3 of them guarded the 3 windows near the corner of the stairs and poked down the zombies that wanted to crawl in. One person stood on the side by side with Zhao Bai, poking the zombies that had jumped into the corridor from other windows and were rushing towards here. At the stairs, Jiang Yi and Chun Lin, along with 2 other girls, climbed to the top of the miscellaneous furniture and poked down the zombies that were trying to climb over. Due to the obstruction of debris, although there were many zombies, they could not crawl in together in large numbers. The girls downstairs were not very brave to begin with, but driven by the desire to survive, and with the help of the obstacles, they successfully stopped the zombies from crawling in. Bang, bang, bang. The chaotic noise continued. You guard the window. Yu Yurong pulled Chun Xiuru to the window. She stood side by side with Zhao Bai. The blade of the fire axe in her hand had turned black and red. Roar. Thump. There are simply too many windows on the north side of the corridor. After the 2 zombies were shot dead by Zhao Bai, 7 or 8 more zombies jumped down in the blink of an eye. There was also a steady stream of zombies popping out of the window over there and climbing over. Call. Zhao Bai took a deep breath. His hands felt slightly numb. This was not the same as playing games. He didn't expect that even though this was not a large caliber rifle, it could still make his hands shake. But, fighting awesome. Ho 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 ho. The 7 or 8 zombies that came down paused for a moment, then turned around together. One of the fat zombies looked very swollen, like a balloon, with green skin. They opened their mouths wide, roared fiercely, and pounced on Zhao Bai and others. Zhao Bai held the golden UZI and pulled the trigger without waiting for them to rush over. In the beginning, he was subconsciously a little conservative. Now he has reacted. Unlimited bullets. That's just a bunch of shit. Infinite durability. The barrel of the gun doesn't turn red, so you shouldn't be shooting at people with it as a heavy machine gun. Just do it. Da-da-da-da-da-da. For a moment, gunshots rang out continuously. Zhao Bai's golden UZI is a little stronger than the ordinary UZI submachine gun, with a firing rate of 1,000 rounds per minute. Puff, 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 puff. SHHHHH. Dang, 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 dang. Bang. Crash. Zhao Bai opened fire at full force. The zombies that rushed over were twitching and dancing on the spot before they could even take a few steps. Countless bullet holes were visible on their bodies, and the flesh on their hands, forearms, and heads were all blown away and shattered. Not only zombies, but also countless bullet holes appeared on the concrete floor and walls. The bullets bounced back with flames, and the scene was very gorgeous. There was also broken glass. The 7 or 8 zombies were beaten to pieces almost as soon as they met. Especially the fat, bloated zombie with a creepy green body. After being hit by many bullets, it exploded with a boom. Green juice and blood splattered everywhere. Da-da-da-da-da. After killing the zombies that jumped down, Zhao Yibai started to kill the zombies that appeared from the window with his gun. Puff, puff, puff. The zombies that were hit by bullets then fell from the window. Zhao Yibai's whole body was shaking from the bullets fired by the Uzi. He held the gun tightly with both hands, and his hands were almost welded to the trigger. Zombies are indeed scary. He was corrupted, bleeding, and carrying a deadly virus. But after all, these ordinary zombies are all flesh and blood. In front of guns, they are actually no different from ordinary people. If there is any difference, it is because ordinary zombies are not as smart as humans. In just less than a minute, Zhao Yibai conservatively estimated that he shot and killed more than 30 zombies. For a short time, no zombies appeared in the back window. Zhao Yibai released the trigger, ran back a few steps, and pointed the gun at the zombies on the 3rd floor under the debris. Hug the fire. Da-da-da-da-da. The gunfire rang out again. Puff, puff, puff. Dang, 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 dang. The zombies that kept crawling onto the debris squeezed countless zombies that were clustered around them. They were met with a rain of bullets. The sounds of bullets entering flesh and hitting the surrounding debris continued to ring out. The zombies fell down in groups, their bodies shattered in the rain of bullets, and flesh flew everywhere. Keep guard, I'll give you some meat later. Zhao Yibai gave some instructions, returned to the corridor, and continued firing. Jiang Yi and Qin Lin looked at each other, both stunned. It was the first time they had ever seen a gun. But this thing is not what I imagined. Don't guns need to have magazines changed? How is this? It's just like the gun in those anti-animal dramas that were popular more than 10 years ago. You can keep firing without having to reload. Zhao Yibai swept through. The pressure on Jiang Yi and Qin Lin was greatly reduced. There were too many dead zombies in the corridor, which resulted in the zombies with broken limbs still blocking the corridor. It became difficult for the zombies behind to come up, and they needed to crawl over the pile of zombie corpses step by step. Squeak. All the zombies near the corner of the stairs were poked down. After Zhao Yibai cleared another wave of zombies that rushed up, he jumped onto the windowsill, squatted on the windowsill, and pointed the muzzle of his gun at the zombies piled up like ivy. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. This high-altitude shooting is even more exciting. Zhao Yibai, who possesses light, heavy firepower, has now completely freed himself from the fear of zombies. He enjoyed killing. What man is not passionate? It's like playing a zombie killing game with cheats, but the senses are more realistic. So cool. SHHHHHHHHH. The zombie mountain collapsed. Countless zombies were continuously shot and fell from a great height. In the end, some of the zombies at the bottom were injured by the bullets that penetrated through them. With a loud crash, the pile of zombies that had been piled up like a mountain collapsed. Shoo, shoo. Yu Yurong stood in front of Zhao Yibai and hacked the zombies that rushed towards him to death. Unconsciously, under the strong threat of death, these girls have all transformed. When you really fight zombies and your adrenaline starts to boil, no one is that weak anymore. The most timid Che Xiaoli, who has a cute little face and is dressed like a cute doll, but at this moment, an axe hits the head of a zombie. The axe blade was stuck in the zombie's head and couldn't be pulled out. She grabbed the steel pipe with her other hand and stabbed the zombie's neck, breaking the zombie's rotten neck. The zombie's body fell down, and she pulled the axe in along with the zombie's head that was stuck with the axe. She stepped on the zombie's head with her small leather shoes and pulled the axe out. The zombie wasn't completely dead yet, just a head and a mouth. Che Xiaoli kicked the zombie's head away like a ball. Roar! A sharp whistling sound was heard. Crash! The zombies that continued to gather into a mountain of corpses and climbed up the wall stopped, and they dispersed like a tide. On the 3rd floor, some zombies that continued to climb up also stopped immediately and turned away. Zhao Yibai put away his gun. He couldn't count how many shots he fired. He just saw the zombies dying one after another. Chapter 29 Aftermath. Call. Watching the zombies on the back wall retreat, the zombies on the stairs also all left. The women all breathed a sigh of relief. It's unbelievable. I thought he was dead, but he's still alive. Qin Lin lay on the debris, her skirt soaked with sweat. Yu Shimi, who wore Dora's short hair, patted her chest and said, "Yes, we are so lucky." The slender dancer Jiang Rao's eyes turned red. Zombies are so abominable. We are alive, but they are all dead. Except for them. All the people Wang Yun brought to attack were killed. Jiang Yi had experienced a zombie attack before, and this was her second time. She had a clear understanding. It's not that we were lucky, it's that he had a gun. Without that gun, we couldn't stop so many zombies, and we would be the same as the ones down there. She hadn't said anything else. That's a gun that can keep firing. Without this condition, I'm afraid even a submachine gun would not be able to stop such a tide of zombies. This is very unscientific. But Jiang Yi was also sensible. Why bother with science? What mattered was that the man had brought them alive. Yes. Jiang Rao nodded and looked at Zhao Yibai. Thank you, handsome. Zhao Yibai took out a box of cigarettes from the system space, picked up a cigarette, and put it in his mouth, then threw the box to Chen Shiweru. I don't smoke. Chen Shiweru shook her head. Yu Yurong smiled and said, let me help you spread the cigarettes. Survive the disaster. Yu Yurong's smile is particularly sweet. Zhao Yibai always brings her surprises. Facing such a zombie horde attack, they were able to survive thanks to Zhao Yibai. I see. Chen Shiweru scratched her hair and found blood splattered on her hands. She wiped it on her clothes and took a cigarette to clear the smoke. Everyone got a share. Except Che Xiaoli, everyone else accepted it. Regardless of whether you can smoke or not. At this moment, they all need to calm down. Yu Yurong opened the door of room 401, and the light in the room illuminated the area at the door in the corridor. Zhao Yibai lit his own cigarette, then lit one for Yu Yurong and passed the lighter to her. Everyone lost their airs. No matter whether the ground is dirty or not, they just sit down there. Light a cigarette. Swallowing and spitting. Laugh. Zhao Yibai took a deep puff of the cigarette, looked at the red cigarette butt, and felt a strong sense of fear in his heart. It was so exciting just now. Fortunately, enough debris was thrown in the corridor during the day to form an obstacle. Fortunately, he has the gold UZI. Otherwise, no matter what, it will all be death. Several cigarettes were lit, and the corridor was filled with smoke for a while. Ahem. Yu Yurong was choked by the smoke and started coughing. When she coughed, several girls who didn't know how to smoke and were trying to figure out how to swallow the cigarette also started coughing. So they simply gave the cigarettes to Zhao Yibai. Zhao Yibai had no choice but to smoke second-hand imported cigarettes. I finally understand why it's said to smoke a cigarette to calm down. Chen Lin choked so hard that tears came out. But she still gave a high evaluation of the cigarette and did not put it out. She was obviously a ruthless person. Zhao Yibai looked over and said, hit him hard. Chen Lin smiled, put the cigarette to his lips, took a deep breath, exhaled the smoke, and said self-deprecatingly, yeah, I feel a little bit, thank you. Zhao Yibai nodded and accepted the gratitude. It wouldn't be too much to kowtow to him. Without him, the game would have been a failure. Especially the women downstairs. There are advantages to having more people. Zhao Yibai now understood why the system asked them to form a team. There are fewer people. Faced with this kind of zombie tidal wave, it was simply unbearable. After experiencing life and death together in this tide of corpses, those who survived were reborn like phoenixes. Enemies like Jiang Yi and Chen Lin also became zombie-fighting friends. Zhao Yibai. We'll stew the meat later, everyone will have a share. Okay. Chen Lin agreed. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. So, you really want to accept us? I mean what I say. Zhao Yibai pointed at the zombie corpses at the stairs and said, I guarantee there are enough of you. You are excellent and have earned the qualifications to survive with my outstanding companions. The sudden zombie tide and the orderly raid under the command of a powerful zombie caught Zhao Yibai off guard. Similarly, Zhao Yibai changed his original idea of lying down and surviving in 401. Can't lie down anymore. These zombies are much more powerful than those in ordinary novels. There is command and order. In this way, their zombie group will become stronger and stronger, and the number of survivors will become fewer and fewer due to hunting. He needs teammates. Build up your power and recruit more survivors. Moreover, it was a bit difficult to manufacture more weapons, as they had fire axes and steel pipes as weapons. Welcome to join us. Yu Yurong walked out and stretched out his hand. Thank you for taking me in. Jiang Yi placed her hand on Yu Yurong's hand, and then everyone came over and placed one hand on it. Zhao Yibai put his hand on top. Come on. Everyone, come on. A battle successfully added members to Zhao Yibai's team. Zhao Yibai, Yu Yurong, Wu Ming, Che Xiaoli, Chen Shiweru, Jiang Yi, Chen Lin, Yu Shimi, and Jiang Rao. There are 9 people in total. One step away from completing the system task. The commotion in Building A of the female dormitory startled many people. The zombies' roars were deafening, causing the survivors in other dormitory buildings to hide in their dormitories and tremble in fear. Almost all the survivors had the same idea as Zhao Yibai, wanting to survive and live one day at a time. The rest had their own ideas and wanted to seize places with abundant resources such as supermarkets and canteens. However, they thought killing zombies was too easy and simple. They didn't know that there were mutant zombies among the zombies, and even zombie collaborators like Liu. Their rash attacks would inevitably cost them a heavy price. But at the same time, it will also allow the survivors behind to accumulate valuable experience in dealing with zombies. Wah 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 wah. The sound of water never stops. Everyone started bathing. Killing zombies and getting covered in blood is so dirty. The girls all went in. Zhao Yibai was guarding outside. I took the flashlight and looked around. A lot of glass was broken. There were many zombie corpses left in the corridor. On the third floor, there were piles of zombie corpses. It's completely impossible to clean it out. The cleaning was in vain. After the girls finished washing, it was Zhao Yibai's turn to wash. As soon as I entered the bathroom, I was filled with fragrant mist. Zhao Yibai was so pitiful. There wasn't a single set of men's clothes in the entire women's dormitory. So, until now, and even later, he only had this ugly set of clothes and had no clothes to change into. There are all kinds of dirty clothes in the laundry basket in the corner. Well, after taking a shower, Zhao Yibai washed his own clothes and those in the laundry basket, then walked out wrapped in a bath towel. Wow! As soon as he opened the door, all the girls looked at him. Although fat wrapped muscle. But things are valuable because they are rare. There are no other men here. Ahem. Zhao Yibai coughed a few times. I wash my clothes. After all, some of them have just joined, so it's better to explain it a little bit. Jiang Yi smiled and said, "It's okay, no need to explain. We're not afraid, even if you don't wear it. It's the end of the world, who cares so much? Just don't be afraid." Chun Lin laughed out loud, looking down. Haha. Chapter 30 Feast. The next day, early morning, Zhao Yibai woke up. As soon as I opened my eyes, I felt the warmth in his arms. Fish of tolerance. Yu Yurong held him in her arms as she slept. There were 4 reinforcements in the survival team, and they were all women, which made Alexander Yu Yurong. She was the first one to make Zhao Yibai shiver. She had a possessiveness towards Zhao Yibai that was almost like that of a boyfriend. Haha. Looking at the sleeping Yu Yurong hugging him tightly like an octopus, Zhao Yibai couldn't help laughing at the beautiful face so close to him. The people around me are soft, warm, and fragrant. Really good. Mainly because she is beautiful. Just looking at it makes you happy both physically and mentally. Why are you staring at me? Zhao Yibai was staring at Yu Yurong's face. Yu Yurong suddenly opened her eyes with shyness in her eyes. So you woke up early. Zhao Yibai smiled and pinched it. Yu Yurong bit her teeth lightly and rolled her eyes at Zhao Yibai. She woke up a long time ago. She came back in with makeup on, beautiful light makeup. Just so that Zhao Yibai can see the most perfect her when he wakes up. Yu Yurong said coquettishly, "Behave yourself. Otherwise, the sparks will ignite the hay and start a huge forest fire." She meant something. Dormitory 401 is different now than before. There are too many girls. When there are too many boys in a room, girls get scared. Even if there are more girls, it is still the girls who will be afraid. But with this ratio now, it's really the boys' turn to be scared. Giving to someone and not giving to someone is just like giving away cigarettes. You either give all or none. If you give to someone and not give to someone, the one who doesn't get it will definitely feel uncomfortable. What's there to be afraid of? Zhao Yibai raised his head and looked around. Chun Shiwaru is cooking. Those who were on guard in the second half of last night have already fallen asleep. There is someone standing at the door. Some people were also looking down at their phones. 10 minutes later. Ding. Successfully fed the 5-star target fish, gaining 10 time stop charges. Remaining, 68. Half an hour later. Ding. Feed, received. 10 times. Remaining times, 78 times. Pa. Zhao Yibai lit the cigarette in his mouth. Call. After taking a deep breath, Zhao Yibai exhaled the smoke. Yu Yurong's pretty face was so red that it seemed like it was about to bleed, and she buried herself in the quilt. The girls around looked at her differently. Some are envious. Some are thin-skinned and pretend not to see or hear anything, and have no idea what happened. There are also extroverts like Jiang Yi who are dizzy with see without saying. I also turned on the power tools. Have a meal. The clothes washed last night were dry. Zhao Yibai put on his clothes and came to the dining table. Chun Shiwaru cooked a large pot of noodle mixture, which included instant noodles and rice noodles. Just some leftover hot pot dishes from yesterday and some leftover meat from last night. The team had already tacitly accepted the fact that Zhao Yibai was the master. Even if the meal was already prepared, they still waited for Zhao Yibai, and Yu Yorong to cook the dishes twice, and then heated up the cooled noodles and rice noodles, waiting for Zhao Yibai to pick up his chopsticks first. Zhao Yibai was not polite. This was what the strong deserved. Slurp, slurp. While the survivors in other dormitories were still starving, Zhao Yibai's family were already gorging on instant noodles and rice noodles cooked in meat broth. Eat with large pots of hot pot dishes and stewed meats. As an everyday breakfast, this is quite oily. But as a meal in the end times, oil? It's not called oil, it's called incense. It's a feast. The girls who usually have small stomachs had known what it felt like to be hungry before, so this time they all ate at least 2 bowls of noodles. On the contrary, Zhao Yibai and Yu Yorong never felt hungry and ate relatively less. After dinner, Zhao Yibai distributed some snacks, and everyone got one. Ding! Feeding the 5-star target fish successfully. Bonus time stops charging 10 times, with 88 times remaining. The reward for proper feeding has also arrived. Zhao Yibai. With our current weapons, we can't handle more zombies, so I'm going to go out and look for materials to make more powerful weapons. Che Xiaoli raised her hand. Zhao Yibai looked over and said, Xiaoli, speak. Che Xiaoli, I know where the maintenance warehouse is. They have all kinds of power tools there, like cutters and welders. They also have some ready-made weapons, like chainsaws. It's a pity there's a power outage, otherwise I could process some steel pipes there and weld them with sharpened blades to use as spears. Chun Shiru also had an idea. If we can get in there, we can try to build some crossbows or something to fight zombies from a distance, which is safer. Jiang Yi said, if you're saying that, not far from the maintenance warehouse is the school's chemical storage warehouse. Some of the chemical reagents in there can be used to make bombs. Unfortunately, I'm not a very good student, but there's at least some pure alcohol in there. Using some glass bottles, I can make a simple incendiary bomb. Zhao Yibai looked at Che Xiaoli. Do you know the location? Che Xiaoli nodded. I know. Good. Zhao Yibai looked at everyone and said, the more people there are, the greater the danger. So, I will take 2 people with me to forge weapons and produce a batch of weapons. They are Che Xiaoli and Yu Yurong. No problem. Yu Yurong nodded. Zhao Yibai. The rest of us split into 2 groups. Jiang Yi, you lead one group, and Wu Ming leads the other. Take turns resting and working. Continue to stack the furniture, block the east corridor, and seal the windows. The zombies paid a heavy price last time, and I don't think they will bother us again in the short term. Keep an eye out. If a zombie tide approaches, contact us by phone immediately. If the communication is lost, light a fire. When we see smoke, we will return to defend. Yes. All the women agreed. Hearing about taking herself with her, Yu Yurong felt warm in her heart. Room 401 has water, electricity, food, a strong door, and barriers to prevent zombies. It should be safer to stay there, but she knows in her heart that being next to Zhao Yibai is the safest place. Wu Ming pouted. She felt a little resentful that she was not included in their 4-person group. But when I thought about how dangerous it was to go out, I felt relieved. Be safe. Rest assured. Zhao Yibai smiled at Wu Ming. Then, the girls divided into groups started to work. Zhao Yibai, Yu Yurong, and Che Xiaoli also started to fully arm themselves. In this hot summer, they put on heavy down jackets and leather gloves that they had searched out of the girls' dormitory. He wore a full-face helmet for women on his head, and his wrists and ankles were wrapped with clothes, leaving almost no skin exposed. Zhao Yibai chose a steel pipe used to dismantle the bed as his weapon. Yu Yurong had an axe and a steel pipe. Che Xiaoli is a simple shield made from a cabinet door and a fire axe. The 3 of them each carried a school bag. I put a small amount of food in it, brought some water and a power bank. When Zhao Yibai was almost ready, Han Wan and others from Building D had already taken advantage of the morning to eat up the remaining food. More than 30 people set out in high spirits. Chapter 31. Survivors of Building D. Compared to the survivors of Building A who were taken out by Li Yu for fishing, the survivors of Building D were more prepared. They held 8 wooden bedboards and formed a square with 4 sides, making a total of 2 squares. The bedboards had been modified with handles added inside. 2 girls carried one side, and all the survivors stayed in 2 square frames. The dormitory had steel pipe beds and iron frame beds from the last century. Like the people in Building A, they dismantled the steel pipes and iron pipes and used them as weapons. They also tied objects like knives to the ends of the steel pipes and used them as spears. They also took the fire axes from the fire cabinets on each floor. This trick is really useful. After forming a battle formation at the door, the scattered zombies at the gate rushed towards them. Han Wan took the lead, and the girls hid behind the bed and stabbed fiercely. The female zombies that rushed over were pierced into sieves in an instant. The survivors in the square at the back didn't even have a chance to fight before the battle was over. Good job. Hanwon shouted excitedly. Hurry. Every step we take is a victory. We are not far from victory. Ahead, there will be no worries about food and drink. Good. The girls also blushed. Although the zombies that pounced on them were hideous and terrifying, they could be killed with just a few stabs, which gave them some confidence. Zombies. It doesn't seem that scary. Walk. Hanwon gave the order. She was at the front. The two squares, one in front and one behind, began to move forward quickly. The bedboards were spliced together to make them 1.5 meters wide. Hanwon had already designed it so that when encountering zombies, the bedboards could be placed directly on the ground and supported by shoulders, which would be like a wall. They just stand inside and poke the zombies. The campus during the day has become exceptionally quiet since the zombie tide attacked building last night. There are almost no living zombies on the streets, only countless corpses. Some of the living people were torn to pieces and killed by zombies, and died before they could mutate. Most of them were zombies, trampled to death. There were some zombies wandering around sporadically on the path between the female dormitory buildings. When they smelled the scent of living people, they went crazy. His originally gray eyes immediately became bloodshot, and he roared, roar, 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 and rushed towards the two squares frantically. Don't panic, stay calm. It's just a few zombies. 5 or 6 zombies rushed towards the square in front where Hanwon was. Hanwon spoke to boost morale while tightening her grip on the steel pipe with the blade tied to it. Poke them. When the zombies got closer, they raised their weapons together and stabbed them with all their might. SHHHHH. The zombies looked like they had no brains. They didn't dodge even when the shiny blade was stabbing at them. They were defeated in one encounter, with their heads, necks, chests, and other parts pierced. There was also a brave zombie that broke through the girls poking and slammed heavily into the side of the bed. Bang! Roar! Roar! The zombie's eyeballs were almost falling out of its sockets, and there were several large cracks on its face, with black-red blood and yellow pus flowing out of the cracks. She opened her mouth wide and exhaled a suffocating stench. The sudden collision almost knocked down the two girls behind the bed. Ah! The zombies roared and clawed at things, which frightened the two girls behind the bed so much that they turned pale, and the bed almost fell over. Shoo! Hanwon reacted and turned around, responsible for killing the zombies in front, stabbing forward with the weapon in her hand. 2 balls of blood burst out of the zombie's head. Her rotten zombie head was no longer as strong as a normal person's head. It was like a rotten watermelon that would burst with a poke. Thump! The zombie died and fell to the ground. Oh, Sister Hanwon. This is terrible, so terrible. Let's go back. I can't take it anymore. There must be more zombies over there in the supermarket. Qin Xiaomei was the girl who was holding the side door panel. Hanwon killed the zombie, leaving blood spots on her face. The zombie's terrifying face so close to her really scared her. After hearing this, people immediately became panic-stricken. The pleasure of easily killing a few zombies when going out disappeared completely. The girl next to Qin Xiaomei was also scared and cried, tears streaming down her face. Hanwon looked at the two of them, feeling distressed and helpless. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. You can go back, but you can go back on your own. Qin Xiaomei quickly shook her head. Then we won't go back. Hanwon looked at everyone and said, Come on, sisters. We've run out of food in the dormitory. We'll starve to death if we go back. Let's give it a try. Roar. A zombie roar that sounded quite intimidating was heard. The sound is actually not loud. It was similar to the roar of ordinary zombies when they saw people, but everyone could feel that this roar was different. Ho 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 ho. There were not many zombies as far as the eye could see on the main roads and small paths. Following that roar, zombies appeared in every corner. Zombies were crawling in the corners of the walls. Zombies were coming out of the door of Building C dormitory, and even zombies were crawling out of the green belt. The zombies let out heavy roars of excitement. The eyes, turning from dull grayish-white, began to become bloodshot and blood-red. It's over. There are so many zombies, so many zombies. We are finished. We are dead. Qin Xiaomei let go of the bedboard, covered her ears, and started crying and shouting. Cheer up. Cheer up. Hanwon growled. Defend. Everyone defend. The zombies aren't endless. Before they close in, let's break out over there and rush to the supermarket in one go. The girl next to Qin Xiaomei also lowered the bedboard, letting it fall to the ground with a bang. She cried and stamped her feet, complaining bitterly and even angrily. What's the point of even talking about defense? We're definitely dead. Hanwon, you're just trying to be smart. We were just fine in the dormitory, but now you're dragging us out here to die. Hanwon's blood pressure rose. Pick it up. Pick up the bedboard. Qin Xiaomei. If you don't take it, Why are you so angry? You're going to die anyway. Bang! Hanwon slapped him hard. Chow Niwa, wake up. We agreed before we came out that we came out voluntarily. No one is holding anyone back. If you don't want to live, I'll kill you now. She was helpless and angry. One of the 4 bedboards fell down, and it was over. Qin Xiaomei was stunned by Hanwon's ferocity. She covered her face and wanted to refute something. The girl who was crying next to him quickly picked up the bedboard. Qin Xiaomei felt the burning pain on her face, so she calmed down and took the bedboard. Howa, ha, a roar. Zombies continued to pour out, more and more, gathering from all directions. Hanwon looked at the seemingly endless zombies and let out a final roar. Charge towards the supermarket. Don't fall behind. Falling behind means death. The bed cannot fall over or be thrown away, otherwise you will die. Charge forward, hide in the building, and we will survive. Then came the loud roar. Charge. Chapter 32 Backstab. Dormitory Building A. 3rd floor. Zhao Yibai climbed down the passage under the debris first and reached the 3rd floor. The lower half of the stairs from the 4th floor to the 3rd floor, outside of the sundries, was filled with zombies, almost filling it up. It was very difficult for Zhao Yibai to go down. After pushing aside the corpses of 100 million zombies, they successfully cleared a gap and reached the 3rd floor. Next, Yu Yurong and Che Xiali came down. Bang! Bang! When they came down, they also hit their heads. Fortunately, everyone was wearing helmets, full-face helmets. I designed it really well. Zhao Yibai looked at the effect and nodded secretly. Last night, Wang Yun's gang who wanted to launch a sneak attack, and the last ones who climbed up, Chen Lin, Jiang Yi, Yu Shimi and Jiang Rao, each had at least 2 big bumps on their heads. They were all hit hard. Especially Jiang Yi, the one with the swollen bump, is about to become a prominent figure. Ouch! Puff! Che Xiali finally climbed down. As soon as she came out, her hand accidentally pressed on a zombie's head. The head had fallen asleep, but when Che Xiali woke it up, it immediately let out a weak roar. Che Xiali picked up the fire axe and chopped it down 5 or 6 times. The zombie's head was instantly shattered. You'll scare me. Wearing a red full-face motorcycle helmet, Che Xiali glanced at the shattered head and walked to Zhao Yibai and Yu Yurong. Zhao Yibai and Yu Yurong both gave Che Xiali a thumbs up. This girl, definitely grown. Grown so much. The cute little girl who spoke timidly when we first met is now picking up an axe and chopping the zombies' heads into pieces without any change in her expression. As expected, the more zombies you kill, the less scared you will be than at the beginning. It's just like that thing, it hurts at first, very painful, but then it becomes comfortable. Well, I'm talking about injections. At this moment, the intimidating zombie roar sounded from below. Come over. Zhao Yibai waved his hand and immediately pushed open the door of dormitory 301. With 2 puffs, he killed a coolly dressed zombie wearing a pink belly band. He walked to the balcony and looked down. Yu Yurong and Che Xiali followed behind and closed the door. The 2 men walked over by stepping on the fallen zombie bodies. After experiencing the battle against the zombie horde, the 2 women were used to facing these ordinary little zombies and did not feel any fear at all. The 3 of them stood on the balcony together and looked down. Zhao Yibai also took down the white milk cap hanging on the balcony and wiped the zombie blood off the steel pipe. Now, a large number of zombies rushed towards Hanwon and others on the road in front of Building C. Rush! With Hanwon's shout, the 2 squares started running quickly. Roar! The movement of people seemed to activate the zombies' ferocity, and they increased their charge speed. Che Xiali exclaimed in a low voice. Hiss! There are so many zombies. Can they still survive? Disaster! Yu Yurong shook his head. Zhao Yibai nodded. Yes, sometimes a large number of people are not as good as a smart one. His eyes were sharp. Seeing the 2 squares disperse while running, it was concluded that these people were finished. The firepower is not strong enough. There are too many people holding us back. Without building up the courage, he rushed out and tried to take over the supermarket. This is disrespectful to the zombies, and even more so to their own lives. Outside, the square where Hanwon was located rushed to the front. Even though the zombies were excited, their speed was really no match for people with healthy limbs. As they ran, just as Hanwon had estimated, they had a chance to rush onto the main road and reach the supermarket before the zombie horde completed the encirclement. But something went wrong. Hanwon and the bedboard in front of her ran very fast. This was a race with zombies. Being surrounded by zombies meant death. Most girls are very strong. Something is wrong with Qin Xiaomei. As she was running, her legs gave way and she fell. Originally, the formation was a bit scattered while they were running, and the square did not close up so well. When Qin Xiaomei fell, the girl who was holding the bedboard with her was caught off guard and also fell to the ground. Grasp. The girl behind was startled, cursed quickly, and dodged away. If you bump into it, you will definitely be tripped. Qin Xiaomei you. When Hanwhan heard the noise, she turned around and was immediately furious, her eyes full of despair. Roar. As soon as Qin Xiaomei and the girl were helped up, the zombies in front had already surrounded them, blocked the opening, and rushed over together. Hanwhan quickly ordered, defend, kill the zombies first. This is not defense at all, let's run. Someone in the crowd shouted first, and several girls evacuated, holding their bedboards and running towards the nearest female dormitory, Building B. Hanwhan shouted anxiously, don't go, that's not right. Hanwhan had already seen Building B, but the entrance to Building B was too clean. There wasn't a single zombie corpse. It was so clean that it was scary. Their best plan was to rush to the supermarket. Qin Xiaomei was helped up, glanced at Hanwhan, and ran over there. The supermarket is too far away. If you don't get there, you'll be eaten by zombies. The smart ones should go into Building B and guard it. Hanwhan, if you have the guts, don't come. Go to the supermarket instead. Sister Wan, forget it. Let's save our strength first and talk about it later. The people around Hanwhan were also shaken. They rushed to the main door of Building B of the women's dormitory, holding bedboards. SHHHHHHH. They fought against the zombies. The square that Hanwhan studied worked. They put their bedboards together, and the square became a rectangle. They poked the zombies while moving towards Building B. They got better. On the contrary, there were only 2 girls left on Hanwhan's side. They were back to back with Hanwhan, with only a bedboard left, which was almost useless, and they were in a dangerous situation. Squeak. The 3 of them fought with the zombies that rushed towards them. Their fighting power was very strong, but there were too many zombies around them, and they rushed towards them in large numbers. The number of zombies is like the sea. Hanwhan and the other 2 are very powerful, but it seems that they can't hold on for long. After noticing Hanwhan's situation, one girl said, it's not a good idea for us to do this. After all, Sister One has taught us a lot. Qin Xiaomei. It's hard to persuade that damned ghost with kind words. She just wants to go to the supermarket. What can we do? Whoever wants to save her, go. If she doesn't want to live, forget it. Someone said, hurry, rush to Building B, and don't worry about Hanwhan. So, they tacitly gave up Hanwhan, their eldest sister, and rushed to Building B. Hearing the words from the other end, Hanwhan felt very disappointed. It was she who saved people one after another in the dormitory and brought everyone together. Share the collected food with everyone. Take them to make weapons and tools, train battle formations, and seek opportunities to survive. As a result, in the face of danger, they didn't believe her and simply gave up on her. Hee. Hanwhan sneered. The fire axe in her hand was almost smoking. She was venting her anger, and when she was too angry, she was no longer afraid of death. Hanwhan's eyes were wide open as she hacked the zombies until blood splattered everywhere. Zhao Bai's eyes lit up immediately. Just at this moment, the system prompt sounded. Chapter 33, Saving Hanwhan. Ding. The system has discovered a new mission, Save Hanwhan. Mission reward, 3 bottles of zombie detoxification serum. Zombie antidote serum, 100% detoxification within 1 hour, 70% detoxification within 12 hours, 50% detoxification within 24 hours. Hanwhan is so brave. Zhao Bai felt very good watching this. He needed such teammates. The system's tasks come at the right time. I want to save that woman. Zhao Bai said bluntly without hesitation. Below, there were as many zombies as the water in the ocean, but Yu Yurong didn't think twice and asked directly, what do we need to do? She knew that Zhao Bai must have his reasons for doing what he did. Wait for me here and protect yourself. Good. Yu Yurong nodded. Che Xiaoli also nodded. Be careful. Rest assured. After Zhao Bai finished speaking, he quickly walked out of the room, directly extracted the golden UZI from the system space, and ran downstairs quickly. At this time, Qin Xiaomei and others had successfully reached the gate of the female dormitory in Building B. They threw away the heavy bedboards, successfully entered inside, and worked together to close the glass door, using their bodies to support the thick glass. Roar! Strangely, the zombies stopped when they saw the glass door so close to them. Instead of moving forward, they turned around and rushed towards Hanwhan and the other 2. Swish! There are just too many zombies. This is not a game after all. In reality, let alone killing zombies, even chopping bones or chickens is very tiring. Hanwhan could still hold on, but the girl standing back to back with her couldn't bear it anymore. As they swung, their strength became weaker and weaker, and their speed became slower and slower. When the girl behind Hanwhan on the left was swinging, the zombie grabbed her arm and bit her with a crack. Ugh! Screams were heard. The other girl was distracted for a moment, and a large piece of flesh on her face was torn off by the zombie. The zombie's hands and nails seemed to have been strengthened in some way and were extremely sharp. The flesh fell off and the wound immediately turned black. Ah, Sister Wan, I can't survive this. Hanwon looked back and was immediately furious. She looked angrily in the direction of dormitory building B, which was more than 10 meters away and separated by 2 huge glass doors. Most of the girls there lowered their heads and didn't dare to face her. There were also a few, such as Qin Xiaomei, who looked directly at her with provocative eyes and smug expressions on their faces. Hanwon saw the survivors inside, and she smiled. Because there are more than just survivors inside. Her previous premonition was correct. She also saw black python-like tentacles extending from the corner of the lobby of Building B, crawling quickly along the ground towards the girls. And those people were all looking outside at this moment, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Okay. Die. All dead. I feel relieved too. Idiots. Both of her good sisters were dead, and Han-won had lost her will to fight. Having almost exhausted all her strength, she closed her eyes and waited for death. In a flash, the zombies jumped over the corpses of the zombies that were chopped down by Han-won on the ground, surrounded her, and countless hands grabbed her. Use time stop. Ding. Time stop successfully used. Remaining times, 87 times. As soon as Zhao Yibai rushed out from downstairs, he saw that Han-won was surrounded. At this time, even if he opened fire, it was too late. After all, only after rescuing Han-won will you be rewarded with the zombie virus antidote serum. Han-won was arrested. She died immediately, and there was no way to save her. Time stopped immediately. Space and time were all frozen. Only Zhao Yibai, like a true god, has complete freedom in the confined time and space, and he, like the truth, can do anything. Zhao Yibai stepped forward quickly. Da-da-da-da-da. While walking, holding a gun, shooting zombies. Flames spurted out of the muzzle of the golden Uzi. Puff, 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 puff. Groups of zombies were shot, but they had no direct contact with Zhao Yibai. They were just shot. The sound of bullets entering the body was heard, and their heads, bodies, and limbs kept exploding and shattering. This method of killing zombies is too stable. Zhao Yibai cleared a path and rushed to Han-won. What a pity, it's too late to come down. Zhao Yibai looked at the other 2 girls, but it was too late. One of them was pinned down by a dozen zombies, with more than a dozen big cuts on her face and body. The other one had a rotten face, and one of his arms was torn off by a zombie. Through the gap, you could see the lungs and the chest cavity. He was dead. In fact, it was not that Zhao Yibai came down late. There are too many zombies. How could you possibly survive when surrounded by so many zombies, with no shelter and not being the protagonist? Da-da-da, da-da-da. Zhao Yibai fired a burst of shots with his submachine gun, killing all the zombies nearby. Then, he stood beside Han-won, holding a gun, and indiscriminately shot at all the zombies around him. For a moment, bullets flew like rain. The small submachine gun, like an impact gun, fired 1,000 rounds per minute. At full firepower, zombies exploded in large numbers, their limbs exploding and falling to the ground. This is a lonely killing. There are no spectators. Zhao Yibai descended like a true god and slaughtered the zombies. After clearing a huge open space, Zhao Yibai stopped shooting and shook his numb hands. He looked towards the female dormitory in Building B, and suddenly he discovered the black tentacles inside. There were many of them, like tree roots, crisscrossing each other. Some were as thick as an adult's thigh, and some were as thick as a carrot. Those tentacles have already reached behind the girls, showing an attacking posture. There were even a few of them that had reached the back of the girl's head, just 1 or 2 centimeters away from poking into her head. You guys are such a traitor, you guys deserve to die. Zhao Yibai still has time, but he did not choose to save those people. Self-righteous, a drag, and an ugly face. People like this, by saving them, are harming other survivors. Finish. Zhao Yibai took the initiative to end the time stop to ensure that he had enough mental strength to deal with the next situation. Ding. Time stop ends. Time resumes flowing. Open your eyes. Zhao Yibai spoke. Han-won suddenly opened her eyes when she heard the man's voice beside her. Roar. The zombies' roars sounded again, but they were much weaker. Han-won was stunned. Originally, she clearly saw that she was surrounded by zombies, but now, there were corpses everywhere, and there was a whole layer of dead zombies on the ground, at least 100 or 200 of them. Walk. Zhao Yibai grabbed Han-won's wrist and ran with her to Building A of the female dormitory. Qin Xiaomei was laughing. She was very upset by Han-won's threats and intimidation before. Even though Han-won was right, she didn't care about right or wrong. She was just unhappy. Seeing Han Wan surrounded by a group of zombies, she felt very happy, with satisfaction in her eyes. But the scene flashed before her eyes, and a huge crowd of zombies appeared, all dead, their body parts spread on the ground. She was dumbfounded, and her smile froze. Am I dazzled? The other girls were also dumbfounded, feeling that the scene before them was very magical. Sudden, out of the corner of her eye, Qin Xiaomei saw a huge tentacle like a black python floating behind the head of the girl next to her. Ah! Chapter 34 Rewards Received, Advanced Tasks. Puff! At the same time Qin Xiaomei screamed, the huge tentacles suddenly pierced the head of the girl next to her. Amidst the loud bang, blood splattered everywhere. Not only the girl next to Qin Xiaomei, but 7 girls who ran and were shot in the head at the same time by several huge tentacles that attacked together. Ah! The girls screamed in unison. They turned back. Seeing the many tentacles extending from the corner of the hall, I was scared to death. Help, help! Qin Xiaomei barely dodged the attack of the tentacles, which hit the glass door of the women's dormitory. With a sudden crash, the sliding glass door was shattered and the glass fell to the ground. Shouting for help in front of this apocalyptic mutated zombie is like shouting no to something else. It's completely useless. Who cares about whom? The only person who could have saved them, Han Wan, is already dead. Now it's the new Han Wan. Han Wan, who was running with Zhao Yibai holding her wrist, heard the sound and looked towards the female dormitory Building B while running. In the lobby of Building B, one girl after another was pierced through the body by tentacles, their heads smashed, and their bodies were pulled back in a curl. They died in various ways. Seeing them crying for their parents, screaming loudly, and sobbing bitterly, Han Wan showed a sincere smile on her face, and all the pores on her body relaxed. The current situation proves that she was right. Building B is indeed dangerous. But those people didn't listen to her. They chose a path that they thought would save their lives, but in fact, it was a dead end, and it also harmed her and her 2 good sisters. Sister Han Wan, save me, save me. Qin Xiaomei saw Han Wan and Zhao Yibai running. She ran out on the broken glass on the ground and shouted excitedly. Zhao Yibai and Han Wan kept walking. Zhao Yibai used time stop to kill a large number of zombies around him. There are still zombies outside, a lot of zombies, but I don't know whether they are afraid of me or the big guy in Building B. The zombies all stopped where they were, shaking their heads, and did not continue to attack. They ran and the zombies didn't chase them. When Han Wan heard Qin Xiaomei's plea for mercy, she burst into laughter. Save you. You are ugly, but you have beautiful dreams. Among these people, you are the one who deserves to die the most. She was telling the truth. After saying these words, she and Zhao Yibai had already successfully run into the girls' dormitory in Building A. You won't save me? Han Wan. You won't die well. Han Wan. I'll fuck you. Swish. Seeing that the kind sister was no longer kind, Qin Xiaomei started cursing, but before she could finish her curse, a tentacle as thick as an arm pierced through her chest and then pulled her body back. Gurgle, gurgle. Qin Xiaomei was trembling all over. Blood bubbles kept coming out of her mouth, and tears were flowing uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. In no mood. She doesn't want to die? No, no. Woo woo woo. If I had known earlier I would have listened to Sister Han Wan. More than 30 girls. Half of them died in the time it took to catch their breath. They were suddenly attacked, and several of them died. Now he reacted and chopped the tentacles with the weapons in his hands. The sharp weapons were effective on the tentacles, and the black tentacles were chopped so that the inky juice splashed out. But there are too many tentacles. As the girls in Building D responded hastily, more and more people were killed by the tentacles, and the number of people decreased. It would be good if we could resist the tentacles together. There are always some girls as smart as Qin Xiaomei who turn around and run, hoping that the other girls will block the tentacles and use them as a backup. However, the tentacles are too flexible and can extend several meters in 1 or 2 seconds, faster than they can run. Turning your back to the tentacles is almost equivalent to death. There are actually terrifying zombies here. I regret this now, woo-woo. Yeah, the zombies outside aren't that scary. Those zombies don't come here because there's a more powerful zombie here. The dozen or so girls who were left regretted it. At this moment, Han Wan and the man who suddenly appeared fled to the female dormitory of Building A. However, they had to face the terrifying zombies, and outside, there were a large number of ordinary zombies. They had nowhere to retreat and nowhere to escape. Death is just a matter of time. Sister Wan, help me. I will obey you from now on. Some girls collapsed and screamed. The mutant zombies' tentacle attacks became more and more ferocious, and the girl's resistance became weaker and weaker as her strength was depleted. Zhao Yibai also heard the sound coming from Building B and entered the lobby of Building A. They were safe for a short time, and he looked at Hanwon. Hanwon tucked the loose hair behind her ear and said, "Why are you looking at me like that? If someone is soft-hearted for a moment, they are kind. But if they are kind all the time without any reason, they are just saints." Good. Zhao Bai nodded. It's okay to be kind in the last days. Holy Mother, that would be very dangerous. My name is Hanwon. Hanwon introduced herself. Looking at the zombie blood splattering on Zhao Bai's body, her eyes became gentle. She reached out and patted off some of the broken flesh and half of Zhao Bai's eyeballs that had splattered on his shoulder. She said seriously, "I don't know how you did it, but you saved me. My life, Hanwon, is yours." Surrounded by countless zombies, and with all the sisters who had fought side by side with her dead, Hanwon was completely in despair. Zhao Bai's very unscientific appearance, like a god descending from heaven, saved her. Hanwon regards Zhao Bai as a god. Her god. My name is Zhao Bai. Zhao Bai also introduced himself with a smile. You said it. I will remember it. He is not the kind of person who would be polite without any reason. I said so. Hanwon nodded, looking at Zhao Bai with piety and fanaticism in her eyes. Ding. System mission. Rescue Hanwon completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving the mission reward of Zombie Antidote Serum 3. The reward has been sent to your system space. Ding. System mission. Team formation completed. You've successfully formed a 10-person team and become their beloved captain. Congratulations to the host for receiving the mission reward. 18L, 1,000 barrels of healthy drinking water. The reward has been distributed to your system space. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the team and obtaining the team panel. The host can view the loyalty and status of the team members in real time on the panel and spend mental power to gain the team members' vision. The system has assigned you a team advancement mission. Become a powerful leader. Only by having more survivors working for you can you rest assured in the apocalypse. Build a faction of 100 survivors and become a powerful leader. Mission rewards. A bird's eye view map. 1,000 tons of rice. 100,000 cubic meters of system space expansion. And the 3-star weapon. The obsidian blade. Long sword. Hanwon, you are so cold-blooded. A resentful voice rang out in the lobby of Building B. Zhao Bai had already brought Hanwon into room 301 on the 3rd floor to meet Yu Yorong and Che Xiaoli. When Hanwon heard the voice, a sarcastic smile appeared on her lips. She cold-blooded? It was already very kind of him not to help the zombies kill these traitors. Zhao Bai called up the system panel. This advanced task made his blood boil, especially the obsidian blade, which comes with a star rating. According to his understanding of apocalyptic novels, this should be a weapon for killing mutated zombies. Chapter 35 Team Panel. Doomsday Feeding System Panel. Host, Zhao Bai. Main ability, Time Stop SSS level. Number of recharges, 87. Level 2 ability, Feeding, Team Sharing of Members' Vision. Mission, Advanced Mission, Strong Leader, 10 out of 100. Space, 12%. 18L 1,000 barrels of healthy drinking water, 3 zombie detoxification serums, 9 mental recovery pills, a gold UZI, some food. Team. Zhao Bai, Captain's Health, 95, Spirit, 60%, Combat Power, 600. Hanwon, Loyalty 99, Health, 65, Combat Power, 1100. Yu Yorong, Loyalty 90, Health, 100, Combat Power, 300. Che Xiaoli, Loyalty 85, Health, 100, Combat Power, 190. Wu Meng, Loyalty 75, Health, 100, Combat Power, 180. Chun Shuaru, Loyalty 70, Health, 100, Combat Power, 60. Jiang Yi, Loyalty 65, Health, 97, Combat Power, 290. Chen Lin, Loyalty 64, Health, 78, Combat Power, 150. Yu Shimi, Loyalty 61, Health, 90, Combat Power, 110. Jiang Rao, Loyalty 61, Health, 90, Combat Power, 130. After reading the data on the panel, Zhao Bai was stunned for a moment. Value. It's totally worth it. It was really worth saving Hanwon. Hanwon is simply a weird person with strange attributes. Her loyalty is almost maxed out, and her combat power is as high as 1100. This is the system's evaluation, and it is very convincing. Without stopping time and without holding weapons, Hanwon's fighting power is almost as strong as 2 of hers. The commotion in Building B didn't last long. In less than 3 minutes, the world returned to silence. I think they all fell asleep. At this moment, Hanwon had already finished introducing herself to Yu Yorong and the others. What do we do next? Hanwon looked at Zhao Bai. Zhao Bai, rest for a while, eat and drink something. When the zombies are gone, you can join us to repair the warehouse. Hanwon had just been chopping zombies for so long. She should recover her health. Zhao Yibai guessed that this health value was probably related to strength or something. He took out a bottle of candied pears, a bag of bread, and 2 sausages from his arms and handed them to Han Wan. Good. Han Wan watched Zhao Yibai generously take out food and sugary drinks that were extremely precious in this end times. She saw it and remembered it in her heart. She took it without being pretentious and started eating. She knew that she had to recover. Only then would it be useful. I'll go search for something and arm you. After Zhao Yibai finished speaking to Han Wan, he looked at Yu Yorong and Che Xiaoli and said, "You two should take a break as well." After saying that, he took out snacks and drinks from his arms and threw them to the 2 of them. "These are my private goods, secrets." The fish has a smile on its face. "Thank you, boss." Che Xiaoli stood up straight, raised her chin high, and saluted Zhao Yibai. They are all in their 20s and must like to eat snacks. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Yibai was able to find a lot of snacks in the girls' dormitory where there were many greedy girls. If I were trapped in the men's dormitory building at the beginning, I would probably suffer a lot. Besides the fat otaku happy water, more of it would be countless used tissues. "You are welcome." Zhao Yibai imitated Che Xiaoli's actions and responded. Zhao Yibai didn't expect that Che Xiaoli's loyalty was so high. 60 points is considered a pass. Che Xiaoli actually ranked 3rd. This made Zhao Yibai like this lovely and cute sister even more. Helmets and other things are easy to search for. The Women's University in City A is similar to other universities. The campus is quite large, and you must have a bicycle or electric scooter to commute. Every year, the student union will hold a few rounds of inspections to check helmets and conduct safety awareness campaigns. A helmet is something that everyone who owns a car must have. They are usually kept in the cabinets in the dormitory. After leaving 301, Zhao Yibai walked openly into the corridor of the women's dormitory, pushed the door open, and searched for something. He had searched the 3rd floor once before, and most of the food and water had been taken away, while things like helmets and clothes were hardly touched. Zhao Yibai picked out the clean and fragrant dormitories to search, and entered the girls' dormitory again. Looking at the quilts in various warm colors, the various cozy and cute decorations, the beautiful shoes on the floor, and the clothes of all sizes hanging on the bedside and balcony, he still felt very moved. One can almost imagine that before the end of the world, these dormitories were bustling with activity and were populated by many young and energetic girls. A huge disaster has turned these girls, no matter how tall, short, fat, or thin, into horrible zombies while they were having lunch at noon. Although Zhao Yibai turned into a zombie directly, he felt okay. At least he died painlessly and lost consciousness. Zhao Yibai couldn't imagine that those normal people who were eating in the cafeteria without any abnormalities were eating when the sky suddenly darkened. When it became light again, large groups of senior and junior students around him turned into zombies. In a place like the cafeteria, unlike him, he could rush into an empty room in the corridor of the women's dormitory and use the door to block the zombies' attack. There was no place to hide, and being unarmed and surrounded by zombies, how desperate it must have been. Zhao Yibai looked at some beautiful clothes and put them into the system space. Productivity could not be restored in a short time. Maybe collecting some clothes will be useful in the future. What to wear for the girls around you. Zhao Yibai also stuffed some quilts, pillows, and even tables and chairs into the system space. Anyway, the system space is used to store things, so he doesn't have to bear any weight and can't be left idle. Zhao Yibai took some helmets, thick clothes and other things and brought them back to dormitory 301. Yu Yorong and Che Xiaoli wrapped Han Wan up with ease and finally put on a helmet that covered her head. Team panel. Team. Han Wan, loyalty to 99 health, 90 combat power, 1100. After replenishing food and water and resting for a period of time, Han Wan's health recovered a lot as Zhao Yibai expected. Zhao Yibai waved, and the girls came over. They gathered together. Xiaoli, where's the warehouse? Che Xiaoli squatted on the ground, picked up a few high-heeled shoes from dormitory 301, and placed them on the ground. She described them one by one and talked about the path and direction to be taken. Zhao Yibai nodded, stood up, and looked outside. There were a large number of zombie corpses on the ground. This was his masterpiece. The group of zombies attracted by the girls in Building D have mostly dispersed, and some old, weak, sick and disabled zombies are wandering on the avenue. I don't know where the main force was taken by the mutated zombies. But we cannot rule out the possibility that zombies will come out immediately as people go out. Zhao Yibai could actually go to the maintenance warehouse by himself. Turn on time stop and pass without getting hurt. But now that we have formed a team, we must train the people around us so that they can continue to grow and become stronger. The zombie tides in the future will only become stronger. They must become stronger together to have a chance of surviving for a long time in the coming apocalypse. Hanwon. Most zombies don't move very quickly. If we get out, even if the zombies come out, as long as we run out before they surround us, we'll have a chance to get through in one go. This is the experience she has summarized from practice. There was nothing wrong with her command and ideas, but her previous teammates were all stupid teammates. Seeing so many zombies on the road, they got scared and ran back. Can you survive by running? But they ran into a den of mutant zombies and no one survived. Zhao Bai, running a little slow. Hanwon was slightly stunned. Zhao Bai smiled and said, "Can you ride a bike?" Call. Hanwon breathed a sigh of relief, her heart at ease. Zhao Bai was wise. Yes. How could someone be stupid enough to save himself among thousands of zombies? Hanwon smiled. Zhao Bai pointed to the Black Knight E10 ABS version of the takeaway car not far downstairs. My takeaway car is over there. It can carry one. I'll go to the carport to find a car to connect the line later, and then one of you can take another one. Chapter 36 Maintenance Warehouse. I can ride a bike. Che Xiaoli raised her hand. You're wrong. That's fine with me too. This is almost a universal skill. Zhao Bai, are you a good driver? Yu Yurong blushed when she heard this. Your cycling skills are quite good. Che Xiaoli giggled and said, I'm fine with driving or riding a bike. Zhao Bai immediately made a decision. Then how about this? Xiaoli rides one and takes Hanwon with her, and you ride one and take me with you. Let those with high combat power sit in the back and kill zombies, so that their combat power can be maximized. Good. The women nodded. After checking the equipment, the four of them set off together. Zhao Bai went out first, unlocked his takeaway car, went to the carport, found a pedal with a larger frame, smashed the keyhole lock on the front of the car, and connected the wires together. Although this was the first time he did this kind of work, the dashboard was already powered on and lit up. Zhao Bai had done it. He waved gently. The three girls rushed out of the hall quickly. Yu Yurong came in front of Zhao Bai and got on the bike. On the other side, Che Xiaoli rode a bicycle and picked up Hanwon, who was holding a fire axe in each hand. Due to the previous battle, there are no more zombies here. The female zombies remaining on the avenue have average hearing and vision. Go! Zhao Bai exclaimed softly. Whoa! The two trams rushed out together. Ouch! Che Xiaoli let out a cry of surprise. She really didn't expect that Zhao Bai's delivery car was so powerful. With a light turn of the handle, the car rushed out with a whoosh, which was completely inconsistent with the 25 kilometers per hour displayed on the dial. If the car is not fast, how can we deliver food? Zhao Bai said with a smile. It's pretty cool. Che Xiaoli nodded with satisfaction. Yu Yurong carried Zhao Bai, twisted the handle deeply, caught up with Che Xiaoli, and the two cars drove side by side. Zhao Bai didn't use Uzi. He held a fire axe in one hand and a steel pipe in the other. Unless absolutely necessary, you cannot use a gun. Using a gun makes too much noise and will attract zombies continuously. The purpose of this trip is to go to the maintenance warehouse, collect materials, and manufacture weapons. Need to keep a low profile. Roar! The car was almost reaching the face when the dozen or so zombies wandering on the avenue noticed that someone was coming. A living person has arrived. Their drooping heads suddenly raised up, roars came out of their mouths, and their eyes turned bloodshot. Shoo! Zhao Bai and Hanwon sat on the back seats of their electric scooters, holding fire axes in their hands, gathering power in the air, and then chopped the zombies fiercely. Roar! Zhao Bai cut off half of the zombie's arm. The zombie was wearing a white dress, had her hair tied up, and had a very well-proportioned figure. When she was a human, she must have been a beauty. But now it's zombies. The female zombie fell to the ground. Having lost her arms, she could no longer stand and lay on the ground. She roared anxiously at the electric scooter. On the other side, Hanwon chopped the head of the red-haired female zombie in a denim jacket and jeans next to her in half with an axe, splitting it like splitting a piece of wood. It's a pity that the beautiful long red hair is gone. The fashionable female zombie died immediately. The two cars did not stop. Zhao Bai and Hanwon also put away their axes after chopping. At first they used the axe blade. Then they started using the back of the axe, which is the hammer side, because the zombies' heads were already rotten. This resulted in it breaking into pieces with just one hit, leaving a hammer-shaped dent on the zombie's head. Some zombies were beaten to death. There were also some with strong vitality. They fell down at first, but recovered after a while, with their brains sticking out of their heads, and they were still roaring and chasing the electric bike. Ouch! The e-mule is very fast and can cover a distance of several hundred meters in just 1 or 2 minutes. This is still Zhao Bai and Hanwon chopping zombies. Yu Yurong and Che Xiaoli, who were riding their bikes, did not ride at full speed. Behind the two electric scooters, a large group of zombies were pulled down a distance of 100 or 200 meters, roaring and chasing. The originally peaceful campus of a women's university was once again in an uproar. Zombies are popping out from every corner. But Zhao Yibai and the others disappeared too quickly, and many zombies became confused after reaching the main road. There was only the smell of people in the air, but no one could see where they were. Encirclement does not exist at all. Oh my! Yu Yurong and Che Xiaoli shouted. They rode electric bikes like generals riding war horses on ancient battlefields, shuttling through the enemy camp. The blood is burning. Adrenaline is rushing. There were many zombies behind, and they chased after him. But when the distance became too far, they stopped chasing. Along the way, Zhao Yibai and Han Wan each killed 5 or 6 zombies. When almost all the survivors were hiding and trying to survive, Zhao Yibai's team had already begun to take the initiative to attack, wandering like a dragon among the zombies. Fuck! They passed the cafeteria. Zhao Yibai glanced towards the cafeteria. Through the glass, he saw thousands of zombies huddled inside. He cursed. There are too many zombies. If he blocked the door and used his golden UZI to spray the zombies, it would be absolutely awesome, and he could kill all the zombies inside in no time. Next to the cafeteria is a supermarket. The door of the supermarket is open. The entrance is very clean, with some bloodstains, but there is not a single zombie. If you stand at the door of the supermarket, you can directly see the shelves inside, which are full of things. These foods, snacks, drinks, and so on are very tempting to the survivors. Yu Yurong and Che Xiaoli, who were in charge of riding the bikes, didn't even stop for a moment and just flew past. They strictly followed the plan made by Zhao Yibai in advance, and their destination was the maintenance warehouse. There are mutated zombies in the supermarket. Han Wan glanced at the supermarket. Her heart skipped a beat, and she murmured softly. The mutant zombies seem to have brains, but not much of them. It's all the same routine. The entrance to Building B was very clean, and the door was open, making it look like it was very safe inside. But there were tentacle mutated zombies inside. This supermarket, a battleground for many people, how could it be possible that its doors were wide open while the shelves inside were neatly arranged? It was clear that there was an ambush inside. Thanks. Han Wan thanked Zhao Yibai. What's the matter? Zhao Yibai asked puzzledly. Han Wan smiled bitterly. It turns out that even if those people and I rushed to the supermarket, we would still be dead. Man. In the supermarket, Liu was sitting at a table with freshly brewed instant noodles beside her. She was holding a bag of potato chips in her hand and chewing them. Through the glass next to the supermarket dining area, Liu saw Zhao Yibai sitting in the back seat of Yu Yurong's car and was stunned. Man. Not far from Liu, behind the shelf, Su Yu suddenly opened her eyes. She had changed and had hair. Oh no, it's a wig. It's real hair. Su Yu tore the hair and scalp off the survivor's head, and with the help of Liu, glued it back to her own head with glue. In addition, Su Yu, who loves beauty, also wore a white dress and crystal high heels. However, her belly was too big. Even though her skirt was loose, it looked as big as a pregnant woman in her 10th month of pregnancy from the front. It is worth mentioning that Su Yu had heavy makeup on her face. If you didn't look closely, but looked at her from a distance, she looked like a pregnant woman with long black hair. Roar! Su Yu roared. The sound is huge. In the cafeteria across the wall, thousands of zombies who had their heads bowed all raised their heads, and their eyes turned bloodshot red at the roar. Tramp, tramp, tramp. The zombies walked out of the cafeteria door in an orderly manner. Liu, perhaps, I can try to persuade the man to bring him here alive for you. Su Yu didn't move from where she was. Her neck suddenly stretched out 3 meters. The skin on her neck was stretched very thin and long. Her head came in front of Liu. She opened her bloody mouth towards her and sprayed her smelly saliva all over her face. Liu clenched her fists, still smiling. She had gotten used to it. Seeing that Liu's expression remained unchanged, Su Yu slowly retracted her neck, but when she retracted it, her neck became tangled, causing her head to face backwards. She reached out and turned her head several times before it was facing forward again. Man, bring him back. Loyalty means life. Betrayal means death. Yes. Liu bowed respectfully. Liu is an old student and is very active in the group, but in fact, not many people have actually seen her. Liu wants to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. Men are bad guys. Liu had thought so from the beginning. But it's the end of the world, and there are no men. I really don't believe it. Staying next to Su Yu, Liu feels like he is staying next to the emperor in ancient times. Being with zombies is like being with a tiger. She hasn't tasted a man yet. Whether or not you bring a man back is secondary. Liu wanted to avoid any regrets. Roar! Su Yu roared again. The obedient group of zombies disbanded. Dozens of zombies had already left the cafeteria and resumed their aimless wandering. Those still in the cafeteria all lowered their heads. Slurp, slurp. Liu opened the lid of the instant noodles and started eating them in big mouthfuls. After finishing the meal in no time, Liu added a few bundles of banknotes into the stove, boiled the water, poured it into the thermos, then filled it with a lot of snacks, carried it, and left the supermarket through the back door. Someone with brains should go and repair the warehouse. When Liu saw the direction Zhao Yibai and the others were heading, he had already determined their destination. The other side. Zhao Yibai and his group arrived at the maintenance warehouse, but found that the roller shutter door was closed. Hanwan jumped out of the car and pulled hard. But I couldn't pull it open, it was locked. Roar! A dozen zombies around ran over roaring. Zhao Yibai and others also got out of the car. Zhao Yibai, Yu Yurong and Che Xiaoli took the initiative to face the zombies rushing towards them. Laugh! Zhao Yibai changed his main weapon to a steel pipe. He was very strong, and with his strength, the steel pipe was as powerful as a solid iron rod. Zhao Yibai went up and poked a short and fat zombie to the ground. The steel pipe had poked into the zombie's eyes and was almost reaching the zombie's brain. Pulling it out suddenly, Zhao Yibai smashed it towards the skinny zombie next to him, knocking the zombie over with the steel pipe. Yu Yurong and Che Xiaoli were also very fierce. They rushed forward and slashed at the zombies. They had taken precautions, so even if they were caught by the zombies, they could not break their defenses. Without the worry of being caught, they held sharp weapons and attacked fiercely. He was hardly ever touched by zombies, and he would chop down the zombies in front of him. There was someone behind the scenes stopping the zombies, and he was a reliable person. Hanwan looked back and felt warm in her heart. The people around Zhao Yibai were all trustworthy. This kind of person is a teammate, a partner who can survive together. Compared to those she saved in Building D before, what were they? Were they still human beings? Crash, crash, bang, locked. That's easy. Hanwan aimed the back of the fire axe at the keyhole and hit it 3 times. The third time, the lock was smashed. Hanwan lifted it with force, and with a crash, the rolling door went up directly. Inside the rolling door is an iron door. Hanwan did the same thing, broke the lock with a few hits of the hammer, and pushed open the iron door. All right. Zhao Yibai agreed, pushed a car, and entered the maintenance warehouse. Che Xiaoli rode one and rode into the maintenance warehouse. The fish has room to clean up its tail. Kill the 2 nearby zombies. More than a dozen zombies were killed by the 3 of them in a flash. Dozens of meters away and even further away, zombies discovered them and were running towards them clumsily, roaring. After the 4 of them entered, Yu Yurong closed the iron door of the maintenance warehouse with a bang. This warehouse is not small, at least 400 or 500 square meters, with a ceiling height of 5 meters. As soon as you come in, you will see the green painted floor with some old sofas, desks, chairs and other things piled up in a mess, as well as some replaced broken computer hosts, mops and so on. Further in, there are rows and rows of shelves. Further in, there are rows of tall iron racks with all kinds of things piled on them. The entire warehouse was filled with the smell of stale engine oil and the damp and moldy smell that had never been exposed to the sun. Outside, zombies from far away ran over, but lingered at the gate. The smell in the warehouse was too strong and had covered up the human smell, so they lingered in front of the iron gate of the maintenance warehouse. Hanwan took a look at the situation outside through the crack in the door. After making sure it was safe, she gently fastened the inner bolt of the iron door. It's stable. Looking at the several large oil drums in the corner, Zhao Yibai laughed. I went over and shook it, and I found that the oil barrel was very heavy and contained oil. There were a lot of things on the shelves in the maintenance warehouse, and the dust was very thick. It was obvious that no one had been in for a long time, and it had almost become a warehouse for discarded garbage. But it has everything it should have. Cutting machines, welding machines, grinders, repair stands. No electricity. Yu Yurong tried the switch. It doesn't matter if there's no electricity. As long as there's oil, there's electricity. Zhao Yibai pointed to the machine in the corner. He had already thought of it. How could such a large school's maintenance warehouse not have a backup generator? Have. Not only one, but several. They all burn diesel. Zhao Yibai. First, we'll find the materials. We'll research and develop some weapons. Then develop the motors and process them quickly. Diesel generators are noisy. I'm afraid it will attract zombies. Good. The 3 women agreed, each taking the flashlight they brought with them, and started searching separately in the maintenance warehouse. Zhao Yibai pulled some old sofas, cabinets, and other large items behind the warehouse door and propped them up behind the iron door. The windows of the warehouse are very high, more than 4 meters high, and they are small square windows with anti-theft steel bars in the middle. Once the door is blocked, it is really difficult for zombies to get in. As he was moving things around, Zhao Bai was delighted when he discovered this. In this way, you can process weapons here with confidence and go out after completing them thoroughly. The shortcoming for other survivors staying in such a confined space is insufficient supplies, but for him, the food in the system space is enough for the 4 of them to live here for a month. As for water, it is enough to last for half a year. Suddenly, a strange cry was heard. Zhao Bai and the 3 girls immediately became alert and tightened their weapons. Chapter 37. Li Yu. Who are you? In the dark maintenance room, without sunlight, Yu Yurong replied in a serious tone. I'm Li Yu. Li Yu replied weakly. She didn't dare reveal her real name, Li Yu. Her name had become notorious ever since she led the survivors away. She took her own name and added Su Yuyu's character to form a new name. Yu Yurong, Hanwan, and Che Xiaoli quickly surrounded Li Yu. Yu Yurong said, Ibai, there's a survivor here. Survivor? Seeing that the gate was blocked, Zhao Ibai dusted off his hands, walked to Yu Yurong, and looked at Li Yu. Li Yu is 1.68 meters tall. She wears sneakers, jeans, and a white shirt. She has a good figure, with plumpness where it should be. She has an oval face and long brown hair that falls on her shoulders. The ends of her hair are curled. Hidden by her long hair are 2 fashionable hoop earrings on her ears. With red lips and white teeth, she is indeed an outstanding urban beauty. Noticing Zhao Yibai's gaze, Li Yu looked at Zhao Yibai and smiled shyly, but his gaze couldn't help but linger on Zhao Yibai's waist for a few more seconds. During normal times, there is really no shortage of men. Girls like Li Yu, as long as they are not on campus, will have a group of enemies willing to lick their boots just by waving their hands outside. Girls like Li Yu are also arrogant. But the end of the world is different. The future is uncertain. All the so-called pride and reserve no longer exist, and all thoughts have become much more primitive. The students at the A City Women's University are all in their prime, and in this almost closed girls' school, most of them have very little contact with boys, and their emotions are always suppressed. This is the end of the world. If a man could die at any time and suddenly appears alive, most people would be very excited and want to try it out. The same goes for Li Yu. Ahem. Zhao Yibai's eyes met Li Yu's somewhat fiery gaze, and he lowered his head and coughed lightly. Normally, it's LSP guys like him who look at girls, look at their legs and stuff, and pretend to be serious and look at them when they aren't paying attention. This is a bit of a turn of events. He, a man, has become a hot commodity. Being looked at directly, being looked at passionately. Li Yu retracted her gaze. She clamped her throat, her voice sweet, and said excitedly, After the apocalypse, I hid here. It's really wonderful. I never thought that one day I would see a living person again. Che Xiaoli smiled and said, You are really lucky to have met us. As she spoke, she glanced at Zhao Bai. Her most immediate thought was that she was very lucky to have met Zhao Bai. Zhao Bai is not only a man, but also a very powerful man. Li Yu looked at Zhao Bai and said, Can I join you? I still have food, and I'm willing to share it with you. Zhao Bai took the flashlight and shone it up and down on Li Yu. She was quite pretty. But the outer door was locked. It was locked from the outside. How did you get in? Zhao Bai is not a guy who is obsessed with sex. He loses his bottom line when he sees a beautiful woman. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere at the scene became tense. Yu Yurong asked coldly, Who are you? Hanwan said nothing, but quietly moved a few steps behind Li Yu to block her escape route. Li Yu pretended to be innocent and said fearfully, There's a small door over there in the maintenance warehouse. I came in through the small door. I'm a human, classmates, you're so fierce. As he spoke, Li Yu shrank his neck, looking like he was about to cry. She kind of enjoyed the feeling of fooling people by pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Che Xiaoli hurried over to check and found a small door. There were traces of people entering and exiting. It seemed that the main door of the maintenance warehouse was not usually opened, and people entered and exited through the small door. Yes. The atmosphere relaxed. Yu Yurong. Sorry, classmate. This is the end of the world, and we want to be more serious. Fine. Li Yu shook her head and took out a bag of food from the supermarket. Are you hungry? I have some food here that I can share with you. Che Xiaoli. No, eat it yourself. This is the end of the world. Don't trust others too much. Simple-minded little girls are indeed easy to deceive. Seeing Li Yu, who was so weak and yet was willing to take out food to share in this doomsday environment, her heart softened immediately. Li Yu's behavior was quite normal, so Yu Yurong didn't say much. But she intuitively felt that there was something wrong with Li Yu. It was not just the tea, but also the taste that was wrong. Yu Yurong couldn't describe what was wrong. Anyway, she doesn't like Li Yu. Ah, is that so? Liu looked as if he had learned something, and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. In her heart, she was sneering. Hee hee. What a bunch of idiots, so easy to fool. Zhao Bai. Liu, can I have a bag of potato chips? Of course. Liu agreed in a hoarse voice, immediately took out a bag of potato chips from the bag and handed it to Zhao Bai with both hands. In the dimly lit maintenance warehouse, the light of several flashlights intertwined, illuminating the space where Zhao Bai and others were. Zhao Bai's tone was natural, and Liu agreed subconsciously and responded very naturally. She forgot that the name she introduced was Liu. Zhao Bai reached out and caught the potato chips. Liu had a faint smile on his face. Haha. Zhao Bai laughed. The smile on Liu's face disappeared. She looked to the side and saw that the girls' faces had turned cold. She also suddenly realized that Zhao Bai was calling Liu, and she agreed, and was exposed. Squad. Liu. Temporary loyalty 0 health, 100 combat power 270, loyalty 34 or above, can officially join the team. Zhao Bai also felt that something was wrong with Liu in front of him, so he summoned the system panel to take a look. Upon closer look, it was indeed true. The weak woman Liu is actually the legendary Liu. Liu, who helped the mutated zombies kill the survivors. As expected of a man, he is indeed smart. Seeing that he was exposed, Liu did not panic. Okay, then let me introduce myself again. My name is Liu, level 23 Liu, Su Yu's servant, Liu. Yu Yurong said coldly. What's your purpose in approaching us? Liu pointed directly at Zhao Bai. My mutant zombie master just noticed him. I don't know if she still has some humanity left in her, but she wants to play with men. So here I am. Presumptuous. Fish can roar in anger. Stay calm. Liu took a step back. Hanwan raised the fire axe. Don't move, or I'll chop you to death. Kill me. Liu smiled. If it weren't for me, the mutant zombie master would have launched a zombie tide just now. The endless zombie tide would have directly destroyed you and would not stop until you were completely wiped out. Oh, what a bummer, such a bummer. I wanted to play with you guys, but right from the start, you were exposed. So, man, come with me, and I'll let your companions go. If you can serve the mutant zombie master well, I guarantee you'll have everything you need, and you'll be able to walk freely in this apocalyptic A-City Women's University. Chapter 38. It smells so good. After hearing what Liu said, Yu Yurong and others in the maintenance warehouse looked strange. Mutated zombies actually have that kind of need? Being a boy actually has such advantages in this girls' school. Not only is he popular in the women's dormitory. Stab whoever you want. The girls were not arrogant at all, and even seemed quite nice. Once they left the girls' dormitory, the mutant zombies all thought that this was definitely the most popular thing. Only Zhao Bai and the horrific mutated zombies. They subconsciously imagined the horrific tentacle zombies they had seen before in the lobby of the female dormitory in Building B, one for each person and one for the mutated zombies. Hiss. Yu Yurong imagined the scene and took a deep breath. Che Xiaoli shuddered with a chill. Hanwan wanted to laugh, but held it back. This doesn't seem like a good time to laugh. Hold. Zhao Bai cursed. He had read some BT study materials. The two sides were in different biological categories, so he would occasionally read them. The content was more diverse than the normal and conventional study materials. But what if he really were asked to create some mutant zombies? Can't do it. This is absolutely impossible. Wishful thinking. Liu crossed his arms and his face turned cold. Man, don't be so pretentious. My mistress is just unable to leave the A-City Women's University campus for a short period of time, not forever. Here, you are popular and the only one with a stick, but once you leave here, you will be nothing. I give you a chance, you must cherish it, don't refuse a toast, and then drink a forfeit. Seize the opportunity. In the future, when my master becomes the queen of zombies, you will be the king's male slave. Not only will you be able to survive, but you will also enjoy endless wealth and glory. And if you refuse, you'll die? Do you know how many zombies are in the cafeteria not far away? The corners of Zhao Bai's mouth twitched several times. He was actually threatened. The solution is to offer his masculinity? Don't even think about it. Yu Yurong said coldly. We won't betray him. Che Xiaoli nodded immediately. Yes, we won't sell men for glory. If your master wants to unleash a zombie tide, then let her do it. Hanwan tightly gripped the fire axe in her hand and twisted her neck, making a clicking sound. Liu's words couldn't scare them. They have all experienced big scenes. Looking at the women's performance, Zhao Bai smiled. Liu, I think what you should consider now is how to convince us not to kill you. Liu's expression changed immediately. If you kill me, Su Yu won't let you go. She will be furious. Zhao Bai, that's a matter for after you die. You don't need to worry about whether we live or die. Liu, I am a woman. Zhao Bai held his forehead and said, it has a Kunba relationship with me. Liu immediately replied, it may be related to you, Kunba. Change it. Zhao Bai, there are many people who want to have a relationship with me. You have to queue up, and you have to queue very far back. Liu is ruthless and complex. Don't kill her directly. Zhao Bai wanted to take advantage of something. Delay time. If we face the zombie tide directly, then this maintenance warehouse would be a waste of time. Liu narrowed his eyes and said, then let me have some fun. I'll buy you some time so you can finish crafting your weapons and make sure no zombies come to bother you. But you have to satisfy me. Yu Yorong was angry. You are such a bitch. Hanwan, are you so thirsty? Here's a steel pipe. Can I lend you one? Che Xiaoli stomped her feet. Bitch. Burning stuff? Liu stretched lazily. I've seen through you. You have some tricks up your sleeve, but you're also afraid of the zombie tide. Otherwise, if you knew I was Liu, you would have killed me directly and wouldn't have let me stay until now. Liu smiled and said, also, there are so many people who scold me. Liu, don't waste your saliva with your limited fighting power. I am already settling for the second best. I don't want to give him to the mutant zombies. I just want to have a full meal. You can choose for yourselves. Zhao Bai took a deep breath. Liu, do you think I, Zhao Bai, am the kind of person who would easily compromise? What a joke. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Puff, puff. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The diesel generator was connected to the circuit, and the entire maintenance warehouse became bright, with all the light bulbs turned on. Yu Yurong led the girls to start making weapons. First, there is the angle iron spear. The metal pipe is welded with angle iron, and the angle iron head is sharpened. This way, the damage to the zombies is much greater than stabbing them with steel pipes, and the wounds caused are all L-shaped. The girls worked against the clock. This is considered a basic weapon. Che Xiaoli found 5 or 6 large knives from the miscellaneous items. They seemed to be props from the previous school anniversary performance. They were not sharpened and were just thick pieces of iron. She used a grinder to sharpen the blade, and sparks flew everywhere. On the ground, there is also the chainsaw that Yu Yurong found before, which has an oil storage tank. You can pull the tree with a rope. It's no problem to pull trees, but it's definitely a powerful weapon for pulling zombies. There are a lot of materials here. But girls have limited imagination, and they really can't make things with too high precision, so they can only make simple ones. Ranged weapons were also found. Nail gun. The shooting range is very short, but if you shoot a nail at the zombie's forehead, the force is quite strong, which is much less labor-intensive than chopping with a melee weapon. There are more than a dozen compound bows that have been retired by the archery club. These things were found among the junk, but they were basically defective. After some repairs and piecing them together, 5 of them were made usable. The arrows are carbon arrows and have no lethality. You need to use metal strips to grind out arrowheads. The girls were all working hard, and there were tears in Yu Yorong's eyes. She hated herself for being so weak. Let your man be wronged. There were some sounds coming from not far away. In the end, he still betrayed Zhao Bai. Knock your ass. Zhao Bai smells so good. He did the math and decided it was worth it. He kicked Liu hard, showing no mercy and being extremely violent. He also cursed and beat him harshly. Isn't that a slut? Isn't that a debt? Ame. Yes. Liu gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Time passes quietly. It's afternoon. The weapons are almost ready. Zhao Bai's side also became quiet. Liu took the cell phone from the pocket of Zhao Bai, who was foaming at the mouth, added him as a friend, and limped out of the small door of the maintenance warehouse. Ibai. Yu Yurong and others rushed to Zhao Bai's side and looked at him nervously. Zhao Bai was sure that Liu had left, and he waved his hand to indicate that everything was fine. Fuck, she's just pretending. Liu, that big idiot, is no bull in her family. He really works himself to death. If I don't foam at the mouth, she will kill me. Zhao Bai was actually very happy too. He felt embarrassed to act like a villain when it came to Yu Yurong and the others, but he could show no mercy to Liu and fight with him as if he was going to fight with them. But one should always be reserved on the surface. He took advantage of others and still acted like a good boy. So delicious. Thank you for your hard work. Yu Yurong and others were in tears. Squad. Zhao Bai, Captain, Health 29, Spirit 5%, Combat Power 600. Liu Loyalty 70, Health 25, Combat Power 270. Zhao Bai glanced at the system panel and found that Liu had already joined the team. C comes out of loyalty? Seeing the health value, Zhao Bai was confused. When Liu walked, he was just limping, and he didn't seem that weak. Was the display wrong? With his health at 29 and extremely low mental strength, he felt like he was about to die suddenly. The health of Plumfish is lower. Chapter 39, Entering the Supermarket at Night. Liu struggled to walk out of the maintenance warehouse, closed the small door, and then fell to the ground with his legs going weak. Oh my god, it feels so good. I can die without any regrets. The surrounding zombies looked at Liu. But it seemed that because they were afraid of something on Liu's body, they wanted to eat Liu, but their bodies not only did not get close to it, but were even farther away. Liu climbed up with difficulty. It is broken into pieces and becomes concrete. Liu felt like she was being torn to pieces, and her body seemed to have been kissed by a dump truck. But when she recalled the past experiences, she became quite excited. First, met a real man. Such a powerful man. Liu is happy and satisfied. When Zhao Bai woke up, it was already dark outside. It was still bright in the maintenance warehouse, and all the hanging headlights were on. There were several green sponge mats for doing sit-ups on the ground. Zhao Bai's head was resting on Yu Yorong's legs. His vision was blocked by Pang Ran, and he could not see Yu Yorong's beautiful face. The 8th Great Kuan. Zhao Bai moved his head down and saw Yu Yorong's face. Awake. Yu Yorong, who was lightly sleeping, woke up when she felt the noise. She rubbed her eyes and looked at Zhao Bai. Are you feeling better? Yeah, much better. Zhao Bai rested his head on her legs, closed his eyes, and felt it carefully. Yu Yorong's pair of beautiful legs are not only soft, but also have a faint super beauty level fragrance. It feels very comfortable when I use it as a pillow. Squad. Zhao Bai, Captain's Health, 99, Spirit, 100%, Combat Power, 600. Good legs, simply divine legs. Zhao Bai exclaimed after taking a look at the panel. I slept with this pillow for a while, and not only did my health recover, but my mental strength was almost back to full as well. Marvelous. Hate. Yu Yorong's pretty face turned slightly red, and she spoke coquettishly in a low voice. If you like it, I'll give you the pillow from now on. Okay, it's settled. Zhao Bai opened his eyes, kissed Yu Yorong on the face, and got up. All the weapons that need to be manufactured have been manufactured. The girls are resting. Seeing Zhao Bai wake up, they all perked up. Rest for a night first. We'll decide tomorrow whether to go back or not. Zhao Bai made a decision. He has rested. The girls are all working. Also, it's too dangerous to leave at night. Eat something. Zhao Bai once again took out some private snacks from his arms and distributed them to the girls. Everyone got a portion, and it was quite generous. Zhao Bai has too many secrets. He has a flat chest and always has something delicious in his arms, wearing that ugly takeout uniform. This is quite magical. The girls were a little curious, but no one asked. As long as Zhao Bai treats them well, that's enough. Asking too many questions is annoying. Ah, it smells so good. Che Xiaoli ate canned meat and gave a thumbs up. For the timid Che Xiaoli, her expectations were very low. Before she met Zhao Bai, she felt satisfied as long as she didn't go hungry in the apocalypse. After meeting Zhao Bai, there was food, drinks, and applause. It was like a fairy tale life. Hanwan. It's a pity that there are mutant zombies ambushing in the supermarket. Otherwise, there would be so many delicious foods. She ate the encapsulated duck collarbone and spoke as she ate. Zhao Bai nodded, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. For others, there is an ambush inside the supermarket. There is the powerful mutant zombie, Su Yu mentioned by Liu. But for Zhao Bai, once time stopped, all the dangers were frozen. The entire A City Women's University is just like this large supermarket, with 3 floors, which sells everything you need for food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Otherwise, why is it that at the beginning of the apocalypse, almost all the brave girls here were obsessed with taking over the supermarket? Because once it is taken, there will be everything inside, including food, drinks, toys, and daily necessities. Even if there are many survivors, dozens of people, they can lie down in it for half a year or even longer. Compared to other places where food is scarce, the supermarket is a paradise. Since his mental strength has been fully restored, and this matter just happened to be mentioned, Zhao Bai prepared to go. Yu Yorong was eating light chicken breast in small bites. Che Xiaoli was eating dry canned food, and Han Wan was eating duck collarbones, which were very spicy. While hissing, inhaled the cool air, she couldn't let go of the spicy duck collarbones. Zhao Bai took out 3 bottles of yogurt from his arms and threw them over. The girls caught them one by one. Che Xiaoli. Bai, you are simply a god. Her eyes were full of admiration. Who wouldn't like a man who is not only tough, but also keeps giving out delicious food in the apocalypse? Zhao Bai smiled faintly and waved his hand. He had no reluctance to feed his woman and his survival teammates. There are plenty of supplies. He just needs to borrow it from the system space. Yu Yorong unscrewed the lid and took a sip of the yogurt. It tasted delicious. Zhao Bai restrained his impulse and dared not look again. I'm afraid I was acting impulsively. Your body won't be able to take it. Hanwhan smiled at Zhao Bai. Her loyalty to Zhao Bai was almost 1 point away from full loyalty. She thought her life belonged to Zhao Bai. There is no psychological burden when eating his food. I will only like Zhao Bai more. Zhao Bai picked up a flashlight, turned on time stop, and walked out of the maintenance warehouse through the small door at the back. Ding! 86 times. The weather outside is nice. The moon is bright. A full moon hangs in the sky, and the sky is full of stars. Time has stopped and space has solidified. The stars in the sky no longer blink. The treetops on the ground blown by the wind are still tilted, and outside the back door of the maintenance warehouse, dozens of zombies are frozen in various weird postures. Among them, there are some good-looking ones. There are also those with good figures. Pity. They all turned into zombies. After using the time stop for this period of time, Zhao Bai clearly felt that the upper limit of his mental power had increased, and his recovery was much faster than that of ordinary people. So, this time, he wants to test the new limit time. Zhao Bai passed by the zombies one by one, his heart still dark, and he tried to kill the zombies. The temperature is very low, but it's still soft. After playing for a minute, Zhao Bai sped up, rushed to the door of the supermarket, and entered. As soon as you enter, Zhao Bai smelled a strong scent of perfume, and he could roughly tell that it was a high-end smell. But if you spray too much, it will be too strong, and it will be a bit irritating to the nose. The supermarket is so huge that you can't see the end of it. There are 20 cash registers alone, which shows how prosperous it was before the end of the world. As a supermarket on campus, it is different from supermarkets outside. There are relatively few vegetable sections here, and almost all the items sold are ready-made food and drinks, as well as fruits, snacks, and drinks. The first floor is full of food and drinks. Zhao Bai is about 1.8 meters tall. Relying on his long legs, he directly climbed over the railing at the cashier counter. After running inside for more than 10 steps, he began to frantically collect things into the system space. Chapter 40 Su Yu. Zhao Bai has some emotional intelligence. Don't touch the things at the supermarket entrance for now. This is what the mutant zombies use to fish and attract survivors. He feels that if he moves, Su Yu will definitely go crazy. It's not worth it. There are plenty of things inside, so just collect what's inside first. Zhao Bai's parents died early, his family conditions were very poor, and he grew up in poverty. Although Zhao Bai often goes to places like large supermarkets, he basically goes there when the supermarkets are about to close to buy discounted and expiring foods. After the death of parents, Zhao Bai rarely eats things with a long shelf life. Now, I'm getting better. Zhao Bai began to make up for the hurt in his childhood and started with the expensive ones. Snack area. Those chocolates that cost dozens or hundreds of yuan for a small box. Zhao Bai now directly picked them up in his hands and swiped them into the system space. All kinds of candies were collected into the system space without any hesitation. He is very fast. Once you touch an object, it can be stored in the system space in a moment. The originally empty system space began to increase rapidly in percentage. Food and drink. Zhao Bai prioritizes these things. These are the most important resources in the end times. As for what you wear and use, you can survive even if you don't wear or use them. Food and water. If I don't take it for a day, I will feel uncomfortable. If you don't take it for a few days, you may die. Zhao Bai cleared out more than a dozen shelves in one breath, put the things into the system space, and maintained the time stop state. This was too mentally demanding. After clearing more than a dozen shelves, Zhao Bai was already a little overwhelmed. The time has now reached 10 minutes. It can be seen that his mental strength has not increased much. The first time, it could only last for a few minutes, but now, it consumes mental energy in 2 ways. Zhao Bai gritted his teeth and held on, going to the instant noodle section and collecting 2 shelves of instant noodles. Not far away, there were 100 or 200 boxes of milk. Zhao Bai was very fortunate that his mental power could be transmitted through his hands over a distance. In other words, he didn't have to personally touch things one by one to collect them into the system space. As long as he touched one thing, the ones next to it could also be collected. Ding! Your mental strength has reached its limit. Time stop will end in 5 seconds. Your remaining attempts, 86. Zhao Bai directly took out the mental power recovery pill from the system space. If the situation was not right, he would take the pill to restore his mental power and then stop for another time. There are so many good things here. It's worth him using a recovery pill and collecting a lot of supplies. Ding! 5-star target Su Yu found. But when time stopped, a system prompt sound immediately rang in Zhao Bai's mind. 5-star target, Su Yu? Zhao Bai stood there in a daze. This name is so familiar. Isn't Su Yu the mutated zombie that Liu mentioned? Can zombies be fed? You can't feed her living people. Or feed the little mouth. Hiss. As he thought about it, Zhao Bai shuddered. To what extent does a person have to be able to kill zombies? Man. A woman's voice sounded. Fuck. Zhao Bai was startled and immediately took out his gold UZI. Ding. The system has assigned you a new quest. Su Yuyu's redemption and liberation. Once a self-deprecating young woman, filled with resentment, she would rather die than turn into a ghost and avenge those who hurt her. But under the control of the zombie virus, she has gradually lost control of herself. Seeing herself transformed into a murderous monster, she is filled with inner pain and desperately hopes for a warrior to kill her and set her free. Mission rewards: immune aura, 100 mental power recovery drugs, and the ability to cultivate the loyal zombie pet, Su Yuyu. Immunity aura, a special item, permanent. Once obtained, you will be immune to all zombie viruses. Fuck. Zhao Bai was shocked again. This mission is really cool. He had played some online games before, and the idea was probably to kill Su Yuyu once. Kill darkness, Su Yuyu. Light, Su Yuyu became his battle pet. Zhao Bai, why are you here? Are you crazy? You came here for me. Immediately afterwards, Li Yu's voice was heard in the darkness. Su Yuyu, you can't hurt her. Zhao Bai was stunned. No, etc. Li Yu, I don't have it. You misunderstood. It was dark all around, with only some light coming through the window. When Su Yuyu made a sound, Zhao Bai couldn't lock onto her position at all. This voice seemed to ring in my ears. It also seems like the distance is very far. Therefore, Zhao Bai was shocked. Now, Li Yu spoke, and Zhao Bai successfully discovered the location of the two. To be precise, it's one person and one zombie. After Li Yu discovered Zhao Bai, he was blocking Su Yuyu. From a distance, the very beautiful Su Yuyu tilted her head slightly, as if she didn't quite understand what Li Yu said at first. Zhao Bai hurriedly shouted, "Be careful." Why? Su Yuyu's crooked head straightened up, and her tone was filled with anger, but also a bit of confusion. Betray me. Su Yuyu suddenly flew into a rage, and with a roar, her white skirt burst apart with a swish. Su Yuyu's belly suddenly expanded and opened wide. This big mouth was 2 meters high, much taller than her. For a moment, the strong smell of perfume in the supermarket could no longer suppress the stench of rotting meat. The opening of the abdomen looked like the skin of a rotten meat balloon, red and black, with many black blood vessels crisscrossing and wriggling on the outside. Inside, there were layers of fine fangs. When they contracted, these sharp teeth softened. At this moment, these fangs looked like enlarged steel needles, terrifying and eerie. Big Mouth ran towards Li Yu. Li Yu was deeply moved by Zhao Bai. This man actually loved her so much. He came to see her at such a late hour, and when it was so dangerous outside. She could only. I had a falling out with Su Yuyu in advance. However, what Li Yu didn't expect was that Su Yuyu was even stronger than before, and her attacks were even faster. She couldn't react at all. Boom! A loud noise was heard. In a flash, Li Yu felt a sudden pain in his arm, and then he flew up. Critical moment. It was Zhao Bai who rushed over. He pulled Li Yu behind him, and at the same time, released a shelf of Lao Gan Ma from the system's space and threw it into Su Yuyu's big mouth. Su Yuyu was caught off guard and was knocked to the ground. Dozens of bottles of Lao Gan Ma smashed into her open mouth. With a crackling sound, all the bottles were chewed into pieces by her teeth as good as steel needles. Roar! Feeling the horrible burning pain in his abdomen, Su Yuyu roared angrily. This dark night is no longer quiet. All the zombies within a few miles around were in a frenzy. Zhao Bai. Li Yu's eyes were filled with tears. Bang! Su Yuyu jumped up. Her jumping ability was amazing, and her whole body was sucked to the ceiling. Then, a horrifying scene happened. Her hands and feet did not move, and her body turned with the sound of bones cracking, with her belly facing downwards. In a flash, the huge belly opened again, and this time, it opened even wider. Like a huge net, it directly covered Zhao Bai and Li Yu. Zhao Bai protected Li Yu behind him. Press the gun with one hand. Hug the fire. Chapter 41. Thank you. Da-da-da-da-da. Flames spit out from the muzzle of the golden UZI submachine gun, and bullets poured out violently like rain. Shhhhhhhhhhhhhh. Countless bullets hit Su Yuyu's abdomen, causing blood to burst continuously. Many flesh walls of the abdomen were pierced, and countless fangs were broken and shattered. There were also many bullets behind, which penetrated the flesh wall of the abdomen and fangs and pierced Su Yuyu's body. Roar! Pain. It hurts so much. Compared to ordinary zombies who don't know whether they are alive or dead and have no sense of feeling, mutated zombies not only have growth attributes, partial intelligence and mutated abilities, but also have feelings and even emotions. Su Yu didn't dare to take the bullet head-on. While retracting her abdomen, she jumped down from the ceiling in panic and jumped behind a shelf. Da-da-da-da. Zhao Yibai is a man and a gun, but it produced the effect of a row. Unlimited bullets, unlimited durability, it's all so awesome. If it's a game, then this is cheating. Now is the reality. Then he is almost equivalent to the god of ordinary people, zombies, and mutated zombies. Zhao Yibai held the gun with one hand, his finger tightly clenched on the trigger, and shot in the direction Su Yu jumped. Dang 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 dang. Bullets poured down, knocking over many goods on the shelves and passing through them. Some bullets also hit the metal shelves, reflecting continuously and sending sparks flying. The battle between one man and a mutated zombie was a very grand scene. Shhhhhhhh. The sound of bullets hitting zombies' bodies continued to be heard. Roar. Boom. Su Yu fell down, and her body crushed a shelf. She screamed again, but this time, the scream became weaker. Zhao Yibai stepped forward quickly and kicked the shelf in front of him hard. There was another loud bang, and the whole shelf fell down. Bang. Crash. Ho. 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 The shelves and the goods on them fell heavily on Su Yu, who was pressing down a shelf, and she was trapped in the middle like a Rujiamo. Puff. Su Yu was panting heavily, with streams of blood spurting out of her mouth, causing her entire body to tremble. She struggled a few times, but it still failed. The beautiful wig on her head fell off and fell to the side. The few clothes that were still on his body were soaked with blood and dyed red. Liu stood behind Zhao Yibai. Her eyes were a little sticky. Liu was a little dazed, staring at Zhao Yibai's tall back with wide eyes. Powerful. So powerful. A more specific description is handsome. It's cool. Zhao Yibai's powerful pull saved her life, and moreover, he beat the powerful Su Yu into the state of low health she is now. This is a powerful mutant zombie. Man, this is a real man. Not only can it allow her, as a woman, to soar to the sky, it can also turn terrifying mutated zombies into corpses. Liu's heart was pounding. As the gunfire stopped, the flashes of fire from the guns and bullets disappeared, and the light in the supermarket disappeared. Zhao Yibai turned on the flashlight and shone it at Su Yu, holding a gun in his other hand. Now, Su Yu has become a bloody man, a bloody zombie. Her body was riddled with bullet holes from head to toe. No wonder. In most zombie movies and TV series, the army is paralyzed at the beginning, otherwise how can the zombies survive? Mutated zombies may be able to withstand a few more shots than zombies. But she is a carbon-based creature after all. If you can't beat someone in close combat, but the bullets keep coming, how can you not kill him? At least, the early-stage mutated zombies are easy to kill. Thank you, thank you. Su Yu's eyes have turned back to a normal color. She looked at Zhao Yibai, and a relieved smile appeared on his bald face covered in blood and bullet holes. But she looked so miserable. Even though she was smiling, a smile from the heart, the first feeling people had when they saw her smile was that she was so miserable. Liu's heart was beating very fast. She walked to Zhao Yibai's side and looked at Su Yu. I wish you a quick death and a quick reincarnation. In your next life, I hope you will be born into a wealthy and powerful family. Bang, bang, bang. Zhao Yibai aimed at Su Yu's forehead and fired 3 shots. Su Yu's body trembled 3 times, and 3 bloody holes appeared on her forehead. Bright red blood flowed out from the back of her head. The shelves and the ground were dyed red. Bang! A soft sound. It was Liu who suddenly hugged Zhao Yibai. At this time, Liu really loved Zhao Yibai and wanted to rub himself into Zhao Yibai's body. Enemy. Zhao Yibai, you are an enemy. Okay, fine, you succeeded. I am yours. You conquered me. My body and soul are all yours. Liu's embrace was very tight. Fortunately, there was a big thunder to cushion the impact. Otherwise, Zhao Yibai felt that he would be strangled to death by this embrace. I'm here to find food, not to save you. Zhao Yibai was still looking at Su Yu's body. Facing Liu, who was hugging him tightly from behind, he didn't care much. What he cared about most now was Su Yu. Su Yu looked really miserable. Do you want to fire a few more shots? It's like this. You will definitely die. Why isn't the system prompt sounding? You're such a tough guy, I know. Liu smiled and became even happier. Stupid woman. Zhao Yibai raised his gun again. At this moment, Su Yu's corpse mutated. Clang, clang, clang. The bullet heads that were stuck in her body fell to the ground, as if they were squeezed out of her flesh by some growth. Not only the bullet heads, but also the broken Lao Gan Ma glass bottle, Lao Gan Ma, and broken teeth from her abdomen were all discharged. Alive again. Liu heard the noise and looked over quickly. Under the light of Zhao Yibai's flashlight, A horrifying scene continued to happen. After various foreign objects fell, all the horrific wounds on Su Yuyu's body were healing. Her bald head was growing hair at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her long black hair was growing rapidly and soon reached waist length. After Su Yuyu's wound healed quickly, her skin also changed and turned whiter. The abdominal opening that had not been completely retracted before gradually changed from a disgusting black and red color to pink and gradually shrank back. Li Yu suggested, "Zhao Bai, according to the traditional routine, after she has finished her transformation, she will definitely be even more powerful. Why don't we kill her again before she finishes her transformation? Wait a little longer." How could Zhao Bai not understand such a simple truth? He didn't take action because he was afraid that this was already his loyal mutant zombie battle pet that he could cultivate. Battle pets are fun things. Once loyalty is high, there will be no changes and people will be more reliable than humans. Don't let your battle pet kill you. Good. Li Yu had already taken the crowbar he had prepared earlier and used it as a weapon. She is not a vase. Although he didn't know what Zhao Bai was waiting for, Li Yu felt that Zhao Bai must have his reasons. Roar. Sudden. Su Yuyu's eyes, which had been closed, suddenly opened, and a sharp scream came out of her mouth. At the same time, her body shook, and countless old skin and blood scabs fell off, and the blood-stained clothes on her body were all torn to pieces. White. Pink. Zhao Bai was stunned. She was truly worthy of being the 5-star Su Yuyu. The stomach and mouth are also full. She looks more impactful than normal pretty girls. If Su Yuyu was like this before, when Li Yu was negotiating about feeding, he would say, "He can do it. He is willing. Feed him vigorously." Roar. Following Su Yuyu's scream, countless zombie roars rang out one after another, making the silent night completely boiling. Li Yu tightly grasped the pure iron crowbar in his hand. She is too dangerous now. If you have that idea, let's kill her first, even while she's hot. I have a bad feeling we may not be able to kill her. Chapter 42-488888 Combat Power Pet. While it's hot. What? Am I that kind of person? Zhao Bai replied in shock. Li Yu's imagination was too wild. However, with Su Yuyu in front of him, it seemed that he could consider it. Zhao Bai's thoughts were only slightly distorted, and he immediately corrected them. Don't worry, I am fully confident that I can kill her if she continues to attack us. Li Yu was too nervous. Zhao Bai didn't let her worry too much. Zhao Bai dared to wait because he had a trump card. Time stopped, and in the system space, there was a chainsaw that he had taken from the maintenance warehouse. As long as it is a carbon-based creature, it has not been enhanced to become a super powerful mutated zombie. Time stops plus chainsaw hits the neck. What ordinary mutant zombies can't be killed? Li Yu was puzzled. She looks like she's upgraded and gotten stronger. Isn't she definitely going to attack us again? Su Yuyu sat up from the shelf, her eyes looking directly at Zhao Bai, who was shining a flashlight at her, and also looking at her. Their eyes met. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving Su Yuyu's positive confirmation and completing the mission Su Yuyu's Liberation and Redemption. Mission rewards: Immunity Aura, 100 Mental Power Recovery Drugs, and the loyal zombie battle pet, Su Yuyu. Good. Zhao Bai exclaimed in admiration. There is actually a confirmation process. Fortunately, no one shot Su Yuyu directly in front. Waiting is worthwhile. Ding. Su Yuyu has automatically joined your team. System panel. Zhao Bai said in his heart. Doomsday feeding system panel. Host, Zhao Bai. Main ability, time stop SSS level. Number of recharges, 86. Level 2 abilities, feeding, shared vision of team members, immunity aura. Mission, advanced mission, strong leader, 12 out of 100. Space, 66% occupied, 109 mental recovery pills, a large supply of chainsaws for supermarket supplies, a large supply of healthy drinking water, 3 zombie detoxification serums, a gold UZI, some food. Team. Zhao Bai, Captain's Health, 68, Spirit, 8%, Combat Power, 600. Han Wan, Loyalty 99, Health 100, Combat Power 1100. Li Yu, Loyalty 95, Health 77, Combat Power 270. Yu Yurong, Loyalty 91, Health 100, Combat Power 300. Che Xiaoli, Loyalty 87, Health 100, Combat Power 190. Wu Meng, Loyalty 75, Health 100, Combat Power 180. Chun Shuaru, Loyalty 70, Health 100, Combat Power 60. Jiang Yi, Loyalty 65, Health 100, Combat Power 290. Chen Lin, Loyalty 64, Health 100, Combat Power 150. Yu Shimi, Loyalty 61, Health 100, Combat Power 110. Jiang Rao, Loyalty 61, Health 100, Combat Power 130. Su Yuyu, Level 3 Combat Pet Loyalty 1 Health, 3000 Combat Power 48888. After exceeding 80 loyalty, the host can perform mental control. I'm awesome. For 8888 Combat Power. Zhao Bai was shocked. This is a bit too awesome. The strongest member of their survival team is Han Wan. Next is him. Zhao Bai Menxing. The reason why he is so awesome is not because he is awesome himself, but because of his cheats, so his combat power is rated at 600, which is his real combat power. And Su Yuyu's combat power number is amazing. It's a boss. Loyalty is low, but it can be cultivated. In the later stages, with loyalty above 80, you may be able to use mind control and become the boss yourself. Cool. Zhao Bai, what are you thinking about? It's coming over here, crawling over here. Li Yu's anxious voice sounded in his ears. Zhao Bai immediately took out a mental power recovery pill and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Use 1 mental strength recovery pill, mental strength restored to 100, remaining pills 108. There are enough pills now. Plus I have to continue collecting things, so if I want to eat something anyway, I can just eat one and it won't cause any problems. Also, my mental strength is too low and I get distracted too easily. When Zhao Bai is mentally normal, he can do 2 or even 3 things at once. He will never be dazed when looking at the system panel and fail to notice what is happening not far away. Li Yu raised the crowbar in his hand. Zhao Bai grabbed Li Yu's hand. Li Yu. Her head was buzzing. You can't just like it because it looks good now. It's a mutant zombie. She is indeed a mutant zombie, but she has repented and will be our companion from now on. Can it repent? She can, Zhao Bai said with certainty. Li Yu's scalp felt numb. Zhao Bai spoke so seriously that she was confused. Li Yu chose to believe. Su Yu used her hands and feet to crawl on the ground. Along the way, her white skin was stained with blood and dust. Finally, she came to Zhao Bai. Under Li Yu's wide-open gaze, she rubbed Zhao Bai's calf with her face, which looked like egg white after being reborn. Her clear eyes, which were spotless, showed intimacy and flattery towards Zhao Bai. Not like a powerful mutant zombie, but more like a cat that wants to follow its owner. Zhao Bai squatted down and touched Su Yu's head. Ouch! Su Yu let out a milky cry. Li Yu's 3 views were about to collapse. No. What is this? Zhao Bai, how did you do it? Is this even possible? The mutant zombies were adjusted to this. Ding. Do you want to check Su Yu's information? Check. Following Zhao Bai's response, a small panel immediately appeared above Su Yu's head. Battle Pet Panel. ID. Su Yu. Owner. Zhao Bai, 1 out of 100 loyalty. Level 3, 5,000 points / 10,000 points. Health, 3,000. Combat Power, 48888. Main ability, Devouring. Level 2 abilities, Belly Net, Belly Spike Shooting, Enhanced Jumping, Enhanced Crawling. Basic abilities, Recovery of Level 3 Mutant Zombies, Simple Summoning and Control of Surrounding Zombies. Gain 10 growth points by devouring a living person. Gain 5 growth points by controlling a zombie to kill a living person. Gain 0.5 growth points by devouring / killing an ordinary zombie. Gain 100 growth points by killing a level 1 zombie and devouring it. Gain 800 growth points by killing a level 2 zombie and devouring it. Gain 3,000 growth points by killing a level 3 zombie and devouring it. Gain 10,000 growth points by killing a level 4 zombie and devouring it. Gain 180,000 growth points by killing a level 5 zombie. Loyalty is gained through feeding and daily interactions. Ding. Su Yu enjoys your caress. Loyalty +1. Loyalty, 2 points. From now on, you are my Su Yu. Zhao Bai threw the flashlight to Li Yu. Stun Li Yu caught it subconsciously. Follow. Okay. Li Yu nodded. Zhao Bai took out a towel from the system space and wiped the dust off Su Yu's hands and feet. It was so white and soft that Zhao Bai didn't dare to use too much force. Ding. Su Yu likes cleanliness very much. Thank you for cleaning. Loyalty 1. Loyalty, 3 points. Then, Zhao Bai started to select clothes from the system space. The many beautiful clothes he had collected when he raided the girls' dormitory were now useful. Looking at the innocent little face and the black and bright eyes like gemstones, Zhao Bai snapped his fingers and got it. Chapter 43, JK Su Yu. White shirt, blue JK skirt. White stockings. Paired with a pair of spotless white shoes. Absolutely amazing. As for what's inside, I won't go into details out of respect for the child's privacy. Li Yu was numb. She held a flashlight to provide illumination and watched Zhao Bai carefully dress the mutant zombie Su Yu with beautiful clothes like an old father. She was really annoyed. Su Yu, a powerful mutant zombie with blood on his hands, really fell for it and cooperated throughout the whole process. His little face, which looked a little dull, was always filled with a happy smile. Ding. Su Yu likes clean clothes and your gentleness. Loyalty +5. Loyalty 8. Zhao Yibai looked at Su Yu, who was as pure and pretty as a doll, and nodded with satisfaction. I think the loyalty of zombies is different from that of humans. It should be difficult to gain loyalty from such a powerful mutant zombie. This growth rate is not slow anymore. You can't be jealous of all zombies. While Zhao Yibai was satisfied with Su Yu, he also noticed Li Yu's sour expression. No way. How could it be? Li Yu immediately shook his head. But soon, she shrugged her shoulders. Okay, a little bit. You are too good to her. Just consider it as a debt you owe me. Next time, you help me put on my clothes. Okay. Zhao Yibai agreed. It was only after taking care of Su Yu that Zhao Yibai finally understood why many girls like dolls, the kind with dress up. Helping with changing clothes does have some meaning. When Li Yu heard Zhao Yibai agree, a smile appeared on his face. You are a very nice person. Don't. Zhao Yibai waved his hands. Good man, this is an insult, and the insults are particularly dirty. Ha ha. Li Yu understood the deep meaning and laughed. Su Yu turned her head. She didn't understand, but when she saw Li Yu laughing, she laughed too. Su Yu now looks like she has been reborn and has returned to her most beautiful state. However, her IQ seems to have been reset as well, and her eyes are crystal clear. Li Yu, what are your plans next? Guarding the supermarket? Zhao Yibai shook his head. No. Oh. Li Yu didn't understand. There are so many supplies in here. You can survive here for a long time, including taking the women with you. The target is too big. Zhao Yibai expressed his concerns. There are still quite a few survivors within City, a women's university. As time passes, their supplies will be used up, and their next target will be the supermarket. Furthermore, the terrifying thing is that even though order outside has collapsed, some forces still exist, forces that hold the truth. They might not be above targeting the resources here. Once the end of the world, the surrounding large supermarkets, markets, etc. are definitely the survivors' primary targets for looting supplies. Zhao Yibai is not afraid of those ordinary survivors, but of those powerful forces. For example, Wang Weiwei's home. It was the end of the world, and 99% of the population had turned into zombies. However, her family quickly organized a helicopter to rescue her, the daughter, and successfully rescued her. Zhao Yibai believed that it would be difficult for him to confront such a family and such a force head-on. At least, not yet. In the end times, dying is a common thing, but knowing how to survive and live a long life is also very important. You think so far ahead. Li Yu was stunned. Sharp. Ahem, just consider it as a compliment. Zhao Yibai took out his flashlight, turned it on, and continued to search for supplies in the supermarket. At the same time, he sent a message to Yu Yorong, asking her to bring the person into the supermarket. Zhao Yibai continued to collect supplies. This time, it was not only food, but also some daily necessities such as toilet paper, sanitary napkins, pots and pans. SHHHHH. The message was sent shortly. There was a noisy sound outside. Hearing this noise, the corners of Zhao Yibai's mouth curled up. This was Yu Yorong's unconditional trust in him. He asked them to come over, and they came over. There are dozens of zombies at the small back door of the maintenance warehouse. And they still obeyed and came out to kill. Head to this supermarket trap place. Li Yu was already standing at the door of the supermarket to greet them. Roar. Seeing Li Yu appear, the zombies immediately pounced on Li Yu. I almost forgot. Su Yu is not the same Su Yu as before. It seems that the thing left on me that can scare ordinary zombies has lost its effect. Li Yu held the crowbar in his hand and shook his shoulders. Huh. When the zombie rushed in front of Li Yu suddenly swung the crowbar and chopped it down at an angle. The zombie's head exploded. Half of his head was smashed into his neck. His body fell to the ground with a bang. Here. Li Yu saw the lights of Yu Yorong and others not far away, shouted, then held the heavy crowbar in one hand and swooshed the two zombies in front of him. Here I come. Yu Yorong responded. Che Xiaoli held a chainsaw in her hand, and the chain kept making a sizzling sound. This cute loli was extremely violent at this moment. She held the turned-on chainsaw in her hand and sawed the zombies alive. Let's not talk about the issue of chainsaw injuries for now. This scene is too bloody. When sawing the zombies, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the high temperature of the saw blade burned the zombies' flesh and blood, causing foul-smelling black smoke to hiss out. When the zombie's artery was cut, the blood spurted 2 meters high like a blood fountain. There are no mediocre people around Zhao Yibai. They put the newly made spears into use, stabbing the zombies' heads with chi-chi sounds. Even though there were dozens of zombies around, they were numerous, but none of them could get close to him. Before he could get close, he was killed. 10 minutes later, dozens of zombies were all killed. Yu Yurong and others rushed to the door of the supermarket. Li Yu is no exaggeration either. 7 or 8 zombies fell in front of her, but she was very tired. The crowbar was too heavy for a girl like her, and she was so tired that she was out of breath. What's going on? Why are you coming here suddenly? Yu Yurong looked inside the supermarket. Problem solved. Zhao Yibai smiled. Yu Yurong walked up to Zhao Yibai and punched him in the heart with a heavy punch. Asshole. You are an asshole. After throwing this punch, tears streamed down Yu Yurong's face. Why would you sneak out here alone to do something so dangerous? What would happen to all of us if something happened to you? We agreed that if we die, we'll die together. Zhao Yibai was stunned. I was wrong. I won't do it again next time. Then he remembered that, yes, he was born when time stopped. After time resumed flowing, he suddenly disappeared from the girl's sight. Then, gunshots were heard in the supermarket. Yu Yurong suddenly hugged Zhao Yibai. Asshole, asshole. Hanwan and Che Xiaoli looked at each other and smiled. Li Yu crossed his arms with a smile on his face. Ding. Attention. A team member's loyalty has suddenly changed and is rapidly decreasing. Zhao Yibai hugged the crying beauty in his arms, patted her back, and comforted her. A reminder sounded in my mind. Zhao Yibai subconsciously looked at Li Yu. Chapter 44, Human Nature. Team Panel. Zhao Yibai kept working and summoned the panel in his mind. Team. Zhao Yibai, Captain's Health, 85, Spirit, 100%, Combat Power, 800. Hanwan, Loyalty to 99, Health 76, Combat Power, 1150. Li Yu, Loyalty 96, Health 45, Combat Power, 350. Yu Yurong, Loyalty 95, Health 65, Combat Power, 400. Che Xiaoli, Loyalty 88, Health 84, Combat Power, 700. Wu Meng, Loyalty 75, Health 100, Combat Power, 180. Chun Shuaru, Loyalty 70, Health 100, Combat Power, 60. Jiang Yi, Loyalty 63, Health 100, Combat Power, 290. Yu Shimi, Loyalty 18, Health 100, Combat Power, 110. Jiang Rao, Loyalty 16, Health 100, Combat Power, 130. Su Yuyu, Level 3, Combat Pet, Loyalty 8, Health 3000, Combat Power, 48888. Chen Lin, Loyalty -10, Health 100, Combat Power, 150. Seeing Zhao Yibai holding Yu Yurong, but suddenly looking at him, Li Yu tilted his head and looked at Zhao Yibai in confusion, not understanding what he meant. Zhao Yibai grinned. He was a little embarrassed. Sure enough, the prejudice in people's hearts is a mountain. Someone has a problem. He subconsciously thought it was Li Yu. After all, Li Yu was a villain before, helping the zombie Gaga kill people. Result. Not Li Yu. It's our old nest. Something went wrong in dormitory 401. After the battle just now, the combat effectiveness and loyalty of the girls around him have increased a bit, especially Chainsaw Che Xiaoli, whose combat effectiveness has exceeded 700, and her combat effectiveness has skyrocketed. I don't know if it's because he killed the boss, but his combat power increased by 200 points. There was one thing that made Zhao Yibai depressed. Che Xiaoli used a chainsaw to kill zombies, and her combat power increased. He killed countless zombies with UZI, but his combat rating did not increase. After taking a closer look at the panel, Zhao Yibai figured out who had the problem. It's too obvious. The originally low loyalty has turned into a negative number. It was Chen Lin who was causing trouble. It seems that it also encouraged other girls. On the contrary, Wu Ming and Chen Shuaru have not lost their loyalty and are quite firm. Jiang Yi was even more beyond Zhao Yibai's expectations. Logically speaking, Jiang Yi and Chen Lin were in the same group before. This is a supermarket. Zhao Yibai calmed Yu Yurong down and said with a smile, I'll guard the gate for you. Eat and drink whatever you want, and have fun. Oh. The girls cheered softly. Ah. Suddenly, Che Xiaoli screamed. Next second, several flashlights shone over. Che Xiaoli was suddenly aware of Su Yuyu's presence and was terrified. Su Yuyu didn't move at all. Che Xiaoli suddenly found that there was someone next to her. Wouldn't she be shocked? Misunderstand. Li Yu quickly explained, this is Su Yuyu, a good friend of Zhao Yibai. Li Yu emphasized the word good friends. Call. The women breathed a sigh of relief. Hanwan and Che Xiaoli continued to shop in the supermarket, shopping happily, casually, and for free. Yu Yurong and Li Yu stood there without moving. She is quite pretty. Yu Yurong was surprised. This face is too pure, not inferior to hers. Yu Yurong felt that the beautiful girl in front of him looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her. Zhao Yibai, dressed up by Zhao Yibai, looks no different from an ordinary person. The main reason was that after her rebirth, her appearance returned to its former peak. Fair and tender, her skin no longer festering, her head no longer bald, and the corners of her mouth no longer torn. Zhao Bai is very strict in his selection. Liu smiled. His vision is always good. Yu Yurong looked over Liu. Liu straightened his back, looked at Yu Yurong, then lowered his head and smiled self-deprecatingly. There are always people better than you, and there are always heavens better than you. Yu Yurong, you are the heaven better than you. Yu Yurong's lips curled up at the compliment, and she smiled and replied, each has its own merits. Before, Yu Yurong has always regarded it as a disadvantage and a burden. With Zhao Bai and his beloved mouth, Yu Yurong finally understood that this was the Jerusalem of the West and the avenues of Rome, which could not be lost and was the source of pride. Haha. Liu smiled and shook his head. Zhao Bai doesn't care how these girls get along with each other. He is more selfish and patriarchal. First of all, as long as it doesn't affect his pleasure, it's fine. Secondly, there is nothing better to do. Zhao Bai sat directly at the cashier counter and looked outside. The house was robbed. This made him very unhappy. He had been kind enough to take those women in order to complete the mission, but now he resorted to backstabbing? Use the Level 2 ability team Shared Vision, Chunlin. Ding. Level 2 ability team Shared Vision successfully used. Following the system prompt sound, a video panel appeared in front of Zhao Bai, showing Chunlin's perspective. In Dormitory 401, Chunlin sat on a chair holding a mobile phone with a crooked mouth, like a female version of the crooked-mouthed god of war. Zhang Rao was squatting in front of her, washing her feet. Regardless of whether Chunlin is pretty or not, her legs are quite white, and her nails are painted red, which looks pretty good. Yu Shimi stood beside Chunlin, holding a plate containing Chunlin's favorite snacks. Opposite them, Wu Ming, Jiang Yi, Chun Shiuru, and others were all sitting there, looking unhappy. Chunlin opened his mouth. Yu Shimi quickly stuffed a piece of lychee into Chunlin's mouth. Chunlin started chewing and spoke as he chewed. I'm giving you a chance because we fought zombies together. If you don't cherish it, forget it. Just stay here and rot. Zhao Bai is the only man in the school. Outside, you'll be goddesses. Four-legged men are hard to find, but three-legged losers are everywhere. Chun Shiuru said weakly, it's not good for us to do this. Without Zhao Bai, we would have died long ago. Not good. Yu Shimi said coldly. You're just a worthless coward, and you still have the right to speak? You're the worst of all here. Chun Shiuru lowered her head and dared not speak anymore. Wu Ming picked up her drink and took a sip. What you're doing is unethical. Your boyfriend's forces want to take you away, so just go. If they want to go with you, just go together. Using Zhao Bai and the others to find out the distribution of zombies, and then scheming them to lure away the mutant zombies is incredibly vicious. Vicious. Chunlin curled her lips. This is the end of the world. We're all trying to survive. Besides, I've already said that if this is done and Zhao Bai is still alive, my boyfriend's forces can accept him and bring him to our survivor base. This is a chance to soar to the sky. You're all girls, so you have a competition. He's a man. If he wants to enter my boyfriend's base, he has to do something to prove himself. Jiang Yi was holding 2 walnuts in her hands and looking at them with a smile. Wu Ming stood up and slapped the guy in the face. Bang! Wu Ming, what the hell are you? Chapter 45 Victory. Wu Ming, are you crazy? How dare you hit me? Yu Shimi covered her painful face in disbelief. Then, she looked at Chunlin aggrievedly. Sister Lin, she hit me. Chunlin's eyes turned cold. Wu Ming, you must be looking for death, right? I'm also a bitch. The big anchor Wu Ming showed great loyalty and violence at this moment. For Zhao Bai, he was fighting against 3 people, and the situation in the dormitory was not clear. Hold. Chunlin stood up immediately. Let's shut this beaker up. Bang. Wu Ming rolled up his sleeves and kicked Chunlin, who had just stood up, and he sat back on the edge of the bed. Jiang Rao grabbed the fire axe beside him and chopped at Wu Ming. Yu Shimi also picked up the steel pipe. What are you doing? At this time, Jiang Yi let out a cold shout. Jiang Rao and Yu Shimi were still a little afraid of Jiang Yi, and their movements paused. Jiang Rao, Sister Yi, you are not standing on Wu Ming's side. Yu Shimi, that's right, don't you want to leave? With this breathing opportunity, Wu Ming has already obtained the weapon and dismantled the steel pipes of the bed. Jiang Yi twisted her neck and said, I never said I wanted to go with you to the so-called survivor base. Chunlin stood up again. Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi laughed and said, let's not talk about your boyfriend's position in the survivor base. He doesn't even dare to rush into the school to get supplies. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't seem to be a big shot. And, fuck you, what do you mean by having a better use? Chunlin, you're so stupid. Are you asking us to go there and be their mistress? As she laughed, Jiang Yi shouted coldly. Chen Lin, you filthy bitch, you're pretending to be so noble. If you don't come with us, you'll die here. There are only 2 of you, and we are 4. Wait a minute. Chen Shuiru raised her hand. Waiting for your mother? Chen Lin looked over unhappily. Chen Shuiru was stunned by the scolding. Her face turned red and white. Then, this little girl who only dared to complain online got scared. I won't leave either. Why are you scolding me? Zhao Bai is very nice to me. Who knows what kind of person your boyfriend is? I'm angry, very angry. Maybe she was too nervous. Chen Shuiru got angry and stammered. After she finished speaking, she kept breathing heavily, as if she was very tired. Wu Ming bit her lower lip and said, 3-3. Do you want to get out alive, or do you want to try it? Let's see if your grandmother Wu Ming can make you a beaker. Jiang Yi, just do it. If you don't dare, just shrink your neck. Fuck you. Chen Shuiru raised the steel pipe. Kill. Chen Lin's expression changed. She felt a little regretful. In dormitory 401, Chen Lin had a relatively low sense of existence. Suddenly, her boyfriend who was outside contacted her. After a conversation, she learned that her boyfriend was a leader in the survivor base. She was happy and immediately told him about the situation there. However, her boyfriend was not interested in the academy where there were so many zombies. Schools, hospitals, and CBD are where zombies are most concentrated. No one wants to come in and take risks easily. Oh, shopping malls used to count, but after the overall environment became bad, there were not many people in shopping malls, and there were not many zombies either. It was no longer a place with large traffic. In order to attract her boyfriend, Chen Lin secretly took photos of Wu Ming, Chen Shuiru, and others and sent them to her boyfriend, claiming that there were more beautiful beauties like Yurong. Sure enough, my boyfriend was moved. The collapse of order almost means that the strong can do whatever they want in the end times. But my boyfriend is still afraid of the massive number of zombies. According to known laws, the more zombies there are in a place, the stronger the mutated zombies that will be born will be. Chen Lin wanted to show off, wanted to leave, and wanted to go to the survivor base to be the leader's wife and act arrogantly. So, she risked her life. That is to say, someone can use it to find out the distribution of zombies and tell her boyfriend that when their people come, someone can lure away the mutated zombies. After hearing this, the boyfriend reluctantly agreed and took the risk for the sake of a large number of beautiful A-level girls. It was clearly a humble request. When she talked about this to everyone, Chen Lin was arrogant and said that she was taking advantage of Zhao Bai, saying that it was a condition proposed by her boyfriend. It also shows that her boyfriend really wants to save her, loves her very much, and is very strong. I wanted to show off so much that I said everything. Unexpectedly, the temptation of going to the survivor base was not enough to attract Wu Ming. Wu Ming even stood on the side of Zhao Bai, the man who didn't want to even look at her. Jiang Yi was even smarter. She analyzed that if she left, she would lose her dignity, and it would be better for her to live with Zhao Bai. Even the timid Chen Shuiru dared to speak to her in a high-sounding manner. For a moment, Chen Lin was held up. Jiang Yi is a good fighter, and she knows it. Wu Ming is a fierce woman. She is not only ruthless in words, but also brave in violence. Her fighting ability is also top-notch. Chen Shuiru can barely be considered a human being. Inferior horse. But on their side, apart from her who has some strength, Yushimi and Jiang Rao are both weak. If Yushimi was any use, Wu Ming would have hit her back when he hit her. Oh, finally, Chen Lin decided to find a way out. It's okay to be cocky for a while. It depends on us who will have the last laugh. This girl's dormitory is full of girls. If you don't want to take the chance, there are others. Jiang Rao and Yushimi, let's go. Walk. The 2 women were stunned at the same time. Yushimi, Sister Lin, it's so dark outside. Where should we go? Jiang Rao. Yes, except here, there is no water and no electricity. Do you have ambition? Chen Lin said angrily. Seeing Chen Lin getting angry, the 2 women nodded quickly and said, yes. The temptation of the survivor base is too great for ordinary survivors. Walk. Chen Lin took his weapon, opened the door, and walked out of dormitory 401. It's not that she wants to leave, but it's very difficult for her to stay. The skin has been torn. If Wu Ming asked Zhao Bai and the others to come back, they would be dead because Zhao Bai was so cruel. Furthermore, Chen Lin is under great pressure. I want to find beautiful women for my boyfriend, lots of beautiful women. This is the condition for her boyfriend to take her away. Put it the fuck down. Wu Ming watched Yushimi pick up her backpack, and she yelled angrily. After being slapped, Yushimi became much more obedient. He glanced at Chen Lin, who was walking out the door. Seeing that Chen Lin didn't say anything, he had to put down the backpack containing food and water. Remember this. 3 days in the east, 3 days in the West. Don't bully a woman who has no man. After the three of them walked out of the dormitory, Chun-Lin shouted angrily to the dormitory. But in response, the door slammed shut. Jiang Rao. Sister Lin, where are we going? She suddenly felt a little regretful. I used to have a place to live, food to eat and drinks to drink, but now it seems like I have nothing. Chun-Lin. They don't know what's good for them, but there are many who do. Let's unite more sisters. Zhao Yibai ended sharing Chun-Lin's vision. He also saw that Chun-Lin's so-called boyfriend's WeChat name was Li Yushi. Wu Ming, you're so powerful. Zhao Yibai switched Wu Ming's vision, but she found that Chun-Lin's palms were full of sweat. After driving Chun-Lin and the others away, she secretly wiped the sweat off her clothes. Victory! Chun Shuiru cheered. Wu Ming. Jiang Yi, I never thought you would stand on our side. Jiang Yi rubbed his temples and smiled. What I stand for is a long and comfortable life. Although Zhao Yibai doesn't love me, he respects me. I would rather have nothing than go to some so-called base and be a mount for thousands of people. Another thing is that I am more optimistic about Zhao Yibai. Chapter 46. Shocked Lowly. A city chamber of commerce building. On the 80th floor, in a huge office of over 200 square meters, Vera Wong sat on a huge, handcrafted leather sofa chair, looking at the tablet in her hand with a frown on her face. Ever since returning from following the company's rescue helicopter, Wang Weiwei took over the huge family group and served as the interim president of the Chamber of Commerce. Her father was sick. This is what they declared to the outside world, but in reality, they have already become half zombies. Relying on massive amounts of advanced drugs and blood transfusions with blood-matched people, he is able to maintain his current semi-zombie state. It is hoped that when the serum is developed, he will be able to turn back into a human and regain consciousness. Bang! President, Zhou Kong is here. There were 2 knocks on the door, followed by the secretary's voice from outside. I'm not in the mood to see him. Vera Wong waved her hand. My baby, who made you so upset? At this moment, a frivolous voice came from outside, and then the young man in a suit broke through the bodyguards and entered the huge office. Vera Wong has a headache. Zhou Kong, I'm very busy now and don't have time to deal with you. Zhou Kong spread his hands and said, Oh, my baby, I don't need your help. Just do your thing, and I'll just stay by your side quietly. That way, I'll be very satisfied. Smelling the charming aroma in the office, Zhou Kang's face was full of enjoyment. Vera Wong is his goddess. It has been his dream since he was a child. The end of the world is coming. Oh no, including before the end of the world. As long as Zhou Kong wanted, Wang Weiwei could have been his, but he didn't. He was the son of a powerful official, but he wanted to have pure love. As you wish. Vera Wong continued to scroll through the tablet. Today, 99% of City A's area is in a state of collapse, with only City A's City Lord's Mansion and City A's Chamber of Commerce building now in the hands of the survivors. Furthermore, there is the first safe zone in City A that the Zhou family and their Chamber of Commerce are building. With the City Lord's Mansion and the City Chamber of Commerce building of City A as the center, the zombies and useless living people in the area within a radius of 10 miles were completely cleared out. The walls and electric fences were raised on the periphery, and personnel were dispatched to patrol and garrison, forming an absolutely safe zone within the area. The price for outsiders to enter the safe zone is 500 grams of gold. Now, we are in the first stage, recruiting employees and clearing out zombies and useless living people. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly, the phone on the desk rang. Wang Weiwei picked up the phone and answered. Hello, this is Wang Weiwei. President, a second-level mutant zombie, the horror Lolita, has been discovered in the Litsuan community. Its attack power is extremely strong, and we have suffered heavy losses. If this continues, we will be wiped out. An anxious male voice came from the phone. Waste. Zhou Kong stepped forward, yelled, and snatched the phone. Are your guns firewood sticks? It's just a level 2 mutant zombie. Don't be stingy with your bullets. Shoot them hard. Cover with fire. Young City Lord Zhou, that little thing is too scary. It's not that we're sparing our strength, it's that she screams. When she screams, our heads hurt, and when the pain hits, we can't see her. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Sudden. The man's voice suddenly stopped and was replaced by a series of sharp sounds on the phone. Shoo. The phone rang and white smoke came out. I was actually shocked by the frequency of the sound. Jeez. Zhou Kong originally wanted to show off in front of Wang Weiwei, but he didn't expect that before he could finish pretending, those wastes were killed by mutated zombies. Wang Weiwei looked at Zhou Kong coldly. I'll take care of it. Zhou Kong smiled awkwardly, then took out the satellite phone from his waist and dialed. I'm Zhou Kong. I want that shocking lowly dead. I don't care what kind of firepower you use. I want it to disappear within half an hour. My beauty, is angry. Young City Lord Zhou, there are still civilians in the area where the shocking lowly is, so we can't use heavy firepower. Civilians? There are no civilians. They have all been evacuated. There are only zombies left. Young City Lord Zhou this. What? My words don't work. Yes. That's right. Zhou Kong hung up the call and looked at Wang Weiwei with a smile. Wang Weiwei still didn't look happy. A lot of people will die. Zhou Kong laughed and said, it's better for people to die. If Blue Star didn't have so many people, there wouldn't be so many zombies. Now everyone knows that mutant zombies will upgrade when they eat too many people. It's better for those useless people who only waste food to die than for us to die. Wang Weiwei did not refute this point. For those in power, being lenient is irresponsible to their subordinates. A first-level mutant zombie can kill 10 civilians of the same size. The second-level mutated zombie has its combat power increased by almost dozens of times and can summon more zombies to form a small zombie tide. The third-level mutant zombies are almost catastrophic, and their combat power is difficult to calculate. A third-level mutant zombie appeared in the eastern suburbs. It is a giant zombie with a height of more than 30 meters. As it devours life, it will grow bigger and its skin is tough. Its only weakness was its head, the size of a normal human's, which was shrunk inside its body and could summon thousands of zombies. The Chamber of Commerce and the City Lord's mansion dispatched 10 planes and almost used up half of their bomb and elixir reserves. They finally defeated the enemy at the cost of 4 planes and more than 500 people. This battle alone reduced the strength of the Chamber of Commerce and the City Lord's mansion by more than half. I really can't withstand more powerful mutant zombies. Litsuan Community. Property Center. Li Yushir held a cigarette in his mouth and passed his cell phone to everyone to see. There were more than 20 men in the room, all smoking. Li Yushir, how is it? Does it look good? That's secondary. There's another joke. I couldn't take a picture of that idiot Chen Lin. It's full of women, and there's a large supermarket. Once you go in, it's like heaven. You can fuck anyone you want. There are noble and cold goddesses, cute Lolita girls, queen sisters, sweet and beautiful girls. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. A scarred man with a crew cut bared his yellow teeth and said, Li Laolu, there are a lot of zombies in that university. Li Yushir, aren't there chat records? Chen Lin said that we should find out the distribution of zombies and find someone to lure away the mutant zombies. I told her that we were in the survivor base, and she was begging us to take them away. She didn't know that if we went there, we wouldn't be able to escape. There's a chance. The scarred, buzz-cut man, Chen Jiangnan, nodded. He took a sip, sniffed it, and shuddered. This Wu Ming looks so damn hot. Just looking at me makes me want her. The short Wang Liang said. But the village chief said that the Chamber of Commerce is going to build a safe zone. If we leave here, will we miss it? Li Yushir. The communication isn't down. We just need to start building it back up. Let's go have some fun first, and then when we're done, we'll bring back some beautiful things and supermarket supplies. Who wouldn't look up to us? Chen Jiangnan licked his lips. Fuck, done. Wang Liang and everyone else nodded. The girls in the photos posted by Chen Lin were all so beautiful. They were all addicted to the thought that they could do evil and play as they pleased if they went there. In the past, even if they wanted to smell the scent of each other's bitter tea seeds, they were not qualified. Li Yushir. Okay, tomorrow morning. Chen Jiangnan. Damn it, let's go now. My sword is already so unbearable. Soon. Li Yushir and his group, who were barely in the safe zone, packed up their equipment, got on the reinforced car, and left Litsuan Community. As soon as they walked out the door, they met a little girl wearing a dirty pink princess dress. The girl looked about 13 or 14 years old. She was running barefoot on the street, crying as she ran. Dad, Mom, where are you? Xiao Xiao is so scared. Squeak. Li Yushir slammed on the brakes. Chen Jiangnan. What the hell are you doing? Li Yushir smiled evilly and curled his lips in the direction of the little girl. Chen Jiangnan. You are such a beast. She is just a child. So she is yours. Let me have some fun with your girlfriend Chen Lin first. Chapter 47 Xiao Xiao. Li Yushir was speechless after hearing this. This Chen Jiangnan acts like he is so noble. It's not because I'm greedy for him. Brute. What? No. Chen Jiangnan's face darkened. Why not? Brothers are like limbs, and women are like clothes. Li Yushir was definitely unwilling in his heart. Only a cuckold would accept his partner being bullied by others. But when he thought about it, it was the end of the world anyway. There were many beautiful girls in City A, and Scarface Chen Jiangnan was a ruthless man who had stabbed someone in the past. He had no choice but to agree on the surface, and said with a generous smile, You are being polite. Do you even need to ask about this kind of thing? I thought it wouldn't work. Chen Jiangnan patted Li Yushir's shoulder. Chen Jiangnan has a little quirk. He likes his friends' girlfriends or wives. That's how he got the scar on his face. Li Yushir opened the car door and got out. For some reason, the surroundings were very quiet. So quiet that it was a bit creepy. Not even a zombie could be seen. Li Yushir felt a little suspicious and looked at the scarred Chen Jiangnan. Chen Jiangnan also got out of the car and lit a cigarette. Seeing how quiet the surroundings were, he laughed. These people from the City Chamber of Commerce are quite capable. They're really not slow in clearing out the zombies. Ah, yes. The Chamber of Commerce is setting up a safe zone and starting to clear out the zombies. I was wondering why it was so quiet. Hearing this, Li Yushir let down his guard. Mom and Dad, Woo-woo, where are you? Xiao Xiao is so scared alone. The girl in the dirty pink dress was crying as she walked. Little girl. Li Yushir walked over quickly. Come with me. I know where your parents are. Really? The girl stopped and turned to look at Li Yushir. I surpassed it. Looking at the girl's pure and tender face under the battle-damaged makeup, Li Yushir immediately reacted. This girl is so beautiful at such a young age. When she grows up, she will definitely be a stunning beauty. What the hell? Chen Jiangnan was also stunned. The little girl is a little too pretty. It seems that her IQ is not very high. Logically speaking, a teenage girl like her shouldn't be crying and looking for her parents, as if she is only 5 or 6 years old. Chen Jiangnan. Li Laolu, I take back what I said before. You have a really sharp eye. Chen Lin, I'll do it from behind. Let's play this together. Then what else is there to say? Li Yushir agreed with a grim expression. After hearing what Li Yushir said, the little girl stood there. After 5 or 6 seconds, her dark eyeballs moved twice. Really? Of course it's true. Uncle never lies. Li Yushir looked the girl up and down. Why is it so damn long? The little girl jumped for joy. Okay, that's great. Thank you, Uncle. Ding ding ding. The car behind honked its horn. Press your mother. Chen Jiangnan turned around and cursed. In the second car of the convoy, Wang Liang didn't dare to press the button again. He stuck his head out and said, Brother Chen, you're in a hurry. You need to get the school beauty. Shabi haha. Hearing that, Chen Jiangnan cursed and laughed. Li Yushir and Chen Jiangnan took the little girl to the lead pickup truck, and the car's engine roared. In the apocalypse, these survivors who had rarely left the community had already begun to enjoy the benefits brought by the apocalypse. The car can go as fast as you want, even if it's so fast that it might crash in the next second. Ignore all the traffic lights at the intersection. I no longer feel sorry for my car. I drive it hard and press the accelerator until the fuel tank is empty. If it breaks down, I just smash the door and buy a new one. I can drive whoever's car I want. Oh no. Li Yushir screamed and drove the car at 130 miles per hour on the avenue, shouting excitedly. In the second row of seats of the pickup truck, the little girl sat obediently with her hands on her knees, as well-behaved as a kindergarten student in front of her kindergarten teacher. What the group didn't know was, just on the other side of Litsuan community, it has become a ruin. Dead. All dead. People from the City Chamber of Commerce and the Zhou family died. The survivors around them died. Even the zombies nearby were all dead. They all died in the same way. Their eyeballs, hearts, and brains all exploded, and their internal organs were shattered. Chen Jiangnan licked his lips and turned to look behind him. Li Yushir said sternly, I suggested it first. Don't touch her. I'll go first when we get there. This is his bottom line. You're so stingy, I'm just going to take a look. Chen Jiangnan knew that he had to rely on Li Yushir's girlfriend's friends to get into the girls' school, so he didn't dare to offend Li Yushir too much, but he still wanted to take advantage of him. He stroked the little girl's face with his big hand. Little girl, is your name Xiao Xiao? Well, Uncle, my name is Xiao Xiao. The little girl smiled sweetly. She was particularly happy when she thought that she would soon find her parents. My mother's skin is very good, and it is suitable to be peeled off and made into a beautiful leather garment. Dad is a very elegant man, suitable for making sashimi. Put on Mom and eat Dad into your belly. They can be together as a family forever. Hiss. The moment Chen Jiangnan's big hand touched Xiao Xiao's face, he shuddered. Li Yushir said unhappily, I've never touched a woman before. Get lost, Li Laolu. How dare you talk to me like that? Chen Jiangnan retracted his hand. The moment the hand touched her, he felt cold, bone-chillingly cold. This chill rose from his tailbone and almost scared him to death. After Li Yushir said that, Chen Jiangnan was too concerned about his reputation to say anything more. You can't say that the girl is particularly cold as a corpse that has been frozen in a freezer for 3 days. Wrong. Li Yushir laughed. Seeing that Chen Jiangnan was honest, he felt relieved. He had to be the first to do such beastly things. Chen Jiangnan changed the subject. Is your beaker partner reliable? Must. Li Yushir laughed and said, What are you afraid of? The zombies in the girls' school are all weak and helpless. We have a car, so we can just ram through them and get to the girls' dormitory. That's victory. I know their general location, so it's easy to find. Only their dormitory has electricity. That's fine. Qin Jiangnan nodded. Li Yushi, we're almost there. Which road has the fewest zombies? So soon. Qin Lin was stunned. She wanted to explain that she was in trouble, but when she thought about leaving soon, she didn't explain. This is my chance to leave. She doesn't want to give up. If she lost control, she was afraid that Li Yushi would not come. Qin Lin still wants to show off and make Wu Meng and others who didn't choose her regret it. Qin Lin, take the path I told you about earlier. Don't worry, there aren't any mutant zombies, and there aren't many either. Fuck, your girl really does the job. Qin Jiangnan looked at the news and said excitedly. Although the little girl was pretty, she was too cold, and he lost all interest in her. I still want to find Qin Lin. And when she was working, she asked her, who is better, me or your partner? Chapter 48 Home. With a bang, the lifting pole of a city women's university was directly broken by the pickup truck, and the convoy successfully broke into the south gate of a city women's university. Along the way, they didn't encounter a single living zombie. Damn it, didn't the village chief say in the group chat that 99% of the people had turned into zombies? This is fucking terrible. The whole journey was smooth sailing, and we didn't see a single zombie. Qin Jiangnan's face didn't look good. Isn't it a good thing that I didn't see it? Li Yushi was speechless. Qin Jiangnan, bullshit. What if there are only a few zombies and order is quickly restored? You don't know what it's like to be in there, shredding squid until your hands are numb, and stepping on a sewing machine until it smokes. Li Yushi, then we'll do it, you watch. Qin Jiangnan. They are along this way. I really didn't see a single zombie. It's not because there are no zombies. But it was because, in their car, sat a super zombie that had just transformed from a level 2 mutant zombie into a level 3 mutant zombie during a battle. This level 3 mutant zombie is in a hurry to find his parents. The zombies within a radius of several miles retreated one after another. The zombies trapped in the car were also pretending to be dead or corpses, not daring to make any noise. Qin Jiangnan, I was just kidding. Let him just watch. That won't work. Woo-woo. A convoy of cars rushed into the A City Women's University openly. Inside the supermarket, near the door, Zhao Bai was sitting and drinking a bottle of Wahaha. Just listen to the roar of the car engine. Hey, whose general is this? He's so brave. Zhao Bai took the drink and walked to the door. The convoy did not stop and headed straight for the women's dormitory. Ding. 5-star target AI Xiao found. Slurp, slurp, slurp. When Zhao Bai heard the system prompt, he was stunned. There was a 5-star beauty in the car? There are tens of thousands of girls in the huge A City Women's University. Even so far, Zhao Bai has only met 2 5-star targets, Yu Yurong and Wang Weiwei. Unexpectedly, here comes another one. Roar. Su Yu smelled the scent of a stranger, and she let out a childish roar. Yurong. Here I come. Yu Yurong walked quickly to Zhao Bai's side. The team's headlights were too bright. In the pitch-black campus, it was particularly eye-catching, and the girls also noticed it. Take good care of everyone. Su Yu and I will go take a look. Zhao Bai guessed that the people in this convoy were most likely from the survivor base of Qin Lin's target. If so, it's quite efficient. It came pretty quickly. Rest assured. Yu Yurong nodded. Before, they went upstairs to get their travel bags, and each of them filled a bag with the supplies they wanted. This 0 yuan purchase is very comfortable. Take whatever you want. There is so much stuff. The only thing to consider is the weight you can carry. Leave. Zhao Bai touched Su Yu's head. Su Yu's eyes were sparkling, and she looked at Zhao Bai with tenderness and love in her eyes. Squeak. Li Yushi slammed on the brakes, and the pickup truck's wheels left 4 long brake marks on the ground. It finally slid for more than 10 meters before stopping. Did I draft it? I'm fucked too. In the first car, Li Yushi and Qin Jiangnan both cursed. The two were severely shocked by the scene before them. There were also zombie corpses on the main road, but not so many. Here, the path in front of the dormitory building was covered with a thick layer of zombie limbs and flesh. It's almost 20 centimeters thick. The dark red and foul-smelling blood formed a thick layer of semi-coagulated blood scab on the ground and between the limbs. The car ran over the limbs, skidded, and nearly hit the wall of the girls' dormitory. The convoy's cars stopped, but no one dared to get off the bus. It's so scary. Living in the apocalypse, they have seen human corpses and zombie corpses. Some of them even have blood on their hands from killing zombies. But it was a sea of zombie limbs and flesh. This is horrible. Vomit. The stench, accompanied by a fishy smell, made some men start vomiting. Zhao Bai and Su Yu walked and stopped at the back, watching these people from a distance. Zhao Bai wanted to see what they were going to do. The main thing is to listen to their conversations and learn about some things happening outside. As for how to get along, when there is a conflict of interests, they are enemies, and we must be ruthless towards them. At this moment, if they are really Lee Yusher's gang, they are already enemies. Can't survive. Sudden. Boom. Bang 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 bang. The earth began to tremble and shake violently, and a terrifying roar, like thunder exploding in the sky, swept across the earth. Zhao Bai was shocked. He quickly looked towards the south. I saw a large mushroom cloud of fire rising in the distant sky to the south, surrounded by dozens of small explosion clouds of fire. Boom 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 boom. Another series of explosions was heard. Zhao Bai clearly felt that the ground beneath his feet was shaking. Oh my god, what are you doing? Zhao Bai hesitated for a moment and then sent a message to Wang Weiwei. He felt that given Wang Weiwei's identity, she should know something. Zhao Bai, what was that big explosion just now? Zhao Bai was a little panicked. What if, while sleeping, you encounter a bombing like the one from the Zhou family of the City Lord's mansion? Wouldn't that be the end of you? Vera Wang, am I your tool for gathering information? If you have something to say, contact me. If not, don't contact me. The message was replied very quickly. Almost replied instantly. Zhao Bai, I'm busy trying to survive. Sorry. Wang Weiwei. The Zhou family launched a small missile and numerous artillery shells, covering the Litsuan community area with firepower and killing a level 2 mutant zombie, the shocking Lolita. Zhao Bai, the Zhou family is so powerful? So, can they launch attacks like this endlessly? Vera Wang, what? Are you scared? Didn't you think about it when you were trying so hard? Didn't you dare to do it? In a huge office. While replying to the message, Wang Weiwei raised her head and looked at Zhou Kong, who was standing beside her like a eunuch beside the emperor. I found Wang Weiwei looking at me. Zhou Kang's face was full of flattery, pointing in the direction of Litsuan community. To kill zombies, you still need strong firepower. Although the reserves are limited, we don't need them now. Once they upgrade, we may not be able to kill them even if we empty the reserves in the future. Well done. Wang Weiwei replied calmly, and then lowered her head to type. A smile appeared on her face as she typed. Wang Weiwei. Okay, I'll stop teasing you. The Zhou family and the Chamber of Commerce have enough firepower to kill 2 level 2 zombies. We won't use it recklessly. Recalling some scenes, Wang Weiwei's heart beat faster. Wang Weiwei. Once the safe zone is built, I'll reserve a spot for you. Young man, here's a piece of advice. Instead of working hard on your own, it's better to cling to my leg. Drinking a few more bottles of Shunbao and eating a few more goji berries is worse than working hard, right? Zhou Kong looked at Wang Weiwei, who seemed to be in love, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Weiwei, who are you chatting with? You look so happy. Vera Wang, my man. Zhou Kang's expression changed, but soon returned to normal. You're mad at me again, you naughty boy. Okay, it's late. I won't disturb you anymore. Go to bed early. Zhou Kong walked out of the office quickly, and almost as soon as he closed the door, he started smashing things frantically. Hearing the noise, Wang Weiwei's eyelids twitched and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Zhou Kong, very fair. On the surface, you treat me as a goddess and are very respectful to me, but the women you actually have sex with probably fill a bus full. I just found Zhao Bai. To be honest, I still lose money. You have to let Zhao Bai come dozens or hundreds of times. Even if you get married, it would be unfair to your romantic life if your skin is not shiny black. Zhao Bai, I'll consider it. Zhao Bai felt relieved. As long as the young master of the Zhou family didn't get angry, it would be fine. Seeing the fire, Chun Jiangnan burst into laughter. Fuck, what the hell is going on? Such a big scene. Li Yusher nodded. It's more beautiful than fireworks, and humans are definitely better than zombies. Home, home, that's the direction of home. A scream was heard. It was Wang Liang. Looking in that direction, he felt something was wrong and quickly called home. However, the call didn't go through. All the people in the address book who could be contacted were out of touch. Finally, Wang Liang screamed in despair. Chapter 49. Chen Lin was dumbfounded. What? The big smile on Chun Jiangnan's face turned into a medium smile. The medium smile turned into a small smile, and the small smile froze on his scarred face. Li Yusher climbed onto the bed of the pickup truck, wanting to see higher. But at this moment, the horrific explosion was over, and there was no more mushroom cloud of fire. All that could be seen was a patch of fire in the distant sky to the south. The continuous flames illuminated that part of the sky red. In this way, it is impossible to tell where the explosion occurred. Chun Jiangnan, Wang Liang, did you see clearly? Is the bomb really in our direction? Wow, this is fucking terrible. Yes, it's in the direction of our home. I can't even get through to my family on the phone. The short Wang Liang cried and cursed. Chen Jiangnan took a breath of cold air. Oh shit. It's too early to laugh. My home is gone. Li Yushir had already taken out his cell phone and tried to call his surviving family members and relatives, but without exception, their phones were turned off. I think the phone was shattered into pieces in the explosion. Everyone beat him. The results are consistent. Wang Liang cried, "My home is gone. If I had known, I would never have come out again." While crying, he looked at Li Yushir with resentment. Li Yushir glared back. "I'm better than you. Are you an idiot? If you don't come out, can you withstand the artillery shells or the explosives? If you don't come out, you'll be paralyzed and die." Wang Liang was stunned. Everyone was also stunned. Think about it carefully. What Li Yushir said makes sense. If they hadn't come out, they would probably have died like the survivors at home. Moreover, I am afraid that he would not even know how he died. Chen Jiangnan also calmed down. After all, this was not the same as before, when there were large numbers of people missing from the household registration books at the beginning of the apocalypse. We are lucky. Chen Jiangnan, there are women in the building, there's a supermarket nearby, and there aren't many zombies. From now on, I'll live a fairy-like life. Li Yushir, first, focus on what's in front of you. Everyone nodded. As for revenge, these people were very realistic and tacit, and no one mentioned it. Who is responsible for such a big move? Even Pai Yinzi knows the answer. Either the Zhou family or the Chamber of Commerce. How can they deal with it? They are just a bunch of thugs who bully the weak and fear the strong. Hubby, you're here. At this moment, a cry of joy was heard. Chen Lin came down. She really didn't expect that her boyfriend was so awesome. He came as soon as he said so. Not only Chen Lin, Jiang Rao and Yushimi, there are more than a dozen female survivors behind them. This was all tricked out by Chen Lin and the others by knocking on doors one by one. The temptation to leave. This is too big. When ordinary girls heard that there was a survivor base to go to, they would not think too much and would just give up everything to go. They almost worshipped Chen Lin as a god. Before, Chen Lin always called Li Yushir by his name. Li Yushir wanted to experience it by asking her to call him husband, but she disagreed. Now, the situation has changed. Chen Lin took the initiative to shout out, and she shouted with a squeezed throat. The sound was so disgusting that it made people want to breakdance on the spot. Chen Lin. Li Yushir nodded without any emotional fluctuation. If Chen Lin had this attitude before the end of the world, he would have jumped for joy. But now is the end of the world. He also promised Chen Jiangnan. Chen Lin wasn't angry at the cold response. She smiled and walked over to Li Yushir, hugging her arm. Look, these are the sisters who are willing to go with us. Let's go to the survivor base. After saying this loudly, Chen Lin put her hands behind her back, leaned close to Li Yushir's ear, and whispered coquettishly, "They all know how to be grateful and how to make sacrifices." Li Yushir was speechless for a moment and looked at Chen Jiangnan. The survivor base he mentioned was actually the temporarily safe Litsuan community. But now, their Litsuan community is gone, and there is no survivor base at all. Looking at Chen Lin, whose eyes were full of hope, and a group of girls with eyes full of admiration, Li Yushir felt embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Chen Jiangnan is much more shameless. He smiled and said, "Of course I have to leave, but not now." Chen Jiangnan said this with a smile as he walked to Chen Lin's side, stretched out his hands forcefully, and hugged Chen Lin's waist. "What are you doing?" Chen Lin was startled and quickly struggled to break free. Bang! Chen Jiangnan raised his hand and slapped him. Chen Lin covered her face, stunned. Soon, she turned to look at Li Yushir. Yushir. Li Yushir walked away, holding a flashlight and shining it among the girls. He was more proud of Wu Ming and was very excited after seeing the photos. Although Wu Ming had a flat figure, she had long legs and a small face, and she looked so amazing. Still an internet celebrity. Hearing the noise behind him, Li Yushir gritted his teeth and didn't look back. He has feelings for Chen Lin. After all, he had been chasing Chen Lin for so long and had been her bootlicker for so long. But after all, it is the end of the world. The reason why he can have the status he has today among the survivors in Litsuan community is that Chen Jiangnan is his brother and can intimidate the other survivors. Chen Jiangnan made such a request. If he did not agree, Chen Jiangnan would probably not be able to do what he was supposed to do, but he would lose his position in the team. In fact, it is a trade-off of interests. Li Yushir couldn't face Chen Lin, so he turned his back to her and said, Lin, Jiangnan is my good brother." After saying this, he continued walking forward, got into the pickup truck, and slammed the door shut. When Chen Lin heard this, he was dumbfounded. She couldn't believe it. Chen Jiangnan walked forward with a smile and touched Chen Lin's face. "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry, you made my face red. I have some medicine. Let's find a room and apply it on you." Chen Lin clenched her fists. The scarred man in front of her was already ugly, and the scar made him look even uglier. Chun-Lin was so ugly that she wanted to cry. As soon as the other person opened his mouth, a deadly fragrance emanated from between his teeth, which were yellower than strawberry tarts in a dry toilet. Chun-Lin was about to suffocate. Li Yushi. Chun-Lin cried out sadly with tears in her eyes. In the pickup truck, Li Yushi closed his eyes. Good. Chen Jiangnan put his arms around Chun-Lin's waist again. This time, Chun-Lin did not resist and closed his eyes resignedly. Others. I also started to select people. Chen Jiangnan hugged Chun-Lin and glanced at the pickup truck. Then he smiled at the girls and said, "This is the end of the world. It's not the past. If you want to enter the survivor base, you must undergo the test and satisfy the 3 examiners before you are qualified to enter." The girls in the female dormitory had different expressions. Yushimi's face turned grim. This is not what I thought. A 70-year-old man with less than 7 teeth left looked at Yushimi and said, "Little woman, are you willing to accept my assessment?" Yushimi was embarrassed. "Grandpa, can you do this with your body?" Jiang Rao is considered pretty among the girls and is targeted by several people at the same time. The scene seemed to be about to get chaotic. In the car, hearing the commotion outside, Li Yushi loosened his clenched fists, opened his eyes, and smiled at the little girl who was still sitting obediently. "Xiao Xiao, come to Uncle's place, play a little game with Uncle, and then you can see Mom and Dad." Chapter 50 Liar. Lie to me. Not far away. Zhao Bai hid. He clicked his tongue. This Li Yushi is really awesome. He lets people have sex with him just to gain popularity. The scene looked like it was going to be a mess. It's time to have a party. Zhao Bai had no intention of taking action and just wanted to watch the fun. He even tried to share perspective. Successfully cut to Chun-Lin's perspective. Chen Jiangnan hurriedly pulled Chun-Lin into the female dormitory building A and casually pushed open the door of a dormitory. As a result, there were zombies inside. Chen Jiangnan quickly closed the door. Changed to another room. What's strange is that when the zombies saw Chen Jiangnan and other living people, they didn't move at all. They stood there motionless, as if they were playing with statues. The second room is an empty room. "Sister-in-law, I've missed you for a long time." Chen Jiangnan pressed Chun-Lin to the ground. Zhao Bai looked at Chen Jiangnan's face and almost vomited. He could probably imagine how desperate Chun-Lin was. Want to put on a cup. Want to be the best. You could have enjoyed your life in his team, but you betrayed him and ended up here? Zhao Bai stopped looking. What follows might be eye-catching. Chun-Lin closed his eyes, motionless like a corpse. Chen Jiangnan didn't mind either. The examiners took the girls into the girls' dormitory. In the pickup truck. When the little girl heard what Li Yu said, she nodded obediently and crawled to the front row through the gap between the seats. Gulp. Li Yushi swallowed his saliva. His hands were shaking. She couldn't even dream of such a beautiful girl. Now, it is actually possible. Smile. Open your mouth. The little girl smiled and opened her mouth. Li Yushi was extremely excited, but when he was about to do something, he saw what was happening in the little girl's mouth. He froze with excitement and could not move. The little girl has white teeth, but she has no tongue. Deep in the mouth, there are many honeycomb-shaped columnar tubes that look like flesh and metal. Li Yushi looked at it with the light of his mobile phone, and the corners of his mouth twitched. What's going on with this kid's mouth? It seems so. There is no way to go down this road. Li Yushi, it's okay, let's play another game. After all, it was the bugs in the brain that suppressed my IQ. At this moment, Li Yushi was still thinking about walking. Okay, Xiao Xiao loves playing games the most. The little girl smiled and nodded obediently. Li Yushi was stunned. How could he speak without a tongue? Xiao Xiao you. Come here, uncle. A voice came from the little girl's chest. Li Yushi's eyes widened for a moment. He suddenly felt a little creepy. When he slowly lifted up the clothes where Xiao Xiao made the sound, he saw a red and black tumor in the middle of Xiao Xiao's chest. The tumor was as big as a heart and was beating continuously. The sound came from there. Moreover, if you look closely, you will find that when Xiao Xiao speaks, the frequency of the tumor vibration increases, and the honeycomb tubes in her mouth vibrate at the same frequency. Ugh! Li Yushi screamed. See sarcoma. I was stunned for 3 seconds. He suddenly realized that this very pretty little girl from the spicy restaurant next door was not a human. I'm better than you. Zombies. Li Yushi opened the car door on the other side and jumped out by rolling and crawling. He tripped because his pants were not pulled up and fell flat on his face. Zombies? What zombies? The little girl Xiao Xiao quickly chased after him. Uncle, aren't you going to play games with Xiao Xiao? Why are you running? Do you paralyze me? Li Yushi cursed, not caring about the zombie blood and flesh on his body. He got up and ran towards the female dormitory. In the girls' dormitory rooms, people heard the noise just as they were bringing in the girls who were to be tested. They quickly picked up their weapons and walked out. Chun Jiangnan also let go of Chun Lin, who was like a dead fish, picked up a knife and drove him out. They are all from the same community and the same village. At critical moments, we are very united. Women can do it anytime, when they encounter danger and when they encounter zombies. This is the most important thing. If you lose a companion, you will lose several points of power. Ha 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 ha. A group of people from Litsuan community ran into the hall. They laughed as they watched Li Yushi running with his pants lifted up, with a pretty little girl chasing him from behind. No, Li Laolu, can you do it? I gave you the most beautiful one and gave you a chance, but you are useless. Why? There are still such good-looking zombies. They started joking. Chun Jiangnan didn't laugh, because he knew that the little girl was very cold, and he knew Li Yushi too well. Li Yushi was a ruthless man who could masturbate 7 or 8 times just by looking at photos of celebrities. There was no way he would be chased by a little girl. Chun Jiangnan reacted and quickly shouted, "Stop laughing. Help me. There's something wrong with that little thing. Uncle, don't run. Don't run. Xiao Xiao doesn't want to play games with you." Woo woo woo. Xiao Xiao started crying. She chased him while crying. "Don't chase me." Li Yushi was so scared that he peed his pants. Xiao Xiao. Uncle, you promised Xiao Xiao that you would help Xiao Xiao find her parents. Adults can't go back on their word. Li Yushi, idiot. I don't even know your parents. I was just teasing you, so stop chasing me. He didn't know why he ran. I'm subconsciously afraid. Xiao Xiao was stunned. What? Uncle, you lied to me. Xiao Xiao stopped chasing. Li Yushi also ran into the hall smoothly. Fuck. Li Yushi breathed a sigh of relief as he approached the crowd. He measured it and said, "You don't know, this little thing is a monster. There's a tumor this big on its chest, and there's no tongue in its mouth. There are many holes inside. It scared me to death." The group of people were still smiling, completely unaware of the seriousness of the problem. Wang Liang jokingly said, "Li Laolu, are you sure it's a tumor? Are you sure you saw it right? Could it be Snow White? You're so good at digging, I don't even know Snow White." Li Yushi cursed. "Liar, liar, you lied to me. Bad people, you are bad people. Mom and Dad are bad people. Mom and Dad, don't laugh. You lied to Xiao Xiao. You are even worse people." Xiao Xiao's chest heaved, and the tumor and the dense tubes in her mouth resonated, making sounds. Angry. Zhao Yibai was watching when Su Yuyu suddenly pulled him. "Cover your ears. Cover them. Run. This was almost the first time she spoke after her rebirth. Good. Zhao Yibai picked up Su Yuyu and ran away. In the hall. She doesn't seem like a threat. A group of people stared at Xiao Xiao, who was standing there alone. Zhao Yibai asked as he ran, "Is she very powerful?" Su Yuyu looked adorable in Zhao Yibai's arms. Die, all of you. Activate time stop." Zhao Yibaiju listened to the advice and started the time stop function directly. Su Yuyu is a level 3 mutant zombie, so what she said must mean that she is quite powerful. Ding. Time stop activated successfully, remaining times, 85 times. After the ability is activated, Zhao Yibai ran back frantically and rushed to the 4th floor in one breath. Wu Ming, Chun Xiuru and Zhang Yi in the room were moved outside one at a time, and then moved out one by one. Put it in the bed of the pickup truck. Then he started the engine, drove the pickup truck, and sped to Su Yuyu's side. He stopped the car, carefully placed Su Yuyu in the passenger seat, and fastened her seatbelt. Zhao Yibai drove the pickup truck to the vicinity of the supermarket, put Yu Yurong and Che Xiaoli in the back seat, and Hanwan put the truck bed in the truck bed. Once again, he drove the car 5 miles in one breath. End time stop. Chapter 51. It hurts so much. Xiao Xiao, it hurts so much. Ding. Time stop has ended. Remaining times, 85 times. As Zhao Yibai spoke, time resumed its flow. At this moment, they were in the square in front of the teaching building of a city women's university. In a pickup truck. All the women were stunned. They stared at each other. "I'm taking a shower, right?" Wu Ming looked at the skirt she was wearing inside out, and her head was buzzing. Fortunately, she is relatively flat. Otherwise, it would be very uncomfortable if you put your clothes on backwards. At this moment, her long hair was still wet and smelled of shampoo. Gulp. Yu Yurong swallowed the milk in her mouth. The scene is a bit weird. One moment he was in the supermarket, and suddenly, he was in the car. The others also looked happy. Among the crowd, it was Han Wan who had a slight smile on her face. She felt something when she was rescued last time. But as a smart woman, she didn't ask unless Zhao Yibai said anything. At this moment, Han Wan confirmed that idea. Zhao Yibai is no ordinary survivor. Right now, I can't hide it any longer. So I just decided not to hide it. The people around him are all worth saving and worthy of his trust. I'm a mutant. Ability time stop. Just now, I sensed danger, activated time stop, and rescued you. Zhao Yibai opened the car door, got out, put his hands in his pockets, and looked at the girls in the front and bed of the pickup truck. 3 sentences. Thump. Che Xiaoli got out of the car and knelt on the ground. Zhao Yibai was puzzled. Che Xiaoli knelt down and kowtowed solemnly, saying with a serious face, "Respected master of the superpower, your maid Che Xiaoli kneels and offers her loyalty to you." So Chinibu. Zhao Yibai held his forehead with his hand. "Stand up." "Okay." Che Xiaoli agreed and immediately got up with a smile. Zhao Yibai looked at Yu Yorong. "Can you accept it?" His eyes slowly swept across the faces of the girls. Yu Yorong raised an eyebrow. "I have a friend who has read that kind of learning material. You asked me if I would accept it. I am more curious about how I would feel after using time stop to give me a chill and then resuming the flow of time." Her eyes were bright. There is some implicit expectation in it. Wow. Zhao Yibai smiled. Yu Yorong loves studying so much, so her academic performance must be very good. She must be a top student. Can you accept it? Teammates become stronger. That's definitely acceptable. And this teammate is not only a teammate, but also their man. This means that if they follow Zhao Yibai, they will have a chance of living longer in the apocalypse. Try it sometime. Zhao Yibai nodded. This is a bit strange. He had borrowed supplies and killed zombies during the time stop, but he had never used them to do anything bad. Chun Shiweru started to feel it. She pointed at Zhao Yibai, her face flushed red. I know. Yes, it's you. My things suddenly disappeared. Ghost, I thought it was a ghost. It's you. Also, there's something in my mouth and on my body. The case is solved. Knowing that Zhao Yibai could stop time, Chun Shiweru's reaction was definitely the biggest. All the women looked at Zhao Yibai. Zhao Yibai, let's not talk about the past. Chun Shiweru suddenly thought that she was the one who did something bad to Yu Yorong's bed first, and might have been seen by Zhao Yibai, so she was punished. She immediately shut up. Although she is kind to fish, she is still afraid of them. Don't mention it. It's better not to mention it. Chun Shiweru smiled awkwardly. Hanwon. Yibai, what danger do you mean? Should we give up 401 and the supermarket and come here? Zhao Yibai turned around and looked towards Building A of the female dormitory. Danger will happen over there. All the women looked over as well. It was quiet. No, it was a dead silence, as if the zombies around were all asleep. The usual zombie roars at night were gone. Time resumed its flow. In front of Building A, the female dormitory. Liar, you lied to me, damn it, die. The little girl in the pink princess dress smiled and started crying. Her cry was sad, but there was not even a tear on her face. It sounds very pitiful. Xiao Xiao screamed at the end of her crying. The sound was sharp, but not loud. It's delaying my friendly and in-depth survivor assessment. The short Wang Liang looked at the nervous Li Yushi and the scarred-faced Chen Jiangnan, then at the laughing crowd. He cursed and walked forward with a dung fork. Look, I got him. The test continues. Brother Liang is awesome. Liang, you are the bravest one. Awesome. The survivors in Litsuan community all started to make a fuss. Only Li Yushi and Chen Jiangnan had close contact with Xiao Xiao, and they had a subconscious fear of this seemingly harmless little girl. Li Yushi, be careful. Fine. Wang Liang walked straight up to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao looked at Wang Liang angrily. Wang Liang, little thing. Thank goodness this is in the women's dormitory. You're quite lucky. If there weren't so many women here, you wouldn't be able to take the test so easily. Just for your face, I really want to try what a pretty zombie like you tastes like. What's going on? Chen Lin straightened her clothes a little and walked out. Wang Liang raised the steel fork in his hand and stabbed Xiao Xiao fiercely. Laugh. The 3 steel tips of the steel fork pierced into Xiao Xiao's body. Although Wang Liang is short, his hands are quite fierce. After inserting the steel fork, he pressed it all the way to the bottom and then pulled it out suddenly. Crash. The steel fork was pulled out, bringing out 3 streams of blood. The bright red blood flowed along the fabric of the skirt. The pink princess dress was dyed blood red. What the hell? That's simple. Chen Jiangnan was confused. Li Yushi was also shocked. Damn, I really scared myself. She's just a little girl, and I'm so scared of her. Xiao Xiao's pretty little face became distorted. She stretched out her hands to cover the bleeding holes, but her hands were a little small. She couldn't cover all 3 blood holes, and one of them was always bleeding. It hurts. It hurts so much. I'm bleeding, so much blood. Xiao Xiao is in so much pain. It was you. You were the ones who bullied Xiao Xiao first. Xiao Xiao wants to kill you. Kill all of you. Ha 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 ha. A group of survivors from Litsuan community burst into laughter. Chen Lin frowned, but he didn't say anything. In the end times, it's better not to meddle in other people's business. Just let a little girl die. Just don't hurt her. Li Yushi. stop playing around. Give her a quick death, and let's get down to business. Okay. Wang Liang agreed and turned to look at Xiao Xiao. Little thing, even a fork can't kill you. You're pretty tough. Li Yushi also looked at Qianlin. Qianlin, where's the girl named Wu Ming? Qianlin didn't look happy with Li Yushi at the moment. He followed Zhao Bai. Li Yushi, who was Zhao Bai? Qianlin, a man. She regretted it. But she also knew that regret was useless. Li Yushi, fuck the hell, a man? Where is he? He dares to steal my woman. Kill him. Death early, escape life early. Wang Liang raised the steel fork and this time stabbed it into Xiao Xiao's head. But this time, the little girl Xiao Xiao, who seemed not to resist, did not let Wang Liang get his wish. Oh. Chapter 52 Oh. Buzz. Xiao Xiao shouted. This time, he opened his mouth. The fleshy ball on her chest turned completely red, as if it was filled with hot magma. The fiery red color flowed from the fleshy ball to her throat and then to her mouth. The lower half of her face and chest had turned transparent, as if very thin, and were filled with a fiery red color like magma. The countless honeycomb tubes in the throat resonate. Ugh! The extremely high-frequency sound made Wang Liang's head buzz before the steel fork in his hand could hurt Xiao Xiao. The steel fork in Wang Liang's hand fell to the ground with a bang sound. He didn't care about the steel fork and quickly covered his ears with his hands. Pain. My ears hurt. My eardrum felt like it had exploded. My head started to hurt, as if my brain was put into a juicer, stirring the juice painfully. Ugh! Oh. Wang Liang covered his ears and danced in pain. In the hall, the group of people who were originally laughing could no longer laugh. Li Yushi, Wang Liang, stop being so abstract. This kind of thing is not something you can joke about. Look at that little girl's neck, it's red. Qianlin pointed over there. They also heard the little girl's, just now, but they only felt that the little girl's voice was sharper, and their ears just felt a little uncomfortable. Awesome. Everyone looked over and was shocked. Quick, go help Wang Liang. There is absolutely nothing to say about Qin Jiangnan. Apart from his love for playing with his brother's women, he is capable of getting along with others. When encountering problems, he really takes action, even if the situation at hand is particularly strange. He grabbed his knife and rushed forward. The others were a little slow, but soon, 7 or 8 people came forward together. Seeing this, Qianlin's eyes changed and she ran away. Ran straight into the hall. Sister Lin, where are you going? This happened to be the time when they ran into Yushimi and Jiang Rao. Jiang Rao was fine, but Yushimi's clothes were torn, her hair was disheveled, and her bright red scarf was exposed. Run! Qianlin said only one word, then climbed over the back window of the dormitory on the side of the hall, jumped out, and ran to the north. Qianlin jumped directly into the pile of zombie corpses. These zombies were all killed by Zhao Yibai during the last zombie tide. I don't even care about the dirt. Qianlin ran away. Jiang Rao hesitated for a moment, then immediately followed. Jiang Rao, if you really go, hold on to the wall with your hands and push your feet against the bed. The survivor base is right in front of you. Yushimi shouted from behind Jiang Rao. I'll listen to Sister Lin. Jiang Rao replied hurriedly and ran away. Stupid. Yushimi crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes. It's better to leave. The fewer women there are, the less competitiveness there is. The more men there are and the fewer women there are, the higher the price I compare. Outside the gate of Building A. It happened in the blink of an eye. 7 or 8 people just came forward. The redness of the fleshy ball on Xiao Xiao's chest intensified and surged upwards. She opened her mouth and said, puff. Wang Liang twisted his body in pain, and 2 balls of blood burst out of his eyes and ears. He was no longer in pain, and fell to the ground with his hands covering his ears. After falling down, he did not move. Zombies. I'm better than your mother. Seeing Wang Liang fall, Qin Jiangnan roared angrily. But almost as he finished shouting, he rushed forward and encountered the sound waves coming from him. Puff. Qin Jiangnan's eyes popped out. At the same time, my brain exploded. Brain matter splattered out of his ears, eye sockets, and even nostrils. Puff, puff, puff. The 7 or 8 people who rushed towards Xiao Xiao were 1 step slower than Qin Jiangnan. Less than a second later, their brains and eyeballs were all shattered, the expressions on their faces froze, and they fell straight to the ground. Awesome. Li Yushi was originally attracted by Qianlin's running away and looked behind him. He suddenly turned around and saw that the brothers who rushed towards the little girl were all asleep. He was shocked. Oh my god, what the hell is this? Who the hell knows? I saw Jiangnan's brains spurting out of his eyes. Run! The rest of the people were ready to rush forward. Seeing this strange scene, they ran away immediately. SHHHHHHHHHHH. But it's too late to run now. Oh. Ah. Oh. Xiao Xiao started screaming wildly. Each scream was more terrifying and longer than the last. In the end, the sound waves connected into a string. Bang! Wang Liang's body exploded. The entire body was blown into pieces. The internal organs and intestines turned into pieces. Bang, 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 bang. The bodies of Chun Jiangnan and others all exploded. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Crack. Bang, bang, bang. The glass of the car not far away was shattered, and the door frame and outer shell were all twisted and deformed. The cement floor on the ground kept making popping noises. The trees, flowers, and plants in the green belt exploded. The shock waves of the sonic attack spread outward in circles, and the entire front glass of Building A of the women's dormitory exploded at the same time. Countless pieces of glass fell like snow. SHHHHHHH. Li Yushi and the rest of the people ran wildly. Li Yushi was running in the front, and the people running behind were caught up by the sound waves and exploded directly. Instant death. This saves you a lot of pain. It seemed that because the energy was too great, the speed of transmission of the attack wave was very slow. Wherever the sound wave went, the air was distorted. If it was daytime, it would be almost visible to the naked eye. Li Yushi climbed up to the window and looked back. Puff. I just happened to see two childhood friends explode. His eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to jump down immediately, but he was pulled back. Good brother, give me a hand. Give me a hand. My legs are weak and I can't climb up. Yushimi grabbed Li Yushi. At this moment, she was regretting it so much. If she had known this would happen, she would have followed Chunlin and ran away. The scene was horrific. People and everything just exploded. She was so frightened that she lost all her strength and urinated. Get lost. Li Yushi turned around and kicked him. Yushimi grabbed Li Yushi's clothes tightly. Help me, please. Fuck. Shit. Shit. Li Yushi kicked Yushimi's face several times, causing it to bleed, but the other party still held on to him tightly. Bang. Yushimi was furious. Li Yushi, who was standing by the window, was covered in pieces of internal organs. Half a piece of bright red milk cap, which was of good quality, collapsed on Li Yushi's face. Ah! Li Yushi fell out in horror and fell into a pile of zombies. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Countless glass windows on the back wall shattered. The aluminum alloy window frame deformed and twisted with a creaking sound. Xiao Xiao. 5 meters. 10 meters. 20 meters. 50 meters. 100 meters. Nice person too. Zombies anyway. Amidst the terrifying screams, everything exploded. Boom. Under tremendous pressure, a car's fuel tank deformed, the car's electrical circuit caught fire, and the entire car exploded, creating a fire wave more than 10 meters high. The car flew 5 or 6 meters into the air in the explosion, and then crashed to the ground with fierce flames all over its body. Far away, Zhao Bai and the other girls swallowed their saliva. Big. The noise was too loud. Even though they were 5 miles away, their ears were still buzzing. Thousands of glass shattered. So shocking, so terrifying. Grass. Hanwan took a deep breath and said one word. Then, the girls all looked at Zhao Bai and thanked him from the bottom of their hearts. Thank you. Who the hell can withstand this kind of attack? Liu took out a cigarette and distributed it. Prepare to have one to calm your nerves. Su Yu looked over there, her eyes sparkling. It's almost there. It's almost there. Kill her. Ding. The system has discovered a new task for you. Adopt a level 3 mutant zombie horror loli and help her find her parents. Task reward. 100 loyalty horror loli. Level 2 skill, scream. Level 2 skill scream. Consumes mental energy to scream. The closer the distance, the greater the power. The maximum distance is 1,000 meters. Causes 1 to 1,000 damage. Chapter 53 Stupid Zombie. No, I won't kill you. Zhao Bai gently stroked Su Yu's head. Her hair was very soft, as if she had used Rejoice. Su Yu felt the gentle strength on top of her head, and she squinted her eyes comfortably. Zhao Bai was trying to comfort Su Yu. Su Yu really enjoyed this kind of comfort. Mutated zombies seem to be simpler and easier to get along with than humans. Of course, this only applies to Zhao Bai. For others, seeing a mutated zombie is almost like seeing their grandmother waving at them. Su Yu said softly, Okay, listen, be obedient, and I won't kill you. So good. Zhao Bai praised. Good-looking, powerful, and obedient. Who wouldn't like such a battle pet? As for the new 5-star target, the shocking loli Xiao Xiao. In fact, Zhao Bai could have killed her directly last time he used time stop. So what about level 3 zombies? Zhao Bai's mental strength has now grown to the point where he can stop time for more than 10 minutes, and at most half an hour. Not to mention a level 3 zombie. Even if it's a level 5 one, you can't kill it in half an hour by sawing it with a chainsaw, chopping it with an axe, and hitting its weak points with a submachine gun. But Zhao Bai didn't. Zhao Bai has always been a reasonable person. The mutant zombie didn't do anything to him, so why should he kill it? On the contrary, Chen Lin, the rebel, and the survivors who came over wanted to steal resources and even kill him. So who is the enemy and who is the friend? He kills mutant zombies, helps enemy survivors, and then pretends to be friendly with those who want to kill him? No. Zhao Bai is very stingy. He chose to take only his own people with him. Whose cause and effect? Who will deal with it themselves? In other words, respect the fate of others. Zhao Bai. You guys find a safe place to hide first, I'll go back. Go back. Liu looked at the dormitory building far away. Under the moonlight, he could vaguely see that the old dormitory building, which originally had a lot of glass, had become a rough appearance and was empty. Liu, think twice. You're wrong. Let's go together. Hanwan, take us with you. Maybe we can help. The other girls also looked at Zhao Bai, and they were willing to follow. Even if, going back, you have to face the terrifying mutated zombies. Zhao Bai, don't worry, I have it figured out. So, I'll give you a mission. Capture this teaching building, find a way to restore power, and recruit as many survivors as possible. Good. Seeing that Zhao Bai had made up his mind, Yu Yurong nodded. So, people on both sides began to act separately. Su Yu followed Zhao Bai and drove the pickup truck to the girls' dormitory. Yu Yurong took the remaining girls into a teaching building. After entering the gate, the girls started killing right away. At this time, they were all extremely powerful and experienced in dealing with these ordinary zombies. It was almost a one-sided situation, and they killed the zombies rushing towards them in the hall like dogs. It was lunchtime when the accident happened. There are not many zombies in the teaching building. They broke in smoothly. Fish can be divided into groups. She led Chen Shuuru and others to clean up the zombies. Liu and Han Wan, go restore the power. That is, turn on the power switch. Zhao Bai was driving a pickup truck, with Su Yu sitting well-behaved in the passenger seat. They did not immediately enter the attack range of the horror Loli, but waiting. Wait until the shocking Loli releases all her energy and enters a period of weakness. Bringing Su Yu along is to let Su Yu distinguish the state of the frightened Loli. Looking at the huge campus and thinking of the survivor base that Li Yushi and the others mentioned, Zhao Bai already had an idea in his mind. Since it is the end of the world, there is no order. So why not build a career? He himself has superpowers. He also has a level 3 combat pet that obeys his orders. What excellent conditions these are. Get the numbers, get the weapons, get the territory. When he has thousands of followers, why would he still be afraid of the Zhou family in City A, or the City A Chamber of Commerce? When his power matures and grows big, it will be others who fear him, not him who fears others. In front of Building A, the female dormitory. Ah! Xiao Xiao is calling. Keep calling. Her anger came in stages. Originally, when Li Yushi and the others angered her, she would only release the first few levels of screams. However, the injuries, bleeding, and pain caused this mutant zombie, which had just broken through to level 3, to lose all its sanity. It would continue to launch attacks until it killed all living things around it or ran out of energy. Behind the female dormitory Building A, Li Yushi rolled over and fell into the pile of zombie corpses. Puff, 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 puff. The terrifying shrieking sound waves passed through the window, like densely packed knives, penetrating every hole. Even if there are many zombie corpses around to provide a buffer, the sound waves were separated by a wall and were not a head-on impact. But Li Yushi was still very hurt, and it is more painful than dying directly. First, his eardrums burst and he lost his hearing. His head was buzzing and his headache was splitting. His skin and blood vessels kept bursting, and his eyes exploded one after another. It took nearly a minute before his brain exploded and he died completely. Chen Lin and Zhang Rao ran the earliest and the fastest. They ran for their lives, almost using all their constipated strength. There were continuous explosions behind me. They didn't even dare to look back, and they could almost imagine what had happened. There are more than just the two of them. The zombies are running too. A burly female zombie with heavy makeup on her face and green skin started running. Perhaps because she was too strong, she ran slowly, and her back happened to be within the attack range of the sound waves. Her back looked as if it had been cut by the sound blade 1,000 times. Amidst the blood and flesh, the sharp blade marks could be faintly seen. Blood was flowing from her ears, and she looked extremely miserable. There was also a zombie that was only about 1.5 meters tall, but had countless black tentacles growing on its body. As she ran, She kept wailing, and the tentacles on her body that could expand and grow were shattered to the ground. Of the hundreds of tentacles, only a few tough, primitive tentacles were left. Physically, she was covered in blood. Almost died. She ran fast, but because she was too big, she suffered greater impact. Sudden, the screaming stopped. Ha. Chun-Lin and Zhang Rao stopped after running nearly 2 miles. They were sweating profusely and their clothes were almost soaked. Panting. When they looked at each other, they found that the other person was bleeding from all 7 orifices. Chun-Lin covered his chest and said, "Alive. Damn, I'm alive. My heart is beating so fast that it's about to jump out." Thank you," Zhang Rao said gratefully. If she hadn't followed Chun-Lin, she felt that she would have died. 2 exhausted and miserable mutant zombies came to Chun-Lin and Zhang Rao. Chun-Lin and Zhang Rao became nervous again. They almost lost Ku Chatsi, so how could they have any weapons? Know how to run. It must be a mutated zombie. But the 2 mutant zombies did not stop. They didn't even glance at the 2 people with their bladders and continued to run. Zhang Rao breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. "Stupid zombie, haha." Chun-Lin was about to laugh when her left eyelid twitched rapidly. Something's wrong. If you run any further. Chapter 54 Confrontation. Whoa. Before Chun-Lin could finish his words, a scream that was nearly 10 times more terrifying than the previous scream rang out. This was a very short whistle, but it is rich in energy and indescribably terrifying. Higher attack power. The scope is also wider. Spread faster. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Boom, 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 boom. Amid the sounds of countless glass shattering in the distance, all the living things around exploded. Not far from Xiao Xiao, the remaining cars all exploded under this shrill roar. The surrounding flowers, plants, trees, and everything else were all shattered. After this terrifying scream, the little girl smiled and lowered her head. The light from the tumor on her chest dimmed, and the magma-like light on her neck and mouth also went out. He ho ho. Chun-Lin was breathing heavily. Everything in front of me was dark, and there was a roar in my ears. She could neither see nor hear. I can't feel my legs anymore. The scream just now pierced Chun-Lin's eardrum and eyeball at the same time. Xiao Xiao's sonic blade accompanied by the scream completely cut her waist in half. Chun-Lin opened her mouth and wanted to make some sound. She was in pain, very painful, but when she opened her mouth, all she could make was a wheezing sound. Zhang Rao stood sideways, with the functions of one eye and one ear retained. Most of her left leg was cut off by the sonic blade. She fell to the ground, and a large amount of arterial blood was gushing out of the neatly cut wound. It hurts so much. Zhang Rao groaned in pain and rolled on the ground. She saw Chun-Lin through her blurred vision. 2 halves of Chun-Lin. The internal organs and intestines flowed out of the upper body. Chun-Lin's upper body and chest were still rising and falling. The broken lower body and legs moved twitchingly a few times. Woo-woo. Tears welled up in Zhang Rao's eyes. Her legs hurt. Her eyes hurt. Her ears hurt. Her whole body hurt. The small sound blades left dozens of scars of varying depths on her chest. This is almost torture. Who? Tears flowed from Chun-Lin's rotten eyes, mixed with blood. She has a relatively strong vitality. He was cut in half, but he didn't die instantly. The intestines flowed out from the severed part, but the body still retained some vitality and was still breathing. But undoubtedly, it would be better to die. It's too painful. Are mutant zombies stupid? Stupid zombie. The zombies that ran farther away could not escape the attack range, but they were farther away. The farther away they were, the less damage they would suffer from the screams and the sonic blades hidden in the screams. With the help of the mutant zombie's powerful physique, they all survived. But it also temporarily lost its ability to attack. Lin, Sister Lin, it hurts so much, I don't want to die. Zhang Rao looked at Chun-Lin, who was in even greater pain than she, with her one eye, and let out intermittent howls. It hurts so much that I can't move at all. Death seems to be just a matter of time. In front of the female dormitory in Building A, Xiao Xiao stood there motionless. When the remaining light on the ball of flesh completely disappeared, Xiao Xiao raised her head again, her eyes full of confusion. Mom and Dad, where are you? Xiao Xiao is so scared. Xiao Xiao is not a monster. Please don't leave Xiao Xiao alone, okay? Woo. The little girl smiled and started crying. She walked aimlessly, stepping on the broken pieces of flesh and debris on the ground. Walking and crying. Aside, the wreckage of the car that fell to the ground after the explosion was still burning, and there were countless broken glass and pieces of meat on the ground. The women's dormitory, which had been kept in good condition for many years, turned into a hollow shell. On the solid wall, there were terrifying marks left by countless sonic blades. The deepest one is more than 10 centimeters deep. Woo woo woo. After confirming that it was safe, Zhao Yibai drove over in a pickup truck. When the screaming stopped, Zhao Yibai was ready to set off. He thought Xiao Xiao was burned out, but Su Yu called him. Really? Next up is a big move that clears enemies in a wide area. With that last blow, all the glass within 3 or 4 miles was shattered. Hearing the noise, the little girl smiled and raised her head. Her delicate face raised and looked at the car coming over, crying, "Wow, have you seen my mom and dad?" No. Before the car stopped, Su Yu tilted her head and uttered 2 emotionless words. Stay calm. Zhao Yibai stopped the car. He saw the white shirt on Su Yu's abdomen twitching. He guessed that it was her abdomen moving. Perhaps Su Yu was about to launch an attack. Zombies can also gain strength and upgrade by fighting and devouring each other. Su Yu's stomach calmed down, and she looked at Zhao Yibai pitifully. Okay, calm down. Oh. Xiao Xiao agreed in a calm tone. She didn't even look at Zhao Yibai and was about to pass by the car. Etc. Zhao Yibai got off the car. Get away from her. I won't kill you for her sake. What Zhao Yibai didn't expect was that such a tiny little loli actually looked at him with contempt, making a mocking sound in her chest. You really can't tell the difference between the big and small kings. Zhao Yibai was speechless, but he didn't say this. Zombies. Just treat it as a child's comfort. Who made the system tasks? It doesn't matter whether it's a battle pet or not. Zhao Yibai really likes the skills and the mission rewards. Oh, explosions everywhere. It feels good just thinking about it. Although the skills released by humans may not be as powerful as those of mutated zombies, they still seem to be very useful for sneak attacks. Zhao Yibai, I am willing to help you find your parents, but you must be completely loyal to me. Roar. Xiao Xiao roared at Zhao Yibai. The honeycomb tubes in his throat vibrated together, and the roar was very deafening. Roar. Before Zhao Yibai could move, Su Yu in the passenger seat roared back even louder. Zhao Yibai was almost brainwashed by the spit. The 2 level 3 mutant zombies stared at each other through Zhao Yibai, who was standing in the middle. Roar at him, and I'll kill you. Su Yu's eyes turned cold. A zombie, mixed with humans, what a shame. Xiao Xiao's voice still contained contempt. Su Yu sneered. You have a foul mouth. No wonder your parents don't want you anymore. Immediately, Xiao Xiao's eyes turned red. With a loud bang, the cockpit of the pickup truck exploded. It was Su Yu. She changed into a combat form. Her shirt exploded, and a huge pink belly opened. At level 3, her abdomen is more than 10 times stronger than at level 2. When the belly opened, it was a terrifying 10 meters high as a 3-story building. Moreover, inside was densely packed and stacked silver fangs, and the outermost fangs were 5 or 6 meters long. If you look at it from a distance, you will suffer from trypophobia. It's too scary. Die. Xiao Xiao was completely enraged, and the tumor on her chest began to turn red again. I want you to die. Su Yu's voice was filled with anger. Master won't kill you, otherwise you would have died earlier. She was so angry that she was incoherent. Chapter 55 Zhao Yibai's 7 Wolves. Mission tips. Defeat the level 3 mutated zombie horror Lolita and adopt her. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Zhao Yibai's ears. Oh, Zhao Yibai understood it all at once. It turns out that you can't be adopted by zombie horror Loli just by giving her a lollipop with your mouth. She has to be fed first. Zhao Yibai, who was originally planning to stop Su Yu, gave up the idea and chose to put his hands in his pockets and step aside. Yu, fuck her, leave her breath, don't kill her. Shocked Loli yelled. Despicable person, stupid corpse. Okay. Su Yu replied excitedly. She was very happy that her master allowed her to teach the uncultured, low-health mutant zombie on the opposite side a lesson. The other person must look good. When it comes to killing and fighting zombies, what Su Yu subconsciously wants most is to show herself, to help her master, to desire to get her master's affirmation, and to want to get her master's praise. Ding. Your pet is about to start a battle. The system has loaded a new function for you. Battle green. ID. Su Yu. Health. 2889/3000. Combat power. 48399/48888. Nature. Physical. Zhao Yibai discovered that a small panel appeared above Su Yu's head, with green words on it. Battle red. ID. AI Xiao Xiao. Health. 138/800. Spirit. 18/4500. Combat power. 5030/99000. Nature. Spiritual. There is also a panel above the head of the shocking Loli with red words. The values on both sides are in the form of blood bars. AI Xiao Xiao has 1 more spirit bar than Su Yu, for a total of 3 bars. But these 3 words are basically empty. Spirit, mental power, Zhao Bai understood this thing too well. He used mental power to stop time. If his combat power was not only a few hundred, and he could eat, drink, and work, he would have suspected that he had turned into a mutated zombie. Roar. The frightened lowly AI laughed and roared. She took action, or to be more precise, she used her mouth. Zhao Bai watched AI Xiao Xiao attack Su Yuyu, but his hair stood on end. Just talking about intuition. Zhao Bai has great confidence in himself. Roar. Su Yuyu opened his bloody mouth, soared into the sky, jumped several meters, and rushed towards AI Xiao Xiao. AI Xiao Xiao didn't move at all. After yelling, she stood there with a strange smile. Su Yuyu, who was in midair, realized something and was startled. She quickly shouted, "Be careful." Su Yuyu didn't expect that AI Xiao Xiao was attacking her openly, but AI Xiao Xiao's sound blade could turn around, and her target was her master Zhao Bai. AI Xiao Xiao knew that she was low on health, so she didn't care about Su Yuyu's attacks on her. She was willing to sacrifice her life to save Zhao Bai's. This is so cunning. That's too cruel. Su Yuyu was completely unprepared for this move. No. Su Yuyu roared loudly. She was well aware of the horror of the sound blade. Such a close distance. Ordinary humans will be chopped into pieces directly. The sonic blades at close range are so fast that they are almost at the speed of sound, and most people cannot react at all. But Zhao Bai is not an ordinary person. After having a bad feeling, Zhao Bai directly activated Time Stop. Ding. Time Stop successfully used. Remaining times, 84 times. Time stops and space freezes. The speed of time is faster than the speed of sound. AI Xiao Xiao's sinister sound blade, like Lao Lu's, also stopped with time and solidified less than 1 meter in front of Zhao Bai. Zhao Bai never took his hands out of his pockets. At such a young age, you don't learn good things and try to pick up other people's schemes and tricks. Zhao Bai was a little angry, but luckily he was a cheater and reacted quickly, otherwise he would have died. He reacted first and used time to stop. His reaction was 1 second faster than Su Yuyu's. As soon as Su Yuyu shouted, he had already issued the command. Otherwise, wait until Su Yuyu's voice reaches your ears, and then use it, the attack will arrive. It's too late. Zhao Bai took out a bottle of colored drink from the system space and splashed it in front of him. Suddenly, 8 crescent-shaped sound blades appeared. Because time has stopped, their terrifying attack power has also stagnated. In the state where time has stopped, they cannot cause any harm to Zhao Bai or anything else. In this special time and space, where time has stopped, Zhao Bai is the true god. Whoever he kills will die. It only works if he uses weapons. Zhao Bai walked quickly to AI Xiao Xiao. After launching those sonic blades, her spirit was completely emptied and turned into zero. This means that she will be completely unable to use her abilities. Zhao Bai turned around and glanced at Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu was very worried. She thought he would be killed instantly by the sound blade. Her pretty face was filled with anxiety and her eyes were filled with fear. Horrified, he died. Don't want him to die? Since the girl in front of him is no longer blue, she is no longer a threat. Looking at AI Xiao Xiao in front of him with a look of satisfaction in her eyes, Zhao Bai pulled out the 7 Wolves belt from his waist. This belt was given to him by his ex-girlfriend. My ex-girlfriend was also a sensible person. After graduation, she saw that he was having a hard time and couldn't afford the expensive bride price, so she ran away. Zhao Bai later heard that she joined the factory as a financial officer, married the pregnant factory director, and gave birth to a son for him. The good times didn't last long, and they divorced soon after. The factory director got a new 20-year-old girl as his wife. In order to support her son, the ex-girlfriend went into the sea of life at the Golden Phoenix Bath Center in City A. Zhao Bai also spent 200 yuan to have an in-depth experience with the girl whom he had asked for a dowry of 388,888 yuan, but failed to marry. I felt relieved after that. As for the belt, the quality is quite good. Zhao Bai doesn't have any messy plots. As long as it can be used, he will keep using it. Stop time is over. Ding. Time stop. End. Remaining times, 84. Whoosh whoosh. Bang 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 bang. At the moment time recovered, several sonic blades flew out along the previous trajectory, but Zhao Bai was no longer there. The sonic blades fell to the ground or hit the wall, making a series of deafening explosions. No. Su Yuyu's terrified roar continued. The eyes of the frightened lowly AI Xiao Xiao were full of satisfaction. She knew that she was exhausted and would not be able to use her abilities for a while. He is definitely no match for Su Yuyu. Then, kill the human that Su Yuyu cares about. In this way, even if her ending is to be swallowed by Su Yuyu will not be too happy. AI Xiao Xiao, she smiled. Then the smile disappeared. Because there was a tall figure in front of her, and the cars around her were still burning. The shadow cast by the fire was huge, directly covering her lowly figure. The other person was holding a belt in his hand, holding the belt buckle. It was Zhao Bai. Su Yu suddenly turned around and found that Zhao Bai was gone. She turned back and saw that Zhao Bai was completely gone. She was overjoyed. Good. That's great. Stand there and watch for a while, I'll come. Zhao Bai twisted his neck. Ai Xiao Xiao raised her head and roared fiercely. Roar. Chapter 56, Shattering Pride. Roar. Bang. The next second after the mutant zombie horror, lowly Ai Xiao Xiao roared. Zhao Bai used all his strength to whip Ai Xiao Xiao's head with a belt. With a loud, crisp sound, a long belt mark immediately appeared on the top of Ai Xiao Xiao's head and forehead. She was whipped so hard that her body tilted and she fell to the ground sideways. If only I had more strength. I guess Ai Xiao Xiao has become a spinning top and can be whipped around and around. 5. Ugh. A red number floated above Ai Xiao Xiao's head. Her face changed drastically. She covered the wound with her hand and screamed. The tumor on Ai Xiao Xiao's chest flickered a few times, like a light bulb with insufficient power, and ultimately failed to light up. Although Ai Xiao Xiao's mouth is filled with honeycomb-shaped tubes, and this road has no end, she has teeth. She bared her teeth at Zhao Bai, and it must be said that her teeth are quite white. The 5-star goal, in terms of appearance, is the hexagonal warrior. At least that's how it is when you're a human. Bang! Zhao Bai hit him with a belt with his backhand. Ouch! 8. The bright red numbers floated up again. This time, the slap hit Ai Xiao Xiao's face. A mark immediately appeared on her white little face, which was stained with some dust. Then the wound began to become red and swollen. Obviously, the physical resistance of zombies with mental attacks like Ai Xiao Xiao is not as high as the physical output of Su Yu, especially now that this spirit has run out. As her spirit bar was emptied, her combat power bar dropped to less than 100. This means that any girl in Zhao Yibai's team except Chun Shuuru can kill her. Ai Xiao Xiao has now become a tiger without teeth and limbs. The 7 wolves in Zhao Yibai's hands looked like some ancient artifacts. After the first belt went down, Ai Xiao Xiao didn't dare to roar anymore and could only bare her teeth. After the second belt went down, she didn't even dare to show her teeth. Her eyes were filled with tears. Such a beautiful face was injured, which made people feel pitiful. Su Yu followed Zhao Yibai's instructions. She stood by and watched. When she looked at the 7 wolves' belt, there was a hint of fear in her eyes. Zhao Yibai screamed. After pulling down the 2 belts, he pulled up his somewhat loose pants. Ai Xiao Xiao stood up with tears in her eyes and rushed towards Zhao Yibai. Bang! Ouch! 22. Zhao Yibai jumped up and swung the belt, causing Ai Xiao Xiao to spin 360 degrees in the air and fall heavily to the ground. Wow! After landing, Ai Xiao Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood. This time, Zhao Yibai's belt hit the zombie's tumor. Basically, this is Ai Xiao Xiao's weakness. The damage is higher than a slap in the face. Battle Red. ID, Ai Xiao Xiao. Health, 103/800. Spirit, 0/4500. Combat Power, 80/99,000. Nature, Spiritual. Zhao Yibai had no mercy on a mutant zombie that wanted to kill him, even if it was a 5-star zombie and looked as beautiful as a fairy. Zhao Yibai even felt that Ai Xiao Xiao should thank his system and this system task. If there is no adoption task, based on the way Ai Xiao Xiao treated him, if she attacked him by surprise, Zhao Yibai would kill her immediately, grind her bones to dust, and kill her to the point where she could not be deader. Ai Xiao Xiao, human, let's talk. Snap, snap, snap. The only response to Ai Xiao Xiao was the continuous whipping. Zhao Yibai seemed to have transformed into Nila, who was full of deadly rhythm and had broken through the upper limit of attack speed. The whip in his hand had already swung out a series of afterimages, and each whip hit the mutant zombie Ai Xiao Xiao hard. Ai Xiao Xiao was protecting the tumor on the ground, rolling around in pain. Her skirt was torn into countless cracks, some of which were so deep that the bones were visible. Su Yu silently took 2 small steps back, blinking her eyes. The master is a little fierce at the moment. Scary. Under normal circumstances, the spirit will recover slowly and will recover quickly during rest. However, Ai Xiao Xiao was being beaten at the moment, and her spirit was directly shattered just as it recovered a little. If someone from the Zhou family or the Chamber of Commerce was here, they would definitely be stunned. The frightened lowly who they had deployed a large number of manpower and heavy weapons but failed to deal with was now being beaten into a top by a man with a worthless 7 wolves leather belt. Even this man has a bit of elegance. One hand in pocket, one hand swinging the belt. His expression was calm. He is filled with the composure of an old spinning top artist. My right hand is tired from pumping. Just switch to your left hand. Earlier, AI Xiao Xiao performed well, and almost all the zombies and people around her died. Plus there is a level 3 Su Yuyu next to him. No zombies dared to join in the fun, which allowed Zhao Yibai to smoke AI Xiao Xiao here freely, as if he was in a deserted place. There will be no saint who will tell him not to hit a cute-looking girl. AI Xiao Xiao, who was already very weak, was beaten to the point of being on the verge of death. Zhao Yibai didn't stop until he was tired and saw that AI Xiao Xiao still had more than 10 points of health left. I'll give you one last chance to call me that again. AI Xiao Xiao was lying on the ground, her body covered with whip marks and bleeding. The combustible materials on the surrounding car frames were almost burned out. Affected by the wind, the flames swayed, and the tall figure of Zhao Yibai reflected in it sometimes grew larger and sometimes shrank, but it always tightly enveloped the lying AI Xiao Xiao. Hearing this, the dying AI Xiao Xiao raised her head and looked at the horrible human in front of her. She swallowed the blood that surged in her throat, her eyes full of horror. I give up. She was beaten into submission. AI Xiao Xiao said weakly, Father, father. Her eyes were timid, and she closed her eyes in fear when Zhao Yibai just blinked. Zhao Yibai, speak louder and more emotionally. I don't hear your respect. The mutant zombie AI Xiao Xiao, with tears in his eyes, raised his voice, trembling as he tried to remain respectful and shouted, Father, sir. Bang! Zhao Yibai rushed over with a belt. 1-0. AI Xiao Xiao only had a few points of health left. She crawled quickly on the ground in fear. As a level 3 mutant zombie, she crawled to Zhao Yibai and hugged Zhao Yibai's calf. Father, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please stop hitting me. I beg you to stop hitting me. Xiao Xiao is willing to be a loyal daughter, obey your orders, and protect your safety. Zhao Yibai raised his leg and kicked away the mutant zombie who had completely given up his dignity and begged for mercy. You don't know you're wrong. You know you're going to die. No, no. Xiao Xiao hasn't found her parents yet. Xiao Xiao can't die. She won't die willingly. Father, please give Xiao Xiao a chance. Please. After being kicked away, the mutant zombie crawled over again. Ding. Adoption of AI Xiao Xiao is successful. The second stage of the mission begins. Help AI Xiao Xiao find her parents. Hearing the system prompt, Zhao Yibai smiled. Okay, then I'll give you a chance. But remember, you only get one chance, my good daughter. The level 3 mutant zombie horror loli you adopted has automatically joined your team. Ding. A low-loyalty teammate's loyalty has skyrocketed. Please make a choice. Save him? Chapter 57 Zhao Yibai, you beast. Team panel. Zhao Yibai did not respond to the system immediately, but summoned the team panel in the system panel. He first looked to see who it was. Zhao Yibai, Captain's Health, 85, Spirit, 100%, Combat Power, 1100. Han Wan, Loyalty 99, Health 99, Combat Power 1200. Li Yu, Loyalty 97, Health 98, Combat Power 400. Yu Yurong, Loyalty 96, Health 99, Combat Power 450. Che Xiaoli, Loyalty 90, Health 100, Combat Power 701. Wu Ming, Loyalty 85, Health 84, Combat Power 230. Chen Shuuru, Loyalty 80, Health 83, Combat Power 102. Jiang Yi, Loyalty 75, Health 87, Combat Power 310. Su Yuyu, Level 3 Combat Pet, Loyalty 8, Health 2800/3000, Combat Power 48183/48888. AI Xiao Xiao, Level 3 Daughter, Loyalty 100, to be unlocked. Health 5 out of 800, Spirit 2/4500, Combat Power 1800/99000. Red, Chun Lin, Loyalty 77, Health 2, Combat Power 230, Loyalty surges. Red, Jiang Rao, Loyalty 45, Health 7, Combat Power 150, Loyalty greatly increased. Gray, Yu Shimi, Loyalty 0, Health 0, Combat Power 0, Death. Seeing that it was Chun Lin and Jiang Rao, the corners of Zhao Yibai's mouth twitched slightly. It really is. You are so lucky. Zhao Yibai is a bit of a sinister person. When time stopped last time, why did they take their own people away instead of moving away or killing the dangerous mutant zombie AI Xiao Xiao? It is just to let this mutated zombie help clear the area. Those who broke in came for Chun Lin, and more importantly, for the resources and the women here, so conflicts were inevitable. Damn it. Chun Lin, Jiang Rao, Yushimi and other girls were saved by Zhao Yibai during the zombie tide that night. Considering that they had some combat power and could kill zombies, he gave them the opportunity to join the team and share the 401 dormitory, water, food, and other resources in his hands. But these three bitches, not only did they not cherish him, but they also wanted to stab him in the back for the sake of the so-called survivor base, and treated him like an idiot, and wanted him to find out the distribution of zombies and lure away the mutated zombies, and they wanted to be superior. Knock on their middle-aged mothers who are in their 40s and still have charm. Damn it. As for the remaining survivors still in the female dormitory, Yu Yurong once extended an olive branch. As long as they endured the simplest test, walked out of the dormitory, and went to the door of room 401 on the 4th floor, they would pass the assessment. They don't. Some are naive and are still waiting for rescue, while others like to wait and see. It's not damning. But since they were strangers, Zhao Bai would never consider their life or death. Love is unbearable. What does it matter? Respecting the fate of others is a virtue. Zhao Bai switched the perspective shared by his teammates. He was a bit naughty and switched to Yushimi's perspective. What will the vision be like after death? But it was different from what Zhao Bai had expected. He didn't see any strange scenes. When he really saw a scene, it was the scene of the place where Yushimi died. There was not a single living thing around. There was still half a piece of bright red milk cap, smeared on the wall by blood. Zhao Bai also discovered that among the pile of zombie corpses behind the windowsill, there was still half a piece of Li Yusher's head that was torn into pieces. The scary loli is really scary. The attack power is full. Nothing to see. After switching to Jiang Rao's perspective, Zhao Bai determined their location. Let's go and send the deceased off for the last time. Zhao Bai tied up the bloody 7 wolves and got on the pickup truck. At this moment, the roof of the pickup truck's cab was directly shattered when Su Yu transformed, and it directly became a convertible pickup truck, like a 3-wheeled vehicle used for farming and hauling manure. Zhao Bai lit the fire smoothly. It looks a little ugly, but it still works. Su Yu smiled shyly, and her belly slowly contracted. It was really hard to imagine that such a huge belly as high as a 3-story building could be retracted into such a slender waist. But it has been unfolded after all. When it was retracted, Su Yu's belly was bulging and the flesh inside was constantly wriggling. It seemed that the softened spikes and the flesh wall of the abdomen were constantly adjusting their positions, trying to make the belly look smaller. Su Yu, this girl, still cares a lot about her appearance. Zhao Bai smiled as he watched Su Yu tighten her abdomen. Actually, with such a pretty face and fair skin, it shouldn't matter much whether she is a mutated zombie or not. Zhao Bai also noticed other data changes on the panel. After he revealed that he was a superpower. The girl's loyalty has increased a bit, especially those with low loyalty, which has increased significantly. This was completely different from what Zhao Bai had imagined. He had thought that he would be treated as an alien and would be feared, but he did not expect that the girls around him would like him to become stronger. AI Xiao Xiao regained some energy, and her combat power soared to 1800. This was the terrifying outbreak of the spiritual mutant zombies. There is another big event, a happy event, a great joy to everyone. Ms. Chunshuru's combat power has increased and exceeded 100. Finally, in addition to her huge peach and firm stance, Ms. Chunshuru has some fighting power. AI Xiao Xiao got up from the ground. She walked weakly to the front of the car. But when she looked at Zhao Bai, she shrank her neck, obediently went to the back, climbed into the bed of the pickup truck, and sat inside. Ding ding. Zhao Bai honked the horn twice, turned on the high beam, and drove away, driving over the minced meat and countless shards of glass on the ground. From the shared vision, we can see that Chun Lin and the others are located to the north of the girls' dormitory in Building A bit far away and almost to the playground. Squeak. The pickup truck was driving on the campus, constantly crushing various limbs and internal organs, and it was very slippery. After drifting several times, Zhao Bai had no choice but to drive slowly. It would be nice to have a nicer car. Lights, car lights, people. Jiang Rao's remaining eyes saw the light coming from afar, and a strong desire to survive surged in his heart. Chun Lin's body still had some temperature, and her upper body was trembling slightly. Help, help, Jiang Rao shouted. The pickup truck slowly drove here. Zombies. Su Yu stood up immediately and looked excitedly at the 2 zombies with low health not far away. Then, she lowered her head to look at Zhao Bai, who was sitting in the driver's seat, with a pitiful look in her eyes. Eat. Zhao Bai responded with a smile. Oh. The 2 mutant zombies had been seriously injured by AI Xiao Xiao and were on the verge of death, unable to move. After hearing the conversation between Su Yu and Zhao Bai, they climbed up in horror. In the face of death, powerful strength burst out again. The 2 of them started running wildly. Su Yu carefully pushed open the car door frame and walked down. Roar. After a loud roar, she strode after him. In the truck bed, The frightened lowly AI Xiao Xiao licked her lips, but Zhao Bai didn't say anything, so she didn't dare to move. Don't even think about eating this mutant zombie. There are 2 with low health left here. Just take them. Although Zhao Bai didn't turn around, he heard AI Xiao Xiao swallowing her breath. No matter how small a fly is, it is still meat. When Zhang Rao saw that the person coming was Zhao Bai, she was delighted at first. Just now, she was still regretting, deeply regretting, if only she had not betrayed Zhao Bai, maybe things would not be like this. She was dreaming, thinking that as long as Zhao Bai could come to save her, he would be loyal to her for the rest of his life and would never betray her easily again. But when Zhang Rao saw that there was a mutated zombie beside Zhao Bai, her expression changed slightly. When she heard Zhao Bai let the mutant zombies in the truck eat her, her face changed drastically and she shouted angrily. Zhao Bai, you actually cooperated with zombies. You a beast. Chen Lin was the one who regretted more. Her loyalty soared, but unfortunately, she had lost her perception and didn't know what was happening. Zhao Bai lit a cigarette and did not respond. There's no point arguing with the dead. He wouldn't do it himself, it's not worth it. Obviously, compared to people, the terrifying lowly AI Xiao Xiao wants to devour mutant zombies more. Those 2, the green-skinned burly zombie and the tentacle zombie, have both reached the 2nd-level mutant zombies. But it's better than nothing. AI Xiao Xiao climbed down from the truck bed. She was almost beaten to death by Zhao Bai. Her spirit recovered and her fighting power increased, but her health value was too low and her movements were very slow. This happened slowly, step by step, which made Zhang Rao even more desperate. No, don't come over here. Don't come over here. Chapter 58 Rest in Peace. Zhang Rao was so scared that she was peeing and shitting and kept shouting, and her voice became hoarse after a few shouts. She was seriously injured and she tried several times but couldn't get up. No, Zhao Bai, I was wrong. Don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do whatever you ask me to do. Although I'm not as pretty as the women around you, I'm a prostitute. I can learn all kinds of ways to serve you. I can do without any dignity. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. Call. Zhao Bai exhaled a puff of smoke. Squeak. It's over. Zhang Rao struggled in fear, but soon, the pain ended without a trace. AI Xiao Xiao also helped Chen Lin. Chen Lin's upper body, which had been shaking, calmed down. Have a safe journey. Zhao Bai used the remaining half of the cigarette as incense and stuck it into the ground. Things like betrayal. One person. Just once. Since you have already done such a thing, don't ask for forgiveness anymore. Because, no matter what others do, Zhao Bai will never forgive someone who has betrayed him. This is the case in an urban environment, not to mention the world of cannibalism in the end times. All Zhao Bai could do was to remember their past friendship and wish them a happy and peaceful journey. As for what Zhang Rao said about him being a virgin, Zhao Bai just smiled. He couldn't even feed all the 5-star targets. What happened to that girl? Not attractive at all. It seems to be ineffective on people with low health. AI Xiao Xiao has hardly changed. However, a rise of around 200 points is healthy. The other side. The mutant zombie was running for his life, and he ran really fast. He ran 100 meters in just a few breaths. Su Yu had not planned to use her belly, but wanted to tear the 2 low-health Karami apart with her bare hands. However, these 2 guys were not only fast runners, but also very smart. As soon as their eyes met, they communicated with each other, and the 2 corpses ran in different directions. Shhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh. Very smart. As the belly opened, dozens of silver fangs were spit out in the blink of an eye. The terrifying fangs pierced through the body of the green-skinned and burly zombie, nailing her to the ground. The tentacle mutant zombie had weaker defense, and its body was directly pierced by the fangs. There were 20 or 30 blood holes on its body. After shaking for a few times, it fell to the ground, already dead. Crack, crack, crack. Su Yu walked over, opened her mouth wide, swallowed the tentacle zombie directly into her mouth, and began chewing it vigorously. Roar, roar. The burly, green-skinned female mutant zombie roared in fear and struggled hard, but the fangs were as hard as steel, pinning her to the ground. Her internal organs were crushed when she struggled to break free, but she was unable to escape. While chewing the tentacle monster in her belly, Su Yu turned to look at the green-skinned, burly female zombie. Her pretty face, hidden by the huge belly, was filled with hostility. Let you be smart. And you still dare to be smart. Roar. Shhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh. Su Yu started chewing it. At the beginning, it was a little hard to chew. The fangs, which were up to 5 or 6 meters long, had to continuously pierce the body of the green-skinned and burly female mutant zombie. As the blood bar of the green-skinned and burly female zombie was emptied, Su Yu chewed her to pieces in the next bite. Plus 800. Plus 800. Two numbers floated above Su Yu's head one after another. Puff. After absorbing all the power, Su Yu spat out the residue. Ding. Su Yu is very happy to have you as her exclusive lover. Loyalty plus 10. Loyalty, 18. Zhao Bai heard the system prompt and called out the panel. Battle Pet Panel. ID, Su Yu. Owner, Zhao Bai, 18 out of 100 loyalty. Level 3, 6,600 points, / 10,000 points. Health, 3443 / 3600. Combat Power, 49100. Main ability, Devouring. Level 2 abilities, Belly Net, Belly Fong Shooting, Enhanced Jumping, Enhanced Crawling. Basic abilities, Recovery of Level 3 Mutant Zombies, Simple Summoning and Control of Surrounding Zombies. Zhao Bai nodded with satisfaction. Devouring a second-level mutant zombie directly increases attributes, with immediate results, which is very good. What he didn't expect was that Su Yu was just like the little girl, letting her eat both mutant zombies. Her loyalty was really increasing. It is difficult to increase the loyalty of mutated zombies. Dang! At this moment, there was a sudden light sound, which was a sound that seemed to be there and not there. But with this sound, the campus of a city women's university, which was originally illuminated only by moonlight, regained its light. This is Li Yu's side. The power switch is turned on and the power supply is restored. The women's university in City A relies on the power supply from the city government, and City A relies on power generation from a nuclear power plant 100 miles away, which has been automated. As long as there are no problems with the several large substations at the urban hub, there will probably be no problems with electricity. Zhao Bai stretched out his hand to block the view in front of his eyes. Having gotten used to the darkness of the night, he was a little uncomfortable with the sudden brightness. Now, the once beautiful campus has become a purgatory, with corpses and broken bodies everywhere. The young and energetic girls formed piles and pools. Get in the car. Zhao Bai touched Su Yu's head as she walked back to him. This time, the truck bed made by Su Yu had just swallowed half of it, but then it got stuck and could not be completely retracted. After eating 2 ants, AI Xiao Xiao recovered some of her health. The wounds stopped bleeding and her complexion looked much better. Since the power outage, the loudspeakers that had been silent for several days began to sound. This is a loudspeaker system, consisting of many loudspeakers in different locations, and the sound is enough to cover most of the A City Women's University campus. First, 2 classic blowing test sounds were heard. Then, Yu Yorong's voice resounded throughout the campus at night. Hello everyone, I'm Yu Yorong. Our team is recruiting survivors. We're open to recruiting. If you're interested in joining the team, please bring weapons to protect yourself and be mentally prepared to join the team. Please go to the Student Affairs Office in Building 1 of the Teaching Building to register. Chapter 59 Commander. Early morning, a City Women's University, Office Building 1. In the principal's office, Zhao Bai lit a cigarette and sat on the luxurious black leather office sofa chair. Time stop ends. Remaining times, 83 times. As time resumed its flow, Yu Yorong on the desk began to tremble violently all over. About 5 minutes passed. Yu Yorong finally came to her senses, and the whites of her eyes returned to normal. Yu Yorong was drenched in sweat. She gave Zhao Bai a charming look, and a layer of red clouds appeared on her pretty face. It's too fierce. The reactions are stacked and come all at once. I can't handle it. It feels like I've died dozens of times. Ding. Feed the 5-star target fish 3 times to gain 30 time stop charges. Remaining times, 113. Zhao Bai laughed. Early this morning, he and Yu Yorong conducted a thorough and in-depth scientific experiment. Obviously, both parties were satisfied with the results of the experiment. Do you like it? Like. Yu Yorong pursed her red lips, and a happy light shone in her eyes. She could feel it. When time stopped, Zhao Bai walked all the roads he could walk, maybe many times. All roads lead to Rome. Well done. Don't work today, go and rest. Zhao Bai patted Yu Yorong's lower back. Yu Yorong moved down the huge mahogany desk in the principal's office and turned to walk towards the lounge not far away. During last night's search, Li Yu discovered this great place. The principal's office is definitely a good place that is not inferior to the 401 dormitory. Not only are all the furniture top-notch, the office is large and luxurious enough, and there is also a small but complete lounge next to it. It is equipped with a dry and wet separated bathroom and a 2.2-meter high-end mattress bed. Zhao Yibai moved in with Yu Yurong, and they used this office as the current headquarters of their power. It just so happens that the internal telephone in the principal's office can connect to every office, guard room, activity room, etc. In this way, even if the network is paralyzed, as long as there is electricity, these existing supporting facilities can be used to communicate within the school. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Not long after Yu Yurong entered the lounge, the sound of rushing water was heard inside. I guess Yu Yurong is taking a bath. How did I become so strong? Zhao Yibai was stunned. He found that he actually looked up when he heard the noise inside. Something went wrong. Then solve the problem. Zhao Yibai shook his head helplessly and smiled, then walked into the lounge. The bathroom door was not locked, so Zhao Yibai pushed it lightly, and the door opened. Oh, Yu Yurong exclaimed. Zhao Yibai said seriously, let me rub your back. Yu Yurong looked at Zhao Yibai with a smile and said in a teasing tone, just a back rub? Zhao Yibai went in and closed the door. By the way, review your lessons. Yu Yurong, learning too much can harm your health. Zhao Yibai said firmly, I like to study. Hee ouch. Ding. Feed. Charge plus 20 times. Remaining times, 133 times. In order to prove how good he was at studying, Zhao Yibai made his classmates extremely tired, so that they were almost paralyzed after studying. After finishing the study, Chen Shuuru brought breakfast. Zhao Yibai has 2 level 3 mutant zombies stationed at the A City Women's University. He asked Su Yuyu and AI Xiao Xiao to leave their mutant zombie marks on their own people. In this way, the team members around Zhao Yibai are just like Liu before. You can run rampant in the campus of City A Women's University. Ordinary zombies would walk around them when they saw them. Level 1 and Level 2 mutant zombies, when they smelled the smell, reacted more strongly than ordinary zombies and ran away coolly. Zhao Yibai served breakfast to the tired fish Yurong, and thus gained the benefits of proper feeding. Ding. Feeding the 5-star target fish successfully, receiving the bonus time. Stop charging 10 times. Remaining times, 143 times. Back to the office. Zhao Yibai wiped the table with a towel, sat on the sofa, and looked outside through the huge floor-to-ceiling window. The interior of a city women's university is not bad. There are relatively few cars. The situation on the road outside was a bit miserable. Crooked cars were parked everywhere, and some were smoke-filled, blackened shells from accidents. The reason why Li Yushi and his gang were able to drive their car into a city women's university was because they had experienced a lot of collisions along the way. Crash the car that's blocking the road. Anyway, no matter how the collision happens, you don't have to worry about the consequences like compensation. There are still zombies wandering around the campus. They were stunned. If you ignore the corrupted skin, they still look pretty, all young and energetic female zombies. After being promoted on the campus radio, Zhao Yibai's recruitment of survivors achieved unprecedented results. Overnight, there were dozens of female survivors who had survived the apocalypse and came to seek refuge. Su Yuyu, who is emotionally relatively stable, forms a team with Liu to form Zhao Yibai's powerful resource department, responsible for guarding the supermarket and cafeteria. Starting this morning, Zhao Yibai ordered the release of the large number of zombies trapped in the cafeteria. As a result, there are now many zombies wandering around the campus of City A Women's University. The latest task assigned by Zhao Yibai is to expel all the zombies from the 5 places: Teaching Building 1, Office Building 1, Dormitory Building G, Supermarket and Cafeteria, and clean up all the zombies that have been killed. These 5 places serve as their bases. The rest of the area is a public exploration area. Whoever develops it in the team owns it, and whoever searches for resources owns it. At the same time, it also provides living space for other survivors. There is still a whole day left for recruitment. This is the deadline Zhao Yibai added. He set the difficulty, and it is becoming more and more difficult to join them. Join early and enjoy early. Last night, anyone with a little courage could have broken through the few zombies on the road and reached the teaching building to register. This morning, Zhao Yibai released a large number of zombies from their trapped areas in order to deliberately increase the difficulty. Those who surrender first will have meat to eat. Those with complex thoughts and many considerations can either survive on their own or pay a greater price if they want to join. Ding ling ling ling. The phone rang, interrupting Zhao Yibai's thoughts. Hello. Zhao Yibai picked up the red phone and answered it. This thing is actually rarely seen nowadays, except for some confidential units that still use it. Commander, a group claiming to be Zhou family investigators have arrived at the school gate. Chen Shuiru's voice sounded a little high-spirited on the phone. Chen Shuiru also became an official. She's not very good at fighting. He is also timid. He was appointed as the #1 secretary by Zhao Bai. Can't you come in and say something? Zhao Bai was ashamed. Shinshiru was actually in the small office next to the principal's office. Commander, this is very ceremonial. Zhao Bai narrowed his eyes. Okay, please invite them in. He looked outside. Sure enough, there was a convoy at the door, 3 cars, modified MPVs, with steel plates installed all around the body, making them look very sturdy. Chapter 60 Zhou Family Mercenaries. What are the Zhou family members here for? Could it be that he knew that he had sex with their young master's fiancée? Probably not. Zhao Yibai pinched his chin and couldn't help but think of Wang Weiwei's energetic little appearance. He couldn't help but feel a little nostalgic for a moment. At that time, he had not learned much and was like a young boy who had always walked on his feet. Suddenly, he drove a Rolls-Royce. He was so uncomfortable that he stood up and pedaled like riding a bicycle. If there is a next time, I will definitely proceed step by step and learn slowly. As for the commander, this is Chun Shiweru's nickname. Their force hasn't even been given a name yet. Once a name is given and broadcast, it will be established and put on the table. Now, if the urban area of City A is divided into 10 parts, the Zhou family occupies 3 parts and the Chamber of Commerce occupies 2 parts. The Zhou family and the Chamber of Commerce form an alliance. Of the remaining 5 parts, 1 part is City A Women's University, and the remaining 4 parts are 4 urban villages in the east, west, south, and north. The end of the world has just happened. The Zhou family and the Chamber of Commerce immediately took action. It's not that rich people are awesome and won't turn into zombies. But they discovered some things in advance, and for fear of causing panic, they used the power of capital to suppress the news. Stock up on potentially useful medications in advance and be prepared. Recruit and control mercenaries. When the end of the world comes, they begin to rise. Ordinary people, when capital maliciously cuts off information, don't have such a keen sense of smell. Most people think that the physical discomfort is just a common cold. City A Women's University. Southgate. Zhou Runkai had already gotten out of the car. He was wearing a black suit and leaning against the protective steel plate installed on the MPV. He lit a cigar and squinted his eyes at a group of girls on duty at the door. There are 6 girls in this group. Among them, the girl who just walked into the security room to make a phone call had a particularly pretty face. Her face was a little flat in front, but her long legs were enough to make up for the shortcoming of being ordinary. Not only is he good-looking, but I also have some impression of Zhou Runkai. It seems that I have seen him when I was watching short videos before. He is a small internet celebrity with some fans. The opponents were holding spears made of steel pipes welded with angle irons. Quite interesting. Zhou Runkai and the others all have the truth. This time, he came here on the orders of the family's young master, Zhou Kong, to search for the whereabouts of the terrifying Loli. Last night, the Zhou family used heavy firepower and almost turned the Litsuan community into a depression. We're having a celebration party. A phone call came in, saying that the screams of a frightened Loli were found near the city center. Celebrating success can become very awkward. Wang Weiwei did not attend the banquet in the first place, which made Zhou Kong very unhappy. He was even more furious because the celebration was in vain. Zhou Kong believed that even if the shocking Loli was not dead, she was definitely seriously injured, so he sent 50% of his men to search for the shocking Loli and kill her. Zhou Runkai and the others came here in great difficulty. Along the way, we killed a lot of zombies and spent a lot of effort. Zhou Runkai was very interested to see that a group of women from the A City Women's University had actually formed a power. The tall Chen Weilong was a little anxious. Team leader Zhou, why are we wasting time talking to them? Just take them down. By the way, let the brothers take care of their physiological needs. It's the end of the world, and these girls are just walking meat, aren't they? After the end of the world, as mercenaries affiliated with the Zhou family, they have lost their freedom and are wearing collars that could take their lives at any time. However, with the help of the Zhou family's mercenary identity and weapons, when performing tasks such as clearing the safe zone, they can completely unleash the evil of human nature. In the ownerless land of the end of the world, they can do whatever they want and commit whatever evil they want. As long as they complete the tasks assigned by the Zhou family will choose to ignore what they do. As long as they have done the evil and dealt with it cleanly, that will be enough. Even if some news leaked out, the Zhou family is always the bright side of the Zhou family. Those who do evil are just scum among the mercenaries. Vulgar. Zhou Ruankai's expression changed slightly. He is Zhou Kang's cousin and a member of the Zhou family's side branch. The task of searching for the second-level mutant zombies requires a member of the Zhou family to be responsible for keeping an eye on these mercenaries. Zhou Runkai came here in a very miserable state. He was very unhappy. Because these mercenaries are simply not human, They are too evil, even worse than zombies. But this is the end of the world, and Zhou Runkai can only keep driving. This is the Zhou family strategy to control mercenaries. They control their lives, but also help them release pressure. After hearing what Chen Weilong said, the girl's faces changed. Chen Weilong curled his lips in disdain when he heard Chao Run Kevin's rambling words, muttering under his breath, as if you're not fucking enough. Only Zhou Kong has the mercenaries' collar remote control. Zhou Runkai is a collateral branch. Mercenary team leaders like Chen Weilong give face to the Zhou family, but they are not very afraid of young masters from the side branches like Zhou Runkai. Zhou Runkai heard this. As a member of the Zhou family, even if he was a side branch, he was unwilling to hold back his anger and cursed. We're here to search for the shocking Lolita, not to rape her. Take care of your bottom lane stuff. Don't let it dominate your brain. Otherwise, you'll lose your head. They're all local. Let them be raped and killed. Are you going to find mutant zombies yourself? Don't be angry, Team Leader Zhou. I was just joking, huh? Chen Weilong's eyes were cold, but he was grinning. Snort. Zhou Runkai flicked the ash off his cigar and took a puff. You want to see me, right? Okay, I understand. In the security room, Wu Ming nodded. Someone has a gun. Both. Everyone has one. If this were the truth before the end of the world, little girls like them would probably be scared to death. But this has been the end of the world for some time. Gun. That's about it. Although they don't have guns, they have bombs, which are in the security room. It was done by Qin Jiangjiang, the chemistry genius who came to seek refuge last night. It's called a glass bomb. No need to ignite it. Just throw it out, and the chemical liquid inside will collide violently and explode immediately. It also contained fragments of asbestos tiles, rusty nails, thumbtacks, and zombie black blood purification substances. The explosion might not be as big as a grenade, but as long as you are hurt, it's a fatal ending. Wu Ming ordered. Remove the roadblocks. Meng Jia. A girl whispered to Wu Ming what Chen Weilong had just said. Move away. Wu Ming's expression didn't change much, and he continued to give orders. Ha. Chen Weilong stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Little Beaker, after Daddy finishes his mission, I will definitely feed you well. Zhou Runkai was very unhappy. He originally wanted to tease Wu Ming a few more times, reveal his identity, extend an olive branch, and let this woman take the initiative to become his mistress. But Chen Weilong, the crude mercenary, ruined the artistic conception. The two girls lifted the roadblock. Zhou Runkai got into the car with a grim expression. Chen Weilong also got in the car. He lowered the driver's window and blew at Wu Ming's mask a few times. Wu Ming's expression was calm. Office Building 1, 9th floor. 3 cars roared into it. The roadblocks were rearranged. One girl asked, Sister Ming, aren't you angry when they say that? Wu Ming sneered twice. Our commander said something very reasonable. There is no need to get angry with the dead. That's from the Zhou family. Wu Ming crossed his arms and said, We are still Zhao Bai's people. Is the Zhou family that powerful? Maybe it was once powerful, but after today, it has withered and will never stand up again. Wu Ming did not go to Zhao Bai to complain, but she knew Zhao Bai's character and temper too well. These people are so foul-mouthed. If they don't control themselves, their fate will be doomed. Grasp. Wu Ming put down her hand and picked up the knife. She was going to endure it, but the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Guard the door, you guys. No, the more I think about this, the angrier I get. If there's a fight later, I'm going to go up and chop that idiot a few times. Her mother is the dammit. Chapter 61. If you don't know what's best for you, you'll die? Squeak. 3 modified MPVs braked at the same time and stopped in front of an office building of City A Women's University. This is a 9-story building painted entirely white and decorated in European style. In today's world of tall buildings, 9 stories is not very high, but this building was built decades ago and has been passed down to this day. Decades ago, this building was once a landmark building in City A. At the entrance of an office building, there stands a white 6-winged angel sculpture. However, due to years of disrepair, a lot of the white paint on the angel has fallen off, revealing spots of cement color inside. A mercenary in a black suit opened the car door for Zhou Runkai. Before entering the building, Zhou Runkai looked at Chen Weilong and said sternly, Watch your stinky mouth and behave yourself. If the Ace City Women's University has already formed a force, then recruiting them will be a great achievement. As for the women, once they submit to our Zhou family, we can do whatever we want with them. Don't be too impatient. Haha. Chen Weilong said nothing. He blew air into Zhou Runkai's face. The yellow teeth were yellower than winter strawberry tarts, and the breath he exhaled seemed to have a concrete color, like poisonous gas. You're paralyzed. Has anyone ever died in your mouth? Zhou Runkai took out a handkerchief from his suit pocket, covered his nose with it, and took 2 steps back in disgust. He felt even more disgusted with this rude mercenary captain. The other party was blatantly taking revenge on him. My mouth stinks, haha. Zhou Runkai looked upset by the smoke, and Chun Weilong laughed it off. Ha. Seeing Zhou Runkai being humiliated, the dozen or so mercenaries in suits behind him all laughed. Before the end of the world, they were half-tricked into wearing collars that could take their lives at any time, and they actually had deep resentment towards the Zhou family in their hearts. Therefore, they would not openly contradict Zhou Runkai, a member of the Zhou family's side branch, but they would not be too polite either. They knew very well that the Zhou family still needed them and would not easily kill them for a trivial matter. 6 girls were sitting at the door of the office building. This is the office building security team. There was a table at the entrance with an internal telephone and an entry and exit registration form on it. There were several chairs and a small table around, with tea, snacks, and other things. Jiang Yi is in charge of this group at the door. Jiang Yi, you are from the Zhou family investigation team, right? We have received a notice. Our boss is in the principal's office on the 9th floor. It really looks like that. Chun Weilong squinted his eyes and looked at the girl at the door. They are all women, with thin arms and legs. Chun Weilong simply looked down on them, even though these girls had some cold weapons in their hands. Good. Zhou Runkai agreed. Walk. Zhou Runkai brought 10 people with him and walked into the office building together. 5 people were left guarding the car. Jiang Yi did not stop these people from coming up with weapons. She just silently wrote down the number of people and weapons, tapped her phone quickly with her fingers, and sent the data information to Zhao Bai on the 9th floor. After a while, people came up. Chen Shiwaru was wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a professional suit. The hip skirt was a little tight, or perhaps it was too big for her, making her look particularly straight and curvy. Just looking at it, it attracts people's attention. Chen Shiwaru stood at the elevator entrance. Our commander is already waiting inside. Please ask your person in charge to go in. Everyone in Zhou Runkai's group was attracted by Chen Shiwaru's figure. However, Zhou Runkai, who was knowledgeable and experienced, was the first to react and coughed lightly a few times. The rest of the mercenaries looked at Chen Shiwaru's good figure unscrupulously, with fire flashing in their eyes, and they wished they could eat her immediately. Chen Weilong, come with me. Zhou Runkai's tone was stern. Good. Chen Weilong agreed. He's not in a hurry. Because Chen Weilong believed that since he had entered the A City Women's University, he was like a wolf among the flock of sheep. Everything that was his was his. Even if Zhou Runkai is a member of the Zhou family, he is only fit to wash the pot for him. Team leader, Captain, do we really not need to follow in? Mercenary Liu Bin spoke cautiously. What are you afraid of? Chen Weilong waved his hand. They are just a bunch of long cups. Are you afraid they will eat us? I have seen all the storms and waves. A force of women. Chen Weilong really doesn't take it seriously. No problem. Zhou Runkai was also very calm. He was more confident than Chen Weilong because his surname was Zhou, from the Zhou family of City A. After the order collapsed, the Zhou family became the local tyrant of City A and the #1 force. In City A, who dared to do anything to his family? Please. Chen Shiwaru was polite and made a gesture of invitation. Very methodical. Truth, a great secret born from nature. Zhou Runkai and Chen Weilong walked in front. A group of mercenaries stared at Chen Shiwaru's back as she followed behind them, their saliva almost dripping. A 4-star beauty. It sounds like only 4 stars, isn't that cool? But in fact, even those with a 3-star rating like Che Xiaoli are already considered great beauties in the eyes of ordinary people. 4-star rating means you have some special features and are extremely eye-catching. 5-star, that's top-notch. That is basically exclusive to the gentleman on Yucheon Tianke. It is difficult for ordinary people to see it, rarely appears in the public eye, and will never appear on the internet. A bunch of idiots. Chen Shiwaru cursed in her heart. She felt disgusted by the looks of those people. At the same time, I feel a little sad. It would be nice if Zhao Bai looked at her like this. The solid wood door opened. Zhao Bai was wearing a relatively neutral pair of pajamas. These were large-sized clothes he found on the 2nd floor of the supermarket. There were no men's clothes there, so he had to make do with them. The principal is a man, and some of his clothes are there. But the principal was too old and only about 1.6 meters tall. Not only were his clothes too small for him, they also smelled. Zhao Bai simply threw them all away, including the toiletries and bedding, replacing them with new ones he found in the supermarket. In the reception area not far from the huge desk, Zhao Bai had already sat on the main seat on the sofa, fiddling with the tea set and making tea. People from the Zhou family suddenly arrived. Zhao Bai chose to treat them with courtesy and find out their purpose. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Kill them quickly. It's okay to let it develop for a while longer. He currently lacks some heavy firepower weapons. Commander, the Zhou family's guests have arrived. Chun Shiru said in an intellectual tone as she pushed open the door. Zhou Runkai male? How can there be a male in a girls' school? Sniff sniff. Chun Weilong sniffed and said, It wasn't long after we finished playing, and I smelled the scent of a gorgeous beauty. Boy, we are the Zhou family's mercenaries. If you know what's good for you, be our Zhou family's dog and hand over all the beautiful women to us so we can have fun together. If you don't, you'll die. As he spoke, Chun Weilong took out a silver desert eagle and pointed it at Zhao Bai's head. Vulgar. Zhou Runkai held his forehead with his hand, but he and Chun Weilong agreed. He originally thought that the leader of this faction was a woman, but since it turned out to be a man, there was nothing much to say. A female leader was fun. Just kill the male boss. Directly take over from the past. The gun is the truth. They are the truth. Zhao Bai was still pouring tea. So direct. Don't you want to chat for a while? I made tea for you. Sit down and have a couple of cups first. Chapter 62, The Price of Arrogance. I'm telling you, your mother is fucked. Chun Weilong was really furious. Who the hell are you? You are not worthy of drinking tea with us. Kneel down and do the work of a dog, otherwise die. Well, Zhao Bai put down the teapot. What kind of a jerk are you? You're sighing? Fuck you. SHHHHHHHHH. Chun Weilong was spewing shit from his foul mouth when his voice suddenly stopped. Dozens of invisible sonic blades were emitted and slashed at Chun Weilong's hands and arms. At the same time, Chun Weilong's hand and arm were cut into dozens of evenly sized slices like sausages until they were level with his arms and fell to the ground with a clatter. Ahak. Indescribable pain swept over Chun Weilong. His eyes widened in agony, and he screamed loudly. The huge cuts on his arms and the arteries began to spurt blood like a sprinkler. Chun Weilong lost his balance and fell to the ground, rolling on the ground in pain. This scene happened too fast. So weird. Looking at the evenly sliced pieces, Zhou Runkai felt horrified. He suddenly regretted not asking the mercenaries to come over. Zhao Bai picked up the teacup. The tea was a little hot, so he blew on it gently before taking a sip. Su Yuyu, who was emotionally stable, was sent by him to help Li Yu guard the supermarket. Of course, I keep the emotionally unstable and frightened lowly AI Xiao Xiao by my side. Get the gun, shoot him, kill him. Chun Weilong rolled over in pain and roared. The feeling of emptiness from losing both arms is more terrifying than the physical pain. Looking at his arm broken into pieces, he felt angry and painful. Mimi? Zhou Runkai looked confused. He quickly waved his hands and said, Commander, let's talk. I'm from the Zhou family. Tramp, tramp, tramp. The mercenaries at the elevator heard the noise and rushed over immediately. They killed a lot of people and zombies. The combat quality is very high. Crash. After rushing into the principal's office, the mercenaries immediately raised their guns. Oh. The moment they raised their guns, a scream was heard. Puff, puff, puff. Almost instantly, the mercenaries who raised their guns had their brains shattered. The most amazing one was one whose eye sockets exploded and his eyeballs flew 7 or 8 meters away. 6 bodies lay on the ground. There were Zhou Runkai and 10 mercenaries in total, including Chun Weilong. At this moment, Chun Weilong lost both arms and his combat effectiveness, and 6 more died instantly. After a face-to-face encounter, there were only 4 of them left. Zhou Runkai is a weakling. There are still 3 combat-capable ones left. They were able to escape death because they were a little slow to react. Seeing the man die the moment he raised his gun, their hands holding the gun froze, and they dared not move. AI Xiao Xiao, who was originally lying on the blanket, crawled out from under the huge desk. Shock, 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 shock lowly. Zhou Runkai almost suffocated when he saw the little girl wearing a white dress, but with scars all over her face and body. AI Xiao Xiao walked over to Zhao Bai and sat down, looking at them quietly. Run! 2 mercenaries looked at each other, shouted at the same time, and ran away. AI Xiao Xiao screamed fiercely. A controlled roar. SHHHHHHHHH. More than a dozen sonic blades flew out, and the 2 mercenaries had just turned around and were chopped into pieces before they could even take a step. There were also fragments, blood, and internal organs flowing everywhere. Shot. The speed of bullets is indeed fast, but this tests their speed in raising their guns, aiming, and firing. Lu Ben stood there, motionless. Crash, crash. I was scared to death. His hands were tightly gripping the gun. His face was as pale as paper, and the burnt yellow stuff flowed down the trouser legs of his designer trousers, filled up his leather shoes, and was flowing everywhere. Zhou Runkai fell to his knees with a plop. He has read the information about the shocking lowly. At that time, The shocking loli was at level 2, and her main abilities were screaming and area attacks. Now, this terrifying loli can actually control and launch precise attacks within a certain range. Attack speed also becomes faster. This is horrible. What's even more terrifying is that this terrifying loli, who is very likely to turn into a level 3 mutant zombie, actually listened to the man and took action for him. Zhou Runkai forced a smile on his face. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I'm a bit blind. May I ask your name, Commander? My brother is Zhou Kong from the Zhou family in City A. My name is Zhou Runkai, a descendant of the Zhou family. Commander, you are extremely powerful and unparalleled in your abilities. On behalf of my brother, Runkai invites you to cooperate. We can definitely become good friends and good strategic partners, sharing the power and wealth that surpasses the millions of people in City A. Zhou Runkai is definitely not a fool. As a descendant of a wealthy family, even if he is from a side branch, his reaction speed is extremely fast. He was terrified just now, but soon changed his mind and took a fancy to Zhao Yibai's ability to cooperate with mutant zombies. If this level 3 horror Lolita could be used by their Zhou family, even if it was just a collaboration, then the Zhou family would definitely go a long way. As for one person, people are always easy to deal with. Poisoning, sniping, bombing, strafing, etc. Once they are no longer useful, they will be killed no matter what they do. Zhao Yibai wasn't buying it. Just now, I said we should talk, and you pulled out your guns and tried to shoot me. What? Now you want to talk? Zhou Ruinkai's expression changed. Indeed, they were too arrogant just now. He did not stop Chen Weilong because he did not take Zhao Yibai seriously. As a result, it is impossible to make up for it now. People are too arrogant. There is bound to be a price to pay. As the saying goes, there is always someone better than you. The hiding secretary Chen Shiweru appeared again. She did not come empty-handed, but brought a bucket and a shovel. Chen Shiweru walked into the office and began to shovel the fragments into the bucket one shovel at a time. She said nothing. Just work hard. Even if you don't have the fighting ability, you still need to have good eyesight. After cleaning, the blood and flesh are stuck on the floor and walls, which is very difficult to deal with. The pieces outside were too big to fit in the bucket, so they started by shoveling the pieces from Chen Weilong's arm in the office. Chen Weilong had lost too much blood, and his face was completely bloodless. His groans of pain were getting weaker and weaker. Zhao Yibai was drinking tea and AI Xiao Xiao was sitting obediently. The mercenary Lu Ben stood there frozen. Zhou Runkai knelt down, thinking about how to respond. Help, help. Chen Weilong looked at Chen Shiweru. Chen Shiweru's face, fully made up, looked more delicate than usual. Looking at the blood splattered on her stockings, she adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, then grasped the wooden handle of the shovel with both hands and hit Chen Weilong's neck several times in a row with clang clang clang. The sharp shovel cut Chen Weilong's neck like a knife. Seeing that Chen Weilong had calmed down, Chen Shiweru showed a satisfied smile on her pretty face. She changed the way she held the shovel, shoveled up the head with one shovel, and put it into the bucket. You bleed so much that it's all over my stockings, making them dirty, and you still want me to save you? How dare you be so shameless? Gulp. Zhou Runkai, who was kneeling there, swallowed his saliva with a look of horror in his eyes. Such a beautiful woman with such a good figure, but he was so cruel to attack her. He shoveled the person's head off and put it into the bucket without changing his expression. What kind of monsters are there in this girl's school? Lu Ben closed his eyes and kept making loud noises. His bladder was empty, and he was so scared that he almost urinated blood. It's too late, damn. After getting out of the elevator, Wu Ming stomped her feet and watched Chen Shiweru shovel Chen Weilong's head. She took the knife in her hand and blew upwards, making her bangs fly. She knew it was over, so she turned around and went back to the elevator and went down. Zhou Runkai. Lu Ben. After finishing half a cup of tea, Zhao Yibai raised his eyes and looked at Zhou Runkai. Speak, are you mute? Chapter 63 Marriage. Marriage. Zhou Ruinkai's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He knew that he had to make the other party interested in him in order to survive. Successfully cooperating with the other party would not only allow him to survive, but also enhance the Zhou family's strength and completely overwhelm the Chamber of Commerce. The Zhou family of City A and the Wang family of the Chamber of Commerce are the two most powerful forces in City A. The former is the power alliance that survived the City Lord's mansion, and the latter is the Money Capital Alliance. The Zhou family represented the City Lord's mansion, while the Wang family represented the Chamber of Commerce. The two families appeared to be allied and harmonious, with their heirs even having an engagement. However, after the unification of City A, there would be no room for two tigers on the same mountain. Only one would rise to the top and possess sole say. Either the Zhou family will swallow up the Chamber of Commerce, or the Wang family will swallow up the businesses. It's an alliance. They are also wary of each other. A common method used by large families to win over people's hearts is marriage. Hee. Zhao Yibai poured himself another cup of tea, and he was amused by the word. You think I'm short of women? Take a look. Zhou Runkai was afraid that Zhao Yibai's next sentence would be, okay, go ahead. So he shouted anxiously and took out his cell phone. AI Xiao Xiao was staring at Zhou Runkai. If he took out something else, a sound blade would fly over instantly, and Zhou Runkai's hand would break into pieces like Chun Weilong's before. The pork bones sold in supermarkets are roughly cut into pieces like this using an electric wire saw. However, AI Xiao Xiao can cut meat into N pieces evenly in an instant, and her efficiency is incomparable to the meat section in the supermarket. What Zhou Runkai took out was indeed a cell phone. He quickly took out a photo from the album, held up the phone, and showed it to Zhao Yibai. Zhou Ying, my cousin. Although she's also from the side branch and not the Zhou family's direct line. You see, she's incredibly beautiful, prettier than any of the women here. Originally, she was trained to be sent to the capital, to a powerful figure. But when the apocalypse arrived, she was still in City A. In the photo, in an ancient environment, a girl of about 29 years old is wearing ancient white clothes, with only a red wooden hairpin on her black hair. Her beautiful face is full of disdain and indifference towards the world, very fairy-like. She sat on a wooden bench and gently stroked the guqin. Just by looking at the photos, you can feel her otherworldly beauty, like a banished immortal. This woman really looks like an extraordinary person. This kind of coolness and elegance can easily make men feel a desire to conquer. Looking forward to its contrast in some things that cannot be described in detail. Zhao Yibai was slightly moved. The photo editing is not too harsh. This woman should be able to reach the level of Yu Yurong and Wang Weiwei. This is most likely the third 5-star target he will encounter. Well, specifically, a 5-star target woman. Su Yuyu and AI Xiao Xiao are also 5-star targets, but they are mutant zombies. They are not good with big mouths. But as for small mouths, Zhao Yibai is still not mentally prepared. He always feels that it is weird to feed mutant zombies. He still likes people more. Therefore, the basic feeding is done in a place where fish can survive. Looking at the change in Zhao Yibai's expression, Zhou Runkai breathed a sigh of relief. He could see that Zhao Yibai was interested. Zhou Runkai struck while the iron was hot and said, "What's your name?" Zhao Yibai, Zhao Yibai. Zhou Runkai smiled and said, "Mr. Zhao, you have proven your strength. After marrying into our Zhou family, you will be recognized by the Zhou family. 1/10 of the urban area of City A, including the land surrounding the City A Women's University, will be completely allocated to you as a dowry for our daughter of the Zhou family. You will be the local emperor of this area. We get beauties and land, but that's not all. Since we're all family, we can squeeze together and share some of our guns and ammunition with you." Just he. As he spoke, Zhou Runkai began to laugh. "Get up and sit down and talk." Zhao Yibai pointed to the guest sofa opposite. "Oh, okay." Zhou Runkai climbed up. Maybe he had been kneeling for too long, and his legs were shaking after he stood up. He walked to his seat tremblingly and sat down. Chun Shiru put down the shovel and prepared to come over to serve tea. No need. I can do it." Zhou Runkai waved his hands quickly. He picked up the teapot, added some tea to Zhao Yibai, and then poured some for himself. A woman who can chop off Chen Weilong's head if they disagree with her. So cruel. He just wanted to stay away. Oh. Chen Shueru continued to clean. After pouring the tea, Zhou Runkai leaned over to Zhao Yibai and lowered his voice. "Mr. Zhao, as long as you become a friend of our Zhou family, just a friend of our Zhou family. As friends, if you have any problems, our Zhou family will definitely not ignore you. When our Zhou family is in trouble, please lend a hand, Mr. Zhao. In this last days, only by relying on each other can we go further." "Good." Zhao Yibai clapped his hands. "It's decided. It's getting late. Investigator Zhou, you can go back now. Don't worry. Just send the woman and the weapons here before dark. I'm going to have my wedding night tonight. After tonight, we'll just be friends with the Zhou family. Just friends of the Zhou family." Zhou Runkai exclaimed. "Refreshing." Zhao Yibai waved his hand. "Okay, have a safe journey. I won't see you off." When the other party just walked in, Chun Weilong's words were already away to death. Zhao Yibai is already prepared to become an enemy of the Zhou family. Oh no. To be precise, when he fed Wang Weiwei, he and the Zhou family were destined to be enemies. He stabbed someone's fiancée, wearing a hat. Would they be willing? Unexpectedly, Zhou Runkai is actually a genius. He wants to use him and his method of controlling zombies as a secret weapon and unite with him as a trump card to deal with the Wang family of the A City Chamber of Commerce at a critical moment. Give women, land, and guns. and became the only friend. Wouldn't that be a waste? It's just right. I can buy some time for growth. Okay, see you soon. Zhou Runkai had a smile on his face. He bowed to Zhao Bai and turned to leave. Lu Bin suddenly realized something and, with water dripping down his body, he quickly followed Zhou Runkai. I watched them get into the elevator and leave. Chun Shiuru walked over to Zhao Bai's side, plopped down on the tea table, and poured herself a cup of tea. Commander, are you really going to cooperate with them? The Zhou family has always been overbearing and their reputation isn't very good. Cooperate. Zhao Bai pulled Chun Shiuru into his arms. These superficial friends are just afraid of our strength and want to use us. You never know when they'll stab us. Don't worry, I know what they'll give us, and we'll take what they want. If they want to stab us, I'll stab them first. Oh, the work isn't done yet. Feeling that Zhao Bai was not being honest, Chun Shiuru said in a tender voice. Zhao Bai looked at Ai Xiao coldly. What are you looking at? Ai Xiao, go mop the floor. Your sister Shiuru, and I will do something else. Ai Xiao pouted and went to work. Although her spirit has recovered to a large extent, the Seven Wolves maniac Zhao Bai has already caused Ai Xiao a psychological trauma as deep as a woman's heart. She didn't dare disobey the order. Chun Shiuru. Commander, could this be a delaying tactic? Could that Zhou family person be gone back to get help? Zhao Bai. Let's see if he can convince Zhou Kong, the young master of the Zhou family. Ai Xiao looked back, shook his head. Continue cleaning. Shameless human. Chapter 64, A Lot of Harvest. In the elevator. I'm better than him. As soon as the door closed, Zhou Runkai punched the elevator wall hard. Lu Ben held onto the elevator wall. A man in his 30s, he suddenly started to sob, tears as big as beans streaming down his face. His legs are still weak. The horror lowly is at level 3, and it's still being used by people. Fear. It's so scary. Just a little bit more, and I would have died. Although they are mercenaries and have killed many people and zombies, unless they encounter mutated zombies, they always use their weapons to sweep away the zombies. The surviving people kneel before them and pray, and they decide their life and death. This was the first time they had experienced a scene like this. Team leader, should we go back and call for help? Call your mommy. Zhou Runkai could no longer be refined and became completely vulgar. The knees of his trousers were blood red, stained with Chun Weilong's blood. Go back and prepare for the marriage. Lu Ben, a real marriage? What else? Zhou Runkai took a deep breath. I just scolded Chun Weilong. What a fucking idiot. I repeatedly told him to talk properly, but he insisted on being a bully. Now we're in such a mess, like lost dogs. A good thing has turned out like this. People always subconsciously make excuses for themselves. After entering the principal's office and seeing that the other party's leader was a man, he acquiesced to Chun Weilong's behavior and killed the other party and made him surrender. At this moment, he would not scold himself. Put all the responsibility on Chun Weilong, who has already fallen into the bucket. Lu Ben quickly realized, I understand. Captain Chun was too reckless and offended the other party. Zhou Runkai smiled. I will recommend you to be the new team leader. Yes, thank you for your training, team leader. Lu Ben stood at attention. Bite. After a few words, the elevator reached the first floor. With a sound, the 2 elevator doors slowly opened. When he came out, Zhou Runkai had a faint smile on his face again. Except for the blood on his body, he seemed to be the same person as when he went in. Lu Ben hadn't recovered yet. His legs were weak and he staggered as he walked. His wet pants and leather shoes still had a charming fragrance. The kind of charm that makes people want to vomit. Chew, chew, chew. There was a rhythmic chewing sound. Zhou Runkai, with a faint smile on his face, blinked quickly more than 10 times, and the smile on his face immediately disappeared. In front of the tall glass door of the office building, there is a big hole that completely blocks the entrance. From the glass of the 3-story lobby, you can just see that the big hole is 9 meters high as 3 floors. Inside its mouth, there are countless silver spikes, or fangs. The front one is 5 or 6 meters long. Further into the mouth, there are circles of fine spikes, countless in number. It's so crowded that it makes people feel cold. Chew, chew. Su Yu opened her belly and blocked the door. Come on, come in and play. It's fun. Up. Zhou Runkai's eyes went dark, and he almost fainted from fright. Lu Ben quickly supported Zhou Runkai. Oh my god, it's a talking zombie. I'm afraid it's at least a level 2 mutant zombie. Long. Li Yu exclaimed softly. Let them go, we are going back. Oh. Su Yu agreed and moved away from her belly. For a moment, the open-plan hall of the office building was filled with sunlight, but the light from the front was blocked by the belly, making it very dim. Puff, puff, puff. Su Yu vomited out some broken bones and clothes that were not chewable, but were already full of holes. She was very hygienic and vomited them into a pile, which made it easier to clean. The people guarding the car are all dead. Jiang Yi and others have changed their equipment, switching from cold weapons to spoils of war. Truth. The arrival of Zhou Runkai and his group successfully filled the gap in Zhao Yibai's group's lack of hot weapons. Since they were an investigation team, they had to protect the safety of Zhou Runkai, so a lot of spare weapons and ammunition were found in the 3 MPVs. There were also 2 portable bazooka launchers and a large box of rockets. There are 10 rockets. There are about 30 guns, including spare ones. They are generally rifles, mostly old AKs, with 2 light machine guns and a heavy machine gun that can be mounted on a modified base on the roof of an MPV. There were 2 boxes of fragmentation grenades, but 1 box was not full, with a total of more than 50 grenades. There were more than 20 boxes of bullets, most of which were large-caliber rifle bullets commonly used for rifles and machine guns. These weapons are all very old. Obviously, it was hidden and passed down from some previous era. Jiang Yi stretched out her hand to Lu Bin. Without any hesitation, Lu Bin quickly handed the gun hanging around his neck to Jiang Yi, as well as the 2 spare magazines in his pocket. Without reservation. Although Lu Bin and Zhou Runkai had never been to the front line to fight against mutant zombies, they were well aware of how powerful mutant zombies were. Whether it's the level 3 giant zombie in the suburbs or the terrifying lowly running rampant in the Litsuan community, they cannot be killed by simple bullets. The lethality is so terrifying that it's outrageous. Jiang Yi took the rifle, hung it around her neck, and looked at Zhou Runkai. Zhou Runkai raised his hands high. I don't have it. Okay, let's go. Jiang Yi looked him up and down and waved her hand in disgust. Oh, okay. Zhou Runkai was not unhappy at all. He wanted to leave immediately and walked quickly towards the NPV with Lu Bin, but when Lu Bin opened a car door, Han Wan was sitting in the driver's seat of the first MPV. She was playing with a golden desert eagle. This one belongs to Zhou Runkai. Chen Weilong has a silver one. Imported. Repent. The 12.7mm caliber is the most powerful version. The original version has a magazine capacity of 7 rounds. After modifying the expanded magazine, it can hold 12 rounds. When Zhou Runkai first got it, he couldn't let it go. He even found half a box of bullets and asked his men to carry it with them at all times. But once, Zhou Runkai really fired a shot, but he missed the zombie. The huge recoil almost broke his arm, and his whole hand was numb after half an hour. After that, Zhou Runkai no longer brought it with him and simply threw it into the car he usually drove to collect dust. He didn't carry a gun. Shooting a gun is too shaky, just like playing games, it's not that fun. It's okay, let's change one. Zhou Runkai smiled. But the doors of the 2 MPVs behind were open and there were people inside. Han Wan, let's borrow their car and drive back. Okay, Sister Wan. Jiang Yi took out the pickup truck key from her pocket and threw it to Zhou Runkai. Zhou Runkai reached out to take it, but missed, and the key fell to the ground. Lu Bin quickly picked up the key. Thanks. Zhou Runkai thanked him, but looking at the convertible pickup truck, he lived in Bengbu. Let's take a few steps. Zhou Runkai smiled stiffly and used a satellite phone to call people nearby to escort him back. Afternoon. I won't marry. In the living room of the luxurious villa, Zhou Ying's face flushed. Even if I die, I won't marry a man who hangs out with mutant zombies. Chapter 65 Zhou Ying. Then I won't marry. On the luxurious big sofa in the villa, Zhou Kong sat with his legs crossed and responded immediately. Zhou Kong was wearing a bright yellow satin robe and holding a glass of vodka with ice in his hand. He shook the glass gently, said these 4 words, and took a sip of the wine. As the spicy and cool wine went down his throat, a ferocious look appeared on Zhou Kang's handsome face. Forcing a woman of good character into prostitution? Oh no, that's not quite the right word, but it's something like that. You should be free. If you don't want to be married, then don't be. Brother Kong. Zhou Ying was slightly stunned and a little touched. Elder brother? Zhou Runkai, who was standing behind the sofa, was a little anxious. He has already witnessed how powerful Zhao Yibai is. There are 2 mutated zombies around Zhao Yibai, and the ones that can speak are most likely 2 level 3 zombies. Now, even if all the gunpowder in the Zhou family were added together, it would not be enough to kill a level 3 mutant zombie, let alone 2. If Zhao Yibai cannot get what he promised, the other party will definitely not let it go. Are you capable of anything? Zhou Kong glanced at Zhou Runkai and said, trading your own sister for stability and cooperation, is that something a brother should do? She doesn't want to, but you still force her. Are you human? Aye. Zhou Runkai's face froze in embarrassment. Having grown up together, he knows Zhou Kong better. His cousin is the worst kind of person. The four characters are treacherous and evil. How did this guy suddenly become a good brother who loves his family? Mingming came back and explained the interests involved. Zhou Kong agreed without hesitation and took his sister Zhouing over. Zhou Kong took another sip of his wine. Let's fight. Tonight, mobilize everyone, bring all your weapons, and fight Zhao Bai. The worst that can happen is death. Let's all die. We have to fight for this pride. Yes. Zhou Runkai agreed. After hearing what Zhou Kong said, he immediately reacted. Oh, moral kidnapping. He has to be my cousin. Swear without using dirty words and kill without using a knife. He forced women of good character into prostitution, yet still looked righteous. Zhou Ing. The emotion I just felt vanished into thin air. Zhou Kong put down his wine glass and made arrangements. Call Uncle Chi and have him and Aunt Chi carry the explosives to blow up the mutant zombies. They should be the first to charge forward. Xiaoying is our sister and their daughter, so they should lead the charge. As for Xiaozhe, he's still young and will probably die before he can reach the mutant zombies. So, let him die first and kill him as a sacrifice. Good. Zhou Runkai took out his cell phone and pretended to make a call. Zhou Ying's eyes were red, and she didn't say anything. Zhou Runkai, I really did hit him. Zhou Ying clenched her fists but remained silent. Zhou Runkai looked at Zhou Kong, but unexpectedly, Zhou Ying didn't buy it. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Kong burst into laughter. He waved his hand, signaling Zhou Runkai not to fight anymore. He looked at Zhou Ying's beautiful face and burst into laughter. Okay, you're worthy of being a member of the Zhou family. As long as I have no morals, no one can kidnap me. Marry me. If you have any conditions, just state them. Even though Zhao Bai is with a zombie, he's still alive. I'll satisfy you in any way I can. Zhou Ying, I said I won't marry. Zhou Kong, chop off one of Zhou's hands and send it over. Zhou Ying was anxious. Brother Kong, Zhou is also your brother. It doesn't matter. In order to take charge of the Zhou family, I drugged my own father so that he could sleep peacefully. Zhou Kong waved his hand and said with a smile, anyone who wants to ruin my grand plan will die. Zhou Ying shuddered all over. Zhou Runkai has been hanging around Zhou Kong for many years, and he knows clearly which calls he can and cannot make. When it comes to things like shopping, he immediately makes a phone call and gives the order. Zhou Ying closed her eyes and said, even if you kill him, I won't marry you. Oh. But within a few seconds, a childish, heart-wrenching scream was heard outside the villa. It's a familiar voice. Zhou Ying's face turned extremely pale. She thought that this was just a threat from Zhou Kong, but she didn't expect that Zhou Kong really dared to do it. The scream was my brother's voice. Zhou Kong, are you serious? Bang! Zhou Kong picked up the wine glass on the table and smashed it hard on the ground. The glass shattered into pieces, and the wine splashed everywhere. The round ice ball did not break and rolled away along the white jade territory. Zhou Ying, do you think this is a game? Who the hell is kidding you? Boss, a black mercenary in a white suit, about 1.9 meters tall, walked in and placed a bloody little hand on the coffee table. Seeing that familiar hand, Zhou Ying's defense was immediately broken. Xiaozhe's hand, Xiaozhe. Zhou Ying's face was filled with pain. Zhou Kong, you are so cruel. You are not a human being. Zhou Kong, chop another one. Yes. The black man agreed and walked out of the living room. At this moment, a shrill voice came from outside. Xiaoying, marry me. Mom is begging you. You can't watch your brother die. He's so young, and he's already lost a hand. If he loses more, how will he survive? If you marry me, you'll survive. If you don't, Zhou Kong will kill us all one by one. This is the voice of Zhou Ying's mother. Marry. Zhou Ying cried. I cried while shaking all over. I will marry. The screams outside rang out again. Zhou Ying was anxious. Zhou Kong, you bastard, I said, I will marry you. Zhou Runkai had already brought a new wine glass, added ice, poured wine, and handed it to Zhou Kong. Zhou Kong took a sip and looked at Zhou Ying's anxious and painful expression with an expression of comfort and enjoyment on his face. You women are always like to act like a slut. I talk to you nicely, but you don't listen. You have to use some harsh tactics to make you behave. The black man in the white suit quickly left and returned, leaving behind a palm. Zhou Ying gritted her teeth. Zhou Kong, be obedient next time, Zhouja. You're the one who caused his downfall. The second hand is a punishment for your disobedience. He still has a head and 2 feet. He should be more sensible and obedient with Zhao Bai. Otherwise, if he loses some more parts, I won't know for sure. Zhou Ying collapsed. Zhou Kong, Aunt Chi, please come in. Soon, Lin Baoxia, dressed as a noble lady, walked into the living room of the villa angrily. She was the mother of Zhou Ying and Zhou Zhe. After entering the living room, Lin Baoxia did not dare to look at Zhou Kong. Lin Baoxia quickly walked up to Zhou Ying and slapped her in the face. Zhou Ying, you bitch. What have you done to your brother? How is he going to survive now that he's lost both of his hands? Zhou Ying was caught off guard and fell to the ground after being slapped. She covered her face and looked at her mother in disbelief. It was obviously Zhou Kong who chopped off his brother's hand. Why hit me? Chapter 66 Bitch. You only care about how he survives. I married a stranger who lives with zombies and lives with mutant zombies. Have you ever thought about me? Zhou Ying's pin-up emotions erupted. Lin Baoxia, can you compare with your brother? She was too impatient and too angry. For a moment, I accidentally said what was in my heart. Ha 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 ha. When Zhou Ying heard this, she laughed so hard that her body shook. Zhou Ying's beautiful eyes were full of mockery. That pretty face had skin that was as delicate as a baby's, but the hard slap from her mother quickly left a slap mark on her delicate skin. Bang! Zhou Runkai took a few steps forward and slapped Lin Baoxia to the ground. I'm so good to you, you old bitch. Are you dying? Don't you know how important her face is? How dare you hit her face? If her face is damaged and it affects our cooperation, I will dig your brains out and feed them to the chickens. Oh, I was wrong. I don't dare to do it anymore. I didn't think so much. Lin Baoxia's eyes were filled with tears, and she quickly apologized. Zhou Kong smiled, shook his shoulders, and took a sip of wine. Runkai, after all, she is our seventh aunt. Be polite. Zhou Runkai nodded. Yes, brother. Zhou Ying laughed even louder. Normally, she thought all her relatives were pretty nice, but now, she completely understood the meaning of the term survival of the fittest. What elders, what family affection, they are all fake. It means bullying the weak and fearing the strong, and the survival of the fittest. Zhou Kong, Xiao Ying, you can still make requests. For example, you, who favors boys over girls, should be willing to sacrifice your mother for your brother and pay a price. Kongbi and his mercenary brothers are all from Feiqing. Some of them have outstanding talents. Do you want to make your usually arrogant mother show an extremely embarrassed and shameful side? No, I can't. Lin Baoxia was dumbfounded. Xiao Ying, I'm your mother. You can't do that. I love your brother, but I love you too. Zhou Ying, no need. You just need me to arrange a marriage. I'll just do whatever you want. She was extremely disappointed with the Zhou family. I only feel disappointment towards my mother. No matter how terrible the place she married into was, she would accept it. I just want to stay away from this loveless place. It's boring. Zhou Kong held his forehead with his hand. He still wanted to continue to sow discord between the mother and daughter and make them completely turn against each other. Okay, I'll give you a satellite phone so we can keep in touch. The first thing you have to do after you marry him is to win the heart of Zhao Bai. You have to help me charm him completely. Then, slowly and step by step, you can learn his secrets and how he controls the mutant zombies. This step can't be rushed. Steady at first. Strengthening our relationship is the most important thing. Zhou Ying, I understand. Lin Baoxia. Xiao Ying, talk to your brother Kong first and ask him to send someone to take Xiaozhi to the hospital. The hand was just cut off not long ago, so there is still hope of reattaching it. If it's too late, the effect of the reattachment will be affected. A cruel look appeared on Zhou Kang's face. He hated being interrupted the most, especially when it was an inappropriate interruption. Lin Baoxia. Xiao Ying, please speak up. Zhou Runkai saw that Zhou Kong was angry and quickly went over and kicked Lin Baoxia. What are you talking about? My brother is talking about serious matters. Take it. I will arrange a car to take you to the hospital. Lin Baoxia said angrily. Zhou Runkai, I am your seventh aunt. Your seventh uncle was very good to you. When you were a child, I even held your diaper. How could you kick me? This woman is really clueless and has no tact. Zhou Runkai was also speechless. Zhou Kong picked up the crystal ashtray on the table and walked straight to Lin Baoxia. Zhou Runkai wanted to speak, but he held back. He had helped Lin Baoxia out of affection, but this woman did not cherish him. Zhou Kong, what are you doing? Lin Baoxia looked at Zhou Kong with some fear. Bang! Zhou Kong smashed an ashtray on Lin Baoxia's head, causing a dull thud and blood to splatter everywhere. I told you to shut up, you're being too loud. With a thump, Lin Baoxia fell to the ground, covering her head. Carry it away. Zhou Runkai waved his hand and called his men over. Okay. The men carried Lin Baoxia away. Zhou Runkai threw the two hands on the table at Lin Baoxia and said, send that kid outside to the hospital as well. Treat him if he can. The A City Chamber of Commerce Hospital has returned to normal operation, but there are only a few doctors left. However, they can still treat basic illnesses. After arranging the marriage, Zhou Kong turned and went up to the second floor of the villa. After entering the password, he entered the room. The first thing to do when entering a room is to lock the door. Young master. On the big bed, A woman who looked almost exactly like Wang Weiwei was sitting there. Seeing Zhou Kong come in, she quickly stood up nervously. Sniff, sniff. Zhou Kong sniffed. The entire room, including the furnishings, is exactly the same as Wang Weiwei's boudoir. Even the sheets, quilts and other things were brought out from the Wang family villa by Zhou Kong after he bribed the Wang family's servants. Some of the clothes, shoes and socks were worn by Vera Wang. Weiwei, you smell so good. Zhou Kong pounced on the woman. The woman dealt with Zhou Kong nervously. Bang, 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 bang. Not long after, a series of gunshots rang out in the room. Zhou Runkai hurried up from downstairs and knocked on the locked door. Brother, what happened? Are you okay? I'm fine. After responding, Zhou Kong threw the still smoking pistol aside and looked at the woman who died with her eyes wide open. It looks very much like her, but it's not her after all. You bitch. I finally got the clothes she wore not long ago so that you can have some of her scent on you. And you actually washed the clothes. Bitch, bitch, bitch. You don't smell like her. Who the hell are you? Do you think you deserve to be touched by me? The woman died with her eyes open. Blood flowed, staining the white sheets red. She didn't even know how she died. Chamber of Commerce building. In the office, Vera Wang stretched. Clothes and other things are always lost. Shoes, socks and other things often disappear after being taken off. So, she now washes her clothes as soon as she takes them off. Take off your socks and shoes and burn them. If someone wants to do something dirty with her things, forget it. Acting President, the latest intelligence is that a convoy of the Zhou family has departed with great fanfare, heading towards City, a women's university. They're planning a marriage with a prominent figure there. Big shot. Vera Wang picked up her phone. Okay, I understand. It's okay. Let them be. The focus of our Chamber of Commerce is the research and development of the antidote serum. Yes. The secretary agreed and went down. Wang Weiwei immediately sent a message to Zhao Bai. Vera Wang, are you still in college? Has anyone recently become a big shot in your area? Any news on that? Soon. The message came back. Zhao Bai, the important people don't know. Zhao Bai, within the 20 to 30 li radius of City, a women's university, I, Zhao Bai, am the coolest. Puff. After reading the news, Wang Weiwei, who hadn't laughed for a long time, burst into laughter. Wang Weiwei, you're so narcissistic. Are you the coolest? Or are you the only one with that? Chapter 67 3-star Obsidian Blade. Zhao Bai, if you don't believe me, forget it. Let's get back to the topic. Let's get to work. Vera Wang, let's chat for a while. I'll show you my legs. Zhao Bai, even dogs don't look at it. They just look at the legs. I love looking at legs the most. Send it to me. Wang Weiwei picked up her phone and took many pictures. When dealing with others, Wang Weiwei is very cold and intimidating. Especially now that her father is sick, she is a woman who wants to support the Wang family and the Chamber of Commerce. She is very tired, exhausted, and overwhelmed. He had to manage so many mercenaries, plan the future development of the Chamber of Commerce, and prevent it from being taken over by the Zhou family. His brain was almost drained. No one can express the pain of those in power. They always need to maintain the aura and temperament of a big shot. Apart from what they have to say, they don't want to say a word to others. But it was different with Zhao Bai, the bold and rude guy with whom she had met for a day. Wang Weiwei really wanted to chat with him, even some things that seemed unhealthy to children. First of all, Zhao Bai is different from others. He is just an ordinary boy with no status. No matter what he says, it will not pose a threat to her in the Chamber of Commerce. The most important point is that Zhao Bai is the only one who has a deep understanding of her. She is the school belle. She is a rich lady. He is now a senior executive of the Chamber of Commerce. But she is also a little girl who longs to be loved and a woman with needs. Zhao Bai gave her a very good feeling, even though it's mixed with pain. But I don't know why, I always think of it before going to bed. The state is aftertaste. After the photo shoot, Vera Wang sent all the photos with a smile on her face. She looks like a little girl who has tasted the forbidden fruit during her first love affair. Zhao Bai, if you have time, come visit City, a women's university. You're always welcome. Vera Wang, what? Just watching isn't enough? What else do you want to do? Zhao Bai, yes. Zhao Bai has never been humble in such matters, nor has he cared about the face of a gentleman. That's enough to get on the bus, absolutely without any modesty. Don't be hypocritical. Vera Wang, I'm busy, very busy. Can you come? It's safe here. I have food and water. And I'm here. You can stay in my lounge for a long time. Wang Weiwei was really tempted by Zhao Bai's invitation. But when she thought about the fact that a big shot had emerged from City A, if she went there, it would easily attract Zhou Kang's attention, and the Chamber of Commerce had a lot of things to do, she decided not to go. Wang Weiwei didn't believe what Zhao Yibai said about him being the coolest guy around the university and thought it was just a joke. Because a big shot who can make the Zhou family take notice and want to cooperate with him and pay the price of marriage is definitely not a simple person. Must be extremely powerful. She knew Zhao Yibai a little bit and knew that he had some strength and dared to fight and kill zombies. But this was far from enough. Any mercenary under him had such combat power. If Zhao Yibai was willing to come, Wang Weiwei would hide Zhao Yibai in the lounge behind the office, and after finishing his work, he would go into the lounge to rest. She asked Zhou Kong to wait outside while she secretly rested inside. If you think about it, it makes you feel very emotional. Zhao Yibai, I'll go when I have time. I've been pretty busy lately. Vera Wang, let's see. Zhao Yibai? Vera Wang, so what? An office building of Women's University in City A. In the principal's office, Zhao Yibai looked at the news and an irrepressible smile appeared on his face. Really? Girls are also sexy. And very sexy. Zhao Yibai also took a photo. Sent it over. Yes, that's his handsome photo. After receiving the photo, Wang Weiwei immediately told her secretary to stop handling business for half an hour, and she trotted into the lounge. Zhao Yibai's sighed. After looking at his legs for a while, Zhao Yibai started working. New people are constantly joining in, although the growth rate is a bit slow. But there is still growth. There are still some powerful survivors who are still alive and hiding. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhao Yibai received a system prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Team up for the advanced mission. Become a powerful hero. Mission rewards. A God's Perspective map. 1,000 tons of rice. 100,000 cubic meters of system space expansion. And the 3-star obsidian blade. Long sword. Task rewards have been sent to your system space. Ding! The system has assigned the host a new mission. Team Mission 3, Overlord. With over 1,000 survivors under your command, and over 10,000 ordinary survivors below, you are respected and admired by others. This is called Overlord. Mission content, 1,000 team members, 10,000 territory survivors, and obtain a complete city territory. Mission rewards, 1 infinite water spring, 5-star bloodthirsty longsword. Unlimited water spring. After installation, it can continuously produce clean, healthy, and delicious natural spring water. 5-star weapon, bloodthirsty longsword. Instantly kills 3-star and lower mutant zombies, severely injures 4-star zombies, and breaks through the defense of 5-star zombies while causing damage. Oh my god, he's growing and growing, and he's become a big boss. Zhao Yibai looked at the system task and was shocked. The rewards are awesome. Following the system tasks, he took off as he walked. System panel. Zhao Yibai summoned the system panel. Doomsday feeding system panel. Host, Zhao Yibai. Main ability, time stop SSS level. Number of recharges, 143. Level 2 abilities, feeding, God's Eye View map, shared vision of team members, immunity to auras. Mission, 1. Overlord, Team 102 out of 1,000. Civilians 0/10,000, territory 10%. 2. The Wish of the Frightened Lowly, help her find her parents. Space, expanded to 1,000 cubic meters. Occupied 2.01%. 3-star weapon obsidian blade. 1,000 tons of rice. 18L 1,000 barrels of healthy drinking water. Zombie detoxification serum 3. Mental power recovery pills 108. Gold UZI, some food. Team, 102 people. God's Perspective map. Consume spirit to see the scene of the place you want to see. The farther away, the more spirit is consumed. The perspective can be freely zoomed in and out. Come out. Zhao Yibai let out a low roar, and suddenly, the 3-star weapon obsidian blade appeared from the system space and floated in the air in front of Zhao Yibai. The long sword is 1 meter and 2 meters long, completely black, shining with a dark luster, and has an astonishingly cold aura. Zhao Yibai stretched out his hand to grasp the hilt of the sword, which felt slightly cold. He swung it hard, and a whoosh sound of sword energy immediately filled the air. Oh! Sensing the danger in the air, AI Xiao Xiao, who was mopping the floor, screamed and quickly hid under a table. When she turned around and saw that it was Zhao Yibai, she pursed her lips and crawled out from under the table with a wronged look on her face. Scare me, damn it. Go on. Zhao Yibai was playing with the obsidian blade. Seeing that AI Xiao Xiao was so obedient, he could only resist the urge to chop AI Xiao Xiao a few times to see the damage. Now, he really wanted to find a mutant zombie and chop it a few times to see the damage. This knife is so cool. AI Xiao Xiao continued to mop the floor, but her legs were shaking. She could clearly sense the horror of that strange long sword. At this time, Chun Shiru walked in quickly. After Zhao Yibai pushed the cart, She went back to the office to rest. He came here suddenly, obviously for something important. Chun Shiweru's expression was solemn. Commander, something happened. Chapter 68 Cause and Effect. Explain. Zhao Bai put the obsidian blade into the system space. Chun Shiweru answered efficiently and briefly. Han Rue attacked Liu, and Liu is seriously injured. We need a doctor, otherwise, Liu may not be able to hold on for much longer. Zhao Bai frowned. Han Rue? This is a completely unfamiliar name. Chun Shiweru introduced, a survivor who used to live in Building A. Liu helped Su Yuyu to deceive the survivors. She survived by chance and had been hiding in the old-style Unicom flushing tunnel in the toilet. When Liu was using the toilet, she was not prepared and was stabbed by her. Zhao Bai was silent for a moment. As expected, you have to pay for what you have done. Liu has become a senior executive around him, and next to him is the familiar third-level mutant zombie Su Yuyu. His own combat power is also good. Under normal circumstances, how could anything go wrong? It is an existence that must be respected by both humans and zombies. Who would have thought that I would get stabbed while going to the toilet? This is the result of the bad consequences of the bad causes planted earlier. Zhao Bai, let's go and take a look. It's the end of the world, and most doctors and hospitals are probably finished. Doctors are a very valuable resource, especially experienced doctors. It's not easy to find. But Liu and Zhao Bai must be saved. On the way to deliver the takeaway, Zhao Bai remembered that there was a maternal and child health care hospital 1 kilometer east of the school avenue. No, he went to the hospital himself and searched for a doctor. Get some medicines and surgical instruments along the way. After the system space was expanded, the large batch of 1,000 tons of rice obtained by the system task only occupied about 1% of the space. It's so cool to collect supplies later. Zhao Bai also did an experiment in the morning. He placed a few ice cubes in the system space to see whether the ice cubes would melt and whether time would flow inside. So far, the ice has not changed at all. With a rigorous attitude, Zhao Bai planned to observe for a longer period of time, up to 24 hours. Chun Shiweru, what about the Zhou family's convoy? Earlier, Zhao Bai and Wang Weiwei were chatting and talking, and this was not empty talk, because the Zhou family's wedding escort convoy had arrived. Let them wait. As for the Zhou family, Zhao Bai was not in a hurry. Just be negligent. Maybe there will be another war in the future. Okay. Chun Shiweru nodded. As Zhao Bai walked downstairs, he activated the ability, God's Perspective Map. The moment the ability was activated, a three-dimensional picture immediately appeared in Zhao Bai's mind, as if he was in the sky, looking down, and almost taking in the area of dozens of miles around him. However, at such a high altitude, what you see is very small, like a thumbnail of a game map. Under the guidance and control of Zhao Bai's thoughts, the picture quickly expanded, from the entire urban area of City A to the sky above City A Women's University, and the picture continued to expand. Soon, Zhao Bai saw more than a dozen cars parked at the gate. Wu Meng is responsible for guarding the goal. Outside the door, the car was parked. Zhou Runkai, dressed in a neat suit, had completely gotten rid of the embarrassment he had when he left last time, and seemed like a real person again. He stood at the door with his hands in his pockets, smiling and chatting with the girls guarding the gate. There was a Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked in the convoy, but the door was closed. After exchanging a few words with the children, Zhou Runkai went to the back seat of the Cullinan and said something to the people inside the car while nodding and bowing. It seemed that this time, senior members of the Zhou family had come. Zhao Bai's gaze shifted, and he discovered the second gathering place, which was at the entrance of a public toilet not far from the office building. Zhao Bai's perspective continued to zoom in. Sure enough, in the middle of the crowd, Liu was lying there with his abdomen wrapped in gauze. Blood had seeped through the gauze. There was a hint of sarcasm on Liu's pale face, and his eyes were staring blankly at the gloomy sky. Well, Chun Shiweru followed Zhao Bai downstairs. Just as she was about to give directions, she found that Zhao Bai was striding towards the destination with big strides. I don't think I have told you where Liu is yet. The commander is worthy of being the commander. He can guess this. Headmaster. After Zhao Bai went over, the crowd surrounding Liu immediately parted ways, and there were many zombies at the toilet door. But Zhao Bai and his men all had the aura of mutant zombies. They took the initiative to retreat to a distance, standing there dully, as if they were also watching the fun. The girls spoke respectfully. Compared to Chun Shiweru's preference to call him commander, most survivors of the girls' school prefer to call Zhao Bai principal. In a school, the principal is the most powerful person. Zhao Bai. Hearing the title of principal, Liu's lifeless eyes gradually became focused, and he looked anxiously for Zhao Bai. When Zhao Bai walked in front of Liu, Liu saw Zhao Bai. Liu, who had been almost silent when she was seriously injured, suddenly had her eyes red, and mist formed into tears. It's okay, don't be afraid. Zhao Bai squatted in front of Liu. The gauze bandage was almost soaked with blood. Under the conditions of the end of the world, such an injury was almost fatal. Just sleep peacefully. I will save you, I will. When you wake up, everything will be fine. There was a cry in Liu's voice. Zhao Bai gently stroked Liu's head and smoothed her messy hair. Where is the murderer? Han Wan, bring it here. Soon, the two girls dragged Han Rui, who was covered in a foul smell, over. Ha ha ha. Han Rui was covered in blood, obviously having been taken care of. There was also dirty and smelly feces on her body, some of which were new and some were dry. Obviously, she had escaped to the toilet and had been hiding in the connecting tunnel of the old flush toilet. Han Rui was very weak, but still smiling. You're hanging out with zombies. You're the scum of humanity. You won't have a good ending, for sure. Zhao Bai, I heard about your experience. You and Liu have a cause and effect. You killed her. I can't say it's wrong. Han Rui was stunned. Zhao Bai, Liu is mine. You hurt Liu, and this has a cause and effect with me, so I should kill you. As for my end, that's a story for later. You can curse me, but you won't have the chance to witness it. I respect you as a sister and will give you a quick death. Han Rui closed her eyes. Zhao Bai said calmly, chop off her head and hang it on the tallest flagpole in front of the teaching building. Look up her information to see where she lives. If any family members are still alive, kill them and hang them on the flagpole. This is the price you have to pay for attacking our brothers and sisters. No. Han Rui suddenly opened her eyes. Don't let my family be harmed. Kill me, just kill me. The corners of Zhao Bai's mouth curled up into a cruel arc. If you curse me, I will curse my mother. If you hit me, I will hit my face. If I kill the enemy, I will kill the whole family. He deliberately let Han Rui hear it. Let her listen to it before she dies. Han Rui struggled violently. No, I was wrong. Let me go. Crack. Han Wan chopped hard with the axe, and the sound stopped abruptly. People are indeed much stronger than zombies. After one blow of the axe, although they are dead, their necks are still connected. Han Wan raised the axe and chopped it off with several swish sounds. Some girls around subconsciously turned their heads away, not daring to look. Zhao Bai picked up Liu from the ground. He was tall and strong, and he held Liu very steadily. Liu felt Zhao Bai's solid chest, powerful strength, and smelled the pleasant masculine scent on him. A happy smile appeared on Liu's pale face. If I die in your arms, my life will end here, and it will be a good ending, my man. Ding. The system has assigned you a new mission. Rescue the girl Liu. Mission time limit, 48 hours. Mission reward, 10 primary self-healing pills. Self-healing pill primary, restores 100 health points in 5 seconds. Locked. Only available to the host and party members. To heal teammates, use it directly from the system team panel. Chapter 69, Darkening Zhouang. A city women's university, Southgate. Zhou Runkai hunched over, his face facing the back seat of Cullinan. The car window was lowered a third of the way. In the back seat, Zhou Kong sat with his legs crossed. He was still wearing his pajamas and even slippers on his feet. He looked very casual. Next to Zhou Kong, a beautiful girl with a hot body, wearing a white shirt, a pink skirt, and white stockings, knelt on the chair and fed Zhou Kong. On the small table in the middle, there were steaks, cut fruits, and peanuts. There is also Zhou Kang's favorite foreign wine on the rocks. Call. Zhou Ruankai's face was filled with anger. This Zhao Bai is really too arrogant. We came here to propose marriage, and he actually gave us a cold shoulder. Too much. Brother, don't be angry. I guess he didn't know you were coming and thought it was me. Otherwise, he would have come to greet you early in the morning. He appeared to be angry. In fact, he was defending Zhao Bai. This is not for Zhao Bai, but for the Zhou family, and for the great future of annexing the Wang family of the Chamber of Commerce. Zhou Runkai knew Zhou Kang's hot temper very well, and was afraid that he would lose his temper and give up the deal if he got angry. If this matter is ruined, not only will the cooperation fail, but Zhao Bai will also inevitably retaliate. Zhou Runkai has already suffered a deep psychological trauma from Zhao Bai and the group of women in the girls' school. Zhou Kong opened his mouth. The beautiful girl immediately bent down, picked up a piece of watermelon with her mouth, and fed it to Zhou Kong. Zhou Kong chewed and chewed, his face calm. The imported chilled watermelon seems to be extra sweet. The watermelon juice splashed in his mouth as he chewed and spoke incoherently. He has the ability, and he has the qualifications to intimidate me. But today is today, and the future is the future. I accept this as a show of force. When I unify City A and no longer need him, He will pay a heavy price for his arrogance today. In fact, when it comes to matters other than Wang Weiwei, Zhou Kong, the young master of the Zhou family, is very rational and calm. She charmed her own father without even blinking an eye. He threatened his sister with marriage and had his brother's hand chopped off, but he didn't feel a thing. Scarily rational. Zhou Runkai gave a thumbs up. Brother, how can I put it this way? You are my brother. Stop flattering me and go see Zhou Ing. Don't die. After Zhou Kong finished speaking, he continued to open his mouth and food came immediately. Good. Zhou Runkai agreed and walked to the back. When the mercenary in the black suit saw Zhou Runkai coming, he immediately stood up straight. Someone guarding the car pressed the door opening button, and the electric door of the commercial vehicle slowly opened. Don't worry, I won't commit suicide. Zhou Ing wore a phoenix crown and a bridal gown and put on bridal makeup. She was already so beautiful that she looked like no ordinary person, and in her red makeup, she looked even more beautiful and charming. But Zhou Ying's face was very cold. This business car was not far from the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, and Zhou Ing could clearly hear the previous conversation. Zhou Runkai couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the beautiful Zhou Ing. It looks really good. What a pity. The marriage is arranged for such a rough guy. Zhou Runkai said soothingly. Xiao Ying, there's no need to be so pessimistic. Zhao Yibai is tall and handsome, and he has at least 2 level 3 mutant zombie friends. In this apocalyptic city, he'll definitely have a place. Life is just like that, isn't it? If you marry Zhao Yibai, at least you will have no worries about food and clothing, and you may also have a high status and be able to rule the world in the end times. Zhou Ing sneered. If you say so well, why don't you marry me? Zhou Runkai, I am a man. Zhou Ing, with no worries about food and clothing, a high position, and a superior position, how can life not be lived? Maybe he prefers to take a different path. You have such a mouth. Zhou Runkai was embarrassed by what he said. I won't talk to you anymore. He walked away quickly. Ha ha. In the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Zhou Kong burst into laughter when he heard Zhou Runkai being criticized. At this time, Wu Ming received a call and walked out. Everyone, sorry to have waited so long. Our principal just dealt with a serious incident, and it's just concluded. Please come in now. As he spoke, Wu Ming waved his hand, and immediately, the girl guarding the door slowly moved the roadblock at the gate away. These roadblocks are welded with steel pipes and angle irons in the maintenance warehouse. They can stop the zombies, but in fact, they can only have the effect of a roadblock for cars and intelligent living people. I've finally waited. Zhou Kong grinned and said, it's really a bit hard to wait. Let's go. Yes. Zhou Runkai agreed and trotted onto the first car. The convoy drove into the campus of City A Women's University. As soon as the vehicles entered the campus, a large number of zombies rushed over from all directions after hearing the noise and smelling the human scent. Looking around, it really makes one's scalp tingle. The number of zombies and their density are unprecedented. Even in the city's busiest commercial district, there aren't so many zombies. This is when Zhao Yibai released some of the zombies trapped in the building, especially in the cafeteria and other places. The existence of these zombies is the security guarantee of the campus of a City Women's University. Roar, roar. On the school avenue entering from the south gate, thousands of zombies were seen swarming in from the north. Ka 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 ka. Several escort vehicles responsible for protecting Zhou Kang's safety immediately took up combat postures. The modified MPV opened the self-made skylight above the middle row of seats, put the heavy machine gun on it, and installed it on the base welded on the roof. All the mercenaries loaded their guns and were ready to shoot at any time. Zhou Kong narrowed his eyes. Zhou Runkai rolled down the window, stuck his head out, and shouted, Principal Zhao, Commander Zhao, we are family, we are family. We are from the Zhou family and are here to form an alliance. Zhou Kong and Zhou Runkai are both smart people. They immediately realized that this was a show of force. Anyone who can use such a clumsy show of power must be a reckless man with neither brains nor IQ, who does not know how to flatter and has no scheming. At the same time, it also means that it is easy to deal with. Thinking of this, Zhou Kong opened his squinting eyes. Roar! AI Xiao Xiao roared. Immediately, the vast number of zombies all froze in place. Zhou Ying in the business car looked at the scene outside and couldn't help but smile bitterly. A trace of sadness flashed in the depths of her beautiful face. Are you going to be with the monster? Zhou Ying actually considered death, but she was unwilling to die like this. Why did Zhou Kong chop off his brother's hand just because he wanted to? The mother wanted to slap herself in the face, so she did it. Isn't it just bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Zhou Ying had made a resolute decision to stay with the monster. She was determined to stand tall, become stronger, and retaliate. Even if Zhao Yibai was no longer human, She was determined to please him. Zhou Kong and Zhou Runkai said that Zhao Yibai was a human being. Zhou Ying didn't believe it. She felt from the beginning that Zhao Yibai must be a powerful mutant zombie. Otherwise, how could it be possible to control the third-level mutant zombies? How could they possibly make the Zhou family, the most powerful and proudest people in City A, bow their heads? That's the same. She was very resistant to marrying Zhao Yibai. This way, please. Han Wan and AI Xiao Xiao appeared together to lead the way. You really have some skills. When Zhou Kong saw that the other party could really control the zombies, his eyelids twitched several times. Zhao Yibai had just put Li Yu away and walked out of the office building lobby. Seeing Zhou Kong, he smiled and said, Mr. Zhou actually came in person. Chapter 70 Zhou Kong is defeated. Yes, I came here in person. Are you Zhao Yibai? Zhou Kong got off the car. He also roughly determined the other party's identity. Exactly. Zhao Yibai smiled. How did he know Zhou Kong? After hitting Vera Wang with a chill, I went to understand. The eldest son of the Zhou family is actually Wang Weiwei's bootlicker. He is not even her fiancé, but he is still a bootlicker. It's outrageous. Mr. Zhao, I am very sincere about the cooperation between the Zhou family and you. As Zhou Kong spoke, he pointed behind him. Suddenly, the door of the business car opened. Zhou Ying was wearing her wedding dress, looking incredibly beautiful, and was sitting there dignifiedly. My sister, the one with Zhou family blood in her body, is also the one I love the most. Today, from now on, I will hand her over to you. Zhao Yibai looked over and found that Zhou Ying was even more beautiful than in the photo. Dressed in red, she looked 3 times more beautiful than before. She was so beautiful that it was hard to describe. She looked unreal and illusory. Yu Yurong and Wang Weiwei are also very beautiful. But when I first saw Zhou Ying, her outfit was so stunning. Ding! 5-star target, Zhou Ying found. Without a doubt, the system pops up a prompt, a 5-star beauty. Looking at Zhao Yibai's eyes, Zhou Kong was very satisfied. The family had started to train their sister Zhou Ying early on. If it weren't for the apocalypse, they would have sent her to the capital. It's a waste of talent to deal with an ordinary man. It is definitely enough. Zhou Kong extended his hand and pointed to the other side. Mr. Zhao, starting today, we are not only partners, but also relatives. The most important thing in the end times is truth. Order collapses. If you have the truth, you have almost everything. Since we are relatives, I have the truth, so how can I watch you not have it? Those 2 carts are full of weapons, and the other one is full of gold. There were 3 small trucks, all packed to the brim. Zhou Kong speaks very beautifully, much more beautifully than Zhou Runkai. Originally, this was the condition of cooperation that had been agreed upon, but now, Zhou Kong made it sound very formal. Take over. Zhao Yibai looked at Han Wan with a smile on his face. Han Wan is already gathered here with many girls. AI Xiao Xiao just stood there. Zhou Kang's eyelids twitched. He was still smiling on his face, but he felt very unhappy in his heart. He spoke so beautifully. Zhao Yibai didn't even try to please him, but directly took over. Han Wan led people to surround them. The mercenaries in black suits looked over. Zhou Kong smiled and said, cooperate with them. Han Wan took out a knife and cut the brake strap directly. She climbed up and lifted the tarpaulin. In the truck bed, sealed under the tarpaulin, were wooden boxes, many of which had foreign words on them. Che Xiaoli took the crowbar and handed it to Han Wan. With 2 bangs, Han Wan pried open the top box, revealing neatly arranged rifles. I opened several boxes and found weapons inside. Han Wan stood on the roof of the car and nodded at Zhao Yibai. Zhou Runkai laughed and said, well, they're all good stuff, right? Mr. Zhao, you're really cautious. However, our Zhou family's sincerity can withstand inspection. Good. Zhao Yibai nodded. It's getting late, and the people and things have been delivered, so you should go back early. We are short of cars here, good cars, so you can stay here too. Zhou Kong, this joke is not funny. He could no longer maintain his smile, and his face became very gloomy. He, Zhou Kong, came in person. The other party seemed to not treat him as a human being. It's too disrespectful to him, the young master of the Zhou family. No kidding. Zhao Yibai walked to the front of the business car, reached out and hugged Zhou Ying inside, and carried her out. Zhou Ying's whole body tensed up. But after getting out of the car, she obediently adjusted her center of gravity and took the initiative to hug Zhao Yibai's neck to make it easier for him to hug her. He is human. What a human being. He can make Zhou Kong so embarrassed, so I should obey him. He is my support and support for revenge. Zhou Kang's tone turned stern. Are you kidding? Mr. Zhao, this is not the right way to treat guests. We are in equal cooperation and marriage, not me coming to pay tribute to you. The expressions of the mercenaries in black suits turned unfriendly when they heard this. Make a gesture as if you were going to take action. Zhou Kong was really angry. It has always been others who have paid tribute to him. This brainless idiot on the other side is too much and too infuriating. Zhou Runkai called out softly, "Brother." Zhou Kong waved his hand and ignored Zhou Runkai. Apart from Vera Wang, no one can make him angry, no one can make him compromise. He even dared to drug his own father. "Zhao Bai, are there any doctors among you?" "What?" Zhou Kong was puzzled. They were about to confront each other. So why did the other party suddenly change the question? "Have." Zhou Runkai, "Don't make things awkward. It would be great if we could work together happily. Meng Jiao, you have superb medical skills and are our young master's personal female doctor." Chopsticks, Meng Jiao poked her head out from Cullinan. Ding. 4-star target Meng Jiao found. Meng Jiao is very beautiful. The clothes are also fashionable. That is, around his neck, he wore a metal collar like the ones mercenaries wear. Zhao Bai said calmly, "Untie the doctor's collar and send it to me. Then I won't be angry at your rudeness, Zhou Kong. I will go to the A City Chamber of Commerce building soon. Since you came here on your own initiative, I will consider you as a partner." I went to the Chamber of Commerce. Fire flickered in Zhou Kang's eyes. The third-level mutant zombie horror lowly AI Xiao Xiao was just standing there. There are over 10,000 zombies on the campus. But Zhao Bai said he wanted to go to the Chamber of Commerce building. Was he going there to cause trouble? This hit Zhou Kang's sore spot. Good. Zhou Kong agreed. Make a deal. As long as Zhao Bai's arrogance is also exerted on the Chamber of Commerce, the Zhou family will profit. Zhou Kong knew Wang Weiwei's temper too well. Wang Weiwei would not flatter or give in easily. By then, the Chamber of Commerce will suffer heavy losses. Of course I will. I need his help. When the time comes, I will take over Wang Weiwei's knee, annex the Chamber of Commerce, and unify City A. Then I will deal with Zhao Bai. During this period, you can also use Zhouing to find out the secret of how Zhao Bai controls zombies. Zhou Kong had a good idea. So, he rarely lowered his head and did not choose to fight hard. But what he didn't know was that Zhao Bai and Wang Weiwei knew each other, and it was not just a superficial acquaintance, but a very deep acquaintance. Meng Jiao, congratulations, you are free. Zhou Kong untied Meng Jiao's collar. He was really reluctant to do so. Among so many chopsticks he had found, the female Dr. Meng Jiao was the most obedient. He personally turned her, a skilled female doctor, into a lowly woman and a dog crawling on her knees. Spit. Seeing the collar being untied, Meng Jiao spat on Zhou Kang's face. You pervert. There will be a day when you will be controlled by others. Ha. Zhou Kang's face was cold, and he also laughed hee. Meng Jiao quickly ran to Zhao Bai's side, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed 3 times. Mr. Zhao, Meng Jiao is willing to be loyal to you. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Kong burst into laughter. Good. Zhao Bai agreed, hugged Zhou Ying, and walked into the office building. Meng Jiao quickly followed. In fact, when Zhao Bai asked if there was a doctor, he was already prepared to kill them all, and if there was a doctor, he would spare the doctor's life. But unexpectedly, Zhou Kong backed down after being given a way out. Zhao Bai was going to the Chamber of Commerce to find Wang Weiwei, but what he was going to do? If I tell him, I'm afraid Zhou Kong will collapse. Everyone please. Han Wan made a gesture of invitation and saw the guest off. Zhou Kang's eyes were cold, but he still left. A group of mercenaries followed behind, coming in a car and leaving in a hurry. Especially Zhou Kong, who had difficulty walking in flip-flops, looked relatively embarrassed. After going out the door, Zhou Kong, Zhou Kong, will avenge today's humiliation. Zhou Runkai, brother, this Zhao Bai is arrogant. If we get through this, the Chamber of Commerce will have a hard time. Hee-ha. Thinking about the heavy losses that the Chamber of Commerce was about to suffer, Zhou Kang's mood improved, and he laughed. Thinking about Wang Weiwei begging me to join forces with her to deal with Zhao Bai, I suddenly felt less angry. Women, the Chamber of Commerce, victory, the ultimate winner will be me. Chapter 71 Crisis. Call. Zhao Bai lit a cigarette. After taking a puff, Zhao Bai exhaled the smoke deeply. Zhou Ying looked at Zhao Bai's back as he sat on the edge of the bed with a complicated look in her eyes. She didn't expect Zhao Bai to be so honest. Very direct. He carried her up and into the room. Just start to understand. Now it's all understood. Ding. Successfully fed the 5-star target, Zhou Ying 3 times. Gaining time stop, charge 30 times. Remaining times, 173 times. You've worked hard, have something to eat. Zhao Bai took out a few Snickers bars and a bottle of Nutri-Express and placed them next to Zhou Ying's pillow. Zhou Ying agreed, her voice a little hoarse. Zhao Bai, you are so awesome. She was exhausted and limp all over. A mixture of pain and happiness. It's the end of the world. As a real person, Zhao Bai is always very real. Never delay what should be done. Did it immediately. Let's have fun first. Who knows which will come first, the accident or tomorrow? As for mutual consent and that damn love, screw it. You can be in the car, but you have to be a bootlicker under the car, and even under the car at the end of the world, then you are really hopeless. Zhou Ying tore open the package of a Snickers bar and took a bite to replenish her energy. Snickers is sweet. The fusion of chocolate and peanut butter filled Zhou Ying's taste buds. Zhou Ying's eyes were red. As a daughter of the Zhou family, she was asked by a nutritionist to control her weight and could only eat sweets a few times a year. It's almost like forgetting what sweet things taste like. What a great time. Ding. Feed. Got 10 times. Remaining times, 183 times. Feed 3 times and food once. Seeing that the harvest charging was completed, Zhao Bai stretched and walked towards the door with a cigarette in his mouth. He said with his back to Zhou Ying, "Rest. Come find me upstairs if you need anything." Good. Zhou Ying agreed. Thinking of my exaggerated reactions just now, my face couldn't help but turn red. She is usually very fairy-like. I just lost control. Like a bad woman. Don't you need to send someone to watch me? I'm from the Zhou family. Watching Zhao Yibuyan leave, Zhou Ying whispered. You have relative freedom. Zhao Bai turned around, looked at Zhou Ying with a smile, and said, The women carefully nurtured by aristocratic families are indeed different from others. Zhao Bai used 120% of his strength to make this woman, who seemed like a fairy from the mortal world, completely worldly. The contrast of her appearance when she fell. This made Zhao Bai's vanity very satisfied. The fairy in everyone's eyes also. Thanks. Zhou Ying was even more moved. The wounds didn't seem to hurt as much anymore. At the door of the room, Chun Shueru crossed her arms across her chest. Seeing Zhao Bai coming out, she put down her hand and gave him a thumbs up. Commander, please control yourself. I'm really afraid you'll die on her. Zhao Bai put his arm around Chun Shueru's shoulders and said, Why didn't you say that when I was studying with you? Chun Shueru was choked and stammered in defense. Well, I'm different. I'm Run. Okay, haha. Zhao Bai laughed, then said seriously, Don't worry, I know what's going on. Chun Shueru, indeed very pretty. The two walked out of this floor together and went up to the 9th floor. Zhao Bai couldn't even remember how many times it happened today. But since he had the system, his ability to stop time has become stronger and stronger. How's Liu? Dr. Meng Jiao is a good doctor. She used the facilities in the clinic to perform surgery on Liu. The wound was too deep. Although the surgery was successful, whether he can wake up depends on his fate. Zhao Bai nodded. What about Meng Jiao? What do you think of her? Chun Shueru analyzed. I can't tell for sure, but I have a feeling he's not a good person. After taking off the control collar, he immediately spat in Zhou Kang's face. Either he's really been exploited, or he and Zhou Kang have planned this, and he's an undercover agent. Yo! Zhao Bai looked at Chun Shueru with admiration. He didn't expect that Chun Shueru could think of the undercover aspect. Chun Shueru huffed. Why? I'm a coward, not a fool. In the principal's office. After a good rest, Yu Yorong sat on the sofa chair, with her straight long legs placed together on the table, a laptop on her thighs, and she was typing quickly. If Zhao Bai is the leader of the team, Yu Yorong is Yu Lauer. She is a very good and virtuous wife to Zhao Bai. Chun Shueru pushed open the office door, and Zhao Bai walked in. Are you awake? Why don't you rest a little longer? Looking at Yu Yorong working in the office, Zhao Bai smiled. Chun Shueru pursed her red lips, closed the door, and did not follow in. She returned to her small office next to her. I've had enough sleep. Yu Yorong put his legs down and sniffed gently. Excellent. Zhao Bai, Zhou Ying of the Zhou family. He feels no guilt. This is how the world is. The strong can do whatever they want, but the weak don't even have the qualifications to smell the bitter tea seeds they produce. How to relieve worries? Only strong. He is not strong, so Yu Yorong will not shiver at him. The Zhou family will not send Zhou Ying here. He will not be a commander or principal, the boss of this territory. He can do whatever he wants to whoever he wants, and the other party will have to cooperate with him with a smile. He can't rise whenever he wants. I heard. Yu Yorong nodded and said, It must be vinegar. If it's not vinegar, it's fake. But I didn't eat too much in the morning. What else can I say? Yu Yorong also knew that if she didn't monopolize Zhao Bai's ability, she would really be killed because Zhao Bai was too fierce. It's not just the first 3 minutes of shivering. It usually takes half an hour. Can't bear it. My legs tremble just thinking about it. Yu Yorong shuddered, then put aside his thoughts and got down to business. Currently, the number of survivors among us has exceeded 110. With more people, we consume a lot more food. We can't afford it in the long run, so we need to find a source of food. Also, I was following the school's way of doing things, having them clean up the zombies and tidy up the 3 buildings we use. But after a few days, there was nothing left to do. It's time for you to assign them tasks. Zhao Bai walked over and gently stroked her long legs a few times. Slip. Flies, mosquitoes, and the like probably can't stand there. Hate. Yu Yurong smiled and hit Zhao Bai, then moved to the side. This sofa is huge. 2 people can sit there without being crowded. Zhao Bai sat down and placed Yu Yurong on his lap. Although they are an old couple, it is still comfortable to hug each other. It smells fragrant and soft. Yu Yurong gave Zhao Bai a reproachful look, but she also really enjoyed this kind of tenderness and affection. Zhao Bai hugged Yu Yurong and looked at the laptop screen on her lap. On it was a form with the members' information and photos. Before, Zhao Bai had no idea about how more than 100 people fed. Now we have it. The system rewarded him with 1,000 tons of rice in his system space, which is enough to last him for a long time. But people cannot eat rice on an empty stomach. Therefore, once a force is formed, it is necessary to plunder resources in large quantities to maintain and develop the force. Zhao Bai felt a slight pressure and then generated motivation. Tomorrow, we will hold the first members' meeting. There are a lot of people. It's time to leave school and go to nearby resource points to plunder resources. Tonight, I'm going to the hospital. Chapter 72, Here I Come. So urgent? Isn't there a doctor? Yu Yurong was a little surprised. Zhao Bai rubbed Lei and inhaled the fragrance of Yu Yurong's hair. One doctor is not enough. I'll go find a few more, mainly to get some more medicine and other things. I think they will be useful in the future. Whether Meng Jiao is trustworthy or not, this still needs to be studied slowly. Even without a mission, Zhao Bai also didn't want anything to happen to Li Yu. He is a somewhat traditional person. When he is said to be cold-blooded, he is very cold-blooded, but when he is said to be sentimental, he is also very sentimental. Zhao Bai doesn't care what the moral standards are, he just protects his people. No matter whether they are good or bad, he will be good to whoever is good to him. Li Yu was very loyal to him, and someone who has a deep understanding of it. Zhao Bai must save her. Do your best. Yu Yurong nodded. We now have people, guns, and cars. Our territory will continue to grow. We do need doctors and medicine, but it will soon be dark. It's better to be dark. Zhao Bai smiled strangely. It's dark. Zombies aren't sleepy, but people are. It would be convenient for me to sneak in. It would be best if there's no survival team in the hospital. If there is, it would be convenient for me to do my work. You know, the hospital has a lot of traffic. It doesn't necessarily mean that a force has not been formed. Once you have power, the related interests will become more complicated when you come into contact with others. Yeah, Yu Yurong nodded. Their force has a characteristic, that is, Zhao Bai is like a god. He can make friends with mutant zombies, and they are not particularly afraid of ordinary zombies. Yu Yurong turned to look at Zhao Bai and put her arms around his neck. Let's call up the troops. We're going to represent our school. Do you want to make a more impressive display? We'll also need a car to bring them back. Zhao Bai. Forget about appearances. I'll take Han Wan, AI Xiao Xiao, and Chase Xiaoli, plus 2 people who can drive. That's 6 people in 2 cars. You get ready to pick them up. If there are many survivors over there, send another convoy. Okay. Yu Yurong nodded. She had already expected that Zhao Bai would not take her with him. Things are different now than before. The base camp is safe now, the outside world is full of unknowns, and someone is needed to take charge here in my hometown. Zhao Bai. I'll have Su Yu come up and guard you. Don't sleep too deeply at night. Have the guards be more alert. The Zhou family probably won't retaliate, but we should be on guard. They might use some disgusting tactics. Don't worry. Yu Yurong nodded vigorously. As night falls, 2 black modified MPVs that were seized from the Zhou family drove out of the south gate of a city women's university and headed east. A distance of 1 kilometer can be covered in 1 or 2 minutes by driving normally or even riding an electric scooter, as long as there are not too many traffic lights. But that's not the case now. Have to drive slowly. The apocalypse began during the lunch rush hour. Suddenly, it got dark and countless people turned into zombies, which led to a series of traffic accidents. Zhao Bai saw that the longest string of candied haws on the motor vehicle road was 200 or 300 meters long, with dozens of cars connected end to end. On the non-motorized vehicle lane, various electric vehicles were scattered here and there, mixed with some zombie corpses. Bang, bang, bang. Hearing the movement of the vehicle and smelling the human scent, some zombies trapped in the car began to bang on the car windows frantically. Their eyes were red and their skin was cracked and blackened from being trapped in the car for so long. Roar! AI Xiao Xiao, who was sitting in the first car, growled. Suddenly, The surroundings became quiet. All the ordinary zombies became obedient. Crunch, crack, bang. Zhao Bai was a very good driver, and he was driving slowly along the path that had been crashed by his predecessors. But it's too slow. After getting tired of it, Zhao Bai stopped using his skills. Hard collision. The Zhou family's MPV is equipped with anti-collision steel plates on all sides, making it like a mobile tank, capable of directly knocking away cars blocking the road. The electric bikes and other vehicles on the ground were just run over. Really, after the car is damaged, the speed will increase several times immediately. The journey was full of sparks and lightning, and Zhao Bai was quite happy. In a normal urban world, who would be willing to drive like this? It must be the end of the world. In the first car were Zhao Bai, Ai Xiaoxiao, and Che Xiaoli. The second car was driven by Han Wan, who also brought two girls who could drive. One was called Dong Mengqi, a girl with an ordinary oval face, and the other was called Lin Momo, a girl with a round face and Dora hairstyle. Han Wan is not only powerful in combat, she is a hexagonal warrior, and her driving skills are better than Zhao Bai's. Two modified MPVs stopped not far from the south gate of the hospital. After stopping, they turned off the headlights. Zhao Bai sat in the car and directly opened the God's Perspective map. He entered the outpatient building through the gate and began to move forward quickly, looking for living people. The disaster happened at noon, so most of the doctors, nurses, and the like should still be in the hospital. There are too many zombies, whether in the hall or in the corridor. The overall environment is not good, the economy is in a downturn, and shopping malls are deserted. However, as the hospital with the highest per capita consumption, it is packed with people. At this moment, the sea of people turned into a mountain of corpses. Roar! A terrifying zombie roar sounded. Immediately afterwards, the horrific roars of zombies rang out one after another, and the sound was deafening. Almost every zombie was roaring. Zhao Bai only felt a slight headache amidst the roar, and the picture he saw from the God's Perspective became blurred. He immediately put away his ability. But then, a series of system prompts rang out in my mind. Ding! A 3-star, max-level mutant zombie woman has been discovered. Ding! A 3-star mutant zombie demon has been discovered. Ding! 4-star mutant zombie Dr. Li Du has been discovered. Ding! A sleeping 5-star mutant zombie, Melancholy Boy, has been discovered. Tip: powerful zombies can sense being watched, so please be careful when using the God's Perspective. If you stare at someone, they will also notice you. Hiss! Zhao Bai took a breath of cold air. This isn't a fucking hospital, it's a boss's den. Also, 5-star zombies, damn, that's so cool. Zhao Bai looked at Ai Xiaoxiao. Do you feel anything? Ai Xiaoxiao shook her head, then nodded. There are zombies in there, very powerful zombies. Zhao Bai, are you afraid? Ai Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment and said, nothing is as scary as you. As she said this, Ai Xiaoxiao also lowered her head to glance at the 7 wolves around Zhao Bai's waist. Walk! Zhao Bai got out of the car, his adrenaline surging. He instructed Han Wan, the team leader, stay in the car. If there's any problem, retreat immediately and return to school. Don't worry about me. Good. Han Wan nodded. She has high execution ability. Obsidian Blade. After entering the hospital gate, Zhao Bai directly summoned the 3-star weapon Obsidian Blade. With the superpower of stopping time in hand, what is there to fear even if it is a 5-star zombie enemy? Fighting. Cool. Roar. As soon as they entered the hospital gate, the security zombies and patient zombies wandering in front of the outpatient hall immediately pounced on Zhao Bai and Ai Xiaoxiao. Oh. Puff, puff, puff. Ai Xiaoxiao growled. The ordinary zombies that rushed over were immediately cleared away, and those that did not get close to her and Zhao Bai exploded one after another. These zombies are in the territory of the mutant zombies in the hospital and are even more controlled by the mutant zombies inside. Ai Xiaoxiao was too lazy to fight for control and started killing directly. Mutated zombies are always simpler than humans. It's just a word of killing. Zhao Bai held the obsidian blade in his hand, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Get out here, mutant zombies. Grandpa needs a doctor. Hand over the doctor, and I'll spare your lives." Previous worries were unnecessary. People forming a force? With so many advanced mutant zombies, it's already very good that they don't eat all the people. Ah! An extremely shrill scream was heard. This was different from Ai Xiaoxiao's attack. This was just a pure scream, but it was particularly shrill. It was so horrifying that Zhao Bai got goosebumps all over his body. A green figure like a will-o'-the-wisp quickly flew out from the hospital lobby. She floated in the air like a huge will-o'-the-wisp, facing Zhao Bai. The flame begged, "Don't hurt my child, he's innocent. Why are you taking my child away? I don't want your family's property." Soon, the pleading turned into an angry tone. Zhao Yibai shook his shoulders. It's like playing a game with your mom, and there's even dialogue. Ah! AI Xiao Xiao was about to scream when Zhao Yibai covered her mouth. AI Xiao Xiao. Zhao Yibai smiled. I'll do it. Chapter 73 Dad is Dad. AI Xiao Xiao nodded slightly and made a sound. She looked at the ball in the air with pity. Although, the other party is very powerful. AI Xiao Xiao could clearly feel the power of this resentful woman, who was no weaker than her. But, Dad is Dad. She has personally experienced how powerful Dad is. Give me back my son's life. The resentful woman floating in the air screamed. Swish, swish, swish. All of a sudden, more than a dozen balls of fluorescent green light spurted out of her body and quickly shot towards Zhao Yibai and AI Xiao Xiao. Time stops. Zhao Yibai shouted coldly. Do you really think that Zhao Yibai is a lustful person? Rushing towards Zhou Ying, just for the fun of it? Indeed, he is lustful. It's really for fun. But, the time gained to stop recharging is also real. When the time is charged enough times, there is no need to save it. Ding. Time stop successfully used. Remaining times, 182 times. Zhao Yibai's ability to stop time is instantaneous. Once his mind is sent out, the ability is used immediately. Thus, in the night sky, those fireballs flashing with strange fluorescent green light were frozen in the air. The resentful woman, whose body had been changing and swaying in the form of flame, also froze. Zhao Yibai held the long sword obsidian blade in both hands, bypassed the unknown objects frozen on the road, and rushed towards the resentful woman. The resentful woman was floating 2 meters in the air, and Zhao Yibai rushed directly to a car and stood on the roof of the car. Laugh. 1999. Zhao Yibai stabbed the resentful woman in the middle with a fierce knife. This knife actually cut the resentful woman in two. A blood-red number floated above the resentful woman's head. It seems that 3-star weapons are suitable for killing 3-star mutant zombies. Battle Red. ID. Resentful Woman. Level. 3 stars, full level. Health. 1001/3000. Spirit. 4800/6000. Combat Power. 60,000/120000. Nature. Spiritual. The battle panel popped up, and time stopped. The resentful woman was almost killed by Zhao Yibai with a single blow. Not to mention that most of the blood was lost. The combat power bar dropped by half. As time froze, the resentful woman split into 2 halves. When she comes into contact with Zhao Yibai, she will be hurt and her reaction will change. But after leaving Zhao Yibai's knife, everything about her immediately froze again, including her injuries, bleeding, and various reactions. When time stops, only Zhao Yibai is free, independent of time and space. Zhao Yibai's actions can cause changes. His knife can hurt zombies, and the zombies cannot move. But when the knife touches the zombies will be injured. When the knife leaves the zombies, all changes of the zombies stop. Man, if I were a zombie, I'd be a 10-star. Zhao Yibai was shocked by the effect of this knife. Doesn't this mean that he is invincible? Zhao Yibai switched weapons, took out the golden Uzi, and was almost facing the resentful woman. Da-da-da-da-da. -1. -2. -2. -1. At such a close distance, the bullet's power was almost at its maximum, but when it landed on the resentful woman, the health bar above her head only showed a dense array of light red numbers. Although Uzi is a 9mm pistol bullet with a small caliber. But when this thing hits someone, it will leave a hole. But facing a 3-star level mutant zombie girl, it was just like tickling. If there is no time to stop, it would mean that at such a close distance, it would take 1,000 or 2,000 shots to kill the resentful woman. If the distance is farther, I'm afraid it would take even more shots to be effective. And under normal circumstances, mutated zombies will not stand still and let you hit them. Their attacks were terrifying. 3-star weapons, strong. Zhao Yibai put away the golden Uzi and took out the obsidian blade again. Laugh. 800. Laugh. -9,999. White. Zhao Yibai stabbed twice in a row. When he stabbed the enemy for the second time, it seemed to have triggered the effect of killing the enemy with low health. A large white number floated directly above the head of the resentful woman. End time stops. Zhao Yibai walked 50 meters away and took the initiative to end the time stop. Ding. Time stop has ended. Remaining times, 182 times. Swish, swish, swish. Boom, 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 boom. A fluorescent green ball of light suddenly fell to the ground, landing at the place where Zhao Yibai was before. Suddenly, the ball of light exploded, blasting out a terrifying green flame several meters high, and green juice splashed. The ground and the surrounding cars were corroded by the green flames and juice, making a hissing sound and emitting a mixture of green and black smoke. Boom! The next moment, a louder explosion sounded. Time resumed its flow, and the resentful woman's body floating in the air was directly shattered, turning into bright green flames all over the sky. Ho ho ho! These flames seemed to be more terrifying than the direct attacks launched by the resentful woman. After the flames landed on the ground, they immediately burned. Even the cement floor, which had no combustible materials, was emitting green flames. The entire front yard of the hospital's outpatient building was illuminated by the green fire. I think it's the fragments of the resentful woman that are burning. How's it going? Hanwon's slightly anxious voice came from the intercom. Rest assured, Zhao Yibai responded. These equipments were captured from the Zhou family. They have been debugged and are indeed useful. Puff, puff, puff. AI Xiao Xiao spat several times to put out the flames on her arm. Zhao Yibai ran away. When the time stop ended, she was still there. The resentful woman exploded, several flames burst out of her body, and several pieces of her skirt were burned. Looking at Zhao Yibai, who was dozens of meters away, AI Xiao Xiao pouted, feeling very aggrieved. Dad was indeed powerful. He directly hacked the mutant zombie to death. But next time, can you take her away from here as well? Sorry, I forgot. Next time, I will definitely do it next time. Zhao Yibai was ashamed. He forgot about AI Xiao Xiao. No. I haven't found my son yet. I can't just die like this. I can't. Suddenly, a shrill and evil roar was heard. Then the earth began to rumble. Every green flame on the ground was swaying violently. Ho ho ho. The green flame was still burning, and the fireball suddenly expanded and became bigger and bigger. Immediately afterwards, balls of flames gathered in the sky. It seemed as if the mutated zombies were reuniting and being reborn. Ah! AI Xiao Xiao drank loudly. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of sonic blades were emitted along with a range-wide scream. SHHHHHHHHHHHH. The fluorescent green flames were chopped into pieces or extinguished one after another. The scene was so shocking. Zhao Yibai saw that all the flames had red damage numbers on them. -100, -88, -123, -11, -99, -56. The tumor in AI Xiao Xiao's throat quickly turned into the color of magma, and even her neck and chin turned red. -199, -234, -388, -189, -445, -660. Each flame seemed to have its own independent life, rushing into the air, causing the life value of the reunited resentful woman to continue to increase. But under AI Xiao Xiao's attack, most of the flames were extinguished before they gathered into the body of the resentful woman, and she died. AI Xiao Xiao's attack damage increases as the volume increases. In the air, the health bar of the newly condensed resentful woman dropped rapidly. Zhao Yibai held the knife in both hands and rushed forward quickly. AI Xiao Xiao is awesome. Like him, none of them are second-rate. Second-rate players would wait until the boss is upgraded before taking action. Of course it's her. While she is upgrading and unable to move, I will kill her. I absolutely cannot let her finish the upgrade alive. Chapter 74 Buff Resentful Woman's Blessing. Laugh. Zhao Yibai took a running start and rushed towards the resentful woman. He ran quickly, his speed getting faster and faster until he was not far away from the resentful woman. He suddenly stepped on the front hood of the car with his left foot, and then his whole body took off into the air with the recoil force. Longsword jumps and chops. -1999. The terrifyingly corrosive, resentful woman was split in two by this knife. A huge crimson number floated above her head. Battle Red. ID, Resentful Woman. Level, 4-star primary. Health, 98/8000. Spirit, 11,000/20,000. Combat Power, 20,000/300000. Nature, Spiritual. As Zhao Yibai's knife fell fiercely, the resentful woman, whose rebirth had not yet been completed, was almost completely extinguished. The green flame was no longer there, dim and almost colorless, leaving only a small ball of dim fluorescent green flame falling to the ground. Level 4 actually has a combat power of 300,000. Zhao Yibai was also surprised when he saw the changes in the attributes of the resentful woman on the battle panel. When Zhao Yibai attacked the main body of the resentful woman, AI Xiao Xiao adjusted the direction of attack and targeted the flames, extinguishing all of them with the sonic blade. Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. I can see clearly that you are not the murderer. I just want to find my son. Whatever you want, I can give you. The flame of the resentful woman that fell to the ground made a human voice. Her voice was no longer shrill, but filled with pleading. She was at level 4, with 8,000 drops of blood, but now only 98 drops were left. She deeply realized how terrifying Zhao Bai was. This man only needed 1/10, or even 1/20th of the sword to kill her. Moreover, there was a level 3 mutant zombie standing opposite. A sonic blade can kill her completely. Zhao Bai swung the obsidian blade, and a black light flashed on the long sword. The corrosion of the resentful woman was completely ineffective on it. The obsidian blade was still extremely sharp and not stained with a trace of blood. Tell me what you can give me. It would be best if you can convince me. Otherwise, she will eat me up. Level 3 eats level 4. It is definitely a great tonic for mutated zombies. The fluorescent green flame flickered and paused for a moment, as if in thought. Soon, a prompt sounded in Zhao Bai's mind. Ding! A new quest has been discovered. The prayer of the resentful woman. Spare the resentful woman and don't kill her. You'll receive a reward. The Spirit Book. The resentful woman's flame of resentment 10 uses. The blessing of the resentful woman buff is permanent. Spirit Book. Resentful flame of the resentful woman. Use a certain amount of spirit to unleash the skill Resentful Flame of the resentful woman. The resentful fire burns all targets within 500 meters, causing terrible damage. The resentful fire can corrode even hard armor. Buff Blessing of the resentful lady. Permanent while the resentful lady is alive. You will continue to receive her blessing, gaining a lighter body, increased spirit by 200%, and increased reaction speed by 500%. Use a skill 10 times. The buff is very strong. But Zhao Bai still raised his sword. Zhao Bai. The contract stipulates that you will never harm me. Otherwise, you will never find your son. Ding. The resentful woman has added a new quest. Contract. She promises never to harm you or your companions, or you'll never find your son. Agree. Zhao Bai responded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the quest, The Prayer of the Resentful Woman. Rewards, Spirit Book, The Resentful Woman's Flame of Resentment, 10 times. Buff, The Resentful Woman's Blessing, The Resentful Woman's Contract. Buzz. Zhao Bai only felt his whole body lighten, his ears and eyes became sharp, and it seemed as if the flow of time in the whole world had slowed down. The blessing buff of the resentful woman has taken effect. Cool. Oh. AI Xiao Xiao looked at it eagerly. Her saliva had wet the ground at her feet. But when I looked at Dad, I felt the aura of a resentful woman. Her eyes became a little dull. A look of great disappointment welled up on her pretty face. I can't eat it anymore. Call out. Seeing that Zhao Bai agreed not to kill her, the resentful woman disappeared in a flash. The zombies around who were under the control of the resentful woman were now quiet, and no zombie dared to grin at Zhao Bai, the outsider. AI Xiao Xiao's face completely fell. She looked at Zhao Bai with grievance, then lowered her head. Don't be so sad. Zhao Bai walked up to AI Xiao Xiao, looked at her, and rubbed her head. AI Xiao Xiao turned her head away and didn't look at Zhao Bai. Zhao Bai, why are you still angry? I only gave it to you to eat. There's more inside. Upon hearing this, AI Xiao Xiao immediately turned her head and nodded repeatedly at Zhao Bai like a chick pecking at rice. There is no threat from ordinary zombies. Zhao Bai and AI Xiao Xiao each carried a corpse and went straight into the outpatient building to start searching for people openly. With the experience of fighting the resentful woman, Zhao Bai was no longer afraid of any mutated zombies. He even wanted to meet one again as soon as possible, chop it half to death, and let AI Xiao Xiao eat it. This will prevent the children from drooling like a river due to their greed. As you walk, you can gain a god's perspective. This time, Zhao Bai was not afraid of startling the mutated zombies. But it seemed that the other mutated zombies also sensed the battle. Faced with his spying, they all chose to avoid it and chose to bow their heads and endure it. When Zhao Bai and AI Xiao Xiao were fighting zombies, not only did the mutant zombies notice it, the survivors in the outpatient building also noticed it. 4th floor. In the utility room. Is that person a human or a ghost? Oh my god, he's so powerful. That will-o'-the-wisp killed so many survivors, and he almost wiped it out. The one next to him doesn't seem to be a human. Dr. Lee, what do you think? Nearly 20 people were crowded in a small storage room full of miscellaneous items, including 4 middle-aged doctors, a head nurse, a dozen young nurses, and 7 or 8 patients' family members. Li Du adjusted his thick black-rimmed glasses and said, his purpose is unclear. We'd better not go out. In the apocalypse, humans might be more dangerous than zombies. Dr. Lee, We've been trapped here for a long time. We've run out of food. This might be a chance to leave. We can endure it, but my son can't stand it any longer. A young woman in a pink striped hospital gown was holding a skinny little baby in her arms. She said this with a pale face. Li Du looked over. The tiny baby in the blanket grinned at him. But when he smiled, his eye sockets were full of white. Inside the mouth are densely packed sharp fangs. Li Du hesitated for a moment and said, "Okay then, I'll go out and try to contact him. You guys stay hidden for now." "That's great, Dr. Li." The young woman nodded gratefully. When she lowered her head to look at her son, the baby had turned into a normal baby with black eyes. Apart from being a little thin and creepy, with skin and bones and sunken eyes, there was nothing else unusual about him. "Dr. Li, let me join you and have a cigarette," said the pot-bellied, middle-aged doctor with a Mediterranean hairstyle. The middle-aged male Dr. Li Du glanced at Liang Quan, the brother-in-law of the hospital director, and nodded with a smile. The two walked out of the utility room together. Snap! After leaving the room and turning a corner, Liang Quan lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. Call. After exhaling a puff of smoke, Liang Quan's expression became happy. "Li Du, forget about those burdens in here. We're running low on food. If they want to leave, let them go. They'll face those foreign monsters and live or die. Without them, we can survive here for many more days. We're doctors. Whoever gains power in City A in the future will definitely remember this place. The world needs doctors, and they'll come to rescue us." Li Du shook his head. "I'm a doctor. I won't give up on anyone." Liang Quan sneered at this. "Doctor? You think you're noble now? Then why did you help the wealthy wife of the Chun family dig out the mistress's child alive? That resentful woman was all thanks to you. After digging out the child, it was still breathing, but you sent it to the morgue freezer. TSK, what a beast. I, Liang Quan, like to receive red envelopes, but I would never be so cruel." As he was speaking, Liang Quan suddenly shuddered. "Ha ha ha, Li Du, I'm just telling you. There's no one else here. I'll keep these secrets to myself. No one will know. I promise. Don't look at me like that. It's creepy." Chapter 75 Dr. Li Du. Bite. Zhao Bai and AI Xiao Xiao took the elevator to the 4th floor. The elevator door opened, and a crisp prompt sound was emitted. It's a bit funny to say. There are quite a few zombies in the hospital elevator, at least a dozen. When getting on the elevator on the 1st floor, as soon as the elevator door opened, all the zombies inside became excited. But AI Xiao Xiao's tumor turned red, but she still hadn't opened her mouth. These zombies immediately lost their excitement. All of them leaned to the innermost part of the elevator, and those facing Zhao Bai and AI Xiao Xiao all turned around consciously, with their backs to them, as if they saw nothing. How cruel. Although Zhao Bai just came up. But I have seen some cruel scenes through the perspective of God. Roar. AI Xiao Xiao let out a soft roar similar to the angry sound of a cat, raised one foot, then put down the raised foot, raised the other hand, and repeated it quickly several times. Finally, accepting his fate, he put both feet on the ground and looked at Zhao Bai with grievance. A woo. Zhao Bai touched AI Xiao Xiao's head and comforted her. This, touching the head to kill, seems to be effective against female mutant zombies. So Yu likes him like this very much. AI Xiao Xiao likes it too. Mainly, both zombies love hygiene and have 5-star looks. Otherwise, Zhao Bai wouldn't even touch it. Why is AI Xiao Xiao angry? Because there was blood on the ground. And oil. A mixture of blood and millet yellow grease formed a thin layer on the ground, sticking to shoes. AI Xiao Xiao was very angry when she saw that the pink brand-name sneakers she had just put on today were dirty in an instant. The A City Maternal and Child Health Hospital was as lucky as the A City Women's University. The power supply system was still functioning, but for some reason, the lights were all off. The corridors and aisles were filled with the green glow of the emergency exit indicator lights, making the surroundings look eerie and terrifying. The ground is sticky, which makes it even more disgusting. Zhao Bai lifted his foot. The mixture of fat and blood was somewhat sticky to the shoes. Li Du, a tall, middle-aged doctor wearing a black suit and a blue striped shirt, was standing at the corner of the elevator, wiping the red-bladed scalpel in his hand with his newly taken-off white coat. Ding! 4-star mutant zombie Li Du has been discovered. In fact, Zhao Bai had already seen it without the system prompt. Pa! Zhao Bai endured the discomfort of sticky feet, walked to the side of the wall, and turned on the light. Immediately, the lights came on and the area was illuminated. Although the scene is still disgusting, it is not as gloomy as before. Corner. Liang Quan's skeleton stood against the wall. The almost complete human skin was lying on the ground next to Liang Quan. Liang Quan's boneless flesh and internal organs were neatly placed next to the human skin. Liang Quan, The brother-in-law of the hospital and the chief physician of this floor has too much fat and oil in his blood. If he lets it flow, it will flow everywhere. The blood and fat that Zhao Yibai and Ai Xiaoxiao stepped on still retained a trace of warmth. I don't really want to kill anyone, not at all, but he knows too much, and he doesn't seem to understand that only the dead can keep secrets. Li Du faced Zhao Yibai and Ai Xiaoxiao sideways, and he faced Liang Quan's skeleton head-on. But these words were obviously said to Zhao Yibai and Ai Xiaoxiao. He's just a fat pig who got to the top through connections. He really doesn't have any ability at all, but he relied on nepotism to bully me for so many years. If there's a reward, he takes it, and if there's a blame, I take it. I worked so hard, performing more than 200 surgeries a month, but the income one earned was not even a fraction of what he earned every month. Mrs. Chun gave me a chance. If I could help her take the son out of the mistress's belly and pretend that he was born from a fake pregnancy, she would give me money and even use her connections to help me get promoted to vice president. I have saved countless lives, but I only made this one mistake. Why did he want to discover my secret? It would have been fine if he knew, but he actually treated me like the weak guy he had bullied for over 20 years and deliberately exposed me right in front of me. Shouldn't he die? Li Du gritted his teeth as he spoke. I didn't say he shouldn't die. Zhao Yibai walked over, leaving footprints with every step. The oil was so thick that he had no idea how many delicacies from land and sea had been stuffed into that guy's stomach when he was alive. Zhao Yibai looked at the skin and praised it. The skin is peeled very well. If he works in a slaughterhouse, he will definitely get a high salary. He can peel the meat off the bones so well that even flies will slip if they stand on it. Li Du slowly turned around and looked at Zhao Yibai. Like I said, only the dead can keep secrets. Zhao Yibai also looked at Li Du. Tell me more. I feel like you've been suppressing a lot of things. I feel like you're a good person and a good doctor. If I were you, within the minute I became stronger, everyone who bullied me would have been dead. You've been unable to tolerate it anymore, so you've torn him apart. You're quite kind. He followed Li Du. Also studying Li Du. The thinking logic of the 4-star mutant zombie is already very complete, much better than the stuttering 3-star mutant zombie. Moreover, Li Du is quite special. His mutant zombie title is his own name. Li Du looked into Zhao Yibai's eyes for a long time, and then he closed his eyes. Actually, I really wanted to be a good doctor. As for the resentful woman, I had no choice at the beginning. Mrs. Chun gave my wife a red envelope in advance, 100,000 yuan. It doesn't sound like much, but it's almost a year's income for an ordinary doctor like me. If I didn't obey Mrs. Chun, she would divorce me and leave with the children. I didn't obey, so Mrs. Chun used the red envelope incident to completely destroy me. I still did something evil. I personally cut open her belly and took her son out. Facing her pleading eyes that gradually turned into resentment, I, who had always been a coward, suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of excitement. Because no one had ever hated me so much. I deliberately spared her life and, according to the plan made by Mrs. Chun, disguised her death as a difficult childbirth and pushed her into the morgue. Later, I was alone in the morgue, enjoying her resentful gaze on me. That feeling was so exciting. I went from being unable to control myself to actually enjoying it. To enjoy it even more, I stole her son and strangled him to death right in front of her. She was so helpless. Her expression was the most wonderful I'd ever seen in my life, and I enjoyed it so much. But unexpectedly, the end of the world suddenly arrived. She turned into a monster, and the dead child turned into a devil, suddenly running into someone else's stomach. I was chased by the resentful woman and fled all the way. I searched for the whereabouts of the devil and walked with the survivors. It happened that a woman was about to give birth, so I helped her deliver the baby and successfully gave birth to the devil in a new form, turning him into a living baby. They all say that I am a good person. Haha. In fact, I still want to take the devil baby to find the resentful woman, continue to make her desperate, and continue to enjoy myself. In front of others, I am still the respected Dr. Li, but in fact, I am a pervert with distorted desires. But I suddenly discovered with horror that I was no longer human. That day, I took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and secretly took the baby to find the resentful woman, but the resentful woman didn't recognize me or the devil. I racked my brains to make her afraid of me, but I didn't feel excited. I turned into a zombie. Whoa. I returned to the survivors confusedly, enjoying the feeling that they needed me. As Li Du spoke, he began to cry. Suddenly, he grinned. Survivor, now that you've spoken your secret, I feel much better. It's time for you to get going too. It's hard to say. After hearing this story, Zhao Yibai's expression became complicated. Okay, let's go, but you have to go. Chapter 76. You and she are both wastes. Ha 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 ha. Li Du laughed out loud as he listened to what Zhao Bai said. But as if remembering that the storage room where the survivors were was nearby, Li Du quickly stopped laughing. Zheng. Zhao Bai waved the black blade. The sound of the sword clanging was loud. You don't think I'm a waste like a resentful woman, do you? Li Du threw aside the white coat that he had used to wipe the bloodstained scalpel. He glared with his eyes wide open, his momentum full. Battle red. ID Li Du. Level, 4-star primary. Health, 19983/20,000. Combat power, 400,000. The blood is thick, but you and she are both equally useless. In my eyes, there's no difference. Zhao Bai glanced at the panel that popped up above Li Du's head. Arrogant. Li Du widened his eyes. Dr. Li. But a gentle voice suddenly stopped Li Du's attack. A young nurse came out from the back corridor. Li Du faced Zhao Bai, his expression changing slightly. Go back quickly. There's danger. The bad guys are over there. Director Liang Quan has already fallen into their clutches. Oh. The young nurse was stunned. As she listened to Li Du's words, she suddenly noticed something on the ground. Fresh skeleton without a trace of meat. Human skin. A pile of human flesh. No. Dr. Li, we can't let you face this alone. Come out and help us. The young nurse was surprisingly reliable. Although she was extremely frightened and her whole body was shaking, the first thing she did was to turn around and call for help. Soon, everyone hiding in the utility room ran out. Except for the young woman holding the child, the rest of the people were holding weapons such as table legs, folding chairs, and mop sticks. Don't hurt Dr. Li. Although the group was terrified, they still gathered around Li Du. They looked at Zhao Bai and AI Xiao Xiao, as if they were facing a great enemy. Zhao Bai had a funny expression on his face. Li Du looked at the people who were protecting him, a playful smile on his face, and looked at Zhao Bai. Murderous maniac, dismembering pervert. You can't get away. We will definitely kill you. Yes, kill you. Are you a human being? How dare you kill people so cruelly? You are not a human being at all. Yes, Director Liang is such a good person. Apart from being a bit lecherous on weekdays, he also takes good care of everyone. Murderer, you must die a horrible death. A group of survivors were filled with indignation. No problem. The murderer will not die well. Zhao Bai nodded. Superior. The middle-aged head nurse exclaimed softly. Relying on their numbers, this group of people rushed towards Zhao Bai with weapons. Li Du stood behind the group, the playful look on his face becoming even stronger. He smiled, looking forward to Zhao Bai's performance. These are all people. Watching people killing each other, especially those stupid guys, killing each other for themselves. This is very interesting. Let me see, will you resist or not? Now, I'm a good guy and you're a perverted murderer. Hee hee. Zhao Bai picked up the long sword with one hand, put it back with one hand, and took out the golden UZI from the system space. Now, the zombies we encounter are all strong. Even if the golden UZI has unlimited bullets and infinite durability, fighting zombies is like playing in challenge mode. The bullets are just a tickle, and high-level zombies have thick physical resistance and health bars, so the damage is unsatisfactory. But this thing is very useful against survivors with flesh and blood. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Zhao Bai held the gun with one hand. The submachine gun bullets swept across, leaving a line of craters on the ground. For a moment, the bullet tip bounced off the smooth floor, sparks flying everywhere. Those who rushed towards Zhao Bai retreated with strange cries before they even reached Zhao Bai. He has a gun. He has a gun. Why are you so cowardly? Does he really dare to shoot at us? That's right. Even though it's the end of the world will eventually pass. If he dares to kill someone, he will definitely be held accountable in the future. Superior. A group of women discussed it. They gathered their courage again and rushed towards Zhao Bai again. The gap between people is too big. Zhao Bai sighed and shook his head. Puff, puff, puff. Several shots were fired. Some people suspected that Zhao Bai did not dare to shoot, while others talked about settling accounts. Zhao Bai sent them away directly. People with such brains would be a burden living in the end times. He was so compassionate that he freed them in advance. The remaining people saw that the fallen person was dead, and they all ran away. In the face of death, nothing else matters. He really dares to kill people. Oh my god, this is horrible. Yeah, this is the end of the world. Also, hasn't he already dismantled Director Liang? If we all run away, what will happen to Dr. Li? It's not like Dr. Li doesn't have long legs. They quickly hid back in the utility room. You killed someone. Li Du was furious when he saw that his two playthings, who had lived with him, were killed by Zhao Bai. Okay. Zhao Bai nodded in agreement. Those people rushed towards him with weapons. They were the enemy. Showing mercy to a brainless enemy is definitely the greatest cruelty to yourself. Zhao Yibai is only cruel to others, not to himself. Li Du die. Zhao Yibai raised his chin. They are watching you. Be careful not to expose yourself. Li Du paused and turned around, but there was no one behind him. Lie to me. Zhao Yibai. Xiao Xiao, get ready to eat. AI Xiao Xiao nodded excitedly. A stable 4-star primary, super delicious. Time stops. When it comes to using his abilities, Zhao Yibai is not stingy at all. At most, he will just study a few more times. Ding. Time stop successfully used. Remaining times, 181 times. Li Du hadn't turned his head back yet. It has been frozen. -188. -239. -133. -183. Zhao Yibai, with the buff of the resentful woman, rushed forward madly. His 5 times reaction speed allowed him to strike 4 times in 1 second. What the hell? Looking at the 4 light red numbers floating above Li Du's head, Zhao Yibai was stunned and burst out with the quintessence of Chinese culture. 2. Without the spirit bar, it's physical. 20,000 health points, for 100,000 combat power. Although the defense is not displayed, it is obviously not low. Compared with the spiritual mage, zombie like the resentful woman, it is more than twice as strong. It's hard to kill you, but you absolutely don't know that I've stopped time now, and it can last for an hour. Even if you have 200,000 HP, I'll still chop your HP bar down with one blow after another. Shh. Zhao Yibai drank a bottle of Red Bull, took out his mobile phone, connected it to the Bluetooth speaker, and played the passionate BGM. Everything went right. He put on knitted gloves, spat on them, and rubbed his hands. Zhao Yibai began to hack Li Du wildly. With Zhao Yibai's low health value, Li Du could take Zhao Yibai away with just one scalpel. AI Xiao Xiao had so little blood left that she couldn't withstand a few frontal blows from Li Du if he got close to her. But Zhao Yibai has time to stop. Invincible perverted skills. -199. -123. -223. -181. -355. -132. -133. -190. Time stop plus 4 swords in 1 second. An average of 700 damage per second after half a minute. Zhao Yibai put away the Bluetooth speaker. You can't chop it. Battle, enemy. Health, 78/20,000. End time stops. Ding. Ended successfully. Remaining times, 181. Time stop can be used continuously, but it will consume energy. In Zhao Yibai's opinion, pills that restore mental strength are more expensive and harder to obtain. As for the number of time stops, it's over in a snap. Lie to me. Time resumed its flow. Li Du had just finished shouting and was about to charge at Zhao Yibai, but the next second, he suddenly stopped. Because in front of his throat was a black obsidian blade. If it had been even 5 millimeters further forward, he would have crashed into it. The sudden feeling of weakness that spread throughout his body made Li Du fall to his knees with a thud, and the scalpel in his hand fell to the ground. Hundreds of fine bloodstains appeared on his body, which quickly expanded and turned into scars, bleeding. There is rarely any good meat on the body. Scare. AI Xiao Xiao was stunned, shaking violently, with goosebumps all over the floor. A 4-star mutant zombie, in the blink of an eye, was on the verge of death with low health. Zhao Yibai put one hand in his pocket and held the hilt of the obsidian blade with the other. With his back to Li Du as Li Du knelt down, he lowered the long sword in his hand, still holding it at Li Du's neck. According to the damage of the obsidian blade, only one strike is needed to kill this level 4 primary mutant zombie. Zhao Yibai uttered 2 cold words, last words. Chapter 77, Unexpected Gains. Li Du's eyes widened. He knelt on the ground, a confused expression on his bloody face. In just a short moment, Li Du experienced the pain of being cut into pieces by thousands of knives. Unlike ordinary zombies who had lost their perception, as a 4th-level primary mutant zombie, he had extremely sharp perception. So, pain. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. The pain piled up and almost made Li Du collapse. Ho ho ho. Li Du knelt on the ground, breathing heavily. Although the obsidian blade was only a few millimeters away from the neck, the coldness of the blade was piercing to the bone. This made Li Du tremble with fear. Li Du even felt a sense of weakness he had never felt before since he became a mutant zombie. He was clearly aware that with just a slight blow from the strange long knife in the hand of the tall young man in front of him, he could take his life completely. As expected, as he said, he and the resentful woman were the same in each other's eyes. The same. Trash. I am willing to serve you. Please let me go. The arrogance of being a mutant zombie collapsed in an instant. Li Du, who was kneeling on the ground because he was too seriously injured to stand, chose to surrender at this moment. I have greater strength and extensive medical knowledge. I can perform surgery and become your doctor. Laugh. Tuitate. The obsidian blade in Zhao Yibai's hand slashed Li Du's neck. Suddenly, Li Du's words stopped abruptly. A light red number floated above his head. These data figures are only visible to Zhao Yibai. With a thump, the kneeling Li Du fell to the ground, his eyes still wide open. Ding. Congratulations on killing the level 4 primary mutated zombie. Li Du, you've been rewarded with Li Du's medical experience and a sharp scalpel as your primary weapon. Li Du's medical experience. Li Du has over 20 years of experience in Western medicine. You can integrate the medicine yourself or designate someone to do it. Main weapon. Sharp scalpel. Li Du's favorite knife, extremely sharp, capable of breaking through the defenses of 3-star zombies. Zhao Yibai's eyebrows twitched. He didn't expect that after killing the mutant zombie, he would actually get an unexpected reward. After taking a quick look at the reward, Zhao Yibai waved to AI Xiao Xiao and said, "Come, eat." Ah. AI Xiao Xiao swallowed her saliva, looked at Zhao Yibai with awe, and then ran over quickly. Zhao Yibai grabbed the black obsidian blade with one hand and swung it at the air a few times, making a whoosh sound as it broke through the air. AI Xiao Xiao pried openly Du's head, took out a red crystal from it, and held it in her mouth. Soon, she spat out a mouthful of dim gravel. AI Xiao Xiao. It takes time to digest. Master, why don't you accept him? He is a level 4 beginner. He is useful. Hearing this, Zhao Yibai smiled. I don't accept perverts under my command. Putting away the obsidian blade, Zhao Yibai said again, my team only needs me, a pervert, and that's enough. AI Xiao Xiao's expression became interesting. At the same time, she was glad in her heart. She is luckier than Li Du. There was one thing Zhao Yibai didn't mention. He said that when Li Du was asked to say his last words, his life or death had already been decided. June is no joke. Die if you say so. Zhao Yibai took out the golden UZI submachine gun and walked towards the utility room. AI Xiao Xiao hurried to catch up. Bang! Faced with the door that was designed to protect against gentlemen but not against violence, Zhao Yibai kicked it open. The survivors inside were all extremely nervous. The school is recruiting people. We need doctors and nurses. We do. The survivors nodded repeatedly. Zhao Yibai's gaze focused on the child in the young woman's arms. When Zhao Yibai looked at him, the little baby also looked at Zhao Yibai. His skinny face had eyes full of whites, and he grinned, showing both fear and warning towards Zhao Yibai. Battle Blue. ID Devil. Rating, 3 stars. Health, 800/800. Spirit, 10,000. Combat Power, 60,000. Nature, Ghost. A panel appeared above the little baby's head. After Zhao Yibai finished reading, another panel immediately appeared. Battle Blue. ID, Melancholic Boy. Level, 5-star full level. Health, 800. Spirit, Blood Red. Combat Power, Blood Red. Nature, Dormant Domain Level Zombie, Spirit. Zhao Yibai understood clearly. It was obvious that the devil and the melancholy boy were one and the same. In other words, the devil occupied the body of the sleeping melancholy boy. After killing the first form of the devil, the melancholy boy woke up. The battle panel is blue, not red. This means we are still in a state of peace. In terms of attributes, melancholy boy is very tall. By now, Zhao Yibai has figured out some of the rules of mutated zombies. All the mutated zombies he has encountered so far have experienced strong emotional fluctuations before the end of the world began. Su Yuyu was bullied by the 80s, AI Xiao Xiao was abandoned by her parents. The resentful girl had her child dug up and then put in the morgue by a pervert named Li Du, a two-faced pervert. The devil was an innocent child dug up and left half dead. And what about the melancholic boy? How much hatred must one have to support him to reach the highest level of 5 stars? Where's Dr. Li Du? Suddenly, a young nurse bravely asked. I killed him. Zhao Yibai simply responded with 3 words and did not give any further explanation. There was no need. He, Zhao Yibai, did not need to explain his actions to anyone. They can think whatever they want. The scene was quiet. It's all voluntary. Those who want to go with me can go. Those who don't want to go can wait for the next wave of rescue. The Zhou family of City A and the Chamber of Commerce of City A will both launch a rescue operation. I'll wait at the door for half a minute. After half a minute, I'll leave this floor. After Zhao Yibai finished speaking, he left the utility room door and walked to the elevator entrance. What to do, how to choose. He killed Dr. Li Du and 2 nurses. He is an executioner. You can't follow him. But for some reason, I feel like he's not a bad person. I'm leaving. As long as we don't provoke him, he won't kill people. I can't stay here for a moment. Yes, at least he is strong, so I will leave too. Soon, half of the people decided to leave and walked out of the utility room. Zhao Bai is quite scary, but he also has strength. In the last days, only by following powerful people can you live longer. In fact, after Li Du accidentally revealed Li Du's medical experience, these people became less important. The young woman held the child and hesitated for a while, but she finally decided to stay. Zhao Bai is not a good man. She was afraid that if she followed Zhao Bai, the consequences would be even worse. You will be glad you made the choice you made today. Zhao Bai looked at these people and said with a smile, I hope so. Everyone responded with a smile. When Zhao Bai saw that the young woman holding the child did not follow him out, he curled his lips and walked back to the utility room. For a moment, all the survivors who followed out became worried. What are you doing? In the utility room. Those who chose to stay all looked at Zhao Bai in horror. Chapter 78, Liu wakes up. Take care of yourself and take care of your children. Zhao Bai took out a bag of food from his arms and placed it in front of the young woman who was holding the child and had a nervous look on her face. Put things down. Zhao Bai turned and left. The 7 or 8 people in the utility room were all stunned. Originally, when they saw Zhao Bai coming over, they thought that Zhao Bai was here to silence them. Don't go with him. Just kill them all. Can. Zhao Bai came over and just left some food for the young women and children. Thanks. The young woman hurriedly picked up the food, ran out of the utility room, and thanked Zhao Bai from behind. She regretted it. Even if someone is a bad person who can leave food for her in the apocalypse, how bad can he be? Zhao Bai did not respond and left this floor with those who chose to follow him. Those who stayed in the storage room also felt some regret. But since the choice has been made, they are also unwilling to show regret. Anyway, the Chamber of Commerce and the Zhou family are much more reliable. Yes, official rescue is better and more reliable. This man kills people at will and is moody. Anyone who follows him will definitely not have a good ending. Zhao Bai asked AI Xiao Xiao to escort a dozen people out. He himself continued to walk around in circles in the hospital. Every time he arrived at a place, Zhao Bai would turn on the lights first. The hospital, which was originally immersed in darkness and extremely gloomy, became much less eerie under the bright lights. But the hospital's energy is too strong, and that creepy feeling is still there. Zhao Bai went to the 5th and 8th floors and rescued more than 20 survivors, both men and women. But it's different from those people on the 4th floor. These people had never seen him kill Li Du, and they were all grateful to him. Before leaving, Zhao Bai looted the hospital. Not only did he spend a lot of energy to collect all the medicines in the pharmacy, but he also collected all the instruments, and what he saw was what he got into the system space. At this point, the hospital is considered empty. All the soul, equipment, and medicines were taken away by Zhao Bai. When we walked back, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Zhao Bai smashed the doors of several cars in the parking lot, smashed the steering wheel lock wiring, and started the ignition. There were 2 cars when we left, and 9 cars when we returned. Returned to a city women's university. Zhao Bai brought the doctors and nurses directly to Li Yu's side. At this moment, Meng Jiao was also there. The doctors re-examined Li Yu and finally gave high praise to Meng Jiao's treatment. Meng Jiao's face was a little pale. Yu Yurong arranged the doctors and nurses in the school clinic, which was a 3-story building in the corner of the school with an independent hospital. The pharmacy had all the basic medicines and could even perform some simple minor surgeries. Watching the people who filed in and left, Meng Jiao looked at Zhao Bai. You don't believe me. I don't believe it. Zhao Bai responded with 2 words. Meng Jiao. I was so humble in front of Zhou Kong, but it was just to survive. Zhao Bai, I understand. Meng Jiao. What do I have to do for you to trust me? Zhao Bai. You don't need me to believe you. You are an independent individual here. Just be yourself, and that's enough. Meng Jiao was stunned. She suddenly realized that she seemed to have been obsessed by Zhou Kong. It is not necessary to become someone related to Zhao Bai. You can live on your own with Zhao Bai. Meng Jiao's pale face turned rosy again. Thank you. You helped me find myself. Zhao Bai, you're welcome. The school needs you. If possible, I would like to appoint you as the director of the school's hospital to manage the doctors, nurses, and survivors who come to the hospital. Good. Meng Jiao agreed. Zhao Bai thought about it for a long time, but couldn't come up with a good name. So he simply called their force a school. Send Meng Jiao away. Zhao Bai sat next to Li Yu and watched over her. The ice in the system space has not melted for a long time. This proves that things in the system space can maintain a constant state. Most areas did not experience power outages. This proves that the cold storage is still cooling at this moment. The hospital issue has been resolved, and the next step is to plunder external resources. Conduct training to get your subordinates moving. You can't eat for free. System panel. It was boring to watch over Li Yu, so Zhao Yibai summoned the system panel. Mission 1. Overlord, Team 132/1000 people 6/10,000 territory 10%. The task of being the overlord of this area is still not easy. Zhao Yibai pinched his chin. Territory expansion is actually very difficult. There are too many zombies outside, full of unknowns. It was just a small maternal and child healthcare hospital. Before going there, Zhao Yibai couldn't believe that there could be a level 5 mutant zombie, a level 4 zombie, and 2 level 3 zombies, the resentful woman and the devil. This was just the outpatient building, not the inpatient buildings behind it. There is always someone better than you, and there is always someone better than you. The aura of Su Yiyu, AI Xiao Xiao and others can only scare away ordinary zombies in the area where they are who are familiar with their aura and afraid of them, and it is also time limited. After about 20 hours, the remaining scent will dissipate and need to be replenished. Ahem. Zhao Yibai was thinking about it when suddenly, the unconscious Li Yu coughed twice. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. How's it going? Zhao Yibai looked over. Li Yu opened her eyes and saw the white ceiling, and then she saw Zhao Yibai. Ha ha. Li Yu laughed. I made it through. Zhao Yibai quickly went to the side and poured a glass of warm water. Drink some water to moisten yourself. Li Yu weakly said, It hurts. I can't get up. Can you feed me? Zhao Yibai, I didn't brush my teeth. Li Yu closed his eyes. You're such a bummer. How can I still dislike you? Zhao Yibai, I despise you. Li Yu opened her eyes and looked at Zhao Yibai. She was stunned for a moment. Then she laughed with tears in her eyes. Asshole, when you put it in my mouth, I didn't dislike you at all, but you actually disliked Dash. Zhao Yibai drank some water and fed it to Li Yu. Dislike? Zhao Yibai was joking. Li Yu closed his eyes. Warm water. Very sweet. This made Li Yu sure that she had really woken up and was still alive. Ding. Mission completed to save Li Yu. Mission reward, 10 primary self-healing pills. Woo woo woo. After being fed a few sips of water, Li Yu started crying. Don't cry, it's all over. Zhao Yibai gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Li Yu's eyes. Li Yu hugged Zhao Yibai tightly, inhaling the scent from his body. The next day, early morning, in front of an office building, crowded with people, all members of the school are present. The door is not guarded. Zhao Yibai asked Su Yiyu and AI Xiao Xiao to mobilize the zombies over. There are now at least 400 or 500 zombies at every door, which are more useful than people. Zhao Yibai finally got some clothes to wear. Among the school members, there was a girl with good hands who took apart some fabrics and made new clothes for Zhao Yibai. Zhao Yibai today. He wore a blue Zhongshan suit on the upper body and trousers on the lower body, which was very formal. The hairstyle also stood up. Wu Ming used hairspray to give him a big back-combed hairstyle, like a cowlick. On the steps in front of a lobby in the office building, Zhao Yibai waved. Hello, everyone. Everyone said in unison, Hello, Principal. Chapter 79 Rules. Zhao Yibai looked at the youthful and energetic faces below and nodded with satisfaction. Chief Secretary Chen Shuiru stood beside Zhao Yibai, holding a tablet computer in her hand. Further down are the senior executives of the school faction. Chief Steward Yu Yurong, Security Department Han Wan, Resources Minister Li Yu, Team Leader Che Xiaoli, Team Leader Wu Meng, Team Leader Jiang Yi, and Level 3 mutant zombies Su Yiyu and AI Xiao Xiao. There are also new members Qin Jiangjiang, a chemistry genius, and Meng Jiao, the hospital director. Qin Jiangjiang is a girl who looks dull, with a slicked back hair, thick-framed black glasses, short stature, and wearing overalls. She is very capable and has developed many types of chemical weapons. She was appointed as the Minister of Weapons by Zhao Yibai. Meng Jiao was appointed as the hospital director last night. It will take some time for the hospital to be put into use. Li Yu was sitting. She was weak, but Zhao Yibai got a wheelchair from the maternal and child health hospital and gave it to Li Yu. She felt much more relaxed sitting in the wheelchair. The rest of the people stood upright. I've gathered everyone here today, first to meet and get acquainted. Second, to announce the name of our faction. Since we're establishing this within City, a women's university, let's just call it the school. Without rules, there will be no order. Starting today, the distribution of food and resources will be based on the standards of 5 levels: honor level, minister level, team leader level, team member level, and civilian level. Civilian level. Simple food is provided to satisfy hunger, and there are shared accommodations and occasional distribution of resources and supplies. Squad level. Provide delicious and nutritious meals and limited amounts of alcohol, beverages, and fruits. Completing tasks will earn you points, which can be used for shopping and accommodation in a double room. Team leader level. Higher food standards, free meals, unlimited drinks and fruits, single room accommodation, double points, team command authority, and fixed point quota for issuing tasks. Ministerial level. Unlimited use of food resources, luxury single room accommodation, jurisdiction over the department, 5 times the points. Honor level. Those who have suffered serious injuries due to their dedication to the school do not need to work and enjoy the food and resource benefits of the team leader. In times of resource shortage, they have priority in using resources. Within a fixed period, each school member must choose one or more tasks issued by departments or groups and complete the minimum points requirements. The rest of the time, they are completely free. Every time the school attacks a new target area, it will set up a free exploration area after completing the collection of public supplies. The gains from the free exploration will belong to the individual members. For squad level and above, medical care is free, and education organized later in life is free. If the points-based minimum living security task is not completed for 2 consecutive cycles, the student will be downgraded from squad level to civilian level. After joining the school for 2 cycles, the civilian level student can apply to become squad level. Civilian level students who fail to make any contribution within 4 cycles will be expelled from the safe zone within the school's sphere of influence. Civilian level workers can engage in cleaning, cooking, farming, and production work, and directly obtain resources such as food, water, and daily necessities. Their work will be considered a contribution to the school. Zhao Bai said a lot in one breath. These were the school power rules he set up overnight. It's simple. The more you give, the more you get. Relative fairness. A complete idler, drive out. Zhao Bai paused and continued. Once your points are high enough, squad members can apply to become team leaders and lead the team independently. Those who are brave and capable enough can be promoted to team leaders. Those with strong special abilities can come to me individually. If they are truly strong, they can be promoted to team leaders. Then, Zhao Bai introduced his current executive identities one by one. Wah. After Zhao Bai finished his speech, there was a burst of loud noise at the scene. Then, Zhao Bai began to distribute the brand new meal cards he got from the school logistics department. As the chief secretary Chun Shiru read out the names one by one, Zhao Bai distributed the meal cards personally. Points are the amount added to your meal card. 3 models of accounting are used. Points card accounting, electronic accounting at the points issuance office, and a manual basic account book, which are managed by 3 different people. The girls received points cards one by one, which had unique numbers added to them, which would be their membership codes. After issuing the card, Zhao Bai and everyone had breakfast together in the cafeteria. This meal is on his treat. Ding. Successfully fed the 5-star target fish, gaining 10 time stop charges. Remaining times, 191. The fish has tolerance. This time we had dinner together, and it was counted as a success. After dinner, Zhao Bai interviewed several girls who volunteered to be team leaders. Zhao Bai admired their bravery and agreed as long as their fighting ability was not too bad and their loyalty was positive. Among the more outstanding ones, there is the fat girl Bai. She is 1.89 meters tall and weighs 260 kilograms. She looks very introverted, but her fighting power is very high, up to 1,000. When she signed up with her roommates, she charged into the zombie swarm like a 100-ton king, knocking down countless zombies. Some of the petite zombies, who were only a little over 1.5 meters tall, were stepped on by the fat girl Bai, and their stomachs burst directly, and their intestines were bulging out. This is an absolute fierce general. Zhao Bai, who is about 1.86 meters tall, looked at the huge body and felt inferior. Standing next to the fat girl, he looked very small. There is also Liang Yunjia with big red waves, 1.75 meters tall, who can wield a hammer. The highest record was 1 versus 9, all 9 people died. Liang Yunjia set up a small store in Building E of the dormitory and made a little profit from the difference in service fees by delivering goods to the dormitory. After the apocalypse, everyone knew that she had food, so a group of girls united and found her. At the beginning, they were still kind and asked for food, promising to return it after the disaster was over. But later, they eat and drink lavishly, even wastefully. Their attitude also changed. They began to rely on their numbers to rebel against Tiangang, occupy the resources of the convenience store, and bully Liang Yunjia. Liang Yunjia couldn't bear it any longer and took out the small hammer she had bought to repair the iron bed. 100% brain-breaking. One hammer at a time. Smash the heads of all those bad women. The news was spread by someone who heard the noise next door, and since then, he has been ostracized by the survivors of Building E and regarded as a terrifying demon. He went to Zhao Bai, and Zhao Bai accepted him directly. He doesn't distinguish between good and bad. The only difference is strength and loyalty. In comparison, Wang Yingying, Ma Dongyun, Tian Yu, and Lu Xian are all average. Their combat power exceeds 200, and they have no problem fighting 4 or 5 zombies alone. After finishing his work, Zhao Bai returned upstairs with the food he had packed from the new canteen. Now, the canteen has moved to the second floor of Office Building 1. The first floor of Office Building 1 is the office. The original cafeteria was too big and too far away. It will be activated after there are at least 10,000 survivors. On the third floor of the office building is the Point Supermarket. The 4th, 5th, and 6th floors were converted into storage warehouses. The 7th, 8th, and 9th floors are used for offices. Many living rooms were converted on the 8th floor. Zhao Bai returned to the 8th floor. When I pushed the door open and entered the room, Zhou had already gotten up, folded the quilt, and was sitting on the balcony, wearing red pajamas and looking at her phone. She doesn't know anyone here very well. After waking up, I didn't know what to do. Morning. Zhao Bai greeted him. You're back. Zhou Ying and Zhao Bai were both strangers and familiar to each other. Strange in that they had just met for a short time, and familiar in that they already knew each other well. She stood up quickly, but seemed to have pulled her wound, and her brows wrinkled slightly, but soon relaxed. Chapter 80. Eating Candy. Eat something. Zhao Bai did not have the same awkward emotions as Zhou Ying. He was no longer the nervous boy who had shivered with Yu Yurong at the beginning. There are more fierce attacks. Already used to it and adapted. Do whatever makes you feel good. It fully demonstrates the true nature of men in the end times. Just do it. No need to be long-winded. Don't lick the dog. Irresponsible. In other words, he accepts both vegetarian and non-vegetarian people, including bad ones. Zhao Bai has a clear understanding of himself, and he is not a good person. It's the end of the world. Who the hell wants to be a good person? Certainly. Men who are bad will not be accepted. There are still principles. As for the bad guy, his power is enough just for him. It's annoying to put away all the messy men. Although there are many girls in the school, and he cannot study enough, he wants to be the emperor. He can choose not to study, but others cannot enter his home to study. Of course, he would also go to other people's homes to study. Well, that's double standards. Good. Zhou Ying nodded obediently. Having experienced enough ups and downs yesterday, Zhou Ying looked very good, with a rosy little face and skin that seemed to be much more radiant than before. This is a woman with an ethereal temperament. Such a beautiful appearance. It is really beautiful. Zhao Bai put the food on the table and comforted Zhou Ying to sit down. Zhou Ying picked up the meat bun and took a bite, only to find that Zhao Bai had been staring at her. That look made her heart tremble slightly. How about you eat first? You should eat first. Zhao Bai smiled embarrassedly. Zhou Ying pursed her red lips and said, It's not good to do strenuous exercise after a meal. Come on. Then I won't be polite, Zhou Ying-san. Zhao Bai said righteously. It's all for the purpose of becoming stronger. Noon. Zhao Bai left the room on the 8th floor feeling refreshed. It's really not easy for people who stutter. Zhou Ying collapsed. I don't even have the strength to bite the buns. I can only drink porridge first. After drinking 2 mouthfuls of porridge, she smiled again. Her life is quite happy now. Zhao Bai is very capable, and she is very happy. Slightly painful. Great happiness. Ding. Successfully fed the 5-star target, Zhou Ying, the white porridge and meat buns. Gained 10 time stop charges. Remaining times, 201. Ding. Feed Zhou Ying. Success. Gained 20 charges. Remaining, 221. Looking at the charging, Zhao Bai smiled knowingly. In the cafeteria on the 2nd floor, Yu Yurong, Chun Shuaru, Che Xiaoli, and others were having dinner at the same table. There is rice, meat, a small amount of vegetables, and pickles. The meat was frozen meat from the cafeteria's cold storage. Although the power had been out for a few days, it was still full of ice and had a very good insulation effect. When the power was restored, there was still ice inside. The meat is not spoiled and can still be eaten. Instead, there was no food to eat. Becomes very precious. The green leafy vegetables have basically all rotted, and what's left are some vegetables that can be stored like potatoes and onions, and seasonings like green onions, ginger, garlic, and dried chilies. Here. Seeing Zhao Bai, Che Xiaoli waved. Here I come. Zhao Bai walked over. Sniff sniff. Chun Shuaru sniffed and looked at Zhao Bai with a wicked smile. She is a new driver, but she is also a bit of an experienced driver. Yu Yurong felt a little unnatural. Before Zhou Ying came, she was the one who studied the most. Zhou Ying did have a good temperament. She felt jealous now, but tried not to show it. Zhao Bai sat down. How is it going? Are the new rules being implemented well? It went pretty smoothly. Yu Yurong. It was a little strange at first, but everyone got used to it quickly. Our current job is to clean up teaching building 1 and tidy up the dormitories. When not earning points, some people choose to rest, while others, like Liang Yunjia, choose to explore the public exploration area. Yeah, okay. Zhao Bai nodded. Thank you for your hard work. I'll give you a massage when we get back to the office later. Yu Yurong lowered her head and said, I'm fine. Just make do with the new sister for now. You don't need to carry water, it will hurt your body. Yo. Zhao Bai also lowered his head to look at Yu Yurong. Unexpectedly, Yu Yurong didn't cry when facing the zombie horde, but her eyes were red. Hey, what are you doing? Disgusting. Yu Yurong lowered her head and looked at Zhao Bai's big face below and quickly covered her face with her hands. If Zhao Bai had been cold to her, Yu Yurong would have felt okay, but when he suddenly looked at her so gently, she felt like crying, and all her feelings of grievance came out. Even though she knew very well in her heart that Zhao Bai was so powerful that it was impossible for him to be nice to only her, a girl. Girls. It's emotional. The logic is clear. But when it's time to cry, I can't help it. Don't cry, don't cry. If other women cried, Zhao Bai would watch with a smile and say, didn't you eat? Cry as hard as you can. But his woman Yu Yurong cried. He really felt a little distressed. Come on, I'll give you some candy. Zhao Bai picked up Yu Yurong. No. Yu Yurong shook her head, and her tears flowed even harder. No, you eat. Zhao Bai shook his head, let the child be carried away, and went upstairs. Che Xiaoli looked at the backs of the two people as they left, feeling very envious. I wish I were as beautiful as Sister Yurong. Chun Shiwaru said disdainfully. It's hard to achieve anything great if you just keep crying. Che Xiaoli looked at Chun Shiwaru suspiciously. Chun Shiwaru, huh? Why are you looking at me like that? Che Xiaoli looked at the ceiling. I don't know who it was yesterday at noon. It was like slaughtering a pig. OH. Yes. Woo, I'm dying. No. Chun Shiwaru was shocked and quickly covered Che Xiaoli's mouth with her hand. Why are your ears so pointy? As she spoke, Chun Shiwaru pulled out 2 bags of spicy snacks from her pocket. Don't tell anyone. I don't care about my reputation. Good. Che Xiaoli accepted the spicy strips and smiled happily. Afternoon. 9th floor. Yu Yurong lay on Zhao Bai's chest. Don't you want to eat? Oops. Yu Yurong reached out and gently hit Zhao Bai a few times. Zhao Bai smiled and said, Are you still crying? You're so bad. Yu Yurong closed her eyes. Her beautiful face flushed red with shame. Ding. Feeding the 5-star target fish successfully 5 times. Gained 50 time charges. Remaining times, 271 times. Oh. Zhao Bai chuckled softly. If only he wasn't a jerk. He was a normal man, probably dead. Yu Yurong. I know I need to look at the bigger picture, but I just can't help crying. Just ignore me next time, and I'll be fine in a while. Zhao Bai. I promise you, as long as there is a bite to eat, there will be a bite for it. Yu Yurong looked down at where Zhao Bai was pointing, then immediately covered Zhao Bai's eyes with her hands and softly agreed. Yes. Zhao Bai. Okay, you can go back to eating. Yu Yurong glanced at the time and said, I guess I won't be able to have lunch. It's time for dinner. Bang, bang, bang. Chun Shiwaru knocked on the door of the lounge. Zhao Bai, come in. Yu Yurong quickly turned to the side, pulled up the quilt, and instantly put on a serious face, acting like a queen. But that pretty face with the color of blood could not be disguised no matter how the expression changed. Chun Shiwaru walked into the room with a serious expression. Liang Yunjia killed someone. Chapter 81 No Seats. Who? Zhao Bai picked up his shirt from the ground and put it on. Yu Yurong kept saying she didn't want to eat, but she took off his armor faster than he could take off her. Chun Shiwaru. We searched the public area and encountered survivors. A conflict broke out, and we killed 4. Now, the survivors there have united and are demanding that we hand over Liang Yunjia. Otherwise, they will not give up. Zhao Bai pondered for a moment and said, Let her come to my office. Yes. Chun Shiwaru nodded and walked out with her high heels clicking. Zhao Bai noticed it. Chun Shiwaru changed into a very thin pair of black stockings. It looks pretty good. The makeup is also very delicate. But unfortunately, he now has nothing to eat. Flirtatious. Yu Yurong snorted and reached out to push twice. Hee, but it seems to have burned out. Greedy. Zhao Bai rubbed Yu Yurong's head, got up and walked into the office. Yu Yurong took a few breaths. I went to the bathroom in the lounge and washed up. Not long after, Liang Yunjia is here. Zhao Bai sat on a large sofa chair, wearing a Chinese suit and looking righteous. Yu Yurong had her long hair half dry and was wearing a loose white shirt, black trousers, and black high heels with red soles. She was sitting in a corner of the desk in front of Zhao Bai, with her legs crossed. Yu Yurong has a beautiful face. The figure is extremely beautiful. Even though the shirt was too big, it couldn't hide her great charm that was the best in the Women's University of City A. Bang, bang, bang. Principal, Chief Steward, Team Leader Liang Yunjia is here. Chen Shuru brought people to the door and gently knocked on the open door. Zhao Bai nodded. Chen Shuru returned to her secretary's office. Liang Yunjia walked in. She was injured, with a bandage on her forehead and another on her right arm. There's blood. The gauze was wrapped very thickly, but blood still seeped onto the surface. Team. Liang Yunjia, Loyalty 70, Health 48, Combat Power 990. Zhao Bai, tell me about it. Liang Yunjia. While searching for supplies, we encountered an ambush from them. One of our members was injured, and I got so angry that I killed them all. No seats. Zhao Bai slammed the table. Go back and heal your wounds. It's nothing for you to worry about. Liang Yunjia was stunned. Aren't you going to hand me over? They've formed an alliance, and there are 30 or 40 survivors. This is a force that cannot be ignored. Zhao Bai, even if you are wrong, I will protect you. Moreover, based on what you said, I think you are not wrong. So why compromise with a bunch of ants like them? In the end times, you are either one of us or your enemy. Zhao Bai had given those people time to join them. But since the time had passed, and those people had not chosen to join, and something like this had happened, it was time to resolve it completely. Just right. The conflict created by Liang Yunjia was just a pretext. Liang Yunjia was silent for 7 or 8 seconds after hearing this. Then she suddenly knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Zhao Bai. Principal, I, Liang Yunjia, will follow you for the rest of my life. After the knock, Liang Yunjia left directly to recuperate, as Zhao Bai had instructed. It is really touching to see a father protecting his child in times of crisis. Especially for a girl like Liang Yunjia who had been ostracized before. She had already felt abandoned by the world. Those people who stole her things and humiliated her, shouldn't they be killed? And when the survivors of Building F ambushed them and injured them while searching for supplies, shouldn't they be killed? Zhao Bai said she was right. Liang Yunjia was stunned. Zhao Bai's solution was to protect his daughter and handle the matter directly for her. Liang Yunjia was extremely stunned. After her mind came back to work, she was extremely excited. Zhao Bai is definitely a good leader in the end times. When Liang Yunjia came, her loyalty was 70, and her heart was filled with fear of the unknown. In her opinion, most leaders will choose interests, choose to keep things quiet, choose options with less losses, and sacrifice less for the sake of more. But Zhao Bai didn't. Very domineering. He took on everything in a domineering manner, recognized her, and let her recover from her injuries. When leaving, Liang Yunjia held her head high and chest out. Her loyalty had reached 90. This is an extremely high number. When Yu Yurong and Zhao Bai were together for a short time, they were only around 90 years old. Yu Yurong turned around on the table, looked at Zhao Bai, and made a gesture of wiping his neck. Zhao Bai nodded. Okay, I'll arrange it. Yu Yurong smiled and left the table. Wait a moment. Zhao Bai called a halt to avoid any misunderstandings. He had to ask clearly, do you understand what I mean? Yu Yurong rolled her eyes at Zhao Bai, walked up to him, and sat firmly in his arms. There's no room for our people, so let's deal with the people with problems. Right. Yeah, that's right. Zhao Bai hugged Yu Yurong and buried his face in the mountains. That's great. Yurong, you understand me. We are on the same wavelength. Chuckle. Yu Yurong gently stroked the back of Zhao Bai's head and looked at Zhao Bai like a naughty child, with a gleam of maternal love in her eyes. I'll give you a baby, a lovely child. Do you prefer a son or a daughter? As long as it's ours, I like it. Zhao Bai raised his head. He never wears an eye patch when studying. He could wear one, but he doesn't like it. Good. Yu Yurong nodded. Then, use a pillow. After a while of tenderness, Yu Yurong went downstairs. Dormitory Building F. This is Building G, which is the new dormitory of Zhao Bai and his schoolmates. It is the second phase dormitory of the school. It is also quite far from Building A. The damage caused by AI Xiaoxiao's outburst was relatively minor, and not all the glass or other things were broken. Unlike the 5 old dormitory buildings ABCD, which have single rows of rooms on the south and corridors on the north, buildings FG are newer and larger, with 2 rows of rooms and a corridor in the middle. The facilities inside are also more complete. Each dormitory has an independent toilet, and students can fetch water and take a shower in the dormitory toilet. Compared to those dormitories that are 8-person or 6-person rooms, most of the rooms in buildings FG are 4-person rooms, but there are also 2-person rooms and single rooms. These two buildings are the dormitories of the first-level college and graduate school of a city women's university. It is surrounded by a courtyard wall and separated from the ordinary dormitory building by an iron gate. Not far from Building G, there is a separate small canteen and supermarket specifically for these people to eat. Dormitory 309, Building F. A large number of girls gathered here. The house was packed. There were at least 30 or 40 people. It was almost crowded and the balcony was full. Peng Yuan, a top law student, said, "Those people building up their power is already illegal. Now, they're robbing and killing people. We must speak out and curb the behavior of lawbreakers. We must make the perpetrators pay the price. Together, we will be a force that cannot be ignored." Chun Li, who was in his early 30s, adjusted his glasses and said, "Sisters, we must unite and not bow to evil forces. If we don't stand up for our fallen sisters today, tomorrow, when the knife is at our necks, no one will speak up for us." Peng Yuan grew increasingly agitated as she spoke. "School resources belong to all of us students, not just to them. We must not only demand the lives of those who murdered us, but also fight for our rights. We are top students, and in this apocalypse, we deserve priority access to resources. We must give them the resources from the supermarket cafeteria and give them to us first. We, with our smarter brains, will allocate them." Student Union President Wu Mei: "I am the Student Union President, and I agree with you." Sun Yuqian: "I successfully contacted the Chamber of Commerce. If those stupid women have been brainwashed by that stinky man and won't give us justice, then let the Chamber of Commerce intervene. Give us justice." "Good," everyone shouted. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The room immediately became quiet, dead silent. After a while, hearing the silence outside, Peng Yuan cleared her hoarse throat and whispered, "Who is it?" Chapter 82. Open the door, check the water meter. "Open the door, I'm checking the water meter." Peng Yuan's voice responded. A relatively powerful voice sounded at the door. It's a female voice, but it is very powerful and heavy. It's Tianyu. Her hometown is Northeast City. The name is very delicate, but he looks very manly, tall and strong, with his head almost shaved off, leaving only a small patch of hair tied into a small braid. Tianyu has a manly voice and big feet. Because she is loyal and looks loyal, everyone calls her Sister Yu. Wow. Hearing this sound, all the girls in dormitory 309 panicked. It's Sister Yu from Northeast City. Oh my god, she actually joined the school forces. It said that her legs are size 48, very powerful, and one leg can kill someone. It's a shame for women. As a girl from an all-girls school, she actually joined the power of an outsider man. Don't talk for now, think about what to do. When they were discussing earlier, the words of these girls were more powerful than each other, and they were full of aura, as if they had become the saviors of the universe. But now, the other party's people have blocked the door, and everyone is behaving themselves just across the door. It's the end of the world. Why the hell is checking the water meter? Coming here in the middle of the night. It's obvious that he has bad intentions. Speak, speak. Everyone looked at Peng Yuan. Peng Yuan also became nervous. The people from the school forces were not easy to deal with, and it seemed that the other party still had the truth. But seeing that everyone was looking at her, Peng Yuan plucked up her courage and said, "It's too late. Come back tomorrow morning. We're all resting." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a Bigfoot oversized 48 kicked through the wooden door and entered the room. Bigfoot quickly retracted. Bang! Another kick, and a big hole appeared in the middle of the door. With this kick, the door hinges and signs were all scrapped, and the whole wooden door fell straight inward. Oh! Several girls were trapped under the door, screaming. Tianyu retracted his big foot and raised the AK rifle in his hand. Everyone, put down your weapons, remove all equipment except the milk cap fish guard, put your hands on your head, and squat against the wall. The dozen or so people behind Tianyu all held old-fashioned rifles that were polished to a shine with gun oil. 7.62mm rifle. Anyone who gets touched by this thing will remain silent. Such a close distance. Try it, and you will die. You are violating. Tianyu stepped on the fallen door panel, ignoring the girl underneath, and stepped directly over it. The girl under the door panel wailed. Tianyu walked in front of Peng Yuan, who had not finished speaking, and stuffed the muzzle of the AK rifle into her mouth. Oh! Peng Yuan widened her eyes and quickly raised her hands. The muzzle of the gun felt cold and smelled of butter. The foreign sensation made her feel like vomiting. Tianyu thrust the muzzle of the gun inward forcefully, as if he was going to use the AK to take a throat swab for Peng Yuan, a top law student. Don't you like preaching and shouting slogans? Go on, speak. ABA, ABA. Peng Yuan quickly shook her head. It's too deep. Peng Yuan was almost about to orgasm. Very nauseous. But Peng Yuan didn't dare to say it out loud. She was afraid of angering Sister Yu. If Sister Yu's hand slipped, she would be unable to speak anymore. There were 30 or 40 girls crammed into dormitory 309, but outside the door, there was only a small group. Including Tian Yu, there are only 6 people. This group of people didn't dare to move. No one dared to resist. When Tian Yu kicked the door, they picked up weapons to resist, but when they saw Tian Yu striding towards them with the Zenlisten, they quickly hid their weapons and no desire to resist remained. In the apocalypse, truth may be of little use to mutated zombies. Because the mutated zombies are too powerful, either they are spiritual in nature, with high attack power and wide range, or they are ordinary physical in nature, with high physical resistance and a health bar that is so high that it is despairing. But for people, it's just too easy to use. Even without firing a single shot, just taking it out would be enough to scare ordinary survivors armed with cold weapons into daring not to move in this chaotic situation. Woo woo woo. Peng Yuan cried and shook her head gently at Tian Yu. She doesn't want to die. The reason she instigated the riot was that she had been without food for 2 days. He wanted to make trouble and negotiate cooperation with the school to gain some initiative and get more resources and benefits. It would be easier to talk to him through the murdered survivor, who was in the right. But unexpectedly, they went to argue. The other side directly uses the truth. Wu Mei looked at Peng Yuan, who was so miserable, and couldn't help but say, "Don't be impulsive. Let's talk it over. I'm the president of the student union." Boom! A flash of fire appeared, and with a loud bang, a bullet left a trajectory of fire in the dark dormitory 309, almost glancing past Wu Mei's scalp, plowing a channel in her hair. With a bang, it shot through the steel pipe of the iron bed and made a hole as deep as an egg in the wall behind. Ugh! Wu Mei rolled her eyes. The burning pain on her head made it almost impossible for her to breathe. She thought she had been beaten to death. It was a girl named Jing behind Tian Yu who fired the shot. Crack! Quietly recock the bolt. She is Tian Yu's best friend. Although she is petite, she has a lot of hair all over her body. Not only does she have thick hair, but as a girl, she also has an untidy beard. Anyone who plays with Sister Yu is bound to have a bad temper. Did you get to speak? Are you a whore? Found out that he was not dead. Wu Mei didn't dare to say anything more. She shed tears and shook her head vigorously. The identity of a senior leader of the student union is obviously no longer useful in the current situation. Tian Yu just glanced over there indifferently and continued to look at Peng Yuan. Woo. Woo woo woo. Peng Yuan's face was full of pleading. These guys are just too awesome. They are not on the same level at all. Tian Yu. Defying the school is a dead end. According to the principal, you will all die, but we, the chief steward Yu, are kind-hearted and willing to give you a chance to live. You will become slaves of the powerful, eating the worst leftovers and doing the hardest labor every day for 3 years, and then you will be free again. Slave? 3 years. Chun Li, who had been hiding behind others, was furious. This is too much of a waste of our humanity. With Chun Li speaking, Sun Yuqian also spoke up, holding up her phone. Don't be so arrogant. I've already reported the situation here to the A City Chamber of Commerce. They're saying they'll send someone to take over immediately. Not a single one of our people can be left behind. If you dare to touch any of us, the Chamber of Commerce will never let you go, and they won't let your entire force go. Chapter 83, Chamber of Commerce Manager Wang. Chamber of Commerce? Tian Yu took a look at the chat history, and his expression changed. The Chamber of Commerce and the Zhou family are 2 giants known to everyone in City A. Bang! Puff! While Tian Yu was still thinking, Jing turned the gun and pulled the trigger at Sun Yuqian's head. The huge recoil made Jing take a half step back. Almost at the same time, Jing retreated, and a huge bloody hole appeared on Sun Yuqian's face. The rifle bullet went straight through Sun Yuqian's head from the nose, and the bullet head was embedded in the half-broken wall of the balcony. Sun Yuqian became quiet and fell on the girl next to her. Ah! The girl, whose face was splashed with blood, screamed in terror. Jing pulled the bolt to load the gun. Fuck your mother. I touched you. So what? Tian Yu looked helpless. Why the hell are you called Anjing? Just call yourself Hubai. Jing. If the Chamber of Commerce goes to war with us just for a few pieces of rotten garlic, then when the Chamber of Commerce people come, we'll kill them. Chun Li was almost frightened to the point of fainting and quickly expressed his opinion. Slaves are good. I like being a slave. I just like the feeling of being fulfilled by eating leftovers and having endless work to do. Oh. Peng Yuan, with the gun tip in her mouth, also nodded hurriedly, but there was something in her mouth, and she couldn't make a complete sound. Yes, yes, yes. We do. It's our honor to be slaves to the school's power. The survivors of 309 quickly followed suit. There are too few people here. There are also fewer zombies. This has led to many of them not yet fully adapting to the rhythm of the end of the world. Sun Yuqian died before their eyes, which refreshed their understanding of the end of the world. Know the horror of the end of the world. This is not playing house. You will really die? There is another point, a very important point. In the last days, people will speak with their fists and with the truth. No longer rely on mouth. Soon, the girls followed Tian Yu's instructions and took off their armor, leaving only their breast caps and fish guards. Although it was already May and the weather was not very cold, it was night after all, and Bai Tiaoquan was squatting like a man, his whole body cold. Holding your head with your hands is an even more humiliating action. What you said seems to make sense. After thinking about it, Tian Yu nodded to Jing. Is the Chamber of Commerce really a good thing? That must not be the case. The general trend of the world is all about interests. It seems that the Chamber of Commerce really cannot go to war with their school for such a small population. After all, their school now has a population of over 100, possesses some hot and cold weapons, and already has a tight and complete power structure. Even if it is a Chamber of Commerce, it is now a Chamber of Commerce in the post-apocalyptic era. To deal with them, one would have to pay a heavy price. And Jing, isn't the Zhou family more powerful than the Chamber of Commerce? Didn't they send Zhou Ying here for marriage? Zhou Kong came here in person, but was humiliated by our principal. Don't overestimate the Chamber of Commerce, and don't underestimate our own power. Tian Yu scratched his sweaty feet in surprise. What the hell did you eat? Did you become smart? How come you have more brains than me? Oh. Listening to the conversation between the two, most of the captives became desperate. Of course, there are also those who still have illusions, such as Chun Li and Wu Mei. They both think that Tian Yu and Jing are bragging. They didn't believe it, as the Zhou family, the city lord's mansion, were sending their daughter to such a small power for marriage. In fact, it was more than just a marriage. The noble lady of the Zhou family was so fed that her breasts were swollen. Soon, the other 4 members of Tian Yu's team came forward with cable ties and tied up the prisoners one by one in a backhand position with the cable ties. Tie 5 cable ties together to prevent the possibility of escape. Only after everything was done did Tian Yu pull the AK rifle out of Peng Yuan's mouth. Vomit. Peng Yuan vomited. But what came out was just clear water. Her stomach was empty. I want to vomit, but I can't. Crack, crack, crack. And Jing took out his mobile phone, took a photo, and sent it to the work group. School work group. And Jing. Kill 1 person, and the other 35 people will be willing to work wholeheartedly for my school for 3 years for free. General Manager Yu Yurong. Administrator reward each team member with 1,000 points. The team leader's reward will be doubled according to the rules. 10 free workers will be awarded. Yu Yurong didn't even take them seriously as a bunch of rabble. Not to mention personally taking action. Even Yu Yurong would be of no use if he had a group of trusted people. As it turned out, her judgment was correct. Get in line and go. After tying their hands, they used thick hemp ropes found in the maintenance warehouse to tie the arms and feet of the 35 people together into a chain. In this way, even if someone wants to run away, they cannot. Seeing such professional techniques, some captives with ulterior motives were completely despaired. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as everyone was about to leave, Sun Yuqian's phone vibrated. A video call popped up. The ID note on the other side is Manager Wang of a city chamber of commerce. And Jing walked forward, picked up the phone covered under a pile of milk caps, and pressed the answer button directly. With a beep, the video call was answered. Suddenly, a long-faced man appeared on the phone screen. The long-faced man was slightly excited. Sun Yuqian, very good. Our city chamber of commerce is in need of personnel right now. Someone from the chamber of commerce will be at your school within the hour. Short of people. We are very short of people. The Chamber of Commerce's main focus now is finding people and researching the serum. The laboratory's demand for survivors is like Han Xin selecting his troops. The more the better. I was worried that I couldn't catch anyone. It's amazing that someone actually reached out to them. Are you looking for Sun Yuqian? And Jing grinned. She grabbed Sun Yuqian's hair, who was lying on the ground, and pulled her up, facing the front camera of her mobile phone. I'm not Sun Yuqian, she is. Looking at the huge bloody hole on Sun Yuqian's face, Manager Wang on the opposite side was stunned for a moment. Are you the school forces that Sun Yuqian mentioned? How vicious. You killed a good survivor just like that. It's a waste and shameful. As Manager Wang spoke, he became angry. And Jing let go of Sun Yuqian and let her body fall. Don't even think about coming to City, a women's university. Otherwise, you'll definitely regret it. Ha 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 ha. Manager Wang's face became distorted. Wait, See you later. I hope you can still say such ignorant and ridiculous words when we meet. The call was terminated. Tianyu. The people from the Chamber of Commerce are really arrogant. If he really dares to come, I will stuff my sweaty feet, which have not been washed for 3 days and are nearly 50 yards long, into his stomach. We really need to fight. I'm not afraid anymore. The call soon reached Yu Yurong. Yu Yurong became excited. It has always been said that the Chamber of Commerce is a huge mountain, but I have never really fought against it. She wanted to test the depth of the Chamber of Commerce. Bang, bang, bang. The acting president has gone to bed. If you have anything to say, please come back tomorrow. I have an emergency. Let him in. Wang Weiwei's somewhat tired voice sounded. Chapter 84, Fierce Battle. The Chamber of Commerce's trump card. Acting president, this is outrageous. This is truly outrageous. A vicious group has appeared on the A City Women's University campus and is wantonly slaughtering survivors. I request to lead the team and take down A City Women's University. Wang Liangkai entered the office. He shouted as he walked. Wang Weiwei looked tired. She studied the photos sent by Zhao Bai for a long time. After studying, I feel a little tired. Finally, I no longer suffered from insomnia and fell into a sweet sleep. But unexpectedly, someone from Wang Liangcai's family started shouting. Go ahead. Wang Weiwei wore a champagne-colored silk pajamas with a bow-tied belt around her waist, exuding a lazy vibe. Oh. Wang Liangcai was stunned for a moment. Wang Weiwei sat up straight and became serious. Fourth brother, I have zero tolerance for malicious forces. We do have some disagreements on a daily basis, but on this matter, I support you. Wang Liangcai nodded. Wang Weiwei agreed so readily that it made him feel something was wrong. But when he heard what Wang Weiwei said, he laughed. The little girl really hates evil. Acting president, you are actually very smart. If you were not a woman, I might choose to support you. Wang Weiwei smiled and said, bring your best weapons. Good. Wang Liangcai waved his hand and walked out with big strides. The secretary watched Wang Liangcai get off the elevator before returning. President, do you really support him going? Support. Wang Weiwei crossed her legs. He wants to die, why don't you support him? If I weren't a woman, maybe you would support me. If I were a man, I would have killed him long ago. Such a stubborn guy deserves death. The secretary nodded. I understand. Wang Weiwei picked up her phone and sent a message to Zhao Bai. Wang Weiwei, Wang Liangcai is bringing people to school. Be careful. He and I don't get along. The message came back quickly. Zhao Bai, don't worry, he can't go back. That night, downstairs of the A City Chamber of Commerce building. Suddenly, there was a commotion. Hurry, hurry, hurry. A large crowd was gathering. This is a convoy of 10 vehicles, all of which have been modified with protective plates around them and machine guns on them. Metal spikes are also welded on the protective plate. Beating ordinary zombies is just like beating your son, no pressure at all. Wang Liangcai, wearing a black suit, walked out of the lobby of the building surrounded by a group of camouflaged mercenaries. Fourth master. When they saw Wang Liangcai coming out, all the mercenaries at the door stood up straight and shouted respectfully. Wang Liangcai straightened his chest and raised his head without responding. Assistant Niu Jianghao trotted forward, opened the door of the modified commercial vehicle, bent down, and placed his hands on the door frame. Wang Liangcai strode into the car and sat down. The Zhou family in City A controls mercenaries using collars that can end their lives at any time. The Chamber of Commerce is actually more cruel. Before the end of the world, the mercenaries were vaccinated. It is said to treat colds. In fact, it is the poison that controls them, and a new antidote must be given every day, otherwise, they will die. The remote control in Zhou Kang's hand is different from the Zhou family's. Several people in the Wang family have antidote needles, and several of them hold power together. The recipe is in the hands of acting president Wang Weiwei. Set off. After sitting down, the pretty girl next to him lit a cigar for Wang Liangcai. Wang Liangcai took a light puff and exhaled a large cloud of smoke. The mercenaries quickly got into the vehicles, and the convoy of 10 vehicles set off. The top floor of the building. Wang Weiwei looked through the huge floor-to-ceiling window at the tiny convoy leaving below, a cold sneer on her beautiful face. At the gate of A City Women's University. Crackle. A huge fire burned a large amount of firewood. On top of the firewood, a goat with its hair removed was being carried on a platform. Zhao Bai, Yu Yurong and others sat around the fire, roasting sheep while waiting for the results of the battle. With the exact information given by Wang Weiwei, Zhao Bai dispatched 4 teams to carry out an ambush. This is also a military exercise. After all, from then on, Zhao Bai had to do everything himself. Of course, there are also AI Xiao Xiao and Su Yuyu. If he still can't handle it, he will take another shot. Yu Yurong, relax and trust them. Zhao Bai looked into the distance. That was the direction the Chamber of Commerce was coming towards the school. I'm relieved because the outcome is already determined. Fourth Master, are we just going to go through this openly? What's the matter? Wang Liangkai, we have modified vehicles, heavy machine guns, and heavy firepower. Naturally, we will crush them. After killing their leader, we will try to keep them alive and bring them back to the laboratory. Yes. Everyone nodded. Boom. As soon as the words fell, a horrific explosion sounded, and the entire lead car was blown away by the blast flames. And then the fuel tank exploded, and flames flew. Ambush. There's an ambush. Someone exclaimed. Immediately afterwards, the sound of machine guns rang out. The mercenaries of the Chamber of Commerce are all skilled. Although they did not find the enemy's position, they directly used machine guns to fire at the surroundings and suppress the enemy with firepower. Throw. A low cry was heard. Suddenly, dozens of glass bottles were thrown out from the sky and hit the cars in the convoy. Because the lead car exploded, these cars could no longer move forward. Pa 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 pa. The glass bottle fell to the ground and shattered immediately. Some of them also hit the car. Gasoline. Some of them have alcohol in them. Bang. When someone exclaimed, the flames from the explosion of the lead car instantly ignited the liquid on the cars on the ground. The flames almost formed a fire dragon, enveloping most of the cars. Ugh. Ayah. Some machine gunners were caught off guard, and their bodies were directly ignited, turning into firemen and screaming in pain. Roar. Ho ho ho. A large number of ordinary zombies rushed out from all directions, rushing towards the cars surrounded by flames. Beat. Guns were sticking out of the firing holes on the car. Suddenly, there was a burst of gunfire. But there are too many zombies around. It was like an endless tide of corpses. A large number of people gathered together. Throw. Another round of glass bottles flew over. Blow them up. Someone gave the order. Da-da-da-da-da. There were machine guns that were affected by the flames, firing wildly into the sky. Countless glass bottles were shot and exploded. But this time, there was corrosive chemical liquid inside. After the explosion, the liquid splashed everywhere. After the liquid fell on the substance, a large amount of black smoke began to emerge. Someone exclaimed, "Oh my God, they even made poison gas." In the middle car, Wang Liangkai frowned slightly. The other party is more powerful than he thought. But that's all the tricks we have. The war started. The convoy lost 3 vehicles and more than a dozen people were injured, but Wang Liangkai was not panicked at all, because he has a trump card. Wang Liangkai took a puff of his cigar and said, "Stop playing house with these kids and put an end to this farce." Yes. Neo Zhonghao picked up the intercom and said softly, "Release number 1 and the accompanying drone." Immediately, the rear door of the last van in the convoy was opened from the inside, and a robotic bull the size of an adult cow jumped out of the van. Boom. The robotic bull landed with a loud thud. The several red dot sights on the cow's back began to rotate their aiming points, and the muzzles of the 3 Gatling guns began to rotate and aim. As the robotic bull began to run wildly, the 3 Gatling guns on top of it opened fire at the same time. Bang 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 bang. Meet 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 meet. In the cargo compartment, more than 20 drones carrying bombs were activated at the same time. They flew out with a sharp whistle, stayed in the air for less than a second, and then immediately attacked the target. The school members who were lying in ambush in the roadside ditch were all stunned. They brought weapons, including grenades, rifles, Molotov cocktails, and chemical reaction bottles. But what was on the other side? It seems like a new era. Chapter 85 Wang Weiwei, you bitch. Technology changes life. Listening to the noise outside, Wang Liangkai said something jokingly and took a deep puff of his cigar. With permission from Vera Wang, he brought out his trump card. So, faced with the sudden attack, he was not panicked at all. Because in Wang Liangkai's view, since he came out in person and brought those weapons with him, the result was already doomed. Ha ha ha. Bang. Dang 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 dang. Wang Liang was just about to laugh when the commercial vehicle he was in suddenly shook. A drone hit the commercial vehicle, and the bomb at the bottom was directly sucked onto the roof of the vehicle. The mechanical bull that was running wildly towards the drainage ditch opened fire, but the 3 heavy machine guns were all firing at the convoy. Bullets from the heavy machine gun kept hitting the steel plates of the car body, making a harsh metal collision sound and sparks flying, as if dozens of cutting machines were cutting angle iron together. Meet, meet, meet. Drones kept flying towards the cars in the convoy and directly landed on them. Ding 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 ding. After the bomb was sucked onto the car, it immediately made a deadly sound that became louder and faster, and the red indicator light on it also flashed faster and faster. Fuck. Wang Liangsai's face changed drastically, and he cursed loudly, his face full of horror. Bang! Buzz! At the critical moment, Assistant Niu Jianghao suddenly pounced on Wang Liangkai. The roof of the commercial vehicle, which was reinforced with special materials, exploded directly, and all 4 tires were blown out at the same time by the terrifying impact force of the explosion. Niu Jianghao's back was completely rotten. Countless fragments of the roof pierced his body, and some shrapnel even penetrated his body and injured Wang Liangkai. The pretty girl was a little slow to react, and her head was blown to pieces. The beautiful deep V dress turned bloody. A pair of snow-white ones, both full of holes. Bang bang, bang bang bang. Drones kept exploding. The roofs of cars exploded one after another. The bullets from the 3 heavy machine guns on the back of the mechanical bull kept tilting, and blue flames came out of the muzzles. Dang 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 chichi. Although the steel plate was thick and hard, it was penetrated by the continuous and dense rain of bullets. After the steel plate was penetrated, the people and objects inside were as fragile as paper and were torn to pieces directly. Boom! Some cars couldn't bear the impact and exploded. Explosions followed one after another. Dang 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 dang. There were also mercenaries who attacked the mechanical bull frantically, but the bullets would only leave a faint dent on its body. Hold! Wang Liangkai cursed and pushed Niu Jianghao away with all his strength. Covered in blood, he pulled the beautiful girl's body to shield himself and tried to climb down from the other side of the car door. Now, of the people from the Chamber of Commerce, only Wang Liangkai was left. Meat. Several drones flew out of the last truck again and landed on the roof of the commercial vehicle without a roof. The robotic bull stopped shooting and ran quickly. When it ran to the side of the commercial vehicle, it jumped quickly and passed the car. Then it turned around suddenly, and the 3 red beams on it aimed at Wang Liangsai's forehead. Wang Liangkai swallowed his saliva and froze, motionless. There are drones above, robot cows in front, and a large number of zombies and ambushes of school forces around. There is no way to retreat and no way to escape. Ha 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 ha. Wang Liangkai smiled. At the beginning, he was still confused. His trump card. How to do him. But at this moment, he suddenly understood. Wang Weiwei, you little bitch, damn it. You are so cruel. Only Wang Weiwei has the power to make these things turn against him. Without these advanced trump cards, we might fail in dealing with the school. Bring it with you. But he died faster. The drone and the mechanical bull just quietly aimed at Wang Liangkai without attacking. Wow. At this time, the group of zombies controlled by AI Xiao Xiao and Su Yuyu pounced over. It was a large black mass, and the people who saw it were about to suffer from claustrophobia. Kill me, give me a quick death. Wang Weiwei, you will not die a good death. Countless zombies piled up like a pyramid and pressed Wang Liangkai down. Wang Liangkai screamed in fear and pain. Bang 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 bang. After confirming that Wang Liangkai was dead, the drone in the sky exploded directly in the air. The mechanical bull also made a bang sound, and the light of the red beam sight went out, and the red in the 2 bull eyes went out together. It became motionless, save for the 3 Gatling gun muzzles on it, which were red and emitting black smoke. It's over. This battle started quickly and ended quickly. It was over for a long time. The schoolgirls in the gutter finally came to their senses with pale faces. So scary. Damn it, dog capital. Tion, you cursed. They have all seen the attack power of drones and robot cows. If it weren't for the sudden accident, they were all very sure that they would be the losers. And I'm afraid they are all dead now. Count the casualties and clean up the battlefield. Jiang Yi, who was in charge of leading the battle, issued the order. Yes. Everyone nodded. When the battle broke out earlier, they all hid well, and only 2 girls were hit by ricochets and suffered minor injuries. And the other party? All dead. Not a single person was left alive. AI Xiao Xiao roared softly, and suddenly, dense groups of zombies gathered from all directions. They slowly made way for a 2-meter-wide path. AI Xiao Xiao and Su Yuyu led the team members to walk through and arrived at the center of the battlefield. The thick smell of gunpowder and blood filled the battlefield. Most of the cars had their roofs blown off by drones, and their car body plates were riddled with holes from bullets. Some of the exploded cars were still burning with flames, and the circuits in the cars were making crackling sounds and popping noises from time to time. Jiang Yi took a flashlight and walked to the middle car. She shone it on the 4th master of the Chamber of Commerce who was being besieged by zombies. His flesh and blood were already a mess, and he had completely turned into a bloody man. He didn't look like a human at all, as if he had been skinned alive. Some people surrounded the robotic cow, while others ran to the last van to check it. They collected things that were still usable. There were still some guns and bullets that were not affected, and the spoils were relatively rich. Team up. After taking what needed to be taken, Jiang Yi gave the order. Soon, they returned to the south gate of a city women's university. At this moment, the roasted whole lamb was already emitting a fragrant aroma. Zhao Yibai was in the process of applying the sauce. Seeing everyone coming back, Zhao Yibai said, "Thank you for your hard work. Have more food." Jiang Yi, there's also a robotic bowl. I can't move it. Should I blow it up? No, it will return to its owner on its own. Zhao Yibai's expression was calm. Although he was roasting sheep here, he had actually been keeping an eye on the battlefield. He had a map with a god's perspective and could look down directly at that place. If the situation was not right, he would naturally activate time stop and take action. He was a soldier, but he would never watch his men being slaughtered. High technology is indeed powerful, but human hearts are even more powerful. The trump card that Wang Liankai was proud of was actually Wang Weiwei's trump card used to destroy them, because she was afraid that they could really destroy the school. Buzz. At this moment, Zhao Yibai's cell phone vibrated. Zhao Yibai looked down and saw that it was a message from Wang Weiwei. Chapter 86 Fifth Uncle. Coordinate. Wang Weiwei. Principal, let your mutant baby wreak havoc. I need to shut up the Chamber of Commerce Board and make them reconsider their power. Zhao Yibai clicked on the coordinates. The address shows the intersection of Pingan Road and Fenghuang Road, a city mechanical and electrical market. Wang Weiwei, Wang Liankai has confessed. His secret medicine antidote is hidden in warehouses 113 to 117, Area B. Zhao Yibai was very smart and immediately understood Wang Weiwei's intention. Zhao Yibai, do you believe I'm the principal now? Wang Weiwei, I didn't believe it before, but I just got the news that the person in charge of the power at City A Women's University is a man, and there's only one man there. Zhao Yibai, I'll help you get this batch of antidote needles. Please do me a favor and find 2 people for me. A man named Aiu and a woman named Chen Shiran. Vera Wang, okay. These are Ai Xiaoxiao's parents. Zhao Yibai has always remembered this task, but this is also why Ai Xiaoxiao has recently remembered her parents' names. Without a name, just relying on Ai Xiaoxiao's name would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Ai Xiaoxiao remembered it. That was perfect. Take this opportunity to complete the task. The Zhou family cannot be trusted. The Chamber of Commerce's capabilities are not much worse than those of the Zhou family. It's time to eat roast lamb. After replying the message, Zhao Yibai shouted as he saw the roasted whole lamb's crust had turned golden and crispy. In addition to this sheep, there were 8 beggar chickens covered in mud and roasted over charcoal fire. It was found in a restaurant not far from the school, killed alive. It tastes amazing. Let's eat. This is a rare delicacy in the end times. Because some animals have been infected and mutated, it is difficult to find healthy ones. A city chamber of commerce building. In the luxurious office on the top floor, Wang Weiwei put down her phone. On the huge desk, there was a tablet computer. Specifically, it was the control terminal for weapons such as robotic cows and drones. These things are also trump cards for the entire Chamber of Commerce. It will not be taken out until the very end. The main purpose of hiding it is to deal with the Zhou family. Take it out when competing for the top power. Originally, Vera Wang would not reveal these weapons in advance because of internal strife. However, after she knew that Zhao Yibai was the principal, she immediately changed her mind. The current situation, on the surface, is that the Zhou family and the school have formed an alliance, and Zhou Kang gave his cousin to Zhao Yibai. But in fact, as Zhou Kang's fiancée, she had already cooperated deeply with Zhao Yibai. These are the powerful people in City A. Because of what happened between her and Zhao Yibai, Zhou Kang and Zhao Yibai were destined not to be together in the end. So, in the end, it was she and Zhao Yibai who were together. Now, her trump card is no longer those technological products. But it was Zhao Yibai, who can control zombies, Zhao Yibai, who is willing to let the Zhou family bow their heads and send all the family members to marry, and Zhao Yibai, who is regarded by the Zhou family as a trump card to deal with their Chamber of Commerce. Taking the initiative to use your trump card is to show your enemy that you are weak. The next most important goal is to develop the serum, and secondly, to capture the heart and roots of Zhao Yibai, this rough and brave man. President, the wine is here. The secretary came in carrying a golden tray with white wine on it. Wang Weiwei took the high-proof liquor from the tray, opened the bottle cap, and poured it into the tall glass on the table. A full cup. Wang Weiwei greedily sniffed the wine a few times. Okay, take it away. After smelling it, Wang Weiwei waved her hand gently. As the acting president of the Chamber of Commerce, Wang Weiwei likes to drink, but she dares not drink even a drop of it. For her, Just smelling it is already a huge reward. The secretary looked at him with some distress. One day, the president will be able to drink openly and chat happily. Yes. Wang Weiwei smiled and nodded. Ring, ring, ring. Suddenly, the shrill phone ring rang. Wang Weiwei rubbed her face, took a picture of herself in front of the phone with the screen turned off, pretended to be painful and sad, and then picked up the old red phone on the table to answer it. Uncle Wu, I'm so sorry. I've received the news. I won't sit idly by and watch this happen. I will definitely avenge my cousin. Wang Weiwei, you're so cruel. After all, Liang Kai is your cousin. We both have the surname Wang and share the same blood. Even if he's blocking your way, you can't take his life. Uncle Wu, you're getting old and confused. I don't understand what you're saying. It was my cousin who took the initiative to go to the school, and it was the school that killed him. I understand your grief over losing your son, but you weren't bitten by a dog. You can't act like a mad dog and bite people indiscriminately. Wang Weiwei, you can fool outsiders, but you can't fool me. I'm telling you, my son's death will not be in vain. You little bitch, you will pay the price for this. Uncle Wu, I never thought you would say this to me. I'm so sad. Your son is dead. Your only son is dead. I heard he was eaten to pieces by zombies, with not a single piece of good skin left on his body. Considering that he died so tragically and left you without any descendants, I'll begrudgingly not be angry with you. Wang Weiwei. Wang Weiwei held the phone farther away, letting the old man curse at the top of his lungs. Finally, she said sadly, Fifth uncle, anger is bad for your health. Don't get so angry that you die. It's the end of the world now, and everyone is busy. If you die, there won't be time to bury you. Your body will stink easily, and it will disgust others. Wang Weiwei's voice is gentle, and her tone is very good. But what he said was really infuriating. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and then he hung up. Wang Weiwei sneered. As expected of a family, both of us have foul mouths. Secretary. President, if you provoke Wang Wenbao like this, he might not give up. They have a lot of antidote needles, so there might be problems. Wang Weiwei held her forehead with her hand. I'm a little worried. Worry, don't take action. City A, Zhou family villa. In the locked bedroom on the second floor. Zhou Kong is beating someone. If you look at her face, you will find that this woman looks about 50 like Vera Wang. Don't hit me anymore. Really don't hit me anymore. It hurts. Knock you out. Knock you out. I'll knock you out. No mercy for women. Zhou Kong stopped only when he was tired. Damn, I killed the high-end fireman in a fit of rage. This one doesn't look like it. I don't feel anything at all. Zhou Kong was venting his anger at the school. Brother, good news, very good news. Zhou Ruankai's happy voice sounded outside the door. Zhou Kong picked up a few gold bars from the table, threw them in front of the woman, and looked towards the door. Have you found a woman who looks like Wang Weiwei? That's not the case. Zhou Runkai stayed in Bengbu for a while. Before Zhou Kong started to scold him, he quickly broke the good news. The Chamber of Commerce and the school have started a war. Wang Liangkai, the fourth son of the Wang family, took the initiative to stir up trouble. Every time a convoy went there, it was completely destroyed. Chapter 87, There is no victory or defeat, only life and death. Ha ha ha. Zhou Kong was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Fuck it. I'm dying of laughter. These idiots from the Wang family. Zhou Kong, have already strategically bowed to that Zhao Bai, and now they're actively trying to provoke him. Okay, great. I was afraid Zhao Bai would go after them, and they'd bowed. But now, a fight has broken out. Zhou Kong paced back and forth in the room. He looked at the woman and pushed the pile of gold bars on the table down. I'm in a good mood today, so all of them are yours. Bang, bang, bang. It hurts when gold bars hit your body. But the woman was ecstatic. Thank you, boss. Ordinary banknotes have become waste paper. They feel uncomfortable to use to wipe things, and they are boring to use to burn in fire because they burn too quickly. The special scarcity of gold makes it the first currency in the apocalypse. The second currency is food, livestock, and survivors. Zhou Kong lit a cigar and took a deep breath. One day sooner or later, it will be Wang Weiwei herself who bows before me. No, Wang Weiwei must be proud, otherwise she's no different from these bitches. She should maintain her composure. I beg you bitterly. Woman. Zhou Kong lowered his eyes. The woman quickly smiled flatteringly and said, Boss, you will definitely get what you want. Zhou Kong was very happy. He shouted outside, Zhou Runkai, tell the kitchen to prepare some delicious dishes. I want to have a few drinks to celebrate. Yes. Zhou Runkai agreed. He knew that Zhou Kong would be very happy after hearing this letter. Normally, when Zhou Kong drinks, he drinks straight without even a peanut. It's time to eat vegetables today. This is definitely a real joy. Zhou Kong looked at the woman and said, You are very good at talking. Come drink with me. The woman's face changed. She regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. If she had known this earlier, she would not have said anything nice. The number of people killed by Zhou Kong was so great that a large bus could hardly hold them all. Living with Zhou Kong was like living with a tiger. You don't want to? No. It's just that the surprise came too suddenly, and I was stunned. Of course I'm willing to drink with you. With Zhou Kang's intelligence, he knew very well what women were thinking. But he just likes this feeling, when others are obviously afraid but still flatter him. Jiuxing Garden in City A luxurious large flat of 300 square meters. In the study, Wang Wenbao's old eyes were red and his old face was red to purple. He didn't hang up the phone. He was so angry that he threw his phone, smashed to pieces. Wang Weiwei, such a youngster, had a sweet mouth that broke his defenses and made him feel so stuffy in the chest that he wanted to vomit blood. What is she going to do? What is Wang Weiwei going to do? She's only the acting president. If she were to become the president, she'd definitely make a scene. Kill. We can't keep her here. We can't keep her here. Not to mention, she's the acting president. Even if she were the president, she'd have to pay for Liang Sai's life. Wang Wenbao stared with his eyes wide open, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails almost pierced into his flesh. His wife grabbed Wang Wenbao's arm and said, "Old man, calm down, calm down. That little bitch dared to do this. She must have prepared a countermeasure. At this moment, she has a large number of antidote needles and a high-level weapon arsenal. She is very powerful. We have no evidence. If we openly attack her, what if we lose?" Wang Wenbao pushed his wife away and cursed, "Fuck. Our son is dead, and you're still weighing him in the foot. There's no winning or losing, only life or death. I want her dead." The wife sat on the ground and cried, "Wow, I told you not to fight, but you insisted. Ah Bao, forget it, forget it. Now that our son is dead, I don't want to see you follow in his footsteps. Let's not fight anymore. Let's take a step back. For the sake of blood, Wang Weiwei will spare our lives. I know what you want to do, but even if we kill Wang Weiwei, the Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors will not let us go for the crime of killing the acting president." "Shut up. You're so afraid of death. How could I have a woman like you?" Wang Wenbao roared angrily, his temples gray and he was full of energy, but when he saw his wife sitting on the ground crying sadly, his heart softened. His wife's once beautiful face is now covered with scars left by the years. This is the person he once loved the most. Wang Wenbao sighed and helped his wife up from the ground. "Even if I tell you, you won't understand. In the struggle for power, the winner lives and the loser dies. Ever since she touched our son, even if we tied our hands and feet and knelt down to beg for mercy, she wouldn't let us go. It's like if I were in power, I would kill her even if she knelt down and begged me. So, I want to avenge my son. More importantly, we must achieve victory." The wife looked confused, as if she understood some of what he said, but not quite. Wang Wenbao, "Yuanshun." "Boss." A tall young man in a suit and a crew cut walked quickly into the study. "While I lead the main force to the electromechanical market, you take 2 cars of people, avoid the surrounding eyes, and escort my wife to City B." "Yes." Yuanshun agreed. The wife was stunned. "If I leave, what will you do?" Wang Wenbao, "I've already made arrangements with City B. If I win, I'll bring you back with great fanfare. If I lose, you can just retire there. Wife, take care. Take care of yourself." Wang Wenbao waved his hand and turned his back to his wife. "Madam, this way please." Yuanshun made a gesture of invitation. The wife looked at Wang Wenbao's back, gritted her teeth, and left the study. After hearing the footsteps fade away, Wang Wenbao reached into his pocket, but didn't feel his cell phone. Then he remembered that his cell phone had fallen. Damn it, that little bitch really pissed me off. Wang Wenbao took out the SIM card from the mobile phone on the ground, put it into the spare phone, and made a call. "Notify all trusted aides. Your chance to earn antidote needles has arrived. I will provide a lifetime supply of antidote needles to anyone willing to help me, regardless of success or failure, allowing them to be completely free. Meet at the south gate of City A's mechanical and electrical market in 1 hour." "Yes." An excited voice came from the other end of the phone. After hanging up the phone, Wang Wenbao walked out of the study, took a black windbreaker from the hanger, and put it on. 2 mercenaries in camouflage uniforms opened the door. Wang Wenbao strode out of the house. "My son is gone, so no one can live well." A city mechanical and electrical market. Shops 113 to 117 in Area B is a huge shop with 5 rooms connected together. Originally, I sold secondhand hardware accessories. At this moment, all the rolling doors are locked. The night wind blew, carrying with it the enchanting aroma of decaying corpses. There were only a few zombies wandering around in the empty electrical and mechanical market. Crash. Suddenly, a rolling shutter was pulled up from the inside. A big man in a suit walked out from inside. The big man looked around and said to the phone, "Don't worry, boss. Everything is normal." After hanging up the phone, the big man walked to the door of the shop opposite and started running water. Fuck, I don't know what the boss is thinking. It's a deserted warehouse, and I'm left alone to eat, drink, poop, and pee. It's like the antidote is hidden here. It's annoying. Hee. A laugh sounded from behind. The water flow suddenly stopped. Who? The big man in the black suit turned his head suddenly. Chapter 88 Wild Mutated Zombies. Bang! A sound like smashing a watermelon was heard, and the hammer god Liang Yunjia hit the forehead of the big man in the suit with a hammer. What is a hammer? In ancient times, this thing was an armor-piercing artifact. Don't even mention breaking your head. Each one of them was silent. The hammer head smashed the big man's head, and he was immediately covered in white, with the hammer in his hand. Zhao Bai, who was standing behind, shuddered. You're laughing like a pervert. Liang Yunjia pursed her red lips and said, then be more restrained next time. Zhao Bai smiled. It's okay. No need to restrain yourself. Don't worry too much about my feelings. It's good to have your own style. Che Xiaoli stepped forward and searched the fallen man in a suit and found a pistol and 2 spare magazines full of bullets. He then put his pistol in his waist. Hearing this, Liang Yunjia's eyes sparkled. This time, Zhao Bai brought all the elites with him. Han Wan, Wu Meng, Che Xiaoli, Jiang Yi, Liang Yunjia, and Lu Xian, as well as the mutant zombie AI Xiao Xiao. Yu Yurong, Chun Shuaru, Wang Yingying, Ma Dongyuan, Tian Yu, and the mutant zombie Su Yu are responsible for guarding the house. Everyone carries guns and grenades. After getting the news from Wang Weiwei, Zhao Bai did not delay. The antidote needle is a good thing. After getting the news, he must come quickly. So, after Zhao Bai gathered everyone in the car, he directly used time stop and drove on his way while time was stopped. This is too fast. It's too weird to rush. As a result, he arrived and hid with his men. The big man in a suit who was in charge of guarding the warehouse just received a call from his boss. The girls rushed into the room quickly with flashlights. There were a lot of wooden boxes piled up in the room, very rough wooden boxes, looking like very ordinary things. Liang Yunjia took the hammer and smashed the corners of the box in a few hits. It seemed that there were only some ordinary hardware products inside. She frowned slightly. Zhao Bai was certain. The intelligence is correct. The thing is right here. The information given by Wang Weiwei cannot be wrong. This is not a joke. Han Wan took a crowbar and pried open the boxes one by one, and the girls began to search carefully. Found it. Lu Xian spoke first. Lu Xian has a nice name, but she looks very plain, with slightly dark and rough skin, but she has great strength. What a thief. The corners of Zhao Bai's mouth curled up. The owner of these antidote needles actually hid them at the bottom of these shipping wooden boxes. When the boxes were opened, they were all ordinary hardware products. After turning it down hard, I found 1 or 2 boxes of antidote needles deep in the huge wooden shipping box. In addition, a confused man is used to look after these things. Ordinary people really can't find out that such an important thing is placed here. After taking a photo, Zhao Bai held the wooden boxes one by one and put them into the system space. Go back and read it slowly. Those who were familiar with him had already gotten used to it and knew how powerful Zhao Bai was. The newcomers' eyes widened, and their loyalty soared several points. They suddenly understood why the principal was the principal. It's not just Daijiu's thing, and even stronger abilities. Following Zhao Bai's instructions, Han Wan dragged the body of the man in the suit back into the room and put it in the corner. Even though Liang Yunjia was injured, she hit her head with the small hammer so skillfully that it was heartbreaking. Only brain matter came out, with almost no blood. This makes cleaning up very convenient. Just rub it with your shoes. There was plenty of zombie blood and human fragments everywhere on the ground, but there was only a little tofu pudding, which was hard to attract attention. Who knew if it was tofu pudding or brain matter? The task was completed quickly. Zhao Bai. Wait for me in the car for a while. I'll go get a treasure. Good. Han Wan nodded and led everyone into the car. Use time stop. Ding. Time stop successfully used. Remaining times, 269 times. On the way here, Zhao Bai used a map with a god's perspective to observe the surrounding area and found a big treasure. Let the mutated zombies wreak havoc. Let them wreak havoc. But Zhao Bai couldn't bear to let his babies get injured and lose blood here, so he just caught a wild one temporarily. There is really no shortage. You'll find it as soon as you look for it. Battle Blue. ID, Lord of Resentment. Rating, 3 stars. Health, 2,800. Spirit, 3,000. Combat Power, 66,000. Nature, Spiritual. In the dark night, most of the electromechanical market was plunged into darkness. Only in this shop sparks were still flying out. It's too eye-catching. Zhao Yibai looked over and saw that this was also a humanoid mutant zombie, a blue-collar worker at that, who was constantly welding the angle iron triangular bracket. Behind the Lord of Resentment, angle iron tripods have been piled up into a small mountain. It seems that there are probably thousands of them. This guy couldn't have been welding this thing since he mutated. His obsession is too deep. Zhao Yibai picked up the thin-looking man, put the welding machine and some materials into the system space, walked back to the door of room 113, area B, and put him in. Plug in the welding machine. Arrange the ingredients. After doing this, Zhao Yibai pulled down the shutter door. End time stops. Ding. Time stop ends. Remaining times, 269 times. Squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As Zhao Yibai expected, the Lord of Resentment continued welding. Through the gap in the rolling door, he could see the flickering electric welding flames inside. Let's go. Zhao Yibai casually collected some materials and cars that he liked. Now the space is huge. The spirit is also very good. What you see is what you get. In this apocalyptic world without rules, Zhao Yibai is the rules. Not only did we collect a lot of cars. When leaving, Zhao Yibai asked the girls to pick a car they liked, and each drove one. When passing by a gas station, they killed the zombie gas station attendant, swiped his gas card, and filled up the car with gas. After filling up the tank, Zhao Yibai directly put the underground oil tank and the gas pump into the system space. Of course, he also took away all the items in the small supermarket at the gas station. No shells are spared. Zhao Yibai drove the lead vehicle, an Iveco Jinbei with modified rear seats, and set into the intercom, Attack City, a agricultural products wholesale market. AI Xiao Xiao sat in the passenger seat of Zhao Yibai's car, playing with the Barbie doll given by Zhao Yibai obsessively. Thief. No, Zhao Yibai will not leave empty-handed. It's all out. That must be to maximize the harvest. When Zhao Yibai came out, he passed by there. It was not far from here, and he even explored the road from a god's perspective. The A City Women's University had been blocked by Liu before, but it was not here. Not long after the disaster, the wholesale market was immediately taken over by mercenaries from powerful forces, and it was rich in fruits, vegetables, and poultry. The lights were always on. The Zhou family and the Chamber of Commerce each sent people to guard this place with heavy troops. Heavily guarded? Guarding others is useful. Zhao Yibai, is that a human? He's so powerful he's almost godlike. Before setting off, Zhao Yibai sent the photos he took to Wang Weiwei. Zhao Yibai, the things were taken away, but there was a big surprise left in the house. Chapter 89. The brain is a good thing. Vera Wang, you're faster than I expected. Wang Weiwei was very surprised. Zhao Yibai is too fast. She originally thought that when Wang Wenbao's men arrived at the entrance of the mechanical and electrical market, it would be great if Zhao Yibai could bring the mutant zombies over to show off their power. After all, there is still some distance between the mechanical and electrical market and City, a women's university. The roads in the last days are not very smooth, and the car speed cannot be increased at all. Without a doubt, Wang Weiwei received a bunch of question marks from Zhao Yibai. Zhao Yibai? Vera Wang, coordinates. Vera Wang, prove it? Drive carefully. AI Xiao Xiao screamed in fear and reached out to grab the armrest on the passenger seat. Bang, bang, bang. Crack. Zhao Yibai was typing on his mobile phone while driving, and the front of his Iveco Jinbei scraped against the guardrail on the side of the road. Zhao Yibai, not today. I'll go in a few days. Zhao Yibai could see that Wang Weiwei was a little hungry. I think of Vera Wang. Zhao Yibai was also a little impulsive. There are also differences between 5-star and 5-star hotels. Everyone is good. Each has its own unique benefits. I'm driving. Oh, you mean driving? Unexpectedly, AI Xiao Xiao was still afraid of car accidents. Even if he drove 100 miles per hour and suddenly crashed into a wall, he would be killed, but AI Xiao Xiao's health bar would be fine. I think I have retained some of my subconscious from my human life. Zhao Yibai put his phone aside and stepped on the accelerator heavily. Don't worry, I'm an experienced driver. Dang dang dang. Bang 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 bang. The flimsy metal fence on the side of the road was pushed sideways by the front of the Jinbei car. Just one sentence. Damn it. Before the end of the world, the 3001 sections are too high for me to afford. It's the end of the world now, and the car is someone else's on the roadside. Why should I avoid you? A nice big gold cup. Zhao Yibai drives a bulldozer. Push fence. Push on the accelerator. If you don't care about the car, the fence is like a piece of paper and is pushed back continuously. AI Xiao Xiao stuck out her tongue. I just feel that the master is too cruel. She slowly remembered her identity, a mutant zombie, and her little hands loosened the handrail. With a buzz, the phone screen lit up. Wang Weiwei. As long as your mutant zombie is powerful, you can come here openly and bring charges. Punching my uncle, stepping on my cousins, and humiliating me harshly show that we are not on the same side. Our Chamber of Commerce will make significant compensation, and only then will you be willing to let us go and let Zhou Kong have fun. But privately, you and I are best friends. Even if Zhou Ying emerges from the Zhou family, my Wang sisters will be married to you. Zhao Yibai, we'll see how you perform then. He didn't agree directly, nor did he make any promises. Zhao Yibai is used to watching what the other party does and then doing the same. Promises are something. If there is no strength to support it, it is just bullshit. Worse than shit. Even farts have some smell, but promises don't even have a smell. Wang Weiwei, I guarantee you'll come in standing up and leave on your stomach. Zhao Yibai laughed and was really looking forward to it. He suddenly realized that it was quite interesting to imitate Liang Yunji's way of laughing. It has a bit of a villain smirk. It kind of fits his temperament. In this apocalypse, who can be a good person? Zhao Yibai, strength is not something you talk about, it's something you do. After replying to the message, Zhao Yibai looked from a god's perspective and saw that they were not far from the wholesale market. He put down his phone completely and drove seriously. Talk is talk, and quarrel is quarrel. We are almost at the place where the business is to take place, so we can't joke around. This Iveco Jinbei was also unlucky. The front cover was shattered and half of the headlight shell was broken, but the headlight inside was still shining brightly. Zhao Yibai used the intercom. Everyone, pay attention. We're almost there. The enemy is heavily defended. Go a little further, turn off your lights, and when I stop, you all stop. Yes. Voices of agreement came from the intercom. Zhao Yibai counted the number of responses and confirmed that they corresponded to the number of people. He nodded after receiving them all. The elite are the elite. We were able to keep up with the night work and nothing went wrong, which is great. In the end times, he actually has no mood to clean up the messes of those who are always getting into trouble. It's okay if the people below you drag us down once in a while, but it will be annoying if they keep doing so. Fortunately, the people he chose are all capable. When Zhao Yibai's convoy was about to reach the agricultural product wholesale market, the convoy of vehicles from the large flats of Jiuxing Garden and City A also started to set off. There were 20 cars in the group. Almost every car was full of people. Not just here. As for the A City Chamber of Commerce building and the Chamber of Commerce community, those who received secret invitations from Wang Wenbao's subordinates all left secretly at this time. Go to the A City Mechanical and Electrical Market, or go to the road along the way. This was almost Wang Wenbao's declaration of war. The rest of the Chamber of Commerce chose to remain silent and watch the fight from the sidelines. Vera Wang was really screwed. Then they will also have the opportunity to eliminate the rebels. Even if Wang Wenbao was defeated and died, they would not suffer any loss, and they would still be able to take a bite of Wang Wenbao's share of the Chamber of Commerce's cake. A city Chamber of Commerce building. Wang Weiwei was already lying on the bed, with a thin business laptop on her legs. On the computer was an online spreadsheet that was being edited simultaneously by multiple people, showing that several people were working together, with names, information, and photos of people constantly being added to the spreadsheet. Wang Weiwei looked at the data above, and her face became increasingly cold. What an old dog. He has quite a few minions. In fact, human nature cannot withstand the test. That is the antidote needle, an antidote that can last until death, which is equivalent to freedom and no longer being controlled by the Chamber of Commerce. Wang Wenbao is fighting for his life. Wang Weiwei couldn't offer the same price no matter what, and she still needed the antidote injection to control the huge number of mercenaries below. If those people were allowed to have freedom, and they had guns and cannons and strong bodies, why would they still be loyal to her, a woman? This is the end of the world. Ha ha. Wang Weiwei's cold expression suddenly collapsed, and she laughed wildly. Old man, don't you look down on me. A girl who controls the Chamber of Commerce, you will soon understand that brains are a good thing. It's not that you are powerful just because you are old and have a big brain. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Everyone went there to take a gamble for the antidote needle, but what if Wang Wenbao couldn't even produce a single antidote needle when they got there? On the way to the A City Mechanical and Electrical Market, more and more vehicles gathered, and slowly, there were more than 40 vehicles. Some zombies on the road were shot and killed by machine gun fire. There are a lot of people. The car is good, with a large number of weapons and other firearms. Ordinary zombies are just like toys in front of these people. Wang Wenbao was driving the lead car himself. Looking through the rearview mirror, he saw the dragon-like convoy stretching as far as the eye could see behind him. He suddenly felt proud, and his confidence increased greatly. Little bitch, I can risk it, can you? You're a filthy little swearer, but you know that in the end times, the power of your fists will be revealed. Now, you're not crying bitterly in fear, are you? Hee hee. I'll let you know what a veteran is. Your fifth uncle is your fifth uncle, little girl. Chapter 90, Where's My Box? Sizzle. 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 A city mechanical and electrical market. Area B, number 113 to 117. Wang Wenbao and his men arrived in a mighty and high-spirited manner. More than a dozen cars waiting at the south gate followed the convoy and drove into the market together. If someone looked down from above, in the dark night, this long snake-like convoy of cars, neatly arranged and all flashing their hazard lights, looked really impressive. In particular, many modified MPVs have sunroofs with heavy machine guns mounted on them, which adds a solemn atmosphere to the entire fleet. Wang Wenbao stopped the car. Everyone also stopped the car. Wah wah wah. Before Wang Wenbao got out of the car, the big men in black suits and camouflage uniforms in the car behind all got out, ran quickly to both sides, and stood in a neat and orderly manner. After the formation is established, Wang Wenbao's confidant Jing Mingyong quickly walked to the driver's side, opened the door for Wang Wenbao, bent down, and put his hand on the door frame to prevent Wang Wenbao from hitting his head. Wang Wenbao got out of the car and straightened up. Hello, Mr. Wu. The big men in black suits and camouflage uniforms on both sides shouted in unison. It was almost a roar. The sound was like thunder. As the strong ones in the apocalypse, they are not afraid of attracting zombies. Wang Wenbao waved to everyone. Everyone immediately quieted down. Wang Wenbao, you can call me Mr. Wu now. I hope that after daybreak, you will call me Chairman. The big men were very understanding and immediately shouted in unison. Chairman. There was respect in their voices. Before the end of the world, they all believed that money was the most important thing in this world. Money could buy everything and was more important than life. After the end of the world, they had countless money and the world turned into a huge ruin without rules. But after becoming rich, they suddenly realized that freedom was more important. Controlled by the antidote injection, if the deadline is exceeded, one day without the antidote injection, the whole body will itch unbearably. After 3 days, the whole body will fester and the organs will begin to rot. After 5 days, it will turn into a corpse. That feeling is so painful. Freedom is the most precious thing. Enough antidote injections equal freedom. Looking at his men shouting with loyalty, Wang Wenbao grinned and said, My sincerity is in this warehouse. While smiling, Wang Wenbao pointed to the warehouse with closed roller shutter door. Just at this moment, another series of welding sounds were heard. Because the scene had become quiet, the welding sounds were particularly clear, and some welding flames could be seen through the gaps in the rolling door. Wang Wenbao was stunned for a moment. The people around Wang Wenbao were also stunned. What's going on? Is there someone welding in there? Wang Wenbao narrowed his eyes and said, Open the door. Yes. The confidant Jing Mingyong gave a look to his 2 younger brothers, and they immediately stepped forward quickly and pulled up the unlocked rolling door. Sizzle. Sizzle. I saw that the room that was originally almost full of wooden boxes was empty. A thin man in a blue-collar welder's uniform was welding a tripod seriously. Behind him, dozens of ready-made supporting angle iron tripods were scattered around. Wang Wenbao's eyes suddenly widened. Empty. Empty. Where's my suitcase? Where's my antidote? Who is this guy welding in there? Wang Wenbao's mind was full of questions. He carefully confirmed the store labels several times. After confirming that it was correct, his eyes suddenly became gloomy. Something went wrong. Wang Wenbao shouted coldly. Zhang Yuhao. Chairman, Zhang Yuhao's body was found. A younger brother went in and saw the body of the man in a suit with his brains spilling all over the floor in the corner. Wang Wenbao's heart was hanging in the air, and he felt completely dead. This is indeed a problem. It wasn't that his trusted subordinates temporarily moved the things away. Wang Wenbao looked at the blue-collar worker with an icy gaze. Who are you? Where are my things? Walla walla. Realizing that something was wrong, a group of men in black suits and camouflage uniforms all started running. There were nearly 200 people gathered together. Everyone carries a gun. In the end times, with so many people and so many guns, they are definitely a force that cannot be ignored. At least, that's the case in City A. A group of people pointed guns at the thin blue-collar worker. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The blue-collar worker said nothing, just lowered his head and continued welding the tripod. After welding, he threw the tripod behind him, took the materials, and continued to weld the next one. One of the younger brothers shouted angrily, Our chairman is talking to you. Answer him, or I'll kill you. The sound is quite loud. The thin worker who had been obsessed with making the tripod finally reacted. He slowly raised his head and looked at the people at the door with a puzzled expression on his face. Do what? Hiss. Seeing the blue-collar worker's face, many men in suits gasped. The man's face was covered with countless burn scars from welding sparks. His eyes, seemingly severely injured by welding, were as transparent as glass balls. Such a face was very creepy. Wang Wenbao shouted coldly, "My things, where are my things?" The wooden box in the room. Those antidote needles are his life. At this moment, a large group of people have gathered, waiting to use the antidote needle as a bargaining chip. They will take these people and go directly to the City Chamber of Commerce building to torture Wang Weiwei and then blow her head off. But what if the antidote needle is gone? Not to mention this swing faction he invited. Even his former confidants will probably no longer be his confidants. The antidote needle represents everything. This is the ultimate means for their Wang family to control the massive number of mercenaries under their command. The blue-collar worker looked even more confused. He looked back, and it seemed that his transparent eyes could see things. When the blue-collar worker saw that there were only dozens of angle iron frames behind him, he was stunned. "Look at you, what are you paralyzed about? Our chairman is talking to you." A young man in a black suit stepped forward angrily and smashed the blue-collar worker's head with the butt of the rifle in his hand. With a bang, the blue-collar worker was easily knocked to the ground, and blood flowed from the side of his face. The blue-collar worker covered his wound, his voice filled with fear. "Where are my tripods? No, it shouldn't be these. There shouldn't be more than these. There should be many. There should be many. I made a lot." The manager said that after I weld 3,000 tripods, he will give me the salary owed to me, so I will have enough money to pay for Nyo-Nyo's medical expenses. Wang Wenbao walked up, grabbed the blue-collar worker by the collar, and lifted him up from the ground. The blue-collar worker was very thin and didn't weigh much, so it was easy for Wang Wenbao to lift him. With so many men around him, Wang Wenbao was not afraid of the somewhat strange person in front of him. "Where's my suitcase?" Chapter 91. Your daughter is dead. Dead? No, there's no box. The blue-collar worker shook his head vigorously. He didn't know anything and had never seen the box before. And his triangle was indeed missing. Only a little bit left. The blue-collar worker excitedly asked back, "Where's my tripod?" Wang Wenbao roared, "Did you hide my box?" "Hidden." The blue-collar worker was stunned for a moment. Then he became even more agitated, his voice filled with anger. "Yes, did you hide my tripod? Give my tripod back to me. My daughter really needs money." Wang Wenbao, box. Blue-collar worker, tripod. Wang Wenbao's forehead was bulging with anger. "You're playing dumb and mocking me. You're courting death. Tell me, were you sent by that bitch Wang Weiwei?" The blue-collar worker was slightly stunned. "Are you the one the manager sent to hide my tripod?" The two people were talking about the same thing, but they are completely on different channels. The same thing is, two people. Oh no, one person and one zombie. They are both very anxious. "Hold!" Wang Wenbao cursed, loosened the collar of the blue-collar worker, snatched the rifle from one of his men, and knocked the blue-collar worker to the ground with the butt of the gun. Then, he hit his head hard. Oh! The blue-collar worker begged for mercy in pain. "Boss, please stop. It hurts. Please stop. I really need money. My daughter is sick. Please give me back my tripod, please. I just want my salary back. I need to pay for my daughter's medical expenses." Jing Mingyong. "Chairman, he seems to be a fool." "Fool? Even if he has no brains, I will still enlighten him." Wang Wenbao has gone mad. He couldn't lose those boxes, couldn't lose the antidote inside them, just like the West couldn't lose Jerusalem. The retired aunt couldn't lose the discounted eggs at the supermarket, and Waz Jr. couldn't lose. There is no antidote injection. Today will be difficult to end. Wang Wenbao was certain that if he couldn't produce the promised antidote needle, these people would eat him alive without Wang Weiwei's help. Because there is no antidote needle, what is the Wang family Wuzong? He is just 5 maggots, 5 baskets, who would give him an old man half a face. He has no more legs than others. The blue-collar worker was hit with blood all over his head and face. It was possible that his previous life as a zombie was an ordinary and honest man. Even after being beaten like this, he did not want to fight back. Instead, he cried out in pain and begged bitterly. "Go ahead, boss, and vent your anger. I only ask that you return my tripod to me after you're done." After being beaten many times and screaming for a long time, the blue-collar worker suddenly realized that he was not in much pain. So he continued to plead. "Just return his tripod to him, then beat him up, as long as you don't kill him." "Tripod, I'll tripod your horse." Wang Wenbao's defense was completely broken. The anger in his heart made him hate. "A poor, stupid farmhand, huh? You need a tripod, right? You want to save your daughter, right?" Wang Wenbao laughed cruelly and lowered his head. "It's gone. Your tripod is gone. It's all thrown away and smashed." It's been fed to the dogs. Even if you still have a tripod, your boss is gone. Even if your boss is still alive and gave you money, it's useless now because it's the end of the world. The money is useless. The hospital has long been occupied by zombies. What? The end of the world? What does the end of the world mean? The blue-collar worker's eyes widened. He was confused and panicked at the same time. This time, he was even more panicked than when he turned around and saw that a large number of tripods had disappeared. The reason why a tripod is important. That was to get back the wages that the unscrupulous boss deliberately refused to pay and to save my daughter. Wang Wenbao was dressed in a suit and tie and a black trench coat. His hair, a mixture of black and white, was slicked back with hairspray, making him look like a real character. But when he opened his mouth, his teeth were burnt yellow, and the smell of alcohol, cigarettes, and bad breath was mixed in. Seeing the emotional reaction of the fool in front of him, he almost bent over, his face almost touching the blue-collar worker's face, exhaled a complex-smelling breath, and said in a BT tone, "It doesn't matter what the end of the world means. You don't need to understand. You just need to know that your daughter is dead. Maybe she turned into a monster, or maybe, in the hospital, she was bitten to death by a monster out of despair. A little girl, no matter what, is miserable. Without you as her father, she must be so desperate when she dies. Will she scream loudly, 'Ah, Dad, ah, Dad, ah, Dad, save me? I'm so scared.' Ha 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 ha." The surrounding mercenaries in black suits and camouflage uniforms all grinned. Actually, this is not funny. For a father, such words can be said to be extremely cruel. But among those standing here, none of them are good people. To be absolutely sure, there is no good person. The Chamber of Commerce and the Zhou family have the same way of managing their mercenaries. Since they have already controlled their lives, they will allow them to release their desires under high pressure. That is to say, do whatever you want without any rules. Women, houses, property, they can use the power given to them to do whatever they want. No one can refuse. At least these people didn't refuse. Their minds have been twisted and their values and attitudes have become distorted. Now when they see others suffering, they don't feel sympathy, but only find it funny. This is the rule of the end times. No matter how pitiful the weak are, they deserve it. Who made you weak? The laughter around was extremely harsh, and Wang Wenbao's vicious words echoed over and over again in the mind of the thin blue-collar worker. Your daughter is dead. Your daughter is dead. Your daughter is dead. Dead, dead, dead. No. Huh. The blue-collar worker cried bitterly, shook his head, knelt on the ground, his face covered in blood, and tears mixed with blood kept flowing down. Wang Wenbao was so good at describing things that the image of his daughter begging for mercy really appeared in his mind. He shouted no loudly. Then a terrifying roar came from his throat. Battle Red. ID, Lord of Resentment. Rating, 3 stars. Health, 2763/2800. Spirit, 2999/3000. Combat Power, 65888/66,000. Nature, Spiritual. If Zhao Bai were here, he would definitely be able to see that the attributes of this blue-collar worker have changed. The panel color changes to red. Red, enemy. Green, friendly. Blue, peace. The blue panel, this kind of zombie, as long as you don't provoke it too badly, although it has become a mutated zombie, it will basically always be immersed in its own world, doing what it is obsessed with. Once you become famous, it will be different. That means killing anyone you see and treating everything around you as an enemy. Wang Wenbao was startled and quickly took a few steps back, looking quite embarrassed. After retreating, Wang Wenbao realized his own embarrassment and became furious. Fuck, what are you yelling about? You're the only one who can yell. Do you think you're a mutant zombie? Chapter 92, Lord of Resentment. Hey, guess what? Wang Wenbao actually hit the mark by accident and scolded the right person. Isn't this a mutated zombie? It's still a level 3 baby. With the change of status, the peaceful appearance turned into the enemies, and the aura of the blue-collar worker's entire corpse became different. Although he was still wearing the same clothes and had a bloody face, just standing there, those in black suits and camouflage clothes felt a chill on their spines, and their hair stood on end. Boss Wu, something's wrong. Jing Mingyong raised his gun and pointed it at the blue-collar workers. This thing looks like a real zombie. Beat. Wang Wenbao also noticed it. Because the blue-collar worker's eyes, which were originally as transparent as glass balls, now turned blood red, completely blood red, so red that it seemed as if blood was dripping, which was very creepy. Jing Mingyong growled, fire. Da-da-da-da-da. Bang, 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 bang. Cry, cry, cry. For a moment, chaotic and dense gunfire rang out at the scene. None of Wang Wenbao's men were kind people. When Jing Mingyong's order was given, They pulled the trigger without any psychological burden. SHHHHHHHHH. Countless blood flowers suddenly burst out from the blue-collar worker's body, but he still stood there. Moreover, no bullet could penetrate his body, as all bullets were blocked on the surface of his body by a strange and powerful resistance. Roar! The blue-collar worker roared loudly, and then his bloody and bumpy skin cracked. A large amount of flesh and skin fell to the ground with the bullet embedded in it, revealing the slender, crystal-colored body inside. He was like a glass bottle, and the blood-red color was spreading from the position of the heart, burning the entire crystal-colored body blood red. Ding 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 ding. Many kinds of guns, a large number of bullets, attacking continuously. But facing the blue-collar worker's body, which was now crystal-colored and gradually turning blood red, there was a sound of metal interweaving. The bullets were unable to penetrate his body's defenses and were bounced off one after another. For a moment, flames splashed in the room. Fuck! Jing Mingyong quickly pulled Wang Wenbao back. What a mutant zombie! Wang Wenbao was stunned. At this time, it turned red. The blue-collar worker completely turned red, revealing his angry mutant zombie form. When Wang Wenbao thought about how he had just pulled the mutant zombie's collar and yelled at it, and then hit the other's face with a gun, his legs trembled and he began to feel scared. The gunfire stopped. The flying bullets are so scary. The mercenaries were afraid of being hurt by stray bullets. The blue-collar worker did not attack immediately. He started talking to himself in a loud voice. Why? Why? I just want to get my salary back and save my daughter. Why is it so difficult? My salary should have been given to me. Nyonyo, Daddy is sorry for you. It's Daddy who is useless, useless. In just a few words, Wang Wenbao had already run into the car and started it. Can talk. What does it mean that mutated zombies can talk? The cannon fodder mercenaries below have been blocked from the news and may not know about it. Wang Wenbao is absolutely clear about this. This means that it is at least a level 2 mutant zombie. If it speaks fluently, it is level 3. Killing a level 3 zombie is very difficult. It requires a huge amount of explosives to accumulate damage and kill the level 3 mutant zombie. With so few people and so few guns, the bullets can only tickle the enemy. You can still fight at level 2. Level 3, you must run away as soon as you see it. Pull. Seeing that Wang Wenbao ran away first, Jing Mingyong quickly got into the second car and gave orders. Upon hearing this, the mercenaries hurriedly ran away and got into the car. At this time, the blue-collar worker who had finished the dialogue had already raised his head and looked at the group of people who hurriedly got into the car and prepared to escape. His eyes moved quickly, locking onto the first car that flew out with the floor oil. The image of Wang Wenbao's ugly face when he said those vicious words kept appearing in the blue-collar worker's mind. My daughter is dead. Why are you still alive? You hateful people are still alive. My triangle is gone. My daughter is dead. I've lost everything. I've turned into a monster. Why are you still alive? Die. Die. Call. The Lord of Resentment muttered to himself, and as he spoke, he became irritable and angry, and he, who was like a human-shaped glass bottle filled with blood-red liquid, moved. Amidst a hysterical roar, the Lord of Resentment spat out a stream of red liquid from his mouth. Swish! As the liquid fell to the ground, the cement floor immediately began to corrode with a hissing sound. Even some brass bullet tips that fell on the ground made a harsh sound and emitted black smoke when they came into contact with the blood-red liquid and were quickly corroded and decomposed. Run! Some people who saw this scene were so scared that they almost peed their pants. The convoy is too long. They all gathered here, and it was difficult for the car behind to get through in a short time. So, they grabbed the car in front, and some people started fighting. Damn it, you all deserve to die. The Lord of Resentment roared, and in the midst of the roar, the sound of a bottle breaking was heard. What shattered was the glass shell of the Lord of Resentment's human form. His entire body quickly expanded and turned into a ball of blood-red flame floating in the air, emitting light. The warehouse, illuminated by the light, was all red. Run! Those who were fighting for the car stopped fighting. Those who were in the car suddenly started the car. Those who can't grab a car will just run away. Although they had never eaten pork, they had heard that it was delicious. Wang Wenbao ran away in a panic. They felt the horror of the mutated zombies in here. Bang! It's too late. It's really too late to run now. 10 times. In a few seconds, the Lord of Resentment's body expanded 10 times again. At this moment, his body had filled the entire warehouse number 113. SHHHHHHHHHHH. The surrounding walls, doors, windows, lights and tools, everything that came into contact with the Lord of Resentment's body, were rapidly corroded, making a terrifying sound like boiling water pouring on snow. Bang! Bang! Bang, 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 bang. The Lord of Resentment's body suddenly grew 10 times larger, and the house exploded and was crushed. Countless bricks, metal fragments, and angle iron fragments with blood-red juice were shot out. Ugh! Ah! Puff! The mercenaries who had not yet run far were all affected. Those juices are like sulfuric acid with 10 times the effect. The corrosive effect is extremely terrifying. If you get a drop of it on your body, a hole as big as a bowl will be made on your body. At this moment, the Lord of Resentment has become a large, irregular mass, with a length, width, and height of dozens of meters. He rose into the air quickly like a helium balloon with its rope loosened. Chapter 93 Red Ring. Boom, boom, boom. The Lord of Resentment's figure expanded again, doubling in length, width, and height to several hundred meters in size. He was like a blood-red low-altitude cloud, covering the sky above the electromechanical market. Did I draft it? Pain. Being corroded hurts so much. A mercenary whose face was mostly rotten due to the flying triangle roared, raised the rifle in his hand, and pulled the trigger frantically at the sky. Bang, bang, bang. SHHHHH. The bullets blazed, transforming into an intermittent ray of light in the darkness. But as strong as rifle bullets, they continuously penetrated the blood-red cloud-like Lord of Resentment, but seemed to do no harm. Because the huge blood-red cloud was motionless and hardly changed, even the holes made by the bullets healed quickly. Die! From the huge cloud group of the Lord of Resentment, there was a loud noise that almost burst the eardrums of the mercenaries below. Wallalalalo. Then it started raining. Its blood-red rain. Wherever the Lord of Resentment covered, blood-red raindrops fell. Wow! Almost instantly, 100 or 200 screams rang out at the same time. The Lord of Resentment grew so fast that no one could escape its coverage. The blood-red raindrops penetrated the human skull and corroded directly into the brain, leaving a black hole straight up and down. The brain matter was corroded and boiled, and black, foul-smelling smoke emerged from the hole. On the ground, roofs, car roofs, and green plants, a drop of blood-red rain will leave a pit several centimeters deep, and the raindrop will slowly corrode downwards until its energy is exhausted. In the blink of an eye, the entire area was covered with red clouds and red rain. Everything was corroded and smoke rose, turning it into a hell on earth. The mercenaries who failed to escape into the car in time faced the raindrops head-on, and within seconds, they turned into a corpse with large rotten and charred holes all over their bodies. Ah! Wang Wenbao in the lead car let out a violent scream. Among all the cars present, his car has the highest level of protection. For safety reasons, not only does it have no windows on the top for mounting machine guns, but it also has 5 layers of protection made of special materials. The roof of the car was able to withstand several shells, and it performed excellently, but a few raindrops burned through the protective layer and, with the remaining power, fell on Wang Wenbao's head, shoulders, and thighs stretched forward while he was driving. Several large holes burned on Wang Wenbao's head. The raindrops, which had almost exhausted their energy, failed to corrode his skull, but they also brought him great pain. The places on his body where he was hurt had their clothes burned and their flesh corroded, leaving pits and holes, like rotten fruit that had been concave and pus-filled. I'm better than you, blood, horse. Wang Wenbao was in so much pain that he almost bit his teeth off. If it were someone else, he would have probably fainted from the pain, but Wang Wenbao was an old Jianghu and a ruthless man. He gripped the steering wheel tightly with his hands and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Buzz! Floor oil is very powerful. The luxury car sped away. Wang Wenbao knew very well that he could only have a chance of survival if he escaped from this damn red cloud. When the modified high-powered luxury car can reach a speed of 100 miles per hour in just a few seconds. Die! At this time, another wave of blood rain fell from the sky. But this time, it was no longer a full-scale attack, but focused on the area where there were still living mercenaries and Wang Wenbao's escape route. Obviously, the Lord of Resentment has greatly improved his control over his abilities. Another point is that the large-scale attack just now consumed too much of his spirit. Wang Wenbao glanced at the sky and saw with the help of the car's high beams that the road ahead was full of rain that was about to fall. His scalp tingled, and he shouted loudly. He turned the steering wheel hard, and the luxury car that was originally running wildly on the road between storefronts crashed directly into an open store next to it at a speed of more than 100 miles per hour. Bang, bang. Crash. A layer of red rain fell. Wah! The mercenaries who were hiding in the car and were in excruciating pain from being corroded no longer screamed in pain after this time. They were directly corroded and rotted into a pool. The concentration of rainfall in a small area is higher. Wang Wenbao's modified luxury car directly smashed the rows of shelves in the store and even broke through the hollow brick-back wall. Amidst a series of loud noises, it crashed into a store behind and broke through the back wall. Ha 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 ha. Wang Wenbao laughed wildly. This modified car is really cool. Because of frequent collisions with zombies, the airbags and other items have been removed. Although the front of the car is smashed to pieces, it doesn't matter at all. He successfully avoided the range of the blood rain predicted by the Lord of Resentment. Even if you're a fucking mutant zombie, I don't believe you can keep unleashing such ferocious abilities. Bang! After a loud bang, Wang Wenbao, who had just laughed, fell into complete silence. He is lucky. The car continued to drive even after hitting several walls. He is also unfortunate. The Lord of Resentment had almost used up all his energy, but when he crashed into a wall again, behind the wall was a bulldozer holding a bulldozer shovel. The modified luxury car directly crashed into the bulldozer at a speed that slowed down after hitting the wall, but was still several dozen miles per hour. The front of the car successfully dodged it, and the raised bulldozer shovel hit the front window glass just right. The shattered glass, already corroded by raindrops, broke on the spot. The huge shovel just happened to shovel off Wang Wenbao's corroded head that looked like a non-human head, and continued to move forward, inserting the front of the car to the rear of the car, and lifted the entire roof cover. Woo woo woo. Wang Wenbao's foot was still on the accelerator. The engine continued to roar, and the four wheels of the four-wheel drive modified luxury car kept spinning in place, unable to push the huge bulldozer. The crazy smile on Wang Wenbao's face froze. Run, run. Wow, wow, wow. Large flakes of red rain fell precisely on the roof of the luxury car. Shhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh. There was too much red rain, and it actually corroded the roof of the car, emitting blood-red flames. The entire roof melted away, and the head on the shovel quickly melted into a black semi-solid, semi-liquid substance. Totally dead. The strange phenomenon above the A-City mechanical and electrical market was so terrifying that some people who were already paying attention to Wang Wenbao's movements were almost terrified. Even Wang Weiwei, who knew what was going on, got up again, stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window on the top floor, stared in that direction, and was stunned for a long time. Zhaoyi Bai, thankfully, we're not enemies. Even more fortunately, I came into contact with you before the Zhou family. I can't imagine how terrifying it would be to be your enemy. It's too powerful. It's so scary. All the people who were ambushed by Wang Weiwei around died. Under that red rain, there was no power to resist. None of the dead bodies were intact. After Wang Weiwei finished her pause, she picked up her phone and said, "Secretary, please get me some cool clothes." Secretary, huh? Vera Wang. Men like things with less fabric. Yes. The secretary woke up as if from a dream. But he was in deep shock again. What does my boss want to do? Chapter 94, Borrowing Without Returning. The red cloud that was almost the Lord of Resentment had just formed. Wang Weiwei got up and stood on the office balcony for a while. The Chamber of Commerce's video conference began. At the same time, at Zhou's house, Zhou Kong, who was extremely drunk, was awakened by a violent banging on the door. "What's up?" Zhou Kong said angrily. He has many women, a lot. But when I sleep alone and lock the door tightly. The locks on the windows will all be locked. People like Zhou Kong who have killed many people usually appear to be very powerful and invincible on the surface, but in reality, they are also afraid in their hearts. They are afraid that one quiet night, their partner will suddenly kill them, or that an enemy will sneak in through the door or window and take their life. A heavy voice came from outside the door. It's not Zhou Runkai, it's Zhou Minghuang, Zhou Kang's second uncle. Zhou Minghuang. Xiao Kong, get up quickly. A mutant zombie with a rating of at least level 3 has appeared in the A-City mechanical and electrical market. Hearing the voice outside the door, Zhou Kang's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees and became submissive. "Uncle, give me a minute." Zhou Kong slapped himself twice, immediately found a shirt and trousers from the closet, and put them on quickly. Looking at the luxurious wardrobe with warm light strips, half of which was filled with his clothes and the other half with Wang Weiwei's clothes, Zhou Kong had a silly smile on his face. Looking at those clothes, he felt as if Wang Weiwei was already living with him. Boys are quicker at getting dressed. Zhou Kong quickly got dressed, tucked his suit jacket under his arm, and tied his tie as he walked out. With the help of his clothes, Zhou Kong looked much more upright. Zhou Kong unlocked the combination lock and opened the door. Seeing Zhou Minghuang and Zhou Runkai both present, he looked at Zhou Runkai and said, "Level 3 mutant zombies are serious. Contact the Chamber of Commerce immediately." "Yes." Zhou Runkai nodded in agreement and immediately took out his cell phone to make the call. Zhou Minghuang stared at Zhou Kong. Even though Zhou Kong was dressed neatly, Zhou Minghuang could still smell the alcohol on him and see his bloodshot eyes. Zhou Minghuang said unhappily, "Xiao Kong, as the future head of the Zhou family, how can you drink all day? How can this be disgraceful? What if you delay something important?" "Second uncle is right. I was wrong." Zhou Kong bowed his head and admitted his mistake. "We reached a cooperation agreement with the school a while ago. I was so happy that I had a few drinks to celebrate." Zhou Minghuang's school. Zhou Kong raised his head and said, "There are more than just one level 3 mutant zombie in City A, the one in the mechanical and electrical market." "What?" Zhou Minghuang was shocked. He couldn't believe it. "There are more? What should we do? How many more are there? Where are they? Is this really the end of our life for the people of City A? With so many level 3 mutant zombies, is there any hope for us to survive?" Level 3 mutant zombies, so scary. As managers of powerful forces, they understand the horror of level 3 mutant zombies better than ordinary people. Zhou Kong talked freely. "There are 2 girls from City A Women's University. One has a big belly, and the other is the upgraded version of the missing shocking Lolita." Thanks to his cooperation with Zhao Yibai, he successfully raised his head in front of his second uncle. No longer so afraid of the iron-faced gatekeeper of the Zhou family. Zhou Kong, the owner of the school, Zhao Yibai, can control mutant zombies. Now, he is our Zhou family, and I married Zhou Ying to him. And just last night, Wang Liangkai from the Chamber of Commerce took the initiative to cause trouble for Zhao Yibai. I heard that he died on the way to the school. In the mechanical and electrical market, that is the territory of Wang Liangcai's father, Wang Wenbao, the bachelor. Therefore, the appearance of a level 3 mutant zombie in the electromechanical market was not unexpected to me. He got some news before going to bed. It is clear that Wang Liangkai is courting death. According to his understanding of Zhao Yibai, that daring guy, revenge is normal. Zhou Minghuang was stunned. He stared at Zhou Kong, who seemed confident, for a long time before bursting into laughter. "Xiao Kong, second uncle underestimated you. If this wasn't unexpected, why did you contact the Chamber of Commerce? You still have to make a gesture." Zhou Kang's eyes sharpened. "We in the Chamber of Commerce are an alliance. We all represent justice. We should work together to eliminate these terrifying mutant zombies." There was something in his heart that Zhou Kong didn't say. When the heavy firepower of the Chamber of Commerce and the Zhou family is exhausted, the Chamber of Commerce will have to rely on the Zhou family in the future. Wang Weiwei, it all depends on Zhou Kong. Zhou Ying has also been married to Zhao Yibai, who is a powerful weapon. At this moment, Zhou Kong didn't know that his secret marriage plan was no longer a secret. What they didn't know was that Wang Weiwei was already asking her secretary to choose the uniform for the next battle. After a brief communication, the Zhou family and the Chamber of Commerce held a joint video conference and held an online meeting. What the hell? Zhao Yibai was shocked. Just as he was about to stop time and go in to borrow some resources, he saw movement in the electromechanical mall. They looked over together. When he saw the huge blood cloud with blood-red light rising into the sky, Zhao Yibai burst out with the quintessence of Chinese culture. The girls were also staring in a daze. This is so fucking exaggerated. It looked like a simple, honest zombie with a welding torch. But how did it grow so big? It really became a big surprise for Wang Wenbao. This appearance is in line with the name of the Lord of Resentment. Sure. At this time, the whistle sounded. Immediately afterwards, a lot of footsteps and shouts were heard in the agricultural product wholesale market not far from Zhao Yibai and the others. "Assemble quickly. Quick, quick, quick. We've received an order from the Chamber of Commerce. Gather the troops and head to the mechanical and electrical mall for support. Everyone of the Zhou family, assemble quickly. The young master has ordered us to kill the level 3 mutant zombies with all our might." Both sides have assembled elite troops. Zhao Yibai waved his hand, and the girls around him immediately crouched down. Fighting the third-level mutant zombies is obviously a big deal and the top priority. Soon, the sound of cars roared, and a large group of people rushed out and locked the gate. Zhao Yibai took a god's perspective and found that everyone inside had really left. That's good. We don't even have to stop time. Zhao Yibai is a thief. No, no, no. How can a cultured person steal? He borrows and never returns. Zhao Yibai is a moral person, but not much. Whoever eats meat feels good. Whoever is hungry will feel uncomfortable. Watching the convoy go away from a god's perspective, Zhao Yibai waved, started the engine, drove in the front, and directly crashed open the gate. Before he set out, he used a god's perspective to explore the way and find the location of resources. Now, he went directly to the place where he wanted. Frozen meat warehouse. Put the meat in first. Then comes food. Finally, serve the dishes. Tell the girls to load it into the car. Zhao Bai himself was busy tinkering with things in the system space. The resources brought back in the car are superficial. What he installed in his system space was the foundation for the survival and development of his school, food, and meat, which were hard currencies harder than gold. With these things, he could get survivors to risk their lives for him with a wave of his hand. These resources are very important. Zhao Bai and the others pretended to be happy. Buzz. Wang Weiwei. The Chamber of Commerce and the Zhou family have agreed to fully eliminate the zombies in the mechanical and electrical market. Your zombie may not be able to be saved. He's too lethal and threatening. Both sides have concluded that we must eliminate him at all costs. Because if he grows to level 4, I'm afraid he'll be the true heaven, completely invincible. Sorry, Zhao Bai, it's okay. I did something wrong to you, so we're even now. Zhao Bai didn't care whether he was killed or not. He must have taken the zombies from his house away. The surprise place there was itself an unfamiliar, wild zombie, found not far away. Are you sorry about my affairs? Wang Weiwei looked confused. What did you do to me? Are you talking about studying with other girls? No way. If he could control his, even sows would climb trees. A city agricultural products wholesale market and warehouse. Just after replying to Wang Weiwei's message, Zhao Bai's phone rang. Caller's name, Zhou Kong. Chapter 95, complete the mission. Zhao Bai looked at the big Zhou's sign not far in front of him. He picked up a tomato, wiped it on his clothes, and took a bite. At the same time, I answered the phone. The vegetables from the end of the world are difficult to be stored in today. Obviously, the fresh vegetable resources here were collected by the men sent by the two major forces from the surrounding planting grounds. The tomatoes were very fresh. When Zhao Bai took a bite, the juice almost splashed out. Sour and sweet. Oh my god, this is so delicious. Zhao Bai almost cried because of eating. Something new, this is really delicious. Principal Zhao, I'm Zhou Kong. Zhou Kang's polite voice came from Zhao Bai's cell phone. Zhao Bai bit a tomato and responded incoherently. This is how the world is, the strong are king. Who is Zhou Kong? One of the most powerful people in the entire City A, he is almost the local tyrant of City A in the end times. Whoever he wants to die will die. But facing the stronger Zhao Bai, Zhou Kong had to speak softly. Principal, the situation in City A's electromechanical market must be your doing. The Chamber of Commerce might be about to take action. I'm here to inform you that as a strategic partner of the Chamber of Commerce, our City Lord's mansion, the Zhou family, has no choice but to take action. Look, this. Zhao Bai swallowed the tomato in his mouth and said in a cold voice, the Lord of Resentment is one of my generals. Are you from the Zhou family going to attack him too? Zhou Kang's eyes lit up immediately. What Zhao Bai said confirmed that the zombies causing trouble above the mechanical and electrical market were Zhao Bai's work, just as he had guessed. Zhou Kong looked at his second uncle Zhou Minghuang. Zhou Minghuang nodded at him. Zhou Kong smiled and said, Principal, we are absolutely good partners and a good family. Your Lord of Resentment has caused too much trouble. It has become known to everyone, and there is no way to stop it. Zhao Bai interrupted Zhou Kong. You didn't understand what I meant. I meant to increase the money. More money? Okay, no problem, huh? Zhou Kong was stunned for a moment, then laughed. What a good general. Zhao Bai said bluntly. I want a piece of land in the north village of City A, not far north of City A women's university. Beijing is closest to the university town. Further north is the suburbs, which have large tracts of land. The spring planting has already been completed and the harvest can be directly harvested in the autumn. Have land. They can also grow some seasonal fruits and vegetables. This is a plan for future development. Zhou Kong. No problem, but now is the end of the world, Principal. I can only guarantee that the Zhou family supports you in taking over North City Village. As for the Chamber of Commerce, you have to find a way. Zhou Kong is setting traps for the Chamber of Commerce all the time. The old men in the Wang family definitely don't want a new force to emerge in City A and seize their territory. And the Zhou family. He said it himself. This matter will definitely give Wang Weiwei a headache. Good. Zhao Bai agreed. Digging a hole. Hee. Considering his deep relationship with Vera Wang, Zhou Kong is just digging for nothing and is a complete clown. Lord of Resentment, please do as you please. Zhao Bai hung up the phone. Alas, wild zombie, you've suffered a lot. What they say in apocalyptic novels is true. As expected, in the apocalypse, the most sinister thing is the human heart. After mumbling to himself, Zhao Bai let out a series of evil laughs. Suddenly, in the warehouse, the girls followed Zhao Bai and laughed strangely. The strange laughter came one after another, which was chilling. Zhao Bai shuddered. looked at the smiling faces, and shook his head. All of them are villains. Who would be a good person if they were serious? Wu Ming took a bite of the tomato that Zhao Yibai had brought. Only Wu Ming, a social butterfly, could snatch the food from Zhao Yibai's mouth. Wu Ming's social phobia. The full name is social terrorist. Oh. The newcomer was confused, but the old people Jiang Yi and Wu Ming were already laughing. More than 10 miles away, Chun Shuuru, the chief secretary who was sleeping sprawled on the small bed, suddenly sneezed. She sat up and rubbed her eyes in confusion. Catching a cold? After turning over, Chun Shuuru quickly fell asleep again. Collect supplies, collect resources from a warehouse at will, and the food in the space will not change, so Zhao Yibai will naturally not be polite. The girls were responsible for filling the car. Zhao Yibai loaded the mental power into the system space, and when his mental power ran out, he used mental power recovery pills. He used a total of 5 mental power recovery pills. Consumed 5 mental energy recovery pills. Remaining, 103 pills. Although mental recovery pills are rare, they can be obtained through tasks. It is rare to load such a large amount of materials into the system space for free. Zhao Yibai can still clearly distinguish between the important and the unimportant. Mainly, damn, the system space is too abnormal. The food placed in it is in a frozen state. This is equivalent to putting some fruit in there for several lifetimes, and when you take it out, it will still look the same as when you put it in. There's enough food in this store that you can eat until you die without any pressure. Have to pretend. Pretend hard. When Zhao Yibai and his gang were collecting things frantically, there were already dense gunshots and artillery fire in the mechanical and electrical market. It is already 1/3 as lively as the New Year's Eve 10 years ago when fireworks and firecrackers were everywhere. Standing in the market warehouse, through the tall window glass, you can see sparks exploding in the sky over there, making the sky bright and shining. Wang Weiwei from the Chamber of Commerce and Zhou Kong from the Zhou family have both greeted Zhao Yibai. They all opened fire. The system space can collect things very quickly. The only drawback is that the more you collect, the more mental energy you consume. When the car was full, Zhao Yibai had almost emptied the meat warehouse, vegetable warehouse, fruit warehouse, grain and oil warehouse, seasoning warehouse, and egg and seafood warehouse. Even mice cry. Withdraw. It's fully loaded, so let's go home. Zhao Yibai gave the order. Go home. Wu Ming stretched. She was tired from moving things, but she felt good about it. They are all resources. It feels like picking up boxes of gold for free. These things in the end times are more precious than gold. When you are about to starve to death, if you have food, you can survive by eating a bite. If you have gold, you need someone to trade with you. If no one trades, you can only hold the gold and be buried with yourself. Ding. First task. The system has found a new task for you. 1. Feeding food, in Xianxian. Mission reward. 1 point of goodwill from the devil/melancholy boy. 2. Choose one of 2 or 3. Save the dying mutant zombie Lord of Resentment. Quest reward. Lord of Resentments, blood corrosion, immunity buff, blood rain skill spirit book 10 times, with a high chance of triggering the advanced quest, Where is my daughter? 3. Choose one from 2 or 3. Kill the mutant zombie Lord of Resentment. Mission reward. Level 3 mutant zombie crystal core for feeding combat pets. Some blood corrosion blood. 0.1% chance of a skill learning book/spirit book/buff. Zhao Yibai was amused. Delivering food has a task of preparing meals, and this system task also has a task of preparing meals. And his God's perspective map automatically appeared in front of him, along with the mission planning route. The woman who fed In Xianxian and held the child was on the route he had to take to return to City A Women's University. If he saved the Lord of Resentment, the quest that might be triggered would also be at the Maternal and Child Health Hospital. It's really a side quest, and it is a task that can be accepted or rejected. Sorry, I'm an upright person. Saving zombies? Not even a dog would. Chapter 96. I'm so kind. Rescue. If the dogs don't rescue me, I will. What I will rescue are the mutant zombies. As long as the mission rewards are high enough, let alone saving mutant zombies, I can do anything else. Zhao Yibai made a decision immediately. He has a different perspective from the Zhou family of the Chamber of Commerce. In the eyes of the other party, the third-level mutated zombies are already a huge disaster that can pose a serious threat to them, and is very likely to affect their rule over the survivors in City A. Zhao Yibai looked at it. They are all Kaikuan. Level 3 mutant zombie, 2 slashes each. The 4th-level psychopathic Dr. Li Du was stopped in time before he could even use his skills. His health bar was chopped off completely, and he was killed with the last blow while begging for mercy. It's not impossible to kill at level 5. To put it in a darker way, the stronger the mutated zombies are, the higher Zhao Bai's status in City A will actually be. Someone might suddenly attack and kill Zhao Bai, a mortal. But he is the only one who has the ability to kill high-level mutant zombies. Zhao Bai. Choose Mission 1. Choose Mission 2. Accept. Ding. Mission 1. Feed Yin Chantian. Mission 2. Save the dying Lord of Resentment. Complete the missions and accept them successfully. Time stops. After Zhao Bai accepted the task, he immediately activated his ability. In order not to waste everyone's time to return to school, he stopped time and went to rescue the mutant zombies, rushed back, and walked back together. The job was done. Ding. Time stop successfully used. Remaining times, 268 times. Without driving the big golden cup loaded with goods, Zhao Bai walked to the side of the road and checked the intact cars on the roadside. Bang, 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 snap. Zhao Bai took a fancy to a BMW SUV, so he took out a hammer he found in the electromechanical market from the system space. After a few hammers, the passenger window was shattered. He reached in and opened the car door directly from the inside. Oh wow. As soon as the car door opened, Zhao Bai shuddered. A rich, high-end perfume, accompanied by the stinking and fermented smell of rotting zombies, hit me in the face. The smell was so complex that it was a bit intoxicating. Fortunately, Zhao Bai was already familiar with many kinds of extremely stinky smells in the apocalypse. Otherwise, this little smell would have made him vomit. Sitting in the driver's seat was a female zombie with long hair draped over her shoulders. Her long yellow hair was very soft, most of it scattered behind her head, with a few strands scattered around her ears and draped over her chest. The female car owner was wearing a blue off-shoulder dress from a famous brand. Her figure was amazing, and her indescribable parts were about to show through. Under her beautiful legs, her feet with ruby red nails were wearing a pair of brown open-toed high heels. It's just a pity. Such a beautiful female zombie was tied to the car seat by the seat belt. After being exposed to the sun during the day, she was still alive, but her whole face was unsightly and rotten. In the state of time stopping and freezing, many maggots were mischievously showing their heads, or maybe their tails. Zhao Bai couldn't tell them apart, but there were more than a dozen maggots with their heads sticking out. A bit disgusting. This was before the end of the world. She drove such a nice car and was so beautiful. She was definitely a white, rich and beautiful woman. Zhao Bai sighed a little. He unbuckled the seat belt, opened the driver's door, and kicked the zombie out. After checking that there were no maggots on the seat, he closed the car door and started the car. A good car is indeed good. Unlike the big Jinbei used for hauling goods, although it is durable, the engine takes a lot of click, click, click sounds to start. This thing has a one-button start function, and it starts the engine with just one press. In fact, if this female zombie's head is chopped off, it is not impossible to charge. You can do that. But Zhao Bai didn't need to do that, as he couldn't even feed all the living people. I'm not driving you for nothing. I'm helping you get rid of this. After driving for a distance, Zhao Bai stopped the car, lowered the window, and pulled out a gun. Bang! Puff! A shot to the head. Female zombie, dead. I'm so kind. Zhao Bai muttered something and drove away in his BMW SUV. He followed the mission route on the God's Perspective map and drove towards the A-City mechanical and electrical market. Now, when time stopped, the red cloud stopped, the raindrops from the red cloud stopped in the air, and the bullets and shells also stopped and were frozen. Only Zhao Bai is like a god, possessing freedom. Wherever he touches, he breaks through the fixed boundaries. The road ahead was created by using the Jinbei, making it much wider. This time, Zhao Bai benefited from it, as he could drive smoothly using the relatively small BMW SUV. There are zombies on the road and in many cars. There are also lucky people in some cars. But most of them are survivors who died. After being trapped in the car for so long, some people couldn't bear it and ended their lives, while others died of starvation and thirst in the car. Those who dared to risk their lives were basically killed by the surrounding zombies. The ratio of zombies to humans is too different. It is very difficult to survive if you are trapped on the road. It's open all around. This is a hell of an opening. Not long after, Zhao Bai arrived at the mechanical and electrical market. The panel emerged. Battle red. ID, Lord of Resentment. Rating, 3 stars. Health, 389/2800. Spirit, 113/3000. Combat power, 11120/66,000. Nature, spiritual. The red clouds in the sky have shrunk a lot. Artillery bombarded and heavy machine guns swept across. This made the mutant zombie, which had used too much energy before, unable to withstand it. The blood volume dropped rapidly. In very bad condition. In the sky and on the ground, There were countless frozen bullets and artillery shells, and there were even several high-pressure flamethrowers that could spray flames dozens of meters high, scorching the red clouds. Keep going like this. Soon, the Lord of Resentment will really be exhausted to death. Come to think of it, you were just welding the tripod, and it was me who dragged you into this mess. Zhao Yibai got out of the car and took out the 3-star weapon obsidian blade from the system space. But if you don't live up to your expectations and fail to trigger the subsequent tasks, after saving you, I will also kill you with a single blow. We don't accept males as battle pets. From a god's perspective, Zhao Yibai's gaze was directly fixed on the main part hiding in the red clouds. 200-119. Zhao Yibai swung his sword twice, and 2 sword auras shot towards the sky. 2 bright red numbers immediately floated out above the head of the Lord of Resentment. Call. Zhao Yibai breathed a sigh of relief. The damage was too high. Fortunately, he only chopped towards the edge of the main body. Otherwise, he would be killed by the Lord of Resentment with one blow. Crash. The dying Lord of Resentment fell to the ground like a spilled basin of water, leaving behind a pool of blood-red liquid. The amount was very small, less than half a bucket. Zhao Yibai got back into the car, turned it around, backed it up to the side of the Lord of Resentment, found a shovel, and shoveled the Lord of Resentment into the trunk one shovel at a time. Low health state. Lord of Malice is no longer corrosive. After finishing the installation, Zhao Yibai drove away. After returning to the team. End time stop. Ding. Time stop ended successfully. Remaining 268 times. Boom, 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 boom. An explosion sounded above the electromechanical market, and the red clouds in the sky disappeared. Immediately following, there was a lot of cheering. We won. We won. The mutant zombie is dead. Ouch. Zhao Yibai said nothing, quietly found the tow rope, and tied the BMW behind the Jinbei. After doing all this, Zhao Yibai opened the trunk. Looking at the Lord of Resentment who was only the size of a few shovels, Zhao Yibai said 3 cold words. I saved you. Please ask me to help you find your daughter. Take care of your body. If you make the trunk of my car dirty or corroded, I will kill you. Chapter 97. Back to the hospital. Confused. Deeply confused. It took the Lord of Resentment a very long time to come out of his deep confusion. I have roughly figured out what the situation is now. The person in front of him, whom he met for the first time but felt inexplicably familiar with, saved him, but also had the power of life and death over his weaker self. Can save him or kill him, etc. Daughter. Looking for my daughter. The Lord of Resentment, who was in a pool of blood-red, highly viscous liquid, suddenly reacted and smelled the key. Help. Help me find my daughter. Help me. Zhao Yibai didn't know how the other party spoke in this state, but he did speak. Nice. This was the voice Zhao Yibai wanted to hear. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the advanced quest to save the Lord of Resentment. Where is my daughter? Quest description. Help the Lord of Resentment find his daughter, living or dead. Quest reward. The Lord of Resentment will give everything for his daughter. Zhao Yibai looked at the mission reward and was stunned for a moment. This was the first time he had seen such a reward. You win. Zhao Yibai. If she is still alive, I will definitely help you find her and let her live a carefree life. If she is dead, I will give her a proper burial. Fatherly love. Great. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission to save the Lord of Resentment. Rewards. Lord of Resentment's Blood Corrosion Immunity Buff. Blood Rain Skill Spirit Book 10 times. Blood Corrosion Immunity Buff. Permanently immune to the passive and skill damage of the Lord of Resentment. Blood Rain Skill Spirit Book. Use Spirit to summon red clouds and release Blood Rain. The range and attack power are linked to the spirit invested. The system panel pops up. Doomsday Feeding System Panel. Host, Zhao Yibai. Main ability, Time Stop SSS level. Number of recharges, 268. Level 2 abilities, Feeding, God's Perspective Map, Team Shared Vision, Zombie Virus Immunity Aura, Blood Corrosion Immunity Buff. Mission, 1. Overlord, Team 132/1000. Civilians 36/10,000. Territory 10%. 2. The Wish of the Shocking Lowly. 3. Feed Enshantian. 4. Lord of Resentment. Where's my daughter? Space. 48% occupied. Blood Rain Skill Book 10. A large amount of meat, fruits, vegetables, and agricultural products. Electromechanical hardware materials and tools. Self-healing pills primary 10. Obsidian Blade. Zombie Detoxification Serum 3. Mental Power Recovery Pills 103. Gold UZI. Team, 132 people. God's Perspective Map. Zhao Yibai glanced at the changes in the data. The number of civilians had increased a bit. Probably, the disobedient students invited from dormitory building F were counted in. Well, captives, no. Slaves, no. It was the disobedient students. Disobedient people were also counted as civilians. Keep sending. After dealing with the Lord of Resentment, Zhao Bai returned to the large cup in front, continued driving, and issued orders using the walkie-talkie. Continue. The girls were a little confused. Didn't we just say we were leaving? But soon, they realized that their principal had just gone out to do something and had just returned. The convoy set off smoothly. A city maternal and child health hospital was on the only way back. When they arrived at the hospital gate, Zhao Yibai asked the girls to take the supplies back first, while he drove the Jinbei car with the BMW SUV behind it and drove directly into the hospital. In front of the tall outpatient building, the stench of decay is still strong, accompanied by some moldy and burnt smells. The flames from the fire pit and car wreckage left on the ground during the last battle with the resentful woman have been extinguished, but the signs of corrosion and burning have not changed much. It seemed that no one had been here since I left last time. Zhao Yibai carried a bucket, and just as he picked up the shovel, the Lord of Resentment cooperated and flowed directly into the bucket. No need to shovel, I can walk. With the control of the Lord of Resentment, it will not corrode the iron barrel. Zhao Yibai, I'll take you around, and you can smell your daughter's scent carefully. The Lord of Resentment has become a mess, so he certainly can't produce photos or anything like that. If he were to describe it with his mouth, where would Zhao Yibai find it? He has to smell it himself. Zhao Yibai just helps him. Since the system said that the mission ends in this hospital, it must be here. Good. The Lord of Resentment made a sound, and soon he added, I sense many powerful auras in here. Why are you scared? No, I'm not afraid. I'm already in this state. What else is there to be afraid of? You're a good person. Otherwise, why don't you stay in? I'll go in and find her. You've already helped me a lot, saving me and bringing me to the hospital where my daughter is. After a moment of silence, Zhao Yibai smiled and said, I'm free anyway, so I'll walk around with you. Is this a simple and honest person? If someone gives Zhao Yibai a nice guy card, especially a woman, Zhao Yibai will fuck her hard. But the tone of the Lord of Resentment was sincere. This is the corpse of a person who knows how to be grateful. Zhao Yibai is a soft-hearted person, so seeing the Lord of Resentment doing this, he is more willing to help. Zhao Yibai took out a double-strap backpack from the system space, which he had looted from the girls' dormitory. He put all the things inside, such as power banks, bread, data cables, cosmetics, wet wipes, etc., into the system space. Zhao Yibai also took out water, food, and fruit and put them in, filling it up, and carried it on his back. Zhao Yibai was carrying a school bag, holding a bucket in his left hand and a shovel in his right hand. Roar. Haven't been here for a while. The little zombies here seem to have forgotten how powerful Zhao Yibai is. The Lord of Resentment in the barrel is just a low-health creature and cannot control these things. Roar, roar, roar. Zhao Yibai imitated the zombies' roar and roared even louder than the zombies. Ho ho ho. The zombies seemed to sense the provocation. A middle-aged zombie in a white nurse uniform roared angrily and rushed towards Zhao Yibai first. Behind her were a dozen young nurses. They rushed towards Zhao Yibai together. Bang! Zhao Yibai held a shovel in one hand and knocked the middle-aged nurse zombie over with one shovel. A shovel hit the zombie hard, knocking its head crooked. For ugly zombies. Every attack by Zhao Yibai was a critical hit. Damn, if only you weren't zombies. Looking at a group of fragrant young nurses rushing towards him, Zhao Yibai took a deep breath into the air. These zombies are well maintained and not very rotten, and the fragrance on their bodies is stronger than the zombie smell. They all look pretty good. It's a young one. Mainly, the nurse sister has a positive effect on Zhao Yibai's favorability. The Lord of Resentment in the barrel flows back and forth. A little anxious. Can you handle them? I've recovered some strength and can make a move, but it's easy to attract the bad guys who stole my tripod. Who stole the tripod? Zhao Yibai almost choked on his own saliva. I can handle it. Zhao Yibai even put the shovel aside. Roar. Little fist, hit your chest. Bang. Zhao Yibai threw a punch. A zombie's chest was hit so hard that it caved in, and the whole body suddenly fell to the ground. Hiss. Zhao Yibai sniffed his fist. Oh, it smelled so good. He began to destroy the corpse with brutal hands. He is immune to the zombie virus and is strong and healthy. These small zombies weighing 80 or 90 kilograms and having no strength can't hurt him at all. Fighting zombies is a pleasure. Roar. The middle-aged zombie climbed up with his head tilted and rushed towards Zhao Yibai again. Get lost. What the hell are you doing here? Zhao Yibai summoned the golden Uzi and a string of bullets. Da-da-da-da-da-da. made the middle-aged zombie dance on the spot, turned into a sieve, and fell dead. Ouch! A group of young zombies shouted and rushed towards Zhao Bai. Zhao Bai put away his gun with a hee sound and started a fierce fist-to-flesh fight with the zombies again. Lord of Resentment. Chapter 98 Nyonyo. Do you feel anything? No. What about now? Do you feel anything? Yes, I feel it. Does it feel a little bigger? It's so big. Bang! Crack! Zhao Bai chopped the door with a shovel, and immediately, the wooden door, which was only for protection against gentlemen but not against violence, was chopped through. The shovel blade was also very sharp. Zhao Bai stomped his foot forward. Immediately, the door fell to the ground with a thud. It's her. My Nyonyo. The Lord of Resentment in the barrel became excited, and his sticky liquid body almost boiled inside the barrel. Zhao Bai came to the bedside and saw a girl of about 14 or 15 years old lying there motionless with a pale face and chapped lips. He used a god's perspective to search for targets of similar age, and then, with the Lord of Resentment, he sensed each place one by one. Nyonyo. Daddy is stupid. Daddy is foolish. Daddy doesn't know the end of the world is coming. Daddy is too late. There was a cry from inside the barrel, accompanied by a sound of grief. Zhao Bai frowned. Wait a minute. Lord of Resentment. Okay. Zhao Bai reached out and felt the girl's breathing. She was still breathing, but her breathing was very weak. Nyonyo. Zhao Bai shook the girl in the hospital gown. Seeing that Huang was unconscious, Zhao Bai pinched the girl's philtrum. He has a magic self-healing pill, but the limitation is that it can only be used by team members and outsiders cannot use it. Can't wake up. We can only take him back and let the doctor try to save him. The girl Nyonyo slowly opened her eyes. Pinching the Rinzhong point is really useful. Zhao Bai learned this trick from watching it on TV. Brother, are you an angel? The girl Nyonyo looked at Zhao Bai with her dark eyes. She was very calm, but because she hadn't drunk water for a long time, her lips were almost stuck together and her voice was very weak. The Lord of Resentment remained absolutely calm. He was extremely excited to see his daughter wake up. But after the excitement, he felt extremely inferior. Now, he didn't want his daughter to see his monstrous appearance, fearing that he would scare her. I'm not an angel, I'm a bad guy. Zhao Bai took out a bottle of water from the system space, poured a small bottle cap of water, and poured it on the girl's lips to moisturize her lips. Feeling the cool sweetness of the water droplets, the girl Nyonyo pursed her lips and her expression became excited. I'm still alive. Congratulations, little girl, on returning to the human world. Zhao Bai helped Nyonyo up, kept her sitting, and put the mineral water bottle to her mouth. Drink in small amounts, in multiple sips, and slowly. Your body can't handle guzzling. Nyonyo stared at Zhao Bai for 5 full seconds before drinking the water, taking small sips, as Zhao Bai instructed. Only those who are thirsty will understand the value of the saying that water is the best drink. So sweet. It's so delicious. As small sips of water passed through her mouth, slid through her esophagus, and fell into her stomach, it was like the dry earth welcoming the rain. The rare vitality in the girl's body began to burst out again. But just half a bottle of water allowed the girl to recover half of her life, and her pale face had some color of life. The Lord of Resentment was silent, extremely silent. Zhao Bai probably guessed what he was thinking. Poor parents in the world. Zhao Bai picked up his phone and called the night shift at the school. Cook some millet porridge. Yes, principal. The other party agreed immediately. Zhao Bai remembered that after not eating for a long time, he should start with liquid food before eating again, and then slowly activate the functions of the body's organs before eating normally. When people are too fragile, eating a full meal can easily lead to indigestion and infarction. The girl Nyonyo looked at Zhao Bai, her dark eyes sparkling. You are not a bad person. I am. Zhao Bai reiterated. The girl Nyonyo. That's also a good bad guy. That's fine. Remember, I'm not a good person. Zhao Bai went out to find a wheelchair, pushed it in, picked up the girl Nyonyo, and put her on it. Light. It doesn't weigh much. It was as if the girl's body had been hollowed out by the disease, leaving only a shell. Zhao Bai was very cautious, fearing that if he used too much force, the girl would die in his arms. This girl is really too weak. Zhao Bai pushed the wheelchair with one hand and carried the bucket with the other, walked out of the ward, opened the elevator, got in, and pressed the button for the 4th floor. When I came up, I killed all the zombies in the elevator and kicked the remaining ones into the corner, so it didn't affect the use of the elevator. After reaching the 4th floor, Zhao Bai pushed the wheelchair out and took the bucket out again. Woo! The girl Nyonyo's face turned very ugly. The world outside is different from what she imagined. The corridor was littered with bloody footprints and handprints, as well as bloodstains where living people were dragged away by zombies. There was a corpse in the elevator. The fourth floor was even more extreme. A mixture of fat and blood was spread on the ground. At this moment, the yellow fat that was not exposed to the sun during the day had become cold and some of it had solidified. It had fermented in places where the sun could reach. The mixed smell is particularly unpleasant, like the smell of meat that has been rotten for a long time and then fried in oil. If you're scared, close your eyes. Zhao Yibai took out a mask from the system space and put it in Nyo-Nyo's hand. Nyo-Nyo put on a mask, but after thinking about it, she took it off. If you can do it, I can do it too. To survive, you have to adapt to these things. You saved me, and I can't keep holding you back. The girl is very young. This cognition is beyond that of some older adults. Only those who have a clear understanding of the end of the world, themselves, and human nature, and who are also lucky, can live long in the end of the world. In Xianxian, come out with the child in your arms. The community is here to bring you warmth. Zhao Yibai observed the position of the young woman In Xianxian from a god's perspective, and he shouted directly. Roar! A zombie at the end of the corridor heard the human voice and rushed over with a roar. Zhao Yibai almost ignored the zombie. When it came in front of him, he suddenly kicked it. This kick hit the male zombie in the chest. Bang! The male zombie was kicked away. Zhao Yibai took a few steps and caught up. The male zombie struggled to get up, but before he could get up, Zhao Yibai's 40-plus foot stomped on the male zombie's face. Bang! 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 Puff! Zhao Yibai had an expressionless face as he stomped his feet 4 times. With each stomp, the zombie trembled all over and its chest arched upwards. With the 4th stomp, the zombie's rotten and not very strong head was directly crushed. At the moment of being stomped to pieces, the shattered skull and brain matter like scattered egg yolks splattered in all directions, some even flying 3 or 4 meters away. In a wheelchair, Nyo-Nyo opened her mouth slightly, and she was deeply shocked when she saw this scene. So handsome. Zhao Yibai was a little impatient. It's safe. Hurry out. I've been busy most of the night. He was also a little sleepy. Finish the task quickly and go back to sleep. With a creaky sound, the door of a ward opened. Is it you? In Xianxian was holding the child and was a little surprised to see Zhao Yibai standing in the corridor. The child also looked at Zhao Yibai with round eyes. Zhao Yibai took off the school bag on his back and put it on the ground. I'm passing by and will give you some resources. Chapter 99, No Borrowing. Thank you. That's very much appreciated. In Xianxian was stunned for a moment, then immediately thanked him. In the end times, the most precious thing is food. This was the second time that Zhao Yibai, a stranger to her, had given her resources. I just finished eating the one I gave you last time. In Xianxian was still worrying about what to do next, so she continued to prepare the food. Hee hee. The child in In Xianxian's arms suddenly laughed. The baby laughed. Haha, big brother, thank you. The child is also thanking you. In Xianxian glanced at the child and smiled. After pursing her lips, In Xianxian made an important decision. Brother, I have nothing to thank you for. Otherwise, if you don't mind, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Zhao Yibai immediately waved his hand and interrupted In Xianxian. I went back, pushed Nyo-Nyo, picked up the bucket, and got into the elevator. Oh. In Xianxian was stunned for a moment. She looked down at herself and said, Isn't it because I'm pretty that they keep giving me food? Is it because they want something? In Xianxian felt a little lost. She had finally made up her mind to make this choice, and it was unfair to her husband who had turned into a zombie. Well, watching Zhao Yibai running away without even looking back, In Xianxian looked at the huge backpack on the ground. The backpack was bulging, as if it contained a lot of things. She squatted down and opened her backpack. Yeah, fruit, big apples, and tomatoes. Looking at the things inside, In Xianxian became happy again. It is extremely difficult to find food to fill your stomach, let alone fresh fruit. Below the fresh fruits are instant noodles, canned meat, biscuits, and clean bottled water. Okay, that's great, baby, we have fresh fruit to eat. In Xianxian excitedly shook the child in her arms. Not far away, in the ward, there are still 5 survivors left from last time. They heard the noise outside, but did not dare to move. Fruit, someone sent her some fruit. A middle-aged woman who was a family member of a patient was a little impatient. When she heard the word fruit, her mouth began to drool like crazy. Wanna eat? I miss you so much. During this time, they basically relied on the secondary water in the fire hose to fill their stomachs and survive. I have almost forgotten what fruits and normal food taste like. I heard it, and there were tomatoes, and it seemed like there were a lot of things. Neither of them are deaf. But she has it, not us. Those who bullied her and stole her food disappeared inexplicably, without even a corpse left. And the food. Suddenly, the room fell silent. Before, they all lived together in the utility room. They did not choose to follow Zhao Yibai, but they did not wait for rescue. The food that Zhao Yibai left for Yin Qianqian suddenly became the envy of everyone. At the beginning, they were still patient. After all, Yin Qianqian had just given birth and was taking care of the baby, which was not easy. Is it human nature to steal food from such a person? After enduring for half an hour and confirming that Zhao Yibai had left, someone started to attack the food, beat Yin Qianqian up, and snatched the food away. However, the next day, the people who took action disappeared. The food was placed in front of Yin Qianqian again. Those that had not been eaten were in normal condition, while those that had been eaten seemed to have been taken out of the stomach, mixed with gastric juice and blood, and there was nothing missing, and they were just right. Yin Qianqian was still harmless, holding the baby, looking normal, smiling all day long. But it almost scared the remaining survivors to death. They left the utility room and bravely went to a ward without zombies, away from Yin Qianqian and the child. Now, they were excited again. But when I thought about what had happened, the flame of excitement was extinguished in an instant. Eating is an important thing. But first of all, you have to live. La 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 da la 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 la. Yin Qianqian hummed a little tune happily, holding the child in one hand and dragging the backpack into the ward with the other. Before entering the room, she glanced at the rooms of the survivors with a look of disbelief. After a pause, she returned to the room and closed the door. Baby, do you think they will come and snatch the food? Oh, I forgot. You are still so young and can't even speak. Yin Qianqian lay on the bed, holding the baby, and closed her eyes. Before, I tried to have an abortion several times, but I couldn't get rid of you. I felt really ashamed. Now I'm so glad that I have you and can be with you. If I didn't have you, I probably wouldn't have been able to live any longer. These are Yin Qianqian's heartfelt words. In this world, people eat each other. So far, she has only met one good man, Zhao Yibai. Yin Qianqian didn't notice that the baby's expression changed drastically when he heard these words. His big round eyes turned into triangular shapes, full of resentment, and his toothless mouth was covered with dense, sharp teeth. When Yin Qianqian opened her eyes, the baby quickly became cute, chubby, and very attractive. Yin Qianqian touched the baby's head and said, "Mom will take care of you and keep you alive." There was a sentence that Yin Qianqian hid in her heart, but she didn't say it out loud. Even if you are a monster. She knew it a long time ago. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door. The middle-aged woman came over. Fruit is so tempting. Since robbing doesn't work, how about borrowing? Yin Qianqian, the door is not locked. She is a traditional woman from City A. She is not very pretty, but not ugly either, and has a gentle voice. The middle-aged woman pushed open the door and walked in. Her eyes were immediately fixed on the backpack on the ground. The zipper of the backpack was open, and most of the fruits and food inside were exposed. The middle-aged woman's breathing became heavy. Now, to her, the things in this backpack are more tempting than a backpack full of gold, pearls, and agate. Xiaoyin, I'm really hungry and my mouth is dry. I don't mean any harm. Can you lend me some food? Fruit is fine too. I'm not picky. Auntie. Yin Qianqian shook her head gently. I'm very sorry, it's the end of the world now, and the children and I don't have enough food, so I can't lend it to you. Her voice was gentle and not loud, and she looked easy to bully, but the content of her words was a rejection. Thump. The middle-aged woman knelt on the ground. I'm begging you, Auntie. Yin Qianqian still shook her head. If I can get food by kneeling, I can kneel to you and keep kneeling. The middle-aged woman stared at the apple in her bag. You were the one who refused to lend it to me. You were the one who refused to lend it to me first. You forced me to do it. Greedy. So greedy. The middle-aged woman's current thinking is that it is worth it to eat a bite, even if she dies. She got up from the ground, rushed towards the backpack, and headed straight for the big red apple. Yin Qianqian opened her eyes wide, and her originally gentle and intellectual face was completely replaced by a crazy smile. Auntie, you can't do this. If you force me to borrow food, then I will also force you to borrow some food. Chapter 100. It's dawn? It's dark. Crack, crack, crack. The middle-aged woman chewed the red apple in big mouthfuls. The flesh was crisp and sweet, so sweet. Yes, this is what apples taste like. Sweet apple. I haven't touched sugar for so long. It's so wonderful to have both water and sugar. The middle-aged woman chewed and ate voraciously. I've already eaten it anyway. Could he even kill me and rip my stomach out? The middle-aged woman glanced in the direction of Yin Qianqian, but suddenly found that Yin Qianqian was gone. The baby lay on the small bedside table in the hospital, motionless, as if dead. The middle-aged woman was startled, and an extremely cold feeling quickly rose from her tailbone to the top of her head. Could it be that the food those people ate before was really dug out from the stomach? Yin Qianqian's face was full of smiles, but her forehead was bruised, so bruised that it had turned black. The middle-aged woman turned around suddenly and saw Yin Qianqian holding a pair of bloody scissors in her hand, looking at her with a silly smile. The lights were still on in the house. The incandescent light strips in the hospital seemed to have been used for a long time. They had turned yellow, and the light was not very bright. When the middle-aged woman looked at Yin Qianqian, the light strip made a crackling sound of electricity, and the light flickered. In the flash of light, the middle-aged woman saw that Yin Qianqian actually had two shadows, one big and one small. The smaller one looked like a baby. Ah! The shrill screams pierced the night sky, very loud. Yin Qianqian cut the apple accurately into her stomach, and while the apple wasn't particularly broken, she began to taste it. Wow! The apple tastes so good. The middle-aged woman did not die. She just watched Yin Qianqian eat the food bite by bite. She wanted to resist and call for help. But after a scream, she could no longer make any sound and could only watch in horror. Want to die? None of them can die. Yin Qianqian did not waste anything. She reached her hand in and dug into her esophagus. She only stopped after she had eaten everything. Auntie, there are too few nutritious foods in the apocalypse. I have some food, but it's not good to eat. So, I took my apple back and wanted to borrow some food from you. I heard that eating meat is very nutritious and can help increase milk production. You borrowed it from me first, and now it's my turn. It seems that Yin Qianqian is a very reasonable woman. What you eat will replenish what you gain. Yin Qianqian thought about it. Let's eat something more important first. Maybe next time the kind-hearted brother comes and sees that I'm well-nourished and doesn't look like someone who just gave birth, he'll like me even more. Yin Qianqian picked up the knife, stabbed it in with a swish, and spun it around fiercely. The middle-aged woman regretted it so much. It's really green. Yin Qianqian saw it all, and blood was flowing out of the wound. Yin Qianqian started eating nutritious food. Not far from the door, the rest of the people were ready to make a move. But after hearing the screams, they all turned pale. What exactly happened? Driven by curiosity, they came to the door together and looked inside through the crack in the door that was not closed. This look. They all laughed. When people are extremely frightened and speechless, they cannot control their expressions and will laugh. They also regretted it. But it is not known whether the intestines are green or not. They fled in a hurry. Yin Qianqian inside was concentrating on eating her food without any other reaction. Until the baby on the bedside table opened his eyes again, Yin Qianqian stopped eating meat and his face returned to normal. Chuckle. On the bedside table, the baby laughed. Yin Qianqian looked at the scene in front of her. Her pupils shrank, but she looked at the child with a smile, turned her head, and continued to eat the meat that was hard to chew. The baby stopped smiling. Yin Qianqian, I'll feed you when mommy has milk. The baby, specifically, is a devil. The Japs were stunned. Obviously, he no longer has control over this woman. But this woman is still very BT. It's so cruel. On the way back, Zhao Bai took a few peeks at the situation over there from a god's perspective. Why did he give food to Yin Qianqian and not to others? First up is the devil/melancholy boy. As long as Yin Qianqian is alive and the devils are not dead, the melancholy boy will not come out. Zhao Bai was just showing some kindness casually. Why did he dare to give it to Yin Qianqian without worrying about others snatching it away and harming Yin Qianqian? His son is a level 5 mutant zombie. The body of the sleeping level 5 zombie was taken over by the little zombie in an alternative state. Gizi can kill. But if there is no hostility, there is no need to actively cause trouble. As for the survivors in the hospital, death? Then let them die. He had given them a chance, but they were unwilling to go with him. What does life and death have to do with Zhao Bai? The survivors on the 4th floor of the hospital went crazy over an apple. At the Women's University in City A new kind of frenzy began at this moment. A large amount of supplies were brought back. Yu Yurong announced the celebration. Zhao Bai had left in front, and we hadn't eaten the roasted whole lamb, roasted chicken, etc. yet. Now, add it all up and celebrate together. Not just the food. Several large pots were also set up, and now they had vegetables and meat. Those who were sleeping were also woken up. Quiet fire. Tian Yu, known as Sister Yu, held a shovel and shouted excitedly. Okay. And Jing immediately lit the firewood in the simple stove. The entire south gate of a city women's university became bustling with activity. Fresh fruits are distributed according to levels. Even with this distribution method, each team member can get 2 apples, 3 or 4 tangerines, 1 orange, and 2 bananas. Prisoners and civilians did not participate. Yes, you can smell. When Zhao Bai drove back, I can already smell the aroma of stir-fried vegetables and stewed meat. It's time for dinner. A sumptuous celebratory meal, full and stuffed. After dinner, Zhao Bai handed Nyo to the newly established school clinic and let her drink millet porridge and eat some fried leafy vegetables. He made a fish tank and raised the Lord of Resentment in it. Moreover, the fish tank was placed in the lobby of the school clinic. I have instructed that no one is allowed to touch it. Although they didn't know what Zhao Bai had raised, they all obeyed his orders. After doing so many things, it was already dawn. Ding! Where's my daughter? Mission completed. Reward: loyalty of the Lord of Resentment. Ding! Feed In Chanshan mission completed. Reward: melancholy boy's kindness 1 point. Zhao Bai lay in the lounge behind the office, holding Jiang Yi tightly in his arms. This is a belated reward for Jiang Yi's loyalty. Jiang Yi was in disbelief, excited and terrified. Dawn. The sun rises from the east and illuminates the earth. The groups of people who had gone to the Chamber of Commerce building to celebrate after killing the Lord of Resentment in the mechanical and electrical market began to return to their bases. When the people from the Chamber of Commerce and the Zhou family arrived at the agricultural product wholesale market together, they were stunned when they saw the destroyed gate and the empty warehouse. Is it the wrong way to open it? A Chamber of Commerce executive closed his eyes and opened them again, but they were still empty. A Zhou family executive said, "Fuck. There really are some people who are not afraid of death." They dared to touch the Zhou family and the Chamber of Commerce's property, and they moved it so cleanly, there was not even a hair left. The Chamber of Commerce executive nearly fainted. It's not daybreak, it's nightfall. When the message was passed back, the Chamber of Commerce was shocked. The Zhou family was shocked. Wang Weiwei, however, looked as if she had suddenly realized something. Zhou Kong also thought of something. Just when everyone thought that the Chamber of Commerce and the Zhou family were going to be furious and want to massacre the surrounding forces, the leaders of the two forces, Wang Weiwei and Zhou Kong, remained silent in a rare tacit understanding. Morning. Zhao Bai woke up. After covering Jiang Yi with a blanket, he walked to Yu Yorong's room in his pajamas and with panda eyes. Seeing that Yu Yorong was still asleep, he didn't wake her up and went straight in. The time-stopping ability is awesome. Wake up in the morning and start with feeding tasks. Chapter 101 Joint Bounty Announcement. Oh, Yu Yorong exclaimed. After realizing what happened, she quickly started laughing. The bad guy who launched the sneak attack. I just woke up and came here. How are you? Did you miss me? Zhao Bai imitated Yu Yorong's slightly lazy and sticky tone. Yu Yorong reached out and gently hit Zhao Bai on the shoulder. Hate you. Learn from me. Work hard. Ding. Feed the 5-star target fish successfully 3 times. Get the bonus time to stop charging 30 times. Remaining times, 298 times. A system prompt panel appeared in front of Zhao Bai's eyes, and after he finished reading it, it slowly disappeared. When Zhao Bai woke up, Yu Yorong was gone. But there are still people around. Zhou looked at Zhao Bai with a smile. Why are you here? Sister Yorong asked me to come here. She said you can't sleep well if you don't hold on to something when you sleep. Zhou was wearing a cool-looking black hollow-carved silk nightgown, with light makeup on her beautiful face. She was already pretty, and the light makeup made her look even better. Her fairy-like appearance and somewhat vulgar and sexy dress create a huge visual contrast and impact. That's true. Zhao Bai looked at what was in his hand. Maybe I ran around too much last night and consumed too much mental energy, so I didn't notice that the thing in my hand had changed. Holding onto something will make you feel safer. There is a dull pain in the kidneys. But Zhou dressed up so beautifully, so we should at least respect her. An hour later, Chen Xiuru brought clothes. After Zhao Bai took a shower and washed up, he changed into this brand new shirt and trousers made of high-quality fabric. Now the school's sphere of influence is no longer limited to the Women's University in City A. Not only is there no shortage of fabrics, the school also has its own needlework group that can make men's clothing. What Zhao Bai is wearing now was handmade by the people below. Yu Yorong has requirements for clothes, and she requires them to be able to highlight Zhao Bai's bossy aura. Zhao Bai didn't care about these little things. He would wear whatever clothes Yu Yorong asked him to make or whatever Chen Xiuru, the chief secretary, sent him. I want to grow flowers. It's too boring to stay in the room alone. Seeing Zhao Bai about to leave, Zhou, with a dazed look in her eyes, hurriedly spoke. Zhao Bai, no one will restrict your movements. As long as it's safe, you can go anywhere. As for growing flowers, if you like a piece of land, I'll have someone clear it out and you can grow them. Zhou was stunned. Zhao Bai, you are my woman, but I have never treated you as a canary in a cage. Zhou pinched her arm, her eyes clearing up. Aren't you worried that I'm an undercover agent sent by Zhou Kong? Don't worry. Zhao Yibai answered bluntly. If you betrayed me and didn't kill me, I would kill everyone in your Zhou family in City A, regardless of gender, age, or status. If you kill me, then I won't be able to do anything. Zhou was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. You're such a living devil. Zhou gathered her messy long hair behind her head, gently smoothed it up, and said seriously, Thank you. I won't betray you. Team. Zhou, loyalty 89, health 90, combat power 18, favorability increased. Zhao Yibai glanced at the favorability level above Zhou Ying's head, blew her a kiss, and turned to leave the room. I believe you. Women, that's how it is. Will be emotional. The less constraints you have on her, the deeper her feelings for you will be. Especially people like Zhou who have been in a large family since childhood and have been controlled at all levels. Zhou thought that if she married into the family, she would be a canary. The kind where you can't leave the room without permission. Zhao Yibai's words really moved Zhou deeply. Loyalty is shown, it is simply God. Zhao Yibai would occasionally summon the panel and take a look to determine whether you were sincere or not. Emotions can be faked. But no matter what you think in your heart, you cannot deceive the system panel. Every time he fed Zhou Zhao Yibai saw her loyalty increasing. This time, after hearing these truths, it rose to 89. This is indeed a very high number. Ding. Feed 5-star target Zhou 2, gain 20 times. Remaining, 318 times. Zhao Yibai returned to the principal's office and sat for a while, and then lunch was served. She personally made 2 stir-fries, one for Yu Yurong and one for Zhou. Not long after, I received 2 system prompts in succession. Feed Yu Yurong, get 10 times. Remaining, 328 times. Feed Zhou, remaining, 338 times. Each person will receive a normal feeding reward once for the 5-star target. Zhao Yibai was so happy that he was fuming. Each time he has the ability to stop time. It is a divine skill. No exaggeration to say that it is a divine skill that can turn the world upside down. In this way, my kidneys are just a little tired. Brother, please work harder. It was all worth it. In the apocalypse, ordinary survivors now have difficulty eating and drinking. Zhao Yibai sits in the principal's office, enjoying the air conditioning, which is turned to a freezing temperature, and drinks the iced drink that has just been served from below. Guyu lies down, looking at the report on the big screen. Yu Yurong managed everything in an orderly manner, so there was no need to worry about logistics. With sufficient food and a large number of weapons, the school's power has reached a rare stable state in the apocalypse, becoming the 3rd largest power after the Zhou family and the Chamber of Commerce in City A. At present, people from nearby areas have begun to flee to the school. 9 people have come this morning alone. According to the rules, Yu Yurong classified them as common people. As for the team, they have already started training, fighting zombies, building up their courage, practicing their marksmanship, and testing the new weapons created by Qin Jiangjiang. Everything is moving in the right direction. Han Wan led 3 reorganization teams and began to clear the vehicles in front of the south gate of the school. The drivable cars were put into the newly designated parking lot inside the school, and the broken cars were dismantled and the materials on the cars were stored. Now you don't need any formalities to get on the road. The school is also preparing to weld some sturdy tanks for its own use. After dinner, Zhao Yibai took Che Xiaoli to the school clinic to visit Li Yu, who was recuperating from his injuries, and stayed with Li Yu for a while. Zhao Yibai arrived at the ward where Nyonyo was. How are you? Are you feeling better? When Nyonyo saw Zhao Yibai coming, she smiled happily. Much better. Thank you, brother. Zhao Yibai nodded. When passing by the hall, he glanced at the Lord of Resentment with his bladder. The Lord of Resentment's health bar had recovered a quarter, his spirit had recovered half, and the main body of a few shovels had turned into half of a fish tank. The Lord of Resentment's only long-cherished wish is to guard his daughter and watch her from afar. This is awesome. When Zhao Yibai adopted Nyonyo, it was like having a level 3 mutant zombie stay at home to guard the house. From now on, AI Xiao Xiao and Su Yu can be sent out to carry out tasks. Che Xiaoli's phone rang, and she looked at Zhao Yibai. Principal, I just received news that a large amount of resources were lost in the warehouse of the A City Agricultural Products Market. The Chamber of Commerce and the Zhou family have issued a joint reward announcement. Anyone who provides information will be rewarded with 100 gold bars, a villa in the safe zone, and citizenship with Class 3 preferential treatment in a city. Chapter 102, I thought it was wild supplies. It's me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yibai immediately walked out of the ward, went to the corridor, and called Zhou Kong. Zhou Kong. He is chatting with Zhou Ying. Zhou Kong guessed that the only person who dared to steal their resources and had the ability to transfer so many things away in a short period of time was Zhao Bai. Zhou Kong. Xiao Ying. Did Zhao Bai get some resources? Zhou Ying, yes. Zhou Kong. Can you get some evidence? Zhou Ying. Oh duh. Zhou Kong. Zhou Ying. Okay. Zhou Kong. What do you mean? Don't forget, you're a member of the Zhou family. Your brother and your mother are still in the Zhou family. Zhou Ying. I won't betray him. Believe it or not, I'll show him my phone. Zhou Kong. Zhou Kong. Believe it or not, I will chop your brother Zhou into a human stick and send his limbs to you. Zhou Ying. As long as you are happy da. Zhou Kong. He's your own brother da. Zhou Ying. Yes, he's just my younger brother da. Zhou Kong. You have changed da. Zhou Ying. It looks better now da. Zhou Ying. My identity has changed. I'm no longer the daughter of the Zhou family. You can manipulate it well. I'm Zhao Bai's woman. Zhou Kong. Next time you talk to me, please understand my identity before you talk to me. Zhou Kong was completely disappointed. He was just about to continue threatening, saying that Zhou Ying was just a pretty woman and that he could give Zhao Bai more benefits, but unexpectedly, Zhao Bai called him. This made Zhou Kong feel uneasy. I don't know if Zhou Ying went to Zhao Bai to complain. Zhou Kong laughed and said, Principal, haha, what's wrong? I heard it, it's you. I heard you guys posted an announcement saying that anyone who provides clues will get a reward. I mean, it's me. The clue is that I took the thing. Zhao Bai's tone was frank and sincere. The other day, I was returning from the A City Mechanical and Electrical Market and passed by the Agricultural Products Market. Suddenly, I discovered a lot of wild supplies there. What's the most important thing in the apocalypse? It must be material resources. Leaving them there would be a waste, and it would be so sad if they went bad. So I sent someone to take them away. I never thought it was yours. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken it away. Ha ha. Zhou Kang's face was gloomy, but he was smiling. It's okay, we're all family. So, we can send half of the stuff back, and the remaining half. Zhao Bai interrupted him. No, young city lord Zhou, you misunderstood. I'm here to claim my reward, not to return it. You always misunderstand me. What I meant was that if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have taken it away and asked you to bring it to me. Haha. On the other end of the phone, Zhou Kang's gloomy face was longer than a donkey's. Zhao Bai, you are so shameless. What do you take me, Zhou Kong? Damn it. Taking advantage of others. If I didn't want to use you, a fool, to deal with the Chamber of Commerce, I really want to kill you in a minute and cut you into pieces. Zhao Bai noticed the phone was silent and said with a smile, Young City Lord Zhou, why aren't you talking? Don't you like talking? Ha ha ha, I'm not a talkative person. So, I'll send someone to deliver your gold and third-level preferential citizen ID cards to you. Once the villa in the safe zone is cleared, I'll reserve the best spot for you. Zhou Kong forced himself to control his emotions and not let his tone become too harsh. He was prepared to endure. For the future, Zhou Kong comforted himself that it was a good thing that Zhao Bai, a fool without any scheming, was so arrogant, because it meant that Zhao Bai was not cunning and was easy to control. Zhao Bai gave a condition, just deliver it before dark. Tolerate. Zhou Kong gritted his teeth. Okay, Zhao Bai. By the way, send me some good wine. I want a drink. Get a few carts. I want good wine. I won't accept less. Nima, just wait. I'll get someone to deliver it. I have something else to do, so I'll hang up now. The item will be delivered soon. Zhou Kong almost couldn't hold it in anymore. He quickly made up an excuse and hung up the phone. Fry. I'm going to fry you. Zhou Kong slammed his phone onto the sofa and jumped up and down in anger. Zhao Bai, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Boss, what happened? Why are you so angry? The girl who looked a bit like Vera Wang just went to mix a drink for Zhou Kong. As soon as she brought it over, she saw that Zhou Kong was going crazy. Obviously, she was fine when she just left. Zhou Kong walked up to the girl, took the wine glass from the tray, and drank the wine in the glass with a gulp until only an ice ball was left. With a bang, he threw the glass on the wooden floor. The spiciness and after effect of the foreign liquor rushed up all at once, making Zhou Kang's eyes red and bringing out tears. Zhou Kong hugged the girl. Wang Weiwei, I'm doing this for you. Otherwise, I, Zhou Kong, would never swallow this humiliation. To get you, to get the Chamber of Commerce, to become the most powerful person in City A. I'll endure it. Zhou Kong hugged her too tightly. The girl's face was distorted by the strangulation, but she still gritted her teeth and dared not let out a sound of pain. Without saying anything, he just let Zhou Kong, the Bien Tai, hold him back for a while. Cry out in pain. Say I'm not Vera Wang. That would mean death. Zhou Runka. Just as the girl expected, Zhou Kong let her go after a while. He walked out of the study barefoot, shouting as he walked. Brother, I'm here. Zhou Runkai, who was sitting on the sofa on the first floor, stood up immediately. Zhou Kong, send the rewards to City, a women's university. Also, load a few trucks of higher quality wine and send them there before dark. Did Zhao Yibai provide any clues? Zhao Yunkai was confused. According to speculation, this should have been done by Zhao Yibai. Right. Zhou Kang's forehead was bulging with hatred. He provided it. He did it. He stood on top of me and shit, and asked me to raise my head, open my eyes wide, and watch it continue. Brother, you have grown up and can tolerate this. Zhou Runkai shuddered. That's too much. Zhou Kong took a deep breath. Zhou Runkai's flattery eased his emotions a lot. Zhou Runkai. But, how do we explain this to the Chamber of Commerce? Zhou Kong, find an unlucky idiot we don't like and pin the blame on him. Say it was the school that provided the clues. After the battle in the electromechanical market, the Chamber of Commerce should be honest. If they don't agree, let Zhao Yibai go find them and severely weaken their strength. Okay, I'll do it right away. Zhou Runkai nodded. He made several calls in a row. Brother, I found a new group. They just looted a supermarket warehouse with 20 to 30 truckloads of supplies. They're now heading to the maternal and child health hospital in City A, probably to get medicine and doctors. They're made up of pure survivors, with no inter-city background. That's them. Zhou Kong nodded. Yes. Zhou Runkai made another phone call. Chamber of Commerce building. Conference room. Wang Weiwei was wearing a bright red suit, with her long hair tied up with a tasseled agate hairpin. She sat at the head of the long conference table, with her arms folded across her chest and her legs crossed. The leather of her black stilettos shone with the white light of the chandelier. Dozens of people sat on both sides of the huge conference table. Further outside, there were dozens of people standing. Wang Weiwei's face was cold as she glanced at the faces that lowered their heads. Don't you like to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight? Why? The heavy losses have made everyone speechless. If you don't want to talk, then don't talk. Cut your tongue and pour cement down your throat, and you'll never talk again in this life. Chapter 103, Survivors of Chintown. Cool. Back in the top floor office, Wang Weiwei heard the heavy sound of the secretary closing the two doors, and she punched the air hard. Call. Wang Weiwei took a deep breath, her eyes sparkling. She was badly suppressed by these old men. It's the first time that I feel so proud. Just now in the conference room, she scolded a bunch of old people and no one dared to refute her. Wang Wenbao and his men died tragically. This greatly increased Wang Weiwei's prestige, and no one dared to underestimate her anymore. Although, the appearance of level 3 zombies may be a coincidence. But often, luck is also a kind of strength, and luck is on Wang Weiwei's side. The secretary came up to Wang Weiwei, holding a tablet computer, and said, Our losses this time are not small. Wang Weiwei sat in the boss chair behind her desk, the corners of her mouth curled up. Both we and the Zhou family have suffered losses, which is equivalent to no losses. Zhou Kong is delusional and wants to use Zhao Yibai as a trump card to deal with me, but he doesn't know who Zhao Yibai is better with. The secretary looked at Wang Weiwei's confidence. After some hesitation, she said, President, we still can't underestimate Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying. Wang Weiwei narrowed her eyes. It's a headache indeed, but I believe that Zhao Yibai has depth and won't be mesmerized by beauty. The secretary opened his mouth. I had something in my mind, but I didn't dare to say it out loud. My president, aren't you also planning to rely on your beauty? How come Zhao Yibai won't be fascinated by Zhou Ying? Wang Weiwei saw through the secretary's thoughts immediately and waved her hand. I'm different. The secretary nodded. Yeah. Since the boss said so, I can only choose to believe him. At this time, the phone rang. It was Zhou Runkai calling. Wang Weiwei took a sip of water and answered the phone. This is Wang Weiwei. President Wang, I'm Zhou Runkai from the City Lord's Mansion. Not long ago, we received a tip from Zhao Yibai from City, a women's university. The thieves who robbed the warehouse at the agricultural product wholesale market have been found. Zhou Runkai's righteous voice came from the phone. Oh, Vera Wang laughed. She had long guessed that the agricultural products wholesale market was Zhao Yibai's doing. Zhao Yibai reported himself. Who? Where? Zhou Runkai. A new group from Chuntown has arrived at the A City Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Their goal is to rob the doctors, nurses, and medicines there. He tells lies without blushing at all. Oh, Wang Weiwei agreed, and she couldn't stop smiling. If this is true, it must be Zhou Kong who called her. I think Zhao Yibai took advantage of Zhou Kong and took advantage of him. Zhou Kong was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He found someone to take the blame. He had to reward Zhao Yibai and make their Chamber of Commerce recognize this result. Zhao Yibai is so bad. She loves even more. Vera Wang. Is the information accurate? Zhou Ruankai's tone was threatening. This information was provided by Zhao Yibai, president of City, a women's university. Our city lord's mansion recognizes this result. President Wang, if you doubt the accuracy of this information, why not verify it with Zhao Yibai again? The losses in the electromechanical market are significant. If the disaster were to happen again, could the Chamber of Commerce still withstand it? Just let Zhou Kong handle it. The Chamber of Commerce has no objection. Wang Weiwei pretended to be angry and hung up the phone. Ha ha ha. After hanging up the phone, Wang Weiwei and the secretary both laughed. The other side. Zhou family. Send the troops. Send the troops. Send the troops. Zhou Kang's face was as black as iron. Let those who took the blame pay a heavy price. This will show all the survivors in City A what the consequences will be for stealing from us. In the end times, the strong prey on the weak. Zhou Kong was angry, but he didn't dare to show his anger to Zhao Yi. The power of the Lord of Resentment made the young master of the Zhou family feel deeply wary. Out of control. Zhao Yibai was so strong that he lost control. The positions of the chess pieces and the players have been switched. Zhou Kong has realized this, but his pride will never allow him to admit it. Zhou Kong didn't even dare to turn against him. All he could do was let everything develop like this, and then slowly look for an opportunity to use Zhao Yibai and kill him. Yes. Zhou Runkai stood up straight and agreed loudly. The Zhou family's convoy from the city lord's mansion assembled and set off. Zhou Runkai understood Zhou Kang's thoughts very well. He went to destroy the people in Qin Town because he was interested in their resources. This was to recover some losses for the Zhou family. When a captive wears their control collar, he becomes theirs. Afternoon. A city maternal and child health hospital. More than 30 cars drove to the hospital entrance. Among them, more than 20 are small trucks. There were also 4 or 5 pickup trucks pulling metal oil drums, and the last few were buses. These cars have all been modified to some extent. But at first glance, it's a wild way. The welds and the like are very rough. 30% of the people will guard the car, and 70% will go upstairs. In groups of 5, take the stairs, not the elevator, and charge upwards. Target the doctor. If you encounter ordinary zombies, kill them. If you encounter mutant zombies, retreat immediately and report your location and basic mutant zombie information on the public channel. The vehicle directly blocked the hospital entrance with its front facing outward. More than 100 survivors gathered on the bus. There are old and young, men and women. A tall, thin, white-haired old man, leaning on a cane, stood among the crowd getting off the bus and made arrangements. Following the old man's words, everyone quickly split into 2 teams, one to guard the car, and the other large team, divided into more than 20 groups of 5 people. Grandpa, don't worry. Xiaoyao, you will guard the car this time. A girl with a high ponytail and a red baseball cap picked up a hatchet and walked forward, but was stopped by the old man. Oh. Chen Xiaoyao pouted and looked at the hospital outpatient building with some longing. Xiaoyao, listen to the clan leader. A middle-aged, honest man with short hair said with a kind smile. There was such a large group of people, but they didn't have any hot weapons. In May, the weather was hot, but everyone was wearing thick winter jackets. They also had circles of electric wires wrapped around the outside of the jackets, and steel plates were taped in front and behind them. He wore several layers of gloves on his hands and a motorcycle helmet on his head. The wrists and ankles were wrapped with layers of tape, leaving almost no exposed area. A hatchet, a large knife, a long iron hammer, a long fruit knife with sharp edges on both sides, a spear welded to a steel pipe, a wooden mace with steel nails, a sickle with an extended wooden handle, a crossbow for hunting rabbits, a wooden bow for hunting. The weapons are very primitive. The most powerful ones are just some gasoline bottles. Oh well. Chen Xiaoyao handed the sharpened curved hatchet to a middle-aged man and replaced it with the cement-filled steel pipe in his hand that was not very easy to use. There are only so many useful weapons made. Whoever comes forward will be used. Superior. The white-haired old man Chen Shu tapped his pipe on the car. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Someone lit the firecrackers he was carrying and threw them forward. Several young men pushed a door panel cart with welded wheels forward. Roar. Ho ho ho. As soon as the firecrackers sounded, the zombies around and in the distance all became excited. Those who were hiding in the dark also came out. The zombies pounced madly on the survivors of Qin Town. Kill! Chinde roared, and a group of men, young and old, from Qin Town, all shouted and rushed towards the zombie group behind the door panel cart. Chapter 10 for the corpses of women and children. Lure the zombies out first, kill them, and then enter the building. This can prevent people from being surrounded by zombies and unable to get out of the exit after entering. This is a common tactic used by the survivors of Qin Town. Those who go upstairs and kill zombies in the front are mostly men, including the elderly, middle-aged, and young people. Teenagers, boys, women, and girls are responsible for guarding the car and doing jobs with relatively less risk. Chen-Shu lit his pipe and took 2 puffs. His cloudy old eyes were fixed on the battle ahead. Ordinary zombies are still easy to kill. Of the 300 or 400 survivors from Qinshan, only half of them are left after they fought their way out of Qinshan. The only ones still alive were the women, all of whom had the blood of zombies on their hands. With sharp, cold weapons and experience in killing zombies, they advanced smoothly. The brainless zombies fell on the door panel, unable to reach the people inside. People kept stabbing or slashing forward with their weapons. After one person stabbed or chopped a dozen times, the person behind him would take over and rest, and the rotation would repeat over and over again. Blood spurted out of the zombies, and they fell down in groups. The young and strong men pushed the door cart, pushing some zombies back again, and the survivors rushed forward and killed them vigorously. Within 10 minutes, most of the zombies attracted to the scene were killed. A large amount of black blood gathered into a small river. There was a thick layer of zombie corpses. The survivors in Qinshan suffered almost no injuries. They were just very tired. Killing zombies is a strenuous job. After a 10-minute break, the crowd began to rush into the outpatient building in an organized manner. "Grandpa, why don't you let me go?" Chen Xiaoyao watched a group of people enter the outpatient building smoothly, and she looked at her grandfather with annoyance. Grandpa Chen Shu is the patriarch of the Chun family in Chun Town, where 90% of the people have the surname Chun. He is highly respected and has led the Chun family to help each other. Starting from scratch, they have gathered such a large force and even manufactured weapons and plundered supplies. Now their family business is already quite large. There is water, food, weapons, and the ability to kill zombies. Chen Shu's frown finally relaxed when he saw his men successfully charge in. But when his granddaughter asked him a question, he sternly scolded her. "What are you doing going forward, little girl? You don't even wear your helmet properly. You don't even take proper precautions. Are you going to hold your uncle's back?" Chen Xiaoyao pouted. "I'm quite good at fighting. Those stupid zombies can't hurt me at all. I've killed more than 10 zombies. Grandpa, you're just looking down on me and treating me like a child. I won't be a drag at all." Chen Shu tapped his granddaughter's head gently. "That's because the zombies you met were all stupid. If you met a smart one, you would be dead." Chen Xiaoyao rubbed his head indignantly. "It's the end of the world. Who's afraid of death?" Chen Shu glared at his granddaughter and said, Okay. Next time we have dangerous work, you go up and die." Chen Xiaoyao crossed his arms over his chest, turned his head, and looked away, feeling sulky. "Okay." Chen Shu looked at his granddaughter, who was even angrier than himself, and smiled helplessly. He took out 2 pieces of white rabbit milk candy from his pocket with his old hands full of wrinkles, cracks, and dry scars, and gently touched his granddaughter's arm with the candy. Don't be angry, eat candy. Always treating me like a child." Chen Xiaoyao turned around and looked at the candy in her grandfather's hand. She was both angry and amused. She turned her head away and refused to take the candy. Okay, you're the big girl. I can kill zombies too." Chen Xiaoyao raised his little fist, showing his satisfaction, and took 2 white rabbit candies from his grandfather. Yes. Chen Shu smiled as he watched his granddaughter take the candy. The basic supplies are all there. With doctors and medicine, they can go to the northern suburbs or sparsely populated rural areas in the suburbs and build new villages. There are too many people in the city. There are too many zombies. Just in a city like A, there are probably millions of zombies. There are no endless kills. Moreover, in places where zombies are densely populated, terrible mutated zombies will be born, and they cannot be defeated. At this time, it's better to run to the countryside. With fields, water, and a house, you can start a new life by clearing out a remote village. The maternal and child health hospital in City A is their last stop in the city. After coaxing his granddaughter, Chen Shu continued to stare at the hospital's outpatient building. It's afternoon. The sun was setting and the sky was already a little dark. A dark cloud floated over and a cold wind blew, adding a somewhat eerie atmosphere to the huge hospital outpatient building. Chen Shu's right eyelid twitched uncontrollably several times. After arriving at this hospital, he had a bad feeling in his heart. So, he stopped his granddaughter from taking the risk. 7 of his 9 sons turned into zombies, 2 sons died in the supermarket, and almost all of his grandchildren, daughters-in-law, and daughters-in-law died at the hands of the mutant zombie, who could become invisible. Chen Xiaoyao is the only descendant left. Therefore, Chen Shu obviously favors his granddaughter, and no one will say anything. She's just a girl of 16 or 17. Chen Shu, the main branch of the lineage, has paid enough. It was Chen Shu's son who doused himself in gasoline, lured away the mutant zombie, and blew up the gas station, which allowed him to eliminate the mutant zombie and successfully take over the supermarket. In the outpatient building, there were not many zombies in the hall. Zhao Bai went in and out twice and almost dealt with them all. A group of Qinjin survivors successfully advanced up the stairs. It went very smoothly. There are quite a few zombies in the corridor, but they are basically no match for the survivors with weapons. But there were no living people on the first 3 floors. Until the 4th floor. The honest middle-aged man, 2 middle-aged men, and 2 young men kicked open the door of Yin Xianxian's room together. Seeing Yin Xianxian, a living person, holding the child, the 5 people were stunned. The honest middle-aged man picked up the intercom and was about to report. Found A. The middle-aged man with a mustache who was traveling with them snatched the intercom and said with a smile, "We found a room and discovered the bodies of a woman and a child. How tragic." Chen Shu picked up the intercom and responded, "Important matters later." "Are you crazy? Zombies are everywhere." Yes. The middle-aged man with a mustache quickly agreed apologetically. The honest middle-aged man's face turned grim. "What are you doing? She just gave birth not long ago." The middle-aged man with a mustache said, "What's the big deal about a child? He's not our own, and he's just a burden to have around. If you want to play with him or not, then get in line. If you don't want to play with him, then get out and wait. It's the end of the world. Why should we act nice to outsiders? The body has already been reported, so we can just kill him after we're done with it. Uncle Lon, let's do it. The pressure is so great. The clan leader doesn't allow me to mess with the women in the clan, and if I'm an outsider, I won't do it either. I'll suffocate to death." A young man held the honest middleman's shoulder and said, "Uncle Lon, you go to the front and we'll wash the pot for you." "Well." The honest middle-aged man sighed. The fair-skinned and beautiful woman held the child in her arms and rocked it gently, looking at them curiously. "Those eyes. Looks very pure. In the last days, the mind becomes abnormal. Give her a good time after this." The honest middle-aged man Shindalin walked out of the room, joined other groups, and continued to look for people. He wanted to take care of this kind of thing, but in the end he still cared more about brotherhood. It's not worth getting angry over an outsider. Anyway, she is also a mentally unstable woman. Hee. Seeing that the troublesome Shindalin had left, the middle-aged man with a mustache, Chindazi, smiled. "Don't fight with me. I'll do it first." "Okay." The other 3 nodded. Yin Xianxian tilted her head. "What are you going to do?" Chindazi grinned. "What are you doing?" Chapter 105. There are no good people in the end of the world. Ha 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 ha. Horrible grins and evil laughs echoed in the room. There are also some different sounds. Chindazi and others transformed into demons. Yin Xianxian just watched calmly with her eyes open. As if stupid. Let them bully you. Bang. The closed door was suddenly kicked open. The big man Shindai walked into the room holding a bloodstained knife. "What are you doing?" Seeing the second-generation leader Shindai coming, the faces of the 4 Qin family members, 2 old and 2 young, changed drastically. Chindazi quickly got up from Yin Xianxian. "They, have some fun and release some stress. You see, she's mentally unstable and living in pain. If you free her later, it'll be a good deed." The child was placed on a chair to the side. The child was as calm as Yin Xianxian. A playful expression just now appeared on his little face. The melancholy boy is sleeping. The devil took over the body. He understood that this body did not want Yin Xianxian to die, but it also hated Yin Xianxian and did not want her to live too well. She was hurt. The devils are happy to see it. However, when everything is over, all those who have hurt Yin Xianxian will die. All living beings within a mile have been marked by the devils. All have to die. No one will leave the hospital alive. Shindai's head was buzzing. He could hardly believe what he saw. A young woman with some mental problems was hurt by the people of their Qin town. She was a woman who had just given birth. The baby was placed aside. Shindai roared. "Is this something a human can do?" Chindazi invited her with a frightened look on his face. "Day, don't worry. You can try it too. I'll follow you. She's quite." "Shut up." Shindai raised the knife. Chindazi quickly raised his hands. "I dare not use a knife. I dare not. I won't do it anymore." A young man was furious. "Daypeak, are you going to kill your own brother for a fool?" Another young man also said, "What's wrong with doing it? We are outsiders and not from Qintown. Who in the end times has weapons and strength to be a saint? Who wouldn't do it?" There was also a short middle-aged man who advised, "Day, don't ruin the harmony." Shindai finally put down the knife. "Let's go, everyone, rescue the people. Send them down first. If any of you dare to mess around again, I will definitely not let you go." Yes. Chindazi quickly expressed his opinion. Shindai left here and continued to lead the team to advance upwards. He couldn't stand such dirty things. He thought he was being serious. These guys will listen. But I didn't expect it. He just left. Chundazi and others exchanged glances, closed the door, and continued. Hapawa, look, I'll let you see it. Chundazi took out his anger on the baby. He walked to the chair, picked up the baby, and held it high above his head. Pa! The tiny baby in the cradle was thrown heavily to the ground. Baby! My baby! Yin Qianqian, who had always been calm, screamed in horror when she saw this scene. She hurried to stop it, but was held down by others. Yin Qianqian cried and yelled, What are you doing? My baby! Whoa! Cry, scream, it will make you feel better. After throwing the child down, Chundazi was overjoyed to see Yin Qianqian move. This is much more emotional than a puppet. Groups passed by the door one after another, but they were not Chundae, so no one cared about this. Because, when they found other survivors, they also started their game. This is what the end of the world is like. The strong prey on the weak. There are no good people. Yin Qianqian kept crying very miserably. On the ground. The baby, who was thrown hard by the middle-aged man, had his arms and legs almost all broken, and his internal organs were shattered by the shock. But his eyes were still open, without any expression of pain on his face. He had a strange smile on his bloodshot face with his eyes open. Chundazi scratched his back and felt a little itchy, but he didn't pay much attention to it. He doesn't know. It's not just him. Many people's backs suddenly become itchy and very itchy. But only for a few seconds. The feeling disappeared. All the zombies were slaughtered. But at this moment, the hospital seemed even more terrifying than when it was occupied by zombies. Worse than hell. What's going on? In the yard. Chen Xiaoyao scratched his back, and some crying sounds came down. Chen Shu puffed on his pipe. Don't listen, it'll dirty your ears. What? Chen Xiaoyao's face changed drastically. Isn't it that I'm hallucinating? Grandpa, don't you care about this kind of thing? Chen Xiaoyao looked at the women who stayed behind. There are young women and middle-aged and elderly women. They all avoided Chen Xiaoyao's gaze, and it was obvious that they agreed to some things. Chen Xiaoyao stamped his feet. Grandpa. But this time, Chen Shu ignored his granddaughter's anger. He closed his old eyes and said, When people are under a lot of pressure, they need to release it. They are all working hard and under a lot of pressure. If they want to hurt outsiders, then let them hurt them. If I strictly control this matter, my prestige will be gone. In the end times, the pressure is too great and people will do anything. By then, even the people in our tribe will be unable to protect us. It is better to harm outsiders than to harm our own people. Chen Xiaoyao's face turned bitter. She clenched her fists several times and wanted to rush forward. What could happen has already happened. What will happen if you rush forward? Chen Xiaoyao's eyes turned red and tears came out. This is different from what I thought. She couldn't imagine how those kind elders and carefree peers could do such things. It's okay once you get used to it. Chen Shu. The strong prey on the weak. This is the law of the end times. Once we get to the countryside, the rules will be strict and everything will be fine. The Zhou family's convoy has arrived nearby. On a tall building not far away, Zhou Runkai took the telescope and looked towards the maternal and child health hospital in City A. He saw some scenes. Zhou Runkai's mouth curled up. In the end times, there are no good people. Either you ride on others' heads, or you are ridden on. A voice came from the headset. Team leader, the mortar is in position. Don't worry, wait a little longer. Zhou Runkai. Wait until they bring all the people and resources out and load them into the trucks before you start. Remember, bomb the periphery, avoid the resources and people, just scare them. When the gunmen open fire, try to avoid young women and strong laborers, and kill those who are useless. Yes, team leader. Zhou Runkai took the telescope and looked in the direction of a city women's university. I don't know if it's a coincidence. The first thing he saw was Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu, who was sitting on a chair in the middle of the avenue and patting her belly, felt like she was being spied on. She raised her head and looked towards Zhou Runkai's position. Fuck you. Zhou Runkai was so scared that he dropped the telescope in his hand. He frantically tried to catch it 3 or 4 times before he managed to prevent it from falling to the ground. I'm so scared, I can't look around anymore. This is the school. I can't afford to mess with them. The perception of a level 3 mutant zombie is too sharp. Chapter 106 Disastrous Consequences. On the 4th floor, in the ward. After working hard for half a minute, Chundazi had already lit a cigarette and started puffing out smoke. A short middle-aged man took over Chundazi's job. But suddenly, a strange and eerie baby laugh was heard. The short middle-aged man shuddered. Did you hear any noise? Can you do it? Is it all in seconds? Chundazi took a puff of his cigarette and smiled. He is so awesome. At least half a minute. The short middleman shook his head. This isn't my normal level. I just heard something strange. Okay, stop occupying the toilet. Some young people in Chintown were anxious. But at this moment, another baby's laughter was heard. This time, they all heard it clearly. The short middle-aged man asked tearfully, is it haunted? Where the fucking ghost is this? Ah. Chindazi also felt uneasy, but he was stubborn. As he was speaking, he glanced at the ground and suddenly found that the baby who was smashed to pieces on the ground was gone. And the color of the surrounding environment suddenly changed. This ward was no longer a clean one. Instead, the floor was covered with blood, and sitting on the floor was the body of a middle-aged woman with her eyes open and a big hole in her stomach. In Qianqian, who was placed on the hospital bed, also suddenly disappeared. There's a ghost. There really is a ghost. The short middle-aged man fled and rushed to the door. He opened the door and rushed out. Bang! Puff! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground was heard. The surrounding scene changed again, and the door turned into a window. The short middle-aged man did not rush out of the door, but rushed out directly from the window. There happened to be a car wreckage frame on the ground. At the height of the 4th floor, the short middle-aged man threw himself directly onto the frame, and the car's A-pillar passed through his body. He died instantly, deader than dead. In front of the outpatient building, in the yard, Chen Shu and others were talking about their future rural life in the countryside and imagining a bright future. Suddenly a man fell from the upstairs. They were all stunned. Moreover, it just happened to fall onto the frame with the A-pillar facing upwards. Chen Xiaoyao, why are you so careless? Wrong. Chen Shu squinted his old eyes and looked at the corpse, but when he glanced at the sky, dark clouds covered the sun, and he suddenly became alert. Be on guard, be on guard. Chen Shu's sharp shout gave goosebumps to the people outside, and they quickly focused their attention. Bang! Chen Shu stared at the outpatient building and suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. Xiaoyao, what are you doing? A cry of surprise rang out. Chen Shu turned around and saw Chen Xiaoyao swinging the cement in his hand and hitting his head again. Chen Shu quickly dodged. Bang! The steel pipe hit the car on the side, making a loud noise. From the Ohaga family? As soon as Chen Shukai dodged this attack, he saw Chen Day's wife unscrew the fuel tank cap of a gasoline car and take out a lighter from her pocket with her other hand. When Chen Day's wife heard Chen Shu's call, she raised her head with a strange smile on her face. Without stopping her hands, she lit the lighter with a click. When the fuel tank cap is opened, a large amount of gasoline vapor comes out. After the flame came out of the lighter, it almost instantly ignited the gasoline exposed to the air. Boom! The flames suddenly shot up. Then, the gasoline in the tank ignited. With a loud bang, the fuel tank of the car exploded directly, and Chen Day's wife, who was standing in front of the car, was blown away. The 7 or 8 survivors around were also knocked down by the explosion. While Chen Shu was paying attention to that side, Chen Xiaoyao hit Chen Shu on the head with a steel pipe. It was a real steel pipe. Chen Shu's head was broken. Blood was flowing everywhere. Oh. Chen Shu covered his head and looked at the Chunjin clan members beside him, only to see that everyone was killing each other. And his granddaughter Chen Xiaoyao, with red eyes, swung the steel pipe at him again, as if she was determined to kill him. Chen Shu yelled, Xiaoyao, wake up! Everyone, wake up! Don't let these dirty things control you. But no one responded. The fighting continues as usual. Chen Xiaoyao swung the steel pipe wildly at Chen Shu. Old man Chen Shu tried to block it with his hands at first, but after a while, he was knocked to the ground. Cry, 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 cry. Puff, puff. A short while later, Chen Shu's head was smashed to pieces by his favorite granddaughter. Chen Xiaoyao seemed to have lost his mind. He smashed his grandfather's head and continued to smash it. 4th floor. The baby's body was covered with broken bones, bleeding and pus, and the blanket that wrapped him was gone. He stepped on the ceiling with his anti-gravity feet, walked upside down on it, let out a strange laugh, and walked towards Chindazi. Fuck your mother. I've seen everything. You can't scare me. Chindazi clenched the knife in his hand and roared. Laugh. When the baby walked in front of him, liquid was dripping from his trouser legs, and he suddenly slashed at it with a knife. Hey. Chindazi clearly felt the feedback and hit the target. He smiled. Damn, even ghosts are afraid of swords. Ah, Uncle Dazi, don't come over here, don't come over here. There were screams in my ears. Chindazi was startled when he saw that his young nephew had half of his head chopped off by his knife. The eyes of the remaining half of the head were looking at him in horror. Oh, I cut down a ghost thing. The baby reappeared and stood at the window. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. Chindazi gritted his teeth and rushed towards the baby. Laugh. But suddenly I felt a sharp pain in my abdomen. Shindazi looked down and saw a long knife piercing his abdomen. Look up. Shindazi saw that in front of him was the other young man who had just begged him for mercy. The young man's eyes were red, and he said in surprise, Uncle Dazi, I stabbed that thing, I stabbed him. With a swish, the long sword was pulled out. Shindazi knelt on the ground. The baby floated in front of him, laughing shrilly. I'm better than you. With a thump, Shindazi fell to the ground and died. At the same time, the entire surrounding area was in chaos. All those who were marked had their vision blurred and began to kill indiscriminately. Those with weak minds killed people. Those who are mentally strong enough are surrounded and killed as monsters. The population is declining rapidly. In just 1 or 2 minutes, more than half of the 100 people were killed. The killing continues. On the rooftop of the office building of City, a women's university, Zhao Bai set up a parasol and lay on a lounge chair under it. Zhou Ying peeled grapes and fed them to Zhao Bai. In the newly built swimming pool not far away, several girls in bikinis are playing in the water. On their side, the sky was sunny and bright. Zhao Bai shook his head gently. Xie Baoqing, tell me, what did you do to provoke Li Yunlong? When doing evil, I met a super tough guy. Isn't this bad luck? When Zhao Bai received the report from the combat team, he had already noticed this group of people and was looking at them from a god's perspective. Watch them run rampant and watch them perish. Zhou Ying, is it sweet? Sweet. Zhao Bai pulled Zhou Ying into his arms. As for saving people, you can save them, but it is not necessary. He himself has no morals. I will not save people who have no morals. As the saying goes, evil deeds will bring evil consequences. Girls, come on, give me a hug. Here I come. All of a sudden, several figures swarmed over and threw themselves into Zhao Bai's arms. Zhao Bai laughed happily. No morals, sure enough, very happy. Chapter 107 The Melancholic Boy's Request. Retreat. Retreat, retreat. Zhou Runkai yelled into the walkie-talkie. Damn it, we really have to come out at noon. Something's going to happen sooner or later. Zhou Runkai shuddered as he ran down. Horrible. It's so scary. Everything is fine in the front. Suddenly, something happened at the hospital. The people in Qintown started killing each other in a bloody battle. There is the Qintown clan leader, Old Man Qin Shu, who is a prominent figure and is the focus of attention. He was unexpectedly beaten to death by his beloved granddaughter. This is too weird. There are unclean things. This unclean thing is more terrifying than zombies. Invisible and intangible. Team leader, are we really going to retreat? How do we explain this to the young city lord? His men followed Zhou Ruankai's footsteps and consoled him. We need the supplies there. The losses in the agricultural product market are too great. Zhou Runkai paused. Fuck. Zhou Runkai. Good. Very good. Your reminder is very accurate. Unclean things are indeed terrible, but the resources there must be obtained. Therefore, I will now promote you to deputy leader of this action team, with full responsibility for bringing the Qinjin people's supplies in front of the hospital back to the headquarters warehouse. Bring something back, and you will be rewarded greatly. If you can't bring your things back, your family will also be implicated. After giving the man a hard push on the chest, Zhou Runkai quickly left, leaving the confused man behind. That's not what I meant. Shabi. Zhou Runkai walked away before he lip-synced. No matter how difficult it is to explain to Zhou Kong, it is better than losing my life here. Subordinates. It doesn't matter whether I die or not. Zhou Runkai doesn't want to die. His subordinate Wu Hang stopped him like this. He didn't want to waste time explaining too much, for fear that he would lose his life if he ran too slowly. So he temporarily entrusted Wu Hang with an important task. Anyway, if the things are brought back successfully, the credit will go to Zhou Runkai. If they failed and all these people died, it would be Wu Hang's responsibility. Zhou Runkai noticed that the situation was not right and had already ordered a retreat. It's this Wu Hang. He is determined to get supplies. Zhou Runkai has already studied how to be a leader to the level of a professor. Wu Hang was stunned for a long moment before punching the air. He picked up the intercom and gave an order. Team 1, escort the team leader away. The rest of you, stay put and follow my command. I've been appointed temporary deputy team leader by the team leader. We need to bring the resources back. Wu Hang regretted his bad mouth. But now, it's no use regretting it. I can only grit my teeth and move on. Wu Hang also has ambitions. They have guns and cannons. What if I really take everything back? If I could become the leader of a different surname team under Zhou Kong, my future life would definitely be extremely comfortable. The power in the last days is too tempting. Especially for people like them who are from other families, there are only a few opportunities for them to climb up. Woo woo woo. Zhou Runkai got in the car and left immediately without any regrets. Faster, Faster, put your foot in the gas tank. Yes. The driver started driving fast with sweat on his forehead. The top floor of office building number 1 of City, a women's university. When Zhao Yibai saw Zhou Runkai leaving, the corners of his mouth curled up. Although Zhou Runkai is a member of the Zhou family, he is particularly aware of the times. To be able to survive until now. It really makes sense. If I had a different personality, I would have died in his school last time. Ding. The system has discovered a new task for you. Please decide whether to accept it within 30 seconds. The melancholic boy's request: subdue the frantic devils and save the injured Yin Xianqian. Quest reward: melancholy boy's kindness. Current kindness, 1 point. This kind intention is really of little use. Zhao Yibai pulled his head out of the majestic place and complained in his heart. Accept. Ding. Successfully accepted the melancholy boy's quest. Mission target status: Yin Xianqian. Health 49, combat power 180. Tip: when the mission target's health is lower than 1, the mission fails. Zhao Yibai raised his hands in surrender. Girls, you guys go ahead and have fun. I'll be back soon. Okay, I'll wait for you. Zhao Yibai was going to do big things, and the enthusiastic girls didn't dare to delay. Zhao Yibai left here smoothly. It's not clear whether the goodwill points are of any use or not. After all, they are given by the system. Zhao Yibai feels that they will definitely be useful in the later stage, so he will get them first. Anyway, saving Yin Xianqian doesn't take much effort. Just stop time and let people find it directly. Zhao Yibai got off the elevator. He just left. Those girls who were full of smiles all put away their smiles and stopped playing in the water. They were like strangers to each other, with cold faces, and each was playing their own game. When Zhao Yibai was around, they were competing with each other to attract the attention of this important figure. Some of their innocence and purity were all acted out. It's all just to get to the top. Zhou Ying sat on the recliner where Zhao Yibai had been lying before, watching the changes in the girls one by one, and smiled mockingly with her fairy-like face. The struggle in the harem has always been cruel. Zhao Yibai's God's perspective didn't matter at all. He was very clear about these things, but he also enjoyed it. This is the taste of power. When you are strong enough and hold great power, you don't need to pursue women at all. Those women who may be arrogant, icy, or cold will show their humble side that you like in front of you and want to please you desperately. Well, Zhou Kong is an exception. He is a bit mean and only likes Wang Weiwei. To be more precise, Zhou Kong likes girls who don't like him. If Vera Wang acted like a little woman to him and really gave him positive feedback, then his goddess would not be Vera Wang. Before getting out of the elevator, Zhao Yibai wiped the lipstick marks off his face. The cloudy area was expanding. One of us on guard outside felt an itch on his back. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a baby's red footprint suddenly appeared behind him. Han Wan was already waiting in the hall. She took out her cell phone and showed it to Zhao Yibai. This is a smooth back. A very small baby footprint, very obvious. No. Zhao Yibai nodded. He looked up in the direction of the hospital. The cloudy area expanded from 1 mile around the hospital to 5 miles. The school is already affected. Even if he doesn't accept the mission, he will still take action. This devil, having enjoyed killing mortals so much, has become floating and wants to kill people crazily to achieve quick success and become more powerful. Zhao Yibai, AI Xiao Xiao. Yell at him first, and be careful not to hurt the woman next to him. Whoa. AI Xiao Xiao turned and headed towards the hospital. After AI Xiao Xiao swallowed Li Du's crystal core, her control ability became even stronger, and she could already lock onto targets from a long distance. This saves more energy than indiscriminately attacking in all directions, and a focused attack is more powerful. Wah. Crack. Snap. Glass and other things, there is no way around it. Just smash them all. In the hospital. 8th floor. The Japs are making fun of Chunde, the most powerful man in this group. Suddenly, the glass shattered. The dozen or so ghost images of babies that kept making he sounds suddenly shattered into only one. The only baby fell from the ceiling to the ground, and its blurred figure became much more transparent. The haze that had shrouded the area around the hospital suddenly disappeared. The people who were controlled were out of control in an instant. On the 4th floor, the invisible Yin Xianqian and the baby entity come out of the invisible state, and the entity appears. Roar! The baby got up from the ground and roared towards the school. Chapter 108, Fighting the Japs. Grandpa, Chen Xiaoyao was out of control. She looked at the scene in front of her with disbelief in her eyes. At this moment, she was holding a solid steel pipe filled with cement in her hands, smashing it on a shattered head. Brains and blood splattered all over her face and body. The person under the steel pipe was her grandfather who loved her the most, and was also her last relative in this world. What have I done? With a loud clang, the solid steel pipe fell to the concrete floor. Chen Xiaoyao's head was buzzing. The people around were also confused. Almost all of the living were covered in blood, having killed their relatives who had been murdered without any reason. Xiaoyao Wu, I hacked my son to death. I hacked my son to death. Chen Xiaoyao was not far away. A kind-looking woman broke down and burst into tears. Her adorable child, who was about 6 or 7 years old, had half of his head smashed to pieces by a blunt knife. The remaining half of the child's face showed not fear but confusion. He seemed confused, wondering why his mother, who loved him the most, treated him like this. Revenge. Revenge. Chen Xiaoyao gritted his teeth and picked up the solid steel pipe that had fallen on the ground. She knew that it must be the bad guys in the building who had taken control of her. Upstairs. Go to hell. Chen Dehe waved his sword and slashed at the devils. This big knife was handed down from the Qinjin ancestral hall. It is full of evil spirit and has been used to kill people in their daily lives. It's also because of this sharp weapon. That's why Chen Dehe is still alive. Roar. The illusory figure of the baby roared at Chen Dehe. He dodged the swinging sword and quickly crawled into a corpse on the ground. The corpse shook. Laugh. The baby burst out of the corpse's belly, and he was covered in blood. Pong. At this moment, all the people with deep marks on their backs had their marks exploded. The exploded mark had bright gray threads that converged towards the baby's body. As Ai Xiao Xiao roared, the sun that had appeared in the sky was once again covered by dark clouds. Chen Dehe swung his sword again, but the scene in front of him suddenly changed. The person standing in front of him turned into his wife. Chen Dehe stopped swinging his knife. Swish. His wife grinned and stabbed him with a knife. Chen Dehe blocked with his knife with a complicated look, but there was no response from the knife. What he saw was an illusion. At the same time, he felt a sudden pain on his back. The phantom of a Japanese soldier was distracted, and he left a 2-foot-long claw mark on his back, deep enough to see the bone. Fake. Everything here is fake. Chen Dehe felt pain, grimaced, and gripped the knife tightly. Hee. The gathering body of the baby devils appeared in the air. The silk threads gathered from various marks supplied him with strength, and his body became more and more solid. At the same time, his body continued to split into clones, attacking Chen Dehe from all directions. Chen Dehe was constantly attacked, and soon turned into a bloody man. Downstairs, control was restored, and Chen Xiaoyao rushed towards the outpatient building with hatred on her face and a steel pipe in her hand. After taking a few steps forward, she suddenly turned around and walked towards the woman who was feeling guilty. Xiaoyao, I am. Bang, 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 bang. Puff, puff. Chen Xiaoyao smashed it wildly. The living people around began to kill each other again. Wu Hang also knew how powerful those mutated zombies were, so he brought his men forward stealthily, preparing to steal the supplies. When they entered the circle, they happened to see the baby devil being attacked by Ai Xiao Xiao. Just got in the car. It's about to succeed. Control was restored. The man next to Wu Hang suddenly pulled out his pistol and fired several shots at Wu Hang's stomach, emptying the magazine. Before Wu Hang could react, he was already dead. Boom, boom. A mercenary smiled and detonated the grenade hanging on his companion's tactical vest. For a while, there was also chaos in front of the hospital. Bullets and grenades flew everywhere. Time stops. Zhao Yibai saw that his people were also affected, so he immediately stopped the time. Ding. Time stop successfully used. Remaining times, 337 times. Outsiders will die. It has nothing to do with him. In fact, Zhao Yibai is a rather selfish person. To be honest, he is happy in his heart when people from other forces die. Because, in the power struggle, if he doesn't deal with those people will come to deal with him. The opponent's power has weakened, which means his school has become stronger. There are no good people in the end times. The people in the Chamber of Commerce are not good people. The people in the Zhou family are not good people, and there are not many good people in Qinjin's forces. This disaster was caused by the people of Qintown themselves. As long as Yin Qianqian is not hurt, nothing will happen at all. But the mark was about to spread to his men, which Zhao Yibai would not allow. Time stopped flowing, and everything around was frozen. Zhao Yibai took out a car from the system space and drove to the door of the hospital. With the help of the god's perspective, he quickly found Yin Qianqian and the baby in the ghost's body, both on the 4th floor. The entire outpatient building was filled with a strong stench of blood. The fight was so brutal. These people died at the hands of their own people, so they are filled with resentment. Little thing, you're not big, but you have a big temper. If I hadn't thought that a big one would come out after you died, I would have killed you long ago. Zhao Yibai carried Yin Qianqian, found a plastic bag, carried the baby's body, took the elevator, and went up to the 8th floor. Nurse's station on the 8th floor. Chundae was covered in blood and had countless wounds. The Japs are playing with him. He could have killed him with one strike, but it was just torturing him. The three little ghosts were about to pounce on Chundae's face, back of the head and hind legs, and their spirit-like faces were full of ferocity. The devil's spirit-like body appeared in the air. When time stopped, the bright gray threads connecting him were clearly visible. Each thread is connected to a living survivor. The deeper the mark, the brighter the thread. A few miles away, the threads of the newly connected school members dimmed. Obsidian Blade. Zhao Bai summoned his weapons. Battle Blue. ID Devil. Rating, 3 stars. Health, 699/800. Spirit, 3000/10,000. Combat Power, 49999/60,000. Nature, Ghost. This devil isn't difficult to kill, and his attack power isn't high either, but he's mainly in ghost form, and he has too many uncanny tricks, so it's impossible for ordinary people to find him. Zhao Bai swung his long sword and easily cut dozens of silk threads. The long sword was swung again, and dozens of silk threads broke again. It was seen that the combat power of the Japanese was directly reduced to 8,989. Zhao Bai raised his long knife and aimed at the illusory body of the devil. He swung the knife down fiercely, but it stopped in midair. Chapter 109. Be good. No, this little thing looks quite fragile. If it is killed by a critical hit, it will be exposed to the melancholy boy, and then the previous goodwill mission will be in vain. If people knew what Zhao Bai was thinking, many of them would probably be pissed to death. Chundae and his friends dream of killing the 3rd-level mutated zombie devils, but they can't do it. Even attacking the devil's body is a luxury. Zhao Bai was worried that he would be killed instantly by the Japanese. Zhao Bai put away the obsidian blade and borrowed the machete from Chundae. Cry, 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 cry. Zhao Bai slashed at the Japanese soldiers in the air. -2, -4, -3, -1, -2. Is this the difference between ordinary weapons and the obsidian blade? Zhao Bai was slightly stunned when he saw the light red damage number appearing above the devil's head. He doesn't know. This machete is already enchanted, bringing evil spirit. If ordinary weapons were used, even if it hit the baby devil in a frozen state, it would probably cause 0 damage and it would be difficult to break through the defense. This ghost has little health, but it is much tougher than Zhao Bai thought. Zhao Bai put the machete back into Chundae's hands. This damage is too low. He is a bit uncommon. It's too much effort. Oh yes, Li Du's scalpel, try to do some damage. Zhao Bai suddenly remembered that a scalpel exploded when he killed the 4-star mutant zombie Li Du. The scalpel looks ordinary. When you hold it in your hand, you will feel a chill. 199. Zhao Bai held the scalpel in his hand and stabbed the baby devil with it, easily breaking through the defense and slashing it downwards fiercely. In an instant, a huge long gash appeared on the devil's body. -10, -20, -23, -12, -33, -33, -32. As the wound opened, the devil's blood volume dropped sharply and a series of numbers appeared. Nice one, Zhao Bai exclaimed in praise. Restore the flow of time. Zhao Bai was afraid that the Japanese would bleed to death, so he took the initiative to restore time and stop. Speaking of which, according to the camp, on the battle panel, the Japanese are blue to him. If it weren't for the mission, and if the Japanese hadn't exaggerated the damage range, Zhao Bai probably wouldn't have cared about what was happening here. It is possible to make zombies as friends, and they are more reliable than making people as friends. Zombies only want to eat your flesh, drink your blood, and kill you. People are different. I want more. The methods that can be used are endless. Time stop ends. Remaining times, 337 times. Bang, 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 bang. Time resumed its flow. The sounds of several strings breaking came together, and the remaining threads on the baby devil's body also broke. The devil was visibly stunned for a moment. Then his soul, floating in the air with its remaining lifeless body, quickly returned to the body of the barely alive baby that Zhao Bai had brought over in a plastic bag. Instantly, the baby opened its eyes and cried bitterly, "Wah, wah, wah ah ea." Zhao Bai covered his ears and opened his mouth. The cry was extremely harsh and sharp. It can probably be heard within a radius of several kilometers. Ugh. Chundae was stunned. He didn't react at all. Suddenly, the fog dissipated and a young man named Zhao Bai appeared. But the baby's cry made him drop the sword in his hand to the ground, and he covered his ears with a look of pain. Zhao Bai took his hands away from his ears. Crash, crash. The nearby glass was broken and the glassware was shattered. But perhaps because of the melancholy boy's kindness, he was next to the Japanese soldier but was not attacked by his crying. Every profession has its own specialization. The cry was harsh, but not as powerful as AI Xiao Xiao's. However, the cry was even more creepy. Okay, stop. Zhao Yibai picked up the plastic bag and shook it gently. Plus 22. Plus 11. Plus 33. Plus 11. Plus 31. Plus 11. Dash 8. Minus 16. Minus 9. Minus 17. Minus 19. Minus 2. Ever since the devil's soul returned to his body, Zhao Yibai saw green bodies constantly floating above his head, recovering blood. But Li Du's favorite scalpel was pretty awesome. It actually dealt continuous damage. However, after the devil returned to the baby's body, the damage was reduced a little. Otherwise, this 3-star mutant zombie devil would have been burned to death by the subsequent damage of this knife. The baby really stopped crying. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Zhao Yibai with grievance. When the devils came back, the baby no longer looked dead, but turned into a big-eyed, cute baby again. The skin on his little face and body had color, and the little thing looked a little cute. Who would have thought that it was this little thing that just killed countless people from Chun Town and Zhou family mercenaries? Inside, there is a 5-star boss hidden. Be good, let's go. Zhao Yibai shook the plastic bag, walked to the side, put Yin Xianqian, whom he had put down earlier, back on his shoulders, and prepared to go back. My benefactor. Chen Dai crawled up from the ground. Blood coming out of all 7 orifices and mixed blood made him look a little creepy, but he was lucky. If AI Xiao Xiao had yelled at him, his brain would have exploded long ago. He watched Zhao Yibai's departing figure and hurriedly asked, "Can you exorcise the ghost? Can you please save the people of Qintown?" Although Chen Dai didn't know what had just happened, he could see that this incident was related to the young man in front of him. Misfortunes sent by heaven can be forgiven, but those brought upon oneself are unforgivable. Zhao Yibai left a few words and left without looking back. Chen Dai was slightly stunned. He suddenly realized that the woman on Zhao Yibai's shoulders and the child in the bag looked familiar. Chen Dai wanted to speak again, but he was too embarrassed to do so. The woman's clothes were disheveled and her hair was messy. It seemed that after he left, Chun Dazi and his people did not listen to him. The disaster in Chun Town was brought upon themselves. Doing evil will bring evil consequences, but the consequences come too quickly. The baby is constantly losing and recovering blood. This process lasted for several minutes before it stabilized. At this time, the baby only had a few dozen drops of blood left. Zhao Yibai carried one on his shoulder and held another in his hand as he walked down the stairs openly. There are still living people from Qintown. They are very lucky. When Zhao Yibai walked into the yard, he saw a pretty young girl kneeling in front of the body of a woman whose head was smashed to pieces, crying bitterly. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean it, I really didn't mean it." There's no use crying or apologizing. Just bury it. Zhao Yibai paused for a moment. Roll. Chen Xiaoyao didn't say anything. Not far away, a woman with a face full of hatred cursed angrily. "You are not a fucking outsider." Zhao Yibai put the plastic bag in his hand onto the hand that was carrying Yin Xianqian, and with his free hand, he took out the golden desert eagle that was seized from Zhou Runkai from the system space and pointed it at the woman. No, I... Boom. Puff. The woman's body fell to the ground. Big caliber is cool. Zhao Yibai nodded and blew away the smoke coming out of the muzzle of the gun. It was indeed very shaking. It was nice to look cool occasionally, but if he used it continuously, he would kill countless zombies and his wrist would be broken first. Putting away the gun, Zhao Yibai continued to walk out. It is wrong to curse people. Scolding others is a sign of low quality. Scolding someone and making him unhappy is absolutely not acceptable. In her next life, that woman should be more restrained. Help me. Walking further out, a mercenary with broken legs looked at Zhao Yibai and said excitedly. Boom. The corpse trembled, and the place became quiet. Chapter 110, A Terrifying Possibility. Melancholy Boys Request Mission Completed. Reward. Melancholy Boys, Goodwill 1 point. Total Goodwill, 2 points. What you did is too cruel. Aren't you afraid that one day you will get hurt too? And with all your hope you'll turn to others for help. But they'll choose to end you. Chen Xiaoyao's voice sounded from behind Zhao Yibai. She stood up. His eyes were fixed on Zhao Yibai's back. Her beautiful eyes were bloodshot. If someone can give me a quick fix when I'm seriously injured and can't be cured, I'll say thank you. Zhao Yibai paused, but did not look back. Thank you very much. Zhao Yibai left. He got in the car and picked up his phone. Secretary, send a few combat teams to take over the weapons, equipment, and resources in front of the maternal and child health hospital. Yes. Chun Shiweru agreed solemnly. Save resources, waste is shameful. Several cars were blown up in front of the hospital, killing many Zhou family mercenaries, but their guns and other things were still usable. The people of Qintown also have many resources, including a lot of cars. The harvest is quite large. After hearing Zhao Yibai's answer, Qin Xiaoyao was stunned. Not long after, the school's combat team arrived and quickly took control of the hospital. There are no more mutated zombies here. The resentful woman who was almost beaten to death by Zhao Yibai is no longer here. All the people who were still alive in Chunjun were captured. In the end times, living people are also a kind of resource. Ha ha. Before Zhao Yibai entered the office, he heard a burst of hearty laughter coming from the office. Zhao Yibai took off his coat and asked, Team Leader Zhou, what makes you so happy? Qin Shiweru took the coat from Zhao Yibai and put it on the hanger beside her. Zhao Yibai has arranged for Yin Xianqian and the Japanese devils to be in the school hospital. He informed the Lord of Resentment to keep an eye on the Japanese devils. The Lord of Resentment's daughter is also in the school hospital, so he will not let the Japanese devils do anything wrong. I'm glad to see you. Zhou Runkai stood up immediately when the office door opened. As for why he laughed, that was happiness, so happiness. Zhou Runkai just received the news not long ago. Damn it, Wu Hang and his people are dead, all dead. This is awesome. Although this caused huge losses to the Zhou family, no less than the losses suffered by the Chamber of Commerce in the electromechanical market. But no matter what, it was the Zhou family that suffered the losses, but the one who survived was Zhou Runkai. This is a life saved. Zhou Runkai now admires himself very much. Not only did he run decisively, but he also ran to Zhao Yibai's school as soon as possible. It's true. It's safe here at school. Doesn't this mean you survived? Zhao Yibai sat down on the big chair in the principal's office. Happy, huh? Where's the gift for me? The smile on Zhou Runkai's face suddenly disappeared. Still near the hospital. Zhao Yibai, I did pick up some supplies at the hospital, but you wouldn't say that the unwanted supplies I picked up belong to your Zhou family, right? At this time, the sound of a car was heard in the school. Zhou Runkai subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice. He opened his mouth, but still laughed awkwardly. Ha ha. Aren't those the Zhou family's cars? Some of the cars were flying the Zhou family flags and had the Zhou family spray paint from the city lord's mansion. Zhou Runkai, that can't be possible. I'll go back and prepare another batch of fine wine and send it over. Okay, go ahead. Zhao Yibai nodded. Yes. Zhou Runkai left, almost crying. When leaving, just like last time, those who came by car and those who walked had to hand in their guns and other belongings. Zhou Runkai has become accustomed to this humiliating treatment. Outside, he is the awe-inspiring leader of the Zhou family's operations team, the right-hand man of Zhou Kong, the young master of the Zhou family, and the team leader Zhou, who is second only to the emperor and above many others. At school, when Zhou Runkai arrived at the door, he took the car keys from the driver and handed them to the leader of the school security team who was guarding the gate. You have to give it anyway. It's better to give it proactively. You still have to give it to the school when they ask for it, but it's better to give it proactively to show your sincerity. In fact, Zhao Yibai gained a lot this time and had no intention of cheating Zhou Runkai again, since they were already acquaintances now. But Zhou Runkai is so sensible, he can't let his subordinates reject him. Gave it. Then just keep it. Waste. Waste. All of them are waste. Zhou family. Zhou Kong was angry. Wu Hang is determined to do what he wants. He's crazy about making a contribution. I can't persuade him, and I can't stop him. Zhou Runkai knelt on the ground with his head lowered. A tiny hospital actually has a level 3 mutant zombie. Forget it, get up. This isn't your fault. Start a mutant zombie census immediately. In view of the huge loss, Zhou Kong suddenly thought of a very terrifying possibility. This possibility scared him so much that he almost sobered up and no longer cared about the responsibility for the loss. A census of mutant zombies? Zhou Runkai breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Kong pointed to the wine cabinet not far away with trembling hands. Zhou Runkai quickly got up, ran over, opened a bottle of foreign wine, took ice cubes from the refrigerator, added ice according to Zhou Kang's favorite ratio, and poured in the wine. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Hiss-ha. Zhou Kong picked up the wine glass and drank it in big gulps. After taking several sips, he opened his mouth and exhaled the alcohol. As the cold liquor entered his stomach, Zhou Kang's hand stopped shaking. I suspect that the third-level mutant zombies are no longer a coincidence. Now, mutant zombies may exist in every corner of City A. Oh. Zhou Runkai shuddered when he heard this. If this were true, well, what's going on? How can people survive? Zhou Kong, go ahead. Yes. Zhou Runkai knew the interests involved and hurried down to make arrangements. Zhou Runkai consoled himself in his heart. No, No, my cousin just drank too much and scared himself. City A, Central District, Wong Family Secret Laboratory. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The huge cylindrical petri dish was filled with light red liquid, and in the middle of the liquid, there was a pretty girl soaking. There are many pipes connected to the bottom of the culture dish, which are constantly pumping oxygen into it. It looks like small bubbles are constantly rising from the culture dish. The girl is pretty, but if you look closely, you will find that her neck and head have a circle of rough-looking needlework scars. Wang Weiwei was rarely away from the Chamber of Commerce's office. She was wearing a protective suit and standing in front of the petri dish, looking at Chen Qi inside with red eyes. Chi-Chi, a man also wearing protective clothing, came over and said, "Acting President, your 5 minutes are up. You should leave now. If you stay any longer, the high-voltage radiation here will affect your health." The silver metal-style hall was filled with various metal pipes, and there were 10 petri dishes like the one where Chen Qi was. However, 5 of the 10 were empty. On the west wall closest to the only exit is a display showing dense data. Good. Facing her living subordinates, in the blink of an eye, Wang Weiwei became extremely cold and imposing, and she strode out of the place. The man followed him out, just as the 2 men left and closed the heavy metal door of the laboratory. Dang! Chen Qi in the petri dish suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 111 Challenge. Night School. Clatter. Zhou Ying, wearing a red ancient costume, poured fine wine for Zhao Bai. She raised the wine pot very high, and the wine fell vertically in a line into the wine glass, splashing wine foam and filling the whole room with the aroma of wine. Yeah, good, excellent. Yu Yurong was sitting in Zhao Bai's arms. His big hands were unscrupulously controlling the world. Yu Yurong's pretty face was flushed as she fed Zhao Bai meat dishes. This is in the school's board of directors meeting room. The huge long table was filled with delicious food. Except for those on duty, the leaders of the 20 regular combat teams are all here. The speakers were playing ancient music. 7 or 8 girls from the dance department with good figures, wearing beautiful ancient skirts, were dancing to the music. Zhou Ying poured the wine, held the glass with both hands, and brought it to Zhao Bai's mouth. Zhao Bai took a sip of wine, and Yu Yurong immediately brought the sizzling roasted lamb. A mouthful of wine, a mouthful of meat. Cool. After fighting wars all his life, Zhao Bai also wanted to enjoy himself. This was also the case with ancient emperors. Almost all the people in the room were surrounding Zhao Bai. In this apocalyptic world where people eat each other, most people lack food and clothing, and having enough food is a luxury. Zhao Bai has a safe house, abundant resources, and a beautiful woman. Life is very comfortable. What is the core of the school? Before, many people had just joined and didn't know what was going on. They thought the core was hot weapons, guns, or sharp cold weapons, like welded spears, or various homemade chemical weapons, or the strength of their unity, or everyone's concerted efforts. No, neither. After they joined for a while, they understood. There is only one real core, very simple and violent. That is Zhao Bai. This is the man who is as powerful as a bug. Guns and cannons. With Zhao Bai, they have more and more of these things. With Zhao Bai, there is enough food and water, and they can never be eaten or used up. Even those terrifying mutated zombies were very kind to them because of Zhao Bai's presence. The Chamber of Commerce, the Zhou family, everything is not as good as Zhao Bai. As long as Zhao Bai is fine and Zhao Bai is in this school, then this school is the safest place in the apocalypse. The dishes have 5 flavors, and the wine has 3 rounds. The main light is off, and the ambient light is on. Everyone started playing games. Carry out positive team building. Whether it is the civilians captured from Building F or the civilians of Chun Town who were just brought back from the hospital, people of this level will not participate in any celebrations. Just give them something to eat so they don't starve to death. If you want to eat your fill, you have to participate in the labor tasks issued by the school in exchange for food and resources, but only the most basic food and resources. If you want to eat well, that is a benefit only available to squad-level members. Only squad-level members can take on tasks, earn points, and purchase unlimited resources. The harder you work, the better the rewards. School, canteen kitchen. SHHHHH. Shindea, who was almost wrapped like a dumpling, was peeling potatoes in a basin without saying a word. He lowered his head and worked hard. Originally, he was the leader of the new generation of Chunjun, the future of Chunjun's survivor group, and the new team leader who would succeed Chinshu. An exploration of the maternal and child health hospital in City A resulted in a complete failure for Chunjun's team. It also caused Chindei to lose his wife. He once became a prisoner. The change in identity is huge. But Chindei has accepted the reality. If it weren't for Zhao Bai, he is sure that he would have been dead. These people from Chun Town in front of us will definitely not survive. The third-level mutant zombies were too terrifying, especially the one I encountered this time. I couldn't even touch it. Uncle Dae. Chen Xiaoyao's task was to cut meat. After she had cut 2 pigs, her hands were numb. This kind of work was more strenuous than fighting zombies. Having been a favored child since childhood, Chen Xiaoyao had never done this kind of work, especially such a large amount of work. There were also 3 pigs weighing over 200 pounds that had just been thawed and needed her to cut them up. Are you tired? Take a break, and I'll help you cut it. Chen Dae raised his head and looked over. Chen Xiaoyao was silent for a few seconds. Then she said, Uncle Dae, are we really going to be servants of this kind of people forever? Chen Dae was also silent for a moment. After a long moment, Chen Dae smiled and said, It's not a bad thing. That man is quite strong. The work is a bit hard, but at least it's safe. Chen Xiaoyao. But we are from Chun Town. We snatched these potatoes and frozen meat from the supermarket and paid for them with our lives. Chen Dae's eyes turned red when he heard this. He sighed. In the apocalypse, the winner is king. Who made us weak? Xiaoyao, Chun Town's past glory is gone. We need to survive. Chen Xiaoyao's eyes turned red. But this is too bitter. Chen Dae. Team leader Tian Yu explained the school rules to me. As long as I continue to contribute to the school, I will have the opportunity to be promoted to a team member in the future. Then, my life will be much easier. As long as I work hard, there is still a future. Chen Xiaoyao clenched his fists. Her hands were swollen from constantly cutting meat. At this moment, when clenched, the fist looks like a big pig's hoof. Okay, let's all take a break. At this time, the door to the kitchen opened. Han Wan came over with a group of people, and the people behind her were carrying food boxes. Continue working after dinner. No, I don't want to live like this forever. I don't want to cut up pork anymore. Previously, the person in charge of supervision here was Tian Yu and a group of people. Tian Yu looked like he was good at fighting, so Chen Xiaoyao didn't dare to get angry. But now, Chen Xiaoyao looked at the team leader Han Wan who came to take over the shift and seemed to have little fighting ability. Chen Xiaoyao stood up. Xiaoyao. Chen Dae shouted anxiously. Chen Xiaoyao looked at Han Wan and said, I don't want to be a commoner. I want to be a team leader, or at least a team member. Let's fight and see who's better with their fists and strength. Han Wan was stunned. Work hard, and there will be opportunities for promotion. A member of Han Wan's team was furious. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Huh? Just now, when team leader Tian Yu was here, why didn't you challenge him? Instead of bullying our team leader for his good temper and weak strength. Han Wan does indeed act like a goody-goody, but judging by her physique, she seems to be inferior to Tian Yu. But if Zhao Bai were here, he would definitely laugh out loud. Han Wan is like a god of war. No cheating. I'm afraid even Zhao Bai can't do it. Obviously, the team members were not very clear about Han Wan's strength. Chen Xiaoyao took up his stance and looked at Han Wan provocatively. I can't wait any longer. I don't want to cut pork anymore. Are you scared? Come on, fight. Chapter 112, All Villains. Well, alright then. Han Wan hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. At present, the school is in need of staff. This little girl is so confident. She must be very capable. It was indeed quite embarrassing for me to be defeated by her. But, for the sake of school, let's just accept the shame. The overall situation should be given priority. The corners of Chen Xiaoyao's mouth curled up. If you agree, then it will be easy. Let me show you my strength. Seeing that Chen Xiaoyao was acting rashly but still behaved a bit, Chen Dae breathed a sigh of relief. He warned, Xiaoyao, restrain yourself and don't hurt the team leader. Don't worry. Chen Xiaoyao is full of confidence. Han Wan looks like an honest person, so she can't be a good fighter. She has been learning martial arts from her grandfather since she was a child. A team member opened the door from the kitchen to the cafeteria hall, and a group of people rushed into the hall and formed a circle. Han Wan and Chen Xiaoyao stood in the middle of the circle. Chen Xiaoyao took a stance and bowed. You have a good personality and are a good person. I will be gentle with you. Seeing this, Han Wan said very cautiously, even though you can defeat me, I can't guarantee that you can become a team leader, but I will ask the principal to promote you to the squad level. If you are really strong and make it to the squad level, you will be close to the squad leader level. Good. Chen Xiaoyao smiled slightly and suddenly shouted, I'm coming. After a roar, Chen Xiaoyao rushed towards Han Wan with her fists clenched. She took advantage of the momentum and punched Han Wan in the face. Such a hard punch to the face will definitely cause facial injuries. If it were anyone other than Han Wan, they would probably save face first. Han Wan is a little different. She clenched her fist and punched in the same position. You didn't even avoid my attack? Chen Xiaoyao was surprised. But the momentum can no longer be stopped. She originally wanted to let Han protect her face while she attacked the air defense department. Bang! Han took Qin Xiaoyao's punch on the face, and the flesh on her face trembled violently. At the same time, Han fist hit Qin Xiaoyao's face, and there was a cracked sound of bone breaking. Qin Xiaoyao was hit by the punch, and his whole body hit the ground with a bang on the back of his head. Han punch made a sound of wind noise. After Qin Xiaoyao fell to the ground, apart from the blood coming out of his nose, he was as quiet as if he was asleep, without any movement at all. There was silence all around. Oh. Han rubbed her swollen face. Qin Xiaoyao was indeed very strong. The punch was very painful, and her face was swollen. But Qin Xiaoyao seemed a little dead. Qin Dai quickly ran to Qin Xiaoyao's side and tried to breathe. Breathing is already inhalation, but not exhalation. Very faint. Qin Dai, the injury is quite serious. Han said anxiously. Quick, send him to the school hospital. She felt a little regretful. This girl acts like a martial arts master, and she respects her opponents very much. But I didn't expect. Han hometown is in the mountains. She has been doing farm work since she was a child and has been known as a strong person in the village. When I was a teenager, I could carry 2 large bags of fertilizer on my shoulders. The onlookers from Qinjin were silent. Qin Xiaoyao picked a school team leader who looked honest, but his fighting ability was too incredible. The other party hasn't taken up any weapons yet. It's a fair fist-to-fist fight. Suddenly, some people who were eager to try and challenge themselves to advance early gave up the idea. After 2 hours of rescue work by doctors led by Meng Jiao, Qin Xiaoyao was saved. Early morning. The anesthetic effect wore off. Qin Xiaoyao woke up, staring at the ceiling with empty eyes. Damn, this school is really Bientai. She cursed. Sister, are you awake? Nyo had woken up a long time ago. Seeing that Qin Xiaoyao was moving, she got off the bed, walked quickly to Qin Xiaoyao, and said with a smile. Well. Qin Xiaoyao looked at the girl who was several years younger than her and asked curiously, Who are you? Nyo. My name is Nyo, and my full name is Hui Nyo. Qin Xiaoyao. Are you also a prisoner of the school? Captive. Nyo shook her head. It was brother Zhao Bai who saved me and brought me here. Qin Xiaoyao was confused. Zhao Bai save you? He's such a cruel person, he would. You are not allowed to say bad things about brother Bai. Nyo's face suddenly changed. Qin Xiaoyao was a little annoyed. What if I tell him? He's a bad guy. Besides, you are just a little girl. How can you? Qin Xiaoyao's expression suddenly changed. Nyo looked at Qin Xiaoyao with a cold expression. What she did was very simple. She raised her foot and stepped on the oxygen tube on the ground. Qin Xiaoyao, whose broken nose was tightly bandaged and who relied entirely on a breathing mask for oxygen, immediately began to have difficulty breathing. Ahu. Qin Xiaoyao's eyes widened. The oxygen in the oxygen mask was consumed, and it became difficult for her to breathe. The injury is too severe. She had no strength at all and tried to lift her hands several times, but couldn't. Nyo said seriously, People who don't know how to be grateful don't deserve to live. Wrong, Qin Xiaoyao never thought that one day he would be taught a lesson by a little girl, and even more so, his life and death would be in her hands. Just when Qin Xiaoyao was about to faint, Nyo raised her foot. Suddenly, fresh oxygen was delivered to the oxygen-breathing mask. Ah! Qin Xiaoyao quickly took deep breaths. Almost choked. Nyo, since the dean's sister has saved you for so long and worked so hard, I'll forgive you this time. Remember, there won't be a next time. Snort. Nyo snorted coldly, went back to her hospital bed, and lay down angrily. In the end, Qin Xiaoyao didn't say the national quintessence out loud and held it back. This school is so fucking weird. A little girl is actually a diehard fan of Zhao Bai, and she is going to be killed just because of one sentence. Horrible. It's so scary. Nyo. At this time, a sweet female voice came from outside. A smile appeared on Nyo's face. Sister Xiao. AI Xiao walked into the ward carrying a thermos bucket. Because we are of similar age, the two of them have become good friends. When AI Xiao has nothing to do, she likes to come and play with Nyo. Sometimes they watch cartoons and play with dolls together. AI Xiao spoke from the tumor in the front of her throat. It's time to eat. Qin Xiaoyao originally wanted to complain. How could a little girl be so cruel? But she suddenly saw the tumor hanging under AI Xiao's chest and throat, and she fell silent. Okay. In this school, the human beings are the ruthless ones, and the rest are not human beings. Qin Xiaoyao became completely obedient. It seemed like anyone who came out could kill her. Her pride was shattered. Suddenly, I felt that she was quite suitable for cutting pork. Getting along with these squad-level members is more tiring than cutting pork. Zhao Yibai pushed away the things on his body, sat up, and took a deep breath of air as his brain was a little lacking in oxygen. I don't know who invented sleeping on the floor. He is 3 times more awesome than Wei Xiaobao at his peak, and they even sleep on the floor together. As soon as Zhao Yibai looked up, he saw a baby hanging upside down on the ceiling, the baby smiling at him. Hey, you're paralyzed. Ghosts scare people to death. Zhao Yibai was startled and lowered his head. The baby stopped laughing. After being scolded, he said aggrievedly, Cry, cry, cry. What are you crying for? Why are you looking for me instead of staying with your mother? The baby said nothing, just pointed into the distance and floated ahead. Zhao Yibai turned on the god's perspective and looked down directly in the direction the baby was pointing. When he saw the situation over there, he immediately opened his mouth wide. Fuck. Chapter 113, The Lord of Fire. The sky in the south was bright red. It's fire. Large patches of flames illuminated the sky red, and from a distance it looked as if the sky was on fire. Zhao Yibai saw it. In the flames, 2 huge figures stood. That's why he's so fucked. The other person's posture looks really cool. Ding. A level 4 mutant zombie, the Fire Monarch, has been discovered. Ding. Level 3 mutant zombie cleaner, Ant Nyo, has been discovered. Ding. A level 3 mutant zombie giant dog has been discovered. Ding. A level 3 mutant zombie, a giant zombie, has been discovered. 4 system prompts sounded in succession in Zhao Yibai's mind. The distance is a bit far. It seems that those 4 are on the edge of the central city area of City A. It is not clear to the naked eye, but Zhao Yibai looked at it from a god's perspective and saw it clearly. Roar. When Zhao Yibai looked at the Fire Lord in the middle from a god's perspective, the Fire Lord seemed to sense something and roared towards the sky. The Fire Lord is 30 meters tall, and his body is made up of countless zombies. He is burning with flames, and from a distance he looks like a giant living man. From a close distance, his skin, muscles, and even his face are made up of countless wriggling zombies. Some of these zombies have been absorbed into the Fire Lord's body as nutrients, and some even have organs, constantly struggling inside the Fire Lord's body. This thing is very scary. This giant zombie is about 26 or 27 meters tall, almost as tall as a 10-story building. He was much rougher than the Fire Lord. There was no flame on his body. Instead, his huge body was filled with the remains and limbs of the people and zombies he had eaten. Ant Nyo, the cleaner, is a cleaner wearing an orange vest. The upper half of her head is missing where her eyes would be. No brains. But she is still alive. A soft, thin blood scab formed at the wound where half of the head was missing. To be precise, there was still a bit of the brain inside. If you stood higher, you could see the black brain under the thin blood scab. Ant Nyo was standing on one shoulder of the giant zombie, holding a half-rotten black dog in her hand. The black dog's teeth were quite large, and its body was covered with scars that looked like they were man-made. The wounds were rotten and maggot-infested, and it looked quite disgusting. What the hell happened? Zhao Yibai withdrew his gaze. There are zombies and mutated zombies. He is very clear about this. But the mutant zombies suddenly came out in groups, which was very wrong. Cry, cry, cry. The baby floated back to Zhao Yibai's side. He stretched out his finger and pointed over there again, then opened his mouth, pointed at his own mouth, and touched his flat belly. Zhao Yibai understood what the baby meant. Hungry food. The baby smiled and nodded quickly. Zhao Yibai, your meaning or the meaning of the one inside you. The baby pointed to his belly. 1 level 4, 3 level 3. Zhao Yibai gently pinched his chin and quickly made his decision. All right, let's get rid of them. That idiot Fire Lord was yelling at me. Zhao Yibai has roughly figured out the upgrade rules of mutant zombies, which are to eat people and zombies and constantly strengthen themselves. On his side are Su Yuyu, AI Xiao Xiao, the Lord of Resentment, and this baby. Zhao Yibai will not let his zombies eat people casually. Ordinary zombies are not very nutritious, which causes the zombies under his command to develop very slowly. To upgrade the mutant zombies, they have to devour them quickly. Isn't this the devouring material? Chun Shiwaru, tell AI Xiao Xiao and Su Yuyu to come to the principal's office to see me. Zhao Yibai dressed neatly and left the somewhat chaotic meeting room. Buzz. At this time, Zhao Yibai's cell phone rang. It was a message from Wang Weiwei. Wang Weiwei. The Zhou family conducted a zombie census. In just one night, they found more than a dozen level 3 mutant zombies scattered throughout the city. A group of idiots accidentally angered a group of zombies, and those zombies went crazy. Don't come to the city center for the time being. It's dangerous, very dangerous. One of them is very likely the strongest zombie to appear in City A level 4 mutant zombie. Level 4 mutant zombie. Zhao Yibai really wanted to say that he had already killed him. but there is no need to say it. It's like he's pretending to be better than me. Zhao Bai, you should also pay attention to your safety. Vera Wang, yes. City A, City Center. Zhou Family Villa. Zhou Minghuang sat on the sofa with a serious expression. Zhou Kong held the wine glass in his hand and took a sip from time to time. Stop drinking, Zhou Minghuang said angrily. Hiss. Zhou Kong exhaled a breath of alcohol and put down the glass. Second uncle, don't be so nervous. Things have come to this. Do you want a drink? Zhou Minghuang. Drinking can't solve any problems. Without drinking, we can't solve any problems. Zhou Kong put down his glass and spread his hands. Level 3 mutant zombies are simply beyond our ability to resist. The family's ammunition depot has run out of large bombs, and the usual gasoline and fire method is useless. The large zombies that have emerged are all fire-playing, can eat fire, and can even breathe fire. Rarely, Zhou Kong chose to give up. Okay, stop pretending. Zhou Minghuang has seen through Zhou Kang's little thoughts. Zhou Kong grew up under his care, and he is definitely not someone who would give up so easily. I know you're coveting the super weapon your family is researching, but right now, the Wang family of the Chamber of Commerce hasn't made a move, so we can't use this trump card yet. We need to wait. Wait. Zhou Kong tilted his head. Second uncle, are you kidding me? People are dying every moment. Zhou Minghuang, what does it have to do with you if a few people die? Aren't you responsible for enough deaths? Oh no. Zhou Kong waved his hand. Second uncle, you misunderstood. What I meant is that after people die, these mutated zombies will become stronger. They will become more difficult to deal with. What does it matter if ordinary people die or not? Zhou Minghuang narrowed his eyes and said, as long as the Chamber of Commerce releases the monsters created in the laboratory, I will authorize you to use the Zhou family's super weapon. The zombies becoming stronger is certainly terrifying, but being the first to use their trump cards and consume them will be even more terrifying. Good. Zhou Kong nodded, picked up the wine glass, and took a few big gulps. Before, he felt that there was one, but he was not sure if it was real. With Zhou Minghuang's words, he felt relieved. After drinking, my cell phone rang. It was Zhou Runkai calling. Zhou Kong picked up the phone and answered. Hello, Zhou Runkai, what's going on? Brother. Major discovery, major discovery. I think I know how Zhao Bai from that school controls the mutant zombies. Zhou Runkai's voice was very excited. Zhou Kong, oh. Chapter 114, Diverting the Trouble. Brother, it's a child. Child? What child? It's a zombie child. Zombies can give birth to babies? Did you drink it? No, no, no. Brother, this is it. Level 3 mutant zombies possess a certain level of intelligence. In other words, they may have become mutant zombies because of their deep obsession, and children are the means to control the mutant zombies. I wasn't sure before, until my men stole the zombie's child. Then the zombie got furious, very furious. Zhou Runkai's voice was filled with unconcealable excitement. If their Zhou family can also control zombies, then their strength will definitely surpass that of the Chamber of Commerce. They will be the strongest and only rulers in the rebuilt City A in the future. Zhou Kong. You mean, you got the child of the angry mutant zombie, and he got angry because the child was lost? Yes, that's right. Zhou Runkai agreed immediately without thinking too much. This is a credit. He has nothing to do with the blame. As for the credit, it must be his. Zhou Kong suddenly shouted. Idiot. Oh. Are you heading towards the villa with your child? Yes. Bring the child back so that we can study him. Change direction. You're attracting mutant zombies. Yes. Go to the Chamber of Commerce and put the child in the Chamber of Commerce building. Zhou Kong suddenly felt happy. That's a really good idea. Oh. Zhou Runkai was stunned again. Brother, why don't you study whether this child can be used to control mutant zombies? Zhou Kong. Let the Chamber of Commerce study it first. He laughed playfully. The rage of the 4th level mutant zombies is no joke. Is that something that can be easily studied? Can it be studied in a short period of time? If they had attracted the 4th level mutant zombies, their Zhou family would have been slaughtered by the mutant zombies before the research results were available. Okay. Zhou Runkai probably also understood what Zhou Kong meant. This is to divert the trouble away. Lead the mutated zombies to the Chamber of Commerce's territory. On the road in the city center. Turn around quickly. Take the child to the Chamber of Commerce building and hand the child and the discovery over to the Wang family. Oh. The subordinates were a little confused. Team leader, this is a major discovery. Are you just going to hand it over to the Chamber of Commerce like that? Right. Zhou Runkai patted his subordinate's shoulder and said, the Chamber of Commerce has a special biological research laboratory that is more suitable for studying the relationship between humans and zombies. Our Zhou family and the Chamber of Commerce are one family. At this critical moment for the survival of City A, we should work together. For the future of humanity. Yes. His subordinates were shocked, and he agreed loudly. He felt something called pattern from Zhou Ruankai's words. Stop the car, I'll get off first. Zhou Ruankai stopped the driver. He got out of the car. Subordinate. Team leader Zhou, what are you doing? Zhou Ruankai said calmly. If no one stops them, the mutant zombies will catch up soon. You go first, and make sure to hand the child over to the Chamber of Commerce. I'll stay and stop the mutant zombies. The subordinate was extremely excited. Team leader Zhou, don't worry. Even if we die, we will complete the mission. The convoy left quickly. Zhou Ruankai watched the convoy go away and immediately got on a car that remained. The men in the car looked troubled. Team leader, how can we stop those mutant zombies with just a few of us? Stop it, retreat. Zhou Ruankai smirked and said, let's go back to the villa. After a few seconds of silence in the car, the driver said, yes. The car started. Go to the central villa in the city center. Roar. Boom. A building was violently shaken by the huge body of the Fire Lord, and countless glass windows shattered and fell with a crashing sound. Countless screams and cries were heard from inside. Pum. The Fire Lord opened his mouth wide and spewed out a large amount of flames at several buildings in the distance. The flaming dragon was dozens of meters long. Roast all the people or zombies in some distant buildings. A large number of survivors lost their lives. The Fire Lord was also growing larger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Slurp, slurp. The giant zombie stood respectfully behind the Fire Lord, guarding him. From time to time, the giant zombie would sniff the bloody smell in the air. On the ground, several survivors were running around frantically. They were lucky enough to have escaped from the building. Unfortunately, there are several advanced mutant zombies behind him. Woof, woof, woof. The megalodon barked at the air. Its nose is very sensitive and can clearly smell all human scents. As long as it's human, there is absolutely no possibility of evading its sense of smell. Thank you, thank you. Aunt Nyo, who had lost half of her head, kept saying thank you. She had lost the upper half of her head and her eyes. But she knew. These good people are helping her find her grandson who was stolen by a thief. She couldn't lose her grandson. His son and daughter-in-law died in a disaster relief operation, and this was the only bloodline they left. Grandson, nothing can happen. Don't worry, human traffickers must die. The Fire Lord made a loud noise. Woof, woof, woof. The megalodon seemed to understand what the human was saying, and it barked to show its agreement. Roar. The huge zombie nodded his inconspicuous head. Its body is as big as a building. The core's head is still the size of a normal person's head. Maybe the brain is too small. It is a level 3 mutant zombie, but it has difficulty speaking. Child, what child? It's none of our business. Master Mutant Zombie, please stop chasing me. Please, stop chasing me. If you keep chasing me, I'll die. Help, help. How can there be such terrifying zombies? Where are the Zhou family and the Chamber of Commerce? Why don't they come out to fight the zombies? Normal survivors are like ants in front of these mutated zombies. One kick can kill several people. They fled crying. Bang! A building was picked up by a giant zombie, and it was holding it alive. It held the building tightly and swung it. Whoosh whoosh. The zombies inside fell down like dumplings. Among them, there are also living people. There are even second-level mutant zombies. Ding, ding, ding. The giant zombie's big feet kept stomping on, crushing all the zombies and humans to death. No. After shaking, it shook its head stupidly. Woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. That direction, Xiaohei said. That direction. Aunt Nyo with half her head pointed in the direction of the Chamber of Commerce building. Walk. The Fire Lord raised his hands, crouched, and then suddenly jumped up. Boom! When the Fire Lord's huge body landed on the ground, countless flames swept in all directions, and an area of 1 square kilometer was completely washed by flames. Those survivors who were still running and struggling were all swept away by the flames and burned to pieces. 4 mutated zombies walked towards the Chamber of Commerce building. Stop! Stop! We have important matters to discuss and need to meet with the leader of your Chamber of Commerce. What do you want to do by attracting mutant zombies here? What? Zhou Ruankai's subordinates were stunned. Pawn. A cylindrical flame 80 meters long and 10 meters in diameter fell from the sky, instantly engulfing the checkpoint and armed personnel of the Chamber of Commerce at the intersection. They were directly melted into slag by the high temperature. Zhou Ruankai's subordinates were scared to death. The flames were less than 5 meters away from him as he got out of the car to negotiate. Chapter 115 President. Damn the Zhou family. They attracted the mutant zombies here. It's over. Right now, Our combined firepower inventory is not enough to deal with so many high-level mutant zombies. Is this the only way for our Chamber of Commerce to stop? The power is too strong. We are no match for him. I'm afraid it's too late to escape now. Quiet. Vera Wong tapped the table lightly. The huge conference room soon became quiet. The huge curtains that could block out the sunlight had been drawn. Sitting in this conference room, they could see the huge mutated zombies wreaking havoc less than 2 kilometers away. He's like a monster. Except for Wong Weiwei. Everyone else in the room was very panicked. A gray-haired Chamber of Commerce representative spoke up. Acting President, what exactly do you want to do? You won't run, and you won't let us run. Are you trying to stand in the way of these mutant zombies? Just at this moment, an explosion sounded. Everyone saw the huge Fire Lord spit out a cylindrical flame towards the checkpoint. He continued to spit, and the flames swept across. In the extremely high temperature that was difficult to estimate, the mercenaries of the Chamber of Commerce who were covered by flames were instantly burned into charcoal. All the combustible materials on the ground were ignited. The flames swept over, and the earth became charred. The combustible materials continued to burn everywhere. The corpses had turned into fragments, and even some guns were melted and deformed. Die. Behind the checkpoint, dozens of people from the Chamber of Commerce were all burned to death. How the hell do we fight this? What are we going to use to fight? Someone who saw this scene collapsed, jumped onto the conference table, stepped on it, and pointed at Wong Weiwei. Wong Weiwei, if you want to die, don't drag us down with you. What's the point of not letting us escape? Everyone knows that the situation in City B is much better than ours. No mutant zombies have appeared yet. The Chamber of Commerce is gone, but the Green Mountains remain. Bang! With a loud bang, the voice of the collapsed man stopped abruptly. Wong Weiwei placed the pistol in her hand, with smoke still coming out of the muzzle, on the table. The old man who had spoken earlier had sweat on his forehead. He angrily said, Acting President, you're going too far. You're going to kill the Chamber of Commerce representative too. Wong Weiwei. Anyone who mentions the word retreat again will die. The middle-aged man, Wang Wenxiong, was enraged by Wong Weiwei's words. He stood up, pulled out a gun from his pocket and pointed it at Wong Weiwei. Are you the only one with a gun? If you weren't the president's daughter, do you think you could sit in the position of acting president? At that moment, the big man in a suit behind Wang Wenxiong also pulled out his gun and pointed it at Wong Weiwei. Behind both sides of the conference table, the security guards in black suits who were responsible for the security of the meeting also pulled out their guns and pointed their guns at Wang Wenxiong and his gang. Peacemaker Wang Wenxiong said, Garlic Bird, we are all family. Why bother with fighting? Wenxiong, put down your guns. Acting Chairman, have your people put down their guns as well. The most urgent task now is not internal fighting, but how to deal with those mutant zombies. Since you can't leave the A City Chamber of Commerce, then don't leave. Let's unite and fight the mutant zombies. Snort. Wang Wenxiong snorted coldly and put down the gun. His men also put down their guns. Wang Wenxiong, Wong Weiwei, if you want to fight, just tell me how to fight. If you don't want to fight, I don't care what you do, I'm going to City B. Who the hell is so stupid as to live and die with the people? Wong Weiwei picked up the pistol on the table, her face expressionless, and raised her hand to shoot. At the same time, seeing Wong Weiwei firing, the security guards who were on duty in the conference room and had not yet put down their guns, all fired at Wang Wenxiong and his men. Bang, 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 bang. Pa. Da-da-da. For a moment, the conference room was in chaos and gunshots rang out in succession. Wang Wenxiong and his men were shot to death before they could react. Just kill a marginalized representative. Wang Wenxiong didn't expect that Wong Weiwei would actually dare to attack him. And it's not just about taking action. It's a direct killing. When the gunfire stopped, the conference room fell into dead silence. Most of the Chamber of Commerce representatives crawled under the table. Only the white-haired old man from before was missing, and he was still sitting upright in the chair. It's not that he isn't afraid. He is old. The gunfight started so quickly that he didn't react. By the time I reacted, the fight was over. He was also scared to death. Acting President. Acting President, are you trying to defy the will of heaven? Wang Wenxiong crawled out from under the table, stamping his feet in anger. Vera Wong. I said, whoever says quit will die. Some people were puzzled. Why? Wong Weiwei pointed her gun at the floor. The underground laboratory is nearby. My father and my best friend are there. If we leave, they'll have no hope of survival. The Chamber of Commerce will also completely lose its strongest asset in the apocalyptic struggle. An elder murmured, Wang Wenxiong is your uncle. You can't kill him just because we have a disagreement. Wang Weiwei's face remained calm. I, Wang Weiwei, mean what I say. If my father hadn't been in trouble, and it was my father who just said he would retreat, I would still kill him. Hiss. There was a sound of people sucking in their breath. Okay, okay, you are truly a good son of my Wang family. Wang Wenjong was so angry that he cheered. If we don't leave and retreat, the mutant zombies will come. What should we do? Are we going to use the trump cards in the lab to deal with the mutant zombies? If we release them, then we will be exposing our trump cards and lose the capital to compete for supremacy. I'm afraid the Zhou family will laugh their heads off. Wang Weiwei shook her head. No need for a trump card. Someone said coldly. If you don't use a trump card, then what do you rely on? The gun that can easily kill your uncle. Wang Weiwei sat back, her hands behind her head, and leaned against the back of the chair. Facing the sneers and ridicule of the crowd, a refreshing smile appeared on her beautiful face. Gunshots can't kill level for mutant zombies. The Chamber of Commerce can use its trump card, but it won't be the first to use it. If the Zhou family does, then we will do it too. If the Zhou family doesn't leave first, won't they attract the mutant zombies here? Then I'll detonate the nuclear bomb hidden under the building. Then boom. The nuclear bomb will explode, detonating the underground laboratory, and the various viruses stored there will be blown to the ground. The entire city of every living thing, will die. If you want the Chamber of Commerce to die, then let the entire city be buried with it, and let the end of the world come even more violently. I don't know whether we can kill the 4th level mutant zombies, but everyone here and the Zhou family's rats, we will all die. Silence. Even silence. In the extremely luxurious and high-end business conference room, several bodies were still bleeding from their wounds, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder after the gunshots. They were stunned by the powerful, big shots, who could easily decide the life and death of an ordinary person in City A. I couldn't say a word. Their jaws dropped. This beautiful little girl, who was originally brought back from City A Women's University to be used as a vase puppet, has not only lost control, but has also gone completely crazy, absolutely crazy. When Wang Wenjong spoke again, his voice trembled. Chairman, don't you have a plan B? The word agent was also directly removed. Chapter 116 Plan B. Have. Wang Weiwei stood up and stretched. She walked to the window and looked at the huge fire lord who was causing trouble. That huge zombie is so scary. No matter how stupid the survivor is, he can no longer hide, and whoever encounters him will be unlucky. Wang Wenjong, what's the content? Wang Weiwei turned her back to the crowd and said, let the Chamber of Commerce change its name. Change your last name? Everyone was puzzled. What does this have to do with the Chamber of Commerce changing its name? Plan B is the future Chamber of Commerce, whose surname is Zhao. After saying this, the corners of Wang Weiwei's mouth curled up. The big shots behind were furious. My surname is Zhao. What does the president mean by this? I don't understand. Is there any force more powerful than our Chamber of Commerce and the Zhou family? And the only powerful force with the surname Zhao is the school. School Zhaoibai? Isn't that nonsense? Our prestigious Chamber of Commerce is relying on such a nobody? If the Zhou family knew, they would probably laugh their heads off. The question is, even if he joins Zhao Yibai, can he really deal with so many powerful mutant zombies? Yes, we have fought a war with the school before. I am afraid that even if the other party has such powerful abilities, they will not accept our surrender. In my opinion, just change your surname. As long as you can survive, just follow the president's orders. It's better than being blown to pieces by a nuclear bomb. Oh, yes, I almost forgot about this. Okay, changing your last name is good. I like changing my last name. The seat of the strong shall be occupied by the mighty, no problem. If the president doesn't mind, then we don't mind either. If Wang Weiwei had directly asked to change her surname, they would definitely not agree. But Wang Weiwei wants to take them to die with her. They feel that changing their surname is a good idea. At least I'm still alive. Wang Weiwei turned around and scanned the faces one by one. Are you all willing to change your surname? Willing. I do. All follow the president's orders. President, you have the final say. Everyone nodded. Good. Wang Weiwei nodded, took out her cell phone, and made a WeChat video call. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone vibrated. Following the sound of the vibrating cell phone, everyone looked towards the door. I'm not too late. The two doors of the conference room opened, and Zhao Yibai raised his vibrating cell phone. Just. Vera Wang grinned. Her plan B was to have the Chamber of Commerce submit to Zhao Yibai and ask Zhao Yibai to take action. But unexpectedly, Zhao Yibai had already arrived. There was an uproar in the conference room. Is this Zhao Yibai? It looks pretty ordinary. It seems like I've been fooled. Did they plan this long ago? First, they'll release the nuclear bomb plan, and then take advantage of this opportunity. Forget it. We've already agreed to it, so let's just carry it out. It's just right. Let's see what kind of combat power Zhao Bai has. Vera Wang is so cruel. No one dared to guess whether there was a nuclear bomb or not. Zhao Bai is not alone. Behind him were AI Xiao Xiao and Su Yuyu. AI Xiao Xiao was holding a little baby, and Su Yuyu was holding a small fish tank in her hand. The fish tank was filled with red liquid, which was slowly floating in the bathtub, as if it had life. When AI Xiao Xiao and others walked to the door of the conference room became quiet again. The frightened lowly smiled. They were very familiar with each other. The second-level mutant zombies that once wreaked havoc near the Litsuan community. Now, Xiao Xiao's dress is more beautiful, her hairstyle is also very delicate, and she is no longer crying all the time. This is horrifying. It is very likely that he has turned into a level 3 mutant zombie. Su Yuyu looked super pretty, but when they looked at her, their hearts were filled with coldness, and they couldn't feel any desire at all. The dead child and the person in the bathtub also carried an extremely evil aura. I told you not to come, but you came anyway. When a woman says no, doesn't that mean she wants it? Zhao Bai stepped forward, hugged Wang Weiwei, buried his head in her neck, and took a deep breath. Hiss. Wang Weiwei's face was full of smiles. She stretched out her swan-like neck, ignoring the gazes of the people around her, and allowed Zhao Bai to be intimate with her. There's a level 4 on the other side. Can you handle it? The Chamber of Commerce is yours now. If it's hard to handle, we'll retreat. I've already contacted City B. All the Chamber of Commerce representatives were stunned. Really? The so-called promises are just schemes of the superiors and can be changed at any time. What about the promise of not returning it? Whoever retreats will be killed. Only level 4. Zhao Bai pinched Wang Weiwei's chin and took a light bite of her red lips. Go ahead and fight. I'll give you 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, I'll take action and completely kill them. Yes. Su Yuyu and AI Xiao Xiao agreed to all the requests. Wow. The devil let out a sharp roar and then suddenly flew up. Crash. The triple thick glass of the conference room window was shattered into a large baby-shaped hole. In the glass fish tank, the flowing blood-red liquid suddenly flowed into the air and flew out from the broken window. It was originally a small bathtub of liquid, but after he went out, its volume rapidly increased 10-fold, 100-fold, and 1,000-fold. Boom! The Lord of Resentment transformed into a red cloud that covered an area of 10 miles around, obscuring the sky and becoming the new sky. It's him. The people in the conference room were horrified. Isn't this the mutant zombie that is wreaking havoc in the electromechanical market? Surprisingly, he didn't die. Zhao Bai, who surrendered to the school. Everyone was shocked. AI Xiao Xiao strode towards the glass window, looking like she was about to rush out. Hello, Su Yuyu called her. What? AI Xiao Xiao tilted her head, looking so cute. Su Yuyu. It's so high. Let's take the elevator. Oh. AI Xiao Xiao scratched his head, turned around, and followed Su Yuyu. The two of them walked one in front and one behind. AI Xiao Xiao, who was behind, muttered softly. I think jumping down like this is more domineering. Su Yuyu scolded. If you break your human form, you can't go back. Then you will be obedient. AI Xiao Xiao, you know you're wrong. Zhao Bai suddenly walked to the side of a middle-aged man and looked at the $1 million brand name watch on his hand. I think you need a watch to time 5 minutes. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. Then he took off his watch with a flattering look on his face and handed it to Zhao Bai with both hands. Zhao Bai put on his watch, glanced at the time, and then sat down in the chief chair at the long conference table. Wang Weiwei, who was always cold, sat in his arms with a smile on her face. Would you like something to drink? Zhao Bai, give me a cappuccino with plenty of sugar. Secretary. Okay, let's do it. The secretary left quickly. Soon, the images captured by the drone were projected onto the big screen in the conference room. Multi-angle. Checkpoint. Give us back the child. Everything is for the Zhou family. Zhou Ruankai's subordinates recovered from their shock. He looked back at the road they came from and his eyes became moist. He thought that Zhou Runkai had died in order to protect them. Just see. He roared. He suddenly pulled the ring of the grenade on his body and rushed into the car where the child was. The Chamber of Commerce, with the wrath of the mutant zombies, will be destroyed. Chapter 117, Zhou Mingwang. I wonder what Zhou Runkai would think if he knew that his subordinates were so loyal. Unfortunately, Zhou Runkai will never know. The subordinates would not know that Zhou Runkai had already fled back to the Zhou family villa and was asking Zhou Kong for credit. Zhou Kong generously gave this woman, who looked a bit like Wang Weiwei, to Zhou Runkai. This was the most generous reward Zhou Kong could ever give. For Zhou Runkai, he wanted to curse. It's okay to just wash the pot. We also have to be careful that Zhou Kong will bring up old issues in the future. The main thing is that you have to brush it. Not brushing it is equivalent to disrespecting Zhou Kang's reward. Zhou family villa. Ha ha ha. Listening to the noise in the room, Zhou Kang burst into laughter. Zhou Minghuang was puzzled. Xiao Kang, don't you like that girl very much? Why did you give her as a reward to Zhou Runkai? Sniff. Zhou Kang took out a sealed bag from his arms, opened the seal, took out a pair of shorts from it, and took a few deep puffs. Zhou Minghuang. If it were in the past, Zhou Minghuang would have severely reprimanded Zhou Kang when he saw this situation. What kind of unusual behavior is this? But now, Zhou Minghuang has realized that Zhou Kang is no longer the same child as before. It is time to gradually delegate power and respect the new head of the Zhou family, who is at his strongest age. Since you are such a big shot, what's wrong with having some special protection? This is the flavor of Vera Wang. What's inside is a Vera Wang substitute. Zhou Kang stood up, pulled out a lighter, and set his shorts on fire. His expression was distorted. After today, I, Zhou Kang, no longer need any of this. I no longer need any of this. Wang Weiwei will beg me. The Chamber of Commerce will also be in the hands of our Zhou family. Good. Zhou Minghuang clapped his hands and cheered, saying with a smile, that's right. This is what the future head of my Zhou family should look like. Zhou Kang had a beautiful idea. What he was thinking about was that before the Chamber of Commerce was in danger of collapse, Wang Weiwei begged her to use the entire Chamber of Commerce and herself as a gift, asking the Zhou family and their Chamber of Commerce to use their trump cards together to eliminate the current mutated zombies. If Wang Weiwei didn't ask, the mutated zombies would be attacking the Chamber of Commerce anyway, so the Chamber of Commerce would have to use its trump card. After playing the trump card, the result is the same. The Chamber of Commerce will no longer be the opponent of the Zhou family. After destroying the mutant zombies, the Chamber of Commerce will have to look at the Zhou family's face in the future. The status has changed. In Zhou Kang's opinion, there is no third way. The result is already determined. At this time, Zhou family mercenaries came quickly. Report. Urgent secret report. Zhou Kang, speak. Mercenary. Our undercover agent in the Chamber of Commerce building's conference room has secretly sent a message that Wang Weiwei has prepared a nuclear bomb. If our Zhou family doesn't take the initiative, she will launch the nuclear bomb and take the entire city of A with her. What? Zhou Kang was stunned. Zhou Minghuang. Is the news true? I'm afraid that Wang Weiwei deliberately spread the news to force our Zhou family to use our trump card to deal with the mutant zombies first. Humph, it's unbelievable. Don't pay attention to it. I just don't believe that her Chamber of Commerce doesn't use trump cards, doesn't fight zombies that can be fought, and directly perishes together. Huff, huff, huff. Tramp. Zhou Kang blew on the burning shorts, but when he couldn't put them out, he threw them on the ground and stomped out the fire with his feet. Zhou Runkai, the situation has changed. Stop first. Oh. Zhou Runkai in the room was confused. He thought Zhou Kang would bring up old issues, but is this happening before the whole process is even completed? Stop, get out. Yes. Zhou Runkai walked out quickly. Zhou Kang. You, go to the Chamber of Commerce building. What? Me? Now. Zhou Runkai's face turned pale. Those several mutated zombies were all led in that direction. Zhou Kang's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. Let's schedule a time with the Chamber of Commerce to use our trump cards together to deal with the mutant zombies. Xiao Kang. Zhou Minghuang. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take over the Chamber of Commerce. Ha ha. Zhou Kang laughed sarcastically and shook his head. No, 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 second uncle. You don't know? If someone else spread such news, I would just laugh it off. But she is Wang Weiwei. She is my goddess. Why do I like her so much and am obsessed with her? That is because she is really crazy and crazy. She will do what she says. Sometimes, when she goes crazy, I get scared. Ha ha. Zhou Kang's eyes became extremely bright, almost brighter than the sun in the cloudy sky. Yes, it tastes just right. This is the taste of Wang Weiwei's work. What a great Wang Weiwei. Zhou Minghuang's eyelids twitched several times. Xiao Kang, your enemy knows you inside out. Are you taking a gamble? Wang Weiwei knows you too well. She's betting on you, betting you'll negotiate. The smile on Zhou Kang's face disappeared, and he continued to shake his head. No, she really will do it. Zhou Minghuang sat on the sofa, picked up the teacup, and took a sip of water. Zhou Kang's expression changed drastically. Second uncle, what do you want to do? This is not a joke. Zhou Runkai silently fastened his belt without saying a word. I don't believe it. Zhou Minghuang put down his teacup heavily. I will make this decision. If I am wrong and Wang Weiwei really dares to do so, then I will be destroyed along with City A. From now on, the Zhou family will be completely handed over to you. If I win and Wang Weiwei doesn't detonate a nuclear bomb, It means that Xiao Kong, you are still too young and need more experience. Zhou Kong shook his head. Second uncle, don't go crazy. Wang Weiwei is a crazy woman. Zhou Minghuang. Zhou Runkai, I order you to take the young master onto the helicopter and fly to the Zhou family in City C. Yes. Zhou Runkai agreed. Zhou Kong glared at him. Zhou Runkai, whose dog are you? Zhou Runkai gritted his teeth and said, Brother, I am your dog, but I'm sorry, what second uncle said is right. Fly to City C. No matter what the result is, you will be safe. This decision is the right one. Brother, my dear brother, your order is for me to go to the Chamber of Commerce building to die, but I don't want to die. Then it can only be that second uncle's order is correct. I am the young master of the Zhou family. Second uncle, I'm sorry. Zhou Kong smiled and shook his head. He looked at the tall, middle-aged man standing not far away. Hi, send my second uncle to the plane. Zhou Runkai, if you don't obey, I will turn your good dog into a dead dog. The middle-aged man stood still in the sea of flags. Zhou Minghuang, hi, tie up the young master and send him to City C with Zhou Runkai. Yes, second uncle. Chi Hai agreed. As soon as he gave a wink, someone immediately brought a rope. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, Zhou Kong started laughing like a madman. After laughing, he quickly calmed down. Okay, I'm young after all, but second uncle, you will definitely regret it. Wang Weiwei really does what she says. No need to tie me up. I'll get on the plane by myself and bring ice and wine, as well as the woman in the room. Zhou Kang's judgment was correct. He knows Vera Wang very well. But what he didn't know was that Vera Wang had a plan B. The metal door of the hangar on top of the villa cracked open, and a helicopter took off and flew to City C. Mr. Zhou, are you really not worried that Wang Weiwei will go crazy? Zhou Minghuang took a sip of tea. She only has one life. Who is she trying to scare with death? If her Chamber of Commerce dares to risk its life, I, Zhou Minghuang, will fight her. She's just a little girl with yellow hair. Her hair hasn't even grown out yet. Who is she trying to play tricks on? In this round, either my Zhou family wins, or we lose everything. Chapter 118, Mutant Zombie War. On a large helicopter. Zhou Kong remained silent and just drank. Zhou Runkai wanted to speak several times, but he didn't know how to argue. A woman like Vera Wang lowered her head and looked at the broken socks. Chi Hai sat with his arms and legs spread out, his expression serious and without saying a word. In addition to the four of them, there were two pilots, 5 middle-aged men in suits from the Zhou family, and an old man wearing thick lens glasses. The old man had handcuffs on one hand, and the other side of the handcuffs was handcuffed to a silver metal box. The atmosphere was terribly depressing. Come over. Zhou Kong put down his wine glass. Zhou Kong looked like Wang Weiwei's woman. Women like Wang Weiwei are a little scared, and Zhou Kong likes to beat people. He is not as capable as Zhou Runkai and has a terrible temper. Yes, you. Zhou Kang's face was gloomy. The thought of a nuclear bomb detonating soon, and his Zhou family's decades-long foundation in City A, and the goddess he had loved since childhood being wiped out made him feel uneasy. He was very angry. The woman approached Zhou Kong tremblingly. Zhou Kong held her head. I hope my second uncle is right. Zhou Runkai turned his back to this side and didn't dare to look. The mercenaries also turned around. Well, Zhou Runkai suddenly saw red clouds rising in the sky through the side window. Such familiar clouds. This seems to be the electromechanical market, young master. I saw it. Zhou Kong also looked over and pushed the woman who was in the way aside. It's Zhaoyi Bai. Zhou Runkai, Zhaoyi Bai. Zhou Kong narrowed his eyes. Yeah, City A isn't just about the Zhou family and the Chamber of Commerce. There's also the school, and Zhaoyi Bai. I'm missing a step. No, that won't happen. Zhou Kang's face turned pale. He muttered to himself, I must be overthinking this. Weiwei is my fiancée. How could she choose the school over our Zhou family at this critical moment? No way, she definitely won't. Zhou Kong raised his head and looked at Zhou Runkai fiercely. Call Zhou Ying and ask her if Zhaoyi Bai is not in school. Yes. Zhou Runkai immediately took out his satellite phone and made a call. But I called several times, but no one answered. Sorry, the number you dialed is busy. Please try again later. Bitch. Zhou Kong was furious. Boom. At this moment, a loud bang was heard, and the entire ground in City A shook violently. The helicopter was also affected by the shockwave airflow and shook violently. The uneducated Zhou family mercenaries exclaimed, Holy crap, the fight has begun. All you know is FCK. Why don't you read more books and use other words? Zhou Runkai saw that Zhou Kong was in a bad mood and immediately scolded the mercenary, but when he saw the battle situation over there, Zhou Runkai, fuck, the picture is somewhat gorgeous. It's like Go Ba is playing games. They were in the sky, 6 or 7 kilometers away, and looking down from the sky, they had a comprehensive and clear view. As a car exploded, the huge Fire Lord suddenly jumped to the location where the car exploded. The visible fiery red shock waves spread in all directions, and everything within a few hundred meters around was ignited. The scene suddenly turned into a fiery inferno. No! Aunt Nyo roared. At this moment, a small figure rushed directly towards Aunt Nyo. It was a baby devil, but Aunt Nyo, who looked very weak with only half a head, knocked the baby away with one punch. The baby flew hundreds of meters away like a cannonball. Roar! The giant zombie roared, raised his fists, and hit Suyuyu. A huge mouth suddenly opened, dozens of meters wide. Inside the big mouth were countless sharp teeth that looked terrifying enough to make one's scalp tingle. The giant zombie almost walked into the open mouth, and he retreated back in horror. The huge belly was approaching him rapidly, getting closer and closer to him. Bang! The giant zombie punched the teeth in its belly. Crack, crack. With this punch, thousands of fangs were broken, but new teeth soon grew out and bit off the incoming fist with their belly. Woof, woof, woof. The big black dog rushed towards AI Xiao Xiao. Ah! AI Xiao Xiao yelled. Countless sound blades surrounded her, constantly attacking the big black dog that was attacking her. Shhhhhhhh. The sharp sonic blade could cut through metal, but it could only leave shallow marks on the rotten black dog. But there are more and more sonic blades. At first, there were only a few attacks on the big black dog, but later, there were hundreds of attacks on the big black dog. The shallow scratches on the big black dog's body became more numerous and deeper, his defense gradually collapsed, and his rotten body was cut even more rotten by the sound blade. Its steps towards AI Xiao Xiao stopped, and it was cut by the sound blade, making it difficult to move forward, but it could not retreat either. Whoa! The big black dog cried out in pain. Call out! The baby that was knocked away flew back. But this time, he seemed a little afraid of Aunt Nyo. He attacked the black dog directly and bit the motionless black dog. AI Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes, and the sound blade surrounding her attacked Aunt Nyo. Dang, 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 dang. Aunt Nyo roared in pain. She took the sonic blade head-on and rushed to AI Xiao Xiao. AI Xiao Xiao was stunned for a moment. This sanitation worker was too tough. She switched her attack and launched a direct area of effect scream. It starts with a long scream. Bang, bang. All the glassware around shattered. The Fire Lord, the big black dog, and the giant zombie in the distance all had frozen expressions, and Aunt Nyo was also startled. AI Xiao Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. There were constant loud shouts. But then, Aunt Nyo regained consciousness and punched AI Xiao Xiao in the stomach. AI Xiao Xiao was directly knocked out. The attack also stagnated. The Fire Lord gazed at the low-lying clouds. The Lord of Resentment is looking at the Lord of Fire, one day at a time, one place at a time, staring at each other from a distance. Retreat. The voice of the Lord of Resentment was heard. AI Xiao Xiao, who had a big hole in her abdomen, Suyiyu, who had many broken teeth, and the baby who had a mouthful of rotten black dog flesh all retreated when they heard the sound. Prevent accidental injury from the red rain. Wow, wow, wow. At this time, red clouds covering several miles began to continuously drop red rain on several mutant zombies. The red rain fell to the ground, corroding everything. Lord of Fire, I'm waiting for Yun Ningshi to use his ultimate move. What are you waiting for? The giant zombie, which could not be penetrated by bullets or artillery fire, was corroded with blood holes all over its body, and juice was flowing out. The deepest hole was more than half a meter deep. The giant zombie protected his small head and screamed in pain. He screamed and ran at the same time, but wherever he ran, the rain fell. His body has high physical resistance. But the red rain of the Lord of Resentment restrained him a little. The Fire Lord was also attacked by the red rain, but he was not as embarrassed as the giant zombie. He spewed flames into the sky. All the red rain evaporated before it even landed on him. The large red clouds also faded due to the scorching heat. Hongyu attacked Aunt Nyo, and Aunt Nyo screamed strangely. Hongyu attacked the black dog, and the big black dog cried out in pain, with smoke coming out of its body. Wah! AI Xiao Xiao took a look at the bloody hole in her abdomen, and she screamed and attacked. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Suyiyu opened his belly again, and countless spikes flew out. The baby spat out the rotten black dog meat in his mouth and closed his eyes. In an instant, dark clouds covered the sky and fog filled the world. There were 4 enemy zombies, and small baby footprints appeared behind them. Chapter 119 Hidden Clumsy. Wow! Following a low roar from the baby devil, the footprints behind the 4 enemy mutant zombies quickly solidified, and 4 silver-gray silk, threads grew out from the backs of the mutant zombies and quickly connected to the bodies of the baby devils. Bang, 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 bang. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Shhhhhhhhhhhhhh. Red rain fell from the sky, spikes and sonic blades attacked the ground, and there was also mist and silk threads used by the baby devils. It is also 4 mutant zombies against 4 mutant zombies. In terms of strength, the Fire Lord is still a stronger level 4 mutant zombie. But in terms of cooperation, the school side is obviously better. The attacks came in an orderly fashion, overwhelming everyone. The giant zombie with a broken fist and holes all over his body was the first to collapse. Juice burst out from his huge body. Hundreds of kilograms of green juice splashed everywhere, which was very disgusting. As the juice exploded, the giant zombie's body continued to shrink. In just a few seconds, most of his body exploded, leaving only a small half. No, 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 no. Listen to my explanation. Sigh. It's true that I didn't take good care of the child. You're right to blame me. Aunt Nyo, who had no brains. Well, Aunt Nyo, who had only a little bit of brains, was bewitched by the Japanese. She gave up all resistance and explained in a crying voice. If she still had eyes, she would probably be crying at this moment. The big black dog mutant zombie was also controlled by the Japanese. While being beaten, it bit its owner, Aunt Nyo, madly. In its eyes, Aunt Nyo was an enemy at this moment. The Lord of Fire was still spewing fire into the sky to offset the damage of the red ring. His flames burned through the fog in front of him. Although the devil's silk thread was connected, it could not affect him too much. The scene was almost one-sided. Everyone in the helicopter saw the battle, but they only took a quick look and flew away from the area, not daring to stop. City A, Chamber of Commerce Building, Conference Room. The people from the Chamber of Commerce were all standing at the windows, watching the amazing battle between outsiders. The drone responsible for filming lasted less than 3 seconds before it was affected by the battle and exploded. Big screen, totally useless. Since it wasn't far away, everyone just watched from the window. Horrible. It's so scary. Various skills were revealed, which made these bigwigs of the Chamber of Commerce feel very unreal. Is this still the world they are familiar with? The battle between mutant zombies has reached this level of intensity. Red clouds covered the sky for miles. The Fire Lord spewed flames dozens of meters across. The big mouth zombie's mouth was so big it could swallow a 6-story house. The shocking Lolita's screams intensified. That Aunt Nyo with only half a head turned out to be a martial arts expert, and the Japanese soldiers floating in the air could cast fog. Slurp, slurp. The secretary brought 2 cappuccinos. One of the cups had a lot of sugar added to it, as Zhao Bai instructed. Zhao Bai took a sip and was immediately amazed and delighted. Wow, it's the perfect drinking temperature. Basic operation. The young secretary had her hands behind her back, a sweet smile on her pretty face. Zhao Bai nodded. The secretary of a senior executive of this big company was indeed different. Okay, good fight. Now I understand why the president wanted to lead our Chamber of Commerce to join the school. The school is truly powerful enough, and this is a wise decision. The school's strength is stronger than a nuclear bomb. Our Chamber of Commerce is saved. Victory is coming. The attitudes of the top leaders of these chambers of commerce have changed greatly. Question Vera Wong, understand Vera Wong, become Vera Wong. Their eyes turned fiery as they looked at Zhao Bai. At this moment, Wong Weiwei frowned. Something is not right. Did you see that? Tell me. Zhao Bai was surprised and took a big gulp of coffee. He is a local dog. Sweet coffee with milk, delicious. Wong Weiwei. That level 4 mutant zombie shouldn't be this weak. Does he seem to be pretending to be incompetent? Wang Wenzhong. President, we have to refute you right now. Aren't you weakening our school's momentum? Such words are unacceptable. They can easily chill the hearts of the mutant zombie warriors ahead. Your school. Wang Weiwei was stunned. What a fucking old dog. The face changes so quickly. Ahem. Wang Wenzhong smiled naturally. An old guy like him is sure to be able to change his face. You said the Chamber of Commerce changed its name, so we must obey your orders. Mr. Zhao is the master of the school, so we are now naturally members of the school. Yes. The white-haired old man who had just lost his celibacy also said, President, judging by the current situation, we are sure to win. The other mutated zombies won't hold out for much longer. This is a life-saving opportunity. Huh. Yes, the Zhou family is probably still dreaming that they can take over our Chamber of Commerce. But they never imagined that there is Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao is a man of high moral character, willing to put aside past grudges and save our Chamber of Commerce from this dire situation. He deserves to be the new master of City A in this apocalyptic world. His Zhou family wants to take advantage of others' misfortune. It is better to leave their despicable Zhou family and enter the bright and great embrace of Mr. Zhao. Everyone immediately started to flatter Zhao Bai. These so-called senior executives are all eccentric and can flatter people in one way or another. They are very capable. Okay, I'll take pictures later when I have time. Zhao Bai waved his hand. He naturally appreciated these nice words. Who doesn't like to hear good words? If you like being scolded, then there is something wrong with you. But Zhao Bai knew clearly that these were all flattery. He admired Wang Weiwei even more. This woman was ruthless and smart enough. She could guess things that he could only guess with his god's perspective. The big guy, the Fire Lord, is hiding his abilities. If this is really all it can do, it definitely cannot be the strength of a level 4 mutant zombie. The people in City A may be wrong in their estimated level of the mutant zombies, but the system's prompts will not be wrong. Yes. The senior executives of the Chamber of Commerce agreed and immediately shut up. Zhao Yibai looked at Wang Weiwei. He's playing the pig to eat the tiger. Pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger? Wang Weiwei was stunned for a moment. She also took the coffee handed to her by the secretary and took a sip. But she was kind of miserable. If you want to be a beauty and maintain a good figure, you have to work hard in certain aspects. Vera Wang's pure black coffee, with ice cubes and no sugar. Very bitter. Drink it for refreshment. Zhao Yibai glanced at the time on the luxurious watch on his wrist. Mutated zombies upgrade by eating humans and devouring the crystal cores of their own kind. This Fire Lord is quite clever. He's hiding his weakness. He wants to wait until both sides are exhausted, then kill and devour all the level 3 mutant zombies. He's so smart. What should we do? Zhao Yibai's words are now more credible than Wang Weiwei's. When Wang Weiwei speaks, the senior executives are skeptical, but when Zhao Yibai speaks, they believe it without a doubt. Wang Wenzhong asked nervously, Zhao Yibai, when the time is right, I will take action. Chapter 120 I'm not pretending anymore. The meeting room grew quiet. Question marks popped up in the heads of the Chamber of Commerce executives. The scene was awkward. Wang Wenzhong asked carefully, Are you also a mutant zombie? Zhao Yibai held his forehead with his hand. Damn it. No one cooperated with me when I tried to show off. If this happened at school, after he said such arrogant words, the girls at school would have already started to exclaim, wow, and cheer and applaud. Chuckle. Wang Weiwei couldn't help laughing when she saw Zhao Yibai failed in his attempt to show off. Zhao Yibai looked over with resentment. Wang Weiwei immediately stopped smiling. She tilted her head and looked at Wang Wenzhong. Shut up, you bastard. If Principal Zhao had no real ability, why would these mutant zombies want to work for him? Oh, I see. Good. Okay. Papa. The senior executives of the Chamber of Commerce reacted and cheered, and there was a loud noise at the scene. The mutated zombies are too powerful. So much so that they didn't react for a moment. What effect could Zhao Yibai have in the battle? Could a human really defeat a mutant zombie? And a very smart level 4 mutant zombie. After Wang Weiwei said this, they immediately reacted. Yes. If Zhao Yibai didn't have the strength, how could those level 3 mutant zombies be willing to listen to his words? The belated response is more despicable than grass. Zhao Yibai waved his hand. Wang Weiwei leaned over to Zhao Yibai's ear and blew a breath, then whispered, I'll leave it to you then. I'll go take a shower and wait for you in the room. Zhao Yibai pulled Wang Weiwei into a powerful embrace and whispered, No need to wash it. Go change into your battle robes. I like the original flavor of the ingredients. Brush. Wang Weiwei's pretty face turned red all of a sudden. She thought of something. Good. What to do if a man is too much than Anta? That certainly satisfied him. Vera Wang is leaving here. She trusted Zhao Yibai very much. Since Zhao Yibai was confident, Wang Weiwei no longer stayed here. The matter of the mutated zombies has come to an end for Wang Weiwei. It's time to start preparing for something I've been looking forward to for a long time. That is something more important. Life or death is not as important as learning. After watching Wang Weiwei leave, a group of senior executives immediately gathered around Zhao Yibai, began to introduce themselves, and began to express their loyalty. Zhao Yibai smiled and nodded in response. My mind is no longer here. His god's perspective followed Wang Weiwei's footsteps and saw her next move clearly. That's great. That's amazing. It's true that a short absence makes the heart grow fonder. Even if the beauty you often interact with is a top 5-star beauty, she will no longer feel fresh and stunning because you are always in front of her and you are familiar with her. He and Vera Wang separated for a while. Wang Weiwei is amazing at this feeling. Boom. At this time, the situation changed in the stable battle situation. With a loud bang, Aunt Neo's head exploded. Hands on. But he is the Lord of Fire. The Lord of Fire saw that Aunt Neo was almost exhausted. He couldn't help it and stopped pretending. He was originally spewing fire at the sky, but suddenly he jumped up and spit out a series of solid fireballs. The fireball, with extremely high temperature, hit Aunt Nyo's weak spot on the head, directly blowing her up. The seriously injured big black dog was blown away, and its 2 legs were directly blown off. Whoa! The big black dog howled. Although it is not human language, people can still hear that it is quite dirty. Fire Lord, what are you doing? The giant zombie spoke. His external flesh and blood were shattered, and now he has become a slimmer version of the giant zombie. Not so strong anymore. Ha. The massive Fire Lord let out a villainous laugh. Stupid low-level zombies, the time has come. The showdown. I won't pretend anymore. You are all my food. Ah! Boom, 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 boom. The flames burning around suddenly burned more vigorously, and they floated towards the Fire Lord together. The entire corpse of the Fire Lord was burned, and the flames were raging. Woof, woof, woof. The big black dog that had lost its 2 hind legs barked madly at the Fire Lord. The betrayal of teammates made this zombie dog even angrier than the betrayal of enemies. Ho ho ho. The Lord of Fire pointed his finger at the direction of the wind of the big black dog, and suddenly, a long dragon of fire spewed out from his finger and burned towards the big black dog. Zhao Bai looked over. -393. -93. -344. -999. The big black dog's health bar was emptied quickly, and with a wow sound, its body broke into pieces with a bang. Lauda, don't kill me. The giant zombie waved his hands repeatedly. After the Fire Lord burned the big black dog to death, he suddenly jumped up, fell from the sky, and punched the giant zombie. Roar! The giant zombie was furious. Seeing that the other party was not going to let him go, he fought desperately. Run away desperately. He rolled on the ground several times to avoid the attack and ran directly towards Suyuyu, AI Xiao Xiao, and the others. Help! He's crazy. He won't let go of any of the corpses here. Time is up. Suyuyu reached into her stomach, took out her cell phone, and checked the time. Receive. The baby devil put away the fog. AI Xiao Xiao grabbed some construction waste from the ground and stuffed it into her stomach. She was a little annoyed because Aunt Nyo's punch had pierced her stomach. If she didn't block it, her intestines would keep flowing out, and she had to stuff it back in. The wound has begun to heal, but it will take some time to heal to the point where the intestines no longer fall out. Huff, huff, huff. A gust of wind blew. The red clouds in the sky also began to shrink. The Fire Lord was very good at choosing the timing. In the previous battle, his teammates were seriously injured, while the enemy's spirit had been almost fully released. This means that your warrior is low on health and the opposing mage is out of mana. He is a warrior plus mage boss. It's time to start harvesting. Hey, what are you doing? Let's risk our lives together. When the giant zombie saw that these corpses did not listen to him, his little head was filled with despair. He will kill you and won't let you go. How come he took away all his magic powers? Ha 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 ha. The Fire Lord caught up with the giant zombies and said, they are wise. They are willing to be devoured by me without pain. Resistance is useless. It's time to show you the true strength of a level 4 mutant zombie. Boom! The Fire Lord grabbed the giant zombie's shoulders with both hands, and countless flames were transferred from his hands to the giant zombie's shoulders. The less than half of the giant zombie's shoulder was directly burned into red charcoal. Tear! The Lord of Fire exerted his strength and actually tore the giant zombie apart with his bare hands, tearing the still slightly larger zombie into 2 halves. Giant zombie dead. He never understood until his death why the other party stopped. It's your turn. The Lord of Fire looked at the mutated zombies, including Su Yuyu, who were watching him silently. No, it's your turn. Zhao Yibai took out the obsidian blade and, in front of the Chamber of Commerce executives, shattered 3 layers of building glass that was more than 10 centimeters thick with a cross-shaped blade, and stepped out of the building in 1 step. The Lord of Resentment turned into a pool of rich red cloud, shrank countless times, and flew accurately to Zhao Yibai's feet. From afar, Zhao Yibai was standing dozens of meters in the air, holding a black long sword and stepping on red clouds. Everyone in the Chamber of Commerce was dumbfounded. This is so? Is it scientific? The Fire Lord was also confused. Human? Chapter 121. If you stop pretending, I'll start. Since you're done pretending, I'll start. Zhao Yibai stepped on Han Yun, the Lord of Resentment. The Lord of Resentment feels soft and sticky when stepped on. This isn't a very high touch. Standing quite high. To be honest, it's a bit scary standing so high. But we must never lose in momentum. Just showing off. Zhao Yibai looked really handsome standing in the air with an invincible posture. This time, the show-off was undoubtedly very successful. Go! Zhao Bai exclaimed. Call out. The Lord of Resentment carried Zhao Bai like a monkey's somersault cloud, flying low towards the Lord of Fire. Ahem. Zhao Bai coughed twice. The Lord of Resentment understood Zhao Bai. Some clouds wrapped Zhao Bai's feet and stabilized his body. With the safety guarantee, Zhao Bai felt that he would not fall, so he straightened his back immediately. It's so magical, so powerful. This school, Zhao Bai is really like a god. Is he a person with superpowers? The Zhou family's secret research seems to be in this direction. Could he be related to the Zhou family? I don't think so. I'm sure not. If the Zhou family's trump card was so powerful, they would have been the masters of city a long time ago. It's time to redefine this era. Such a great figure as him has emerged. In the Chamber of Commerce building, all the senior executives were shocked by Zhao Bai. Their three views have been greatly distorted. It's too terrifying for a person to be this strong. To what extent? The level of single-handedly fighting a level 4 mutant zombie. Hee-ha-ha. The Lord of Fire was controlled by Zhao Bai's pretentious appearance for more than 10 seconds, until Zhao Bai stepped in front of him with his feet on the red cloud. The Lord of Fire sensed carefully and found that the man in front of him was just an ordinary person except for the evil knife in his hand. He smiled, laughing very loudly. Everyone around him covered their ears with laughter. I thought you had some extraordinary abilities. Actually, you just relied on a powerful weapon. Do you think I would just stand there and let you chop me down? The Fire Lord usually doesn't like nonsense, but he seems to have committed the common problem of villains. When he is feeling proud, he talks a lot. Because if you don't say it when you are in a good mood, it will be more unpleasant after the incident is over than not saying it at all. Oh wow. Zhao Bai smiled when he saw the Fire Lord saying this, who was not in a hurry to deal with him. What a coincidence. I will chop you to death, one chop at a time. Yeah. The Fire Lord asked with a smile, and then he suddenly raised his head and shouted. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the flames on the huge body of the Fire Lord continued to rise, like a stove fire with a bellows. As the flames rose, his temperature also soared. Zhao Bai was facing the Lord of Fire from 7 or 8 meters away in the air, and he could already feel the air slightly distorted due to the high-temperature evaporating water. The scorching heat was pressing directly into his face, and his eyebrows and hair gave off a faint burnt smell. It would be a shame not to use the high temperature to roast the lamb. Zhao Bai sighed. Court death. The Fire Lord was furious. He hated humans for comparing him to charcoal. Battle red. ID, Fire Monarch. Level, 4-star intermediate. Health, 99,000/100000. Spirit, 8834/10,000. Combat power, 790,000/930,000. Nature, spiritual plus physical. Zhao Bai squinted and took a look, his eyebrows twitching. This big guy is really awesome. Out of 100,000 HP, only 99,000 are left. Sure enough, he was hiding his incompetence and pretending to be weak. Compared to his teammates who were low on health, he didn't lose any blood at all. The most terrifying thing is that the full combat power of this thing is as high as 930,000. He is much stronger than the 4-star Junior Li do. It's almost enough to replace 2.5 Li Dus. Thick blood and high attack power. This is so fucking great. When people encounter such a powerful mutant zombie, it is almost like seeing Tainyang immediately. But now, the one standing here is Zhao Bai. Wait a moment. Zhao Bai called a halt. Do what? The Fire Lord, who was about to attack, actually stopped. Zhao Bai said seriously. If you are willing to work in the kitchen of my school, provide a constant supply of flames, and help the kitchen staff complete the cooking, I will consider not killing you but recruiting you and letting you work in the kitchen. Scare. He's really bold in letting a 4-star mutant zombie serve as his new energy source, flame. Oh my god. Is there a possibility that the mutant zombies around him were all defeated and then recruited? That's really possible. If that's the case, then it's too scary. This Zhao Bai is simply a more advanced humanoid mutant zombie. No. How can it be scary? What are you thinking? Right now, the great Principal Zhao is the master of our Chamber of Commerce. The more powerful he is, the brighter the future of our Chamber of Commerce will be. But what if he's a mutant zombie? A mutant zombie that's hiding very deeply. Does the boundary have to be so clear? Is this really important? It doesn't matter, haha. As long as it's beneficial to us, let alone saying he's a mutant zombie. Even if he's the murderer of our father, what does it matter? Ha 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 ha. The people in the Chamber of Commerce building were having a heated discussion. Indeed. For these capitalists, profit is the only thing that matters. People with conscience are, after all, a minority among the minority. If they had conscience, they would not be in their current position. They only hope that ordinary people have conscience, be good people, and have morals, because only in this way can these conscienceless people like them always be superior to normal people. If workers don't work hard, farmers don't farm well, everyone doesn't suffer and just lies down, and everyone lives a happy life, then they won't be happy. Frontal battlefield. After hearing what Zhao Bai said, the 4-star mutant zombie Fire Lord laughed. He laughed out of anger and was truly furious. You ignorant fool, go to hell with your wishful thinking. Time stops. Zhao Bai's mouth twisted, and he looked at the furious Fire Lord and activated his ability directly. You may be as strong as you can be. Your father, Zhao Bai, is the strongest. Ding. Time stop successfully used. Remaining 336 times. Buzz. With Zhao Bai as the center, an invisible wave quickly spread out, and in the blink of an eye, it spread over 1,000,000 miles. Time stopped, and everything around was frozen. The wind stopped. The heat of the fire is gone. In the fantasy space where time is frozen, anything below time can no longer function. There is only Zhao Bai, a truly godlike man. Zhao Bai spat on his hands, rubbed them together, and picked up the obsidian blade again. I gave you a chance, but you're useless. If you don't want to be my new energy gas stove, then don't live anymore. It is a very strenuous job to chop down a zombie with such a thick health bar. Chapter 122. Kill with one strike. Overtake. Zhao Bai cursed. The distance is a little insufficient. No way. Zhao Bai had no choice but to jump off the red cloud, walk up to the Fire Lord, and chop off his feet one by one. -178. -119. -155. -110. -222. Fortunately, when time is stopped, zombies will not recover health, so no matter how many times you chop them, that's all you get. The Zhao Bai of today is no longer the ordinary Zhao Bai of the past. The blessing buff of the resentful woman is much more useful than in Tai. It has the effect of lightening the body, 200% spirit, and reaction speed 500%. What is the concept? It is equal to doubling the energy, plus multiplying the reaction speed by 5 times. Before, I could cut once per second, but now I can cut 5 times per second. The happiness that used to take 5 seconds can now be obtained in just 1 second. This has its pros and cons. Of course, with 5 strikes in 1 second, the enemy will feel different. Grasp. Zhao Bai's physical strength is limited. After cursing again, Zhao Bai continued to chop the zombies. Chop for a while, then take a break. At the beginning, he took out the speakers and played DJ music with intense rhythm, and the zombies were chopped and blood splattered everywhere as the music played. Later on, they started to play pop music instead. I was hungry. I used the flames from the Fire Lord to light some firewood, and chopped the Fire Lord while cooking. Things in the system space will not deteriorate. Zhao Bai simply cooked some instant noodles, added 2 eggs, 2 sausages, 3 slices of rapeseed, and some chopped green onions and coriander. After dinner, Zhao Bai continued to chop down the Fire Monarch. Before I knew it, an hour had passed. Zhao Bai's spirit was not wasted much. It was obvious that he had grown up again, and with the blessing of the resentful woman, his spirit was doubled, and he was fine for 2 hours. Lord of Fire, in your next life, I beg you to be a mutant zombie. Please be shorter so that I can chop you in the vitals and kill you long ago. Zhao Bai said resentfully. If you hit the vital points, the damage will definitely be higher. The Fire Lord can also die quickly. The damage from cutting the legs and feet is too low and the blood is lost too slowly. After chopping for another half an hour, Zhao Bai's hands were numb. He strolled to the Chamber of Commerce building, went to the tea room, and made himself a cup of milk tea. While drinking, he went to a living room and lay on the soft sofa for a few minutes. When passing by a few pretty office girls, Zhao Bai secretly took a look at the details of their outfits with a sense of mischief. After doing all this, Zhao Bai returned to his battlefield. -112. -238. -89. -115. Brother, come and chop me. Very boring. It feels like screwing screws on an assembly line in an electronics factory. If people are bored for a long time, they will go crazy. Zhao Bai's eyes were dull as he chopped at the Fire Lord numbly. He couldn't even count how many times he had chopped him. Suddenly, a line of dialogue popped out of his mouth. He's going crazy. -9999999. When I stopped paying attention to the thick, black blood bar of the Fire Lord, the process became faster, and suddenly a huge white number floated up. Zhao Bai was shocked. Got it. End time stop. Ding. Time stop ends. Time resumes. Remaining times, 336. Remaining spirit, 28%. Zhao Yibai turned his back to the Lord of Fire, waved the obsidian blade in one hand, and walked straight towards the Chamber of Commerce building. Time resumed its flow. The struggle between one man and a 4-star mutant zombie is quite eye-catching. The people from the Chamber of Commerce were all staring at the battlefield. Although they were discussing whether Zhao Yibai was a human being, they were also more curious about how Zhao Yibai killed such a powerful mutant zombie. Any 3-star mutant zombie is enough to give the Chamber of Commerce a huge headache. 4 stars, or level 4, is incredibly powerful. They watched, staring intently. Seeing that the Lord of Fire was furious at Zhao Yibai's provocation, he was about to attack. But the picture in front of me suddenly lit up. They didn't blink. But the current situation was that Zhao Yibai was walking towards them with his back to the Lord of Fire. Behind Zhao Yibai, the huge Fire Lord exploded with a boom. Ho ho ho. The huge explosion created a huge shock wave that spread in all directions, sweeping away the surrounding dust. Strong winds blew into the building through the broken windows, causing the A4 documents on the conference table to fly everywhere and making it impossible for them to open their eyes. The surrounding flames were extinguished in the shock wave. Instant kill. He actually killed a level 4 mutant zombie in seconds. Yoa. Wang Wenzhong screamed loudly. It's a flash sale. A flash sale that takes countless hard work. Zhao Yibai complained in his heart. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the level 4 mutated zombie, the Fire Monarch. Rewards. 1 level 4 mutated zombie crystal core. 100 Fire Monarch's flame organs. 300 intermediate grade fire elemental crystals. 1000 low grade fire elemental crystals. Skill book, level A, Fire Monarch trampling. Level 4 mutated zombie crystal core. Used for upgrading combat pets and crafting weapons. Fire Lord's fire breathing organ. Materials can be used to trade with fire attribute mutant zombies or craft weapons. Fire element crystal, an important material for fire attribute psychics to improve their abilities. Fire Lord trampling, A rank skill book. This skill becomes available after learning it. Its power depends on the spirit used and proficiency. Description: summons the Fire Lord to violently and continuously stomp the ground, knocking back targets and inflicting intense fire damage from the center of the stomp to the far end. Zhao Yibai looked at the introduction of the reward and was silent for a moment. These things indicate that this end of the world will usher in an era of superpowers. But if he thought about it, he could accept it. The zombies have become more powerful, including various super zombies. If a person does not have awakened superpowers, how can he survive? However, at present, those people with superpowers are either still trying to survive or have not yet fully mastered their abilities. It is also possible that some people were discovered and secretly cultivated by powerful forces. Gizi, Su Yuyu, AI Xiao Xiao, and the Lord of Resentment all came together in front of Zhao Yibai. The battle is over. It's time to divide the spoils. They looked at Zhao Yibai, the ones with eyes, with sparkling eyes. Lord of Resentment, eat the biggest one. Zhao Yibai took out the crystal core of the Fire Lord and threw it directly to Hong Yun. It is obvious that in this battle, the Lord of Resentment is the absolute MVP. He deals maximum damage and can defeat several enemies at once. Plus, absolute loyalty. Must reward. Thanks. The Lord of Resentment spoke in a human voice, shyly expressing his thanks. Devil, wow. Don't scream at me. Zhao Yibai slapped the Japanese soldier aside. Zhao Yibai continued. Yu devoured the giant zombie, and Xiao Xiao devoured Aunt Nyo. The baby devil flew back to Zhao Yibai's side, crying aggrievedly. Woo woo. Zhao Yibai, you devoured the black dog. The baby devil laughed. If he is not allowed to eat the big ones, then he will not be picky about the other level 3 ones and will just eat whatever he can. The big black dog rotted, deteriorated, burned, and exploded, and the power of the crystal core was scattered in the wreckage. Zhao Yibai didn't want Su Yuyu and AI Xiao Xiao to swallow such disgusting things. Although the fragments of the giant zombie and Aunt Nyo were also disgusting, Zhao Yibai could still accept them a little. The corpses immediately went searching for their targets. The body of a mutated zombie may be destroyed, but its power will not disappear out of thin air. It will basically remain in the crystal core, and the broken crystal core will be retained in some fragments. Zhao Yibai looked at the wreckage of the exploding van and said, the battle between mutant zombies has always been cruel and without morality or ethics. I will build a grave for you. Rest in peace soon. Aunt Nyo's grandson was the most innocent one who died. At this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly rang. Ding. The system has discovered a new task. Aunt Nyo's last wish. Raise her grandson for her. Task reward. Aunt Nyo's buff. Increase your physical fitness tenfold. Chapter 123, 10 times the physical fitness, positive evolution. Grandson, not dead. Zhao Bai was stunned for a moment. Brother, I'm not dead. A voice responded. Immediately afterwards, a small figure emerged from the ruins. Discovered the sleeping 5th-level mutant zombie, Dong Xiaoyu. Zhao Bai, are you Dong Xiaoyu? I am. The little boy, who looked about 3 or 4 years old, smiled and nodded at Zhao Bai. Such a young child, facing such a scene, had no fear of the rest of his life after death. It was obvious that he was a rare talent. Zhao Bai, your grandma is dead. From now on, just follow me. I will raise you. Dong Xiaoyu, whose cheeks were slightly dirty, smiled and nodded. Okay, brother. Thank you, brother. He has a sweet mouth. A mouth full of white teeth. Chubby. He looks like the fat grandson that grandma likes. Ding. Contract completed. Raise Dong Xiaoyu to adulthood. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Physical fitness, 10 times. Note. If Dong Xiaoyu dies, the reward will stop and the 5th-level mutant zombie form will awaken. If he survives, he will remain in a normal human state, and the second form of the 5th-level mutant zombie form will no longer exist. Zhao Bai let out a low cry. As the system prompt sounded, Zhao Bai felt his whole body enter a hot state, and his flesh and blood seemed to be burning. This scorching temperature made him want to hum. It was a little painful, but mostly comfortable. Zhao Bai clearly felt that his muscles were growing rapidly, and his overall body was undergoing positive evolutionary changes. His height grew to 1.9 meters in a positive change. The muscles on the body have clearer edges and corners. The strength is also quietly increasing significantly. Call. Zhao Bai stood there for several minutes before taking a long breath. He clenched his fists and felt full of strength. His spirit also recovered to full state with Aunt Nyo's buff blessing. Shit. Now I feel like I can kill a cow with one punch. Panel? Zhao Bai summoned the panel. Team. Zhao Bai, Captain's Health, 100, Spirit, 100%, Combat Power, 11,000. Fuck. It tastes just right. It tastes just right. Zhao Bai was delighted to see this pure flesh combat power. Damn it. Zhao Bai had always been ashamed of the fact that his fighting ability was not as good as Han Wan's before. Doesn't this mean that he was not even as good as a woman? Although Zhao Bai knew that his panel combat power only counted as pure physical combat power, and that of his team members counted as comprehensive, he still felt a little unhappy. Now Zhao Bai is happy. His physical fitness increased tenfold under the effect of Aunt Nyo's blessing buff. His body underwent a positive evolution, and his combat power also soared tenfold, officially exceeding 10,000. System, if I add up the system's comprehensive combat power, what will it be? Zhao Bai's rare dialogue system. Because generally speaking, the system is very formatted and will not hang him. But this time, the system responded. Ding. Since Time Stop is the highest level SSS skill, with superimposed abilities, the host's combat power becomes invincible. Invincible. Zhao Bai was very satisfied with this answer. Now Zhao Bai also understood why the combat power of his team members would change even if they simply changed weapons, while he, the captain and core of the team, showed shamefully low combat power. Originally, his ability to stop time was too abnormal. As long as time is stopped, taking this into account, it will make you invincible. If it's invincible, how can it be displayed? At this time, the secretary came to Zhao Bai and said, Mr. Zhao, our president is ready. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Lead the way. Zhao Bai nodded. Please. The secretary made a gesture of invitation and led the way. Da-da-da. The small black high heels made a clicking sound as they stepped on the ground. She has a regular appearance. It's exactly the same as the secretary of the big boss in the TV series that Zhao Bai remembered. Very nice. Zhao Bai withdrew his gaze and just took a look. He's not Teddy. You can't just do it to everyone you meet. Not long after, Zhao Bai, led by his positive energy secretary, came to the office of Wang Weiwei, the president of the Chamber of Commerce. Wang Weiwei sat upright. Zhao Bai had a dignified look on his face. The two looked at each other. Continue looking at each other. Still looking at each other. Time passes by every second. The president and Zhao Bai are doing something positive. They've been chatting for so long, and they're definitely making a positive contribution to the development of City A. Every once in a while, the secretary would take out her cell phone to check the time, and the shock on her face became more and more intense. In the end, I was just stunned. A mile or two ahead of the Chamber of Commerce building is the center of the battlefield where the mutant zombies are fighting. At this moment, the Chamber of Commerce's mercenaries and workers have begun driving various machines to clean up the shocking battlefield. The destructive power of high-level mutated zombies is too strong. On the road, many buildings were directly knocked down. The Fire Lord's flames ignited too many things, and the scorching heat burned all combustible materials into ashes, including humans and ordinary zombies. The burning smell and the stench of zombies made it difficult to breathe. The Chamber of Commerce has finally survived this crisis. While Zhao Bai was studying, several people died. The bloody bodies in the meeting room of the Chamber of Commerce building had been cleaned out, the broken glass had been repaired in time, and the blood-stained carpet had been replaced with a new one. The conference room was disinfected using several disinfection machines and was transformed back into that high-end conference room. The senior executives who looked as disheveled as old dogs put on new suits and regained their former temperament and aura of being big bosses. They looked down on people with their chins and acted condescendingly. They are already organizing a celebration party. They wanted to compliment their new master, whom they recognized as the future master of City A. Night falls. The Chamber of Commerce building is brightly lit. Temporary lighting was installed everywhere in the square in front. Excavators, bulldozers, and other large machines are working continuously, and trucks are carrying away the charred waste, ruins, and zombie fragments one by one. It was also at this time. More than 10 kilometers away in the Zhou family villa, the City Lord's mansion, another core business district in the central area of City A, Zhou Minghuang, who had been highly concentrated, breathed a sigh of relief. Because now, their Zhou family has received an invitation to the Chamber of Commerce's celebration banquet. The initiator is the Chamber of Commerce representative, Wang Wenzhou. But after reading the invitation letter, Zhou Minghuang's heart was in suspense again. Second master, why do you look so solemn? Zhou Minghuang slammed the invitation onto the table with a thud. His old eyes were piercing. The nuclear bomb won't explode, but something more dangerous than a nuclear bomb has appeared. Chapter 124 Celebration Banquet. Healthy, harmonious, and happy. Zhao Bai likes this evaluation, which should be considered very high. Haven't seen you for many days. Some of Zhao Bai's actions made Wang Weiwei feel extremely unfamiliar. It is obvious that Zhao Bai has grown a lot and is no longer the same Zhao Bai. Zhao Bai became extremely powerful. Their fighting power is no longer on par with the apocalyptic superpower who crushed her. Ding. Feed the 5-star target Wang Weiwei 6 times. Gain time stop charge 60 times. Remaining 396 times. As for why Zhao Bai is so powerful that Wang Weiwei is impressed, it's Aunt Nyo. She's not Aunt Nyo at all. She's actually Nyo's real mother. This buff is so powerful. Add to that the blessing buff from the resentful woman. What a concept. Attack speed 5, durability 10. Zhao Bai felt like he was not a human. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, there was a knock on the office door, and the voice of Assistant Secretary Chun Jiai came from outside. To Wang Weiwei, Chun Jiai is a junior secretary, but in the entire Chamber of Commerce, she is the Secretary General acting as the president, which is equivalent to the chief eunuch around the emperor in ancient dynasties. She has a lot of subordinates and a very high status. Explain. Vera Wang spoke. Her voice was noticeably hoarser, and even though she was trying to maintain her coolness, she couldn't hold it back any longer. President, the celebration banquet will begin in an hour. General Wang Wenzhong has sent a message asking you and Principal Zhao to make preparations. No. Vera Wang responded. Okay. Silence returned outside the door. That old dog Wang Wenzhong is trying to curry favor with you. Wang Weiwei reached out and gently tapped Zhao Bai's abdominal muscles, which were as hard as steel. All right, you take over the Chamber of Commerce. Now I'm very sure that I want to take care of my husband and children, be a happy woman, and support you silently behind your back. Test results. This made Wang Weiwei more satisfied than she had imagined. This made her find something more interesting in life than power. Zhao Bai rubbed Wang Weiwei's face with his big hands. I don't have the brains to manage so many people. You just do your job as the head of the Chamber of Commerce. I will support you behind you. Zhao Bai would never do such a shameless thing as robbing his woman's property. Another point is that the management of the general trend is actually not that simple, and it wastes a lot of brainpower. Coordinate resources and manpower, and engage in intrigue with some old guys. This is unhappy. Zhao Bai would rather do something happy. As long as the Chamber of Commerce stands on his side, that is enough. In terms of power, Zhao Bai would rather continue to develop the school that he had built up. Just behind you. Wang Weiwei smiled. It's okay to go up or down. The car was going very fast. Zhao Bai rubbed Wang Weiwei's head. Zhao Bai sent a message to the school, asking Yu Yurong and Zhou Ying to attend the celebration banquet. The main thing is that the daily normal food feeding task has not been done yet. Then I'll offer my appreciation to you at this celebration party. Zhao Yibai has already determined that with today's performance, he can walk around the Chamber of Commerce with ease. 8 p.m. With the arrival of Zhao Yibai, the banquet officially began. All the old men from the Chamber of Commerce, those who were still alive, came. As the hostess here, Wang Weiwei was naturally present. She is an absolutely ruthless person, and the secretary was paralyzed halfway through. Even though Wang Weiwei has been studying for so long, she still wears a cool-colored suit to attend banquets. She concealed her negative state with great strength. She is still the cold, beautiful, and strong Wang Weiwei in front of others. A band of dozens of people in the restaurant played very classy Western music. The music was soothing and melodious, and even Zhao Yibai, who didn't understand these things, felt it was very nice. Zhao Yibai also wore a suit. Growing to a height of 1.9 meters, Zhao Yibai became more eye-catching in the crowd. The decrease in body fat percentage made the edges of his face more distinct. He is even more handsome now. Not only were there old men from the Chamber of Commerce, but there were also many beautiful girls who looked like they were dressed up carefully. I think it was those senior old men from the Chamber of Commerce who used their connections to get it in. He wanted to rely on nepotism to curry favor with him, the dark horse of City A. Principal, you're here. Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao. Zhao Yibai went downstairs to pick up Yu Yurong and Zhou Ying, so he arrived a little late. But it doesn't matter. People with strong power don't need to pay attention to time. The party will start when you arrive. Everyone revolves around you. Yu Yurong, wearing a high-end red dress, held Zhao Yibai's arm, and on the other side was Zhou Ying, wearing a pure white fairy dress. The two women appeared on Zhao Yibai's left and right, which immediately overshadowed the beauties that the old men had painstakingly found. The only thing that can compete with the 5-star beauty is the 5-star. I heard that he was going out for a banquet. Yu Yurong was very careful in choosing her clothes and putting on makeup, but she didn't dare to embarrass her man. She also dressed up the harmless real vase, Zhou Ying beautifully. The two women were stunned when they saw Zhao Yibai. I feel that Zhao Yibai looks like Zhao Yibai, but also doesn't look like Zhao Yibai. Zhao Yibai verified their most sensitive point and was confirmed by them to be the real Zhao Yibai. As soon as Zhao Yibai arrived, the whole audience stood up. Every face greeted Zhao Yibai with a smile. Zhao Yibai nodded slightly. Heroes are always accompanied by beauties. Some people sighed. Now that Mr. Zhao is here, let's officially begin our celebration of our victory against the mutant zombies. Wang Wenjong came on stage as the host. Someone said, "It seems the Zhou family hasn't arrived yet." This immediately caused laughter. Ha ha ha, seeing that our Chamber of Commerce has produced a big shot like Principal Zhao, do you still have the nerve to come? They won't come, let's get started. Who said that? Suddenly, a rebuttal voice came from outside. Zhou Minghuang of the Zhou family has come to congratulate the principal on his victory over the mutant zombies. Zhou Minghuang strode into the hall and shouted loudly. After entering the hall, Zhou Minghuang went straight to Zhao Yibai. His usually serious face was filled with a smile, and his tone was warm. "Yibai, Xiaoying, long time no see." Zhou Minghuang didn't want to come at first. He couldn't bring himself to do it. But after weighing the pros and cons, he decided to come anyway as Zhao Yibai was too formidable. The Zhou family and the school also have in-laws and cooperative relationships. Zhou Ying looked at Zhao Yibai. Zhao Yibai nodded. Zhou Ying nodded slightly and looked at Zhou Minghuang. "Second uncle." Zhou Minghuang said, "Ah," in an affectionate tone, and he waved his hand. Immediately, the Zhou family mercenaries carried in large boxes. "Yibai, you are so outstanding, so great. This small gift is just the icing on the cake for your great victory." Chapter 125 Dead End. Bang 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 bang. The big boxes fell to the ground with a heavy thud. The melodious music stopped, and everyone looked over. "Open." Zhou Minghuang waved. Suddenly, big boxes were opened one after another. Wow! Zhou Minghuang has spent a fortune, giving away all the antiques in the museum. In City A, whoever gets Zhao Yibai gets the world. Previously, the Zhou family and the school were close, but suddenly, the school helped our Chamber of Commerce. How could Zhou Minghuang not panic? This is to build closer ties. The Zhou family married their most beautiful second-generation daughter, Zhou Ying, to Zhao Yibai and gave him so many antiques and gold. Our Chamber of Commerce is in danger. Some people were shocked. Some people sighed. Before Wang Wenjong wanted to publicize that the Chamber of Commerce with Zhao Yibai was stronger, he held a celebration banquet, not only inviting the top leaders of the Chamber of Commerce, but also the living celebrities of City A and people who had achieved certain status and achievements in various fields. Wow! Zhao Yibai looked into the box. These are boxes of antiques, including gold wine jugs and wine vessels, red and blue gemstones, pearl necklaces, agate bead hairpins, and emerald green rui. Before, Zhao Bai had only seen these things on TV. It was filled to the brim with an air of luxury that was blinding. In the box at the back were some antiques packed individually. When a mercenary opened the lid, they found some ancient vases. Zhao Bai looked at Yu Yurong. Yurong. Yu Yurong nodded and looked at Zhou Minghuang. Our principal accepted it. Thank you for the gift from the Zhou family. Someone from the school stepped forward and said, just carry your things and follow us. Send it over. Zhou Minghuang waved. Yes. The mercenaries nodded, carefully closed the lid of the box, and carried the things out. Ha. The smile on Zhou Minghuang's face became even more intense. He and Zhou Kong had the same understanding that being able to receive things was a good thing. This means greed. Once a person becomes greedy, he will not be invulnerable. Gold, antiques, and other things, these things cannot be eaten or drunk. Zhou Minghuang didn't feel sorry at all. There is another main reason. The Zhou family's trump card is growing, research is ongoing, and the trump card will only become more powerful. When those things are mature, the things that are given away now can be taken back at will. Now, as long as they can ensure that Zhao Bai, the new generation's nuclear bomb, does not explode in their Zhou family and maintain the original balance with the Chamber of Commerce, that is enough. You're welcome. The school and my Zhou family are as close as family. Yu Yurong smiled and nodded. She is polite. But he didn't believe Zhou Minghuang's words at all. The top leaders of powerful forces are emotionless and cold-blooded. Is family important? Talking about family is like swearing. If the Zhou family really valued their family, they would not have put forward Zhou Ying, a woman with Zhou family blood flowing in her body, for marriage. If they can give away their own relatives as gifts, how can we expect them to be nice to their surface family? It's all just driven by interests. Receive. For gift giving. Zhao Bai accepted it all. It would have been a waste if he didn't accept it, and it would have been a waste if he accepted it. He has no morals and only a very low bottom line. Give it to him and he will take it. If you want to ask him to do something, then think about it again. Oh, really? Seeing Zhou Minghuang being so shameless, Wang Wenzhong also stood up. This was a plan he had arranged, mainly to show off that the god of war-like man Zhao Bai was now standing with the Chamber of Commerce. People like Qiuya are getting married, and Zhou Minghuang is singing and dancing, became the Zhou family and Zhao Bai's family. How is it not? Zhou Minghuang wore a shrewd smile. Xiaoying calls me second uncle. My niece married Bai, and they have a harmonious relationship. How can we not be a family? This is a real family. Wang Wenzhong's face was gloomy, but he quickly figured out how to fight back, and his face lit up with a smile. Oh, so it's Madame Ying's family, the in-laws. That's right, in-laws are family too. Welcome to our Chamber of Commerce. Zhou Minghuang's face darkened. Family? Wang Wenzhong, please explain clearly. When did our Bai become a member of your Chamber of Commerce? If you don't explain clearly, I may be angry, but Bai will not agree. Wang Wenzhong, the great principal Zhao Bai does not belong to our Chamber of Commerce. Zhou Minghuang. Ha. You are getting old and confused. You don't belong to. Wang Wenzhong said proudly, but our Chamber of Commerce now belongs to Mr. Zhao Bai. We've changed our surname to Zhao. Zhao Bai's Zhao. Don't think that getting some gold and pearls is a big gift. Our entire Chamber of Commerce belongs to Zhao Bai. So we are a family. Zhou Minghuang's eyelids twitched. Okay, then you are indeed from the same family. Idiot. He actually sold himself? Instead of selling it to our Zhou family, you sold it to an unknown guy? Zhou Minghuang had a smile on his face, but he was extremely furious and shocked in his heart. The Chamber of Commerce, such a big Chamber of Commerce. So that's how my surname became Zhao. Two middle-aged men were arguing, and everyone around them was silent. These two, one representing the Zhou family and the other representing the Chamber of Commerce, are now the biggest figures in City A. None of them can afford to offend them. There are exceptions. Seeing them arguing, Zhao Bai felt quite bored, so he just left, with Yu Yurong sitting on one leg and Zhou Ying sitting on the other. Zhao Bai took a small piece of cake that looked very sweet and fed each person a spoonful of cake. Yu Yurong and Zhou Ying ate the cake in small bites, their two beautiful faces both with sweet smiles. And some shame. This is showing off their love in public. That's a bit excessive. But no one dared to say anything. Because Zhao Bai is now the top figure in this building, and even in the entire City A. Ding. Successfully fed 5-star target Fish Yurong and Wang Weiwei food. Gained 20 time stop charges. Remaining times, 416. We are our own family. After winning the argument, Wang Wenzhong smiled. This is a successful way of taking back the initiative. Zhou Minghuang looked at Zhou Ying inside and said something quite venomous. Ibai has grown so fast that he has already taken over the Chamber of Commerce. That's great. Yeah, he and Xiaoying have such a deep relationship. That's great. In that case, Wang Wenzhong, you, the Wang of the Chamber of Commerce, should be an old dog under Ibai. We, the Zhou family and Ibai, are family members and peers, and you, the so-called senior executives of the Chamber of Commerce, are nothing but servants. This gentle counterattack made Wang Wenzhong and the others look extremely ugly. Zhou Minghuang pressed the issue, adding fuel to the fire and delivering a decisive blow. Wang Wenzhong, the most beautiful girl in our Zhou family, has already married Ibai, which shows our family's sincere feelings for Ibai. Your Wang family's Wang Weiwei is also quite good-looking. Shouldn't she marry Ibai? Ha. Wang Weiwei is beautiful, but she is extremely cold and has a dead face all day long. She is such an arrogant, cruel, and resolute woman. How could you be willing to join Zhao Ibai, a woman with countless men in her harem? Your Chamber of Commerce temporarily sided with Zhao Ibai to buy time to develop your trump card. Then I'll add fuel to the fire. Do you, Wang Wenzhong, dare to confirm your surrender? Even if you dare, Wang Weiwei, who has such a stubborn temper, will never agree. If she is unwilling to marry Wang Weiwei, it means she is not sincere to Zhao Ibai. This is a dead end. Chapter 126, Wang Weiwei's Tears. Wang Wenzhong was stunned for a moment. He was originally speechless. Really? The Chamber of Commerce changed its name. To put it nicely, they are relatives. But to put it bluntly, haven't they just become Zhao Ibai's subordinates and servants? But Zhou Minghuang was attacking him when he suddenly turned around and pushed Yuding up. Isn't this showing off your anus? Seeing Wang Wenzhong in a daze, Zhou Minghuang became even more proud. Who is Vera Wang? If this woman were a little easier to deal with, would she have become so obsessed with his good nephew Zhou Kong? She's even more twisted than Mrs. N. What is Wang Weiwei's working style? I would rather die than surrender. He would rather use a nuclear bomb than take the initiative to bow to the Zhou family and show his trump card. Zhou Minghuang looked at Zhao Ibai, who was surrounded by women, and said with a smile, "With Ibai, it's obvious who is sincere and who is fake." Wang Wenzhong couldn't hold it back any longer and burst out laughing. Zhou Minghuang is indeed very powerful. Dead end. But, unfortunately, the protagonist in this dead end is Zhao Ibai. The lounge behind the office on the top floor of the building was shaking from noon until dark. If it weren't for the banquet, Wang Wenzhong doubted whether he could be shaken until tomorrow morning. The male lead is someone else. This is a dead end. The male protagonist is Zhao Ibai, which is a gift to Wang Weiwei, the acting president of their Chamber of Commerce. Zhou Minghuang spread his hands and said, "People laugh when they are speechless. Zhao Ibai, the cupcakes are finished." Zhao Ibai asked Wit to bring a large plate of freshly roasted lamb, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. 1 bite per person. Eat together. Fragrant. The so-called superior old guys in these chambers of commerce all know how to enjoy themselves. Even though it's the end of the world and most people can't even eat enoki mushrooms anymore, these guys are eating the best, and they're made by top chefs. Very delicious. Zhao Ibai also heard the noise over there. But he doesn't care. Dog bites dog. If you like to bite, then bite. Because he showed his strength, this is not reliable. They may change their attitude at any time because of a new strong man or their own rapid development. This is capital. So, Zhao Ibai eats and drinks as he pleases, accepts gifts, and doesn't take things to heart. I will not feel proud of the flattery from these top people, nor will I feel good about them because of the benefits they give me. This is what the strong deserve. If he falls behind or is not strong enough, these dogs will eat him back without hesitation and chew even his bones into pieces. Everything is fake. Only Vera Wang is real. It feels so good to laugh. Every time you laugh, you make money. This cannot be withdrawn. It can't be taken back. Haha. Wang Wenzhong suppressed his smile and said, "Zhou Minghuang, second master of the Zhou family, I'm laughing at you. Our Chamber of Commerce and your Zhou family have an engagement. Are you really going to let the future mistress of your Zhou family marry Zhao Ibai?" Zhou Minghuang's eyes turned cold. Stop making excuses. The most beautiful woman should be enjoyed by the strong. Starting today, my Zhou family will cancel the engagement with the Chamber of Commerce. Now that there is no engagement, can you let Wang Weiwei marry our Ibai? Wang Wenzhong, yes. Zhou Minghuang, what? Wang Wenzhong, I said yes. Zhou Minghuang's eyes widened. Say it again. Yes, 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 yes. Wang Wenzhong repeated several times. You heard me right. I said yes. Zhou Minghuang's defenses were somewhat broken. Do you think it will work? It depends on how Wang Weiwei does it. On the seat, Wang Weiwei stood up with a cold face. She hadn't said much. I shouted too wildly before, and my voice became hoarse. I talked too much, and I could no longer pretend to be a cool and strong person. Zhou Minghuang. Ibai, our Zhou family is wholeheartedly committed to you. Look at the attitude and behavior of this Wang family girl. He was too high-spirited and too confident. At this moment, I didn't think about what Zhou Kong would think if he knew about this. Zhao Ibai also looked over. The corners of his mouth twitched. Even the top figures in this situation have their moments of being overwhelmed. They don't think about the fact that if Wang Weiwei had always been so stubborn, how could she be willing to let the Chamber of Commerce change its name? Wang Wenzhong. Weiwei, prove it to me that our Chamber of Commerce is sincere towards Ibai. Wang Weiwei stood up. In front of everyone, her eyes kept turning red. She clenched her pink fists, and her slender, white hands turned white from squeezing so hard. Wang Weiwei looked at Zhou Minghuang and Wang Wenzhong with red eyes. Her strong appearance suddenly shattered, and she looked like a very beautiful little girl who was wronged and unwilling to accept her fate. That look of aggrieved and unwillingness made the men around tremble in their hearts. I felt so sorry for her, and it was so heartbreaking. Zhou Minghuang was stunned for a moment, and thought to himself, did I go too far? But soon his eyes became clear. Beauty is a disaster. Wang Wenzhong. No, what's going on? Could it be that the earth shaking and mountain shaking is not about that thing, and I have misunderstood it? He was confused. Wang Weiwei looked at the two of them, her red eyes covered with a layer of mist. Soon, a tear as crystal as a gem slid down her pretty face. Wang Weiwei's voice was hoarse, containing grievance and unwillingness. Wang Weiwei opened her red lips and uttered one word. Okay. Just this one word, good, gave a shock to those who knew Zhao Ibai and those who didn't know Wang Weiwei. No one except Zhao Ibai has ever seen Wang Weiwei like this. Fuck, how can you force people into this state? From behind the crowd came an uncontrollable roar. Everyone was so fascinated that they were filled with indignation. It felt like the Zhou family was forcing Wang Wenzhong to respond helplessly. This extremely strong and cold, beautiful girl no longer maintained her tough character and temper for the sake of her family. This most noble and proud white swan in city, lowered her noble head for the sake of her family. Wang Weiwei's few tears made the aggressive Zhou Minghuang suddenly become the bad guy present. Wang Weiwei took light steps. Her whole body was shaking, and it seemed that her legs had gone weak. Everyone's eyes were focused on Wang Weiwei, watching her walk in front of Zhao Ibai. Zhao Ibai also looked at Wang Weiwei. He was also stunned. Wang Weiwei is such a good actress. If she hadn't been working with hardware tools half an hour ago, he would have suspected that she was not familiar with the person in front of her. Wang Weiwei was really forced to do this. Mr. Zhao, I am willing to marry you. After she finished speaking, Wang Weiwei began to tremble and sob. She seemed to be very aggrieved. As she finished speaking, she broke down in tears. Tears welled up in her eyes, and the pearls that had originally fallen drop by drop now formed into lines and fell in large pieces. Woo woo woo. Wang Wenzhong scratched his head hard. What have I done? It seems that I really understood it wrong. Zhou Minghuang closed his old eyes. Vera Wang, where is your strength? Where is your toughness? Where is your personality and temper? Forget it. He is also a poor guy who sacrificed for his family. Zhou Minghuang was experienced after all, so he quickly recovered and took all the credit for himself. Congratulations to Ibai for finding another good partner. Your Chamber of Commerce is just so clueless. If I hadn't said anything, would Wang Weiwei not have married? Wang Wenzhong's face was gloomy. That's enough. Please take your seats. He looked at Wang Weiwei, and his heart tightened with tears. Brother, if you hadn't fallen into a strange state, you would probably blame me for Weiwei's behavior. Take your seat. Zhou Minghuang waved his hand and led their people into the restaurant to sit down. Zhao Ibai patted Yu Yurong and Zhou Ying, and they sat aside sensibly. Zhao Ibai pulled the pitiful Wang Weiwei into his arms and said, My beauty, from now on, you are my woman. Woo. Chapter 127. Thank you, sister. Woo. Wang Weiwei responded in a sobbing voice. Crack. Snap. All the hatred was directed at Zhao Ibai. Some people clenched their fists and made noises, while others accidentally crushed Yuxi's chopsticks. They hated Zhao Ibai, hated that Zhao Ibai was too strong, and even Wang Weiwei, such an outstanding and beautiful swan, had to bow down to him. I hate that Zhao Ibai doesn't know how to cherish the beauty. She was still crying, but he just pulled her into his arms. It's too much. What I hate even more is that they are not Zhao Ibai. The arrogant noble lady of the Wang family of the Chamber of Commerce, the acting president of the Chamber of Commerce, the fantasy of countless people present, was now pulled into Zhao Ibai's arms. Some people are heartbroken. Well, worthy of being Vera Wang. Zhao Bai made his evaluation without reservation. Envy, jealousy, and hatred? Please feel free. Everyone took their seats. There were several square and round tables set up on the scene, with the situation half west and half center. Wang Wenzhong gave a wink, and the melodious music sounded again. Accompanied by the sound of music, the big screen began to play the slides prepared by the Chamber of Commerce, which showed Zhao Yibai's achievements in this battle, and the host Wang Wenzhong promoted it. The audience sighed and groaned, constantly praising Zhao Yibai's merits and flattering him. Zhao Yibai sat at a small table without moving. He did not sit at the same table with the people from the Chamber of Commerce, nor did he sit at the same table with the people from the Zhou family. The people from their school occupied a table next to him. Oh. Zhao Yibai picked up a piece of barbecue. Vera Wang opened her mouth. Zhao Yibai sent it over. Wang Weiwei bit the piece of meat and chewed it gently. Ding. Successfully fed 5-star target Wang Weiwei food. Gained 10 time stop charges. Remaining times, 426. Many people, especially young people, are no longer focused on the main stage, but on Zhao Yibai. Seeing Wang Weiwei gradually becoming submissive, their hearts were broken and ached. They felt even more uncomfortable when they thought that soon this goddess of the Chamber of Commerce would have 3,000 words omitted by this guy Zhao Yibai. They don't know. Zhao Yibai and Wang Weiwei omitted tens of thousands of words. Now, please welcome Mr. Zhao Yibai, our hero who slew the mutant zombies and saved City A, to the stage to give his speech. Wow, wow, wow. Zhao Yibai placed Wang Weiwei on the sofa chair beside him and walked onto the main stage amid applause. Call. Zhao Yibai took the microphone and blew into it, and a harsh buzzing sound came from the on-site speakers. I'm Zhao Yibai. I'm not a good person. Zhou Ying from the Zhou family married me, and the Zhou family is my good friend. Now, the Chamber of Commerce is also treating me sincerely and promising me the most beautiful Wang Weiwei. That means the Chamber of Commerce is also my good family and good friends. We are all friends. Upon hearing this, the faces of the people around them became interesting, and many people's eyes became bright. Zhao Yibai's meaning was very clear. Everyone present was smart, and they understood it immediately. Zhao Yibai was very fond of beauties. Giving him a particularly beautiful beauty meant that he could make friends. Yes, that's what Zhao Yibai meant. Han Xian recruited soldiers, the more the better. Zhao Yibai can order beauties without any limit. Although 5-star targets are a bit harmful to the body, if there are a lot of them, just feeding them food can harvest some energy every day. The more energy you can use to stop time, the better. This is the qualification to use the invincible skill. In the audience, Zhou Ying has been fooled by Wang Weiwei's acting skills. Since childhood, Zhou Ying was trained by the Zhou family as a canary to be given to important people. She had almost no friends and rarely went out. She was relatively simple and only learned some arts such as music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Zhou Ying held Wang Weiwei's hand, her eyes brimming with tears, and comforted her. Don't be afraid, Weiwei. Yibai is very kind, and the sisters get along well. School isn't hell, it's heaven. Wang Weiwei hummed softly and said softly, Thank you, sister. Yu Yurong was concentrating on eating. She picked up the barbecued meat with chopsticks, stuffed it into her mouth, chewed it with big mouthfuls, and drank some juice. After swallowing the grilled meat in his mouth, he immediately moved on to the big lobster on the table, twisted it in the middle, opened the shell on its back, and started showing off. Wang Weiwei said in a soft voice, Sister Yurong. Yu Yurong shuddered. Sister Wei, don't be like this, I'm scared. She continued to show off. Oh. Zhou Ying looked at Wang Weiwei, then at Yu Yurong, who had a wary face, and felt a little confused. Isn't Sister Nai the hostess at school? It seems that Sister Nai is a little afraid of the very weak and pitiful Wang Weiwei. Wang Weiwei's eyes were red again, tears streaming down her face. She lowered her head and said aggrievedly, Sister, you actually said such sad words. How could you be afraid of me? Slurp, slurp. Yu Yurong picked up a conch and easily sucked the whole conch meat into her mouth in 2 sucks. She then looked at Wang Weiwei quietly. Zhou Ying was a little confused. She gritted her teeth and said to Yu Yurong, Sister Nai, don't be angry. Shouldn't we be nicer to the new sister? She's so pitiful. She looks just as pitiful as I did back then. As Zhou Ying spoke, her eyes turned red. At the beginning, Zhou Kong forced her to compromise, chopped off her brother's hand, and even took the lives of her parents. She thought of her own despair at that time. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. Yu Yurong opened his mouth wide. Wang Weiwei's eyes flickered with complexity. Yu Yurong compromised at the speed of light. Okay, I'll listen to you. Don't cry. Your crying makes my scalp numb. Zhou Ying quickly wiped away her tears. Yeah, we sisters, we have to be fine. Wang Weiwei was moved. Thank you, Sister Ying, and thank you, Sister Yurong. A bit too into the role. At this moment, Wang Weiwei felt that she was a pitiful and helpless, extremely beautiful little girl who was forced into marriage by her family. Okay, Weiwei, my good sister. Yu Yurong had no choice but to nod in agreement with Zhou Ying. As the school's general manager, Wang Weiwei was well aware of how tough and ruthless she was. Only Zhou Ying is so easy to fool. Tap, tap, tap. At this time, a girl in a black suit quickly walked to Wang Weiwei's side, leaned over, and whispered something. Wang Weiwei's expression changed. In an instant, her cold, strong, and domineering aura emerged. Zhou Ying shuddered, a little confused. Why did it suddenly become cold? Wang Weiwei's expression quickly returned to normal. She looked at the girl in the black suit with a weak expression. Go find her, at all costs. Bring her back. The person responsible. Wang Weiwei glanced at Zhou Ying and replaced her words of kill them all with gentler ones. Let those responsible have a good rest. Yes. The girl in the black suit left quickly. Yu Yurong, what happened? Wang Weiwei's beautiful eyes were filled with anger. My friend is missing. Yu Yurong said sternly. Finding someone is more important. Send me the information. Since we're family, it's the school's responsibility to help you. Wang Weiwei picked up her phone, immediately added Yu Yurong as a friend, and sent her some information. Chapter 128, Qinshi. Whoa. The secret underground laboratory of the A City Chamber of Commerce. The shrill alarm sounded throughout the entire underground building area, and the scarlet alarm lights kept flashing. A large number of people wearing white protective suits and holding guns were quickly conducting a careful search in various areas of the underground laboratory. The glass wall of the culture dish where Qinshi was located was broken, and the liquid inside was flowing everywhere. On the ground, there were several corpses wearing protective suits. The protective suits on their bodies were corroded and had large holes in them, and the flesh and blood inside had turned into a black mixture of corpse water. Office area, conference room. It's life-threatening. It's a big life-threatening situation. It would be fine if someone else was lost, but why did they have to lose Qinshi? He's the president's friend. Find her at all costs, and once you find her, destroy her immediately. You're crazy, that's the president's friend. The implanted control chip is incomplete. Leaving her outside is like releasing a level 3 mutant zombie. The consequences are too serious. She must be destroyed. The fact that she was able to escape from here proves that she possesses a terrifying IQ. Just then, the door of the conference room was opened from the outside. A girl in a black suit was standing at the door. She was not wearing protective clothing, but simply a protective mask. The sound of the meeting inside was interrupted. Looking at the girl in the black suit, the faces of the experts became nervous. The expert who proposed to destroy Qinshi said, "Tell the president that we have developed a plan and the problem will be solved within 24 hours. I can issue a military order." No need. The girl in the black suit shook her head. The president said, "You've worked hard, take a rest." The expert was stunned. Rest? I didn't contribute anything, but I worked hard. Just because I lost a test subject, you let me rest? He suddenly reached into his arms. Bang! The girl in the black suit raised her lips slightly. When the expert suddenly moved, the person behind her holding a rugged tablet computer had already pressed a button, and then a faint sound of a glass bottle breaking was heard. Ugh! The pistol that the expert had just taken out fell to the ground. The blood vessels in his body suddenly swelled up and turned black. His body kept making cracking sounds. His eyes were sunken, and some of his shrunken eyeballs turned blood red. He fell to the ground in pain. Not long after, he stood up in the standard zombie mutation dance and let out a roar. The girl in the black suit said coldly, "You lost the president's friend, and you still want to resist. Your crime is heinous. Dig out the brains of his family and feed them to the big guy in the well." The experts around all lowered their heads and dared not say much. Roar! When the expert zombie heard this, he showed some anger on his face and pounced on the girl in the black suit. Laugh! The girl in the black suit watched the expert zombie rushing towards her motionlessly, until the expert zombie was in front of her, with its torn mouth about to bite her, and she punched the expert in the face. The expert zombies had exploded into countless pieces. Black juice splashed. The girl in the black suit put her hands on the shoulders of the headless expert zombie whose hands were still grasping around. With a seemingly light tear, the sound of puff 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 of raw flesh being torn was heard, and she tore the expert zombie in half. Crash! The extremely smelly internal organs fell to the ground. The internal organs that had not yet completely turned into zombies still had the bright red color that was unique to humans. The president's order is to retrieve the person at all costs. Understand? Yes. A group of experts shouted in unison. Someone whispered, bringing them back alive will result in heavy losses. Now that she's dead, you can all rest now, rest forever. The man in black suit left a message and left. Try to find. It seems that she is indeed very important, so bring her back alive. Do as the president says. The meeting is over. In the noisy underground laboratory, a group of people continued to search for Chen-Chi's traces. But Chen-Chi seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Laboratory Protection Team 2. Chen-Chi was wearing a white protective suit, holding a gun in a standard posture, following the people in front, busy searching for Chen-Chi. If you look closely, you will find that Chen-Chi's eyes are confused. What others do? She just learned what to do. When the girl in the black suit was about to leave the underground laboratory, she suddenly saw Chen-Chi in the crowd. You come here. Chen-Chi obediently walked in front of the girl in the black suit. Girl in black suit, take off your mask. Upon hearing this, Chen-Chi took off his mask. It's okay. When the girl in the black suit saw that the person who took off the mask was a man, she waved her hands irritably. Earlier, she noticed at a glance that this member of the protection team walked in a strange way, like a woman. An old man, acting like a sissy. After making an unhappy complaint, she led her people away. Chen-Chi stared intently at the face of the girl in the black suit. As she walked away, he suddenly smiled. Not long after, the girl in the black suit looked at her clothes curiously and walked out of the underground laboratory alone. Manager Yang, why did you come out alone? In front of the closed steel gate, the mercenary guarding the gate was surprised. No. Yang Yun, the girl in the black suit, made a coquettish sound. Yes, of course. The mercenary guarding the gate got goosebumps all over his body and quickly swiped his card to open the gate. The steel gate, weighing more than 20 tons, slowly rose. Yang Yun walked out of the underground laboratory filled with haze and the smell of disinfectant with a somewhat cheerful pace. Looking at the sun, she opened her eyes wide and took a few greedy breaths. Manager Yang. When the patrolling mercenaries saw Yang Yun, they all greeted her quickly. Yang Yun smiled and nodded. Hello. The patrolling mercenaries were all confused. When did this guy become so good-tempered? Chamber of Commerce Building, Restaurant. After Zhao Yibai finished speaking, he returned to his seat. Found it. What? The three women were all stunned. Zhao Yibai, Chen-Chi. His god's perspective is ruler. When hearing the conversation between several people, Zhao Yibai's god's perspective followed the girl in the black suit and followed her into the secret underground laboratory of the Chamber of Commerce not far away. Zhao Yibai took a tour inside from a god's perspective and already understood what the Chamber of Commerce's trump card was, the virus research laboratory. They were experimenting on living survivors. For example, Yang Yun was originally an ordinary girl, but after using the Chamber of Commerce's physical enhancement products, she became extremely powerful. She could blow up a zombie's head with one punch and tear a zombie apart with both hands. In the laboratory, there are mutated zombies created by the Chamber of Commerce itself. So cruel. Vera Wong, where is she? Zhao Yibai picked up the juice and took a sip, his eyes fixed on the door. With a light bang, the door opened and Yang Yun, a girl in a black suit, walked in. As she entered the restaurant, a cold wind blew in. Chapter 129 Wei Wei. Hiss. The superior people who were drinking and eating meat all shuddered involuntarily, and they all looked towards the door at the same time. But when they saw Yang Yun, an ordinary girl in a black suit, standing at the door, they all looked away. Someone murmured, "It's summer, but the night breeze is still quite cool." This is not the night breeze. Huh, you scared me. I thought it was Chen-Chi who came. Yu Yurong pulled out a wet towel and slowly wiped the oil off her fingers. When Zhao Yibai is not around, she is cool and focused on eating. When Zhao Yibai comes, she eats shredded potatoes one by one. Very elegant. Zhao Yibai, what if I say that she is Chen-Chi? Oh. Yu Yurong was slightly stunned, then became serious. Did Chen-Chi possess her? Zhouing looked confused. I have no idea what Zhao Yibai and Yu Yurong are talking about. Didn't this girl come here before? How did she become Chen-Chi? Moreover, the talk about possession of another's body seems a bit far-fetched. What's even more abstract is that no matter how ridiculous Zhao Yibai's words were, Yu Yurong seemed to believe them. Wang Weiwei had been looking at the figure at the door since the door opened, staring at it intently, without blinking. Yang Yun closed the door of the restaurant and quickly walked to Wang Weiwei. Weiwei. Wang Weiwei was moved. She stood up and asked, Chi-Chi? Snap. There was a sound of a plate falling to the ground and breaking. Wang Wenzhong frowned and looked over here. Weiwei. Yang Yun had a silly but sincere smile on her face. Wow, 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 wow. Immediately afterwards, a series of chaotic footsteps were heard, and a large number of mercenaries armed with weapons ran over, accompanied by members of the defense team wearing protective clothing. Hee. Seeing that something was obviously wrong, Zhou Minghuang took a sip of wine and took a bite of braised pork, chewing and laughing. Wang Weiwei really lowered her head, which made him lose his appetite. But now, something happened to the Chamber of Commerce, and he had some appetite. Do what? Wang Wenzhong looked outside and shouted coldly. The mercenary who was reaching out to push the door quickly retracted his hand. Wang Wenzhong knew that something was wrong, but what he cared more about was the reputation of the Chamber of Commerce. Those who came here today are all the best in City A. If the experimental subject ran into the restaurant, would their Chamber of Commerce still have any shame? Director Zhong. The mercenary at the door signaled with his eyes to Yang Yun, who was standing in front of Wang Weiwei. Wang Wenzhong had already noticed some problems from the way both parties addressed each other. Wang Weiwei called Yang Yun Chi-Chi, and Yang Yun did not refuse. And Yang Yun is definitely not the one who calls everyone Weiwei now and has excessive sugar content. Wang Wenzhong looked at Wang Weiwei. Back off. Vera Wang waved her hand. Wang Wenzhong looked outside and said, if you have anything to say, hold it in and leave. Yes. The mercenaries nodded and could only temporarily retreat from the restaurant door, but they did not leave. Chen-Chi is so scary. In the monitoring room, the mercenary in charge of monitoring saw a very terrifying scene. Chen-Chi got into Yang Yun's body. Yes, drill. At this moment, the person under Yang Yun's skin is no longer her, but Chen-Chi. Homemade mutant zombies in an underground laboratory. Wang Weiwei pointed to the sofa beside her and said, sit down. Good. When Yang Yun saw Chen-Chi, this familiar face, she became very calm, with a sweet smile all over her face. She is completely different from her usual cold self. Tick, 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 tick. There was blood dripping down Yang Yun's trouser legs onto the marble floor of the restaurant. This seems to have become a small episode. Most people continued to eat and drink. Even if they discovered something, they would keep silent. When Zhou Minghuang saw the blood on the ground, a smile appeared on his old face. Zhao Yibai ate meat and drank wine with big mouthfuls, and did not treat himself as an outsider. The celebration party ended at 10 o'clock in the evening. Zhao Yibai obtained the contact information of many big shots, some of whom were celebrities and some were leaders of new forces. Zhou Minghuang finished his meal and prepared to leave. Yibai, when you have time, bring Xiaoying back to our Zhou family. Xiaoying's mother misses her too. When Zhou heard Zhou Minghuang say that his mother missed him, she almost couldn't help laughing out loud, a sarcastic laugh. Okay, when you have time, go take a look. Zhao Yibai agreed. Even if Zhou Minghuang didn't invite him, he would still like to find an excuse to go shopping. At present, he already knows the Chamber of Commerce's trump card. In addition to the drone mechanical cows, there are the homemade mutant zombies being cultivated in the laboratory, as well as some positive mutation reagents extracted from zombie toxins. The Zhou family is able to compete with the Chamber of Commerce. To be more precise, they can even suppress the Chamber of Commerce. The Zhou family's trump card must be quite good. He has a god's perspective, and by staying at the Zhou family's house for a few days, he can see the Zhou family from top to bottom. I'm really looking forward to it. Zhou Minghuang patted Zhao Yibai's shoulder, and before leaving, he glanced at the large pool of blood on Yang Yun's feet next to Wang Weiwei. Zhou Minghuang left with a playful smile. In the fire escape not far from the restaurant, there were a large number of Chamber of Commerce mercenaries, standing on high alert and ready to take action at any time. After Zhou Minghuang, the last guest, got on the elevator, they opened the fire isolation door, rushed out quickly, rushed into the restaurant, and surrounded Zhao Yibai's table. Zhao Yibai was already full. He lay on the sofa with his legs crossed. Zhou lit the cigarette and put it to Zhao Yibai's mouth. The smoke from imported cigarettes becomes particularly sweet and mellow. What does Zhao Yibai think about this matter? He sat on the sofa, smoking and watching. The people in the school are not guests, but the owners here, and they are all still here. Weiwei, looking at the large number of mercenaries around, especially those wearing protective clothing, Yang Yun, his face became a little ferocious, sometimes calm. Chi-Chi, don't be afraid, I'm here. Wang Weiwei reached out and held Yang Yun's cold hand. Can you still restore your form? Able. Wang Weiwei agreed affirmatively, and then, under the gaze of everyone, Yang Yun knelt on the ground. A shallow bloodline appeared on her neck. Soon, the bloodline burst open, and two hands stretched out from the broken wound. They were two hands covered with blood and internal organs. After the hands, it was the forearm, and then the upper arm. Yang Yun's facial expression changed drastically. She made a painful sound with her mouth and her eyes were filled with fear. Swish. Yang Yun's chest exploded, Chen Chi's head stretched out, and the whole person stood out from Yang Yun's body. The scary thing is that after she stood up, she was bigger than Yang Yun. Ugh. Yeah. Yang Yun let out a shrill scream of pain. She looked at Wang Weiwei with pleading eyes, hoping for a quick death. But Wang Weiwei did not respond at all. Weiwei. Chen Chi had a good figure, but at this moment, his body was covered with a thick layer of blood and powdered internal organs, and the stitches on his neck were even more terrifying. The stomachs of the school staff and the Chamber of Commerce mercenaries were churning. Chen Chi stood up. Yang Yun on the ground had melted away, leaving only a suit and a large amount of black juice. The only large part of his head was also quickly corroded and liquefied with a hissing sound. Change back. Ugly, will you be afraid of me? Chapter 130 Level 2. Chen Chi's words were intermittent, and he lowered his head with a sense of inferiority. No, it's not ugly. Vera Wang shed tears. She stood up and hugged Chen Chi. Vomit. Not far away, a mercenary couldn't stand the smell at the scene and vomited. They couldn't even imagine that their president would actually hug such a monster. Swallow it back. Wang Wenzhong shouted coldly. Gulp, gulp. The mercenary was so disgusted that he almost exploded and almost vomited, but he swallowed it back. This swallowing made the feeling of nausea worse, and the food in his stomach rushed up even more. He had no choice but to cover his mouth tightly and swallow the large amount of half-melted food that poured into his mouth. He knows. If I spit this out, your life will be gone. Zhao Bai, let all your people disperse. Wang Wenzhong hesitated for a moment and said respectfully, yes. With a strong man like Zhao Bai here, the experimental subject shouldn't be able to act rashly. Wang Wenzhong glared at his men and said, everyone, return to your posts and keep an eye on the right places. We absolutely cannot allow any more problems to occur. Yes, Director Zhong. Everyone agreed and left. Not long after they left the restaurant, they could no longer hold it in and vomited in large amounts. Chen Chi is so creepy. A living corpse. After being soaked in the potion for so long and going in and out of a living person's body, the smell is really strong. Wang Wenzhong evacuated from here. He also felt very nauseous. But for the sake of face, he forced himself not to vomit. He is a senior executive of the Chamber of Commerce. If he can't stand the smell of blood and stench, how can he accomplish anything great? Go ahead. Zhao Bai also waved. The ordinary men of school leave here. Chen Chi opened his eyes wide. Feeling Wang Weiwei's warm embrace, the expression on her face became complicated, mixed with joy and surprise. Weiwei, I'm leaving. Chen Chi took the initiative to push Wang Weiwei away. I'm afraid I might. I can't help it kill you. Chen Chi took 2 or 3 steps back, and her eyes suddenly turned blood red. In the blink of an eye, the blood red faded away, but soon, the blood red filled her eyes again. Battle red. ID, Chen Chi. Level 2. Health, 1,500. Spirit, 800. Combat power, 9,900. Nature, spiritual plus physical plus parasitic. Roar. Chen Chi suddenly roared and pounced on Wang Weiwei. But when she was about to pounce on Wang Weiwei, she turned in abruptly and pounced on Zhou Ying, who had just lit a cigarette for Zhao Bai. Oh. Zhou Ying screamed and quickly closed her eyes. But nothing happened. Wang Weiwei grabbed Chen Chi's wet long hair and pulled her back to her side. Roar. Chen Chi roared at Wang Weiwei, breathing out a terrifying fishy wind. Laugh. Wang Weiwei took out a reagent from her pocket and stabbed it into Chen Chi's head. Dang. Chen Chi's whole body trembled. His eyes were wide open, but he was motionless. Wang Weiwei hugged Chen Chi, who was about to collapse, with tears in her eyes. Go to sleep. You should sleep first. I will save you. Wang Weiwei looked at Zhao Bai and said, let's take them to rest first. I need to take care of something here. I'll tell you the details later. Okay, you go ahead. Zhao Bai agreed and rubbed Zhou Ying's head. Don't be afraid. Gulp. Zhou Ying swallowed and nodded. Just now, the mutant zombie was about to pounce on her, but Wang Weiwei grabbed the mutant zombie's hair and pulled the zombie back. A reagent was directly injected into the mutant zombie's head. Zhou Ying was both scared and shocked. Is this still the crying little girl just now? He calls her Sister Ying all the time. Well, I'm not afraid. Zhou Ying had never thought that a girl could be so brave and become so powerful. If you can't figure it out, just call my name. Zhao Bai left a word and left with Yu Yurong, Zhou Ying, and the mutated zombies under his command. Good. Wang Weiwei nodded. Looking at Chen Chi in her arms, Wang Weiwei's expression became very complicated, and the joy of planting a big bomb for the Zhou family was also swept away. Wang Weiwei burst into tears. I'm sorry, Chi-Chi, I don't want to turn you into this, but I just want you to live. Hotel floor of the Chamber of Commerce building. In the top suite, Zhao Bai took a shower, changed into comfortable satin pajamas, collapsed on the sofa, and played with his mobile phone. Mobile phones aren't that fun anymore. Many functions are no longer available. Yu Yurong was lying not far away, gently stroking her bulging belly. Zhou Ying cut the fruit. The watermelon was cut into shapes that ordinary people could not afford to eat. The peel was made into a boat, and a dragon and phoenix were carved. When it comes to taking care of people, Zhou Ying is at the university level, and the Zhou family has deliberately trained her. In the new big fish tank, the Lord of Resentment is sleeping. Su Yuyu was wearing a large maternity dress and sitting on a chair eating sugarcane. She took a bite with her mouth and then took a bite with her belly, making a crunching sound. AI Xiao Xiao looked a little wilted. The wound on her abdomen had healed, but it was still painful. The internal injuries from Aunt Nyo's punch had not yet completely healed. The baby devil fell asleep. I slept very peacefully in the rocking chair. Dong Xiaoyu, Aunt Nyo's grandson, was taking care of the baby devil, holding a small fan and gently fanning the baby. Zhou Ying feeds Zhao Bai some fruit. Zhao Bai took a bite. Sweet. Want to go back and take a look? That home is not a home. I will listen to you. Whenever Zhou Ying thought of her family, she could only recall the face of her mother who forced her to get married. Her brother's life was his life, but her life as the elder sister seemed to be unimportant to her mother. How can I not be angry about something like this? Go and see, they are family after all. Zhao Bai gave advice. His parents died early and he missed them very much. I also envy people who have families. Zhou Ying agreed. Under the building, everyone got on the bus. When they got on the car, they also heard Chen Chi's roar. Many people suddenly became alert. It's so scary. Zhou Minghuang got into the car burping. The things in the laboratory can't even be seen properly. The Chamber of Commerce is really in trouble. Ha ha ha. Second master. One of Zhou Minghuang's confidants handed the phone to Zhou Minghuang with a grim expression. Zhou Minghuang was originally happy. But when he saw the name displayed on the caller ID, the blood vessels on his old face throbbed, his eyelids twitched wildly, and his smile disappeared. Uh-huh. Zhou Minghuang took a deep breath and answered the call from Zhou Kong. Second uncle, what's going on? Did the Chamber of Commerce take action? Did the nuclear bomb explode? We've already arrived at the Zhou family in City B. Everything is going smoothly. Why don't you come over too? At worst, we can give up the Zhou family in City A. We can definitely make a comeback in City B. Chapter 131 Shu Ying. The problem is solved. Zhao Bai took action and killed those mutant zombies. This was the first time in his life that Zhou Minghuang felt guilty when facing his eldest nephew. It was during this phone call that he suddenly remembered that he had accidentally pushed Wang Weiwei into Zhao Bai's arms. He also broke off the engagement, which can be said to be pushing it away with his own hands. Then Wang Weiwei and Zhao Bai will not have to endure the constraints of engagement, public opinion. That's great. Zhou Kang's voice seemed very happy. As long as uncle is alive, everything else is unimportant. Zhou Minghuang hesitated to speak. He glanced at the brightly lit Chamber of Commerce building. He felt that Zhao Bai was such a lustful person. After tonight, everything was probably a foregone conclusion. Zhou Minghuang gritted his teeth and didn't mention it. In his opinion, since Zhao Bai and Wang Weiwei had already cooked, his eldest nephew Zhou Kong had no choice but to accept it. This will save me from being bewitched by Vera Wang in the future. From now on, I will no longer be lenient towards the Chamber of Commerce and Wang Weiwei. Okay, Xiaokong, you've grown up now. I'm still busy. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. Uncle, don't you have anything else to say to me? No, nothing. If there's anything, let's talk about it when you return to City A. Zhou Minghuang responded vaguely with a few words and hung up the phone. Did he get any news? No. Forget it. Even if he got the news, he wouldn't be able to get back in a short time. Even if I come back, it's too late. On the other side of the phone, looking at the phone that was hung up, Zhou Kong smiled. Hee. Bang. The next second, Zhou Kong threw the phone to the ground, breaking it into pieces. Grass. Oh my god. Grass, a kind of plant. In the 5-star suite of Peace Hotel in City B. Zhou Kong was furious. Not only cell phones, he smashes anything he sees. Zhou Runkai stood against the wall in silence, clamping his hands tightly. After you smash things, you can't smash me anymore. Chi Hai changed into a brown suit and stood at the door straight, his expression unchanged. He had seen this young master go crazy more than once or twice and had long been accustomed to it. Mr. Zhou, anger is harmful to your health. The elderly people around Zhou Kong all knew that they must not speak at this time, but the woman who looked a bit like Wang Weiwei saw Zhou Kong so irritable and subconsciously tried to comfort him. I hurt your mother. Zhou Kong went straight to the woman. Mr. Zhou. The woman stepped back in fear. Zhou Kang's eyes turned blood red. Wang Weiwei. You bitch, you didn't bow to me. Zhou Minghuang, that old fool, forced you to bow to Zhao Bai. Woo, Mr. Zhou, don't be like this, I'm not Wang Weiwei. The woman was forced to retreat to the wall. With nowhere to go, she waved her hands and cried. Damn it, you deserve to die. Just because you look like Wang Weiwei. You bitch, you deserve to die. Zhou Kang's handsome face was distorted. He picked up a red wine bottle that was broken into 2 pieces from the ground, held the bottle mouth, and stabbed the sharp broken end of the bottle into the woman's abdomen with a pop. Tick, 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 tick. The broken end was uneven and the protrusions were very sharp, piercing through the flesh and stabbing into the woman's abdomen. Bright red blood immediately gushed out, flowing down the woman's clothes and dripping onto the ground. Ugh! The woman was in great pain. Wang Weiwei, I love you so much. Why? Why do you treat me like this? Zhou Kong shed a lot of tears. He thrust the wine bottle in his hand forward with force and twisted it continuously. With a few pop sounds, the sharp tip of the wine bottle broke in the woman's belly. Why? Because you are a piece of crap. You idiot, you're nothing but a bitch. You're nothing but a piece of shit, except for using your family background to bully us ordinary people. Zhou Ruankai's face was full of horror. Chi-Hai was also slightly stunned. Where's the sound? Oh, it was sent by a woman. The woman who looked a bit like Vera Wang not only spoke, but also reached out and grabbed Zhou Kang's hand, holding it tightly to prevent him from continuing to poke it in with the wine bottle. How dare you disobey me? Zhou Kong became even angrier, but he found that the woman actually held his hand tightly, and he couldn't break free. Indeed, over the years, he drank excessively, slept with countless women, did whatever he wanted, and his body was weaker than that of an average 50-year-old man. The woman shouted angrily, If your last name is not Zhou from City A, you can't even beat a woman like me. I have tolerated you for a long, long time. Chi-Hai had already walked over, pulled out a pistol, and poked the muzzle directly into the woman's head. The woman's grip on Zhou Kang's big hand suddenly loosened. Her abdomen was bleeding, tears were streaming down her face, and she closed her eyes as she sobbed. So what if it's just a small pistol, no matter how good it is at shooting? Chi-Hai could take her life by simply pulling the trigger. Chi-Hai said, Young master? As long as Zhou Kong shows any sign of support, Chi-Hai will act without hesitation. Haha damn haha. Zhou Kong took a few steps back and smiled palely. Zhou Kong, I can't even beat a woman. Neither Chi-Hai nor Zhou Runkai answered. Zhou Kong looked the woman up and down and asked, What's your name? The woman opened her eyes, but the flattery faded from her face. All her previous comfort and consideration were for the sake of getting promoted. Now that their relationship had fallen out, there was no point in flattering her. Why? You, a useless second-generation rich kid, have so many doubles for Vera Wang that you can't even remember their names. Zhou Runkai warned. Chu-Ying, did you take the wrong medicine? Remember, you are not alone. You have family in City A. Chu-Ying. Zhou Kong muttered the name and stretched out his hand to block Chi-Hai's pistol. He looked at Chu-Ying and said, Okay, very good. Chu-Ying, let's fight. No need to hold back. If you win, I will let you go and will not harm your family. Heh. Chu-Ying sneered. Are you planning to let me fight you with my bare hands while you're armed with a pistol? Just kill me directly. Don't even think about regaining your confidence as a man from me. If your last name isn't Zhou from City A, then in those few seconds you couldn't have been as good as Zhou Runkai. It was over without even a feeling, and you're still praising yourself for being so awesome. You don't really think you're that awesome, do you? Zhou Kong glanced at Zhou Runkai. No. It usually only takes me a few minutes. Zhou Runkai had a strong desire to survive and waved his hands quickly. Just a few minutes? Zhou Kang's facial veins twitched a few times. I won't use a gun or any other weapon. I'll just beat you to death with my fists. They won't intervene. Okay. Chu-Ying stared at Zhou Kong intently. You really have some of Vera Wang's flavor now. Looking at Chu-Ying with angry eyes, Zhou Kong clenched his fists. Chi-Hai. Young master, she's just a bitch. Just kill her, why bother? Shut up. Zhou Kong waved his hands and gritted his teeth. I will beat her to death with my own hands. This is the price for looking down on me. Seeing that Zhou Kong was determined, Chi-Hai nodded and took a few steps back. Zhou Kong took a few steps back and waved to Chu-Ying. Come. Chapter 132, Zhou Kong uses needles. Ugh. Chu-Ying roared viciously and pounced on Zhou Kong. Zhou Kong also clenched his fists, and the moment Chu-Ying rushed in front of him, he swung his fist suddenly, hitting Chu-Ying in the face. Chu-Ying didn't close her eyes, letting the punch hit her face, causing her nose to bleed. But Chewing also successfully pounced on Zhou Kong. The slender girl directly knocked Zhou Kong, who was also weak and frail, to the ground. Bang! The two fell to the ground together. Zhou Kong was standing down there when the back of his head hit the carpet, causing him to be startled by the severe pain. Haven't reacted yet. I felt a sudden pain in my neck. Chewing bit Zhou Kang's neck. Ugh! Mad dog, you mad dog. Zhou Kong was shocked by the pain and coldness in his neck. He quickly reached out to push Chu Ying's head, but Chu Ying held on tightly. Chu Ying's face was full of relief. She had long known that when Zhou Kong poked her with the wine bottle, she would be doomed whether she resisted or not. Zhou Kong was very stingy. He said he would let her go, but in fact, he would never let her go. She is dead. Elder brother. Zhou Runkai looked at Chi Hai excitedly. What the hell are you waiting for? Chi Hai frowned. Young master said we should have a fair fight. Damn it to you. The young master is almost bitten to death by her. Zhou Runkai snatched the pistol from Chi Hai, covered his ears with one hand, clamped his neck, and aimed at Chu Ying's body. Let go, or I'll shoot. Chu Ying raised her head suddenly and actually tore a piece of flesh from Zhou Kang's neck. Her mouth was bloodshot. She heard what Zhou Runkai said, but did not give up the attack. She grabbed the lower half of the red wine bottle not far from the ground, grabbed it with both hands, and smashed it on Zhou Kang's face. Snap! Oh! The relatively sturdy red wine bottle broke directly on Zhou Kang's face, causing him to bleed profusely. Chu Ying's hand was also cut with several cuts. Bang! Zhou Runkai pulled the trigger. Gunshots rang out. Chu Ying trembled all over and fell to the ground sideways. Zhou Runkai stepped forward quickly and pulled Chu Ying aside. He was afraid of hurting Zhou Kong by mistake, so the first shot was at Chu Ying's back. After pulling Chu Ying aside, he looked at Chu Ying, whose face was pale, whose chest was heaving violently, and whose mouth was bleeding. Zhou Runkai turned his head away and pressed the muzzle of the gun against Chu Ying's heart. Bang 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 bang. Zhou Runkai emptied the magazine. Chu Ying died with his eyes open. Her eyes were beautiful, and that was the part where she resembled Vera Wang the most. But now, they had quickly lost their luster and died. Ha ha ha. Zhou Kong was lying on the carpet with his hands covering his neck, but blood was still gushing out from the wound. There was blood on his neck and face. He looked very miserable, but he was smiling. Hot ass, I can't beat her. Luckily, when I choose women, I always choose ones with small mouths. If her mouth is a bit bigger, I would have bitten her to death. Doctor, please arrange for a doctor to come. Zhou Runkai ran to make a phone call, then rushed to Zhou Kong with a medicine box to stop the bleeding. Brother, stop talking for now. I'll stop the bleeding for you. Zhou Kong grabbed Zhou Runkai's hand and said, bring the box here and give me an injection. Zhou Runkai shook his head. Brother, what nonsense are you talking about? How can we use that thing? Zhou Kong, use it. Zhou Minghuang broke off the engagement and handed Wang Weiwei over to Zhao Bai. As for me, I'm just like Chu Ying said, a loser. I can't even beat a woman. Give me an injection. There's no point in continuing to live so weak. Chi Haidao said, young master, you should reconsider. Whatever the second master does, it's all for the Zhou family and for you. If you take the injection, although you will gain more power, your life will be short-lived, and you won't be able to leave any offspring. It will be a complete loss, and there will be no medicine for regret. Zhou Kong went to take care of Chi Hai. Zhou Runkai. Yes. Zhou Runkai nodded and agreed. Chi Hai's face was grim. Zhou Runkai. Bang! Zhou Runkai slapped Chi Hai in the face. After the slap, Zhou Runkai took a step back timidly. Chi Hai's expression changed, and he glared at Zhou Runkai with murderous eyes. Zhou Runkai's face was filled with fear, and he stammered. Look, what are you looking at? My last name is Zhou, and I'm from the same family. You're just a servant. Listen to the young master. Zhou Kong looked at Zhou Runkai and smiled. Well said, well done. Chi Hai picked up his phone and looked through his address book. This matter is too serious. I need to ask the second master. Zhou Kong. I have the remote control for the collar. If you make this call, you'll die. Chi Hai put down his phone. Master, I won't fight anymore. I'll listen to you. Not long after, Zhou Runkai returned and brought the old man and the box with him. Old man. Young master, do you really want to fight? Zhou Kong was determined. Hit him. The old man sighed, opened the box, and took out the reagent. Young master, give it half an injection. There will still be room for maneuver in the future. Zhou Kong gritted his teeth. Give it to me. 10 injections. 10 needles? Young master, listen to me. This thing, the more the better, it will cause sudden death. The old man was stunned. Zhou Kong, do as I say. Chi Hai wanted to speak, but when he felt the coldness of the metal collar on his neck, he chose to keep silent. Zhou Kong, Zhou Runkai, after I finish the injection, fly me back to City A to the Chamber of Commerce. Wang Weiwei, she's mine. I want to take her back. Zhou Runkai. Brother, how about we talk to Zhao Yibai and give him some more so that he won't touch Wang Weiwei for now, or we can secretly transfer it to you. Zhou Kong was stunned. Although this matter sounds a bit shameful, it seems that it is not something that cannot be discussed. Zhou Kong, call Zhao Yibai. Laugh. At this moment, the old man pierced Zhou Kang's heart with a needle. Zhou Kong looked at the old man. 10 shots. I'll give you the first one. The old man was sweating. I dare not go against the young master's wishes. The old man immediately took out the second shot and gave it to Zhou Kong. Zhou Kang's eyes went dark. No need to fight. Zhou Runkai looked at the needle on Zhou Kang's chest. He looked at the old man with a complicated expression. How come your hands are so fast? The old man pulled out the second needle and injected the third one. Isn't it because I see that our young master is very anxious? Zhou Runkai held his forehead and said, Go ahead and fight. 10 stitches. Zhou Kong fell into a deep coma. But the wounds on his neck and face stopped bleeding quickly, and he started to have a high fever all over his body. Zhou Runkai lit a cigarette. Prepare the plane, go back to City A, and go to the Chamber of Commerce. Chi Hai's face was icy. Have you figured out how to explain this to the second master? Zhou Runkai took a deep breath, flicked the ash off his cigarette, and looked at the sleeping Zhou Kong with a resolute expression. My Zhou family's affairs don't need you, an outsider, to worry about them. Zhou Runkai looked at the Zhou family mercenaries from City B and ordered, Go find Zhou Yiqing and borrow 2 fighter jets, fully loaded with live ammunition. Zhou Runkai slammed his fist on the sofa. My brother risked his life for Wang Weiwei. If this fails and we can't get her, then destroy it. My brother won't use that beaker, and no one else can use it. Blow it up. Chapter 133 Power. City A, Chamber of Commerce Building. Room. Zhao Yibai sat on a chair on the balcony, drinking some tea, and looking down at the apocalyptic city of City A through the multiple layers of glass. The entire city center, except for the areas with street lights and traffic lights, was almost plunged into darkness. There are tall buildings everywhere, but only a few houses have lights on. Except for the main roads that have been cleared of zombies, zombies are wandering everywhere. As time goes by, the bodies of these zombies in the open air become more corrupted. No matter how beautiful they were before, they can no longer charge forward. Exposed to the wind, sun, and rain, their skin is no longer alive. In addition, ordinary zombies have no sense of pain, so their injured appearance is even more creepy and terrifying. Their clothes are stained with blood and decay, becoming fragile. Zombies wander aimlessly, searching for living survivors in the dark. They are very unfortunate. But after comparing himself with the living people today, Zhao Yibai felt that turning into a zombie seemed to be a good choice. Especially those who turned into zombies without realizing it. No need to face hunger and fear anymore. No need to be afraid of death anymore. The living survivors seem to be even more miserable than the dead. City A has 2 mountains. One is the City Lord's Mansion of the Zhou family, which represents the original government. What is the City Lord's Mansion? It is the of City A. One is a Chamber of Commerce, dominated by the Wang family. The end of the world is coming. Logically speaking, they should all be miserable. But these 2 mountains remained motionless. It was obvious that they had received some information and made preparations before the disaster occurred. The end of the world has begun. Logically speaking, big forces like the City Lord's Mansion and the Chamber of Commerce should be killing zombies and saving the people. But what happened in reality was completely opposite to what should have happened. Both sides are fighting for territory and capturing people. The Chamber of Commerce's trump card, apart from those technological products, is the research and creation of controlled mutant zombies. The Zhou family in City A is in a similar field. They all treat the survivors as consumables for experiments, and none of them are good. Zhao Yibai is now very powerful. He can destroy the Chamber of Commerce and the Zhou family. Although it will take some effort, he can do it as long as he is determined. So, Zhao Yibai was confused. He possesses great power. Is he going to make decisions for the people and stand on the side of so-called justice? The experiments conducted by the Chamber of Commerce are very inhumane. When the girls saw that Zhao Yibai was worried, they were all very sensible and stayed away from him without disturbing him. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door. After knocking on the door, Wang Weiwei entered the room. Why are you so depressed today? Is there something bothering you? Wang Weiwei had obviously taken a shower. Her long hair was loose and a little wet. She was wearing a purple nightgown, which was very cool and charming. Have. Zhao Yibai nodded. I'm not a good person, but the experiments your Chamber of Commerce conducted are a bit too cruel. It's quite cruel. Wang Weiwei nodded. She had calmed down and sat down on the chair next to Zhao Bai. She followed Zhao Bai's gaze and looked at the dark city outside. Not far from the Chamber of Commerce building, large machinery was still cleaning up the rubble and garbage, and the workers were working nonstop. And further out, there are almost no living people. But the Chamber of Commerce needs more power to maintain its current size and position in City A. If a small number of people can be sacrificed to provide the chamber with such power, the Chamber of Commerce will continue to do these cruel things. Zhao Bai nodded. Go on. Wang Weiwei. Ibai, you probably haven't seen how ruthless those small groups of survivors outside are. Those guys, unleashing their true nature, have done things that are beyond your imagination. The Chamber of Commerce will lead everything. Once we achieve success, we can destroy the mutated zombies and prevent them from upgrading and becoming more powerful. Only then can the world restore a certain degree of order, and humanity can return to their original safe and peaceful lives. What Wang Weiwei said makes sense. The Chamber of Commerce is evil. But there is also a good side. Those ordinary small groups are simply evil. That was official rhetoric. Wang Weiwei smiled. She got up from the chair, walked to Zhao Bai, and sat on his lap, facing Zhao Bai. The reality is very simple. Whether it's the old men in the Chamber of Commerce or me, we all want to maintain our power, be superior to others, and survive in the apocalypse with plenty of resources. We even want to conquer a larger territory and become the most powerful person in the apocalypse. We all know that researching viruses and creating mutant zombies is a double-edged sword. If something bad happens, the already terrible world may become even worse, but we still have to gamble. Wang Weiwei's eyes suddenly became affectionate. She pecked Zhao Bai and said, If you don't like the Chamber of Commerce's cruelty, I've buried a nuclear bomb underground. Let's leave City A, blow it up, and destroy the lab and everything in it. Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Bai hugged Wang Weiwei. That's not necessary. I was just confused for a while, but now I have found my direction. No matter what you do, I, Zhao Bai, only know that you are my women, and I will support you. There are no good people in the end times. Zhao Bai has woken up. That's how we should be. Sometimes, when you see others doing evil, you feel it is quite cruel. In fact, when you encounter the same thing yourself, you might be even more ruthless. Zhao Bai was determined in his thoughts. Come to think of it, his hands were also stained with a lot of blood. If it weren't for the power he had, why would the girls in the school come up to him one by one and confront him? Power is really a good thing. I almost lost my mind and wanted to be a good person. Zhao Bai cursed himself in his heart. Feeling something strange, Zhao Bai raised his head. You're already injured, don't you need to take it easy? I'll take care of it. Just rest. Wang Weiwei smiled sweetly. She is happy. Wang Weiwei was a little afraid that Zhao Bai would meet the Holy Father. Fortunately, Zhao Bai still chose her. So very happy. Reward Zhao Bai. After taking over the Chamber of Commerce, Wang Weiwei has changed the rules for selecting experimental subjects. It is no longer the previous rule set by Wang Wenbao that whoever is caught will be used. Wang Weiwei's rule is to first capture those who have blood on their hands in the apocalypse, and secondly, those who have been rescued by the Chamber of Commerce but are unwilling to work for it. The former is not a good thing, but it does not cause psychological pressure when used. The latter is ungrateful, so what's the point of keeping him around? There is another type, which is those who are willing to dedicate themselves voluntarily. The third type includes some mercenaries and wounded soldiers, while others are ambitious. I want to take a gamble and see if I can gain powerful strength. Puff, puff. Ding. Successfully fed the 5-star target, Wang Weiwei. 10 bonus charges. Remaining, 436. Chapter 134. Did you give it? Ugh. It hurts. Hold on, it's almost there. Hiss. It's almost there. I'm going to die. On the helicopter. Zhou Kong had woken up. His blood vessels were bulging, and he was howling in pain. Beads of sweat as big as beans kept coming out of his body. Zhou Runkai knelt beside him, wiping the sweat off Zhou Kong and cheering him on. The old man said, 10 injections at once. The medicinal power is really too strong. Even though these are extracted from people with special abilities, unlike the things the Chamber of Commerce has developed from zombies, they are still viruses after all. Crack. Zhou Kong bit 3 of his teeth and suddenly raised his head. At the same time, several blood vessels in his body burst. Thump. Zhou Kong raised his head and fell back. He looked like he was giving birth to a child. Not the smooth kind. Seeing that Zhou Kong seemed to be dying, Zhou Runkai quickly grabbed Zhou Kang's hand and said, Wang Weiwei, brother, think about Wang Weiwei. You must succeed and survive. Only if you survive can you get Wang Weiwei back. I want to succeed. Wang Weiwei, she's mine. I want to mutate successfully. I want to become a mutant. Zhou Kong became excited again after hearing this. He clenched his fists tightly and stared. The drug took effect again. I can do it. Zhou Kong held on tightly. At this moment, his belief was too strong. It's done, the old man exclaimed. Done. Zhou Runkai observed Zhou Kong carefully. With a hum sound, a flash of lightning flowed around Zhou Kang's body. In the blink of an eye, all of Zhou Kang's negative situations were eliminated. Zhou Kong felt the power filling his body, and he sat up. It's done. I did it. Tonic, drink it quickly. The old man took out 2 bags of plasma from the metal box. Zhou Kong, why is this so ugly? The old man said, this is extracted from the bodies of those with special abilities, and then refined to become more concentrated. Zhou Kong tilted his head. Human blood. The old man thought for a moment and said, it can't be called human or blood, because it's a mutation. After the eclipse, humans mutated positively, awakened their abilities, and had crystal cores similar to zombies, which allowed them to use special powers. This is called a mutant. Mutation in a bad direction means they become mutant zombies. Those who fail to mutate become ordinary zombies without intelligence. Ordinary zombies need more blood and energy to complete the mutation, so they will instinctively look for living people and devour their blood and energy to help them complete the mutation. In that case, people with special abilities are also a type of mutant zombies. No matter what it is, as long as it can make me stronger, even if it's shit, I'll eat it. Zhou Kong bit open the blood bag and swallowed it in big gulps. As he swallowed, more and more electric lights appeared on Zhou Kang's body, crackling. Ah, so cool. Zhou Kong bit open the other bag and drank it all. Finished 2 bags. Zhou Kong closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, there was lightning in his eyes. Chi-Hai, come here. Zhou Kong got up from the ground and hooked his finger at the sea of flags. Young master. Chi-Hai walked over. He looked unhappy. Because Chi-Hai hasn't figured out how to explain to second master Zhou Minghuang that the young master has become a person with superpowers. Being a superpower comes at a price. First, they can no longer produce offspring. Second, after becoming a mutant, one must constantly devour crystal cores to prolong life. Once the power is used up, the person will die. Ordinary food will no longer be able to replenish chi and blood. How to obtain crystal cores? That is to kill mutant zombies. At present, no one with superpowers can defeat the mutated zombies. Basically, the power is useless. When Zhou Kong saw Chi-Hai coming in front of him, he suddenly punched Chi-Hai in the chest. Chi-Hai's face changed, and he immediately stopped him. He is a martial arts master and a high-level mercenary. Chi-Hai blocked Zhou Kang's fist with his hand, but the next moment, lightning flashed. Chi-Hai was startled, but it was too late to retreat. Zhou Kong grabbed Chi-Hai's hand with his backhand. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. Chi-Hai began to shake uncontrollably, his hair exploded, and he began foaming at the mouth. Electricity, the old man said in horror as he looked at the sea of flags that were smoking from the electric shock. Zhou Runkai looked at the scene in front of him in amazement. Is it very strong? The old man nodded. Very strong, very rare. Hee-hee. Zhou Kong opened his eyes wide, looking at the sea of flags in front of him that was about to collapse, and a look of relief appeared on his face. You stupid dog who can't tell who your master is, deserves to be killed. You helped Zhou Minghuang suppress me, causing me to no longer be Wang Weiwei's fiancé. You deserve to die. The old man said. Young master, it's not easy for him either. If you continue like this, he will be electrocuted to death. Zhou Kong turned a deaf ear to him and said, he's just a dog. I'm strong now and I don't need him anymore. Sizzle, sizzle. Chi-Hai was shaking all over, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and his skin smelled burnt. Zhou Runkai also wanted to persuade him. But looking at Zhou Kang's eyes filled with lightning, he still didn't dare to speak. After all, when he was in City A before, he also listened to Zhou Minghuang. We've arrived at City A. Just then, a voice came from the intercom. Bang! Zhou Kong pushed Chi-Hai, and Chi-Hai, whose body was charred, flew backwards several meters and hit the iron plate of the rear cabin of the plane before stopping and falling to the ground. Chi-Hai's body trembled a few times, and then he became motionless. Telephone the Chamber of Commerce. Telegraph Zhao Bai. I, Zhou Kong, am back. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door. In the room, Wang Weiwei lay in Zhao Bai's arms. After a gentle feeding, the two of them rested here. It's been a while since I slept. What's up? Wang Weiwei was awakened by the knock on the door and asked. The secretary has recovered her ability to work. Zhou Kong is here. Zhou Kong. Wang Weiwei frowned. The secretary continued. Zhou Kong seems to have used the Zhou family's trump card. The people below noticed that he was glowing with electricity. The radar detected 2 foreign fighter planes circling nearby. They came with Zhou Kang's plane. Vera Wang, I need to rest. See you. Wei Wei, my Wei Wei. You can't just disappear from your life just because you want to. Zhou Kang's voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. The next moment, there were only 2 bang sounds, and in the flash of lightning, the 2 doors of the room were directly shattered. Zhou Kang's eyes were filled with lightning, and he laughed excitedly. Hee-ha-ha-ha. Are you laughing? Zhao Yibai sat up and covered Wang Weiwei, who was feeling cool in her nightgown, with a quilt. Zhou Kang looked at Zhao Yibai. He was stunned, and the smile on his face disappeared. Wang Weiwei, did you give it? Chapter 135. He must. He insisted. Wang Weiwei leaned on Zhao Yibai's arm, her voice soft. You give it to him if he asks for it. Zhou Kang covered his chest with his hands, unable to believe it. His tone was filled with hysterical anger. Wang Weiwei, your Zhou family pushed me to him. What can I do? Ugh! Zhou Kang roared, glaring at Zhao Yibai and stamping his feet in anger. Zhao Yibai, isn't Zhouing enough for you? Will you die if you don't fuck a woman? Can't you fuck slower? Do you know who she is? Do you know how important Wang Weiwei is to me? Zhao Yibai leaned against the headboard, looking at Zhou Kang with pity. You. Next time I suggest that if you are not the protagonist, don't be a hero saving the damsel in distress. If you come any later, the child will be old enough to help with the cooking. Zhou Kang roared. I'm going to the morning 8. Zhao Yibai died. Wait a moment. Zhao Yibai called a halt. Zhou Kang's eyes widened. What are you waiting for? Do you have any last words? If you touch Wang Weiwei, you will die. Even if you beg for mercy, I will never let you go. Zhao Yibai smiled murderously, looked at Wang Weiwei, and then looked at Zhou Kang again. Zhou Kang, your ex-fiancé is so cool. Ah! Zhou Kang roared. At this moment, his whole body was glowing with electricity. Zhao Yibai, I'm going to cut you into pieces. Dot. Zhou Kang put his hands together and opened them, only to see electric light flashing wildly in his palms. A large amount of electric light condensed into a ball, which was getting bigger and bigger. Soon, a huge ball of electricity condensed. Zhou Kang pushed forward suddenly, and the electric ball of the basketball flew quickly towards the big bed where Zhao Yibai and Wang Weiwei were. Facing the hysterical Zhou Kang, Zhao Yibai had a blank expression. He took out a wooden baseball bat from the system space. Even stopping time was useless. When the electric ball flew in front of him, he swung the baseball bat slowly. Bang! It looked slow, but when the electric ball arrived, Zhao Yibai swung the stick so fast that it left a trail of afterimages. The baseball bat hit the electric ball accurately with great force. Bang! The electric ball was directly blown up by this stick. Crash! Crackle! The electric ball exploded, and countless electric lights flew in all directions. The entire room was suddenly illuminated for a moment, and the remaining electricity fell everywhere, making a series of chaotic noises. Hit explode. Zhou Kang looked at this scene. He was in disbelief and stunned. He has always believed that Zhao Yibai is strong because he believes that Zhao Yibai can communicate with mutated zombies and can easily control them. He was too anxious to come back and save Wang Weiwei. So much so that even before receiving the latest news, Zhao Yibai had already instantly killed a level 4 mutant zombie with one sword. So now he is shocked and confused. Zhao Yibai got up, put on his pajamas and slippers, and waved the baseball bat in his hand. In this world, there are always people better than you, and there are always things better than you. Zhao Yibai walked towards Zhou Kang. You've only learned a few basic things, and you're already here to save the damsel in distress? Zhao Yibai! Zhou Kang shouted angrily. You are strong, but what if I fight you? Zhou Kang glanced at Wang Weiwei, who was still sitting behind Zhao Yibai. He clenched his fists and exerted all his strength. Bang! Zhao Yibai hit Zhou Kang on the head with a stick. Zhou Kang was knocked sideways, and the strength he had just gathered was immediately dispersed. Quick! So fast! Zhou Kang vomited blood. He only saw Zhao Yibai walking towards him with a baseball bat raised. Just as he was about to raise his hand to block it, his eyes blurred and he fell to the ground. Zhao Yibai now has the blessing of the resentful woman and the buff of Aunt Neo. With double buffs, he has double the spirit, 5 times the reaction speed, and 10 times the physical fitness. It's not just Wang Weiwei and her secretary Qinjiai who can't stand it. A serious fight. Very strong. Even without the invincible SSS level time stop, Zhao Yibai is already a small boss. The combat power of more than 10,000 is not a lie. A one-on-one fight with a general level 2 mutant zombie is easy to defeat. Zhao Yibai sneered. Fight? What can you use to fight me? Are you going to use your head to smash the baseball bat in my hand? Ugh. Zhou Kang's head was broken and the wound swelled up. He roared loudly, and the electricity in his body gathered again. Bang! Zhao Yibai's big foot in slippers stepped down directly on Zhou Kang's chest and crushed it hard. Sizzle! Puff! Zhou Kang vomited blood. An electric light on his body exploded along the floor. The next moment, the electric light on his body had become extremely dim. Ho 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 ho! The big bump on Zhou Kang's head burst, and blood and pus began to flow out. Blood was also gushing out of his mouth. He was breathing heavily in his throat. Looking at Zhao Yibai, who was looking down at her, Zhou Kang smiled. As I laughed, tears began to flow. 10 stitches. I got 10 shots. He endured tremendous pain that ordinary people could not bear and became a person with superpowers. I rushed here as fast as I could, but ended up becoming a joke. So what if I become a superpower? It's because she was being stepped on by that bastard Zhao Yibai. She was twisting and struggling like a maggot and could be crushed to death at any time. Yibai, please let him go. I beg you. Wang Weiwei spoke at this time. Zhao Yibai glanced over. He and Wang Weiwei were both smart people. They understood each other's meaning as soon as their eyes met. You can kill Zhou Kang. But if Zhou Kang was killed, the Zhou family would belong to Zhou Minghuang. Zhou Minghuang is much more difficult to deal with than Zhou Kang. If Zhou Kang was killed, all of Wang Weiwei's previous acting would have been in vain, and she would have been hated by Zhou's uncle and nephew in vain. Zhao Yibai smiled evilly and said, Then you must serve me well and walk all the paths I want to take. You are not allowed to refuse. Wang Weiwei hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth and saying, Okay. No. No, no, no. Zhou Kang howled in pain. Weiwei, I won't let you compromise for me. If he wants to kill me, then let him kill me. Wang Weiwei. Zhou Kang, the engagement has been cancelled. Our fate has ended. We are still friends. I don't want to see you die like this. The Zhou family still needs you, and the people of city still need you. I have already given him, so I don't mind giving him more. Zhou Kang was about to collapse. No, no. Zhao Yibai, kill me. You are not allowed to touch her. You are not allowed to walk around. Zhao Yibai, I beg you, please don't touch him, okay? As long as you don't touch him, I can give you anything. I can be your dog. I can die. I can do anything. Zhao Yibai is disgusted by what he sees. Wang Weiwei acts casually, but it feels like he is the villain. Wang Weiwei pleaded for you, and given Zhou Ying's favor, I'll spare your life. As for Wang Weiwei, she's my woman now. The Wang family gave her to me. The road is mine. I can drive or ride my bike as I please. If you really love her, then you must be loyal to me. I heard that you like to play with belts and whip people. If your Zhou family makes me unhappy in the future, I will ruin her. What you are making is a substitute. What I am going to make will be the real thing. After saying that, Zhao Yibai lifted the foot that was stepping on Zhou Kang and laughed. Jijijijijiji. Chapter 136, Internal Conflict. Brother, are you okay? What happened? At this time, the intercom on Zhou Kang made a sound. Zhao Yibai bent down and took down the walkie-talkie. Zhao Yibai said frankly, he doesn't look well. Zhao Yibai, calm down, absolutely calm down. My brother is not me. He is the future head of the Zhou family. No matter what he does to make you unhappy, don't kill him. Whatever compensation you want, as long as our Zhou family can afford it, we will definitely give it to you. Zhou Runkai has dealt with Zhao Yibai a lot. When he heard Zhao Yibai's voice, he roughly understood what the situation was. Zhou Kang, who transformed into a superpower and replenished a lot of energy, was defeated. Zhao Yibai is a cruel and courageous man. Puff. Hearing Zhou Runkai's cowardly begging for mercy, Zhou Kang was so angry that his chest swelled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhao Yibai, we didn't kill him, he's still alive. Bring someone to get him back. By the way, fix my door. Hurry up. He's still alive now, but in a while, I don't know if he will still be alive. Oh, okay, here we are. Zhou Runkai quickly agreed. Soon, Zhou Runkai came into the room with several Zhou family mercenaries. Seeing the electric light still lingering on the broken door, they were shocked. The young master had become a superpower and was indeed very powerful. He could shatter such a thick door with just one blow. But then, he saw Zhou Kang lying on the ground covered in blood. Thank you. Zhou Runkai bowed to Zhao Yibai and thanked him, then took out a needle he had prepared long ago and gave Zhou Kang an injection. One injection is completed. Zhou Kang's violently shaking chest stopped shaking as much, and his breathing became smoother. Zhou Kang. Zhao Yibai, you can't bully Wang Weiwei too harshly. Zhou Runkai was anxious. Brother, please stop talking. You are already like this. Zhao Yibai, what if I don't? What a sucker. It's such a damn injustice. Zhao Yibai was very sure that one should never like a woman too much. Zhou Kang is an example. Vera Wang's performance was just like the real thing. In fact, what path have they not explored? In fact, Wang Weiwei read some teaching materials, had unique insights, and then sought him out for practice. These were all proposed by Vera Wang. Zhao Yibai, a boy with at least 10 years of study history, was like a rookie in front of Wang Weiwei. Vera Wang took him for a drive. Zhou Kong was deceived like a fool. Please. Zhou Kong was crying and his wounds were bleeding. It was really miserable. Zhao Yibai. Okay, since you are so sincere, I will treat Wang Weiwei better in the future and be gentle with her. Thanks. After expressing his gratitude, Zhou Kong fainted with a feeling of contentment. Zhou Runkai scratched his head. His brother came back to show off and steal women. But never fought. Almost died. The final request became lighter. Zhou Runkai even wanted to cry. This is his brother Zhou Kong, who is called Zhou Banshing of City A by the people. Now he has encountered Zhao Yibai and is really miserable. You take a rest, we will leave first. Zhou Runkai waved. The mercenaries took out a folding stretcher and lifted Zhou Kong. Go ahead. Zhao Yibai waved his hand. A group of people left in a mess. Da-da-da-da. Soon after, the helicopter took off, and the two helicopters behind it, carrying bombs, also followed and left. The two armed helicopters from the Zhou family in City C did not receive Zhou Kang's attack order and did not rashly attack the Chamber of Commerce building. It was actually Zhou Runkai who called them, thinking that if they couldn't get it, they would just destroy it. If Zhou Kong was in charge, he would not want to hurt Wang Weiwei. Zhou Kong came in with great momentum and left in a panic. The front door of the house was badly damaged. Zhao Yibai pointed at the broken door and the blood-soaked ground. I should have known I wouldn't have let them off so easily. It's okay, it's just cool. When the battle began in the doorless room in the Chamber of Commerce building, the helicopter had already arrived at the Zhou family villa in an emergency. Zhou Kong was pushed into the emergency room in the Zhou family's enclosed underground fortress for rescue. Zhou Minghuang's face darkened. Zhou Runkai, didn't I tell you to keep an eye on the young master and stay in City C? Tell me, what's going on now? Zhou Runkai scratched his head. It's a long story. Zhou Minghuang was furious. It's a long story. Zhou Runkai's expression was complicated. He whispered, isn't it all your fault? Zhou Minghuang, what did you say? Speak louder. Zhou Runkai raised his voice. I'm telling you, this is all your fault, second uncle. What the hell are you doing? Don't you know how much Kong Gu really loves Wang Weiwei? How could you push Wang Weiwei to that lustful maniac Zhao Yibai? Bang! Zhou Minghuang slapped Zhou Runkai to the ground. Are you rebelling? Your family education has been eaten by dogs. How dare you speak so loudly to your elders and question them? Zhou Runkai covered his burning face and got up from the ground. Zhou Minghuang, you really are old. You have such a bad temper. If you have the guts, go beat up Zhao Yibai. You act like an old man outside, but when you get home, you only know how to show off to your nephews. Zhou Minghuang was puzzled for a moment. Did you take the wrong medicine? He really didn't expect that Zhou Runkai, who was always gentle, easygoing and good at dealing with people, would dare to speak to him like this. Zhou Runkai spoke coldly, word for word. You took the wrong medicine. My brother is like this today because of you. He got the injection and became a superpower. He came back for Wang Weiwei, but he couldn't beat Zhao Yibai. He was seriously injured and humiliated without any dignity. Arrogant. Zhou Minghuang knew he was in the wrong, but face was more important, so he slapped Zhou Runkai again. Zhou Runkai took out a pistol and pointed it at Zhou Minghuang's head. Zhou Minghuang's raised hand stopped in midair. You dare to point a gun at me, Zhou Runkai? Do you want to die? But it was obvious that Zhou Minghuang's momentum had weakened a lot. Zhou Runkai. Zhou Minghuang, you did this on purpose, knowing how much my brother loves Wang Weiwei, and deliberately provoking him. You know him too well, knowing that he would inject the reagents in the box for Wang Weiwei. He has become a eunuch with superpowers. Whether he dies in the battle with Zhao Yibai or not, the Zhou family will be yours. Bullshit. I didn't. Zhou Minghuang's eyes widened, and he wanted to hit someone. But Zhou Runkai pressed the gun against his forehead, and Zhou Minghuang, the big boss, still got scared, fearing that Zhou Runkai, the coward, would really have a brain cramp and shoot. Zhou Runkai, put down your gun. If you have anything to say, speak slowly. I won't let you go. If I do, you'll slap me in the face, lock me up and punish me, and my brother and I will never have a chance to turn the tables. Bang! Laugh. Just then, a gunshot rang out. Chapter 137. The Sky and City A wakes up. As the first ray of sunlight in the morning shone on his face through the gap in the curtains, Zhao Yibai, the academic master, who had been busy all night, opened his eyes. Yeah. Zhao Yibai pressed his old waist and made a noise. Aunt Nyo, it's all thanks to you. Without you, I would probably be dead. Died several times. Vera Wang really dares to ask for it. He is also a ruthless person If you want it, just give it to him. This resulted in me studying for most of the night without any rest. System? Time stops and recharges times. Current times, 506 times. Fuck. Zhao Yibai looked at the number of times and felt his kidneys groan in pain. This is 10 times stronger physical fitness. If it weren't for Aunt Nyo, I might really have died. Principal, you're awake. A gentle voice sounded. Zhao Yibai looked over and saw that it was the secretary Chen Jiai. Chen Jiai wore a matching pink suit and short skirt, paired with very thin flesh-colored long stockings and black leather shoes. Chen Jiai walked, her little leather shoes making a clacking sound. The door that was blown to pieces by Zhou Kong had not been repaired yet, which required Chen Jiai to carefully cross various obstacles on the ground. Yeah, I'm awake. Zhao Yibai looked Chen Jiai up and down. She was a very elegant girl. Perhaps Chen Jiai recalled some things that happened yesterday, and a hint of pink gradually appeared on her lightly made-up face. The president got up first and went to the A City Administrative Center for a meeting. He asked me to stay here with you. Breakfast is ready and can be enjoyed anytime. Meeting. Zhao Yibai got up, feeling sore all over. Zhao Yibai was somewhat impressed by the fact that Wang Weiwei could still walk and work like a normal person. Yes. Chen Jiai nodded, stole a glance at Zhao Yibai's figure under her pajamas, and continued. Last night, a big event happened. The Zhou family's underground fortress was attacked, and Zhou Runkai, the second generation of the Zhou family, was shot and killed. City Lord Zhou woke up. City Lord Zhou. Zhao Yibai was stunned. Zhou Kong of the Zhou family, before the end of the world, actually not many people knew this name. Only people in high-level circles knew him. But the old city lord, Zhou Kang's father, Zhou Mingyang, is different. This person often appears in the news of City A. With his own efforts, he has driven the economic development of City A to achieve a growth rate of hundreds of billions of yuan. He is a good person. Good official. Now, he has woken up after being declared to be seriously ill and in a coma. Is things about to change in City A? Soon, Zhao Yibai realized the other name in Chen Jiai's words. Wait a minute. Who did you say died? Chen Jiai, Zhou Runkai. Zhou Runkai? Is he dead? Zhao Yibai was stunned for a moment. He was a little bit unbelievable. Through the contact during this period, he knew Zhou Runkai very well. This guy was really afraid of death. Not only is he afraid of death, he is also capable and has a broad vision and knows how to survive. I saw him last night, and he died not long ago. Yes. Chen Jiai nodded. Zhao Yibai, Zhou Kong is not dead. Chen Jiai. The city lord's mansion has not disclosed any information on this matter. Okay, let's have breakfast first. Zhao Yibai tidied himself, washed his face, and followed Chen Jiai to the high-end private room in the restaurant. Yu Yurong and Zhou Ying arrived here soon after. Yibai, you look a little pale. Yu Yurong looked at Zhao Yibai's unsteady walk and joked with a smile. Today, Yu Yurong no longer wore a dress. The competition of beauty had passed. She just wore a simple white shirt, a yellow knee-length skirt, white cotton socks, and a pair of brown sandals. This kind of casual wear is more comfortable to wear. The fish now looks more pleasing to the eye and natural. A little. Zhao Yibai took a photo with his cell phone. He already understood why ancient emperors had so many concubines in their harem, but they had to flip the cards. Damn it. When you have enough women and they are all beautiful enough, you really can't choose who to feed to. Sharing a bed with a large quilt is a good idea. But life is particularly interesting when you come here occasionally. If you come here often, you will really die? Eat more to replenish your body. Zhou Ying was holding a tray with a casserole on it. I made this tonic soup myself. Zhou Ying put down the tray and served soup to Zhao Yibai. Wow, that looks pretty good. Thank you for your hard work. The soup was thick like gel and was milky white in color. Zhao Yibai drank a bowl and immediately felt warm. You guys try it too. Zhao Yibai offered a gift to someone else and fed each of them a mouthful of soup. Ding. Successfully fed the 5-star target fish Yurong and Zhou Ying. Bonus time stopped charging 20 times. Remaining, 526 times. It tastes weird. Yu Yurong knew that this tonic soup was a good thing, made with many precious natural treasures, but when she thought about it carefully, it was just something like Chinese medicine. So how could it taste good? You guys drink it. I prefer to eat some fresh vegetables. I want to drink more. Zhou Ying looked at Zhao Yibai tenderly. Good. Zhao Yibai hugged Zhou Ying and fed her soup again. The tonic soup is definitely not that delicious, but it is nourishing, as long as it works. Zhou Ying was wearing a blue dress today, with her hair loose and a faint scent of hair on her body. In front of outsiders, Zhou Ying was very cold, with disdain and contempt for all worldly things in her eyes. In Zhao Yibai's arms, she was like a little bird, just like a natural canary. The skills acquired through years of training in the Zhou family, and the half-true and half-false feelings blended together make her a stunner who can dazzle 99% of men. What about those? Zhao Yibai held Zhou Ying for a while, then put her back and sat next to Yu Yurong. Yu Yurong. They are all refining what they have absorbed. I'll let them stay in one room. It will probably take some time for them to finish refining. Good. Zhao Yibai nodded. I just got the news that Zhou Mingyang has woken up. Wang Weiwei, as the acting president of the Chamber of Commerce, has been summoned to a meeting at the A City Administrative Center. The situation in a city may be undergoing a dramatic change. Yu Yurong frowned. He's awake? Will our school be in trouble? City A won't be returning to its pre-apocalyptic order, will it? Rumor has it that Zhou Mingyang is very upright. He possesses the password to City A's official weapons depot. If he's awake, he'll undoubtedly be the king of City A. When the real heaven wakes up, the situation where their school is about to become the largest force in City A will also change. The Zhou family and the Chamber of Commerce haven't done much good, and our school hasn't done much bad either. Let's wait and see. Zhao Yibai drank a spoonful of soup, his eyes flickering with light. If heaven wants me to perish, I will destroy heaven. Chapter 138, Zhou Mingyang. As expected of you. Yu Yurong hugged Zhao Yibai's arm and said, Hubby, you are so handsome and amazing. It's okay to hug like this. All of Yurong's characteristics were pressed onto Zhao Yibai's arms. Zhou Ying quickly moved and sat down on the other side of Zhao Yibai. Yibai, after dinner, take a rest. You're free anyway, and you've suddenly gotten into such a great shape, so even a rest would be fine. Forehead. Zhao Yibai wanted to hold his forehead, but both his arms were restrained. Okay, after we finish eating, let's go exercise and do some exercises to help digest the food. Zhao Yibai agreed. They are all my women, what else can I do? Just pamper her. It's another day that I want to thank Aunt Yo. Eat more. Seeing that Zhao Yibai agreed, Yu Yurong and Zhou Ying looked at each other with joy in their eyes, and they began to pick up food for Zhao Yibai. Before the positive mutation, Zhao Yibai was an ordinary guy who was somewhat handsome. But after positive mutation, if her appearance was 80 points before, it is now 120 points. Directly broke through the upper limit. It has become the perfect body in the eyes of girls. Yu Yurong and Zhou Ying are both very much looking forward to learning about the brand new upgraded version of Zhao Yibai. Wang Weiwei was in front of them. Zhao Yibai and Wang Weiwei rarely saw each other, so they felt embarrassed to snatch it away by force. Now is a good opportunity. Vera Wang is out for a meeting. Good. Zhao Yibai ate the delicious food with big mouthfuls. His physical fitness has now increased tenfold, and his recovery ability is also stronger. Eating a meal can restore a lot of strength. Laugh now. In a moment, I will let you fly. Make you cry. As for Zhou Mingyang's awakening, the situation in City A might change, but Zhao Yibai was not particularly worried. Zhou Mingyang did good things and restored order in City A, so he would respect Zhou Mingyang as the city lord. Zhou Mingyang is a bad guy, promoting the Zhou family, ruling City A in the end times, and becoming the local tyrant of City A. Zhao Yibai won't care. As long as his interests are not harmed and he doesn't deal with him, he is just a stranger. But if this heaven wants to cause trouble for Zhao Yibai or the school, then Zhao Yibai will ask this heaven to destroy him. Possessing the ability to stop time, he is not afraid of anyone or any force. Whoever wants to kill him, he will kill them. I'm done eating. Zhao Yibai finished his meal and breathed a long sigh of relief. Let's go, Zhou Ying said excitedly. Yu Yurong took out a high-end tissue and wiped Zhao Yibai's mouth. Walk. Zhao Yibai stood up. His height of over 1.9 meters allowed him to easily look down at scenery that ordinary people could not see. Hiss. You also have to be tolerant. Zhao Yibai has seen countless mountains and rivers, and the most important thing he can say is their appearance. A city administrative center building. Conference center. The huge conference center is covered with a whole layer of red carpet, and the tables and chairs used inside are all standard mahogany tables and chairs. At this moment, of the 1,866 tables and chairs, only the front few dozen were occupied, even though it is the end of the world. But the situation remains the same as before. On the table of each participant, there was a stand with the person's name on it, and a bottle of mineral water with the brand logo removed. Very early on, Wang Weiwei and some people have already arrived. Vera Wang wore a black women's suit, leather shoes, and her beautiful long black hair was tied into a long low ponytail. On his chest, he wore the emblem of the Chamber of Commerce. Next to Wang Weiwei is Wang Wenzhong. Wang Wenzhong was wearing a blue mouse suit today, with the same Chamber of Commerce badge on his chest as Wang Weiwei. Almost all the people who attended the celebration party for Zhao Yibai's victory over the mutant zombies yesterday were present today. They were all dressed formally and looked solemn. There were also some influential celebrities in City A who did not attend the celebration banquet yesterday and were unwilling to associate with the Chamber of Commerce. They are not selling face to the Chamber of Commerce or the Zhou family, but they are selling Zhou Mingyang's name. Zhou Kong is known as the young city lord, but what he can represent has always been only the Zhou family. Zhou Mingyang, Zhou Kang's father, City Lord Zhou, Mayor Zhou, he can represent City A and represent the official. Zhou Mingyang woke up. This happened very suddenly. Most of the people here are not very natural. If Zhou Mingyang did not sleep, then they really hoped that Zhou Mingyang would be awake. But Zhou Mingyang fell asleep. While he was asleep, most of the powerful people in City A did some very bad things, so they were a little afraid that Zhou Mingyang would wake up. Afraid of Zhou Mingyang settling the score. Few of them are clean. Even if it looks clean on the surface, it is definitely not clean. Is City Lord Zhou awake or not? It's been over an hour. Why hasn't he come yet? I'm afraid this is City Lord Zhou's way of showing us his power. Wait, now that we're here, what else can we do? Zhou Kong didn't come, and neither did Zhao Bai from the school. After all, this is the end of the world, not the time before the end of the world. I think it wouldn't be too much for our City Lord to wake up. Yeah, if we're talking about settling accounts, can he settle accounts with Zhao Bai, who was able to kill mutant zombies with his own bare hands? Besides, even if we're not clean, is the Zhou family clean? Zhou Kong is extremely cruel. He's killed dozens of girls, if not 100. If this is a reckoning, then he has to settle accounts with his own son. That would be fair. Otherwise, I won't accept it. Director Wong, what does your Chamber of Commerce think about City Lord Zhou waking up? As someone started talking first, the tense crowd in the conference center began to whisper. Others looked at Wang Wenzhong, who was sitting there with his eyes closed. Although Wang Weiwei is the acting president, she is too cold and ruthless in her actions. Almost no one dared to talk to Wang Weiwei, even though they are a group of old men who are very powerful and prestigious in City A. How do you see it? Wang Wenzhong snorted. I'm just sitting there watching. What else can I do? This? The person who asked the question was bored and kept silent. Here it comes, here it comes. Suddenly, there was a noise. Everyone's eyes were directed towards the backstage of the conference center. Tap, tap, tap. A series of heavy footsteps sounded. Stand up, someone whispered. Suddenly, everyone sitting in the conference center stood up. A figure that was not too tall, but looked very majestic walked over. This is the mayor of City A, Zhou Mingyang. A man in his 40s or 50s, but looking like he was in his 60s or 70s, was wearing a gray suit and walked towards the podium of the conference center step by step, looking a little weak. A staff member beside Zhou Mingyang whispered, "Leader, let me help you." Zhou Mingyang waved his hand and walked with a staggering gait. Chapter 139, Statement. Cough, 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 cough. When Zhou Mingyang walked to his seat and sat down, he started coughing violently. His old face turned purple from coughing. The assistant handed him some water, and Zhou Mingyang drank a few sips of it, and his cough improved a little. The people who stood up below looked at each other. They were a little surprised that the always dignified Zhou Mingyang was in such poor health now. Everyone, please sit down. After relieving his coughing symptoms, Zhou Mingyang waved to everyone. Everyone who had stood up returned to their seats. Zhou Mingyang picked up the manuscript and bent the microphone a few times to adjust its position. I'm very fortunate to see you all, but also very unfortunate that you are the only ones left in City A. In the past, holding conferences was extremely lively. The entire huge conference center can be fully occupied, but now, except for some people sitting in the front, the entire conference center hall seems extremely empty. Zhou Mingyang continued, the end of the world may be ruthless, but people are kind. In the face of this devastating natural disaster, we, the people of City A, should unite and raise our vision. We should stop caring about immediate interests and look beyond them to pursue the survival and reproduction of the entire human race. Are gold, silver, and food resources important? I think you all feel the same way I do. Yes, they are definitely important. Whoever eats them feels good, while whoever starves to death feels bad. But everyone, you all hold a certain amount of power, and while you certainly don't starve or thirst, wealth isn't actually that important. The zombies are constantly increasing in number and becoming more powerful. If you don't unite and continue to fight for resources, then in the near future, there will be fewer and fewer people, and the zombies will increase in number and become even more powerful. When all the ordinary survivors in City A have perished, how long can you, guarding a mountain of resources, survive surrounded by mutated zombies? Even if you eventually eliminate the mutated zombies, everyone else will be dead, and only your family or two will remain in City A. In this vast world, with only so many people, Can you truly live happily? Zhou Mingyang's voice was not loud, but it was deafening. He spoke with great sincerity. After this speech, the conference center fell completely silent. People are reflecting. Some people are pretending, but some are really reflecting on it. In fact, they have never thought about the problem of human extinction. Looking at the calm below, Zhou Mingyang took a sip of water and said, "It doesn't matter if we make mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes. What's important is what we should do in the future. I don't favor anyone. My Zhou family also made mistakes. So, we will take the lead in correcting our mistakes. Starting today, the Zhou family and the City Lord's mansion will deploy all armed personnel to rescue survivors. They will broadcast throughout the city that as long as they receive a call for help from a survivor, they will rescue them. Unarmed personnel are fully committed to the establishment of the safe zone in City A and are unconditionally providing food and resources to the survivors of City A. The Zhou family will open their food and resource warehouses, and all food and water resources will be unconditionally supplied to the survivors of City A, with priority given to the elderly, weak, and disabled. I will also open the official weapons arsenal of City A and call on all survivors in City A who have the courage and energy to fight for the humanity of City A to take up arms, kill the zombies, and defend our common home." Good. Wow, wow, wow. After Zhou Mingyang finished speaking, someone shouted "good" first, and the audience immediately burst into warm applause. This City Lord Zhou really cares about the people. Most of the people below were convinced by what they heard. In the last days, instead of being an emperor, he wanted to save people from suffering. He was simply a godlike city lord. Zhou Mingyang waved his hand, and the applause stopped. Zhou Mingyang looked at Wang Weiwei, who was sitting below him. Little Weiwei has grown up so much. Weiwei, you should show your attitude to the Chamber of Commerce and make your position clear. Wang Weiwei turned on the microphone on the table. The Chamber of Commerce has great power, and this power is given to us by society and the people. Mayor Zhou is right. In the face of a huge disaster, we should unite, put our own families aside, care for the whole community, and face the common enemy together, the zombies. Everything the Chamber of Commerce has is taken from the people. As the saying goes, take from the people and use it for the people. The Chamber of Commerce is willing to resolutely participate in the fight against the apocalypse, zombies, and mutant zombies under the leadership of City Lord Zhou. Wang Weiwei is very serious and looks cold, but her words are full of official flavor. Very good. Zhou Mingyang nodded on the podium. History will not forget the Chamber of Commerce, and the descendants of City A will not forget the efforts and contributions of the Chamber of Commerce. After Wang Weiwei expressed her opinion, Zhou Mingyang looked at the next family. Zhang Han, your Zhang family is a Tier 1 family after the Zhou family and the Chamber of Commerce. What are your thoughts on the Zhou family and the Chamber of Commerce's salvation strategy? Zhang Han was a middle-aged man with a big belly, about 34 or 35 years old. He wore a blue shirt that was puffed up. His face was big and his head was covered with sparse hair, which was styled into a slicked-back hairstyle with hairspray. But because he had so little hair, he looked a little funny. But Zhang Han was quite imposing. I'm not optimistic. Zhang Han turned on the microphone and uttered 4 words. Wow! Suddenly, these 4 words caused an uproar. Wang Weiwei from the Chamber of Commerce agreed and bowed her head, but Zhang Han actually refused. It's normal for him to refuse. If he agrees, he will have to let the City Lord's mansion allocate all the resources. Businessmen will not do anything that does not benefit them. Then why would Wang Weiwei agree? It's definitely not that Wang Weiwei has a higher level of consciousness. It's that she disagrees. Do you think the City Lord's mansion will agree? Someone growled, silence. The scene quickly quieted down. Zhou Mingyang, Zhang Han, tell me what you think. Zhang Han held the microphone and said bluntly, when my Zhang family was in trouble, no one helped me. Now that others are in trouble, I won't help them either. Husband and wife both run away when faced with disaster. I don't want to spend money, manpower, and resources to save those who have nothing to do with me. I, Zhang Han, have no morals and will not accept moral kidnapping. Whoever is willing to save people for a good reputation can go ahead. I won't go anyway. If you force me, our entire Zhang family will move directly to City B, which is less prone to disasters. A high-ranking official on the stage said, Zhang Han, if humanity becomes extinct, you will have nowhere to retreat. Zhang Han also raised his voice. There is no way to retreat, then die. I didn't fight. I deserve this outcome. The senior official was angry. You. Zhou Mingyang waved his hand and smiled. I won't try to morally blackmail you. We are all independent individuals and can make the choices we want. For example, what about the representative of the real estate group? What do you think? A city real estate group representative. I agree with Chamber of Commerce President Wang. Now is the time to unite. Chapter 140 Threat. Okay, now everyone has expressed their opinions. Zhou Mingyang asked for their opinions one by one and got everyone's results. I'm very happy. Most of the people in City A are kind and have a broad perspective. So, those who have expressed positive attitudes can stay. We can discuss the details of the action and leave the conference center on our own. Immediately, Zhang Han stood up. When he got up, 5 or 6 others followed him. They walked out together. Everyone watched these figures leave. After leaving the conference center, Zhang Han, fuck. Are you really going to take everything away as soon as the official opens his mouth? Who among those cowards is willing to hand over their entire fortune? They don't even have the courage to stand up and say no. A middle-aged man in a suit said, Mr. Zhang, we've offended Zhou Mingyang. We should hurry back and move out of City A. This old Zhou is not Zhou Kang's little Zhou. He's very ruthless. Zhang Han, what are you afraid of? Old Zhou has an official arsenal, and our Zhang family has raided several police stations, so we have some weapons that can cause a big fight. Besides, he's such a hypocrite. He wouldn't tear his face off so quickly. That's right. Brother Zhang, we feel relieved when you say that. Brother Zhang, if you don't stand up, none of us will dare to stand up. Snort. Zhang Han walked in front, and the group got into their respective cars and left. Inside the conference center, Zhou Mingyang, representatives from the real estate group, the construction of the safe zone is now your responsibility. Select 3 or 5 relatively new residential communities and build thick, tall walls around them. Lay down electric fences above the walls, leaving space for machine guns and artillery. We'll discuss the detailed drawings with the project managers from both sides later. Good. The representative of a city real estate group nodded in agreement. Zhou Mingyang looked at Wang Weiwei and said, I need a lot of resources. A lot of resources. Besides responding to the rescue work for ordinary survivors, I need the resources these survivors need for their daily lives. I need the Chamber of Commerce to provide them. No problem. Wang Weiwei agreed without hesitation. Wang Wenzhong's face changed. But seeing that Wang Weiwei had already agreed, he could only take a deep breath and exhale slowly. There are many people and few people. Providing some resources is a small matter. But if we look at the supply over a long period of time, this is definitely a considerable amount. Zhou Mingyang was a little surprised to see Wang Weiwei agree so quickly. He looked at Wang Wenzhong and said, Wenzhong, Weiwei has the final say. Wang Wenzhong said in a bad tone, Of course. Zhou Mingyang, one more thing. The Chamber of Commerce's underground secret laboratory project must be halted. At the same time, the Zhou family's experimental projects must also be stopped. All the research things must be destroyed immediately. These things are harmful to the harmony of nature and are extremely unstable. They are very likely to exacerbate the horror of the disaster. Impossible. Wang Weiwei also answered without hesitation. Zhou Mingyang, Weiwei about. Wang Weiwei's tone was icy. The bottom line is uncompromising. You don't need to say more. If you want to start a war, then start it directly. Zhou Mingyang narrowed his eyes. Before, he thought that this little girl, Wang Weiwei, was easy to talk to and easy to deceive. But now it seems that it is obviously not. Wang Weiwei is more difficult to deal with than Zhang Han. She can even say words like, start a war directly. Zhou Mingyang looked at Wang Wenzhong. Haha, Wenzhong, Weiwei is still too young. Of course, she has the final say. A smile appeared on Wang Wenzhong's face. That's right. This is Vera Wang. Give your Zhou family some face. Don't be so stupid. Can this trump card be stopped easily? More importantly, the experiment was to save the real president of their Chamber of Commerce, Wang Wenlong, who is also Wang Weiwei's father. So, that's the bottom line. The representatives of the small forces below looked at each other in confusion. They all sighed in their hearts. The Chamber of Commerce is the Chamber of Commerce. Being strong means having the confidence to speak. Okay. Zhou Mingyang coughed a few times and smiled. Since this matter is contradictory, let's not mention it for now and talk about it later. Wang Weiwei. There's no need to talk about it anymore, City Lord Zhou. On the high platform, someone shouted, Wang Weiwei, what's with your attitude? Wang Weiwei reached into her arms and pulled out the gun. The growling man panicked. What are you doing? Wang Weiwei, what do you want to do? This is the conference center, and I'm the director of the A City Police Department. Bang! Laugh! Gunshots rang out, and the director fell to the ground. Die. Wow. There was another explosion inside the conference center. What's my attitude? You know I'm Vera Wang, a dog that doesn't even deserve a name, yet you dare bark at me. Wang Weiwei slammed the gun on the table. King. A row of officials from the city lord's mansion sat on the high platform. At this moment, some of them were furious, but when they thought of the death of their colleague, they suppressed their questions after saying a word. Zhou Mingyang's face had turned very ugly. Wang Weiwei was very submissive and easy to talk to at first. Now it suddenly changed. Everyone's back was sprained. Moreover, he dared to kill people in the conference center. This clearly shows the real attitude. If you are willing to play some superficial games, I can cooperate and not say a word of no, but when it comes to the bottom line, there will be absolutely no concessions. Tap, tap, tap. Gunshots were heard inside the conference center. How can this be tolerated? Immediately, a large number of armed guards rushed in. Back off, Zhou Mingyang growled. The guards who rushed in retreated one after another. Zhou Mingyang's face turned pale. He had just spoken a lot about fairness and justice, and now Wang Weiwei had killed his men in front of him. Should he deal with her or not? Could he really deal with Wang Weiwei and punish her? The solution is to go to war and fight to the death. Without an assistant, he loses some credibility. The people below were also looking at Zhou Mingyang, waiting for his decision. Those sitting below, except for some who died and turned into zombies to take the positions, are all old foxes. What Zhou Mingyang proposed must be great, but it is not entirely for the people. Zhou Mingyang, Weiwei, you are so naughty, making it difficult for me. Okay, I'm tired today, so let's end the meeting here. Weiwei, come with me to meet Xiaokong. Although the engagement has been cancelled, you are good friends who grew up together after all. He is injured, you should go see him. Next time, I have something else to do. Wang Weiwei refused and got up to leave. Zhou Mingyang immediately turned around and looked at the staff around him. Go to the Chamber of Commerce building and arrest Zhao Bai. I seriously suspect that he is a highly intelligent humanoid mutant zombie. If he encounters resistance, kill him without mercy. Open the weapons depot and use rockets to cover the school with firepower and eliminate the mutant zombie seeds. Wang Weiwei stopped. Zhou Mingyang, Weiwei, do you have anything else to do now? Wang Weiwei didn't look back. I feel like laughing, but forget it. Now I know who Xiaokong follows. After saying that, Wang Weiwei left. Chapter 141, I don't have a brother anymore. Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Mingyang's old face turned bright purple, and he was so angry that he started coughing violently. As he coughed up blood. Wang Weiwei is a cold woman who doesn't like to talk much. Once you open your mouth, the attack power is also full. Meeting adjourned. Zhou Mingyang said this with difficulty and waved his hand. The assistant hurried forward, helped him out of the conference center. Let's go. Who is that Zhao Bai? I've never heard of him before. You haven't even heard of Zhao Bai. Are you from City A? Oh, Wang Weiwei's man. The new owner of the Chamber of Commerce. You didn't go to the celebration party yesterday, right? Zhao Bai will be the most powerful man in City A. Will City Lord Zhou really take action? I guess so. As the City Lord, he always keeps his word. That's tough. If the threat succeeds, it means Zhao Bai is nothing special. But if it doesn't, Wang Weiwei's attitude is terrifying. I think if the City Lord fails to threaten, he might as well be afraid. Then Zhao Bai will become a guest of honor in the City Lord's mansion. A group of representatives from the participating forces walked out of the conference center while chatting. Behind the scenes of the conference center lounge. City Lord, are we really going to carry out your orders? Assistant Dong Yulong asked in a low voice after helping Zhou Mingyang to the sofa. Wait a minute. Zhou Mingyang waved his hand. A middle-aged man in a white coat came over with a young female nurse holding a tray, and the middle-aged doctor took the needle from the tray. Swish. The needle that had been mixed with medicine was injected into Zhou Mingyang's chest with a full syringe of medicine. Zhou Mingyang said nothing, but his complexion looked visibly better, and he coughed less frequently. City Lord, it's done. Well, go ahead. Zhou Mingyang waved. The doctor went downstairs with the nurse. Zhou Mingyang and the other two walked out of the lounge and waited for the door to close before turning to his assistant Dong Yulong and continuing. Wang Weiwei's disdain shows that Zhao Bai isn't a member of the Chamber of Commerce. He wasn't created by the Chamber of Commerce. If he has real ability, he must be accepted into the service of our City Lord's mansion. Dong Yulong. City Lord, the young master once offered Zhou Ying a marriage, but the effect was not obvious. This Zhao Bai is particularly lustful and arrogant. Now he has achieved a prominent position in the Chamber of Commerce. It will be difficult to recruit him. Facing Dong Yulong's words, Zhou Mingyang simply smiled and said, no one can refuse to be a hero. The admiration and worship of countless people is more likely to make people excited than mere love. Bring me a pen and paper. I need to write a letter of appointment. Letter of appointment. Dong Yulong was stunned for a moment. Then he understood what his city lord meant. He nodded and hurried to get paper and pen. Zhou Mingyang wrote the letter of authorization in one go. Let Zhou Yun go. Miss Yun. Zhou Mingyang nodded. Xiaokong is useless. If Zhao Bai is really that powerful, then his genes should be very good. If we can have a child, Not only will it be deeply bound to Zhao Bai, but my Zhou family will also have a new successor. The city lord has good intentions. I will arrange it right away. Dong Yulong left the lounge with the letter of appointment. Rebellious son. Rebellious son. For a woman, he actually sacrificed his own bright future as the successor of the Zhou family. Wang Weiwei is somewhat pretty, but it is not difficult for a woman of his rank to find someone equally beautiful. How could you be so stupid? In the lounge where Zhou Mingyang was the only one left, he was furious. Zhou Kong was able to drug him and make him fall asleep, and that was when Zhou Mingyang nodded. He didn't nod. How could Zhou Kong do that? All of this was actually within Zhou Mingyang's calculations. The end of the world is coming and order is collapsing. He took the opportunity to rest, observe the development trend of City A, and also train Zhou Kong. But he didn't expect that his son Zhou Kong would be so useless. He can only surface in advance. If he doesn't show up, I'm afraid the Zhou family will be ruined. Just because of Wang Weiwei, the Zhou family is about to be turned upside down. Zhou Runkai, the only person who could hold Zhou Kong back, pointed a gun at Zhou Minghuang. Zhou Minghuang's confidant saw him and shot him dead. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door outside the lounge. Then a figure walked in. City Lord. The young master has woken up and is clamoring to find Zhou Runkai. Zhou Mingyang held his forehead with his hand. The mention of his son gave him a headache. Tell Zhou Kong that Zhou Runkai was accidentally killed by someone who broke into the bunker. Yes. The figure left. City A, Zhou family, underground secret fortress. Zhou Runkai, where the hell is your man? Is he dead? I was trying to save him, and you weren't even by my side. Zhou Kong woke up. But he was irritable. What happened yesterday was a disaster for young Master Zhou Kong. In order to win Wang Weiwei, he made a decision that went against his ancestors, and he was completely desperate and took the injection that was strictly prohibited. He returned as a king from City C, ready to take back everything he had lost, including the dignity of the woman in, like a protagonist. But I never thought that it was too late. Zhao Bai is different from those villains in novels. After getting the female protagonist, he starts to complain and talk a lot. There might even be a brainless villain who respects the female protagonist and doesn't touch her even after being together for several years. Zhao Bai really did it. Isn't it too late? It was too late to snatch the woman. He planned to settle accounts with Zhao Bai, but he was defeated. It was a terrible loss, a crushing defeat. It was because of Wang Weiwei's plea that he was able to save his life. It's so fucking humiliating. The injection was in vain. The sin was in vain. Zhou Kang's curses echoed several times in the empty basement room, but no one responded. The surroundings were quiet and dead silent, with only the intermittent, beeping sound coming from the life monitoring device at the bedside. Where are the people? Is my Zhou family destroyed? Is there anyone still breathing? Just a squeak. No one responded, and Zhou Kong felt a little frustrated. Zhou Runkai, when you come back, I will definitely skin you alive. Do you think I'm your cousin? Tap, tap, tap. A series of heavy footsteps sounded. Zhou Kong who? As soon as he became a superpower through acupuncture, he swallowed a lot of supplements to forcibly increase the strength of his abilities. Last night, his abilities were used up, and he was beaten up by Zhao Bai. Zhou Kong has been rescued, but he is very weak. The door opened, and a tall figure walked in. Li Jian, aren't you here to protect my father? Why are you here? Where's Zhou Runkai? Young master. Bang! Li Jian, a giant man of 2 meters and 3 feet, clenched his right fist, pounded his chest, and bowed slightly. The master of the house is awake. Woke up. Zhou Kang's eyes widened, his face filled with horror. Li Jian, young master, let me answer your question. Zhou Runkai is dead. He died in an unexpected attack yesterday. Zhou Kang's pupils shrank, and a smile of disbelief appeared on his face. Zhou Runkai is dead? Ha ha ha, that's bullshit. That guy is so afraid of death. If there was an attack, wouldn't he hide? Li Jian stood there like a towering mountain, with no expression on his face, just looking at Zhou Kong quietly. Obviously, he wasn't one to joke. If you die, then die. You're such a coward. It's tiring to keep running for your life, haha. Zhou Kong smiled indifferently. After Li Jian answered the question, he left. Zhou Kong didn't cry, but tears flowed down his face in strings, and he clenched his fists. I don't have a brother anymore. Chapter 142, Assault. President, Zhou Mingyang has a great reputation. He's a hypocritical old man, but he's actually extremely cruel and ruthless. If you don't give him face, I'm afraid this matter won't end well. Also, he said he was going to take action against Zhao Bai, and I'm afraid he will really do it. After leaving the conference center, Wang Weiwei and her group got on the Chamber of Commerce's fleet car, and Wang Wenzhong said with a somewhat grim expression, he won't. Wang Weiwei sneered. The less I act like I don't care about threats, the more he'll be wary of Zhao Bai. The Zhou family father and son, Zhou Mingyang, may seem sophisticated, but in reality, they're birds of a feather, all bullies who only fear the strong. Wang Wenzhong, what if? Wang Weiwei's face smiled more. The day the Zhou family takes action will be the day the Zhou family will be destroyed. Wang Wenzhong, official arsenal. Wang Weiwei. That thing is like the nuclear bomb under the Chamber of Commerce building. When it's not used, it's very intimidating. But once it's used, that's it. Wang Wenzhong nodded, asked no more questions, started the car, and drove into the middle of the escort convoy. The group began to return to the Chamber of Commerce. Chamber of Commerce building. In the room, Zhao Yibai sat on the balcony drinking tea, feeling a little depressed. Women, it's so boring. Zhao Yibai sighed. Even if the ones he fed were all 5-star targets, he was still quite happy. At this moment, he was a little hurt by the feeding. Feeding too much feels a bit like hammering screws in a factory, repeating the mechanized process over and over again. He was really broke. Yu Yurong called out, "Yibai, come and play." Zhao Yibai was startled, and the teacup in his hand almost fell to the ground. Zhao Yibai cleared his throat and said seriously, "Each person has 2 meals. Okay, let's eat slowly and steadily." Yes, his time-stop recharge has now reached 566 times, and he has just worked hard to recharge 40 times. Zhao Yibai was a little exhausted. He had really tried very hard. His growth, with the buff of Aunt Nyo, is extremely awesome. But I don't know what's going on with top-notch 5-star girls like Yu Yurong. They are so adaptable. Dare to give. They can eat it. Huh. Yu Yurong and Zhouing both laughed when they saw this. Zhao Yibai made a decision. Forget it. Let's go back to school and find something for you to do. Otherwise, even if I'm not killed by the mutant zombies, I will be killed by you first. How can it be so exaggerated? Yu Yurong is a coquettish person. That's right. Zhouing echoed. Zhao Yibai's frequent feedings have greatly improved their physical fitness. I'm back to school. Zhao Yibai sent a message to Wang Weiwei, then went downstairs and got into the car. His school now also has a fleet of vehicles. A fleet of luxury modified cars. Well, it was sponsored and donated by the Zhou family. Su Yu, Ai Xiao Xiao, the Lord of Resentment, the baby ghost, and Aunt Nyo's grandson Dong Xiaoyu are all here. After Zhao Yibai counted the numbers, the convoy set off. Vera Wang leaving now? Stay a little longer. I'll cook for you tonight. Zhao Yibai, next time, definitely next time. Is that food? If this happened before the end of the world, Feng Jie would ask Zhao Yibai to cook, and Zhao Yibai would happily agree. Now, even Vera Wang can't cook well. Wang Weiwei, you're giving me a bad impression. It doesn't have to be multiple times a day, 3 or 5 times is fine. Looking at the message on his phone, Zhao Yibai felt a slight headache. Look, is this human language? Not long after, Wang Weiwei sent another message. Wang Weiwei, aren't you curious about the content of the city lord's meeting? Zhao Yibai, the city lord before the apocalypse cannot control the overlord of the apocalypse, so why should I care what he does? At first, Zhao Yibai was a little curious, but only a little. Now, I am a little annoyed and too lazy to be curious. Wang Weiwei, Zhou Mingyang said some harsh words about dealing with you, but I guess when he realizes how powerful you are, he will recruit you in the name of the official. Do you want to become a hero admired by everyone in City A? In the car, Zhao Yibai was stunned for a moment after seeing Wang Weiwei's last sentence. Do you want to be a hero admired by everyone in City A? Zhao Yibai also asked himself the same question in his heart. In no mood. Yes, the answer is no. If Zhao Yibai had experienced a little less hardship while growing up, perhaps he would have wanted to be a hero. He was born in the countryside, his parents died early, and he had to rely on working to support himself at a very young age. He experienced a lot of hardships. Hero? Reputation? No. In Zhao Yibai's view, these things are extremely useless and far less important than filling his stomach and living comfortably. Zhao Yibai, can being a hero earn you a living? I'm not a good person, and I've never considered myself a good person. Being a hero, that's even further off the mark. Wang Weiwei, then I'm relieved. Yibai, you truly are the man I, Wang Weiwei, am willing to sacrifice myself for. We should transcend the rules set by the powerful and make the rules ourselves, rather than becoming the so-called heroes within their rules. Zhao Yibai had a faint smile on his face. Piwei, no way. Squeak. Suddenly, there was a sharp brake sound. Bang! A huge 100-ton truck loaded with stones suddenly rushed towards the car where Zhao Yibai was. The car Zhao Yibai was in braked suddenly. The driver had a strange smile on his face. The car Zhao Yibai was in braked, and the 100-ton Wang truck headed straight for the car. Damn it! Which idiot attacked me? Zhao Yibai cursed angrily. Roar! A figure suddenly rushed in front of the car. It was Su Yu. In a flash, Su Yu stood in front of the car and suddenly opened his huge belly. Woo woo woo. I saw the huge and heavy 100-ton king rushing directly into the belly. Crack! Su Yu, who was close to level 4, chewed vigorously, and the countless hard and long spikes directly bit through the cab of the car and the stones in the truck bed. The male driver in the cab was directly pierced by multiple spikes. Even a full truckload of stones would be pierced and crushed. Crack, crack, crack. After chewing it several times, the big truck exploded directly in Wu Yu's stomach. After swallowing the mutant zombie crystal core, Su Yu grew a lot. Not only did her broken teeth grow back, but they also became sharper and tougher. The truck exploded in the big mouth of the belly, and Su Yu only felt a slight numbness in her mouth. Buzz, 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 buzz. The truck's impact failed, and the sky was filled with the roar of a drone's turbofan. Chapter 143, It Doesn't Hurt. What do you mean? What do you mean? Are you trying to test my power? Zhao Bai sat in the car and sneered. Since the end of the world, this is the first time someone dares to kill him. Audacious in the extreme. Okay, good, very good, very good. It doesn't matter if you try my strength, but if you don't kill me, then I will definitely kill you. It doesn't matter if you are the city lord or the provincial lord. When the scalp-numbing buzzing sound of the drone swarm sounded, it meant that they were not far away. Zhao Bai saw that in the sky, a dense swarm of drones with green lights were swarming in, and there were at least more than 2,000 of them. There are solid bombs and small special gas metal tanks with skulls tied to the bottom of the drone. If such an attack occurred overseas, it would inevitably cause great panic. Drones are difficult to deal with. Low cost and great power. But Zhao Bai is not like those foreigners overseas. He is a hacker, and now his team has been formed. There was no need for Zhao Bai to give any orders. Facing the sudden attack, the members of the school team had already taken action. The girls in the car got out, picked up their guns, used the car as cover, and started shooting at the drone. Bang, 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 bang. The noises rang out in succession. Boom. A drone was shot down. Normally, it is very difficult to shoot a drone with a gun, which requires good luck and good marksmanship. But now, this group of drones is too dense. If you shoot randomly into the sky, there is a chance you will hit someone. It happened in the blink of an eye. The drone swarm moved very quickly, flying into the sky not far from the convoy and hovering there. Immediately afterwards, several drones dived directly towards the convoy while accelerating at a whoosh speed. To be more precise, it was this suicide drone that swooped down towards the car where Zhao Bai was. Their target is Zhao Bai. In the modified car where Zhao Bai was, the female driver saw that the big truck was actually swallowed by Su Yu in one bite. The strange smile on her face disappeared and turned into an expression of horror. But then the drone strikes began. A look of relief appeared on her face again. The words Zhao Bai said earlier seemed to be spoken to himself, but also seemed to be spoken to the driver. Puff, puff, puff. Watching the drone attack coming, Su Yu opened his huge belly again and spit out all the chewed car debris and gravel. This is a full truck of stone. Suddenly, all the nearby drones were shot down. Some were directly shattered and failed to detonate the explosives, while some drones exploded directly in the air. Boom, boom. Seeing that the first wave of drones were consumed, dozens of drones flew out again from the matrix of more than 2,000 drones in the sky. They made a sharp whoosh sound and attacked Zhao Bai at the fastest speed. Su Yu pursed her huge lips on her belly, and the head of the person behind her turned to look at AI Xiao Xiao in the car. AI Xiao Xiao looked confused. Su Yu stretched out her hand and gestured. She pointed at the spikes inside her abdomen, describing them as very expensive. Then she pointed at the drone in the sky, then at her mouth, and finally at AI Xiao Xiao. Bang, 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 bang. The gunshots continued. The girls, at the school, were constantly shooting. Bullets occasionally shoot down drones. This kind of real gun battle is very exciting. They are different from ordinary people facing drone attacks. They know that they are safe. There are several mutant zombies, and their principal Zhao Bai in the convoy to support them. They just need to shoot and don't have to worry about being killed by drones. This way it feels great. Just like playing a game. As for Zhao Bai, the powerful principal of the school, they have 100% confidence in his ability. AI Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes and quickly got her upper body out of the car window. In fact, Su Yu can easily handle so many drones. So, AI Xiao Xiao didn't do anything. No, move your mouth. What Su Yu meant was that the newly grown spikes were very powerful, and it would be a waste to use them against such a small drone. AI Xiao Xiao thought about it and agreed. Then let her come. Open your mouth. Faced with those drones, AI Xiao Xiao didn't even get out of the car, but just leaned out her upper body. It happened in the blink of an eye. Almost as soon as the two men finished their conversation, the drones were about to fly towards the faces of the convoy. Ah! Ah! AI Xiao Xiao opened her mouth and roared, emitting a wide-ranging shriek straight into the sky. Bang! 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 As the first drone was hit by the screaming explosion, all the drones that followed were blown to pieces. This explosion was not a gunpowder explosion, but the drones were directly shattered into pieces. The speed at which the whistling sound waves attack spread was simply too fast. It takes less than a second for the sound to be heard from this side and to reach the other side. Bang, 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 bang. Not only the attacking drones, but the large matrix of drones in the sky was like dumplings being dropped into the air, turning into fragments all over the sky and falling down with countless explosions. Zhao Bai sat in the car with his legs crossed. He doesn't need to do anything with these little gadgets. Now, he already has a certain level of status. The driver watched as all the drones shattered into pieces. Seeing that she could not die, her face turned pale again. In the sky, the Lord of Resentment made a sound. When he spoke, Zhao Bai had already noticed it. In the sky, a huge missile was flying rapidly. Oh! Su Yu quickly jumped onto the roof of the car where Zhao Bai was and opened her mouth wide. Wait a minute, you can't eat this. Zhao Bai was startled. Su Yu is too aggressive. That's a missile. The missile was moving too fast. Don't be afraid, eat it. Su Yu responded. Seeing Su Yu's confidence, Zhao Bai nodded, felt relieved, and did not use time stop. Ah! Now, Su Yu's huge belly was fully opened, 100 meters high, extending 300 to 500 meters outward. Missiles are coming. Su Yu stretched out her belly automatically and swallowed it in one gulp. Puff! A flash of fire appeared in Su Yu's huge belly, and the fire could be seen from outside through the thin oral membrane of his big mouth. But the explosion was a muffled sound. 998. A red number floated above Su Yu's head. Oh! Su Yu opened her closed mouth, and immediately a large amount of black smoke floated up. Missiles are obviously much more powerful than the 100-ton king. Su Yu was shocked and felt a little embarrassed. She underestimated the power of this thing. She covered her mouth with her head. It doesn't hurt, not at all, just my mouth is numb. She looks funny and a little cute. Yu. Zhao Bai got out of the car, stepped onto the roof in 2 steps, stood beside Su Yu, and rubbed her head lovingly. Lord of Resentment. Here we go again. Chapter 144. You like playing with technology, right? Still eating. Zhao Bai smiled at Su Yu beside him. Su Yu scratched her head, but after a moment, she looked at Zhao Bai with a determined gaze and said seriously, Eat. I can still eat. Zhao Bai was silent for a moment. He knew that Su Yu was going to eat it hard in order to protect him. Good boy, you're so good. But no need. This time it's my turn. Zhao Bai smiled and pinched Su Yu's cheek. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More than a dozen small missiles flew over quickly with a terrifying sound of breaking wind. Time stops. Zhao Bai waved his hand and used time stop when he was still a few hundred meters away. I don't know who developed this missile. Flying so fast. In the blink of an eye, the missile flew several hundred meters. Ding. Time stop successfully used. Remaining 565 times. But no matter how fast it was, the moment time stopped, it stopped in the air dozens of meters away from Zhao Bai. Damn it. Missiles fly so fast. Zhao Bai successfully froze these missiles, but he also broke out in a cold sweat. The missile closest to him was only a few dozen meters away. If he had used his ability a little later, they would probably have made contact. The main thing is that this is the first time Zhao Bai has faced a missile. This thing can't kill mutant zombies, but if it kills him, he will probably go to Sitai Nai. Learn from experience and use your abilities in advance next time. Zhao Bai's hands and feet are now very flexible. He climbed up the outer wall of Su Yu's abdomen smoothly, just like climbing a rock, and finally stood on the top of the abdomen. Receive. Zhao Bai put these missiles into the system space one by one. He is trying something completely new. Since the food in the system space can remain in a constant state, what about missiles? Zhao Bai tried it. Zhao Bai succeeded. Originally, if he wanted to store something in the system space, he had to at least touch the thing with his hands or other parts of his body before he could operate it. Now, with the improvement of his spirit, he can already store things into the system space through the air, but the distance cannot be too far. Now, he stood above the belly, expended a little more energy, and succeeded in doing it. From this, Zhao Bai drew conclusions from the feedback. The time in his system space is in a constant state, just like the state after time is stopped. Zhao Bai stored all the missiles into the system space. Damn it, you like playing with technology, right? You like using missiles to blow people up, right? Well, damn. Let you experience for yourself what it feels like to be blown up by missiles. After putting away the missile, Zhao Bai pulled the female driver out of the car and went to the side of the road. The road was cleared, but there were still many ownerless cars on the roadside. Zhao Bai smashed the car lock, connected the wiring, and started the car. Then he pushed the driver from the main driver's seat to the front passenger seat. It got stuck during this period. Zhao Bai showed no mercy to the beautiful woman. He raised his long legs and kicked her inside. This woman betrayed him. The car stopped immediately when the big truck hit it. This was the first wave of attack. Obviously, this woman received instructions from someone. If this truck had killed Zhao Bai, there would have been no second wave of drones and third wave of missile attacks. Who on earth could use so many high-tech weapons when the Chamber of Commerce and the Zhou family were short of heavy firepower? This is really hard to guess. It was hard to guess, but Zhao Bai could guess it was Zhou Mingyang even with his toes. Zhou Mingyang, who has an arsenal of weapons. Woo woo woo. Zhao Bai drove this Japanese sedan, which was something Zhao Bai could not afford before the end of the world, and it was also a popular brand more than 10 years ago. But Zhao Bai stepped on the accelerator so hard that he felt like his foot was almost stepping into the fuel tank, and the speed of the car was increasing very slowly. As the saying goes, there are no meat cars, only meat people. Well, actually, there is a situation. Sometimes the car is not doing well. Even if you step on the accelerator to the bottom, it will still be really slow. A little bit of complaints. Zhao Bai drove the car towards the city lord's mansion. Although the missile came from outside the city. But Zhao Bai was almost certain that the missiles flew over because the city lord of the Zhou family had woken up. I want to try it out and see with my own eyes the ability of him as the principal of the school. Try it, then let the other person die. After a 10-minute drive, Zhao Bai arrived at the destination. At this moment, many armed guards were standing outside the city lord's mansion. Their eyes were bright, and they looked very imposing. The weapons they held also gave off a terrifying sense of oppression. Most survivors of the apocalypse would be shocked and terrified when they saw such guards. But now, in the heavily guarded city lord's mansion, those guards were useless to Zhao Bai. Zhao Bai walked forward confidently. He even met a guard with a ferocious face. The guard was displeased with him and rewarded him with a mouthful of yellow phlegm. This was the first time in Zhao Bai's life that he had walked into such a majestic place as the city lord's mansion, and he walked in openly. Before, even if we delivered takeout, we could only deliver it to the takeout table outside, and we were not allowed to go in. Now he went straight in. When he encountered the access control, he took out a crowbar from the system space and smashed it with one crowbar. Access control. Now he is fearless and just smashes it to pieces. Zhao Bai was walking, but his eyes were not only looking at the road in front of him, his God's perspective ability was already in use. He is reasonable. Every wrong has its perpetrator, every debt has its creditor. Revenge must be taken against the person. As it turned out, he was not in the wrong place. From a God's perspective, he quickly searched through the rooms of the city lord's mansion, and soon found the culprit who attacked him in a huge room with fully enclosed metal doors, windows, and walls. A huge screen was divided into dozens of images, and one of the images being enlarged was their convoy. Zhou Mingyang stood in front of the big screen, holding an old-fashioned telephone with a red line in his hand, his face full of shock. Next to Zhou Mingyang stood several middle-aged men in camouflage uniforms, all of whom looked very dignified. Bang! Zhao Bai swung the crowbar again and smashed a door barrier. These things are only for preventing gentlemen, but not for preventing violence. Zhao Bai came to the outside of the metal door. This door cannot be broken. But the door was half open, and a woman with short hair and a black suit was holding a letter of appointment document in her hand. Zhao Bai took the document in his hand and tore open the cover. Really? The letter of appointment contained his name, Zhao Bai. You want to see for yourself if I'm worthy of your use? Very good, you saw it, but that's it. Chapter 145, The Sin of Pride. Zhao Bai kicked open the half-open metal door and walked in. When time stops, everything is frozen. The states and expressions of Zhou Mingyang and others were frozen. They are really a bunch of big shots. Zhao Bai looked at Zhou Mingyang's mighty and domineering aura as the city lord, and then looked at the shoulder straps of those middle-aged men in camouflage uniforms. These people were definitely people that a commoner like him could not easily come into contact with before the end of the world. But now, Zhao Bai really doesn't take them seriously. You are already a bunch of dead people. If the action here had not stopped, perhaps Zhou Mingyang and these bigwigs standing here would not be afraid of Zhao Bai at all. In their view, no matter how powerful Zhao Bai was, he was just an ordinary citizen, while they were officials. He is an official in City A who has been living a life of luxury and holding power for a long time. After testing Zhao Yibai and realizing how powerful he was, he extended an olive branch to Zhao Yibai, which was already a great honor for Zhao Yibai. The reason Zhou Mingyang dared to test Zhao Yibai in this way was that he fundamentally did not respect Zhao Yibai and did not change his traditional way of thinking that you should be grateful for the opportunity given to you. As for whether Zhao Yibai would take revenge, that was something they never thought of. And Zhao Yibai was taking revenge, not just revenge, but also a rebound type of revenge. How could a commoner from a small city like a dare to kill the city's very prestigious mayor, and the mayor who also controlled a large family, the Zhou family? Dare. You have to be brave. Even if the Jade Emperor wants to take action against Zhao Yibai now, Zhao Yibai will do it. What kind of class is this? He's still smoking Huazi. Zhao Yibai picked up an unfinished pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from the table, and then began to take the things here. The cabinet is filled with liquor, and none of the liquor has a box. Obviously, these guys own these liquors to drink, not to show off. They are afraid that the boxes will take up space, so they throw them away. After taking away everything that needs to be taken away, Zhao Yibai took out a missile from the system space and placed it directly in the space. For a moment, many tables in the middle were pressed down by missiles. Even with such heavy missiles, the tables did not move at all. Even if it hit the table, time would not have flowed, and the missile would not have reacted and exploded because Zhao Yibai, the true god, had not touched it. I'll give you two. Zhao Yibai grinned. One is powerful enough to destroy the building. But to be on the safe side, Zhao Yibai took out another missile and aimed the warhead directly at Zhou Mingyang's body. Fuck you, you're testing me. Use your missiles to make you fly. Zhao Yibai originally respected Zhou Mingyang, the city lord with a good reputation, but that was before. Testing him like this means he's already an enemy. Enemies, then go to heaven. When leaving the secret room, Zhao Yibai was considerate enough to close the metal door of the secret room. As long as he stopped time, the two missiles that were almost in front of Zhou Mingyang and others would hit them almost instantly and explode directly, leaving them with almost no chance of survival and no time to react. Zhou Mingyang was staring at the big screen intently, still shocked by how powerful Zhao Yibai's team was. Su Yu could actually swallow a missile in one gulp and survive. The fact that Zhao Yibai could control such a powerful mutant zombie was already worthy of Zhou Mingyang's utilization. Look, the woman has been asked to pass on the power of attorney. Moreover, they saw on the screen that Zhao Yibai was about to make a move. They were very much looking forward to how a mortal like Zhao Yibai would face the dozen or so missiles that were attacking at once. Can a person, specifically a mortal, really deal with so many missiles? According to their intuition, if Zhao Yibai dared to take action, it must be possible. However, these people could never have imagined that Zhao Yibai's way of dealing with it was to return the two missiles to them. Everything around him was frozen in time. Zhao Yibai came in with a swagger and left with a swagger. Even after leaving, he searched everywhere in the office building with a god's perspective and found some tea with ordinary packaging but very luxurious interiors, countless fine wines, and secret safes in some large offices. It is too late to open the boxes one by one now, so there is no need to rush. I will just put all the safes into the system space and wait to open the blind boxes when I have nothing to do. After doing all this, Zhao Yibai returned to the Japanese sedan, started the engine, and drove out of the city. After repeated training, Zhao Yibai's spirit has become quite strong. He can keep time stopped for 2 hours without feeling particularly tired. Zhao Yibai will not let go of the person who ordered the missile launch. Zhao Yibai will definitely not let go of the person who launched these missiles outside the city. Executioner. Damn it too. If he is not strong enough to withstand these tests, he and his women will have to face this catastrophe. Damn it. All enemies must die. Otherwise, the cheaters are awesome, right? Zhao Yibai now feels that his God's perspective map ability is really awesome. Although it consumes some mental energy, this ability is really useful. If it weren't for it, even if Zhao Yibai saw the direction from which the missile was launched, this thing was outside the city, and the area outside the city was too large. How long would it take to find it? With this ability, Zhao Yibai can quickly search for the opponent's location. Moreover, the combination of time stop and the God's perspective map makes the two abilities even more useful. Most missile launch bases have a certain degree of camouflage. But now, even before the smoke from the missile launch had cleared, time had stopped and everything around was frozen. While driving towards the outside of Dati City, Zhao Yibai quickly searched for the location of the missile launch base using the God's perspective map. Before leaving the city center, Zhao Yibai had already successfully found the location of the missile launch base. Whoa. Perhaps this Japanese car has never suffered such a violent posture in its life. Its engine roared with effort, and a large amount of black smoke continued to emerge from the chimney. The carbon deposits that had not been consumed were also successfully burned and sprayed out. Its speed soared. Since other cars and objects were not moving, Zhao Yibai was driving very smoothly. Half an hour later, Zhao Yibai drove to the suburbs and successfully arrived at a deserted forest. The smoke from the erected missile launcher was frozen in the air. There were many people in camouflage uniforms standing around. The harvest season has arrived again. Looking at the weapons these people were carrying and the camouflaged missile vehicles around them that had not launched missiles, Zhao Yibai's eyes glowed green. That's fine. After all, the test wasn't in vain. I've gained something, haven't I? Chapter 146, Great Harvest. It would be great if I could control this time stop so that anyone I want can move as well. Zhao Yibai began to reap the harvest. He put all of these people's stuff into his own system space, but working on his own was like feeding them in a state of time stopping. Although it was rewarding and fun, he had to do it alone, which was still a bit boring. You're such a good old man, Zhou Mingyang. You're such a good old fool. No wonder I felt like City A had so little heavy firepower. After all, the military that survived the mutation has always been under your control. When the Chamber of Commerce and the Zhou family had almost used up their surface weapons, you woke up and began to use the official arsenal to deal with the Chamber of Commerce and other forces that had exhausted their heavy firepower. You're an old man, but the last thing you should do is test me. I can tolerate even a standard test, but if you're testing me like this, if I'm not strong enough, you'll just kill me. If I'm in your sight, then you're offering me an olive branch, but you're already courting death. After Zhao Yibai collected all the modern weapons and firearms from everyone on the surface, he immediately used the God's Perspective map to discover that there was a secret underground base not far away. As Zhao Yibai used the God's Perspective map to explore deeper into the base, he was shocked. Because this is the legendary official arsenal of City A. These camouflaged missile vehicles on the ground drove out directly from the gentle slope at the entrance of the huge official arsenal secret base. There are still nearly 500 soldiers living in the official arsenal. It is worth mentioning that each of these soldiers wearing a city military uniforms has a collar around their neck that is used by the Zhou family to control mercenaries. It is obvious that these soldiers have already been controlled, but they are not Zhou Kang's trump cards. They are the trump cards of Zhou Mingyang, the shrewd old man. Yes. Zhao Yibai took a breath of cold air. Originally, he just thought it was the harvest season, but now it seems. This is a great harvest. Super big harvest. He really made it. Thank you for the gift of nature, and thank you, Zhou Mingyang, you old fool, for giving me weapons. Zhao Yibai took out the gold UZI that had not been used for a while from the system space. As the timeline progresses, the mutated zombies encountered become more and more powerful. The golden UZI, which he once regarded as his trump card, has now become a dusty existence in the system space. Of course, this is an adjective, because time is stopped in the system space, so dust will not really accumulate. Now, finally, this thing with infinite durability without having to reload bullets came in handy again. I'm sorry, everyone. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame Zhou Mingyang. After you go down, you should deal with Zhou Paopi, the man who controls your fate. Da-da-da-da-da. Zhao Yibai spoke sincerely to these soldiers for a while, and then he picked up his golden UZI and started firing. A fire dragon spewed out of the muzzle of the golden UZI. Puff, 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 puff. When time stops, everything else is frozen, but the weapon in Zhao Yibai's hand can perfectly cause damage because of the contact. Long-range strafing is possible. Close-range strafing is possible. Zhao Yibai can even walk up to the enemy soldier, put the muzzle of the gun to the opponent's forehead, and then shoot one by one headshot at a time. Zhao Yibai can do whatever he wants. I really don't want to kill. Ah! Zhao Yibai shook his head. He expressed his attitude clearly, but his hands are still honest. Zhao Yibai never let go of the hand that pulled the trigger. Well, those of you in the car can't escape. I'm going to kill all of you. Not a single one will be left alive. Zhao Yibai once again activated the God's Perspective map capability, this time to find someone. Zhao Yibai and the driver of the missile vehicle were not spared. However, now that he is close to the missile vehicle, he will use burst fire. He will open the car door, pull the person out of the car, and then shoot the other person in the head. Zhao Yibai had no choice. These collars are the core secret of the Zhou family, and it is difficult for him to get the controllers of these things. Even if you get it, it is not an easy task to subdue these soldiers who have the ability to operate weapons. Even if these people are controlled, they may become unstable factors in the future. In this case, it is safest to kill him. The only people Zhao Yibai could and was willing to trust were the members of his team, because he can see their loyalty in real time. Zhao Bai might not believe his own feelings, but he absolutely believed in the system panel. Those women's performances may deceive his feelings, but they definitely cannot deceive the system's eyes. Rest in peace. Zhao Bai took a deep breath, and after a while, he killed all the soldiers on the ground. For a moment, the scene became somewhat tragic. Blood was flowing everywhere. All these soldiers died tragically. The saddest thing is that they died without anyone noticing, and even when they died, they didn't know how they died. Enemy below, it's your turn now. Zhao Bai, holding the golden Uzi, walked quickly into the underground base. Da-da-da, da-da, da-da-da-da-da. After entering the underground secret official arsenal, Zhao Bai stopped firing indiscriminately and instead adopted a more cautious burst fire method. One shot, one kill. Try to avoid neatly arranged weapons. These things will all be weapons of their school in the future, but they must be treated well. If some of them are accidentally detonated, Zhao Bai will be very sad. You actually hid so many people secretly, Zhou Mingyang. I admit once again that you are awesome. This official arsenal is really too large, and there are more than 500 people under it. If this force comes out, it will definitely be able to sweep away all the current forces in City A. Of course, the two variables of him and school are not included. The following rules are very strict. There were a lot of people patrolling at a very rhythmic pace. But now, they are all turning into corpses quickly. When entering the soldiers' dormitory, Zhao Bai started shooting again, killing a large number of enemies. I really didn't mean it. Chapter 147 5-star Yang Xiaoyang. Fortunately, these soldiers could not hear what Zhao Bai said, otherwise, they would be angry to death. You want to kill me and take my life, and you actually say you didn't mean to do it? So what do you mean? Killing is really hard work. Zhao Bai ruthlessly harvested the lives of his enemies while complaining. When he was tired, he took out a bottle of Red Bull from the system space and drank it in a few big gulps. Keep holding your gun and killing the enemy. Da-da, da, da-da-da. The sound of gunfire resounded throughout the world, but unfortunately, time stopped. Only Zhao Bai could move, and the enemies around him could not hear or react. They could only stand there in a daze, being shot to death one by Zhao Bai. It's such a sin. Zhao Bai sighed, and at the same time, he sent another enemy from the dormitory to heaven. He needs to continue doing evil. These dogs of Zhou Mingyang will not be kind to him. The missile was launched without any warning. Who cares about Zhao Bai's life or death? On the other hand, Zhao Bai had almost no psychological burden when killing these soldiers under Zhou Mingyang. He has compassion. Mercy will have mercy. No one who deserves to be killed will be spared. The entire underground base is very large. I think it was a war preparation base a long time ago, but it was not used against the enemy, but was used in the apocalypse. Zhou Mingyang's glorious and majestic image has now been completely shattered. He has the ability to save the people, but he doesn't. When the Chamber of Commerce was almost exhausted by Zhou Kong, he came out to play the good guy again. This guy is even worse than Zhou Kong. When the mutant zombies first appeared, Zhou Kong really went forward with the Chamber of Commerce. Without holding back, they used all their firepower to kill the mutant zombies. An hour passed. The underground base of City A's official arsenal is already littered with corpses. After the bullets killed these people, they were away from Zhao Bai for too long and stopped changing. I think that when time resumes its flow, this place will be a river of blood. At present, the blood that spurted out has solidified. When his mental strength was almost exhausted, Zhao Bai took out a mental strength recovery pill and swallowed it directly. Suddenly, as time stopped, his spirit returned to its peak state. I knew there wouldn't be any good people in the apocalypse. Zhao Bai continued to go deeper into the underground base, and he would store some ammunition into the system space on the way. As he walked, he discovered a prison area. At the entrance of the prison area, 6 guards from City A were standing guard. Da-da-da-da. Zhao Yi's white gold Uzi swept the lock at the door of the prison area. For a moment, fireworks flew and nails rang. With a snap, the lock was shattered. Ding. 5-star target Yang Xiaoyang found. After breaking the lock, Zhao Bai kicked the door open and killed the guards at the door with a few shots before entering the prison area. After entering the door, this prison area is filled with huge cages welded with steel pipes. The cages are connected to each other, and the people locked in the cages are nothing but people. It's a woman. Zhao Bai walked into the corridor. He saw that the women in the cages on both sides were wearing the same clothes. To be more specific, they only had one piece of clothing. A long, white, plain shirt. Each of them wore a plastic bracelet with a number on her wrist. In a state where time stopped, they were all frozen. Most of them were frozen, with dull eyes and numb expressions. There are also some people who seem to have been tortured to death, and their expressions look abnormal. In the end times, The survivors are all under high pressure. Obviously, these soldiers who have to hide in underground bases will be under greater pressure. Zhou Mingyang. This is a way for them to release pressure. These are it. They had nothing but a white gown and plastic wristbands. Almost lost all dignity. Zhao Yibai walked along the middle road, looking to both sides, shocked. With so many people doing this, the picture is quite impactful. Well, Zhao Yibai sighed. He's not a good guy though. But when he feeds the fish, he always insists on mutual consent. These women here are kind of miserable. Da-da-da. Zhao Yibai found Yang Xiaoyang, the 5-star target indicated by the system, broke the cage lock with a few shots, opened the door, and walked in. Yang Xiaoyang is a girl who is 1.6 meters tall. Perhaps because she is so beautiful, she has a separate cage. Yang Xiaoyang has long pink hair. At this moment, she is leaning against the wall, squatting in the corner, biting her nails. It can be seen that her mental state is somewhat not normal. The nails on both hands were already gnawed into pits. What a beast! Zhao Yibai's blood pressure soared when he saw such a beautiful girl in such a miserable state. 5-star targets, obviously, do not have too many privileges here. He was also tortured terribly. Yang Xiaoyang, you are very lucky that you met me. Zhao Yibai has some misophobia. But it is still possible to rescue this beautiful little girl and feed her normally. Although a 5-star target can only produce 1 time-stop charge per day if fed normally. If this continues for a long time, it will be more than 360 times a year. This is a great harvest. Of course, you are lucky too. Zhao Yibai looked around. I never wanted to meddle in other people's affairs before, but now that I have so many women, I don't want to see other women being wronged. So, I will send you off so you can be free and no longer suffer. I hope you can live a good life in your next life. Zhao Yibai carried Yang Xiaoyang on his shoulders, and then started throwing solid bombs into the cage from the end of the prison area. He planned to blow up this place when he packed up his things and left. Let these women no longer suffer. Another 3 or 4 hours passed. This is the time that only Zhao Yibai experienced when time stopped. It's clean. Kill them all. Not one left. Zhao Yibai was very careful and scanned the map back and forth 3 times using the god's perspective. All the weapons and equipment in the official arsenal of City A were stored in the system space by him, including missile vehicles, rocket launchers, drone control terminals and modified drones, cluster bombs, white phosphorus bombs, gasoline incendiary bombs, new heavy machine guns, automatic rifles, submachine guns, large caliber sniper rifles, pistols, mines, grenades, flamethrowers, portable rocket launchers, heavy artillery, infantry fighting vehicles, tanks, first aid kits, a large number of artillery shells, bullets, bulletproof meat cans, and compressed rations, and 5 fighter jets. In addition, there are a large number of gasoline and diesel in metal barrels. That's what I said. If it weren't for Zhao Yibai, the cheater, who was here and installed so many things into the system space, if it were someone else, it would probably take half a year to get all these things from the inside to the door, working day and night. It's so cool to store piles of stuff directly into the system space. After collecting the things and carrying the 5-star target Yang Xiaoyang, Zhao Yibai walked out while taking out explosives and grenades from the system space and throwing them. Zhao Yibai is now a wealthy man, and he doesn't hesitate to pick up weapons from some soldiers. But I don't want these things to fall into other people's hands and pose a threat to the school, so I'll just blow them up. Ground. Zhao Yibai put Yang Xiaoyang in the back seat of the Japanese car, drove away. Not long after, he returned to the convoy's location. End time stops. Chapter 148 Boom Boom. Ding. Time stop ended successfully. Remaining times, 565 times. Zhao Yibai sat in the Japanese car and lit a cigarette he had brought from the office building. Suck. Call. Zhao Yibai actually doesn't like smoking. But sometimes, lighting one feels pretty good. Like now. Light one and watch it explode. As the system prompt sounded, time resumed its flow. This is the convoy. The frozen crowd returned to normal. The missile came too fast. This is a modern missile, and its speed cannot be compared with that of any artillery shell. Su Yu saw that Zhao Yibai didn't react, and she was ready to endure it, even if it means being blown to death. She also doesn't want Zhao Yibai to get hurt. But Su Yu's big mouth was already wide open, blocking Zhao Yibai and the convoy behind him. But the missiles that were just a few dozen meters away from the face, and the missiles that were even farther away suddenly disappeared. Su Yu rubbed her eyes. Obviously, the missile is about to fly over. But those big guys in the sky are gone. The smoke left by the missiles in the sky that cut through the air is still there and has not dissipated yet. I said I would take action. Zhao Yibai put out the cigarette he had just taken a puff of on the head of the driver in the passenger seat. SHHHHH. Ugh. The driver screamed, but then she gritted her teeth and held it in. When the cigarette butt comes into contact with the hair, it makes a hissing sound and produces the smell of burnt hair. In the back seat, Yang Xiaoyang raised her head and took a look. She found that she was no longer in the cage, but in the car, but she did not react. He just lowered his head and continued to chew his nails. Even when his fingers were bitten until they bled, he didn't stop. Boom, boom. A terrifying explosion suddenly sounded and the earth shook violently. Actually, it exploded a long time ago. When time resumed flowing, it exploded. The sound came through because the distance was a bit far. The speed of light is faster than the speed of sound. Hearing the huge explosion in the distance, everyone looked in the direction of the explosion. That is a landmark building in the city center, the A City Office Building, also known as the City Lord Building. Two mushroom clouds merged into one huge mushroom cloud. Countless pieces of building debris and human debris flew up, the tallest of which flew hundreds of meters high. Then, with a crashing sound, a rain of debris fell from the sky over there. Dust flew and the wind howled. The shock wave of the explosion shattered countless glasses around and raised a large amount of dust, much of which was blood red. The explosion was so powerful that the person was vaporized in an instant. This is cruel. Because missiles are never meant to bomb people, they are meant to strike important strategic targets. If something as powerful as a missile comes in front of your face and gets blown up in the face, how can there be a good ending? There will definitely not be any trace left. It's in the direction of the office building in City A. Where did the missile that attacked us land? Did it go astray? I think it's the principal's ability. I knew our principal could do it. The principal is awesome. Mighty, mighty, mighty. The school, girls in the convoy cheered. Just now, the missile was almost at their faces. At a distance of dozens of meters, their faces were hurt by the wind brought by the missile, as if what was in the sky was not a missile, but an old lady whom they had not seen for a long time or had never seen before, but whom they could recognize at a glance, waving to them. It is impossible not to be afraid. At that moment, their minds flashed like lightning, and they all felt that they were going to die. But now, the world changes. In a fatal situation, their principal Zhao Yibai took action and the problem was solved. They are not dead. No one died. Everyone is fine. Tai Nai stopped waving and disappeared. Those who died were the enemies who attacked them. Principal Zhao Yibai is reliable as ever. The girls looked at Zhao Yibai with extremely fanatical eyes at this moment, and in their fanaticism, there was even some excessive piety. The piety when praying to the gods. There are already girls who regard Zhao Yibai as a god. He is the patron saint of the school, power. He is a kind-hearted god who allows them to live a life of delicious food and drinks. In the passenger seat, the driver also saw the explosion. The city lord's building exploded. Zhao Yibai is simply a god. The power of one person. It can even counter weapons at the missile level. The driver cried, "Principal, please kill me. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to betray you. City Lord Zhou has controlled my family." Zhao Yibai used her head to put out the cigarette. She didn't cry out in pain, not because it didn't hurt, but because she was embarrassed to feel the pain. She feels guilty. Because she had always relied on Zhao Yibai for her food and clothing at school, but she had no choice but to betray Zhao Yibai. She wanted to die. Die. Then you won't feel so guilty, and you won't have to face it anymore. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yibai easily resolved the 3 waves of attacks. Zhao Yibai called out the girl's name, Wei Shangyun. Wei Shangyun was stunned. She couldn't believe it. "Principal, you actually know my name." Wei Shangyun opened her eyes wide. Zhao Yibai actually remembered the name of such an unknown person like her, and she still betrayed him. "Sorry, Wu Wu." A girl from the school came over, pulled Wei Shangyun out of the car, and pressed him to the ground. "Wei Shangyun, you traitor. You actually defected to the Zhou family." "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Wei Shangyun felt extremely regretful. Zhao Yibai took her with him originally to take her to see Zhou Mingyang. He wanted to ask him in person, in front of Zhou Mingyang, why she betrayed him. He wanted to kill Zhou Mingyang in front of Wei Shangyun. But when they arrived, they directly used a missile to send Zhou Mingyang into space without asking any questions. Moreover, this Wei Shangyun is more than 70 years old. It has always been in the 70s. Zhao Yibai has kept her until now. Sure enough, he was being blackmailed. The weak spot was found. A girl shouted coldly, "You deserve to die." "I deserve to die, please kill me, Wu Wu." Wei Shangyun agreed with this statement. "You only have one chance to betray me. I know you had no choice but to do so, but you still have to die. Rules are rules." Zhao Yibai, "But now, I will give you a new path." Chapter 149, Humanoid Nuclear Bomb. "Principal, I'll do anything for you." Wei Shangyun nodded repeatedly. Zhao Bai, go to the Chamber of Commerce's underground laboratory and fight for a chance to live again. If you are willing, I will rescue your family. If they are still alive, as long as the school exists, I will ensure that they live a long and stable life as school citizens within the school's sphere of influence. This was because Zhao Bai saw that the girl was loyal and had endured his punishment just now, so he showed her special mercy. Entering the Chamber of Commerce's laboratory is a life-or-death experience. No rules, no order. Zhao Bai gave Wei Shangyun this glimmer of hope, but whether she could survive depended on her own luck. I do. Wei Shangyun nodded vigorously. Zhao Bai did not kill her entire family, gave her a chance, and helped her protect her family. Wei Shangyun was very moved and felt even more regretful. Now, she really wants to do something to repay Zhao Bai. The girls from the surrounding schools were silent. Their gazes towards Zhao Bai became softer. The principal is so kind. Send it to the Chamber of Commerce. Zhao Bai waved his hand. Yes. The two girls took Wei Shangyun away. Before getting on the bus, Wei Shangyun shouted, "Thank you, principal. I will repay you, I definitely will." The driver was taken away. Zhao Bai opened the back door and looked at Yang Xiaoyang in the car. The white gown was quite long, and Yang Xiaoyang curled up inside it. The gown almost covered her completely, leaving only 2 small feet with pink nail polish. Yang Xiaoyang successfully controlled the long pink hair. She is as delicate as an elf in a fairy tale. It's a pity that it once fell into the hands of demons. The car door opened. A wind carrying the smell of gunpowder blew into the car. Yang Xiaoyang trembled all over and stopped gnawing on her nails. She raised her head and looked at Zhao Bai with some horror. Her white teeth were stained with some blood from her fingers, and her beautiful face was terrified. She looked very pitiful. It's over. It's all over. Zhao Bai took a step back and tried to speak as gently as possible. A trace of confusion flashed across Yang Xiaoyang's beautiful eyes. She had a feeling that Zhao Bai was different from those bad guys. Because those people will go crazy after seeing her. Zhao Bai. Han Wan, take her to our car and try to take care of her. Okay. Han Wan agreed. She took off her black leather windbreaker and wrapped it around Yang Xiaoyang. No. No. Yang Xiaoyang watched Han Wan approaching her, and she struggled violently, shaking her head continuously. Bang! Han Wan reached out and slapped her. Yang Xiaoyang was slapped in the face. Looking at Han Wan's expressionless face, Yang Xiaoyang lowered her head. She stopped struggling and calmed down, allowing Han Wan to wrap her up so that she would not be easily exposed. Han Wan was extremely powerful. She was the school's #1 female warrior. She directly carried Yang Xiaoyang out of the back seat of the Japanese car and brought him back to the school's own fleet car. The corners of Zhao Bai's mouth twitched a few times. Sister Wan is a bit violent now, but it's really useful. It turns out that girls know how to deal with girls better. Everyone, please sit down. The convoy set off for the school. Zhao Bai also pressed the remote detonator of the bomb in the official arsenal. Boom, 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 boom. Buzz. The earth began to tremble violently. This time the explosion was muffled, but it spreads more widely along the land. Sitting in the car, Zhao Bai could clearly feel that the ground was shaking and the tall buildings on the roadside were swaying. The group was shocked. It was obvious that their principal had done something else. This time, it was Han Wan who drove Zhao Bai personally. Han Wan looked back at Zhao Bai, who nodded. Seeing that Zhao Bai understood, Han Wan also nodded. She was originally responsible for starting the car, but now she focused on driving for Zhao Bai. A few minutes ago, the city lord's mansion building. As Zhao Bai took the initiative to end time resumed its flow. The missile almost hit Zhou Mingyang's nose. Not long ago, actually before time stopped, in the perception and cognition of these people, Zhou Mingyang was still praising Zhao Bai with a look of shock on his face. He said, "This boy is indeed resourceful. He's not the deceptive liar I thought he was. Excellent. He has successfully withstood my test. From now on, Zhao Bai will be one of the sharpest swords in City A." Zhou Mingyang is really too cunning. He struggled in the martial arts world, climbed up step by step, established the Zhou family, which was almost the first family in City A, and sat on the throne of the city lord. There were many rumors before. Everyone says that Zhao Bai is extremely powerful, and he is almost praised as a god. Like killing a level 4 mutant zombie with one sword strike. This kind of record is like a 3-year-old baby extinguishing an erupting volcano with a pea. The result was shown like this, but no one saw how Zhao Bai killed the 4th level mutant zombie Fire Lord. There was only the scene of the Fire Lord exploding and Zhao Bai showing off his sword skills with his back to the Fire Lord. And there is no video record of these, just some people's descriptions of what they saw. Zhou Mingyang didn't believe this was true. He thought there was something fishy going on. When Zhou Mingyang takes advantage of one person, he doesn't just take advantage of anybody and makes him put in a lot of effort. So, there was this test. This Xiao Bai had always been at odds with his Zhou family. If Xiao Bai had no ability and failed the test, he would die. Once it's done, you can use it. Let Xiao Bai become the hero of City A and the sharp knife in Zhou Mingyang's hand. Zhou Mingyang was too confident in his ability to manipulate people's hearts. As for this attack, he planned to push out a camouflaged manager among his men and let Xiao Bai kill this man with his own hands, and then take this man's place naturally. But the only thing Zhou Mingyang didn't expect was that he had been in a high position for too long. Now, times have changed, and young people are no longer the same young people as before. Xiao Bai is a rather irritable young man who is not very willing to make progress. After hearing Zhou Mingyang's words, all the middle-aged people in camouflage uniforms at the scene nodded in agreement. Congratulations to the city lord for obtaining the sharp blade. If he can withstand this wave of more than a dozen missiles on his own and successfully fall into the hands of the city lord, he'll be like a human nuclear bomb, a deadly weapon. The city lord will dominate. No, the city lord will save all the people from suffering, and the day is just around the corner. Hee-ha-ha. Zhou Mingyang continued to laugh. The middle-aged people in camouflage uniforms also laughed. From their perspective, they were talking and laughing when suddenly, their eyes blurred and two huge missiles appeared. The scorching heat emitted by the missiles almost instantly burned their faces, and they were cooked to medium rare in an instant. As for why it was not fully cooked, it was not because the temperature of the missile was not high enough, but because there was not enough time. Chapter 150, is this his ability? Before Zhou Mingyang could stop smiling, his pupils suddenly shrank. My old face is in severe pain. The reflection of the giant missile head in his eyeball. Is this Xiao Bai's ability? It happened in the blink of an eye. Zhou Mingyang only had this thought in his mind, and his body could not react in any other way. The tip of the huge missile had already hit his old and weak body. Boom! Missiles exploded, filling almost the entire room with high metal walls. The design of the room, which can be isolated from ordinary artillery fire, makes it look like a huge iron box with the door closed. At the first moment of the explosion, everyone in the room bore almost the entire impact of the explosion. The entire iron box house was filled with flames, and then the iron shell was shattered from the inside out. The majestic and grand City Lord's building, a landmark building in City A, had its top 6 floors torn apart by the huge impact force. The torn iron sheets in the iron box room were blown into pieces like grenade shells, flying in all directions and piercing the bodies of countless soldiers on duty nearby. An indescribable amount of smoke and dust rose up, and large pieces of rubble from buildings that were blown away by the impact fell down, burying everything around them. This thing made a muffled sound in Su Yuyu's mouth. This exploded outside with a huge noise. Even if people within a radius of 200 meters were not killed by the explosion, their brains would be shattered. Even the luckiest ones would have their eardrums shattered and their ears injured, making them unable to hear any sound anymore. Buzz, 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 buzz. What's going on? What happened? Why was the city lord's building blown up? What? What are you talking about? Oh. Quick, quick, quick. Call for reinforcements. Contact the base outside the city and immediately lock onto the enemy. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Go quickly. What? After the missile exploded, the city lord's building had become a ruin. The top 6 floors were shattered, and broken bricks and debris fell everywhere, burying the collapsed buildings below. The remaining guards gradually got up from the ground and began to shout urgently. The soldiers in the distance came quickly. It's a mess. Why didn't the air raid alarm sound? Zhou family villa. When Zhou Minghuang heard the loud noise, he quickly ran to the top of the villa and looked at the collapsed city lord building a kilometer away. His face changed drastically. To be able to blow up such a large building in an instant like this, I'm afraid it must be a missile-level weapon. He knew that the top floor of the city lord's building had been specially reinforced to protect it from artillery fire. Xiao Bai directly stuffed the missile into the house. There is no flight track, so there is no point in the air raid alarm going off. The radar hadn't detected it yet, and the missile exploded before time was restored. The automatic interception device couldn't be triggered. Even if it was triggered, it couldn't intercept the missile and hit the office building. It's too bad that time stopped. Because of this, it has the highest level of SSS evaluation. The giant Li Jin quickly reached the rooftop. Second Master, the city lord's building was attacked. I saw it. Zhou Minghuang's expression became complicated. Li Jin, should I take some people outside the city? Is there a rebellion there? The only remaining heavy weapons in City A are in the official arsenal. As senior members of the Zhou family, Zhou Minghuang and Li Jin both knew the exact location of the official arsenal, which was outside the city. It's the only place within City A that can launch missiles. Won't. Zhou Minghuang shook his head. It can't be theirs. Without the authorization of the Patriarch, the armory is closed and the door cannot be opened. Even the missile truck cannot be driven out. Then could it be? Li Jin thought of a possibility. Zhou Minghuang narrowed his eyes. The biggest variable in City A is him, and only him, Zhao Bai. In the Zhou family, Zhou Mingyang is the only one. Zhou Minghuang, the second son, is specifically responsible for the research project of the Zhou family's underground fortress and assists Zhou Kong at the same time. After Zhou Mingyang woke up, Zhou Minghuang returned to the villa and took over some of the management tasks for Zhou Mingyang. Zhou Minghuang had reminded Zhou Mingyang of how powerful and terrifying Zhao Bai was, but at that time, Zhou Minghuang felt it. As the brother of the Lord of City A for many years, he would not listen to it. Now, as expected, something happened. Li Jin stood up straight. Second Master, what should we do now? The Zhou family cannot be without a leader for a day. Zhou Minghuang's whole body began to tremble. As a big shot, he rarely lost his composure like this. Zhou Mingyang, his elder brother, died. Zhou Minghuang was very sad, but also very excited. This also means that the Zhou family will completely have a new leader. He assisted Zhou Kong before because his elder brother was still alive. Although he was asleep, he would definitely wake up. Zhou Minghuang took a deep breath and wiped away the 2 tears that streamed down his face. Quickly informed the official armory outside the city of what happened here. Gather the family mercenaries and prepare to take over the official armory. Yes. The giant Li Jin's eyes brightened. He turned and strode toward the stairs. And just at this moment, boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions sounded. The entire city of A was shaking like an earthquake. The ground was really trembling and the tall buildings were shaking. Zhou Minghuang looked in the direction of the explosion, and the excitement that had just appeared on his old face disappeared instantly. Li Jin's eyes widened. That direction. His eyes were as big as egg yolk pies. Li Jin took out his cell phone and made a quick call. I called several different numbers in succession, but none of them went through. Li Jin, outside the city, the call is not working. Zhou Minghuang's eyes shifted. This Zhao Bai is far stronger than I could possibly imagine. He's also incredibly daring. He blew up the city lord and destroyed the weapons depot. City A is in complete chaos. Li Jin, then we. Zhou Minghuang, let Zhou Kong out. Second uncle, second uncle. A silly female voice came. Then, a fat figure ran up from below. Li Jin lowered his head. Miss Yun. Yunner. Zhou Minghuang looked over, a hint of tenderness appearing on his old face. Zhou Yun, a chubby girl in a red skirt, hurriedly pointed in the direction of the city lord's building. Uncle, something happened. My father asked me to go to the city lord's building to get something for someone. I ate too much barbecue yesterday and had diarrhea, so I was delayed. When I was driving over, the city lord's building exploded. I don't dare call my father. Where can I get that thing? Uncle, do you know? Zhou Minghuang. What else can I take or give away? Your father is dead. You're too scared to call him. Zhou Minghuang sighed. No need to send it off. That's not good. Zhou Yun pinched the wrinkles of her skirt at the waist. Father rarely lets me do things. If I don't do it well, will he scold me? No. Zhou Minghuang had a headache. When the building exploded, your father was also inside. Oh. Zhou Yun subconsciously agreed. Then she was shocked. Huh. Boom. Suddenly, a thunder sounded. A red cloud quickly expanded in the sky. Enter the underground fortress. Zhou Minghuang's face changed drastically. He shouted and walked down quickly. Find someone to release Zhou Kong and have him negotiate with Zhao Bai. There's definitely a misunderstanding here. We, the Zhou family, are one family. Zhou Mingyang, who had a feud with him, is already dead. We're willing to pay compensation. Chapter 151 Return Gift. Da-da-da-da. The remaining guards on the ground took up their weapons and fired into the sky. Red cloud. The red clouds are as red as blood, so red that they seem to be dripping with blood at any time. Large patches of red clouds rubbed against each other, and thunder was heard, but the light of the lightning was a terrifying blood color. This is not the first day of the apocalypse. The soldiers have experienced a lot of things, and they already know what is in the sky. It is a mutated zombie. Mutated zombies at school. A disaster is about to happen. SHHHHHHH. Gunshots continue to ring out. But how big are the clouds in the sky? It is rapidly expanding and growing, covering more area at low altitude. Ordinary bullets, even artillery shells, when fired, are like hitting the air. If you can't hurt the main body of the Lord of Resentment, then there will be almost no damage. If you can hurt the main body of the Lord of Resentment, then the damage will be pitifully small. The current Lord of Resentment has devoured and digested most of the largest fire lords. Compared to when he was above the mechanical and electrical market in City A, it was much stronger than before. He, or rather it, had reached the maximum level 3. Once the Fire Lord's energy is completely digested, he will be promoted to a level 4 mutant zombie. The current Lord of Resentment is too powerful. What happened? What on earth happened? Why did the office building suddenly explode? Why did the mutated zombies in the school suddenly attack us? Can someone tell me what happened? Woohoo! Didn't the Zhou family and the school form an alliance? What does Zhao Bai want to do? No, I don't want to die. I just joined the Zhou family as a mercenary. I haven't started doing whatever I want yet. No, it's too late. We are no match for that mutant zombie. That Zhao Bai would never attack without reason. City Lord Zhou Mingyang can't even see the real situation clearly. It must be that this idiot City Lord provoked Zhao Bai, who he shouldn't have provoked. This is what harmed us. He's even worse than his son Zhou Kong, the head of the family. It's a mess. Seeing the blood-red clouds covering the sky, the mercenaries' mentality collapsed. Human power. Even with guns, how can they defeat the mutated zombies whose strength is so unimaginable? Furthermore, the city's main building was blown up and turned into ruins. Their master, City Lord Zhou Mingyang, who had the demeanor of a king when he woke up, was buried in the ruins just after waking up for a while. It is estimated that there is not even a large piece of his body left. After discovering that shooting into the sky was useless, how could they continue to maintain their mentality? The guards in City A are different from the mercenaries. They are more reliable than those mercenaries who were captured men, but because they are trusted by Zhou Mingyang, they are stationed in front and behind the office building. Wherever Zhou Mingyang went, they followed and protected him. But even so, the guards were almost wiped out. Most of them were killed by the buildings blown away by the missile explosion. Those who were not killed were seriously injured by the shock, and their ears became useless. Most of the remaining dozens of guards were bleeding from all 7 orifices. After they had fired all the bullets in their guns into the sky, they put down their guns. Some just sat on the ground. I have a spare magazine, but I don't change it. They lay flat. Those who had cigarettes almost lit their last cigarette. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Zhou Minghuang cursed loudly and pushed aside some people who were rushing to the underground bunker. Seeing that it was Zhou Minghuang who was speaking, those people quickly suppressed the anger on their faces, did not dare to refute, and tried their best to move themselves closer to the wall. Wow! Zhou Minghuang and others haven't run away yet. The Lord of Resentment has completed the cloud condensation, and heavy rain falls instantly. It is a covering rain, and the range of the rain is only in the sky above the City Lord's compound. Oh, it hurts so much. The rain falls. Screams were heard. This rain is a blood rain, and the blood rain falls, corroding everything. The guards of the City Lord's mansion and the Zhou family mercenaries encountered a rain of blood. It was a heart-wrenching pain. Their heads, shoulders, and bodies, wherever the blood rain came into contact with them, a blood hole 2 or 3 centimeters deep was corroded inside, and the blood continued to corrode slowly downwards. In the blink of an eye, several large holes were corroded in his skull, and his brain was corroded through, but because the speed was too fast, he did not die instantly. The fear and pain that burst out in the moment before death are truly terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the area around the ruins of the City Lord's building had become a hell on earth. The screams rang out in unison and then quickly disappeared. Walla walla. The bloody rain was heavy. The fallen guards and mercenaries were immediately riddled with holes and blood, and were rapidly corroded and rotting. The ruins, cement, construction waste, and even the very beautiful and elegant marble floor tiles in the City Lord's courtyard could not withstand the blood rain and were smashed, with countless big holes by the blood rain. Blood rose, and the blood and blood rain flowed together. Red smoke rose within the City Lord's courtyard, and no living creature within that range would survive. The blood rain flowed in through the cracks in the ruins, and all the survivors at the bottom of the building were killed one by one under the guidance of the Lord of Resentment. Not a single one left. This was arranged by Zhao Bai as a return gift to the City Lord Zhou Mingyang. As the saying goes, it is impolite not to reciprocate. Zhou Mingyang tested him by sending large trucks, a rain of drones, and missiles to their fleet. Then Zhao Bai also gave them a rain. Zhao Bai was making his cards clear. He was announcing that Zhou Mingyang was dead. He was the one who did it. He, Zhao Bai, slaughtered all the people in the City Lord's building. No matter what Nima's purpose is, this is the price he has to pay for taking action against him and the people in his school. When the blood rain came, Zhou Minghuang had not yet run away. He looked through the window and saw the entire process of the blood ring. Seeing that not a drop of blood had fallen in the villa area, he stopped running downstairs. He already knew in his heart that Zhao Yibai was taking revenge on Zhou Mingyang. Perhaps because of Zhou Ying, the Zhou family was not implicated. If an attack of this level were to come, there would be no way to escape. Zhou Minghuang's old face was pale. Buzz! Suddenly, a huge voice rang out. Zhou Mingyang attacked the school convoy, and the school retaliated. If the Zhou family refuses to comply, the entire Zhou family and city A will be wiped out tomorrow. The Lord of Resentment's huge voice was like the sound of God, deafening and echoing throughout the land. Half a minute ago, there was a panic in the Zhou family villa complex. Zhou Zhe ran into Zhou Kang's room in the underground castle with the roasted lamb leg in one hand. Brother Kong, your father is dead. Second uncle asked me to tell you that you can leave now. What? Zhou Kong quickly came to the door. Zhou Zhe, what are you talking about? Is it so easy for an old man to die? Zhou Zhe's arm was still wrapped in white gauze. He took a bite of the lamb leg and said, well, maybe I heard it wrong, or maybe your mother is dead. Zhou Kong. At this moment, the huge voice of the Lord of Resentment rang out. Zhou Kong was stunned. Is the old man really dead? That's great, great. He died for good. It's my turn to take over the Zhou family. Zhou Kong was overjoyed. Zhou Runkai, let me out quickly. Our time has come. Zhou Run. After shouting subconsciously, Zhou Kong suddenly remembered that Zhou Runkai was dead. He's a superdog. Afraid of death, the one who should not die will die. Dang. A mercenary brought a key and unlocked the door. Young master, the second master asked you to negotiate with Zhao Yibai. The head of the family is dead. There is a misunderstanding between us and the school. We are willing to meet any compensation the school asks for. The door opened. Zhou Kong grabbed the mercenary by the collar and said, tell me how Zhou Runkai died. Tell the truth. From today on, you will take over Zhou Runkai's position as team leader. You will be my confidant, enjoying endless wealth and glory. You will be second only to me and above everyone else. Chapter 152. You have grown up. Young master, Mercenary Ma Sheng is a thin and small young man with a metal collar from the Zhou family on his neck. Because of his thin stature, dark skin, and little fighting ability, he was bullied by his teammates and was sent to take care of Zhou Kong, the volatile powder keg. Staying with Zhou Kong is very risky. Especially Zhou Kong, who was locked up to recuperate. Don't tell. Seeing the mercenary hesitating in front of him, Zhou Kong laughed sarcastically. It doesn't matter whether this person speaks or not. Looking at his appearance, Zhou Kong was certain that there was something strange about Zhou Runkai's death. It was definitely not an external attack. The only person who could have allowed his biological father Zhou Mingyang to lie and cover up for him was Zhou Minghuang. Ma Sheng cried and said, Master, I really can't tell you. If I tell you, not only will I die, but my whole family will die. Please be kind and spare my life. Tell me the answer and I'll give you a shot. If you don't, you'll die. Zhou Kong threw out huge benefits. Ma Sheng's face changed, and he hurriedly said, it was second master Zhou Minghuang. That night, I happened to be on duty. You, young master, were seriously injured and were brought here by team leader Zhou Runkai. Team leader Zhou and second master had a big conflict. Team leader Zhou believed that second master deliberately pushed Wang Weiwei into Zhao Yibai and had planned it all along to turn you into a superpower and lose your inheritance rights to the Zhou family. Team leader Zhou put a gun to second master's head in an attempt to control him, but was shot dead by Li Jin, who rushed over. When Zhou Kong heard this, tears immediately welled up in his eyes. You're fucking bullshitting. Zhou Runkai is a coward. He's never fired a single shot in his life. He thinks guns are scary. It's hard for him to kill a woman or a child. How dare he put a gun to Zhou Minghuang's head? Who sent you as an undercover agent to sow discord between me and my second uncle? No, master, everything I said is true. Ma Sheng waved his hands quickly. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Ma Sheng's head exploded, and blood splattered all over Zhou Kang's face. On Zhou Kang's pale face, Ma Sheng's blood looked particularly scarlet. Oh! Zhou Zhe yelled. He rushed towards Li Jin, the 2.3-meter-tall giant, who fired the gun. You bastard monster! You bad guy! Compensate me for the roasted leg of lamb. Compensate me for the roasted leg of lamb. Oh! Who is Zhou Zhe? He is Zhou Ying's younger brother, who was once used by Zhou Kong to threaten Zhou Ying and broke his arm. The Zhou family has the best medical conditions in City A. After the operation, the patient is almost in good condition. Of course, this will undoubtedly have an impact on lifting heavy objects in the future. Master, you are very sober. Li Jin ignored Zhou Zhe, who was not even as tall as his knees. He looked at Zhou Kong and grinned. There were still pieces of bloodstained steak stuck in the gaps between Li Jin's big yellow teeth. His smile looked very ugly, and it seemed like a somewhat cruel smile. Team leader Zhou Runkai died in the attack. This is a fact. You have to understand that the city lord is dead. A smart person should know what the truth is. Zhou Kong smiled and reached out to touch the still hot blood on his face. Compensate Zhou Zhe with a roasted leg of lamb. Li Jin agreed. Yes. After agreeing, he turned and left. Zhou Kong bent down, picked up the gun from Ma Sheng's body, and pointed the gun at the back of Li Jin's head as he left. Li Jin sensed something. He paused and stopped, but he did not look back. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. Ha ha ha. Zhou Kong pretended to fire a gun, simulated the sound with his mouth, and then burst into laughter. He put the pistol on his back. Li Jin's face turned pale. He raised his head and walked outside. Zhou Kong narrowed his eyes. If he didn't squint, others would see murderous intent in his eyes that was so strong that it was about to overflow. Zhou Runkai, you idiot. Why are you so brave when you shouldn't be brave? Can't you just wait until I wake up? Not long after, Zhou Kong took Zhou Zhe out of the underground bunker. Because Zhao Bai has become too powerful recently, and Zhou Zhe is Zhou Ying's younger brother, Zhou Zhe, who was originally a marginalized kid, now has the power to run around in core areas such as the Zhou Zhe Villa complex and even the underground fortress. Moderately prosperous. In the living room of the Zhou family's main villa. Seeing Zhou Kong and Zhou Zhe come in, Zhou Minghuang raised his head and greeted them. Zhou Kong smiled and stared at Zhou Minghuang. Second uncle. Seeing that Zhou Kong was still looking at him, Zhou Minghuang slowly realized that he was sitting in the main seat. It was the place where Zhou Kong sat before. Did you get it? Your father passed away at the hands of Zhao Yibai at the school. Zhou Minghuang looked directly at Zhou Kong, but he did not stand up to offer his seat. What Li Jin said in the villa before really touched his heart. Zhou Runkai misunderstood him. He was really killed accidentally by Li General in the past. He had always been loyal to the Zhou family because he knew his brother, Zhou Mingyang, too well. And now, Zhou Mingyang is dead. The missile exploded inside the house. More mutated zombies under Zhao Yibai came and brought a bloody rain. Not only Zhou Mingyang, but also Zhou Mingyang's direct guards died in that disaster. The reason why Zhou Minghuang assisted Zhou Kong, the second-generation rich man, before was because of Zhou Mingyang. Now it is different. No. Zhou Kong glanced at the giant Li Jin standing behind Zhou Minghuang, then walked over to the guest seat and sat down. He was still a little weak and walked with a limp. But because he is a person with special abilities, his recovery ability is more than twice as fast as that of ordinary people. If a mortal were injured like this, it would probably take at least half a year for him to recover to Zhou Kang's current condition. Contact Zhao Yibai. I will. Zhou Runkai's death was indeed the result of an attack. It's just a younger brother. It's okay, second uncle. I have many younger brothers. Look, isn't Zhou Zhe the same? Zhou Kong looked indifferent. Zhou Minghuang nodded. You have grown up. He thought Zhou Kong would make a fuss. But now it is obvious that Zhou Kong is not the same Zhou Kong as before. Zhou Minghuang felt somewhat relieved. Xiao Kong, I'm the boss of the Zhou family. I won't treat you unfairly. I've watched you grow up. From now on, you should work hard and be my right-hand man. Zhou Kong stood up and bowed. Zhou Kong will definitely live up to my uncle's expectations. Okay, very good. Zhou Minghuang nodded. I'm glad you don't resist the change of identity. Zhou Kong smiled broadly. In a family, the rich and powerful take the lead and become the king. This has been the case since ancient times. Just in time, I have a piece of good news for you. Zhou Minghuang stood up. I'm planning to marry Zhou Yun to Li General since today is worse than tomorrow. Let's do it today. We'll prepare the banquet later, and you can take care of it. Zhou Yun stood in the corner, holding a half-eaten honeydew melon in her hand. When she heard about her upcoming marriage, she was stunned. Notify. Zhou Kong smiled and shook his head, saying, Unfortunately, Zhou Ying contacted me a while ago, saying she was too lonely and bored at school. She wanted me to send Zhou Yun over to keep her company and serve Zhao Yibai together. Oh no, I was wrong. Since you are the new head of the family, the head of the family is the most important. I will reject Zhao Yibai's request right now. You, the new head of the family, will ask Zhao Yibai's woman to marry Li Jin. Chapter 153 Zhou Yun. Nonsense. Zhou Kong, are you trying to ruin my plans? Li Jin was furious. He is Zhou Minghuang's absolute confidant. Now he is very clear that Zhou Kong has lost power, and he has no respect for Zhou Kong anymore. Zhou Yun, not good looking. A chubby woman. Li Jin didn't like her either. But Zhou Yun has the purest blood of the Zhou family flowing in her body. With such a marriage relationship, Li Jin will be able to climb higher in the huge power machine of the Zhou family, break through the restriction of outsiders at the top of the Zhou family and enter the core layer. If Zhou Minghuang wants to fully control the Zhou family, he needs Li Jin to break through to the top and become his right-hand man. The Zhou family is very big. Not only the main lineage Zhou Mingyang's family, but also his second brother's lineage, and there are many main lineage brothers below. There are also many side branches. Even though many people died in the apocalypse, but there are still some alive. If Zhou Minghuang wants to truly become the head of the Zhou family, he still needs the approval of those people. Before that, Zhou Kong will still be the young master of the Zhou family and the heir to the head of the Zhou family. It is particularly important that confidants can do things at the top level. Zhou Kong grinned at Li Jin. If it were in the past, if Li Jin dared to talk to him like this, he would have died 8 times already. Without him saying anything, Zhou Runkai jumped out and took care of the other party directly. But now, it is really like a tiger in plain land being bullied by a dog. You're wrong. Li General, it's you who wants to ruin Principal Zhao Yibai's plans. Li Jin's eyes were about to spit fire. Don't use chicken feathers as a token of authority. Zhou Minghuang's eyes changed, and he said with a slightly scolding tone, Xiaokong, what are you doing? Li Jin is strong and healthy. In the end times, he is a good home for Zhou Yun. If she follows him, she will have enough food and clothing, and she will live a prosperous life. Zhou Minghuang is an old fox, and he knows very well that Zhao Yibai would not be interested in this little fat girl. However, he was also worried that Zhou Ying really needed someone to talk to. Zhao Yibai's value in City A is too high now, and Zhou Minghuang doesn't dare to gamble. Zhao Yibai was not easy to deal with, as he had already experienced at the celebration banquet. Zhou Kong was the person Zhao Yibai had the most contact with in the Zhou family, and he was the one who facilitated Zhou Ying's marriage. That's good. Zhou Kong smiled, but then he shook his head. But I don't want my sister to marry a short-lived man. It's not good to be a widow. Li Jin, what do you mean? Zhou Kong. After awakening my lightning ability, I had a strong premonition. I have a feeling that you, Li Jin, will not live long. Yes, because I will kill you at all costs. Li Jin, you killed Zhou Runkai. Your life is now in countdown. Court death. Li Jin widened his eyes and walked towards Zhou Kong. Zhou Minghuang scolded. Li Jin. Li Jin stopped and stood there, still very angry. Zhou Minghuang looked at Zhou Kong. Xiaokong, I watched you grow up. Do we really have to be so unhappy? Zhou Kong. Second uncle, I'm telling the truth. Our Zhou family can't afford to offend Zhao Yibai now. Zhou Minghuang's face darkened. He looked at the chubby girl Zhou Yun and said, Yun'er, tell me, do you want to marry Li Jin, or do you want to die suddenly from illness? Zhou Kang's pupils shrank. Old man, you are really cruel. Since she died of illness, she naturally couldn't marry Zhao Yibai. Zhou Yun's chubby face trembled, and the melon in her hand no longer tasted fragrant. She did not answer immediately, but looked at Zhou Kong for help. Zhou Minghuang's tone became more serious. See what he does. Second uncle will never harm you. Do you want to be disobedient like your brother? Tell your brother that you are willing to marry Li Jin. Zhou Yun has always been a marginalized person in the Zhou family. When Zhou Mingyang was still alive, he really disliked his daughter. Zhou Kong was very arrogant and had no good feelings towards his half-sister who was lazy, fat, and gluttonous. Zhou Yun usually eats and drinks in her own villa. Unless she is specifically invited, she is not qualified to attend some formal occasions of the Zhou family. In the eyes of everyone, Zhou Yun is a good girl who is very easy to control. Choose between death and marrying Li Jin. Zhou Kong sighed. I won't marry. Zhou Yun shook her head. Li Jin, what? Zhou Kong was stunned. You are worthy of being my sister Zhou Kong. You would rather die than surrender. Yes, that's how it should be. Zhou Minghuang. Zhou Yun, have you thought it through? Zhou Yun put the melon down and wiped her hands with a few tissues. I told you I won't marry. I won't marry Li Jin. He's uglier than me. Li Jin. You. Bang. Zhou Minghuang slammed the table. Zhou Yun, do you think you are good looking? Zhou Yun's disobedience was beyond Zhou Minghuang's expectations and made him lose face. This was the first time he and his nephew Zhou Kong had fought each other. Zhou Yun. I know I'm ugly, but I can't accept marrying someone uglier than me. Zhou Minghuang, I respect you. You're my second uncle. I don't respect you. This is our Zhou family. This is my home. I'm the host, and you're the guest. Zhou Minghuang, Zhou Kong, and Li Jin were all silent. Zhou Minghuang. Someone come. Second master. Several mercenaries rushed into the living room. Zhou Minghuang gave them a look, and all of them raised their guns and pointed them at Zhou Yun. Zhou Minghuang, who is the master? The expression on Zhou Yunpeng's face changed, but then she stepped onto the coffee table, took out her mobile phone, and made a video call directly. I said I am. With a ding sound, the video call was connected. Zhou Yun raised the phone towards Zhou Minghuang. The screen was turned towards Zhou Minghuang, and immediately, the video beautification function took effect. On the screen, Zhou Mingyang looked like an alien with a pointed chin and big eyes, and his skin was as white as if he had been soaked in the river for 3 days. In the enlarged frame of the video link is Zhou Ying. She has her hair tied up casually and is wearing a blue dress. She is not wearing any makeup or beauty filters, but she is so beautiful that it makes people's heart beat faster and they dare not breathe too hard for fear of startling her. Zhou Ying is as beautiful as a painting. When facing people other than Zhao Yibai, she has a natural sense of alienation, beautiful and cold. Zhou Minghuang, why is Xiao Yunyun's phone with you? Ing ha ha ha. Cold sweat broke out on Zhou Minghuang's head, and he burst into laughter. Zhou Ying disdained Zhou Minghuang's flattering smile and said, "We're not that familiar. Calling you Inger sounds disgusting. Please call me Zhou Ying, or call me Madame Zhao." The muscles on Zhou Minghuang's old face twitched wildly, but he suppressed his anger and said respectfully, "Mrs. Zhao." Zhou Ying put her hands on her hips and said, "Zhou Minghuang, tell me in front of my sister Ying, if I don't choose to marry Li Jin, will I die of illness?" Zhou Minghuang smiled and said, "No, since it's Madame Zhao who needs company, I'll prepare a car, bring some gifts, and send her to school." Li Jin was anxious. "Second master." "Shut up," Zhou Minghuang scolded. "Zhou Ying, send it here. By the way, bring a gift of apology and compensation. My master is very unhappy with the actions of the city lord's mansion. He has already given me face by not completely destroying the Zhou family." Zhou Minghuang said respectfully, "Yes." Chapter 154 Brother-in-law. Zhou Yun is gone. When she left, she took the half piece of melon she hadn't finished eating with her and ate it as she walked. The Zhou family lost a large amount of gold, silver, and jewelry. Follow Zhou Yun. Zhou Kong watched the long convoy leave with a sarcastic smile on his face. In prosperous times, we didn't realize it, but now it's a chaotic world. It's really like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their magical powers. Zhou Yun, who always looked innocent and submissive, actually learned to bully others with his power. This was beyond his expectations and caught Zhou Minghuang, the old fox, off guard. What Zhou Kong said was originally a lie to Zhou Minghuang. Zhou Kong has no brotherly feelings for Zhou Yun, neither before the end of the world nor now. He doesn't let her marry Li Jin, not because Li Jin looks like a monster, but simply because he doesn't want Zhou Minghuang and Li Jin to have it too easy and to not let Li Jin climb too high. If the position is too high, it will no longer be easy to kill. Li Jin also came to the door and looked at Zhou Kong with murderous intent in his big eyes. Zhou Yun ran away. The cooked duck flew away. His chance of becoming a relative of the Zhou family also disappeared. Zhou Kong turned around and saw the murderous look in Zhou Kang's eyes, and he smiled. "Even Zhou Yun thinks you're ugly, so go back to school." Li Jin strode to Zhou Kang's front. As he walked, he brought a fishy wind, which blew Zhou Kang's long hair up, just like a hair dryer at the highest wind. "Zhou Kong, your father is dead, not in the past. You'd better not fall into my hands." Li Jin spoke with gritted teeth. As he spoke, he put his big hand on Zhou Kang's shoulder and grabbed it hard. Click, click, click. There was a sound of bones dislocating. The thin Zhou Kong still looked at Li Jin with a faint smile on his face, and the smile was slightly playful. Snort. Li Jin snorted coldly and turned away. For some reason, he felt that the useless Zhou Kang's eyes were a little cold, and a trace of fear rose in his heart. But when he thought that Zhou Minghuang would soon take power, he was no longer afraid. Night falls. Zhou Kong came to the mass grave and began to look for Zhou Ruinkai's body. "Assholes, you bastards, you actually left his body here. Mass graves don't smell good in the summer." Many corpses were dumped here. Those that had been there for a long time had already fermented, their stomachs swollen hugely, and they looked like they were about to explode. Some had already exploded, with maggots crawling everywhere. The stench here is disgusting. Runkai. Zhou Kong searched desperately. But there are too many corpses here. Zhou Kong couldn't be found. There are not only human corpses here, but also zombie fragments. Zhou Kong returned empty-handed. He was accompanied by 6 escort mercenaries sent by Zhou Minghuang, protecting his safety at all times. It is said to be protection, but in fact it is surveillance. After returning home, Zhou Kong drank a lot of cheap beer and fell into a deep sleep. With his changed status, he could no longer drink high-end foreign liquor with ice. Even though he was a person with superpowers, he had no way to train his energy and was always in a state of deficit, no different from an ordinary person. When Zhou Kong was drunk and fell asleep, Li Jin came. Li Jin was also drunk. He believed that Zhou Kong had deprived him of his chance to succeed. "Zhou Kong, you killed your sister and left me without a wife. So, you should be your sister's bride. Li Jin knew that he couldn't kill Zhou Kong, but it was not impossible for him to take some revenge that Zhou Kong couldn't say. By the time Zhou Minghuang officially became the head of the family, Zhou Kong was completely useless. Li Jin, I'm going to kill you. City, a women's university. The Zhou family's convoy successfully drove into the school gate. When Zhao Bai was on a business trip, the school gate had been welded and reinforced, with an iron door frame welded on. The gate was made of thick iron and was opened and closed by a diesel engine. Zhou Yun sat in the passenger seat of the first car, looking at the legendary school curiously. She didn't see a single man. It seems that all the students in school are girls. The gatekeepers and patrollers are women. The wandering zombies are all female. There are a lot of zombies here, and they are densely packed inside, but these zombies do not actively attack people. They came, but did not attack. Instead, they walked into the teaching building in the distance in an orderly manner, as if controlled by something. The street lights on various sections of the campus were on, and many lights in the office buildings were also on. Here is a rare quiet night in the end times. Here I come. Zhou Ying came down in person. Sister Ying. Zhou Ying opened the car door, jumped out, and ran quickly to Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying wanted to say something like, "You've lost weight." But Zhou Ying didn't seem to have lost weight at all. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, she seemed to have gained more than 10 pounds. So she said directly, "Just stay at school from now on." Zhou Ying nodded vigorously. Sisters, accept the compensation. Immediately, people from the school came forward and took over the more than 20 carts of gold, silver, and other items. In the end times, money has lost its function. Things like gold and antiques, because of their scarcity, are still hard currencies even though their value has depreciated compared to food. These are the only things the Zhou family can compensate for. Because a large amount of resources in the warehouse of the A City agricultural products wholesale market had already been taken away by Zhao Bai, they couldn't take out a large amount of food or something else even if they wanted to. According to custom, the Zhou family's mercenaries came in cars with resources and left barefoot, barebacks, and in shorts. For ordinary people in City A, seeing the Zhou family mercenaries is like seeing heaven. At school, the Zhou family mercenaries were not treated as human beings. Resources are stored in the warehouse. Principal's office. Zhao Bai had seen these things from a god's perspective, but with the things in the official arsenal, he simply looked down on these ordinary things. Just go directly into the warehouse that was cleared out by the school. The important things are all placed in his system space. After a while, Zhou Ying came up with Zhou Yun. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door. Zhao Bai, come in. Hearing the sound, Zhou Ying brought Zhou Yun into the room. Principal, this is my cousin Zhou Yun. When there were outsiders present, Zhou Ying would address Zhao Bai by his title. Zhao Bai glanced at Zhou Yun, a plump girl about 160 or 170 pounds. However, because she came from a wealthy family, although she was a little plump, she was very delicate, well-dressed, and had a good temperament. It can be vaguely seen that if she loses weight, she will definitely be a beauty. She has great potential. Zhao Bai nodded. Zhou Yun said weakly, brother-in-law? Zhao Bai looked over and found it somewhat amusing. It was the first time he was addressed like that. Well, Zhou Yunyuan smiled faintly. Brother-in-law, I didn't come here empty-handed. Zhao Bai looked at Zhou Yun's empty hands, then raised his eyes to look at Zhou Yun's face with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Wait a moment. Zhou Yun turned his back, fumbled around for a while, and then took out a waterproof bag. Inside it was faintly visible a thumb-sized chip. Brother-in-law, I'm serious about coming over to you. Chapter 155 Control Terminal. What? Zhao Yi's eyelids twitched. Zhou Yun is really ruthless. She knows how to hide things. Most people would never be able to guess where this thing is hidden. A serious look appeared on Zhou Yun's chubby face. The Zhou family's main chip that controls the mercenary equipment. If you connect it to an electronic device, you can control the life and death of the Zhou family's mercenaries, and even kill them all with a single click. Zhao Bai was shocked. No. Fat girl. How are you? Are you trying to defy heaven? Zhao Bai had no expression on his face, but he was genuinely shocked. This Zhou Yun looks cute and brainless, but is actually so powerful? Zhou Ying was also stunned. Xiao Yun, how did you get this thing? Zhou Yun laughed and said, when Zhou Kong was locked up, Zhou Mingyang thought this thing was in Zhou Kang's hands. Zhou Kong thought that this thing was taken away by Zhou Mingyang. In fact, I took away the chip and destroyed the host. Living in the last days, one should always have some means to protect himself, otherwise, he will be at the mercy of others. Zhou Minghuang wanted me to marry Li Jin and help Li Jin get to the top. Fortunately, Sister Ying saved me, otherwise I would have used this trump card to threaten him. Now that you're at school, Sister Ing and her husband are both good people and will definitely treat me well. I'm willing to give this to you. Is Zhou Yun stupid? She has a way to control the Zhou family mercenaries. She can hide them but actively send things out. Ambitious people would think Zhou Yun is stupid. Zhou Yun thinks she is smart. She bet on Zhao Bai. Use this gift to gain a little favor. Zhao Bai also thinks that Zhou Yun is smart and thinks she is very smart. Okay, thank you. Zhao Bai walked over and took the waterproof bag with a smile. The small chip in the waterproof bag is very light, but it concerns the life and death of thousands of mercenaries of the Zhou family. To the Zhou family, it is as heavy as Mount Tai. This was a big surprise. Originally, he just wanted to open his mouth to eat more. Zhou Ying's sister is his sister. Zhou Yun grinned. You are amazing. Zhou Ying knew the importance of this thing and praised Zhou Yun. Zhao Bai. Zhou Ying arranged for Zhou Yun to stay and give her the treatment of a team leader. Yes. Zhou Ying nodded and left with Zhou Yun. Not long after, Yu Yurong brought the top student Qin Jiangjiang into the principal's office. After returning to school, Yu Yurong changed into a loose white blouse with small straps, paired with a short skirt, and stepped on thick-soled brown slippers, looking very cool. Despite her simple attire, she had an extremely good figure and was quite eye-catching. It's pleasing to the eyes. The main area of this school, at the team member level and above, is full of girls, so the only one who can be raised is Zhao Bai's. Well, the Lord of Resentment is not a human being. Gizi and Aunt Nyo's grandson are both children, so they cannot be considered men. Prisoners of war who are lower than the level of squad members have no freedom and are not considered human beings. Zhao Bai took a few subconscious glances. It's really eye-catching. Yu Yurong noticed Zhao Bai's gaze, and she smiled slightly with the corners of her mouth curved. Headmaster. Qin Jiangjiang greeted respectfully. Sit. Zhao Bai walked to the reception area and made a gesture of invitation. Thanks. Qin Jiangjiang thanked him respectfully and sat in the sofa guest area. Da-da-da-da. Chen Shiuru came in high heels and brought freshly boiled hot water. Zhao Bai poured Qin Jiangjiang a cup of hot water. Da-da-da-da. Chen Shiuru wore high heels, threw a coquettish glance at Yu Yurong, and walked out twisting her body. Make a fire. Yu Yurong looked at the back, smiled, and shook her head. Chen Shiuru is a natural-born secretary and is perfectly suited for this position. When leaving, Chen Shiuru considerately closed the two heavy doors of the principal's office. Thank you. Qin Jiangjiang picked up the water cup, but it was a little hot, so she put it down again. Jiangjiang, don't be nervous. I don't eat people. Zhao Bai held his forehead, feeling a little ashamed. Oh. Qin Jiangjiang nodded like a little chicken pecking at rice. It was late at night, so Zhao Bai didn't make tea. He poured tea for Qin Jiangjiang. Qin Jiangjiang, who was of lower status, couldn't refuse to drink it, but if she drank it, how could she sleep at night? It's just simple hot water. Jiangjiang, are you worried about something? Yu Yurong was considerate, and she sat down in the seat next to Qin Jiangjiang. She remembered that Qin Jiangjiang had never been so afraid of Zhao Bai before. Qin Jiangjiang hesitated again and again, then lowered her head and said, I'm not quite ready yet. Ha. Yu Yurong laughed when he heard this. Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Bai coughed a few times, feeling a little embarrassed. What does this person think of Zhao Bai? Qin Jiangjiang lowered her head even lower. Yu Yurong put his arm around Qin Jiangjiang's shoulders and said, this is serious business. Oh. Qin Jiangjiang was stunned and secretly glanced at Zhao Bai. Her face turned red. I'm sorry. Zhao Bai put the chip on the tea table. Look at how this thing connects to electronic equipment. Good. It's not that kind of thing. Qin Jiangjiang breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that she doesn't want to. It's just that it's really inconvenient for her. Relatives are coming. She was afraid that Zhao Bai would be unhappy when he saw his relatives, and she was also afraid that if she used relatives as an excuse to refuse, Zhao Bai would think she was making excuses, so she was very nervous. It's business, not that kind of thing. After a slight disappointment in her heart, Qin Jiangjiang immediately became calm and composed, straightened her back, and spoke louder. Okay, wait a moment. Qin Jiangjiang took out his cell phone and made a call, asking the people below to deliver some things. Soon, the things were delivered. Qin Jiangjiang disassembled a USB flash drive, used soldering wire to connect the chips together with the USB interface, and then plugged the USB interface into the laptop that had just been delivered. Ding dong. A square pop-up window popped up on the laptop screen. Do you want to install the Zhou Family Mercenary Control System Terminal? Qin Jiangjiang clicked Install. Soon, the software was installed successfully and entered the full-screen state directly. The main page is a map. There are many bright red dots on the map. Qin Jiangjiang turned the laptop screen towards Zhao Yibai. Principal, it's done. Zhao Yibai looked over, slid the mouse, and enlarged the map. Suddenly, he could see the specific locations of all the Zhou family mercenaries alive in City A. Click on the red dot to view your personal information. There is a dialogue with the collar and a kill function. In the main menu, there are also group dialogue and group killing functions. Nice. Zhao Yibai unplugged the U-disc, and the entire page disappeared immediately. This means that he now controls the lifelines of all Zhou family mercenaries in City A. Thanks for your hard work. Qin Jiangjiang shook her head. It's not hard. Zhao Yibai looked at Yu Yurong and said, tomorrow, I will take Zhouing back to the Zhou family to verify whether this thing works or not. You stay at home. Good. Yu Yurong nodded. Zhao Yibai, Jiang, go get busy first. Yeah. Qin Jiangjiang took a sip of hot water, put down the cup, and left the principal's office. Zhao Yibai watched Qin Jiangjiang leave, and the door closed. He looked at Yu Yurong. Yu Yurong reached out and touched Zhao Yibai's forehead. With her other hand, she poured some hot water and took a sip. Go check out that new pink-haired girl. Chapter 156 Retribution. Drink hot water. Zhao Yibai understood immediately. Am I such a vulgar person? Zhao Yibai patted Yu Yurong for a moment. Then he took a few more shots. Okay, then you should rest early. Zhao Yibai walked out of the principal's office with his hands behind his back. Bad guy. Yu Yurong spat. I can't drink hot water anymore. I want to drink something cold. Zhao Yibai sniffed and handed. This country is one. Thinking that Yang Xiaoyang, who was rescued from the official arsenal, had not been fed yet, Zhao Yibai asked about the location arranged by Chen Shuuru and went downstairs. Han Wan arranged for him to live in the dormitory building. Speaking of which, this was Zhao Yibai's first time going to the dormitory building. Well, I'm talking about the school dormitory building, not the previous dormitory building. Thinking about it, I feel a little excited. There is a difference between a dormitory building with zombies and a dormitory building with only humans living in it. The journey is not far. Zhao Yi walked there on his white legs. The street lights in the campus were very bright, and the ones that were not in good condition had been replaced. Ho ho ho. There are many zombies wandering around on the road. But they don't roar. At most they make some heavy breathing sounds, which are not loud and cannot be heard from a distance. The campus is relatively quiet. There were a lot of bloodstains and body parts on the ground from the previous battles, but now they have been almost cleaned up. Some dried bloodstains are difficult to clean, but at least there is no more broken meat and internal organs on the ground. The air was filled with the smell of air freshener and green grass, and the smell of blood and decay was suppressed. Zhao Yibai walked among the zombies. Hey, make way, you're blocking the way. There was a stupid zombie standing there motionless, and Zhao Yibai pushed it twice helplessly. Ho ho ho. The female zombie turned around, her bloodshot eyes shaking as she stared at Zhao Yibai's face. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome guy before? Zhao Yibai helped the female zombie put her belt back in place, saying, even zombies need to dress properly, otherwise it'll be an eyesore. Hee. The female zombie took a few steps and kept scratching her hair. Roar. Suddenly, a fat zombie roared at Zhao Yibai. Roar. Zhao Yibai roared loudly. His roar was even more frantic than that of the zombies. The fat zombie was frightened and took several steps back, then sat down on the concrete road. Ha ha ha. Zhao Yibai walked over with a smile. It has been some time since he last came into contact with the mutant zombies at home, so the smell of mutant zombies on his body has faded, but there is still a little bit. This led to some zombies being afraid of him. Some people couldn't smell the horrible mutated zombie smell on him and didn't know whether he was a human or a zombie. There are also people whose sense of smell is very poor and they can't smell anything at all, like that fat zombie. But Zhao Yibai is no longer the weak Zhao Yibai. Even when facing large groups of mutated zombies roaming among them, he is not panicked at all, as if he is in his back garden. The fat zombie sitting on the ground was confused. I never yelled at Zhao Yibai. Is he a zombie, or am I a zombie? But she had a feeling that Zhao Yibai was not someone to be trifled with, and she did not dare to cause trouble for him again. Headmaster. Seeing Zhao Yibai coming, a group of girls on duty in front of the dormitory building all stood up straight and called out respectfully. The leader was in Jing. Zhao Yibai pointed upwards and said, I'll go up and take a look. Yes. Nod quietly. Zhao Yibai is very thick-skinned now. Even though 100% of the people living upstairs are girls and the dormitory building is considered a girls' dormitory, he still has the nerve to say it openly. When Zhao Yibai was about to enter, and Jing approached Zhao Yibai and whispered, my best friend Tian Yu is in room 1 on the second floor. Ahem. Zhao Yibai coughed a few times. Sister Yu's charm is quite huge, and he may not be able to handle it. Okay, got it. Okay. And Jing winked at Zhao Bai and returned to her post to continue her duty. The entire group was armed with guns, and their magazines were full of bullets. The front and back windows of the dormitory building have been welded with sturdy steel fences, which have not yet been fully completed and have only been welded to the second floor. This can deal with ordinary zombie tides. Even if zombies pile up like a pyramid, they cannot break through the window in the first place. Headmaster. Good evening, Principal. Zhao Bai entered the hall, walked up the stairs, and met a few girls on the way. They all felt quite cool in the dormitory building. When they saw Zhao Bai, their eyes lit up and they greeted him proactively, their eyes still looking at Zhao Bai. It seems a little hard to tell who is the sheep and who is the wolf. Good evening. Zhao Bai greeted him. He was no ordinary person and would not be polite when he saw what he should see. Just feel the breath of youth. It has been a very happy journey. After a while, Hanwhan came down from upstairs. The little girls who had gathered together to secretly watch Zhao Bai were immediately scared away. Hanwhan, Principal. Zhao Bai put his thoughts aside and nodded. I'll lead the way. Hanwhan walked in front. Zhao Bai followed and climbed the stairs. Can't say much. A minute or two later, Zhao Bai came to Hanwhan's dormitory. Her condition looked quite abnormal, so I left her here with me. Hanwhan is a team leader, but is also very close to the ministerial level. In fact, she is a minister. She has a large dormitory of dozens of square meters to live in. Yang Xiaoyang seemed to have taken a shower. Her hair looked very light, and she had the same scent of shower gel as Hanwhan. She was wearing pajamas that didn't fit her well, which might be Hanwhan's. After seeing Zhao Bai enter the dormitory, Yang Xiaoyang became excited. She was originally sitting on the sofa, but at this moment, she hugged her calves with both hands and kept shrinking to the edge of the sofa. Pa! The sound of the door locking was heard. Zhao Bai looked back. Before he could take a look at Yang Xiaoyang's condition, Hanwhan had locked the door. It's not easy to come here, just wait a while. Hiss. It was the first time Zhao Bai had seen Hanwhan act like a spoiled brat. Goosebumps appeared all over his body. He looked at Yang Xiaoyang, then at Hanwhan. Are you fishing? Hanwhan pursed her lips. Hungry. Then eat some. Zhao Bai smiled and nodded. Feeding Yang Xiaoyang went smoothly. Zhao Bai threw the candy over and Yang Xiaoyang started eating it on his own initiative. Ding. Successfully fed the 5-star target Yang Xiaoyang. Received bonus time. Stopped charging 10 times. Remaining times, 575 times. Yang Xiaoyang is eating candy there. Hanwhan also started eating. Early morning. The sun's rays stream into the room. Zhou Kong, who had almost cried all his tears dry, moved his eyebrows and then opened his eyes. Pain. It hurts so much. Retribution. It's all retribution. Zhou Kong stared at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. In the past, when he was in power, he could harm any woman he wanted. Not only that, he also had the power of life and death over her. Not to mention, the right to choose which path to take. Unexpectedly. Now, he has received a heavy retribution. Backup plan. It's so painful. Li Jian also woke up. He rubbed his aching forehead and looked at Zhou Kong, who looked like a young wife beside him. He was confused. Why am I here? If he were sober, he would never do such a ridiculous thing. Zhou Kong, haha. Chapter 157 Lin Baoxia. Why are you being so sarcastic? Li Jian felt puzzled. He stood up. He walked out of the door in a dignified manner. Zhou Kong looked at the huge figure with murderous intent. Li Jian, you must die? I won't put all my eggs in one basket. He's in the city lord's building. The control chip must be hidden somewhere in the castle below. When I find it, I'll kill you. Li Jian first. It was exactly as Zhou Yun thought. Zhou Kong thought that when he was locked up for treatment, Zhou Mingyang, who had woken up, had already obtained the control chip. Zhou Yun, a fat girl who has no sense of existence and only cares about eating. No one could have imagined that she was so scheming. At the critical moment, she bravely took action and took into her hands something that was almost the lifeblood of the Zhou family. Zhou Kong lay dormant and endured humiliation just to find that thing. Regained the right to speak. After Li Jian walked a long way, he suddenly stopped. I dreamt last night that I had sex with Zhou Yun. It felt so real. Could it be? Ouch. Li Jian slapped his forehead suddenly. Ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Managerly, the second master is calling you. Some mercenaries came to Li Jian. No. Li Jian agreed with a gloomy face. He felt particularly disgusted at the moment. He didn't like men. Villa restaurant. There were more than a dozen dishes in front of Zhou Minghuang, and he was having breakfast. When I reached middle age, I could no longer eat much. But as the person in power, is it called a meal without more than a dozen dishes? Head of the family. Li Jian came into the restaurant, and greeted Zhou Minghuang respectfully. Zhou Minghuang nodded, took a sip of his multi-grain porridge, and while chewing the grains, he said, "Today, Zhao Yibai is going to bring Zhou back. I don't really want to face him. Anyway, from the outside, Zhou Kong is the young city lord of the Zhou family. You and Zhou Kong will receive him together. Zhao Yibai's suppression power is too strong. Also, in front of Zhao Yibai, even he had to lower his head and pretend to be a son or a grandson. He didn't dare to offend Zhao Yibai. I don't want to pretend to be a descendant of a certain generation." "Yes," Li Jin agreed. Zhou Minghuang swallowed the porridge in his mouth. "What happened with Zhou Yun is over. It doesn't matter. Our primary goal now is to search for the caller's control chip. As long as we find it among the ruins, the location I promised you will be fulfilled later. I am willing to die for the master of the family." Li Jin's huge body knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Zhou Minghuang. Zhou Minghuang waved his hand. Li Jin walked out of the restaurant. Looking at Li Jin's huge back as he left, Zhou Minghuang frowned. "What a pity, he's a gay. Otherwise, I would really use him. Well, it makes me sick just thinking about it." Zhou Minghuang waved his hand. "Let's go. I won't eat anymore." Zhou family villa number 6. Ha ha ha. Lin Baoxiao looked at the surveillance video in her hand and laughed. After laughing, Lin Baoxiao's face turned grim. "Zhou Kong. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. You never thought that you would have such a day? This is just the beginning of my revenge for you. You broke my son's arm, and I will make you pay back with pain 1,000 times over. Madam, Xiao Kong is my eldest brother's son after all. You are letting a man, this. Zhou Mingjie was sitting next to Lin Baoxiao, and he also watched the eye-catching video content. After reading it, his expression was different from Lin Baoxiao's. He was a little angry, but he suppressed his anger and did not dare to show it. "What is this?" Lin Baoxiao glared at him. "Zhou Mingjie, you're a loser. You didn't let your son vent his anger, and you won't let me avenge him? Have you forgotten when your son's arm was chopped off? Have you forgotten how much pain he felt? If you don't beat a dog when it falls into the water, when will you beat it?" Zhou Mingjie, "Madam, I know everything. Didn't I stop you from taking revenge on him? It's just too indecent. Can't you try another way?" Lin Baoxiao smiled. "Choose another way? Then go ahead." Zhou Mingjie stopped talking immediately. Snort. Lin Baoxiao, who looked like a noble lady, frowned coldly. "If the dosage is increased by another 30%, that monster Li Jin will kill Zhou Kong directly. Of course, I won't let him die, not because I am soft-hearted, but because I want to keep him alive and torture him slowly." Zhou Mingjie wanted to say something more, but seeing his wife Lin Baoxiao glaring at him, he finally sighed and said, "Oh, forget it. Do whatever you want. Big brother. I spoke for my eldest nephew, but my wife didn't listen. If you know about this, you can't blame me. Sixth master, madam, Steward Li Jin is here." At this time, a servant came to report. The first generation of the Zhou family lived like wealthy landlords, keeping live-in servants at home, and they had been doing so since before the end of the world. "Let him in." Lin Baoxiao put away her cell phone, picked up an apple on the coffee table, took a bite, and started chewing it in big mouthfuls. Resources are scarce in the apocalypse, but this has nothing to do with the upper class. I'm going back to the study first." Zhou Mingjie's old face changed. His wife had just plotted against Li Jin, and he couldn't face Li Jin calmly. "Go." Lin Baoxiao waved. Her man is notoriously useless. It's really disgusting. Lin Baoxiao threw the apple she had taken 2 bites of into the trash can. It was actually delicious, but her good-for-nothing husband affected her mood. Zhou Mingjie knew that his wife was making an indirect accusation, but he did not dare to refute her. He just hurried upstairs. In his family, his wife Lin Baoxiao had the final say. Trample, trample, trample. Li Jin was huge, like a mobile fortress, and his footsteps made loud noises when he walked. "Manager Li is here. What can I do for you?" Lin Baoxiao sat on the sofa, crossed her legs, her heavily made-up face full of arrogance. Times have changed. Her son-in-law, Zhao Yibai, is now the most powerful man in City A. Lin Baoxiao had already started to take advantage of the power of others and was no longer as timid as before. Li Jin spoke in a heavy tone, showing no good face towards a snobbish woman like Lin Baoxiao. "Zhao Yibai will be here today. You should be prepared to welcome him. My son-in-law is coming." "Oh, that's great." Lin Baoxiao's eyes lit up when she heard this. Xiaoying is the same. Why didn't she tell me that her son-in-law was coming? Instead, she informed the family first. Well, she must be a filial daughter and wants the family to provide resources for the reception. After all, this is a big deal for our entire Zhou family, right, Manager Li Jin? Li Jin said coldly, "You don't need to provide any resources. The family will naturally pay for the food and drink expenses. I need you and Master Lu to entertain them later. After eating in the main villa, they may stay overnight in your villa number 6. Lin Baoxiao said, we'll need resources to entertain him later. We need to send him plenty of pork, beef, and vegetables. We can't have the principal get hungry and want a midnight snack, and we won't have anything to cook for him. You can have whatever you want. Li Jin was annoyed. He really doesn't like dealing with this kind of woman. Good. Lin Baoxia didn't care about Li Jin's attitude and took the opportunity to get resources, as getting them would be profitable. Because Zhao Bai was coming, the Zhou family got busy. Zhou Mingyang's funeral had not yet taken place, but the banquet to welcome Zhao Bai had already begun. This is the end of the world. Chapter 158. Going to Zhou's house. After saying what needed to be said, Li Jin quickly left the villa. He could never have imagined that such an insignificant and snobbish woman would indirectly ruin his future. Li Jin, he doesn't like men. But now, he had done something wrong, and Zhou Minghuang knew about it. After leaving here, Li Jin found Zhou Kong. Compared to Lin Baoxia, Li Jin didn't want to face Zhou Kong even more, as he felt very awkward. Zhao Bai will be here today. The second master has ordered you to receive him as the young master. He has something else to do. That means, today, everyone will listen to me and cooperate with me. Zhou Kong poured a glass of beer and gulped down a few gulps. The taste is not as good as his favorite foreign liquor on the rocks, but it can still make him drunk. Li Jin. Yes. Zhou Kong. Then go to hell. Li Jin was furious. Zhou Kong you. Zhou Kong laughed. It's just a joke. I will do what I should do. Oh, by the way, is Zhou Ruinkai's body really in the mass grave? I didn't find it. Li Jin laughed sarcastically. Your father's body is still warm. How can you still care about a cousin like Zhou Mingkai? Zhou Kong looked at Li Jin without saying anything. Li Jin. It was indeed thrown into a mass grave. To tell you the truth, Zhou Runkai, the person I killed was not an outsider who broke into the bunker. The Zhou family bunker is so well guarded. Who could have broken in? Even Zhao Bai probably doesn't have the strength to do that. Zhou Runkai put a gun to Erie's head. Even though he wasn't very good with a gun and didn't even have the gun loaded, I still shot him dead with one shot. He's just like you, a second-generation bastard who relies on his bloodline and acts arrogantly all day long. I've been annoyed with you for a long time, so I killed him on purpose. You don't know that the first shot hit his chest, but he didn't die. He fell to the ground, blood oozing from his chest and mouth, his face full of fear. I didn't shoot again, but I told Second Master that Zhou Runkai was going to die. I gave that cowardly waste Zhou Runkai 2 shots of cardiac stimulant before throwing him into a mass grave. Let him die in endless fear, awake and knowing. Ha ha ha. Li Jin, you. Zhou Kong rushed towards Li Jin and punched him. Li Jin easily grabbed Zhou Kang's fist and twisted it. With a click, Zhou Kang's arm was broken. Ugh! Zhou Kong roared, and with his other hand, a flash of lightning appeared, and he punched Li Jin in the stomach. Li Jin straightened his back and looked at Zhou Kong with disdain. Bang! Zhou Kong punched Li Jin in the stomach. After a loud bang, Li Jin's stomach did not change at all. The 4 fingers of his fist were almost all dislocated, the skin was broken, the tendons were injured, and blood was flowing. Li Jin, you useless thing, even if I let you hit me, what can you do to me? Bang! Li Jin gave a knee strike. Zhou Kong vomited blood and fell to the ground with his head tilted back. Li Jin raised his foot and was about to step down hard. Zhou Kong. If you dare, step on me to death and see how you'll explain this to Zhou Minghuang. Boom! Li Jin stepped on the floor next to Zhou Kang's head, and immediately the floor exploded, leaving a 5-centimeter deep footprint, and 6 or 7 pieces of floor around it were all cracked. If you don't have the ability, don't provoke me. If I really crush you to death, the second master will side with me, and your death will be in vain. Hee hee. Li Jin left. Zhou Kong smiled. Zhou Runkai, Li Jin is a jerk. You must still be alive. You must be. School. Oh. Zhao Bai woke up. Wake up, it's time to eat. Han Wan had already prepared breakfast, including fresh meat dumplings, preserved egg and lean meat porridge, and a plate of tea eggs. Yang Xiaoyang squatted on the chair, looking at the food on the table eagerly. But obviously, Han Wan didn't let her move first. Zhao Bai nodded, washed up quickly, and had his meal. Han Wan is very powerful. As expected, it is also very strong. Zhao Bai was more tired than killing 2 level 4 mutant zombies. Eat it. Zhao Bai picked up some dumplings for Yang Xiaoyang. Yang Xiaoyang looked at Han Wan. Han Wan. If he says it's edible, then you can eat it. Ah! When Yang Xiaoyang saw that Han Wan agreed, she immediately started eating voraciously. Han Wan scolded. Eat slowly and follow the rules. Yang Xiaoyang paused for a moment. then began to eat slowly, chewing his food. Obviously, Yang Xiaoyang had suffered too much and been hungry for too long in the underground official arsenal, and had forgotten how normal people eat. Ding. Successfully fed the 5-star target Yang Xiaoyang. Gained 10 times. Remaining 585 times. The little girl is very delicate, and she looks pretty when she eats slowly and chews her food. While eating from his bowl, Zhao Yibai couldn't help but take a few more glances. It was a pity that the food was ruined by those bastards. Han Wan smiled and said, "You don't have to be a gentleman, right?" "That's not the case." Zhao Yibai waved his hand. "If I do that, wouldn't I become a beast? Although I'm not a good person, I won't be a beast. Mainly, it's not clean." After dinner, Zhao Yibai and Han Wan went out together. Han Wan rarely wore a skirt, and it was a rare pink color, like a young girl who was just beginning to fall in love. This is a little girl who killed a manly zombie with one punch. The two walked side by side, looking a perfect match. When passing by the second floor, I met Tian Yu. Tian Yu was bare-chested, with a black and white towel draped over his shoulders. He was holding a large pancake rolled up with 2 fried dough sticks and a scallion in his hand, chewing it as he walked. Seeing Zhao Yibai, Tian Yu greeted him with a smile. "Principal? Hey, I heard Jing say you were here last night. Why don't you come sit with me? Have you eaten?" "Fresh green onions and fried dough sticks fresh from the restaurant. They're so delicious." "Have eaten." Zhao Yibai smiled and nodded. Sister Yu was a little too enthusiastic, and even he, a big shot in the community, couldn't handle it. Tian Yu raised an eyebrow and looked at Han Wan. "Zhuanzi, did our principal really eat it?" Han Wan smiled implicitly. "I have eaten." "Yeah, that's fine." Tian Yu nodded, not being shy. The rough man who made the pancake was able to tear off a large piece in one bite, chew it vigorously, and continue patrolling the dormitory corridor. Sizzle. Sizzle. It's dawn. The teams that were assigned the work tasks have already started working. Continue welding the unfinished steel protective frame outside the dormitory building. Zhao Yibai swallowed his saliva. "I can't bear to think about what I just saw." Han Wan. "Yuzi is like this, you just have to get used to it. She's quite outspoken." "Uh-huh." Zhao Yibai patted his chest to slow down his racing heart. In other words, in front of Tian Yu, Zhao Yibai felt like a woman. The sun is just right. So cool. Office building. Zhao Yibai delivered breakfast to Yu Yurong and Zhou Ying respectively, especially the one for Yu Yurong, which was made by Zhao Yibai himself, with fried eggs and brown sugar. Yu Yurong was very moved. "But I didn't have a good appetite. I ate 2 eggs and drank some soup and felt full." Zhao Yibai swallowed the rest into his stomach. Zhou Ying doesn't eat much either. "I was hungry for a while at the beginning of the end of the world, but after coming to school, I ate everything. I'm feeling better now. When eating, I just eat a little bit as normal." Zhao Yibai successfully harvested 20 charges, and the remaining charges reached 605. Can't be used up. It can never be used up. This is the charge for the invincible skill. After inspecting the school territory from a god's perspective, Zhao Yibai brought Zhou Ying, Zhou Yun, the mutant zombie Su Yiyu, the baby devil, Wu Ming, Jiang Yi, and their 2 combat teams. Let's go to Zhou's house. Chapter 159. One more thing. Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome. When Zhao Yibai's school convoy arrived in front of the Zhou family villa, the young men and women gathered on both sides of the road shouted slogans with smiles on their faces. Some of them were holding flowers in their hands. Zhao Yibai was laughing while sitting in the car. The Zhou family is indeed a bureaucratic family. They even put up this pretentious welcome. However, this is definitely a thoughtful effort. This is the post-apocalypse, and it's not easy to find so many good-looking young people. The lead car stopped. Stop at the edge of the red carpet. Jiang Yi drove the first car for Zhao Yibai, and Wu Ming sat in the passenger seat. Zhou Kong quickly walked to the rear door of the car, where Zhao Yibai was, and opened it. "We." Zhou Yun smiled at Zhou Kong. The smile on her chubby face was sincere and sweet, as if she had no offensive power at all. Zhou Kang's mouth twitched twice, and he quickly walked to the other side. He opened the car door, bent down, and put his hand on the door frame, and it turned out that it was Zhou Ying sitting there. The car windows were covered with anti-peep film, so Zhou Kong couldn't see who was inside. But what he didn't expect was that a big shot like Zhao Yibai would squeeze into the back row with 3 other people and sit in the middle. Zhou Ying's expression was cold. "Get out of the way." "Good." Zhou Kong forced a smile on his pale face and took 2 steps back. Zhou Ying got out of the car and stood aside. Although marrying Zhao Yibai had a good result, the process was not pleasant. Zhao Yibai is so powerful that Zhou Ying no longer needs to flatter Zhou Kong. "Principal, you are here." After waiting for Zhou Ying to stand aside, Zhou Kong approached again. At this moment, he seemed a little shameless, completely different from the arrogant Zhou Kong in the past. There is no way. Different times, different circumstances. Zhou Kong didn't want to be a servant of the Zhou family, but chips were really hard to find, so he placed his other hope on Zhao Bai. Hold on to your thighs and enjoy the coolness. Here I come. Zhao Bai did not get out of the car immediately. He looked carefully at Zhou Kong in front of him. Xiao Zhou, it's been a while since we last met. You look so different. Information, blue. ID, Zhou Kong. Level 2 psychic. Health, 45/700. Spirit, 1 out of 1000. Combat power, 200/3000. Nature, spiritual. Attribute, thunder. If it weren't for the information panel popping up above Zhou Kang's head with the name Zhou Kong on the ID, Zhao Bai might not have recognized that the man in front of him was Zhou Kong. At the beginning, even though he suffered a setback in Zhou Ruankai's school, Zhou Kong was still the high-spirited leader of the Zhou family and the young lord of City A. That was an arrogance that was about to overflow the screen. Now, although Zhou Kong was wearing clean clothes, had washed his hair, and even put on some makeup that women only use, the makeup could not hide the haggard and sickly look on his face. His whole aura was quite weak, and any temperament of a superior he once had completely disappeared. Half of his face was swollen, his body was hunched unnaturally, he smelled of blood, and his expression looked much more haggard. It was visible to the naked eye that one arm was drooping, as if it had been broken and then reconnected, and the other hand's fist was almost rotten and wrapped in gauze. Hearing Zhao Bai's somewhat sincere words, Zhou Kong almost wanted to stay in Bengbu. Don't you know why I am like this? If you hadn't robbed my woman, almost crippled me in the Chamber of Commerce building, and blown up my old man, would I have become like this? You still care about me? Thinking this in his heart, Zhou Kong could only smile apologetically. Principal, you don't know. I have been through a lot in the Zhou family. Okay. Zhao Bai nodded. He saw that Zhou Kong looked quite miserable and sighed briefly. He didn't care or was curious about what Zhou Kong had experienced. In the end times, anything can happen. Welcome to the Zhou family, Principal. The Principal is a great hero who can kill mutant zombies. Hero wow. When the next part came, as soon as Zhao Bai got out of the car, the well-behaved and good-looking children that the Zhou family had arranged in advance immediately ran over with flowers in their hands. They said nice things. Zhao Bai smiled, took the flowers one by one, and gave them to Zhou Ying beside him and Zhou Yun, who came over on her own initiative. Look, even if I don't serve City Lord Zhou as a dog, I can still become a hero. It's better to be a boss. He could be a boss, but instead he becomes a lapdog for some so-called big shot and fights for some so-called honor. How despicable. If you want to do it, be the rule maker. Zhao Bai and his group were escorted into the main villa in the Zhou family villa complex, which is Villa number 1, where only the head of the family is qualified to live. This villa is the most prestigious one in the Zhou family villa complex, and is located in the center of a garden covering more than 200 acres. Please. Zhou Kong led the way on the front side. Zhao Bai walked on the red carpet with gold patterns and walked into the huge and luxurious living room of the villa. The furniture is mahogany furniture, made of real mahogany, and decorated in a new Chinese style. The jade floor is covered with expensive hand-embroidered carpets, and antique vases from the Ming and Qing dynasties, or even earlier, are placed on the mahogany shelves everywhere as decorations. The living room is huge, but it is spotlessly clean. The green plants are trimmed just right. Zhao Bai sat on the sofa and nodded. As expected, people with power know how to enjoy themselves. He originally thought that the sofa in the principal's office was the best in the world, but he didn't expect that the sofa here was even more comfortable. The luxurious decoration almost exceeded his imagination. It looks like an ancient imperial palace, but it also has many modern technological features. Zhou Ying and Zhou Yun sat on both sides of Zhao Bai. Zhou Kong waved. Immediately, young women in white cheongsams came over in groups, presenting blue and white porcelain plates filled with candied fruits and other things. Zhou Kong took some hot water and made tea for Zhao Bai. Zhao Bai's visit to the Zhou family was a major news, a breaking news. All the living bigwigs in City A are paying close attention to this matter. Earlier, City Lord Zhou woke up and held a meeting at the A City Conference Center, formulating a policy for a city to save the people with all its strength. Damn it, some of them drove back far away and haven't even reached home yet. Guess what? The office building in City A was blown into ruins. The once powerful old city lord has passed away. The meeting was in vain. At the same time, it is also very clear who has the final say in City A now. The bigwigs all thought Zhou Mingyang was dead, and the Zhou family would go crazy and launch a crazy revenge against the school and Zhao Bai. Super crazy revenge. As a result, Zhao Bai went directly to Zhou's house. The Zhou family gave a warm welcome, and the scene was grand. Big guys, your brains are a little insufficient. Zhao Bai, I came here for another matter. Zhou Kong was leaning over to pour tea. When he heard this, the tea stopped flowing for a moment. A smile appeared on Zhou Kang's face, and he continued pouring tea. Principal, please speak. Chapter 160 New Patriarch Zhou Yun. Zhao Bai grabbed a handful of pistachios, peeled one, and put the kernel into his mouth. While chewing, he said, Zhou Mingyang is dead. I want to find a new head for your Zhou family. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Kong laughed when he heard this. His hand trembled, and he put the teapot aside. He was genuinely laughing. I was particularly excited. This Zhao Bai is indeed a strong man, strong, and with a clear vision. If he appoints me as the head of the Zhou family, then at least on the surface, I will be the head of the Zhou family supported by the school. Even Zhou Minghuang would dare to say anything. With the support of the school and Zhao Bai, it won't take much time to completely take over the Zhou family. Wait until I completely take over the Zhou family, kill Li Jin first, then kill Zhou Minghuang. And when the research on the underground fortress has made great progress, I will kill Zhao Bai and snatch Wang Weiwei. I, Zhou Kong, will have the opportunity to return to the top of City A and become the king of City A in the end times. Mr. Zhao, a heavy shout was heard. Li Jin is here. Tram, tram, tram. Li Jin was originally heavy and made a lot of noise when he walked. At this moment, he deliberately took steps with force. With each step, the ground trembled and the noise was deafening. What the hell? Zhao Bai rubbed his ears and looked at Zhou Kong without raising his head. Are you Zhou family members so unruly now? Anyone can come here. Being yelled at. Zhao Bai must be unhappy. Zhou Kong smiled and introduced. Principal, you don't know, he is not just any cat or dog, but Li Jin, the steward promoted by my second uncle. Li Jin raised his head and looked at Zhao Bai with a bad expression. There was a hint of arrogance on his huge face. Mr. Zhao, you've overstepped your bounds. You may be very powerful, but it's not your turn as an outsider to dictate matters to my Zhou family. Zhao Bai looked up, a little bit in disbelief. Brother-in-law, eat pistachios. Zhou Yun had already peeled a handful of pistachios and brought them to Zhao Bai's mouth with her chubby little hand. Zhao Bai opened his mouth, sucked a handful of pistachios into his mouth, and chewed them vigorously. After he finished chewing and swallowing the pistachios, Zhao Bai still looked at Li Jin in a daze. Li Jin's face turned ugly. Zhao Bai looked at him as if he were a fool and kept looking at him, which made him very unhappy. But when he thought of Zhou Minghuang's instructions, he didn't dare to be too presumptuous. Principal Zhao, you are very strong, but our Zhou family is not weak either. Once the things in our underground castle are used, even you will not be able to withstand it. So, don't be too presumptuous in the Zhou family. Zhou Kong grabbed a handful of melon seeds and started cracking them. Li Jin, you are good at speaking, very good at speaking. Say more. Zhou Kong started to enjoy it. He knew very well what kind of temper and personality Zhao Bai had. Li Jin is very strong and good at fighting, but it also depends on who he is facing. Moreover, this idiot actually revealed the secret of the underground castle directly. Zhou Kong was looking forward to what expression Zhou Minghuang would have afterwards. Zhao Bai smiled helplessly. Are you a fan of fish Liang? Li Jin was puzzled. What? Zhao Bai, did Liang Jingru give you the courage to talk to me like that? Zhao Bai. Li Jin clenched his fist. You're going too far. Zhao Bai stood up and walked towards Li Jin. Battle Red. ID, Li Jin. Level 2 mutant. Health, 3000/3000. Combat power, 5000. Li Jin looked at Zhao Bai, who looked like he was ready to fight. A cruel smile appeared on his face. He clenched his fists and walked towards Zhao Bai. It seemed that he wanted to use his own power to make Zhao Bai behave a little better. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a burst of hearty laughter came from outside. It's Zhou Minghuang. When the situation became worse, the servants quickly went to inform Zhou Minghuang. Look, Zhou Minghuang came over in a hurry. He had a smile on his face, but he was very angry in his heart. He looked at Li Jin and became even more unhappy. Ever since Zhou Minghuang took power in the Zhou family, Li Jin's status and position have risen. Li Jin became arrogant, but it would have been fine if he was just arrogant within the family. The other party was also well aware of the danger of Zhao Bai, and he actually became arrogant enough to want to fight with Zhao Bai. You have to know that whenever Zhou Minghuang saw Zhao Bai, he had to bow his head, and he had to endure the humiliation from Zhao Bai. Li Jin had offended Zhao Bai, and when the time came, it would be Zhou Minghuang's fault, and he would have to pay with his life. Mr. Zhao is here. Welcome, a warm welcome. I came here immediately after hearing the news. Am I a little late? Zhou Minghuang walked in quickly, laughing. Li Jin wanted to complain. Second master. He has a simple mind. What Zhao Yibai said touched upon the core interests of the Zhou family. In Li Jin's mind, he was fighting for Zhou Minghuang. How can we let an outsider decide the future of the Zhou family? Get out! Zhou Minghuang shouted, interrupting Li Jin's complaint. Li Jin, who the hell are you? Are you worthy enough to be here to receive Mr. Zhao, a distinguished person? Li Jin was stunned. He argued anxiously. Second master, that Zhao Yibai wants to appoint a patriarch for the Zhou family. Zhou Minghuang was stunned for a moment, but soon, he pointed at Li Jin's nose and said, Get out. Do you think it's your turn as a servant to interfere in the affairs between the Zhou family and Mr. Zhao? Get out, or you'll die here. Li Jin's insults to Zhao Yibai were returned to Li Jin by Zhou Minghuang. The nerves on Li Jin's huge face twitched a few times. He looked at Zhao Yibai viciously, turned around, and walked out angrily. Sorry, haha, a brainless idiot. Watching Li Jin leave, Zhou Minghuang quickly bowed to Zhao Yibai and said, Mr. Zhao, please sit down. We won't get angry with servants. Oh. Zhao Yibai went back and sat down. Zhou Kong was a little disappointed that no fight broke out. He had personally experienced Zhao Yibai's strength, and he was almost killed by just 2 blows even though he had received many injections. He is so weak now and his spirit has not recovered yet because he was beaten by Zhao Yibai in the Chamber of Commerce building. Zhou Kong really hoped, that Zhao Yibai would give Li Jin a good beating. Let Li Jin become a useless dog like him. Zhou Minghuang, your servant's quality is not very good. I thought he was the master of the Zhou family. Zhao Yibai said something in a veiled way. He could see that the situation of the Zhou family had changed. That Li Jin was afraid of Zhou Minghuang, but treated Zhou Kong, the young city lord, as nothing. Zhou Minghuang quickly responded, Training. I'll start training later and severely punish those who lack quality. Then go on. Zhao Yibai opened his mouth, because Zhou Yun's chubby little hands had peeled some pistachios and handed them over. Oh. Zhao Yibai started chewing and felt very satisfied. Let's put it this way. From today on, the head of your Zhou family will be Zhou Yun. Chapter 161 Agree. What? Zhou Yun. When Zhao Yibai said, That's it, Zhou Kong had already started to stand up. He was halfway there, but the name behind him was Zhou Yun, not his own name, Zhou Kong. Zhou Kong was half standing. He was confused. It's not right to sit down, nor is it right to continue standing. A murderous look flashed across Zhou Minghuang's eyes. He was about to change his expression, but when he heard the name was Zhou Yun instead of Zhou Kong, a smile immediately appeared on his old face again, and he began to laugh. Mr. Zhao, you're joking too much. Zhou Yun, that's her, ha ha. Mr. Zhao really has a good eye for pigs. If Zhao Yibai had designated Zhou Kong, Zhou Minghuang would not agree. Zhou Kong was originally the young master of the Zhou family, so it was natural for him to take the position. Then it would be difficult for him to sit on the throne of the head of the Zhou family. But Zhou Yun, who is Zhou Yun? She's just a fat girl with no brains. At this moment, Zhou Minghuang's laughter was somewhat genuine. He laughed at Zhao Yibai for being so stupid that he promised the position of the head of the Zhou family to Zhou Yun just because Zhou Yun gave him some pistachios. This was really ridiculous. And if Zhou Yun becomes the head of the family, then Zhou Minghuang will be able to easily control such a brainless girl, right? Perhaps, if he took the position of head of the family from Zhou Yun, he would no longer have to bear the stigma of seizing power from his nephew. Zhou Yun is a woman. It is only natural that he grabs it. This position was taken away by Zhao Yibai from Zhou Kong. Zhou Yun was stunned. A shy smile appeared on his chubby face. Brother-in-law, I know that I am not capable of being the head of the Zhou family. You have some self-awareness. Zhou Kong sat down with his fists clenched. Zhou Yun ignored Zhou Kang's words and continued. But since my brother-in-law trusts me, I'm willing to give it a try and manage this huge Zhou family for him. The skin on Zhou Kang's face twitched. This Zhou Yun actually gasped while speaking, which made him feel a little embarrassed. It seems that Zhou Yun has no self-awareness, so it's too early to say it. Zhou Minghuang had stopped laughing. He looked at Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun seemed to have not changed at all. She was still the chubby and well-behaved girl. Zhao Yibai asked her to take the position of the powerful head of the Zhou family, and she agreed. Zhao Yibai took a sip of tea and asked, Is it settled then? Zhou family's tea is very fragrant. Zhao Yibai finished his drink and poured himself another. Zhou Kong was shaking all over with anger. Zhou Minghuang, Mr. Zhao, you are powerful and have the ability to destroy our Zhou family. However, this is a matter of great importance, and I'm afraid it can't be decided with just a nod. First of all, our young master Zhou Kong would not agree. Don't you agree, Zhou Kong? Zhao Yibai looked at Zhou Kong. Zhou Kong plopped down on the ground and said, Principal Zhao, please take a closer look at me. I am willing to worship you as my adoptive father and die for you. Please, father, fulfill my wish and let me become the head of the Zhou family. As he spoke, Zhou Kong kowtowed vigorously. The sound of dong dong never stopped. Zhou Kang's forehead was cut and dark red blood was flowing out. His pale face was full of sincerity. Zhou Minghuang narrowed his eyes. His eldest nephew is really cruel. He doesn't care about his reputation in order to gain Zhao Yibai's support. Zhou Kong, you really impressed my uncle. Godfather, please help Xiao Kong. Zhou Kong kowtowed continuously, keeping the rhythm. Power. What a great thing. Zhao Yibai couldn't help but sigh. Zhou Kong, this guy, is actually willing to acknowledge the thief as his father just for the sake of power. But if kowtow can bring power, then everyone in the world will be willing to kowtow continuously. Zhao Yibai kicked Zhou Kong away with one kick. Zhou Kong, are you going to go against my wishes and not want Zhou Yun to be the head of the Zhou family? Puff. Zhou Kong was kicked away by Zhao Yibai, and after landing, he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. I dare not. Zhou Kong lowered his head and finally said these two words. Zhao Yibai's heart was too cold. Even if he abdicated and acknowledged his father, Zhao Yibai would not buy it at all. Zhou Kong was afraid that Zhao Yibai would kill him directly, so he still bowed his head. Zhao Yibai, Zhou Minghuang, your young master agrees. Now, is there any problem? Zhou Minghuang pinched his fingers and said, the Zhou family is not just my eldest brother Zhou Mingyang's family and mine, but also the following families. Changing the head of the family is a family affair, and it requires the approval of all of them. Zhao Yibai pointed at the phone and said, call them now, one by one, and tell them clearly. If anyone doesn't agree, I, Zhao Yibai, will kill their entire family. Go now and fight. Zhou Minghuang was shocked. Yes. This Zhao Yibai is truly arrogant. But he has the capital to be so arrogant. But that's okay. Zhou Yun has become the head of the family. As long as she is in the Zhou family, I can control her. A simple-minded girl is much easier to control than Zhou Kong. In the future, even if he seizes the throne from her, Zhou Yun, it will be more legitimate. After all, it was Zhao Yibai who forced everyone to agree to become the head of the family. Zhou Kong is a man of deep thoughts and has already turned away from me. It would be a good thing to completely eliminate him. Thinking of this, Zhou Minghuang called them one by one in front of Zhao Yibai. The situation is one-sided. All the heads of the Zhou family's branches agreed that Zhou Yun would be the new head of the Zhou family. Zhou Kong lay on the ground like a dead dog. Zhao Yibai's kick was quite heavy, and he couldn't get up for a long time. Seeing Zhou Yun happily giving Zhao Yibai some pistachios, he was filled with jealousy and resentment. Zhao Yibai, you are such an idiot. You would rather give the position of the head of the family to a fat woman than to me who is willing to recognize you as my godfather. You are so. Zhao Yibai was eating pistachios and was very happy. Who is Zhou Kong? Zhao Yibai knew it all too well. He is not Dong Zhuo or Yuan Shao, and he does not have the habit of adopting godsons. He robbed Wang Weiwei and killed Zhou Mingyang. Zhao Yibai was not naive enough to think that Zhou Kong would really submit to him and work for him. Even Zhao Yibai did not completely trust his sister-in-law Zhou Yun. It was just that Zhou Yun was much more pleasing to the eye than Zhou Kong, and she also had the Zhou surname and Zhou family bloodline. Zhou Yun will also be more obedient. Zhou Yun is smarter and more sophisticated. After Zhou Minghuang finished making all the calls, he said excitedly, Mr. Zhao is indeed Mr. Zhao. At this moment, our entire Zhou family agrees that Zhou Yun will become the head of our Zhou family. He thought that once Zhou Yun became the head of the family, the Zhou family would enter the era of Zhou Minghuang. The era of Zhou Minghuang. Zhou Kong fell to the ground helplessly. Zhao Yibai, Zhou Kong, if you listen to me, I'm willing to give you a job for Xiao Ying's sake. Father, Zhou Kong suddenly perked up. He gritted his teeth, got up, and knelt down to Zhao Yibai. I order you to take over the Zhou family's underground castle. Chapter 162, Level 3 Psychic Zhou Jinyu. Mr. Zhao, Zhou Minghuang's face changed drastically. You're stretching your hand a little too far. The research on the underground castle is about the future of the Zhou family. This is the real trump card for the Zhou family to survive in the end times. Zhou Minghuang, Zhou Yun scolded, his chubby face full of seriousness. I am now the head of the Zhou family. My brother-in-law has ordered you to hand over the management of the underground castle to Zhou Kong. Mr. Zhao, is there nothing else to discuss? Zhou Minghuang's eyes became dangerous. He originally thought that Zhao Yibai was just after a reputation, just like taking over the Chamber of Commerce, but he didn't expect that Zhao Yibai's actions seemed to be really taking over the Zhou family. Even the underground bunker was not spared. If this is really the case, and he is sidelined, then the Zhou family will really be named Zhao. There was a hint of threat in Zhou Minghuang's tone. Zhao Yibai, discuss? Do you think I'm talking nonsense? The corner of Zhou Kang's mouth was still bleeding, but he grinned. Second uncle, he is the head of the family that we Zhou family have jointly recognized. You should obey his orders. Old thing. Laugh. Didn't you like laughing just now? Why aren't you smiling now? You can't laugh anymore. Zhou Kang had lost his position as the head of the family and was completely disheartened, but when he saw that his second uncle Zhou Minghuang was about to lose power, Zhou Kang felt very happy. If he could control the underground castle, he would have countless materials to quickly replenish his energy and become a powerful psychic. At that time, he will be able to settle the accounts with Zhou Minghuang and Li Jin with his own hands. Compared to Zhao Yibai, Zhou Kang hated Zhou Minghuang more. He hated this old bastard for handing his Wang Weiwei over to Zhao Yibai, the lustful devil. He also suspected that Zhou Minghuang had plotted against him. In order to get the position of the head of the family, he deliberately pushed Wang Weiwei to Zhao Yibai, stimulating him to become a superpower, and thus seize the position of the head of the family. Also, there is the death of Zhou Runkai. Perhaps, even if the body is not found, Zhou Runkai still has a chance of survival. But it is also possible that he is already dead and his body has been taken away by something. Therefore, Zhou Kang hated Zhou Minghuang even more, the person who ruined him. Come! Zhou Minghuang roared viciously. Wow, wow, wow. Suddenly, a large number of footsteps were heard, and groups of Zhou family mercenaries rushed in with weapons. There were also more than 20 young men in black tights. Zhou Minghuang, who had only sat on half of the sofa, sat back at the very back and rested his arms on the backrest. Zhao Yibai, I don't want to break up with you, but you are so shameless. Zhao Yibai looked over. Those people wearing tights, both men and women, are all people with special abilities. The highest level woman was actually a level 3 psychic. Father. The woman, Zhou Jinyu, walked over to Zhou Minghuang's sofa and stood in front of it. Information, blue. ID, Zhou Jinyu. Level 3 mutant. Health, 1888. Spirit, 5,000. Combat power, 17,000. Nature, spiritual. Attribute, fire. Zhao Yibai called softly, Jinyu. Zhou Jinyu was slightly stunned. Zhou Minghuang looked puzzled. Zhao Yibai, are you scared? You call me daughter in such a disgusting tone. What do you want to do? Zhao Yibai looked at Zhou Jinyu. Her black tights perfectly outlined her curves. Her face was average, but her figure was a little off color. He admired her unabashedly and said with a smile, Jinyu, I'll give you a chance. Are you willing to acknowledge me as your godfather? I don't know if Zhou Minghuang is your biological father, but as your godfather, I'm willing to remove the collar from your neck and give you some freedom. Zhou Jinyu shuddered when he heard this. What? Zhou Minghuang. Are you crazy, Zhao Yibai? I'm the only one who can remove the collar. Okay, let me ask you one last question. If you're willing to stop, then Zhou Yun will still be the head of the family, and you'll still be our guest of honor. But if you say no, then, haha, there are still many warriors of our Zhou family in the bunker. I don't believe that you have enough strength to kill all of us. You are powerful, but your strength will eventually run out. Zhao Yibai. Yunner. Yes, brother-in-law. Zhou Yun took out a pair of glasses from his backpack and put them on. They were a pair of white glasses with a high-tech feel. They were connected to a computer with a control chip, and the control screen was in the lenses. Zhou Yun. Everyone, listen to my master's orders and retreat. Otherwise, you will die. Zhou Minghuang growled. Go ahead, kill them. Everyone looked at each other and was about to go ahead. Fall. Zhou Yun controlled the glasses with her gaze and gave instructions. Buzz. Ugh. All the people wearing metal collars fell to the ground in pain, one by one, holding their necks. These glasses were modified by Qin Jiang overnight. This is easier to control than killing people with a computer. Zhou Minghuang stood up in shock. The control chip actually fell into your hands. Zhou Kang was also surprised. No wonder I couldn't find it. It turned out to be you, Zhou Yun. This time, both of them reacted. Zhou Minghuang and Zhou Kang's expressions became very interesting. Zhou Yun, who had never been taken seriously by them, turned out to be a hidden boss. Zhao Yibai took another sip of tea. So, Zhou Yun is the head of the Zhou family. Zhou Yun said softly, Yunner will always be my brother-in-law's good sister-in-law. She had a blush on her face. She looks like a shy little girl. Kill. A psychic forced himself to his feet and growled. Zhou Yun's eyes sharpened, and she used her pupil vision to control her glasses, instantly locking onto the collar of the mutant. Die. Laugh. The venom in the metal collar pierced the mutant's neck. The mutant's eyes widened and he died instantly, his body falling to the ground with a bang. Seeing that Zhou Yun's control was so smooth and he could kill people instantly, the others didn't dare to move. After killing a person with special abilities, Zhou Yun's expression did not change at all. The blush remains. A cute fat girl. But now, no one dares to underestimate this little fat girl. Zhou Jinyu, Dad. There's an old saying in the Empire. He who understands the times is a hero. Zhao Bai looked at the female psychic who smiled at him and praised her. Zhou Yun, why don't you step back? Yes, Patriarch. Everyone looked at each other, spoke in unison, left the living room, and dragged away the body of the dead mutant. Zhou Minghuang's face turned pale, but he quickly knelt down before Zhao Bai. Mr. Zhao, my daughter is still a virgin. Although she's not as beautiful as Zhou Ying, she has a beautiful figure. Minghuang is willing to give my daughter to you, Mr. Zhao. I only ask that you spare my life. Zhao Bai. Jinyu, he said he is your father. Tongue. Zhou Jinyu waved her hand violently, and a fireball as big as a human head flew towards Zhou Minghuang. Fuck. Zhou Minghuang got up and ran. At this moment, he became Lu Xiang and surpassed Lu Xiang, but he was still hit by the fireball. With a bang, the fireball touched Zhou Minghuang's back, and his whole body instantly exploded into a ball of fire. Oh, Zhou Jinyu, I'm your biological father. Ah! Zhou Minghuang's whole body was on fire. He howled in pain, ran a few steps, fell to the ground, and rolled on the ground, but the flames could not be extinguished. After more than 10 seconds, Zhou Minghuang stopped moving, leaving only the flames still burning. Zhou Kong stared at the scene with wide eyes and swallowed silently. With a click, Zhou Yun took control and removed the metal collar from Zhou Jinyu's neck. Zhou Jinyu's eyes bulged out. Take it down. It was actually taken off. Chapter 163, I am your brother. My daughter, my good daughter, don't worry. Putting a metal collar on you is just a temporary measure. The head of the family has stipulated that all mercenaries and those who gain supernatural powers must wear one. As for yours, once you successfully gain powerful supernatural powers, I will remove it from you. Second Master, Miss, how many injections should I give? Do you want a milder agent? A mild injection? Are you crazy? I only have this one daughter. I've risked my life, and you want to give her a mild injection? Give her the strongest injections, as many as she can handle. But then, the young lady might die. It's the end of the world. Do you know? It's the end of the world. Only if my daughter is strong enough can I suppress the superpowers in the underground fortress, maintain my current status, and plan for a brighter future. I'll beat you. Yes. Daddy, it hurts. It hurts so much, help. Second Master, this seems to be a rejection reaction. Do you want to stop? Hit. Keep hitting. Zhou Jinyu, hold on. This shot is worth hundreds of millions. I've already given you 30. If you dare to die, I'll kill your mother and send her over there to accompany you. Ugh. Oh. Keep fighting. If she can reach level 3, she'll become the strongest psychic. Second Master, we can't go on. The young lady has broken all her teeth. She has really reached her limit. It's the finishing touch. If you don't come, I will. Dad, no more. Oh, Dad, you said that once I gained power, you would take off my metal collar. How dare you? Who taught you to be so disrespectful? Don't think that being a level 3 psychic is anything special. I am your father, always your father. While you are wearing the collar, your life and death rests in the hands of our Zhou family. Dad, you are my dad. Don't you feel sorry for me at all? Jin Yu, it's precisely because you are my daughter, my only daughter, that I made you such a powerful being in the apocalypse, the Zhou family's trump card. But now that you possess such powerful power, you can no longer selfishly and greedily desire freedom. But I never wanted these powers and lost my freedom. As my daughter, Zhou Minghuang, you have no right to choose. Dad, why did you let my mother get the injection too? You are all the people I trust the most. I naturally want you to become stronger. Your mother was unlucky and too weak. I am also very sad when she died. Zhou Minghuang, why don't you get the injection yourself? You have ambition. Why don't you become stronger yourself? Shut up. You have no right to question what I do. Believe it or not, I will have Zhou Kong activate the manager and make you suffer a fate worse than death. Dad, I was wrong. It hurts so much. I was wrong. If you do it again, I will make your pain double. Be good, be obedient, be obedient. That's what my good daughter is. Only by being obedient, you will have endless good days in the future. Yes, Dad. Sister Jinyu, do you want to be free? Zhou Yun, what methods do you have? I want to change the Zhou family's surname. Good. A series of memories flashed through Zhou Jinyu's mind. Looking at Zhou Minghuang, who was still burning, she smiled happily. Dad, is it so painful with just this little bit of pain? Being burned to death by my supernatural flame is not even 1,000th of the pain I endured when I mutated. Zhou Jinyu touched the marks on her neck from the metal collar. Then she knelt on the ground. Master, Godfather, thank you for giving Jinyu a new life. Squad panel. Zhao Yibai, Captain's Health, 100, Spirit, 100%, Combat Power, 12,000. Zhou Ying, Loyalty 95, Health 100, Combat Power 28. Zhou Yun, Loyalty 88, Health 100, Combat Power 210. Zhou Jinyu, Level 3 Psychic, Loyalty 76, Health 1888, Spirit 4995/5000, Combat Power 16980/17,000. Zhou Kong, Level 2 Psychic, Loyalty 61, Health 22/700, Spirit 1/1000, Combat Power 35/300. Zhou Ying sat there, just sitting there, watching quietly. When he saw Zhou Mingwang being burned by fire, he subconsciously leaned towards Zhao Yibai. This is a real vase, a qualified canary. Nice. Tenderness. It has no lethality and no combat effectiveness. It's like plasticine, soft, and can be molded. You can fabricate it with confidence. It poses no threat to the big guys. It was given by the Zhou family to an important person, so the important person can use it with confidence. This is the result of the Zhou family's deliberate cultivation. Zhao Yibai called up Zhou Ying in his arms and took a look at the dashboard. Zhou Yun had mentioned Zhou Jinyu to him earlier. Now, seeing Zhou Jinyu's loyalty, she was very satisfied. No need for formalities. I'll give you 2 days off to deal with your own affairs. After that, you will follow the head of the Zhou Yun family. Yes, Godfather. Zhou Jinyu agreed and stood up neatly. Zhou Mingwang dead. Zhou Kong felt happy, but the happiness was empty. After a few seconds, it turned into fear of the loss of one's teeth and lips. In his plan, Zhou Mingwang was a mountain that would take a long time to climb over, but here, he died instantly. This means that it is so easy for Zhao Yibai to kill Zhou Mingwang. Killing him is as easy as crushing an ant. Principal, I'm taking over the underground fortress. Zhao Yibai opened his mouth and the task of feeding him was taken over by Zhou Ying. The dried fruits that Zhou Ying peeled were more fragrant. She peeled one and fed it to Zhao Yibai, and then brought it to his mouth with her delicate hands. Eating dried fruits and being fed is a double enjoyment. Master Yuner. Zhou Yun nodded at Zhao Yibai. She was wearing glasses, picked up the metal collar she had taken off Zhou Jinyu's neck, and walked towards Zhou Kong. Yuner. No, Patriarch, I am your biological brother. Kneeling on the ground, Zhou Kong kept shaking his head. Once the controller was in his hands, he controlled many people, taught them a lesson with metal collars, and killed those who were disobedient. He knew how terrifying this thing was, and didn't want to wear it at all. Once you put this thing on, you are no longer yourself. In particular, Zhao Yibai and his gang have upgraded their use of controllers, using glasses to control them, and can kill instantly. Zhou Yun smiled and shook her head. Brother, don't call me Yuner. Yuner is not used to it. You used to call me a fat sow with no brains. Zhou Kong kowtowed to Zhou Yun. Yuner, although we are not from the same mother, we share the same paternal blood. Please, I will be obedient from now on. Brother, please have some dignity. I will not let you go. Just like when you bullied me before and I begged for mercy, you only laughed and insulted me. Zhou Yun put a collar on Zhou Kong with her own hands. Zhou Kong struggled, and the collar fell to the ground. Bang! Zhou Yun suddenly slapped Zhou Kong in the face, and the kneeling Zhou Kong fell sideways on the ground. Before, you took out your anger on me, your stepmother's daughter. Today, I'll give you one slap in the face. There are 325 slaps left. Either wear a collar, or I'll pay you back with the rest and give them to you, brother. I'll bury you in deep soil and make a huge grave. Chapter 164 Complete Control. No, don't kill me. Zhou Kong picked up the metal collar from the ground in horror and quickly put it around his neck. When he heard the number 325, he was really scared. Zhou Yun is so scary. It happened so long ago, but I still remember it so clearly. In fact, bullying Zhou Yun was something that happened when we were kids. His father, Zhou Mingyang, was a politician. As the mayor of City A and the head of the Zhou family, he was extremely busy. When his stepmother gave birth to a younger sister, he lost even less favor from his father. Zhou Kong hated Zhou Yun. He has been bullying Zhou Yun since he was a child, 79 plus 1 Zhou Yun. Zhou Mingyang is very busy, and the basic affairs of the Zhou family are handled by Zhou Minghuang. Zhou Minghuang naturally favors Zhou Kong, the eldest brother's legitimate son. It can be said that Zhou Yun's childhood was spent in a haze. After Zhou Kong grew up, Zhou Yun became obedient and turned from a very good-looking child into a fat girl that everyone hated. Zhou Kong was too lazy to bully her anymore. Until now, there has been basically no contact. Zhou Yun was also very invisible in the Zhou family, and no one cared about her. Zhou Yun examined Zhou Kong carefully, checking to make sure it was properly put on before she smiled faintly and walked away from him. She returned to sit on the sofa and said softly, "Since my brother-in-law has ordered me to take over the affairs of the underground castle under Zhou Minghuang's jurisdiction, then I ask you to take over within 3 days and quickly sort out the details of the underground castle. If you are unworthy of your position and fail to live up to my brother-in-law's high hopes, I will make you know what it means to live a life worse than death." Zhou Kang's face turned pale. Yes. Zhou Ying shuddered when she heard Zhou Yun's words, and her expression changed slightly. The Zhou Yun in her impression was not like this. Zhou Yun is a little scary now. Zhou Ying secretly looked at Zhao Yibai's expression, but found that Zhao Yibai's face was normal and there was no sign of shock. Could it be that Yibai had already guessed that Zhou Yun was such a scary person? Yes. Zhao Yibai had guessed it long ago. The big family can survive to adulthood. You can even get the control chip. What kind of good men and women can they be? If Zhou Ying's methods were ruthless enough, Zhao Yibai would have supported Zhou Ying to take the throne of the Zhou family long ago. But it is obvious that Zhou Ying is not that kind of personality, and it would be quite difficult to force her in that direction. It is better to respect Zhou Ying's original personality. It's just mud. Soft. Fragrant. That's pretty good. If this naturally born and bred canary were to be stained with blood, I'm afraid it would no longer feel the same as before. Accept whatever comes your way. Soft and gentle voice. Like the cuckoos singing, the birds singing, and the flowers blooming. Tap, tap, tap. What happened? Where is the second master? Footsteps were heard along with a low growl. Li Jian is here. Hearing that something had happened, he rushed over quickly. What do you want from Zhou Minghuang? Zhou Jinyu was standing at a pool of human-shaped charcoal, and from time to time, he would stretch out his hand to emit flames to burn the unburned parts. At this moment, Zhou Minghuang had been carbonized. Unless he had divine help, he would definitely not be able to survive, nor could he mutate. He was dead. Li Jian, miss, I heard something happened. Yes. Zhou Jinyu nodded. Li Jian, if Zhao Yibai is really that powerful, we can take the second master and flee to the Zhou family in City C. Zhou Jinyu smiled and shook his head, pointing to the pile on the ground. I can't take you away, find a basin to carry it away. Li Jian looked at the pile of things on the ground. His pupils contracted. With a thump, Li Jian knelt on the ground. Second master? Who? Who killed the second master? I will cut him into pieces. Zhou Jinyu looked at Li Jian with a smile. I killed him. Zhou Jinyu, I'm going to kill you. He's your father. Even a tiger won't eat poison. No matter what, you can't kill your father. Li Jian suddenly stood up and grabbed Zhou Jinyu's neck. Go to hell. Zhou Yun glanced over. Buzz. Boom. Li Jian let go of his hands, and his huge 2-meter, 3-meter tall body fell to the ground with a loud noise. Oh. Li Jian grabbed his neck with both hands, rolled on the ground, and screamed in pain. Zhou Jinyu stroked the marks on his neck with a calm expression. How stupid. You're so devoted to Zhou Minghuang because he saved your daughter, right? In fact, your parents and your wife were killed by Zhou Minghuang. Seeing your special physique, he spared your daughter so he could control you. No, it's impossible. Second master is not that kind of person. Li Jian's face changed drastically. Zhou Jinyu, I'll give you 2 choices. One is to work for our school, and I'll return your daughter to you. The other is to kill you and send your daughter to the laboratory as a test subject. I'll choose one. Li Jian's expression became extremely complicated. Eri said that his daughter was sick and had to recuperate in the underground castle. It turned out that he was using his daughter to threaten and control him. He was too foolishly loyal and never thought about it in that direction. I just think that Eri is a good man, a very good man. Zhou Jinyu bowed to Zhao Yibai and others in the villa's inner hall. Godfather, master, Li Jian is willing to submit to our school. Zhou Yun stopped the metal collar punishment. Li Jian's pain ended, but his whole face turned purple. Li Jian slowly knelt on the ground. Li Jian, I am willing to serve the principal and the new head of the family. Zhou Yun looked at Zhao Yibai. Not long ago, Li Jian had spoken rudely to Zhao Yibai. Zhao Yibai nodded. Li Jian is a very courageous guy, but he has a simple mind. Zhou Yun nodded. Get up, manager Li. I'm not Zhou Minghuang. I may be more ruthless, but Jin Yu and I are the same kind of people. We value relationships. You can be reunited with your daughter, but if you betray us, both old and new accounts will be settled together. Thank you, Patriarch. Li Jian stood up, his temper completely gone. Zhou Yun stood up and said, inform all the family leaders and all the heads of the Zhou family branches that I, Zhou Yun, the daughter of Zhou Mingyang, have become the head of the Zhou family. The new Zhou family will be under the command of the school. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who defy me will perish. Yes, Patriarch. Li Jin agreed and went down to do it immediately. Zhou Yun, brother. Alas, Patriarch. Zhou Kong agreed. Zhou Yun smiled and said, why don't you go take over the underground castle and take stock of the situation there? Do you want to be miserable in 3 days? Go, I'll go right away. Zhou Kong, covered in wounds, struggled to get up. He wanted power, but not the kind of power that actually allowed him to do work. But now, if I don't make an effort, I will lose my life. Still have to go. Zhou Yun was even more decisive than Zhao Yibai had expected. The main members of the Zhou family were replaced very quickly. Brother-in-law, you gave me the opportunity to take charge of the Zhou family. I will always remember this. I will always be your sister-in-law. After doing all this, Zhou Yun came to Zhao Yibai, knelt on the sofa, took Zhao Yibai's big hands in her hands and placed them on her heart. I will never betray you. These are all from the heart. Don't employ those you doubt, and don't doubt those you employ. Zhao Yibai smiled and nodded, patting her chest unceremoniously. Don't worry, you can be the head of the Zhou family. You don't have to make any promises to me. I trust you. If you betray me, I will kill you. Zhou Yun smiled bitterly. Brother-in-law, you are a very real person. Ding. The progress of the Overlord quest has been greatly improved. Chapter 165 Mother-in-law. Check the task panel. Zhao Yibai whispered in his heart. Task 1. Overlord, Team 178/1000. People 3684/10,000. Territory 30% of cities. 2. The wish of the shocking lowly. Oh, Zhao Yibai understood. It seems that this requires him to completely dominate a force, and only then will his subordinates and territories be counted in his task statistics. That's correct. He said before that he was the head of the Chamber of Commerce, but apart from Wang Weiwei who recognized him, guys like Wang Wenzhong were just stopgap measures to buy time for the Chamber of Commerce's underground laboratory to produce more research results. The Zhou family is now completely under his control. Zhou Yun is very loyal. Whatever he wants the Zhou family to do, the Zhou family will do it. He, Zhao Yibai, became the true master of the Zhou family. To be more precise, he was the master of the Zhou family. It seems that we need to speed up the mission process. The mission rewards for becoming a leader are very attractive. Zhao Yibai pinched his chin and talked to himself. He figured that after this trip to the Zhou family, it was time to go to the Chamber of Commerce again. Zhao Yibai responded to Zhou Yun's words. Those who know me know that I am honest. After finishing his work, Zhou Yun, who had become the head of the family, went to do his own thing. Zhao Yibai ate a belly full of dried fruits and came to Zhou family villa number 6 with Zhou Ying. This was after he demonstrated his strength. Because of Zhou Ying's relationship, Zhou Mingjia's family's treatment in the Zhou family increased, and they moved into the top 10 villas that only the core members of the Zhou family could live in. Zhao Yibai and Zhou Ying holding hands. Su Yuyu is holding the baby devil. Wu Ming, Jiang Yi and their entourage were arranged to have their meals elsewhere. After Zhou Mingjia and Lin Baoxiao received the news, they took their youngest son Zhou Zhe and waited at the door. Yibai, I finally got you here. When Lin Baoxiao saw Zhao Yibai, she hurriedly trotted in front of him. Her tone was very intimate, as if she was particularly familiar with Zhao Yibai. Her voice was, well, a little corny. Your mother? Zhao Yibai tilted his head and asked Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying rolled her eyes. Asking such a question sounded a bit like scolding. Yes. Zhao Yibai nodded. Oh shit. Fortunately, Zhou Ying doesn't look like her mother. Otherwise, it would be a waste of your good looks. Lin Baoxia grabbed Zhao Yibai's arm and said, Yibai, my name is Lin Baoxia, and I'm Xiao Ying's mother. From now on, we're a family. Zhou Zhe, come on, call me brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. Zhou Zhe walked over, looked at Zhao Yibai curiously, and called out softly. Zhao Yibai was quite uncomfortable. Lin Baoxia grabbed his hand, and he couldn't pull it free. Zhou Mingjia stood at the gate of the villa yard, motionless as a pine tree, but when Zhao Yibai looked over, he still forced out a somewhat awkward and flattering smile on his old face and nodded at Zhao Yibai. Zhao Yibai nodded in response and looked at Lin Baoxia's hand. Auntie, you are really enthusiastic. Lady Lin Baoxia acted coquettishly. Yibai, this is your fault. We are all family. Why are you calling me auntie? Calling me auntie is too distant. Call me mom. Lin Baoxia, it's past. Zhou Ying couldn't bear it any longer. You are just my mother-in-law, not my mother. Lin Baoxia didn't care about her daughter's displeasure at all. She smiled sweetly and said, That's right. After all, my Yibai is a big shot in City A. So just call me Xiar. A cough. At the gate of the villa, Zhou Mingjia started coughing. Lin Baoxia glared at him and said, "Why are you coughing? What's wrong? Do you have any objections?" "No, no. I'll go in and boil some water for tea." Zhou Mingjie smiled bitterly, turned around, and walked into the villa yard. He really couldn't bear to watch it anymore. But he also knew his wife's character very well. She was a flatterer. In order to gain benefits, people will do anything and use any means necessary. Look, at such an old age, she still acts like a spoiled child with young people. She can even do such a thing. The reason why Zhou Mingjie did not stop it was that he knew very well that he had no ability. Over the years, if it were not for his wife going around and speaking well of the bigwigs in the Zhou family, he would not have lived a life of luxury. Release. Zhou Ying stepped forward, pulled Lin Baoxia's hands apart, and placed herself between Zhao Yibai and Lin Baoxia. "Just talk. Don't touch me." "Look at you, girl." Lin Baoxia smiled. She was very thick-skinned and not embarrassed at all. "Yibai, let's go in first. I've asked the kitchen to send over a lot of ingredients. Take a look and see what you want to eat. I'll cook it for you." Zhao Yibai nodded in response. After all, power is a good thing and strength is king. Zhao Yibai was absolutely certain that if this happened before the end of the world, a noble lady from a big family like Lin Baoxiao would never look at him normally even if he was dressed in a suit and tie, but not in a yellow robe. Now, Lin Baoxiao was rushing forward, and the hypocritical smile on her face never stopped. Several people entered the villa. Villa number 6 is much simpler than Villa number 1. It has a neat white floor and is decorated in European style. As you enter the living room, you will see a huge 3-story living room with a large string of crystal chandeliers hanging from it. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window on one side of the living room is the villa's internal garden, where you can directly see a field of rare flowers and plants, as well as an artificial small pond with schools of red koi swimming in it. Zhou Mingjie, wearing a white striped shirt and trousers, sat at the tea table, rinsing a white, crystal-clear teacup with boiling water. "Mr. Zhao." Seeing Zhao Yibai being brought in, Zhou Mingjie stood up, made a gesture of invitation, and pointed to the guest seat. "Okay." Zhao Yibai went over and sat down. "Someone come." Lin Baoxia called out softly. Immediately, more than a dozen women, each carrying a wooden tray, lined up neatly into the living room and came to Zhao Yibai one by one. Lin Baoxia. "Yibai, look, is there anything you like to eat? Do you have any dietary restrictions?" Zhao Yibai took a look and waved his hand. "Okay, I have nothing to worry about. Go ahead and do it." "Good." Lin Baoxia also knew her limits, so she agreed and followed these people to the kitchen. "Xiaoying, come and help." After walking for a distance, Lin Baoxia turned around and spoke softly. "Here I come." Zhou Ying stood up and walked over. This was not really about asking Zhou Ying to help with cooking. Obviously, the mother and daughter had something to talk about. Zhao Yibai stayed in the living room and drank tea with his father-in-law. There were also women wearing standard white shirts and skirts who brought cut fruit plates and dried fruit snacks. Su Yu ate boredly. "From time to time, I would feed the devils a bite." The devil looked like a baby, but when Su Yu fed him, his small mouth suddenly opened to half the size of his face, revealing his fine, sharp teeth. After chewing the food, the little face immediately returned to its normal, cute baby appearance. Zhou Mingjie washed the tea and poured it for Zhao Yibai. "Mr. Zhao, this is just my personality. Please don't be offended. I hope this won't affect your opinion of Xiaoying." Chapter 166 Mother and Daughter. "No problem." Zhao Yibai took a sip of tea. "It tastes good." The people in the Zhou family only drink tea of very high quality, and with the blessing of the tea-drinking environment, they can't taste the bad taste at all. Zhao Yibai's parents died early, and occasionally, he also wants to feel the love of his family. But obvious. Zhou Ying's parents from the Zhou family are both afraid of him. Real feelings are tough enough. I can't get that feeling in the Zhou family. Please. Zhou Mingjie is not good at speaking. Zhao Yibai had nothing much to say. When two people drink tea, they just keep drinking tea. Kitchen. Lin Baoxia put on an apron, and Zhou Ying also put on one. Beautiful people look good in anything they wear. Wearing that somewhat ugly apron, Zhou Ying also reveals a unique style. Looking at her radiant and beautiful daughter in her youth, Lin Baoxia's eyes flashed with envy. Wasn't she a beauty in the past? Unfortunately, time is a butcher's knife. Even though she had a lot of beauty injections that cost thousands of dollars each and took nutritional supplements that cost tens of thousands of dollars, she still ended up with a distorted figure, aged skin, and wrinkles on her face. Full makeup is okay. Without makeup, she is just an ordinary middle-aged woman. At most, he looks a few years younger than his peers. Lin Baoxia was the one who cooked, but she was not needed to prepare the dishes. The people below will prepare the ingredients. After Zhou Ying entered the kitchen, She started washing vegetables. Lin Baoxia grabbed her daughter's hand. Zhou Ying looked over with a calm expression. Lin Baoxia's strength increased a bit. Xiaoying, I know you are still blaming me, but you and Xiaojia are both my dearest. On one hand, you will get married and live a life of wealth and glory, and on the other hand, it is Xiaojia's life. It's just a preference for boys over girls. There's no need to make it sound so grandiose. Zhou Ying looked directly at Lin Baoxia. Lin Baoxia, you are my daughter, my only daughter. That's enough. Zhou Ying's fighting ability was just a vase, but she wasn't stupid. No need to be sentimental. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. Lin Baoxia looked at her daughter. Her eyes slowly turned red, as if tears were brewing. If an ordinary person saw his mother like this, he would probably feel sorry for her. Zhou Ying doesn't. Zhou Ying looked at Lin Baoxia. Her eyes also turned red. She didn't say anything, but tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes. She didn't complain about her grievances, but her pitiful appearance seemed as if she had endless grievances to express. This little look is enough to break one's heart. Lin Baoxia's tears flowed down, but she smiled. It's good to be young. Now that I'm old, I shed tears much slower. Zhou Ying looked haggard and pitiful, but her tone was cold and stiff. You can do it. I can do it too. If there is a grade, I will give you the first prize if you perform well. Mom, don't play tricks. I will help you with what I can, but I won't help you with what I can't, even if you die in front of me. Zhou Ying's words were absolutely perfect. There's nothing I can do. At the beginning, Lin Baoxia broke her heart. Lin Baoxia didn't show any emotion at all. Now, Zhou Ying no longer talked about the mother-daughter relationship. In this life, she lives as Zhao Bai. Zhao Bai let her win, and she would be Zhao Bai's. Xiaoying, you've changed, but you've changed in the right way. This is the skill a mistress of a house should have. Lin Baoxiao exclaimed in admiration, then continued. Mom wants to give you a double insurance. Zhou Ying frowned slightly. Lin Baoxia, everyone will age, especially women. After those few years of youth, they will age very quickly. Now is the end of the world. A figure like Zhao Bai will never lack women. And you, when you are old and your beauty has faded, what will you use to compete with those young girls? Zhou Ying's tone turned unfriendly. What exactly do you want to say? Zhou Ying had actually thought about these things, and therefore, she became very anxious. Xiaoying, this is definitely not for our Lin family. Mom is doing this for you, for a future you may not have considered. I want to recommend your cousin Xiaoyu to Zhao Bai, and I need you to act as a matchmaker. Lin Baoxiao was afraid Zhou Ying would refuse, so she quickly listed the benefits. You and Xiaoyue will serve Zhao Bai together. It will be good for you to have a companion in the school, power. The two of you together will be a double insurance. No matter who gives birth to Zhao Bai's child first, the other will be protected. Even when you get old, you can still have a companion. Don't you think? Good. Zhou Ying agreed before Lin Baoxiao finished her rambling. Lin Baoxiao was slightly stunned. Zhou Ying, of course I won't refuse anything that's good for my Bai. You can take care of cousin Xiaoyue's side. I remember she's pretty. Good. Excellent. Let it go. I won't let you worry about the rest. Xiaoying, you are such a good daughter to your mother. Lin Baoxiao hugged Zhou Ying excitedly. But Zhou Ying's next words made her feel cold all over. She pushed Zhou Ying away, took 3 steps back, and looked at Zhou Ying coldly. Zhou Ying said, you can accept the person, but if you want Bai to help you take down the Lin family, forget it. Lin Baoxia. Zhou Ying, if I become the head of the Lin family, will I be able to rely on you in the future? After I die, the family business will belong to you and your brother. Zhou Ying took off her apron and threw it aside. You've lived for so many years, but you still can't see some things clearly. As a person, you can't be too greedy. Even if Bai recommends you to sit in a certain position, can you really hold it? Naive. You. Zhou Ying ignored Lin Baoxiao and walked out. Zhou Ying doesn't fight for anything at school. She lives transparently and sees things clearly. Being in power, being in a high position of power, is not that easy. Come and have tea. Zhao Bai was overjoyed when he saw Zhou Ying coming out. He was face to face with his father-in-law Zhou Mingjia. It was so awkward, drinking 1 cup of tea after another, and then Zhou Ying came out. She was like a savior. I'll pour you some tea. After leaving the kitchen, Zhou Ying seemed like a different person. She was now lively and smart, with a beautiful face and full of positive energy. Just being in the same room with her made one feel relaxed and happy. The atmosphere in the living room became cheerful. Zhou Mingjia also talked more. When talking about his daughter, he had a lot to say. Gradually, there was joy. In the kitchen, hearing the laughter outside, Lin Baoxia's face turned gloomy. Zhou Ying, it doesn't matter if you don't cooperate with me. I have plenty of ways to deal with it. Humph. Then don't blame me for not considering the mother-daughter relationship we've had for over 20 years. The food was ready and sent to the restaurant. After everything was done, Lin Baoxia took off her apron and walked to the living room. The food is ready, let's eat. Then, Lin Baoxia smiled and said to Zhao Yibai alone, Yibai, you've finally come here once, and this time, you must not leave until you are drunk. I will take out all the good wines that your father-in-law has hidden away, and we will drink to our heart's content. Drinking? Okay, I love drinking the most. A voice came from outside. Lin Baoxia's face changed. Xiao Yunyun, why are you here? It's not convenient to receive you today. We have a distinguished guest. You should go back first. Zhou Ying sneered. Are you sure you want to kick her out? Chapter 167, Frustrated. The expression on Zhou Yun's chubby face turned strange. She hurriedly dealt with some things and came here to have dinner with Zhao Yibai. Unexpectedly, the news about Lin Baoxiao seems to be a little blocked, and no one knows who Zhou Yun is now. Lin Baoxiao ignored Zhou Ying's words with a sneer. She took small steps to Zhou Yun's side, grabbed Zhou Yun's arm hard, and pulled her aside. Lin Baoxiao has something to hide. She planned to get Zhao Yibai drunk. In such a scenario, one more person means one more risk and a lot more trouble. Lin Baoxiao naturally didn't want Zhou Yun, a fat girl who was not popular, to come and drink and eat with her, as it would cause her trouble and difficulties. Zhou Yun frowned slightly. Lin Baoxia's pulling hurt her a little. Lin Baoxia pulled Zhou Yun out the door and said unhappily, Zhou Yun, what's wrong with you? Don't you know what you look like? That's Zhao Yibai. He definitely wouldn't look down on you. Get out of here. Zhou Yun smiled. Angry. This Lin Baoxiao really knows nothing. He thought she was a scheming woman who showed up in front of Zhao Yibai. Lin Baoxia, you and Xiao Ying have a good relationship. I didn't mean to say anything so harsh, but unfortunately, you really can't tell the difference between the big and small Wang. Zhou Yun sneered twice. Let go. Lin Baoxiao released her hand that was holding Zhou Yun's arm, and Zhou Yun's arm turned red. Leave quickly. Bang. Zhou Yun raised his hand and slapped him hard. The sound is very crisp. Lin Baoxiao opened her eyes wide and touched her face. She was not sure for a moment if it was an illusion. Did the harmless Zhou Yun slap her in the face? But my face is swollen. The skin on my face swells, becomes hot and numb, accompanied by pain. This made Lin Baoxiao certain that Zhou Yun had indeed given her a big thumbs up. Zhou Yun, you want to die? How dare you? Zhou Yun took out a pistol and stuffed the muzzle directly into Lin Baoxiao's mouth, abruptly interrupting her words. Oh. Lin Baoxiao was stunned. Crack. Zhou Yun loaded the gun. Lin Baoxiao quickly raised her hands and blinked her big eyes. Ignorance is not a crime, but you are both ignorant and stupid, which is a bit hopeless. Zhou Yun took back the gun. Lin Baoxiao screamed, Zhou Yun. Bang, 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 bang. Zhou Yun fired 5 shots in a row. 5 bullets grazed Lin Baoxiao's face and hit the wall behind Zhou Yun. This made Lin Baoxiao, who thought Zhou Yun didn't dare to shoot, immediately become obedient. Lin Baoxiao looked back and saw only a bullet hole in the wall. This shows that Zhou Yun's marksmanship is excellent. He can control the gun with his hand, and all 5 shots hit the same point. Lin Baoxiao softened immediately. Okay, let's drink together. Stupid. Zhou Yun put away his gun and walked into the villa. I'm not stupid. Lin Baoxiao muttered something softly and entered the villa. She took small steps and went upstairs. Change clothes. When they heard the gunshots, everyone in the restaurant remained calm. Zhao Yibai also found it funny. That's the stereotype. Everyone in the Zhou family is quite afraid of Zhou Yun now. Lin Baoxiao is such a sycophantic woman, and she thinks Zhou Yun is easy to bully. I'm sorry. Zhou Yun sat down and apologized to Zhao Yibai. I disturbed my brother-in-law's meal. It doesn't affect you, Patriarch Zhou. Zhao Yibai smiled. Zhou Yun picked up the wine dispenser and poured wine for Zhao Yibai. When Zhou Mingjie heard the title Master Zhou, his pupils shrank. Master Zhou? Zhou Yun? Can she become the head of the Zhou family? Upstairs. Zhou Yun, you're just a fat girl. You're so rebellious. Lin Baoxia quickly cleaned up and looked at the slap mark on her face in the mirror. Her eyes were about to spit fire. She quickly changed her clothes. You've made me so embarrassed. I definitely can't let you go like this. Lin Baoxia had a strong desire for revenge. The main thing is that she couldn't imagine that the current Zhou Yun is no longer the same Zhou Yun as before. In other words, Zhou Yun is still the same Zhou Yun, but now Zhou Yun's identity and status are very different from before. Lin Baoxia called Li Zhen. She wants to complain. Hello, underground castle, in an underground room. The big guy Li Zhen was sitting on the sofa, watching his daughter eat. They haven't been reunited for a long time. At this moment, Li Jin understood completely that what Zhou Minghuang called being nice to him was actually just control. It's just that he is too stupid. Even after being PUA, he still remained grateful and loyal. Li Jin, do you know who I am? Lin Baoxiao's tone was questioning. Li Jin glanced at the caller ID and asked, Aren't you Lin Baoxiao? Li Jin was in a good mood after being reunited with his daughter, otherwise he would have started scolding her long ago. Lin Baoxiao. I am Lin Baoxiao, but I am more than just Lin Baoxiao. I am Zhou Ying's mother, my biological mother. Zhou Ying is the piece of flesh that fell from my belly. I don't need to explain who Zhou Ying is. Li Jin, what do you want to say? Lin Baoxiao. Zhou Yun is very disrespectful to me, which means she is disrespectful to Zhou Ying. I want you to help me secretly and severely punish Zhou Yun. Just spare her life. Li Jin. Lin Baoxiao. What do you mean by not speaking? Li Jin, are you crazy? He was really confused. Lin Baoxiao. That little maid is the one who made him crazy. Zhou Yun is the head of the Zhou family appointed by Mr. Zhao. She and Mr. Zhao have a very good relationship. Li Jin stroked his daughter's head, walked out of the room, and then said, Come to my room tonight. Otherwise, I will tell the head of the family what you told me. Zhou Yun, patriarch? Lin Baoxiao was completely stunned. Why should she? My daughter Zhou Ying is Zhao Yibai's woman. If she wants to be the head of the family, it should be my daughter. Li Jin grinned. Why does it have nothing to do with me? If I call the head of the family, you will be in big trouble. Lin Baoxiao. I will go to your room, but you can't make a phone call. You bastard. You are so bold that you even dare to have ideas about me. Li Jin, waiting for you. Bang. Lin Baoxiao punched the dressing table. Not only did I lose my wife, but I also lost my army. How did Zhou Yun become the head of the family? No wonder she dared to treat me like this. After taking a deep breath, Lin Baoxiao covered the slap marks on her face with powder and went downstairs. After going downstairs, Lin Baoxiao began to laugh awkwardly. Xiao Yunyun. Oh no. Patriarch. Our Xiao Yunyun has grown up and actually became the patriarch. It's great. Lin Baoxiao began to smooth things over. Sixth aunt. I am all thanks to Sister Ying. Zhou Yun had a harmless smile on his chubby face and a sweet voice. Lin Baoxiao said sincerely, Of course not. To be chosen by Yibai as the head of the family, he must be an outstanding person with real talent and knowledge. Zhou Ying looked at Lin Baoxiao jokingly. Lin Baoxiao ignored her hint and became obedient after being humiliated. After dinner, Zhao Yibai drank too much and got drunk. Bringing the devils out is to act as an alarm. With Su Yuyu protecting him 24 hours a day, he has the right to get drunk. Xiaoying, why are you so big today? Chapter 168, Zhao Yibai's Wrath. Night falls. Zhao Yibai woke up. After getting drunk, he fell asleep. I slept from noon to this evening. After waking up, Zhao Yibai was a little sober. With Aunt Neo's blessing buff, his body functions were very strong and his ability to metabolize alcohol increased many times. This is sobering. Zhao Yibai immediately felt that something was wrong. With a click, Zhao Yibai turned on the bedside lamp. Who are you? Zhao Yibai saw that there was a strange woman lying next to him. There were traces of tears on the woman's pretty face. She was wearing a torn and cool little dress and was sleeping soundly. Ding. 4-star target Lin Xiuyue found. Zhao Yibai pushed Lin Xiuyue. Lin Xiuyue turned over and faced Zhao Yibai. But soon, she opened her eyes, turned over, and then sat up suddenly. Ah! Screams pierced the silence of the night. There was an extra chair not far from the room. Su Yuyu was holding the baby Japanese soldier on the chair. Hearing the scream, Su Yuyu tilted her head to the right in confusion. The baby Japanese soldier opened his eyes, and in Su Yuyu's arms, he tilted his head to the left. There are two people, one big and one small, and their appearance is a bit cute. Tap, tap, tap. There were hurried footsteps. What happened? The footsteps were accompanied by Lin Baoxiao's anxious voice. Bang! The door was pushed open. Lin Baoxia entered the room with two maids. Aunt, woo, what's going on? Lin Xiuyu quickly wrapped herself in the quilt. She pointed at Zhao Yibai, then at herself, and tears fell down her face. Lin Baoxia was horrified. She looked at Zhao Yibai with embarrassment and said excitedly, Yibai, how could you do such a thing? She is Lin Xiuyue, Xiao Ying's cousin. Woo. Lin Xiuyu hugged the quilt and kept crying. Are you serious? Zhao Yibai rubbed his head. Good wine doesn't cause headaches, but in fact, if you drink too much, it still hurts. Lin Baoxiao's face was filled with anger. Yibai, what do you mean I'm serious? You oh my niece is still a virgin. What's going on? Ooh, bastard, you bastard. Lin Xiuyue raised her fist and kept hitting Zhao Yibai. Zhao Yibai wasn't hurt at all by the blow, but he was already a little annoyed. He looked at Lin Baoxiao again and said, I'll ask you one last time. Are you serious? Lin Baoxiao's expression shifted slightly at Zhao Yibai's aura, but she quickly steeled her resolve and angrily shouted, Zhao Yibai, you've harmed my niece who's visiting my home. How dare you question me like that? While Lin Baoxiao was speaking, Lin Xiuyue was also making a fuss. Give me back my innocence. Give me back my innocence, you bastard. Crack. Zhao Yibai stretched out his big hand and grabbed Lin Xiuyu's neck. Lin Baoxiao stopped talking, her eyes widened, and a bad premonition arose in her heart. But before she could react, Zhao Yibai twisted his hand gently, and a crisp sound was heard, and all of Lin Xiuyue's movements stopped instantly. Lin Baoxiao was dumbfounded. Zhao Yibai threw Lin Xiuyu away with one hand, just like throwing away garbage. With a thump, the body fell in front of Lin Baoxiao's feet. Lin Xiuyu still had a crying expression on her face. She had not expected Zhao Yibai to attack her, and she had not expected that he would attack her in an instant. She died before her expression could change. Seeing her niece being crushed to death by Zhao Yibai, Lin Baoxiao panicked. This was not what she expected. Lin Baoxiao was almost going crazy when she realized that Zhou Yun, a fat woman whose good points Lin Baoxiao couldn't see, could become the head of the Zhou family. I called my niece immediately. Discussed putting on a play. Lin Baoxiao helped Lin Xiuyue become Zhao Yibai's woman, and in return, Lin Xiuyue helped her become the head of the Lin family. But this seems to be out of character. Xiuyue. Lin Baoxiao squatted down and saw that Lin Xiuyu seemed to be dying, so she quickly tried to check Lin Xiuyu's breathing. That's all. Not just a little dead, really dead. Suddenly, a series of shrill laughter rang out. Lin Baoxiao's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. She felt a flash before her eyes. On the empty chair in the room, there was a beautiful woman holding a baby. That laughter came from the baby's mouth. Lin Baoxiao remembered them. They were brought by Zhao Yibai. They were actually in the room the whole time. Thump. Lin Baoxiao knelt down. Her heart sank when she realized there was someone else in the room, whom she hadn't seen before. People who are really drunk are actually unable to do some things. Lin Baoxiao followed and helped for a long time, then provide guidance and arrangements. This was the scene that led to Zhao Yibai doing bad things. But since the strange woman and the child were in the house the whole time, then she and Lin Xiuyue were two clowns. People saw it clearly. How could they put the blame on others? How could they be held responsible? Uncle, please spare me. I was confused for a moment. I gave you 2 chances. Zhao Yibai's eyes were cold. He doesn't like being lied to. Lin Baoxiao gave him a 4-star target in a fair and open manner. There was no way Zhao Yibai would refuse it. In return, helping out a little was no big deal. But Lin Baoxiao did not follow the right path and actually plotted against him and deceived him. Oh my god. Is the brain growing in the large intestine? How did Zhao Yibai get the status he has today? It was killed. Lin Baoxiao treated him as a fool. Lin Baoxiao burst into tears, her nose and tears streaming down her face. Give it to me once more, once, twice, but not 3 times. At this time, Zhou Mingjie came over. Looking at the dead Lin Xiuyu on the ground and his wife kneeling and crying for mercy, Zhou Mingjie realized something. He looked at Zhao Yibai and wanted to say something good. But at this moment, Zhao Yibai's eyes were cold and he was filled with a violent aura. Zhou Mingjie sighed and ran away quickly. It's not that he was scared away. He was a smart man and knew that it was useless for him to talk. He had to find someone he could talk to. Zhou Mingjie came to the guest room where Zhou Ying was staying and knocked on the door. Xiaoying, help me. Your mother is dying. Don't she even know how to send a woman off? The door opened. Zhou Ying walked out of the room wearing a red nightgown. Zhou Ying walked to the front of the room and looked at Lin Xiuyu lying on the ground. She shrugged her shoulders, feeling a little helpless. Lin Baoxiao seemed to have seen a savior. Xiaoying, Mom has done something wrong. Please talk to Yibai and ask her to forgive me. Zhao Yibai looked at Zhou Ying. Do you know? Zhou Ying trembled all over. She was no longer calm. Zhao Yibai's cold eyes were extremely terrifying. Zhou Ying stood at attention. Principal, I know she wanted to give Lin Xiuyue to you, but I didn't expect that she would use such a stupid method that no normal person would think of. Simply put, Lin Baoxiao was greedy, too greedy. She wanted to control Zhao Yibai. Now it's out of control. If big shots could be manipulated so easily, they would never become big shots. Zhao Yibai's anger subsided a bit. Inform Zhou Yun and massacre the entire Lin family in City A. Yes. Zhou Ying nodded in agreement. Lin Baoxiao collapsed to the ground powerlessly. Wu Meng, Jiang Yi and others have already rushed over. Go back. Zhao Yibai waved his hand and left. Chapter 169 Shabi. Wow. Aw no, this is not what I thought. Lin Baoxiao sat on the floor with her niece's body beside her, crying loudly. You, 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 I really don't know what to say to you. In the end times, you have food, clothing, shelter, and are supported and respected by the Zhou family. Isn't that good? What else do you want? Do you have to court death? If you don't have the skills, why would you take on such a job? You schemed against Zhao Bai. I really don't know what you were thinking. Zhou Mingjie has always been weak, and he rarely got angry. He couldn't help but be angry. Dozens of lives of the Lin family were lost because of Lin Baoxia's actions. Besides, Zhao Bai left. Zhou was not taken away. This is what Zhou Mingjie fears the most. Everything they have in the Zhou family now is due to their daughter being by Zhao Bai's side. If their daughter wasn't favored, they would be nothing in the Zhou family. Before Zhou Ying went to arrange the marriage, they were in the end times, with no money to buy anything and no food to eat. Zhou Ying fell out of favor. That is equivalent to turning them back to their original form and returning them to their previous lives. You have to rely on yourself for food, clothing, and shelter. Zhou Mingjie, you're a piece of shit. How dare you criticize me? Lin Baoxia cried and hit back at Zhou Mingjie. What happened? Zhou Yun is here. The head of the Zhou family had his long hair loose, his chubby face was barefaced, and he didn't even wear shoes. He just came out in his home slippers. She's being stupid. Zhou Ying's expression was complicated. Lin Baoxia did such a stupid thing. When Zhao Bai left, he didn't call her. She hesitated for a while, but still felt her face burning, so she didn't follow him. Now, Zhao Bai's convoy has left. Zhou Ying began to regret. It was also today that Zhou Ying, who had been a little confused, recognized Zhao Bai again. Yes, Zhao Bai is usually humble and treats her and her sisters very well. But he is Zhao Bai, is the master of the school. He is the strongest man in City right now, not just any nobody. You can't assume he doesn't have a temper. Zhou Mingyang was defeated by him. Not an honest man. What a pity. Zhou Yun stepped forward, pinched Lin Xiuyue's chin and moved her head. Well, don't waste it. Send it to the Chamber of Commerce and see if it can be changed into a zombie or something. Yes. Some Zhou family mercenaries came forward and dragged Lin Xiuyu's body away. Woo woo woo. Xiao Yunyun. Yes, Xiao Yunyun. You are the head of the family now. Please beg for mercy on me. Don't destroy my family. They are all innocent. Lin Baoxia hugged Zhou Yun's legs. Zhou Yun looked at Zhou Ying. I'm sorry, Sister Ying. Zhou Ying was puzzled, but then she understood why Zhou Yunhao apologized. Bang! Zhou Yun kicked Lin Baoxia away. Lin Baoxia groaned and became obedient. Zhou Yun sighed. Sister Ying, I sincerely suggest that you stay away from that stupid woman Lin Baoxia. After all her troubles, she didn't get what she wanted, but she ruined the relationship between you and Zhao Bai. Zhou Ying nodded. Go ahead and get busy. Oh! Lin Baoxia screamed in pain. Zhou Ying leaned against the wall, closed her beautiful eyes, her heart full of worry. Bai, you won't ignore me, will you? She regretted coming back. From now on, I never want to come back. Zhou Yun nodded and left the villa. Zhou Mingjie, who seemed a bit invisible, ignored his wife's frantic crying and looked at Zhou Ying, comforting her. Xiao Ying, Bai is just angry. It will be fine once he calms down. He did it for your sake. Otherwise, your mother wouldn't be able to survive, and neither would I. Hearing this, Zhou Ying opened her eyes, and there was some light in them. Unexpectedly, Lin Baoxia also heard these words. Xiao Ying, you are half the blood of the Lin family. Since you still have feelings for each other, go and beg Zhao Bai. His casual words have cost our Lin family dozens of lives. Zhou Ying glared at Lin Baoxia. How dare you say such things? Everything was fine, but you ruined it all. Remember, it was you who killed those people in the Lin family. Lin Baoxia. But I've already said I was wrong. Zhou Ying, I'm your mother. I order you to call Zhao Bai right now and plead for mercy. Zhou Ying turned her head and looked aside. Lin Baoxia glared. The Lin family are all your relatives. Are you going or not? If you don't go, then you will be without a mother. I will find a wall and kill myself. Go ahead and kill yourself. I'll burn paper for you. Zhou Ying knew Lin Baoxia too well, so she walked straight back to her room without looking back. I really bumped into it. Lin Baoxia made a gesture. It was obvious that her daughter didn't even look at her. She turned off the engine. Lin Baoxia. Old man, your daughter listens to you the most. Go and talk to her. Zhou Mingjie turned around and left. Good, very good, very good. You ruthless fellows, old and young, are really alike. I'll figure out a solution myself. Lin Baoxia went to Villa number 6 angrily. Not long after, Lin Baoxia came to Li Jin's suite. With the Lin family gone, Zhou Ying might also fall out of favor. If she wants to continue living in Villa number 6, she'll probably have to depend on Li Jin's mood. In that case, it's probably not so bad if I suffer a little loss. While waiting for Li Jin, Lin Baoxia talked to herself. She hadn't planned to come. If Lin Xiaoyue's plan succeeds, Zhao Bai will feel guilty towards Lin Xiaoyue. She has Zhao Bai in her hands, and Li Jin is nothing to her. No, it didn't work out. Lin Baoxia could only go out under the pretext of being angry. Thinking of Li Jin's height of 2 meters and 3 and his strong body, Lin Baoxia, who had not communicated with Zhou Mingjie for a long time, became very nervous, and gradually, she became a little more expectant. I do this all for my family. So, this is not betrayal. Not long after, Li Jin arrived. Lin Baoxia stood up quickly. The giant Li Jin saw that Lin Baoxia had really arrived. He smiled, and after looking her up and down, he pointed at the door and said, "You can go now." Lin Baoxia, what do you mean? I've made up my mind, and you're backing out. It's not a retreat. Li Jin turned serious. It's a good game, but you can make it like this. I dare not do it again, you idiot. I'm afraid it will affect my IQ. Lin Baoxia cried out of anger. Li Jin was very serious in what he said. Originally, he wanted to rely on threats to do some bad things. Lin Baoxia was not a good woman, and doing bad things to her could be considered as punishing evil and promoting good. But Lin Baoxia was too stupid, and the Lin family was destroyed in one go. Li Jin didn't dare to get involved with her anymore. He was not afraid that Zhou Mingjie would find out and take revenge on him. He was afraid that Lin Baoxia would be too stupid and die of stupidity one day. That night, the Lin family of City A was destroyed. Zhao Bai returned to school and slept with Yu Yurongsu, who was on her period. Lying in Yurong's broad bosom, Zhao Bai's mind slowly calmed down. Before I knew it, I fell asleep. It's still your own home, even if it's just an ordinary house, where you can sleep peacefully. The next day, early morning, set off. As the sun was just rising, Zhao Bai led the school's 20 combat teams and set off for the North City village in City A on an empty stomach. Carry out operations to clear out zombies and rescue survivors, plunder resources, and occupy arable land. Chapter 170 Attack. Boom boom. A convoy consisting of 5 tanks, 5 infantry fighting vehicles, 10 modified pickup trucks, and 5 container trucks drove out of a city women's university in a mighty manner. Tanks cleared the way, widening the narrow sections of the road. The roaring sound of the diesel engine can be heard from miles around. Bang! Boom! Zhao Bai watched the instructional video on how to use tanks that he got from Wang Weiwei and successfully fired at the first tank. The shells landed on a gentle slope a few hundred meters away. Amidst the loud bang, dozens of zombies gathered on the slope were blown into flying masses along with the dust. The raised mist was all blood red. Hit it! Hit it! Che Xiaoli looked outside through the telescope and said excitedly, "It's a must." Zhao Bai grinned. This is different from playing a tank game. It feels great to actually fire a shot in this cockpit filled with the smell of engine oil. Dang! Che Xiaoli took out the shell that was emitting white smoke, and the girl next to her brought a 120mm tank shell. Che Xiaoli took it and filled the shell with excitement on her face. Reloading complete. Bang! Boom! Zhao Bai fired again. When it was launched, the entire car body shook, and after a loud bang, there was a terrifying explosion in the distance. A 3-story building was blown up by a shell fired by Zhao Bai. Amid the explosion, the top 2 floors of the building collapsed directly, and countless stones flew everywhere. This is a restaurant. The place was full of zombies. All of them were trapped inside at the moment. The zombies were wailing. "Oh yeah," Che Xiaoli exclaimed. "Husbandy Bai, you are awesome. This chainsaw loli is really good at giving emotional value." Zhao Bai smiled and stroked Che Xiaoli's freshly washed and tied up hair a few times. "I'll load the gun for you, and you can have some fun too." Oh. Che Xiaoli nodded repeatedly and exchanged places with Zhao Bai. Zhao Bai removed the shell and loaded the shell. Bang! Boom! Che Xiaoli took careful aim and controlled the launch. In a square about 700 or 800 meters ahead, a dozen old lady zombies dressed in square dance costumes gathered together and were bombarded. The horrific shells exploded, tearing them all into pieces. The fragments flew away and slowly fell to the ground due to gravity. Clang, clang, clang. The lid of a thermos not far away was also blown off, flying dozens of meters high. After landing, it made a series of noises. Roar! The surrounding zombies heard the noise and rushed towards the center of the explosion in confusion. When they arrived at the center, they did not smell any human scent, and they became even more confused and began to roar one after another. Moo! Che Xiaoli kissed Zhao Bai beside her heart. Bai, this thing feels so good. I suddenly understand why boys like playing games. Fighting zombies is so cool. Ha ha ha. Zhao Bai smiled. He came out just to have fun. I just got so many things from the official weapons warehouse. I can't keep hiding them forever. Now, there is plenty of ammunition. Zhao Bai. Okay, take care of the lead car. I'll go back to the command car at the back. Che Xiaoli hugged Zhao Bai, her beautiful eyes looking straight at him as if they could speak. She said nothing, yet it seemed as if she had said everything. Zhao Bai pinched Che Xiaoli's face and said, "Find a temporary place to stay at noon, and then come find me." Yeah. Che Xiaoli kissed Zhao Bai again before reluctantly letting him go. Okay, see you at noon. Zhao Bai left the tank without the tank driver having to stop. He took a few steps back on the tank at a distance of 7 or 8 meters, took a running start, and with his swoosh, he steadily jumped over the 7 or 8 meters in the middle and landed on the next tank. After doing this more than a dozen times, Zhao Bai jumped onto the roof of a modified van, walked to the back, grabbed the upper edge of the van and swung directly into the van. The command center is located in the compartment of this truck. Sofa, air conditioning, everything you need. There are also 2 huge screens, divided into more than 20 pictures, some of which are front and back pictures, some of which are sent from the Pathfinder dog, and some of which are pictures fed back from the drone. The items in City A's official arsenal are very advanced. This made Zhao Bai's school weapons level achieve a big leap forward. The only drawback: the current driving technology is not very mature, and the one in the front is a tank, so the speed is not fast. Many girls don't even have a driver's license. Now, tanks or infantry vehicles are being driven. There are some minor accidents like cars running into ditches and crashing into each other. But fortunately, these weapons are professional and well protected. It hit some parked cars on the road and flattened them directly. The armored tracks even rode directly on them and crushed the cars flat. What's wrong with your face? Yu Yurong was sitting in the command vehicle. Now that we are going out to have some fun, of course we should bring Naito with us. Yu Yurong saw Zhao Bai swinging indirectly, but her attention was immediately focused on Zhao Bai's face with lipstick marks. Kissed by Che Xiaoli. Zhao Bai touched his face and found that it was lipstick, and couldn't help but smile. Such a high-ranking leader has lipstick marks on his face. How can this be? Yu Yurong walked up to Zhao Bai, spoke in a reproachful tone, and kissed the lipstick mark off. Zhao Bai couldn't help but smile. Are all the drivers familiar with the operation? Yu Yurong picked up the main intercom and said, "Now, numbering from front to back, report on the driving practice." Yes. Just after setting off, on the avenue leading to Beiqing village, Zhao Bai was letting his men practice driving. The 20 team members he brought out this time were all relatively elite, and the main purpose today was to familiarize them with the weapons. Enhance the comprehensive strength of the school. As the leader, Zhao Bai knows the importance of leading a team. He can't always do everything himself, as that would be exhausting. After the girls in the school have mastered these weapons, he will not need to take action against the mutated zombies, and the school will become a stable dominant force in City A. The report is completed. Yu Yurong listened carefully. Chun Shiwaru, wearing camouflage clothes, had a laptop on her lap, and was typing on the keyboard so hard that sparks were almost coming out as she recorded all the information. Yu Yurong looked at the table compiled by Chun Shiwaru. Tank number 1, Zhuang Nannan, is the driver. Che Xiaoli is in charge of the main gun, and Li Jing is responsible for loading the ammunition. After all the appointments have been made, the person with the best driving skills in each car will be responsible for driving. At this time, the convoy's speed increased by 30%. Zhao Bai, put on the radio. Yu Yurong picked up the walkie-talkie and changed the channel. Put on the radio. Receive. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The rear door of a van opened. Attention, citizens of Batesview Street, City A. Attention, citizens of Batesview Street, City A. School is about to attack Batesview Street and exterminate the zombies there. Citizens who hear this announcement, please hide and take precautions. Roar. Ho ho ho. Roar. The huge noise attracted almost all the zombies around, but they just howled desperately and did not dare to move. Zhao Bai glanced at Yu Yurong. Yu Yurong understood and changed the channel. Attention all units, prepare to clean up. The first wave of zombies is about to attack. It will last for 20 minutes. Please relax, don't be nervous, and calmly kill the zombies. Zhao Bai patted AI Xiao Xiao's head. AI Xiao Xiao pursed her lips, touched her flattened hair in protest, and held her breath. Su Yu leaned over. Okay, take a pat too. Zhao Bai rubbed it. Su Yu restrained her breath. Roar. In an instant, the sky seemed to become several times gloomier, and countless zombie roars rang out from all directions. The whole world was in a noisy state. All the zombies around have gone crazy. Chapter 171, Open Fire. Fire in the hole. I don't know which middle school girl shouted first, But facing the crazy and real apocalyptic environment, the girls' team of the school began their first zombie cleaning work. As for why cleaning, the school's firepower is truly overwhelming. Amid the roars of countless zombies, not only were the zombies wandering on the roadside rushing towards the convoy like crazy, the zombies trapped in the cars were banging on the doors frantically, and the high-rise buildings on both sides of the main road began to whoosh out zombies. A black mass of zombies emerged from the door of the hall, and some zombies were so anxious that they didn't even bother to go through the door and directly crashed out of the upstairs windows. When AI Xiao Xiao and Su Yu were the high-level zombies posing a threat, the area was completely peaceful, with only the occasional zombie roar. In response to the huge noise made by the school convoy, they dared to roar, but not to get angry. Without the pressure from the mutant zombies, they are almost going crazy. At this moment, the scene became extremely chaotic. There are zombies everywhere. On the other side of the tall building, zombies were falling down like dumplings. Oh, roar. Oh, it has been a while since the apocalypse, and these zombies are severely decayed. They roar and rush forward, with pieces of flesh falling off their bodies. What's worse, while running, his upper body fell to the ground and his waist was broken. His waist was broken, his intestines were pouring out, but he was still struggling to move forward. Kill. Amidst the chaos, Tian Yu could also be heard roaring. Tian Yu gripped the grip of the heavy machine gun mounted on the pickup truck with both hands. She adjusted the muzzle of the gun to face the dark swarm of zombies rushing towards her, widened her eyes, roared, and pulled the trigger. Ugh. Ay. Bang 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 bang. Amidst Tian Yu's head-buzzing roar, tongues of fire spit out from the muzzle of the heavy machine gun, large caliber bullets poured out, and the tongues of fire quickly turned into a fire dragon. It's raining. It was a rain of bullets. Countless zombies rushed forward, but before they got close, they were shot through by the dense rain of bullets. The terrifying rifle bullets hit their rotten bodies, making a big hole wherever they touched. The bullets could pass through 3 or 4 zombies and still have some power left. Bullets had holes in the vehicles parked on the roadside, cement splashed on the asphalt road, and groups of zombies fell down in groups like wheat being harvested. Each pickup truck was equipped with a heavy machine gun, a gunner and a backup gunner to reload the ammunition. Now, everyone followed Sister Yu's attack, pointing their guns left and right, shooting at the zombies on both sides of the road. Pass. Boom. The convoy never stops. The tank in front fired and blew up the zombies in front. Then, just press forward. Crush the zombies and obstacles in front flat. 5 heavy tanks led the way, crushing the flat obstacles over and over again. Swish, 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 swish. The fully automatic artillery of the infantry fighting vehicle was activated, and the muzzle spit out one artillery shell after another rapidly, attacking the zombies on both sides. Boom, 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 boom. As the shells landed, clouds of flames rose up one after another. Each shell could create a small vacuum zone in the zombie group behind. Countless bullets and artillery shells poured out. The sound of gunfire and explosions was deafening, and the avenue leading to Batesview Street in the northern urban village of City A instantly turned into hell. Countless zombies were beaten to pieces, rotten flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the zombies' limbs and internal organs formed a thick layer on the ground. The girls in the school were all screaming. The screams were louder than zombies. Their adrenaline was surging and their blood was boiling. Zombies are extremely terrifying to ordinary people, but now they can clear them out with heavy firepower. This is so cool. The firepower in their hands made them realize that as long as the firepower was strong, zombies were not that scary. The convoy slowed down. The cleanup of zombies never stops. Zhao Yibai sat in the command car's cargo compartment, watching the images coming from various screens. Seeing those hideous zombies being torn into pieces one after another, a relieved smile appeared on his face. All used. The power is pretty good. It was worth it that he collected weapons one by one in the official underground armory in City A. He collected them in solitude, just like picking up money, and suddenly encountered a mountain of money. He kept picking and picking and picking until he was numb. Swish. Yu Yurong took out a can of Ching Ching beer from the refrigerator, tore open the pull ring, and handed it to Zhao Yibai. Gulp. Gulp, gulp. Zhao Yibai took it, and took a few gulps. Hiss. Finally, he exhaled a breath of alcohol. Yu Yurong smiled, and said, "It seems that this time it went smoothly." Roar. At this moment, a terrifying roar sounded. This was obviously not the cry of an ordinary zombie, but a mutated zombie. Looks like we still can't open beer at halftime. Zhao Yibai returned the empty beer can to Yu Yurong. Yu Yurong looked at the screen, Little Karami. A three-headed zombie suddenly rushed out of a launching ramen restaurant on the roadside. The zombie was 3 meters tall, with 3 heads, 2 male heads, and 1 female head. The female head was in the middle with long fluttering hair. The three-headed zombie was in tatters, with several hollow places on its body. One could look through them and see the metal internal organs inside. Da-da-da-da-da. People in the school also discovered this large three-headed zombie. Tianyu turned the gun around and shot at the mutant zombie. Bang, 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 chi, bang, bang, chi, bang. Roar. The bullets were like intermittent rays of light, all hitting the bodies of the 3 mutant zombies, causing many sparks to appear on their bodies. Some bullets were bounced off, while others penetrated the weak points of its body and entered its body. The 3 mutant zombies howled in pain. It wanted to rush forward and tear apart the weak ants in front of it, but the continuous bullets made it difficult to move forward. The armor-piercing heavy machine guns on the infantry fighting vehicles also aimed at it. Ting 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 ting. The big bullets poured over. From a distance, several intermittent rays of light attacked the 3 mutant zombies at the same time. Boom! A tank turned its gun and fired at the 3 mutant zombies. This is Che Xiaoli's masterpiece on the first car. The 3 mutant zombies were blown away. When they got up again, their faces and chests were already covered in blood and flesh, and it was unknown how many bullets were embedded in their bodies. Zhao Bai had a system, and the scene he saw was that the 3-headed mutant zombie was constantly losing blood. -1, -2, -5, -3. Boom. 3-4. Another tank shot. The health bars of the 3 mutant zombies were emptied, and their entire bodies exploded and shattered. Poor second-level mutant zombie. Zhao Bai smiled and sat down. This one was from the Department of Physics. The school's firepower was too strong, and it was worn down by heavy weapons. Its 3,000 health bar was emptied before it even got close. Ouch! The baby devil flew out with a whoosh. He opened his big mouth and bit off the heads of the 3 mutant zombies one by one and swallowed them into his stomach. Then flew back. The head of a second-level mutant zombie is also meat. The convoy continued to move until the time came. Zhao Bai, it's time to rest. Su Yuyu and AI Xiao Xiao nodded, and they both roared at the same time, releasing their pressure. Wow! The zombies were in an uproar. Among the countless corpses, the few surviving zombies quickly ran in the opposite direction of the convoy. Chapter 172 Mutated Zombie Shaoli. Rest here for 10 minutes, then continue on. Yu Yurong took the walkie-talkie and gave orders. All the zombies nearby ran away, and no more zombies fell from the distant buildings. All the ordinary zombies hid. The convoy stopped. One of the vans is a refrigerated truck. Yu Yurong arranged 2 teams to guard the command vehicle, driving the car and distributing cold drinks and ice cream. We're so perverted. Han Wan, who was in charge of the rear guard, took advantage of the break to come to the command vehicle and said with a smile, "Fuck, there's a pause function when fighting zombies. It's totally unheard of." Zhao Bai handed Han Wan a bottle of soda. Han Wan took it, opened it, and started drinking. Ever since Zhao Bai stayed in Han Wan's dormitory that night, Han Wan has become more and more like a girl. She used to be carefree and like a tomboy. Now, even when she is fighting, she always wears light makeup, carefully styles her hair, and wears a cool little camisole. There's nothing we can do. We just have this condition. Zhao Bai grinned. The mutated zombies are also members of the team, which is a bug. This means that ordinary zombies pose basically no threat to their forces. The reason for clearing the zombies here is for the sake of ordinary people, to open up a passage from the school to Batesview Street, and to establish a safe area where ordinary people can pass normally without zombies. It's impossible for everyone to get the scent of mutated zombies every day. That would be too troublesome. Yu Yurong. At the moment, it seems that the people under the second-level mutant zombies are still easy to deal with. If it's the third level, I'm afraid there will be serious damage. Zhao Bai had already considered this. We need to continue the Zhou family's unfinished survey of mutant zombies. After we take over Batesview Street and establish our school base, we'll begin the mutant zombie cleanup operation. Those who join us won't have to fear them anymore. The rest will be eliminated as upgrade materials for Su Yuyu and the others. There is one thing Zhao Bai didn't say, which is to expand the territory and gain more people. This is his most important thing at the moment. The reward for becoming the overlord of one side is too generous. A 5-star weapon is a terrifying weapon that can kill level 5 mutant zombies. Combined with time stopping, you can kill a high-level zombie with 1 sword. Wouldn't that be awesome? If he could get a 5-star weapon, clearing out the mutated zombies would be a quick task. As long as there was a spot, Zhao Bai felt he could kill more than a dozen of them in a day. Not at all overwhelming. The Zhou family's underground fortress and the Chamber of Commerce's underground laboratory also have research projects. Once they achieve certain results, the gains will be applied to the people in our school. In the hot summer, drink some cold drinks and eat some ice cream. The boiling blood from killing zombies gradually cooled down. School. The convoy continued to set off. Walk for a while, kill for a while. There is so much ammunition that there is no need to worry about consumption. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the convoy arrived at the gate of the office center compound in Batesview Street, City A. A female zombie wearing a white shirt with pink stripes, black trousers, and office leather shoes stared at the convoy through the electric door of the office. Here comes the knife. Zhao Yibai jumped out of the car. He shouted softly, and the obsidian blade appeared out of thin air, and Zhao Yibai grabbed it. Zhao Yibai walked towards the door with a knife in hand. Battle panel information appeared above the female zombie's head. Battle red. ID, depressed clerk. Level 3 mutant zombie. Health, 500. Spirit, 10,000. Combat power, 80,000. The Batesview Subdistrict Office Center is a courtyard covering several hundred acres, with several imposing low-rise office buildings and a beautiful small park surrounded by them. The environment is very good and is comparable to the administrative center of an ordinary small county town. No grudges or hatred. Leave here. The female zombie did not attack at the first moment. She was in human form and looked very much like a human. Help! Help! Shouts were heard from inside the compound. Zhao Yibai looked over from a god's perspective. It was a hot day, over 30 degrees Celsius, and the perceived temperature was almost 40 degrees Celsius. A group of men with big bellies or white hair, who looked very imposing and were obviously leaders, were pulling weeds under the scorching sun. You can only pull out one weed at a time and put it in a basket with your name on it 100 meters away. Then you have to come back and pull out another one. When they saw the convoy outside, they all became excited, as if they had seen a savior. At this moment, these leaders were in a very miserable state. Their white shirts were soaked with sweat, their hands were covered with mud, and they were tanned like non-city residents. Great, it's the school. Are we saved? Is that the most powerful force in city right now, school? Yeah. Finally, I'm going to be free from this damned Xiao Li's torment. What's the name of the school leader? A middle-aged man with white hair and cracked glasses spoke. Zhao Yibai. Okay, very good. After he's rescued, I'll present a certificate of honor to Comrade Zhao Yibai and hold a commendation ceremony for him. Roar. The female zombie turned around and roared viciously. This group of very imposing men quickly shut up, lowered their heads, and continued to pull and transport weeds. Zhao Yibai felt a little funny when watching the female zombie's actions. No wonder she was called a depressed clerk. In such a unit, the pressure must be very great. This is when she returned the gift from her leader. Seeing that this third-level mutant zombie could chat, Zhao Yibai said bluntly, Batesview Street, starting today, is our school's territory. You can continue to do what you want, but the ownership of this place has changed. It's mine. The female zombie stared at the strange black long knife in Zhao Yibai's hand with fear. Su Yuyu and AI Xiao Xiao also came over, and the baby devils were floating in the air, floating over. The female zombie's eyes changed again. You are here, I will take them away. Zhao Yibai. Very good, I like making friends. You don't have to go far. You can choose a courtyard nearby and move in. As long as you don't harm anyone under the influence of my school, we can be good neighbors. He likes sensible corpses. School. The female zombie muttered something. She took out the remote control from her pocket and pressed it lightly. With a squeaking sound, the electric door, whose bearings were lacking oil after the apocalypse, slowly opened. Zhao Yibai waved his hand. Move in. Boom boom. The vehicles continued to move forward and entered the Batesview Subdistrict Office Center. Zhao Yibai also casually jumped onto a tank, sat on the armor, and entered the Batesview Subdistrict Central Courtyard together. Here it comes, here it comes. The people transporting the grass became excited. They all stood up. However, the convoy passed by them directly without Zhao Yibai even looking at them. There are definitely many good leaders. However, Zhao Yibai was unlucky and never encountered it. Therefore, Zhao Yibai did not get involved in the cause and effect of this small clerk. Seeing the car passing by like this, the white-haired middle-aged man was furious. Stop. As the Batesview Subdistrict Police, I order you to stop. When disaster strikes, as citizens of City A, we should help each other. Since you have heavy firepower, how can you compromise and cooperate with mutant zombies? You are simply the scum of humanity. If you don't lend a hand to help us today, when order is restored, you will all be guilty. The rules will judge you, and you will spend the rest of your life in prison. Chapter 173 Settlement. At the beginning, when the apocalypse just began, Zhao Yibai didn't dare to use the golden Uzi because he was afraid that once he fired a gun, the result would be a small disaster or a local disaster. The disaster would pass quickly and be quelled, but if he fired a gun, he would be judged by the rules. At that time, I hadn't received any message from Wang Weiwei, so who knew what the situation was like outside? Now, Zhao Yibai felt like vomiting. This leader has the ability to use it against the mutated zombies. They have been treated like this, and they are transporting grass here. When they see their own kind and people, they get angry again and act like officials. What a great official power. Zhao Yibai also understood why this female zombie would treat this group of people. Now everyone has official authority and poses a threat to their peers. Then before the end of the world, it must be Lord Krishna. Now Zhao Yibai is no longer afraid of the restoration of order. Because he is order. You ma lay must, you dog, Heba said, where is the machine 8 cents? Zhao Yibai did not respond. Tian Yu is a girl with an extroverted personality and a bad temper. She glared at the man and started cursing in the pickup truck bed. No nonsense. What I am scolding is pure dirty work and dry goods. You. The white-haired middle-aged man was choked. But in the end, Tian Yu turned the muzzle of the heavy machine gun and aimed it at the white-haired middle-aged man. No matter who you were, no matter how awesome you were. Once was just once. And now it is now. It's the end of the world. All orders and rules are formulated and written by the strong. In City A, the person who makes the rules is now Zhao Yibai. Seeing the black muzzle of the heavy machine gun pointed at him, the white-haired middle-aged man's face immediately turned pale, and his temper and official authority disappeared immediately. When the depressed clerk Xiao Li saw this scene, she rarely smiled. She did not interfere, but just watched quietly. Xiao Li, no, Master Mutant Zombie Li, please keep these people away from us. We like to transport grass, and they are slowing us down. Unexpectedly, these guys were afraid that Tian Yu would shoot a volley of bullets at them, so they turned to the mutant zombies for help. Mainly because of Tian Yu's domineering appearance. That little dirty word that capped it. No one would doubt whether Tian Yu dared to shoot. Hee. The mutant zombie Xiao Li's smile became more intense. What a guy who loves to transport grass. Her resentment is extremely deep. As an ordinary person who just graduated and had no background, she went to work at the Batesview Street Office Center, but it was not as grand as she had imagined. She is a graduate from a prestigious university, but in this unit, she has to do odd jobs and be ordered around by everyone. Xiao Li's life became increasingly difficult because he refused the requests of several senior leaders to work overtime in the hotel where they were temporarily staying. Not only do they have to complete their basic work, but they are also responsible for cleaning the toilets. They are assigned to weed, water flowers, and eliminate insects in the park at noon when the sun is at its hottest, and they have to be supervised by the cleaning lady. She hates it. At noon, when it was so hot that her clothes were soaked with sweat, the sky and the earth suddenly darkened, and then she became what she is now. The mutant zombie Xiao Li is a little different from ordinary mutant zombies. She directly upgraded to level 3, but what she wants to do is to torture the leaders who once bullied her. When Xiao Li heard these people say that they liked to move grass this way in order to save their lives, he really laughed. Zhao Yibai, give me some face. The voice of the mutant zombie Xiao Li is a bit like the Japanese villagers speaking Chinese. Call. These pot-bellied leaders all breathed a sigh of relief. They originally thought that when the people from the school came, they would be rescued and would be able to return to their high management positions and start a happy life as the masters of the world in the end times. But I didn't expect that. These guys don't buy into the old tricks at all. He wants to establish himself as king. In the end, he still has to rely on the mutant zombie Xiao Li to save his life. But fortunately, Xiao Li spoke up. A third-level mutant zombie. The school won't give him any face, right? Fire. Yu Yorong's voice came from Tian Yu's earphone. Crack. Tian Yu turned on the safety and gripped the handle tightly. Da-da-da-da-da. S-H-H-H-H-H-H-H. Ah. The firing rate of the heavy machine gun had not yet been increased, and Tian Yu fired fiercely, bullets raining down, killing all those so-called former leaders. The leaders were in disbelief and looked horrified. But regardless of whether they believed it or not, the bullets from the heavy machine gun directly made their bodies full of big holes and then tore them into pieces. Some people want to run, but the next second, it was riddled with bullets. In less than 3 seconds, only a pile of large pieces of debris remained on the ground, and there was not a single complete body. Blood and fat spread outward on the ground. The intestines and internal organs all flowed out and mixed together, and it was impossible to tell which set belonged to which person. The depressed young clerk Xiao Li was stunned by the blood spots on her pretty face and shirt. Her mind is still intact. She felt that Zhao Bai was a very easy person to talk to. She should be given face. But unexpectedly, he didn't give it to me. The man named Zhao Bai killed her toys. All of them. Not a single one was left. Xiao Li put his hands in front of him, pointed his index fingers together, and poked, his face full of grievance. Yu Yurong jumped out of the command vehicle and walked up to Xiao Li. Submit, or die. Su Yuyu and AI Xiao Xiao both followed behind the boss lady, and the devils floated in the air. Submission. Xiao Li looked at the ferocious group of guys. She quickly raised her hands and knelt on the ground. Toys, if they're gone, they're gone. Xiao Li had a premonition that this fierce and seemingly powerless woman in front of him would die immediately if he told her to. It's fine to bully the incompetent former leader. Xiao Li is still weak by nature and is a little afraid of death. System task. The third-level mutant zombie ID, Xiao Li wants to surrender. Please make a choice. Accept the weak zombie Xiao Li's request, and you will receive a reward. 50 loyalty points from Xiao Li. Accept. Zhao Bai also got off the command vehicle. If he had to make a choice, it would be understandable for those so-called leaders to give face to their neighbor Xiao Li. Yu Yurong issued an order. She is a bit strict. It could also be that my period has come, and I'm a little grumpy. Anyone who has offended them or may pose a threat in the future will be killed directly. If the mutant zombie Xiao Li protects the other party, kill him together. When Yu Yurong treated Zhao Bai, she was really soft, but when she handled things, she was also very tough. Everyone, I'll lead the way for you. Xiao Li's panel information turned green, and she led the way with panic on her face. As for those corpses, they are dead, and that's it. This is the end of the world. It would be a waste of life to die. Anyone who wants to use the power before the end of the world to command people after the end of the world should die. With Xiao Li, a local, leading the way, Zhao Bai and his team successfully took over the Bateshu Street office center. After killing all the zombies inside, Zhao Bai and others moved in. Xiao Li watched Zhao Bai and his gang killing zombies whenever they saw them. As a level 3 mutant zombie, she was so scared that her face turned pale. Kill them, but you can't kill me. Chapter 174 on UN. Bateshu Subdistrict residents, please take note. City A School has relocated to Bateshu Subdistrict. Those still alive, please call. The school will follow the call sequence to rescue those still alive. 3 days from now, the school will conduct a neighborhood-by-neighborhood search. Those unable to communicate, please pay attention to any activity in your neighborhood and contact the school rescue team when the time comes. Chun Shiweru's formal voice was broadcast through the local radio station. Official equipment was used to eject text messages from mobile phones in Bateshu Street. In this area, any mobile phone that was turned on could receive the text messages. Finish this. Lunch is served. Zhao Bai deliberately let everyone set off without having breakfast. It's not about saving that little bit of food. This is to prevent people from vomiting out everything they eat after encountering a battle scene. I didn't eat in the morning. Although I still vomit, the amount is less. The zombies were beaten to pieces. Their flesh and blood flew everywhere. Their limbs were broken. Their internal organs were flowing out. And the zombie flesh was instantly cooked by the high temperature of the shells, and the smell of rotten and fermented zombie flesh and blood was emitted. This is so awesome. The girls in our school are all quite capable. Most of them didn't vomit because they've seen the zombie scene. Some of them vomited because the smell was unpleasant. It was physiological vomiting, not fear. Han took the statistical report into the street director's office, where Zhao Bai and Yu Yurong were. Better than I thought. Zhao Bai nodded. Some zombies were so smelly that he couldn't stand it. Zhao Bai. Cook more vegetables and less meat for lunch. He directly took out some vegetables, rice and meat from the system space. With Zhao Bai around, he could carry the baggage directly through the system space, without having to specially arrange a vehicle to transport people. Yeah, okay. Han nodded. Come in and get your things. The girl outside entered the room and took away the vegetable boxes, rice, flour, oil, and other things on the ground. They eat fresh food. Tools. Use the cooking tools from the canteen of this unit. The end of the world has not been long, and many things can be put into use after a little cleaning. Some packaged foods with a long shelf life are completely fine. While cooking, Zhao Bai inspected everywhere. The survival rate in urban villages is much better than in the city. In the temporary communications room, members of the 4 combat teams were busy here, with calls coming in continuously. They came to a conclusion. Indeed, although there are many old buildings with walk-up stairs in the urban villages, they are different from the relatively refined office buildings in the city. Not only are there few people in the old buildings, but it is also not very convenient to order takeout. This leads to more people cooking, and almost every home has food. There is electricity, water, and food. If no one in the family mutates, they can almost live the same life as before the apocalypse. The village is a bit stronger, and the only thing to worry about is the threat of zombies. Information is registered page by page. After Zhao Yibai came out of the communications room, he found Che Xiaoli, who was in charge of leading people to clean up the zombie corpses in the office building. Che Xiaoli was so busy that she was covered in blood. No matter how much protection you take, this is inevitable when carrying a zombie corpse. When she saw Zhao Yibai, Che Xiaoli suddenly remembered the previous agreement. Oops. Get to work first. Zhao Yibai also helped deal with the bodies. When killing the zombies inside, try to use a small caliber gun. This way, the zombies killed will generally not bleed much, and it will also be easier to clean up the ground. Seeing Zhao Yibai personally doing such a dirty job, the girls in these groups were very moved and worked even harder. Che Xiaoli knew the truth. She smiled and felt that doing dirty work was not hard or tiring at all. A small street office center, just a building in front, actually cleared out more than 100 bodies. Zhao Yibai had never heard of the signs of many government offices. In a finance office, when clearing the bodies, 2 female staff members were also cleared out. The 2 were trapped in the room and have survived until now by constantly circulating food and water. Until the food in the office, which had been circulated dozens of times, could no longer be circulated, and the water, which had been circulated so many times, had become as salty as salt water. They could not hold on any longer and fell into a coma. Both had vital signs. Thanks to the treatment of the medical team, the 2 ruthless men successfully survived. Some living corpses were also found in the office center. They did not dare to kill zombies and had no food or water, so they chose to end their own lives. After cleaning up the bodies, Zhao Yibai and Che Xiaoli went to the dormitory building at the back to wash up. It is worth mentioning. It was supposed to be a dormitory building, but the inside was completely different from what Zhao Yibai had imagined. It looked ordinary from the outside, but inside it actually had 4 bedrooms and 3 living rooms. The interior decoration may seem simple, but the furniture and supplies are all high-end goods, although they are not branded. Half an hour later, Zhao Yibai and Che Xiaoli came out together. Che Xiaoli's face was flushed and her eyes were sparkling. Zhao Yibai looked refreshed. Taking a bath is very comfortable. They don't feed each other just for the sake of feeding, but just like an ordinary couple, in a manly and orderly manner. This feeling is very different. Even though Che Xiaoli is not a 5-star beauty, she has the different feeling of a little girl next door. Everything is just right. Ding. 5-star target in Yuan found. Just as he was about to leave the dormitory building to go to the restaurant for dinner, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in Zhao Yibai's mind. Zhao Yibai unfolded the God's Eye view map and searched quickly. He immediately found a woman in a cheongsam. The woman was standing by the window, looking down with a worried look on her face. I don't know if she noticed that Zhao Yibai was looking at her, but when Zhao Yibai looked up, and Yuan immediately retracted her head. This woman was in the dormitory building where Zhao Yibai had just gone to wash up, but not on the same floor. Zhao Yibai pinched his chin and said, "The leader's canary?" "What?" Che Xiaoli was puzzled. Zhao Yibai patted Che Xiaoli. "Go eat first." Che Xiaoli exclaimed softly and glanced at Zhao Yibai with a rippling look. "Okay. The principal has so many women." Che Xiaoli never feels jealous. As long as she has something to eat, she feels very happy. She probably guessed what Zhao Yibai was going to do, but she was sensible and didn't ask. Zhao Yibai returned to the dormitory building. It was also with the god's perspective that he discovered that there were 3 dormitory buildings in the Batesview Street office compound, one of which had 3 bedrooms and a living room, and the last one was a 1-bedroom apartment where cattle and horses lived. Why is he back? And Yuan became nervous. She looked around and quickly hid in the closet. Bang! Zhao Yibai smashed the door lock with a hammer and pushed the door open to enter the room. "Come out on your own." And Yuan hid in the closet, not daring to make a sound. Zhao Yibai had a god's perspective. It was like he was cheating. He walked straight into the master bedroom and opened the closet. Roar! And Yuan roared and pounced on Zhao Yibai. Zhao Yibai put away the hammer in his hand and punched Yuan in the face. With such a huge force, Yuan was knocked back into the cabinet by Zhao Yibai's punch. Ugh! And Yuan screamed in pain, glared at Zhao Yibai, climbed up with the help of the cabinet wall, and attacked Zhao Yibai again. Zhao Yibai summoned the obsidian blade and held it tightly in his hand. And Yuan's face changed drastically and her attack stopped. She slowly knelt on the ground. I give in. Chapter 175, Breaking the Rules. Zombie Man 7. Ding. Successfully fed the 5-star target in Yuan. Gained 10 times stop charges. Remaining, 615. Ding. Since this is the host's first time feeding a mutant zombie target, The system will reward you with 100 time-stop charging times, 100 mental strength recovery pills, and unlimited physical fitness feeding for 1 year. Time-stop charging, 715 times. Mental strength recovery pills, 202 times. And Yuan lit a cigarette, took 2 puffs, and put the cigarette with lipstick marks on it to Zhao Yibai's lips with both hands. Zhao Yibai took a sip. Hua Zi, who was originally an ordinary man, now looks a bit like Yanyu, and the cigarette has a slightly sweet taste. Probably the smell of an Yuan's lipstick. Both of them were speechless. Just as Zhao Yibai finished one cigarette and was about to leave, and Yuan pulled him back. Passive becomes active. Evening. Zhao Yibai left the dormitory building. With Yurong here, everything in the school is going on in an orderly manner. Since the morning's cleanup of the zombies in the main office building, there are now almost no other zombies in the entire compound, but it will probably take another day to clean up the zombie corpses. 10 combat teams went out to carry out search and rescue missions, and have rescued more than 50 civilians, who were temporarily placed in the dormitory building of the apartment building. The zombie clearing team also found more than 20 survivors in the office compound, most of whom lived in the apartment building. Each of them has their own methods and has survived to this day. There is also a dormitory with red eyes. Yu Yurong ordered that all the people in their dormitory be killed. So, they were all killed without any resentment. Although it is disgusting for survivors to eat recycled food and drink recycled water, the school will respect them if they do so in order to survive. However, those who eat their own kind in order to survive are too cruel. Not only will they not be taken in, they will be killed directly. People like this are too cruel. If you can't be called a human being anymore, what else can't you do? Dining room. In the huge restaurant, there were only a few lights on. Only the lights above the window where meals were being served and a few tables nearby were on. After completing the task, if you need to eat, you can come and eat at any time. Some of the rescued people also sent representatives to collect food. Lunch. Chase Shally happened to be there too. She looked at Zhao Yibai coming over and said teasingly, "Breakfast." Zhao Yibai patted her. Chase Shally grinned, as if she had thought of something. Zhao Yibai rubbed his forehead and sat on the stool. Chase Shally was very energetic. She stood up and quickly went to the window to get some food and put it in front of Zhao Yibai. "What's going on? Why does my master look unhappy?" Zhao Yibai felt a little complicated. "I broke the rules." "Oh." Chase Shally's face was filled with shock. She wasn't pretending to be surprised. Earlier, when they were still trapped in dormitory building A, who in 401 was not coughed. "Why are you breaking the rules now?" "What an expression." Zhao Yibai pinched Chase Shally's face and sighed. "I bumped into someone who was a bitch." Chase Shally. 5677? Zhao Yibai looked over and asked, "Really don't understand?" "I understand." Chase Shally walked behind Zhao Yibai and gently rubbed his forehead. "Yibai, do you still have moral baggage? It's the end of the world. Everyone is having fun." "Morality?" Zhao Yibai doesn't have these things at all. He is a bit of a misophobe. Disgusted. "But now, the rules have been broken. I broke the rules many times." His 3 views have changed a little. He feels that it's nothing to be a little closer to Boss Chow. Zhao Yibai didn't know why. He was no longer the young man he was before the apocalypse. He had experienced countless ups and downs, but after discovering in Yuan, he found it difficult to control himself. Like a bad guy. Did something bad. Forget it, don't think about it, let's eat. When Zhao Yibai looked at the food on the plate, he saw that Chase Shally had served his favorites. Zhao Yibai loves to eat meat. After a big meal, Zhao Yibai went to the office building with a bowl of homemade vegetarian noodles. He felt a little guilty. After eating, I realized that Yu Yurong hadn't eaten yet. Slurp, slurp. Yu Yurong slurped the noodles with a happy smile on her face. She finished preparing the meal. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yibai actually remembered this incident. Yu Yurong was very moved. She knew very well that with Zhao Yibai's current strength, he had no shortage of women and there was no need for him to be so nice to her. Even if Zhao Yibai treats her badly, she will still treat him well. But Zhao Yibai was so good to her. Successfully fed Wang Weiwei. Gained 10 time stops. Remaining 1,005 times. Eat slowly. Looking at the easily satisfied Yu Yurong, Zhao Yibai felt the guilt of a cheating husband coming back to face his gentle wife. Zhao Yibai walked around to the back of the office chair and gently helped Yu Yurong tie up her loose hair. Yu Yurong chewed noodles, feeling Zhao Yibai's gentle movements, and her eyes smiled into beautiful crescent shapes. "Would you like to rest together tonight?" "Certainly." Zhao Yibai answered as a matter of course. Whether feeding this or that, maybe because of preconceived notions, Zhao Yibai can only find a sense of home in Yu Yurong. Sleep with her. What not to do? There is a very satisfying sense of happiness. The feeling of family. After dinner, Zhao Yibai and Yu Yurong walked hand in hand in the large courtyard of the Beitsu Subdistrict Office Center. The solar panel streetlights are very bright. The compound where all the zombies had been killed was very empty. Tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, and modified pickup trucks were parked neatly on the marble floor in front of the office building. The darkness gave their bodies, stained with zombie blood, a majestic and domineering aura, making them look quite handsome. The nights in the urban village are not quiet. From time to time, the roars of zombies could be heard in the distance, accompanied by the barking of dogs. Some village communities with old power lines have lost power, and looking from a distance, there is dead silence. Yu Yurong held Zhao Yibai's big hand with her soft hand. She felt very safe. The man beside her was like a moving mountain, giving her a sense of stability and security. It helps digest the food. Yu Yurong patted his belly. Zhao Yibai, then go back to sleep? Chun Shiru personally led people to clean up a dormitory and replace the quilts and other items with new ones. Uh-huh. Yu Yurong nodded his head 3 times. The two went back together. Why are you here? After washing up, Zhao Yibai looked at Chun Shiru, feeling a little dazed. I asked her to come. Yu Yurong smiled and pulled Zhao Yibai over. Chun Shiru pursed her lips. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, when Zhao Yibai woke up in the morning, he received 2 messages from the Chamber of Commerce. The first news is that AI Xiaoxiao's parents have been found. Finally found it. AI Xiaoxiao's parents were both people of status. At the beginning of the apocalypse, they were taken away by some people from City B. AI Xiaoxiao was abandoned because she was infected with the virus at that time. The second piece of news was that Wei Shangyun died. The driver who once betrayed Zhao Yibai for her family was already extremely tough, but luck was not on her side. It's too painful to want to transform from a human into a mutant zombie. People died of pain. There was also a video of his last words sent over. Zhao Yibai clicked on the video. Chapter 176. You are so cool. I like you a little bit. In the video, in a room surrounded by metal walls and illuminated by purple lights, Wei Shangyun was soaked all over in an empty glass dish from which the culture medium had been extracted. There were countless wounds on her body, and a mixture of blood and pus was oozing from those wounds. Principal, I'm sorry, I didn't make it. Wei Shangyun's blue face was full of guilt, his eyes were filled with tears, and his words were powerless. If there is a next life, I will definitely be with you. The picture stopped abruptly. Wang Weiwei, 9 out of 10 experiments lead to death. She made it to the late stages of the process, which was considered quite strong-willed. But obviously, she didn't have the life of the protagonist. Like most people who become zombies in the apocalypse, she died. Wang Weiwei sent text. However, Zhao Yibai read a hint of sadness from it. Yes. How many people died unfortunately? Those who are alive are still a minority. Zhao Yibai originally thought that since Wei Shangyun had such strong spiritual beliefs, he had a chance. Just died like that. Zhao Yibai felt regretful. But it's just a pity. This is the price to pay for betrayal. If he shows weakness once, he will be betrayed countless times. Rules are rules. To manage a large force, you need to establish rules from the beginning. Zhao Yibai got it. What's the specific news about AI Xiaoxiao's parents? Vera Wang, it's a bit complicated. We can talk in person after you're done with Beitsu Subdistrict. Zhao Yibai, okay da. Wang Weiwei. Oh, by the way, although Wei Shangyun is dead, the pretty girl named Xiaoyu that the chubby girl from the Zhou family sent is alive. However, she's not in good spirits anymore, looking a bit silly, and her neck is a bit crooked. If you want her, I'll send her to you. She's still useful. Zhao Yibai just found out that Zhou Yun had sent Lin Xiaoyu to the Chamber of Commerce. Zhao Yibai, I don't want it. Give it to Zhou Yun da. Vera Wang, okay. Come over soon after you're done. I've been reading materials lately and learned a lot of new things that I need to discuss. Zhao Yibai, no problem da. Zhao Yibai is now full of confidence. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to charge up to 1,000 at in Yuan's place. The unlimited feeding physical fitness that the system specially rewards makes Zhao Yibai like a god of war. Invincible. Invincible. Infinite battles. If this thing had a level, Zhao Yibai would be willing to give it an SSS level, which is as awesome as stopping time. Anyone who uses this skill will know it. Good. 2 very good words. 3 characters are very good. Zhao Yibai even suspected that he had the system in vain before, and whether he had fed it to the mutated zombies long ago and had acquired this skill long ago. Then take off early. I have long since gotten rid of my back pain and become a god of war. However, it's not too late to have it now. Is Vera Wang great? It seems like he was injected with some kind of health-enhancing product from the Chamber of Commerce that has no side effects. Oh, Zhao Yibai just wanted to say that he could kill Wang Weiwei without doing anything. You woke up so early. Yu Yurong turned over and saw Zhao Yibai's proud face. She reached out and hugged Zhao Yibai's arm. I'm sorry to wake you up, Zhao Yibai said softly. Then you will be punished to stay with me for another 10 minutes. Yu Yurong was half asleep and half awake. Her eyes were hazy. Her voice was lazy and hoarse, with a unique charm. She hugged Zhao Yibai's arm tightly, hugged him to her chest, and closed her eyes again. Sleeping next to Zhao Yibai, Yu Yurong slept very soundly and felt very safe. Just a few seconds. Zhao Yibai heard Yu Yurong's even breathing. Looking at Yu Yurong's peaceful sleeping face, Zhao Yibai's eyes were full of pity. He also closed his eyes, enjoying the faint warmth and happiness of this moment. What this and that, the ordinary and simple is the real thing. Chun Shiru got up. Oh shit, she's under the bed. Looking at the sweet couple, Chun Shiru held her waist, her face full of confusion. Have we achieved a world where only I am hurt? Chun Shiru shook her head and limped away from this place of trouble. She didn't want to eat dog food. She was already full and was vomiting all the food. The secretary is very considerate. For fear that the noise from their shower would disturb the loving couple, they would go downstairs to shower. When Zhao Yibai and Yu Yurong got up from their lazy bed, Chun Shiru had already brought the meal from the restaurant, which included 5 dishes, 2 soups, a dessert, and 3 cups of hot milk tea. Can you finish all the dishes? Zhao Yibai was shocked. Chun Shiru said aggrievedly. I need to make up for it. Okay, make up for it. Zhao Yibai thought of something and laughed out loud. Still laughing. Chun Shiru pouted. Don't laugh. Zhao Yibai waved his hand, picked up the milk tea, and took a sip. Sweet. Yu Yurong picked up some meat for Chun Shiru. Eat more. You'll have to work harder these few days. Well, Chun Shiru looked a little resentful, but she was actually very happy in her heart. There are so many girls in school. These are rare opportunities. Chun Shiru is now extremely convinced of Yu Yurong, truly convinced that this best friend is someone she can get along with. When she is not in a convenient time, if something good happens to her, it means she is really thinking of her. Yesterday, she felt like she was flying. No, always flying in the sky. The temperature is just right. Zhao Yibai handed the milk tea he had taken a sip of to Yu Yurong. Yu Yurong waved it back, her face flushed. I'll just drink that. I refuse the drink you've had. Have you forgotten what you ate last night? Chun Shiru, who was eating meat, chewed it for a while, then lowered her head and started eating. Cough. Zhao Yibai continued to drink his milk tea and smiled awkwardly. Then I'll pick up some food for you. I haven't used chopsticks yet. Ha. Seeing Zhao Yibai's embarrassed look, Yu Yurong laughed and ate the dishes Zhao Yibai picked up with a smile. Feeding the fish successfully. Reward, 10 charges. Remaining, 1,015 charges. After breakfast, the 3 of them went to the office building in front together. The main fighting force of the school has basically come out. The home is guarded by the Lord of Resentment. Wu Ming and Jiang Yi, who went to Zhou's house with Zhao Yibai last time, are temporarily managing all matters in the school. As soon as she arrived at the largest office, Yu Yurong had a video call with Wu Ming, who summarized and reported on the school situation from yesterday to today. Zhao Yibai used the God's Perspective map to scan each place one by one, confirming that there were no mutant zombies in several places, and then asked the combat team to go to those places for search and rescue. The weapons in the hands of the combat team members are more than enough to deal with ordinary zombies. Gizi and Xiao Li stayed in the Beitsiu Street Office Center. Su Yuyu and AI Xiao will set out with the combat team. First, they will train the combat capabilities of the combat team members. In dangerous moments, 2 large mutant zombies at level 3 and approaching level 4 will take action. After arranging it together, Zhao Yibai got a meal from the restaurant and went to the leadership dormitory building. And Yuan saw Zhao Yibai coming and she glanced at him coldly. You are not welcome. Zhao Yibai threw a big bag over. And Yuan shed tears. You are so cool. I like you a little bit. Chapter 177 Charming and Yuan. Night. Zhao Yibai washed up carefully, then left the leader's apartment and went to the restaurant for dinner. System panel. Doomsday feeding system panel. Host, Zhao Yibai. Main ability, time stop SSS level. Recharge times, 1555. Level 2 abilities, feeding, unlimited feeding physical fitness buff, Annie Nyo's blessing buff, God's perspective map, team shared vision, zombie virus immunity aura, blood corrosion immunity buff, resentful woman's blessing buff. Mission, 1. Overlord, team 179 out of 1,000 people 3755/10,000 territory 32% cities. 2. Shocking Lolita. Long-term mission. Help Aunt Nyo take good care of the eldest grandson Dong Xiaoyu and the daughter of the Lord of Resentment, Nyo Nyo. Space, 66.12%. Team, 179 people. Zhao Bai, Captain's Health, 100, Spirit, 100%, Combat Power, 13,500. Slightly. And Yuan, Level 3 Mutated Zombie Loyalty 68 Health 60/300 Spirit 100/200 Combat Power 200/300. Slightly. Baitsu Director Xiao Li, Level 3 Mutated Zombie Loyalty 50 Health 500 Spirit 10,000 Combat Power 80,000. On the way, Zhao Yibai glanced at the panel and thought about how Yuan was shaking all over after eating the cold rice when she left. He felt a sense of accomplishment. There's no need to be too polite when dealing with mutated zombies. There is no need to worry about the other person dying if you are too cruel. Zhao Yibai used all his strength to pull out the charge of time stop. But the strange thing is, Yuan's loyalty to him increased with each confrontation. Zhao Yibai treats Yuan very badly. This, who can I go to for justice? It seems that we can't be too respectful in terms of attitude. In the restaurant, Zhao Yibai met Xiao Li. Xiao Li was sitting at the table, head held high and chest puffed out. He picked up a little food with each chopstick and chewed it slowly. He chewed it many times before swallowing it. Why did you change your name? Zhao Yibai was curious. Wasn't she a repressed clerk? How did she become Director Baitsu? He asked. What's your name? Xiao Tong. You should use honorifics before speaking you. Baitsu Director Xiao Li slowly turned her head, her young face carrying the aura of an old cadre and scholar. As she spoke, when she saw that the person coming was Zhao Yibai, her face immediately fell and she stood up from her seat. Hello, Principal Zhao. I didn't realize it was you. Fine. Zhao Yibai smiled and waved his hand. He said to the restaurant's food window, Give me 2 hard dishes. Yes. The girl serving the food smiled and nodded. Seeing that Zhao Yibai didn't blame her, Xiao Li breathed a sigh of relief and said with a little pride on her face, Sister, you appointed me as the director of Baitsu. Oh, it turns out to be the director. Zhao Yibai bowed. Don't be like that. Xiao Li blushed and waved at Zhao Yibai with an expression of enjoyment on her face. It was a good decision to appoint this official. The depressed young clerk is no longer depressed. Zhao Yibai nodded secretly. Yu Yurong understood people's hearts. Xiao Li, a power-hungry official, did a very good job. Zhao Yibai called out several times in succession, Director, Director, Director. When Xiao Li heard the name Zhao Yibai called out in person, her whole body tensed up, her eyes widened, she froze for a moment, and then began to tremble violently. Zhao Yibai, I'm willing to be the school's dog. Cool. It feels so good. Being called this by a big shot like Zhao Yibai. Xiao Li felt like she was flying. Reach the top. Hee. Zhao Yibai smiled. This little Li was indeed a little cowardly, but she was capable of fighting and was easy to satisfy. I think that if Director Xiao Li is allowed to manage Baitsu Street in the future, she will work hard so that others will call her a leader. The meal is ready. Zhao Yibai stopped teasing Xiao Li. He brought the food to the table and started eating it voraciously. It had been a hard day's work. He is really tired. But when I saw the few hundred charges I got, I felt very satisfied. All the efforts are obviously worth it. Leadership apartment. After Yuan ate the cold food that Zhao Yibai brought in the morning, she didn't go to wash up. She just sat on the bay window of the bedroom balcony, all dirty. She hugged her knees with her hands, and her eyes were full of misery. ID, Mayon Yuan. Level 3 Mutant Zombie. Health, 60/300. Spirit, 100/200. Combat Power, 200/300. Attribute, Puppet Master. Skills, 1. Charming Attraction. Attract the opposite sex, causing them to come to you, let down their guard, become infatuated with you, and do. 2. Absorption of Charm. Absorbing the energy of the opposite sex and converting it into your own use. 3. Mark of Charm. After contact, a mark is placed on the creature, making it yearn for you. When the mark is fully stacked, you can control the creature and turn it into a puppet. He's not even human. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have planted the mark of charm on him. I simply can't absorb all the energy he gave me. The marks can't be superimposed and are directly dispersed by his violent impact. If this continues, I will die. A level 3 mutant zombie with the rare attribute of a puppeteer now looks as helpless as an ordinary young woman. Zhao Yibai is too powerful, and Yuan wanted to withdraw the mark, but she couldn't. 2 days. As soon as Zhao Yibai came, he would start his never-ending homework, and Yuan's own attributes require her to absorb power from it. Even if her mind resists, her instinct will control her body. This is almost unsolvable. As a result, the mutated zombie Mayon Yuan is now a little depressed. When will it end? Night. Zhao Bai and Yu Yurong went to the supermarket together. This is the largest supermarket in Batesyu Street, called by Supermarket. The zombies have been cleared out today, and control has fallen into the hands of the school. The supermarket is on the second floor and covers a large area. The first floor is the daily food and supplies area, and the second floor is for selling clothes and shoes. All the lights in the supermarket were turned on, and only some of the power connections made a crackling sound. The bodies of some sales clerk zombies fell to the ground. They are gradually being cleared out by the combat team members. Most of the vegetables and all the meat had rotted. The air was filled with the smell of rotting fruits and vegetables and smelly meat, coupled with the stench of zombie corpses, which was very overpowering. But having grown up in the end times, Zhao Yibai and Yu Yurong have almost become accustomed to this taste. Search all the shops around here, there are still quite a few resources. Yu Yurong picked up a red can of herbal tea, wiped off the dust with her hand, opened the lid, and started drinking. Zhao Yibai nodded. Let's distribute the benefits here. Yu Yurong nodded. That's fine. There are too many things, it's hard to move them. Zhao Yibai immediately made the decision. We've been saving people for 2 days. Let's take a day off tomorrow and do some team-building activities and give out some benefits. Fighting zombies plus rescuing people plus cleaning up is quite tiring. When Zhao Yibai was eating in the restaurant, he saw that the girls in the group all looked tired. We must save people. But you can't exhaust your own people. Good. Yu Yurong handed the red can of herbal tea to Zhao Yibai. Zhao Yibai took it but didn't drink it. He remembered what happened in the morning. Should I drink or not? Have you forgotten what you ate last night? Oops. Yu Yurong gave Zhao Yibai a small hammer. Why are you still holding a grudge? Then I won't eat it anymore. Eat. Zhao Yibai was embarrassed and took several sips of cold tea. Almost lost my happiness. Hee. Yu Yurong laughed complacently. Chapter 178, The Evil Fatty. The next day, early morning. Don't come, Zhao Yibai, don't come. And Yuan had already washed clean. She put on 3 layers of clothes, stood at the window, and prayed heartfeltly. She was really a little scared. If someone is a good person, he will feed the baby dozens of times in a row. Fortunately, she is a mutant zombie, because no one can bear it. The mutated zombies will probably die too. Time passed slowly, and it was noon. And Yuan clenched her fists and stood in front of the window. She changed into a cool red nightgown and looked down eagerly. He's not coming? Why don't you come? Evening. The sun sets, and the sky is filled with red clouds. And Yuan's eyes were dull, and her tone was resentful. Zhao Yibai, why haven't you come yet? Bang, bang, bang. In the restaurant. All the lights are on today, and it is bright. The kitchen stewed a whole cow and 2 whole pigs today. All the tables were filled with delicious food. At the front table, Zhao Yibai raised his glass and clinked it with Yu Yurong and others, and the girls at all the tables also clinked their glasses. A crisp sound came from the restaurant. Zhao Yibai, cheers. All the girls, cheers. Everyone cheers. Drink big gulps of wine and eat big mouthfuls of meat. 2 days of continuous fighting left them physically and mentally exhausted. All they saw were zombie corpses, and their bodies were covered in the smell of blood. I'm feeling tired. Unexpectedly, Principal Zhao Yibai is so considerate. Just take a holiday. No more fighting zombies. No one was saved. The lives of the people in Batesyu Street are lives, and the lives of our own people are even more lives. Directly launch team-building activities. Within the specified time, everyone takes something in the supermarket, and whoever takes it owns it. Hot spring bathing in Batesyu. You can choose clothes from brand stores at will. After the activities in the morning, I have free time in the afternoon, and in the evening, there is this big meal. The cold wine went down my throat, the meat was cooked until it melted in my mouth, and there were also rare stir-fried vegetables and chilled fruits. This is very happy in the end times. Today, the Batesyu Subdistrict Office compound is unmanned. Everyone rests. Zhao Yibai used several mutant zombies and mobilized more than 5,000 ordinary zombies from the surrounding area to tightly surround the office compound. This is the order to launch an attack. This is the man-made zombie tide. No outsider dares to approach this place. The rich aroma of meat wafts far and wide. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. Zhao Yibai, still slightly tipsy, brought Su Yuyu and AI Xiao Xiao into the room. Let's play a game. Su Yuyu tilted her head. Game? AI Xiao Xiao jumped for joy. Great, great. Xiao Xiao loves playing games. Since the precepts have been broken. Then, let's lower the bottom line a bit more. Yes, that's right, that's it. Ding. Successfully fed 5-star target, Su Yuyu 5 times. Bonus time, stop charging 50 times. Receive 50 additional mental power recovery pills. Loyalty increased to 50. 1605 charges remaining. 252 pills remaining. Ding. Successfully fed the 5-star target AI Xiao Xiao 6 times. Bonus time stopped charging 60 times. Received an additional 60 spirit recovery pills. Accidentally obtained a screaming single-use spirit book. 1665 charges remaining, 312 pills remaining. Sure enough, if you have no bottom line, you will be very happy. Zhao Yibai sat on the sofa, lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled a long stream of smoke. Aside, the results were remarkable. The 2 mutant zombies had fallen into a deep sleep exhausted. Especially Su Yuyu, her tongue was outside her mouth, like an anesthetized cat. Zhao Yibai finished smoking, turned off the light in the room, and left. This harvest is huge. Quite rich. I've just found the correct way to use the system. Zhao Yibai took a look at the map from a god's perspective and found that Yu Yurong had already fallen asleep, so he decided not to bother her. Zhao Yibai looked around to see who was still awake and found that they were all asleep. Relaxed today. They all drank some wine and slept soundly. However, Yuan had not slept yet. She was standing at the window looking down with a blank look in her eyes. I've already gained enough energy today. I won't go anymore. No matter how beautiful the beauty is. I got almost 1,000 charges in 2 days. And Yuan was tired and exhausted. Zhao Yibai felt that she was a bit boring. What should I do if I can't sleep late at night? Zhao Yibai seemed to get some kind of feedback from the feeding, and now he has the unlimited feeding physical buff. So he is full of energy and very excited, and he can't sleep. Then he went out. Car coming. Zhao Yibai summoned a modified Zhou family car that had been stored in the system space. This is a modified Mercedes. Zhao Yibai opened the car door, got in, fastened his seatbelt, and started the car. Boom, boom, boom. The multi-cylinder beast roared. Wow! The ordinary zombies around the school quickly made way. Now the mutant zombie aura on Zhao Yibai is so strong that these ordinary zombies almost think that Zhao Yibai is a terrifying mutant zombie. Buzz! Zhao Yibai stepped on the accelerator, shifted gears and released the handbrake, and the Mercedes-Benz, with its engine running at high speed, suddenly flew out. Bang, 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 chi, chi. Some unlucky ordinary zombies were unable to avoid it and were directly knocked away by the front spike armor modified by Mercedes-Benz. This car has too much horsepower. Zhao Yibai did not take the path made by the zombies. He plowed the land among the zombies like an automatic tiller and directly smashed a bloody path. The zombies were all knocked away. Some were directly smashed to pieces. Fragments flew everywhere. Black zombie blood splattered everywhere. It feels great. The most important thing is that Zhao Yibai killed zombies at will. These zombies were afraid of the strong smell of mutated zombies on Zhao Yibai and did not dare to attack Zhao Yibai at all. This is the fundamental reason why Zhao Yibai can do whatever he wants. Otherwise, if so many zombies were killed together, they would pile up on the car. Ding! The system has found a new puzzle task for you. Mission 1. The female zombies plea. Kill the evil little fat man and set them free. Mission reward. 1/3 of the Doomsday Assault Armored Vehicle Fragment. Mission 2. School Beauty Shiqian's Prayer. Kill the evil fatty. Mission reward. School Beauty's Gratitude. With a chance to trigger the advanced mission, escort the school beauty to City B. Mission 3. Xia Jiyun's Prayer for the Level 2 Mutated Zombie. Kill the evil fatty. Reward. 100 points of Xia Jiyun's loyalty. Zhao Yibai knocked over a zombie on the roadside, was stunned for a moment, and then fired 3 tasks at once. They are all about killing the evil little fat guy. What did this fat guy do? Accept. Ding. Task 1, Task 2, and Task 3 successfully accepted. The system automatically planned a route for you. The God's Eye View map in Zhao Yibai's mind automatically unfolded, presenting a navigation map with route instructions. I'm just sitting around doing nothing. Zhao Yibai quickened his pace. Seeing that the road was only a dozen kilometers long, he hurried over. With the addition of various buffs, Zhao Yibai's ability to control the car has become much stronger. Things on the road. Just knock it open. 10 minutes later, Zhao Yibai rushed to the vicinity. Ding! A 4th-level mutant zombie has been discovered, Evil Xiaopeng. A 3rd-level mutant zombie, Xia Laohu, has been discovered. A 2nd-level mutant zombie, Xia Jiyun, has been discovered. Chapter 179, Slashing the Level 4 Mutated Zombie. Ding! The God's Perspective map cannot be used within this range. Zhao Yibai stopped the car. It was the first time that he encountered a situation where the God's Perspective was disabled. He could see with his eyes that this was a factory compound of a garment factory. Looking down from God's perspective, it is foggy here. What's that noise? Zhao Yibai suddenly heard a strange, but somewhat familiar sound. Receive. Zhao Yibai got out of the car, put it into the system space, summoned the obsidian blade, and walked towards the gate. Clang! Zhao Yibai chopped down the guard door with his obsidian blade and strode in. Using the third-level weapon, the obsidian blade, to chop down third-level zombies is like a piece of cake, let alone this ordinary metal tube access door. It is easy and straightforward, without any pressure. Exploration progress 1%. The path the host has walked will break through the fog of mutant zombies and use a god's perspective. Zhao Yibai walked over following the sound. Not long after, he saw a scene in the factory that shocked him greatly. Fuck! Zhao Yibai was truly shocked. Woman. Female zombie. Female mutant zombie. All of them. They were tied with metal dog chains, and their bodies were completely destroyed. Each long metal chain is several meters long and connected to the metal pillars of the factory. At a glance, there are dozens of them around each metal pillar. This factory building is more than 200 meters long from east to west and has more than 30 metal pillars. The place where the noise comes from. Not far from Zhao Yibai, there was a young man who looked almost human, controlling a pretty woman. Found the 4-star target Shiqian. Help! Help! Some of the beautiful women are Shiqian. When Shiqian saw Zhao Yibai coming in, she excitedly shouted for help. The young man grabbed Shiqian's neck, slowly turned his head, and looked at Zhao Yibai. A corpse among the fellows? Zhao Yibai was stunned by these words. After a few seconds, he realized that humans are fellow travelers, and zombies are just zombies of the same kind. He has too much of the smell of mutant zombies on him. This resulted in the evil fat guy mistaking him for a mutant zombie. It was also because he could sense more than one mutated zombie aura from him. I was recognized as a fellow traveler again. Battle Red. ID, Evil Fatty. Level, Peak of Late Level 4. Health, 500,000. Combat Power, 600,000. Field, initially taking shape, will be promoted to Level 5 after completion. Bang! The evil little fat boy threw Shiqian aside and walked towards Zhao Yibai. Shiqian hit her head against the pillar. She groaned, covered her neck which had just been strangled by the evil fat guy, and breathed heavily. Sniff. The evil little fat boy walked up to Zhao Yibai and sniffed. You are actually a human. Ha 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 ha. He's a very interesting person. He has the scent of at least 3 mutant zombies. This is a level I've never reached. People, welcome to my empire. The evil little fat man started laughing as he spoke. He opened his arms and pointed at the huge factory, as if to say, this is the empire I have built. Hee. Zhao Yibai sneered twice. At this time, the mutated zombies and humans in the factory were all staring at Zhao Yibai. Zhao Yibai also looked at these. This evil fat man is indeed evil enough, but he is also very picky about food. He even brought an 80-year-old zombie. There were quite a few people and zombies he captured. In fact, it's all garbage. The other party was very polite. But Zhao Yibai had already seen through the essence. On the battle panel, from the beginning to the end, the opponent's color was red. It is the enemy's state. I'm busy, please do as you please. The evil little fat man waved his hand and walked towards Shiqian again. Seeing the evil mutant zombies approaching her again, Shiqian quickly called out to Zhao Yibai for help. Help! Save me! My father is the deputy mayor of City B. The evil little fat man ignored Zhao Yibai and continued to control, etc. Zhao Yibai called a halt. The evil little fat man tilted his head and sneered. You coming? Well, I'll do it. Zhao Yibai spoke jokingly. Shiqian's face turned extremely pale in an instant. Because it seems that Zhao Yibai is much stronger than the evil fat young man. This isn't hope, but a demon? The evil little fat boy's expression changed in an instant. Court death. Wasn't it you who invited me? Zhao Yibai gripped the obsidian blade tightly. A mutant zombie who was in a combat state was kind to him. This was not because he really wanted to make friends with him, but because the other party was in a very critical stage. Zhao Yibai guessed that the other party was using this delaying tactic because they were eager to be promoted to a level 5 mutant zombie. Ant. Die then. Boom. The evil little fat man was very angry. He didn't want to bother with the ant in front of him. After the promotion, he could kill it with a mouthful of spit. But I didn't expect that this ant would take advantage of me. How dare you covet the materials for its upgrade? The evil little fat man flashed and appeared in front of Zhao Yibai. He punched Zhao Yibai, and Zhao Yibai slashed at the fist with his obsidian blade. A huge explosion sounded. Zhao Yibai and the obsidian blade were blown away. And above the evil little fat boy's head, a big mist floated out. Bang! Zhao Yibai landed on the ground and changed his hand to hold the obsidian blade. The knuckles of his right hand were broken and bleeding. He shook his hand. Some skills. The evil little fat man smiled. I'll give you a chance. Be my material, the only male material. Contribute your When I reach level 5, you will receive the supreme honor of being the only male material. Did I draft it? It's really disgusting. Zhao Bai immediately became angry. The reason I fought against this thing before was to test the strength of the 4th level peak mutant zombie. As for a real war, who the hell wants to go head-to-head with a body-cultivating mutant zombie? Go ahead and curse as much as you want. Later, you'll just beg for mercy. The evil little fat man stretched out his hand, and suddenly, a long metal chain appeared on his hand. Oh, Zhao Bai sneered. You are arrogant, it's too early. Time stops. Ding. Time stop successfully used. Remaining times, 1,664 times. In a flash, everything around was frozen. Zhao Bai took out a mask from the system space and put it on. The smell here was a bit suffocating, a smell of the seashore accompanied by a strong stench. Some of the ones tied with chains were already dead, with maggots crawling around, but the evil little fat man still treated them as consumable materials for promotion. With enough practice, you can grind an iron rod into a needle. You're lucky you came early. You're about to reach level 5. A level 3 knife might not be able to cut you. Zhao Bai took out a single sofa from the system space and sat on it. Mobile power supply, large bucket of water, connected to the T-bar machine. I took out some beef and mutton rolls, took out a table, an induction cooker, and pots, and spent half an hour eating a hot pot. After drinking a few sips of tea, the speakers are turned on. Catching shrimp. Wow. Wow. Zhao Bai jumped up and slashed at the evil fat man. 199. 188. Minus 233. Minus 321. Minus 124. Miss. Minus 1999. Huh. Zhao Bai suddenly discovered that hitting the evil fat man's protruding parts would cause greater damage. So, dash 2888. Minus 1934. Minus 2341. Minus 1884. It hurts just looking at it. But Zhao Bai started to chop wildly. The evil fat man's health bar also began to drop rapidly. Chapter 180 Kill the Evil Fatty. Is 500,000 HP awesome? Level 4 peak is amazing. Knock you. Say. Zhao Bai stood in front of the evil little fat man, cursing and questioning him loudly. Call. My hands are numb from cutting. This thing is really awesome. Zhao Bai is a reasonable man. If the mutant zombies really want to make friends, he can make friends. But this evil little fat guy starts out red. He speaks politely, but actually harbors murderous intentions. I just feel that dealing with him will be a waste of time. Kill zombies like this. Anyone fighting against red will be killed. He went out to find an open space to use the toilet and defecated a large amount. Then Zhao Bai came back and stabbed the evil fat guy dozens of times again. There is bad news. The places with high damage have been destroyed by Zhao Bai. But the health bar of this level 4 peak zombie is as high as 270,000. The good news is that Zhao Bai's mental strength has become stronger. A single time stop can last for 6 hours. Now he has a lot of time stopping and mental power recovery pills, and his mental power is also strong. Killing mutant zombies with high health bars is boring, but that's all it is. The result is certain. He wants to kill. The other party will die, even if the opponent's health bar is tens of millions. Dash 123. Minus 323. Minus 112. Minus 236. Minus 111. Minus 189. Minus 401. Minus 212. The evil little fat man was covered in blood and wounds, but unfortunately he was at the peak of level 4, his domain was taking shape, and his combat power was superb, but when time stopped, he couldn't use any of it. It can only be a human-shaped zombie that Zhao Bai attacks. No matter what skills, passives, or ultimates you have, they are all ineffective. After a while, 9999999. A huge white number floated up from above the evil little fat boy's head. This triggered the obsidian blade's killing effect. White true damage numbers. Huh. Zhao Bai let out a long sigh, poured a cup of tea, and drank it all in one gulp. At this moment, the tea was already a little cold. With a wave of his hand, all tools are stored in the system space. End time stops. Ding. Time has resumed flowing. Swoosh. Zhao Bai turned his back to the evil little fat man and made some sword moves with the obsidian blade in his hand, which made a sound of sword energy vibrating. Time resumed its flow. The pupils of Shiqian and some living people contracted. In front of them, they watched helplessly as the evil little fat man took out chains and tried to restrain the tall man who suddenly broke in. But the scene in front of me suddenly blurred. Boom! With a loud bang, the evil little fat boy exploded like a balloon. With a clang, the long metal chain fell to the ground. The tall and handsome man, with his back to them, swung his sword with a flourish, his figure as majestic as a mountain. Dead? That fatty is dead. Oh my god, am I dreaming? That bastard is actually dead. Finally, I don't have to be disgusted by such a vicious guy like him anymore. It's like welcoming a new life. Woo woo woo. My sister is dead. Sister, if you had held on a little longer, would you have been able to see the light of day like me? Woo woo woo. Everyone was in disbelief, and their pupils trembled, but soon they confirmed that this was not a dream and began to cry bitterly. The bloody smoke from the evil little fat man's explosion gradually dissipated. After showing off, Zhao Bai turned around and looked at the ground. On the ground was a buck-toothed man who was only about 1.5 meters tall. He looked young and rather fat. My true appearance looks like this. No wonder I'm called the evil little fat guy. Laugh. Zhao Bai slashed forward with his sword, making his habitual finishing move. The evil little fat man's head was chopped off and rolled to the side. Obviously, it is dead. If you are killed when time stops, you are dead. You have two states, but you don't use them, so you die. The time-stopping mechanism is too buggy. Clatter, clatter, clatter. As the evil little fat man's head fell to the ground, all the chains in the huge factory building shook violently and rattled. Bang! As the first chain broke, the sound of snapping was heard continuously, and a large number of chains broke, and all the people, zombies and mutated zombies controlled by the evil little fat man were freed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quests, the female zombie's prayers, school beauty Shiqian's prayers, and headphone-modified zombie Xiaojiyun's prayers. Rewards: 1/3 of a Doomsday assault armored vehicle fragment, school beauty Shiqian's gratitude, and Xiaojiyun's 100% loyalty. A pleasant system prompt sound rang out. The corners of Zhao Bai's mouth curled up. At this time, another system sound rang out. The system has discovered and automatically accepted the advanced quest for you. Escort the school beauty Shiqian back to City B. Quest reward: 1/3 of the Doomsday assault armored vehicle fragment. Apocalyptic assault armored vehicle, a super assault armored vehicle with unlimited power, unlimited durability, unlimited armor defense, and unlimited mental defense. It can fly short distances, sail, charge on land, and can be driven by mental control. First form: the car is 6 meters high, 10 meters wide, and 20 meters long. Second form: the car is 30 meters high, 50 meters wide, and 100 meters long. The third form: the car is 300 meters high, 500 meters wide, and 1,000 meters long. Fourth form: the vehicle is 3 kilometers high, 5 kilometers wide, and 10,000 meters long. The higher the form upgrade, the more members it can accommodate and the higher the impact force. Fuck! Zhao Bai exclaimed. After taking a look at the introduction of this apocalyptic assault armored vehicle, I felt so excited that I wanted to curse. Awesome. Now, Xiaojiyun, the second-level mutant zombie, has come over. Thump. Xiaojiyun knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Sir, save me. Xiaojiyun is willing to kneel down for you, sir. Squad panel. Xiaojiyun, Level 2 mutated zombie, loyalty 100, health 300/1000, spirit 789/2000, combat power 4000/50,000. Good. Zhao Bai nodded, walked to the evil little fat boy and waved his hand. Collect the exploded things into the system space. Level 4 mutated zombie crystal core, solid metal chain mother chain, 100 intermediate health recovery pills, evil little fatties 18 skills skill book. Xiaojiyun stood up, put her hands together, rubbed them together, and a black bullet took shape. She offered her hands to Zhao Bai. Xiaojiyun's hand-needed tonic pill. Taking this pill will restore special combat abilities once. Or an auxiliary. Zhao Bai's eyes lit up. He took out a set of easy-to-wear clothes from the system space and handed it to Xiaojiyun. Thanks. Xiaojiyun took it with surprise. She stood in front of Zhao Bai and immediately put on her clothes. Shiqian came over. She looked at Zhao Bai timidly. You saved me. If you really want to come, then come. Afterwards, can you take me to City B? My father is really the deputy city lord. He will thank you. I'll take you there when I'm done. Come on, there's no need. Zhao Bai took out another set of clothes and threw it to Shiqian. Shiqian was overjoyed. Thank you. I want one too. A female voice sounded. Zhao Bai looked over and saw a white tiger. It was Xia Lao Hu, a level 3 mutant zombie discovered by the system. The name really suits him. Except Shiqian, they are all quite eye-catching. This one is still watchable. Zhao Bai threw it all over him. He looted countless resources and didn't even need a few sets of clothes. After Xia Lao Hu finished putting on his clothes, he immediately pounced on Zhao Bai. Chapter 181, Obtaining the Second Form. Zhao Bai instantly summoned the obsidian blade that he had just put away. Information green. ID, Xiaolaohu. Level 3 mutant zombie. Health, 3000. Spirit, 5000. Combat power, 60,000. Nature, spirit, one of the top materials of evil little fat. When Xiaolaohu saw the obsidian blade, he immediately stopped, as if he had braked. Xiaolaohu's eyes sparkled. I want to repay you. The evil little fat man wanted it, but never got it. Zhao Bai also noticed it. Xiaolaohu is treated differently. The status is full. Zhao Bai looked around. People, corpses of zombies killed by Xiaopeng. Level 1 mutant zombies. Level 1 mutant zombies killed by Xiaopeng. It's too messy. Ding. The system has discovered a new task for the host. Accept Xiaolaohu's gratitude. Reward, a certain increase in your health limit. Walk. Zhao Bai put away the obsidian blade and left with Xiaolaohu. Got far away. Seeing that Shi Qian and Xiaojian didn't catch up, Zhao Bai turned back and took them away. These two people have been tortured by the evil little fat man for too long and have been trained to have some slave mentality. Without orders, they are a little afraid to react. Just like a puppet. Roar. As soon as Zhao Bai left. Inside the factory, it became a mess. Mutated zombies and zombies pounced on those who survived. And those who survived were a little confused. Didn't move. Let the zombies pounce and bite you. Most people were severely traumatized. There were also people who still had a certain degree of consciousness. They quickly followed Zhao Bai's footsteps and wanted to escape. Their desire to survive is very strong. After following Zhao Bai, the zombies didn't dare to chase him. He walked out of the factory door and really survived. As for those who had been tortured beyond recognition, Zhao Bai had no desire to save them. He was not a good man and did not have the energy to save weaklings who had no desire to survive and then worship them. Want to live? He is willing to lend a hand to those who follow him. This wave brought out more than 30 women. After being bound by chains for too long, they almost all collapsed to the ground after following Zhao Bai out with their perseverance. Zhao Bai took out some water and bread and placed them on the ground. Rest here for 30 minutes. Eat and drink something to replenish your energy. After 30 minutes, find a car and follow my car to the Batesue Subdistrict Office compound. Yes. Thanks. The women thanked her. Their faces were filled with gratitude. Some people listened to the horrific zombie roars coming from the factory, their faces filled with fear and relief. Zhao Bai looked at Shi Qian and Xia Jiyun. You two wait here too. Good. Yes. The two girls agreed. Zhao Bai and Xiaolaohu went to a corner. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Thanks to Xiaolaohu. Received health plus 100. Tip. The host's health is above the limit of 100, and the higher health will be transformed into the second form. When the host's first form's health is emptied of 100, the second form will appear and immediately return to full health. I see, this is an extra life. Zhao Bai was shocked. This is really a great gift. Thanks. Zhao Bai thanked him sincerely. Xiaolaohu is sleeping. After waking up, he will regain his top-level material abilities. Looking at the human-shaped white tiger mutant zombie in front of him, Zhao Bai was shocked again. Xiaolaohu's ability could actually be restored. This meant that she was simply a human-shaped precious medicine in fantasy. Of course it was taken away. Later, Zhao Bai took the women who had regained some strength, smashed the locks of some cars on the roadside, broke the steering wheel keyhole to unlock them, formed a convoy, and set out on the journey back to the Batesue Street office compound. Some girls can't drive? It's not a question of whether or not. It's a question of whether you want to live or not. They have discovered that only by staying with Zhao Bai can they be safe from zombie attacks. Even if you don't know how to open it, you can still force it open. When passing by a clothing store, Zhao Bai stopped. This store was open before the apocalypse, and the door was open. But business is clearly not good. Zhao Bai shot and killed the only plump boss lady zombie inside. Let the survivors who were not fully clothed go in and get some clean clothes. Zhao Bai is not the evil little fat guy who does BT, so he doesn't want to keep watching it. After a busy period, I went back. Zhao Bai was able to sleep, so he arranged the rescued people into the apartment building. Zhao Bai found a room and fell asleep on the bed. In the leader's apartment room, and Yuan's face was full of resentment. Have you forgotten me? I've already passed by the road next to it. Why don't you come? Zhao Bai, why don't you come? People, there are bitches. Mutated zombies are transformed from humans, and some of them are quite despicable. When Zhao Bai came to feed her, she felt tired. Not coming. He became obedient again. And Yuan, Zhao Bai, I miss you so much. When will you come again? When people who didn't know the situation heard this, they would think that Zhao Bai hadn't come to see her for a long time. Actually, it's just one day. Early morning. After a few hours of rest, Zhao Bai felt refreshed and energetic. The zombie army at the door has dispersed. School members of the combat team have resumed their duty order. After a day of team building, they were fully charged and ready to return to the work of saving lives. I'm going to the Chamber of Commerce. After breakfast, Zhao Bai said. Shi Qian was also at the dinner table. She had taken a shower, changed into clean clothes, and tied her long black hair simply, looking very youthful and beautiful. A 4-star beauty, truly worthy of the name. But the evil little fat man had controlled him. Although Zhao Bai's bottom line had been lowered, some eye-catching things were still vivid in his mind. He had no unhealthy interest in the daughter of the deputy mayor of City B. Good. Yu Yurong, leave the work here to me. Zhao Bai, Su Yu and Gizi stay here. I'll take AI Xiao Xiao away. I need to go to City B to send Shiqian back. By the way, I'll take AI Xiao Xiao to find her parents. AI Xiao Xiao's mission has been delayed for too long. It's time to do it. It is very necessary to take over the vegetable garden behind the school in Beitsu Street. In addition, one thing that was very urgent was to quickly complete the task of becoming the overlord. I had to chop the evil fat guy until sparks flew, and it was very tiring. This made Zhao Bai eager to get the mission reward of being the overlord, that 5-star weapon. When the time comes, a level 4 mutant zombie was killed instantly with just one sword. The 5th level mutant zombie also broke through its defense with one sword, and was killed like a dead dog with just a few quick sword strikes. Thank you for your hard work. Zhao Bai hugged Yu Yurong. Not bitter, very sweet. Yu Yurong, when you come back, it will be convenient for me. Then we can have a good rest. We haven't had a good rest these days. Zhao Bai smiled and said, of course. The number of times of feeding food for breakfast has increased again, reaching 1674 times. Roadside. When we meet again, we'll be level 4. Zhao Bai gave the 4th level crystal core that the evil little fat man exploded to Su Yu. Su Yu nodded. I will. Ibai, you are so kind. Next time, let's play games. Yu is not afraid of pain anymore. Ahem. Zhao Bai coughed a few times. Yu Yurong reached out and rubbed her nose. She understood something, but she pretended not to understand and pretended she knew nothing. Leave. Zhao Bai hugs Yu Yurong. Get in the car. Che Xiaoli drove the group to the Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 182 How Can I Live Without You? The Beitsu Subdistrict Office Center is still short of staff, so Zhao Bai did not bring too many people with him. I only brought Che Xiaoli with me. Let Che Xiaoli drive, and Shiqian sat in the passenger seat. He and AI Xiao Xiao sat in the back row. Xia Lao, who stayed in the Beitsu Subdistrict Office Center, and the 100% loyal Xia Jiyun was also handed over to Yu Yurong, and they were taken care of here together. Did we take the wrong road? In the car, Shiqian looked at the direction they were heading in, feeling a little confused. This route seems to be the route to the factory where we escaped from last night. I'm not in the wrong place. I'm just doing something. Zhao Bai explained with a chuckle. Che Xiaoli drove the car quietly without saying a word. She had excellent driving skills. All right. Shiqian nodded. Suddenly, Che Xiaoli slammed on the brakes. Squeak. The car braked suddenly. This is 3 kilometers away. Because there were so many zombies around, they didn't pay attention to what was behind them, until just now, when Che Xiaoli took a look behind her. There's a zombie chasing their car. Still a zombie that feels very special. Charming. When I saw the charming girl Che Xiaoli in the rearview mirror, I got goosebumps all over my body. Woo woo woo. It stopped. It finally stopped. And Yuan quickened her pace. Zhao Bai, woo woo. Zhao Bai, why are you so heartless? How can I live without you? Yes. Car chase. It's in Yuan. And Yuan, who had not slept all night, suddenly found that Zhao Bai was leaving again. She overheard that Zhao Bai seemed to be going on a long journey this time. I don't know when I can return. She was hesitant to let go of her reserve. After all, when Zhao Bai got angry, he was very aggressive and didn't show much sympathy for women. But when Che Xiaoli started the car, she drove away without saying a word. No more thinking. No more hesitation. It's almost instinctive. And Yuan yelled, I'm going too. Take me with you. And chased out from the Beitsu Street office compound. But the car never stopped. She just kept chasing. Just like the swallow that Xiao Yeye is chasing. And Yuan ran to the side of the car, pouted, and kept banging on the glass. Zhao Bai knew that with Che Xiaoli's professionalism, she would not brake suddenly for no reason. He lowered the car window and saw Yuan, who was running outside and sweating profusely. The roots of her hair were wet, causing some hair to stick to her face, and she looked disheveled. She was wearing high heels. Both heels of my shoes were broken. Seeing the car window lowered, and Yuan looked at Zhao Bai aggrievedly, her voice filled with tears. Take me with you, please. Che Xiaoli had a serious expression, but one of her ears was facing back, listening to Zhao Bai's decision. If Zhao Bai didn't say anything, she wouldn't unlock the car door. Che Xiaoli has a new understanding of Zhao Bai's charm. It is really amazing that such a beautiful woman can chase a car for several kilometers. Get in the car. Zhao Bai moved inward. With a click, Che Xiaoli, who had one hand on the car door lock button, immediately opened the button. And Yuan was surprised when she heard that. She opened the car door and sat in the back seat. The car restarted. Hello Zhao Bai, you're so nice. And Yuan hugged one of Zhao Bai's arms, put her whole face on Zhao Bai's arm, and praised him affectionately. She is like a beautiful, docile little rabbit who loves her owner. AI Xiao Xiao sighed. And Yuan quickly let go of Zhao Bai's arm, stepped back, and looked at AI Xiao Xiao with some fear. Snort. Seeing and Yuan step back, AI Xiao Xiao pulled both of Zhao Bai's arms into her arms and hugged them. Others are with Zhao Bai. AI Xiao Xiao would not stop her. But in Yuan is different. AI Xiao Xiao doesn't like the smell of in Yuan. Her intuition tells her that in Yuan is a bad woman. Zhao Bai. And Yuan acted coquettishly and complained. This kind of top-notch mature and coquettish woman is simply too hard to bear. Quiet. But Zhao Bai easily withstood it and let out a light sigh. Okay. And Yuan pouted, crossed her arms over her chest, leaned obediently against the back of the car's seat, and became quiet. It may be because of the mark, or it may be a physical problem. When In Yuan saw Zhao Bai and stayed by his side, she had crazy thoughts, but she endured and restrained herself. The result is that you sweat more and more. It's more than just sweat. AI Xiao Xiao saw Zhao Bai standing on her side, and she immediately smiled triumphantly like a child. Zhao Bai and AI Xiao Xiao have lived and died together. When faced with a choice between herself and In Yuan, she would definitely stand on AI Xiao Xiao's side unconditionally. AI Xiao Xiao, that was the mutated zombie that had shed blood for him. He watched him grow up. Che Xiaoli looked back at In Yuan, whose face was covered in sweat, and silently turned down the air conditioner. Zhao Bai also noticed In Yuan's abnormality. Is it that hot? Have some ice water. Zhao Bai took out ice water from the system space. The water was ice when it was put in, and it is still ice now. Not only has the shelf life not changed, the temperature has not changed either. Good. And Yuan took the ice water and gulped down several big mouthfuls. After finishing it, she continued to look at Zhao Bai with a look that made Zhao Bai's scalp tingle. His eyes are almost thready. Ding. Successfully fed 5-star target and Yuan Shui. Gained 10 time stop charges. 1684 remaining. Zhao Bai was silent for a moment. Just hold on a little longer. We're on our way. We'll get to the place soon and treat you. Okay. And Yuan nodded. The vehicle continued driving and after a few minutes, it arrived at the destination that Zhao Bai told Che Xiaoli. Che Xiaoli parked the car steadily. Principal, we're here. Good. Zhao Bai got off the car. Wait a moment. Zhao Bai left a word, summoned the Black Blade, and rushed out. Roar. This is an advertising company with a 3-story street-facing storefront. As soon as Zhao Bai entered, then the roar of a terrifying mutated zombie was heard. Time stops. Ding. Time stop successfully used. Remaining times, 1,683 times. Zhao Bai chopped down 3 times with his sword. The black light ball that the alien zombie first spewed out was frozen in the air, and the man was directly hacked to death by Zhao Bai. Minus 1888. Minus 6,782. Minus 999,999. 3 knives. Zhao Bai only used 3 strikes, and the 3rd strike had a killing effect. Zhao Bai returned to the car with the exploded items. Seeing that In Yuan was very ill, he was not in a hurry to end time. He took In Yuan into the advertising company and found an office desk. Chapter 183, Sinful Flame. End time stops. Time stop ends. Time has resumed flowing. Ugh. The moment time stopped and resumed, and Yuan screamed loudly. Bang, 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 bang. The water cups in the office were blown away by the scream, and the glass not far away also shattered with a crackling sound. Such an exaggerated reaction? Zhao Bai's ears were buzzing. Fortunately, he had Aunt Nyo's buff, which enhanced his physical fitness tenfold. Otherwise, his eardrums might be in danger of being ruptured. Roar. In the distance, the roars of ordinary zombies could be heard one after another. Until 10 minutes later. And Yuan looked at the terrifying eyes with whites in her eyes, which gradually returned to normal, but her eyes were still blurred. It was as if his soul was already wandering in the sky. Not in this world. Panel. Zhao Bai followed the principle of curing illnesses and saving lives, fearing that In Yuan would cause trouble again on the road. This means that 80% of the time of stopping time has been used. A few hours. Slightly. Time stop recharge. 1883 times. Slightly. After seeing this, Xiaoyi Bai had a rough idea in his mind. In the car, when time started to flow again, Qiqian was a little confused. The beautiful woman sitting in the back seat suddenly disappeared. Then, a terrifying zombie roar came from a building nearby. Why did she disappear suddenly? AI Xiao Xiao said in a mature tone. It's adults' business, you little kid, don't ask about it. Big, my lord? Me a child? Looking at the girl in front of her, Qiqian felt confused. Mingming, you look young, right? How did I become a child? Che Xiaoli explained with a smile. The one with the bigger fist is the adult. All right. Qiqian continued to remain silent. After a while, Zhao Yibai and An Yuan, who had changed into a yellow strapless long dress, came back. At this moment, An Yuan had almost no seductive aura about her body. She had a rare coolness after having a full meal, and she was no longer sweating profusely. She was wearing new high heels. Following behind Zhao Yibai, he came over gracefully. Zhao Yibai placed the third-level crystal core of the third-level mutant zombie advertising company manager into AI Xiao Xiao's hand. Wow! AI Xiao Xiao covered her mouth with her hands and exclaimed. It provides enough emotional value. Thank you, Yibai Guogua. You are welcome. Zhao Yibai imitated AI Xiao Xiao and slurred his words. AI Xiao Xiao laughed, and then swallowed the crystal core in one gulp. Zhao Yibai, Xiaoli next one. Okay. Che Xiaoli agreed and started the car. Huh? It's not hot anymore. Che Xiaoli secretly observed An Yuan. An Yuan protected her arms from time to time and looked a little cold. She had no choice but to turn up the air conditioner temperature. This woman is so hard to please. Qiqian continued to remain silent. In this car, Qiqian felt that she, the school beauty of B City, seemed to have no sense of existence at all. Even at the place of the evil Xiaopeng, a level 4 mutant zombie, where there were many materials captured by Xiaopeng, nearly thousands of people and zombies, she was the most beautiful among them. Although Xiaopeng is evil, he also respects her beauty, which she is proud of. Now, in this shabby car, there were 3 girls besides her, and 2 of them were prettier than her. Much better looking. AI Xiao Xiao is simple and honest, with natural beauty. Her eyes are like a clear spring whose bottom can be seen from the outside. They are extremely pure and innocent, like a natural elf. That An Yuan is mature and generous. Sometimes she was so charming that even she, a girl, felt her heart beat faster. Now she is cool and elegant, like the wife of the head of a very powerful family, with an outstanding temperament. She is really the legendary one, extremely charming at home and having the temperament of a noble person outside. Qiqian was impressed by their eyebrows. Even the one driving the car is very beautiful. Not as good as her, but it's not far off. She is a rare beautiful girl. Not long after, in silence, the second stop arrived. A little tired, Zhao Yibai, who looked like he was asleep, opened his eyes when the car stopped. Daliang Village Brewery. Wait a minute. After Zhao Yibai got off the car, he immediately turned on time stop. Do it a few more times. Everything is available. There is no need to save too much. They are all mental power recovery pills, sometimes there, sometimes not, but they are only produced when feeding mutated zombies. I think they are available at any time. Time stop used successfully. Remaining times, 1882. ID, Burning Ugly Monster. Level 3. Health, 19,000. Spirit, 900. Attributes, Spirit, Body, Fire. An ordinary worker accidentally fell into a wine storage tank. To prevent the wine from going unsold, the unscrupulous boss threw this worker, who could have been saved, into the boiler. Just as the apocalypse was approaching, the worker, burned beyond recognition with a strong grudge, was reborn in the fire, condensing into a body that was always burning. Revenge. 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 The ugly monster of fire will burn to death all the creatures it sees. Zhao Yibai saw the ugly monster burned by fire. It was a mutant zombie with a humanoid form. His skin was severely burned and covered with burn scars. Behind him were 2 balls of flame like butterfly wings spread out. Have a safe trip, buddy. Zhao Yibai wielded the obsidian blade. Minus 3,984. Minus 8,989. Minus 999,999. 3 knives. Still 3 knives. Using a 3-star weapon to kill a level 3 mutant zombie is like a father killing his son. The health bar is indeed thick. The health bar is not thick, so it can be killed instantly with 1 blow. After the 3rd knife fell, the ugly monster that was burning with fire shook all over. And time stop. Time stop has ended. Boom. exploded. 2 balls of flame exploded behind the ugly monster on fire, and 3 knife marks quickly appeared on its body. No. Boom. There was another loud bang. Its body exploded. Ding. The system has discovered a new task for you. The burning, ugly monster's prayer. Do you want to accept it? Accept. Zhao Bai responded. Ding. Mission accepted successfully. A shadow slowly condensed into an ugly, monstrous shape of something burned by fire, but its eyes were clear. Mighty sir, thank you for killing me and preventing the disaster from continuing. I was blinded by hatred and became a bad person. I burned many people to death, including my wife and children who came to find me and caused trouble. I deserve to die? I really deserve to die? Can I ask you to help me bury my wife and children? Can. Thank you so much. This is the last thing I can give you. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward of the burning, ugly monster blessing, Sinful Flame. Sinful Flames. Consumes spirit, releasing 1 or more balls of sinful flames, setting the attack target or targets on fire. The flames will not stop until the target is burned to death. The reward arrived, and the ugly monster in the fire disappeared. What a real person. The reward has already been given to me before the mission is even completed. Zhao Bai sighed. But don't worry, if you are sincere, I, Zhao Bai, will also be able to do things well. When Zhao Bai got in the car and left, in the ruins of the brewery, there were 3 large and well-built tombs. The graves of a family of 3 are close to each other. The sky darkened for a moment, and the wind blew up sand. From a distance, on the ruins of the brewery, the man whose appearance had returned to normal was holding the child's hand, and the child was holding the woman's hand. The family of 3 watched the car Zhao Bai was in go away. They spoke together, making a silent sound. Thank you. The sky is clear. The wind and sand dissipated. There seemed to be nothing there. Only 3 small hills of tall graves. Chapter 184, He is not a human. Dash 999999. No, I shouldn't die like this. Boom. Minus 9,998. Minus 3,234. Minus 2,133. Minus 999,999. Boom. The only mutant zombie that took 4 hits today had its body exploded. Zhao Bai used time stop twice and killed 2 level 3 mutant zombies. So far, in Beauties Street, a village in the north of City A, all the level 3 mutant zombies that could pose a threat to Yu Yurong and the others have been killed by him. You have to go on a long journey. But before going out, needless to say, Zhao Bai will definitely clear the obstacles for his women. And Yuan was silent. It's almost like wasting some time on the road. Every time Zhao Bai killed a mutated zombie, it only took a moment. In the blink of an eye, the mutated zombie was killed and exploded into pieces. This is horrible. This made Yuan, who was generally in poor health, become much more obedient. During this trip, for level 3 mutant zombies died. Zhao Bai threw a crystal core to Yuan. For me. And Yuan couldn't believe it. A crystal core means the life of a level 3 mutant zombie. She is just a level 3 mutant zombie. Woo woo woo. And Yuan cried and hugged Zhao Bai sobbingly. Zhao Bai gently pushed Yuan away. Absorb it, don't do this. Good. And Yuan agreed, then quickly attacked Zhao Bai's cheek. She swallowed the crystal core, closed her eyes and absorbed it. After killing all the level 3 mutant zombies in Beauties Street, the car officially drove to City A, the Chamber of Commerce. The Zhou family received instructions from Zhao Bai and followed the previously formulated strategy to save the people. The safety zone in the central area of City A is also continuing to be built through cooperation between the Zhou family and the Chamber of Commerce. The area around the city center was still dead silent with no human voices. Zombies were everywhere on the roads, on the side streets, and in the tall buildings. The air was filled with the strong and disgusting smell of rotting corpses and blood. It was like a scene of hell on earth. Oh, Zhao Bai and others were already accustomed to these scenes. Moreover, the hellish scene where the road from the school to the Beauties Street office compound was covered with zombie limbs and piles of rotten flesh was the masterpiece of Zhao Bai and others in the school. Ku Shiqian has been captured by the evil fat man and tied up with chains since the beginning of the apocalypse. She had never seen such a scene before. I thought that in the evil little fat man's factory, zombies died, living people turned into corpses, and were still controlled by the evil little fat man, which was already the extreme in the world. Now, after seeing this big scene, Shiqian felt her stomach churning, and she felt despair in her heart. The world has become like this. Is my father okay? Can Zhao Bai, this ruthless man of the last days, be given sufficient rewards? If it really doesn't work, How about giving yourself to me? When the car drove out of the edge and entered the city center, the scene changed. This is the Zhou family's heartland. The car wreckage on the road has been cleared away. Although there are stubborn bloodstains on the ground that are difficult to remove, there are no large pieces of zombie flesh and body parts. A large number of Zhou family mercenaries, wearing camouflage uniforms and holding weapons, patrolled in cars. Large machinery is moving in and out, cooperating with the workers to build the barriers of the safety zone. Seeing these scenes, hope rekindled in Xiqian's heart. It seemed that mankind still had hope and was not defeated by this apocalyptic change. There were also mercenary teams returning with buses carrying civilians rescued from the danger zone. Che Xiaoli said with emotion, when the apocalypse just started, the Zhou family and the Chamber of Commerce were clamoring to establish a safe zone to save the people. Zhou Mingyang was alive, and after a while, there was no progress. But now that you're in charge, the Zhou family and the Chamber of Commerce are united, and the progress has been rapid. Zhao Yibai nodded. It's Zhou Yun. I underestimated this girl before. She is much more capable than I thought. The fact that the city center has undergone such changes is obviously due to the ability of Zhou Yun, the new head of the Zhou family. Not long after, the car Zhao Yibai was in drove into the other half of the city center area under the responsibility of the Chamber of Commerce. The ruins of the previous battle with the Lord of Fire had been cleared, but the many cracks in the ground and the black marks left by the flames looked shocking. The 4th-level mutant zombie is still too strong. Super high attack and incredible defense. It is beyond human power. Xiqian looked at the traces left by the horrific battle with her eyes wide open in surprise. The car stopped in front of the Chamber of Commerce building. Even though the Chamber of Commerce had not been informed that Zhao Yibai was coming, the journey was smooth. I think the Chamber of Commerce put a lot of thought into it. The car can drive directly to the entrance of the building. Moreover, the Chamber of Commerce mercenaries they met along the way all saluted proactively. In the eyes of many Chamber of Commerce mercenaries, Zhao Yibai is not a human being. It's God. Mars. Save the Chamber of Commerce and them, and defeat the god of war of the 4th-level mutant zombies. It is the hope for the future of human beings in City A. If Zhao Yibai hadn't killed the 4th-level mutant zombie, who else could have fought against that terrifying monster? Even if they sacrificed their lives, they could not cause any damage to the level 4 behemoth. You're here. The car just stopped. Wang Weiwei appeared. She was rarely seen wearing a flame-red long dress with flame ripples on the skirt. When she walked, the ripples reflected light, and the flames sparkled, as if the flames were burning. It makes her lotus root-like white skin look even whiter. Zhao Yibai's eyes lit up. He smelled the scent of Wang Weiwei's shower gel. Wang Weiwei looked beautiful with fluffy hair. This is full of respect for him. I think he is dressed up carefully and no longer wears a professional suit with the aura of a domineering boss. Excellent. Zhao Yibai gave a positive and complimentary comment. You look beautiful in a skirt. Thanks. The corners of Wang Weiwei's mouth curled up. Behind Wang Weiwei stood the older generation Wang Wenzhong, and on the other side was the young secretary Qinjiai. Goodbye, Zhao Yibai. The secretary's face turned as red as a ripe apple just by seeing Zhao Yibai. Wang Weiwei smiled and said, Come upstairs. Someone wants to see you. Oh, okay. Zhao Yibai nodded. He followed Wang Weiwei and others upstairs. Che Xiaoli and others did not get out of the car and drove it to the basement. The top floor office of the Chamber of Commerce building. The door that Zhou Kong broke last time has been repaired. At this moment, this huge office is once again filled with heavy pressure. The 2 doors were pushed open by the black-clad mercenaries from the Chamber of Commerce standing beside them. Zhao Yibai looked inside and saw a middle-aged man with a majestic aura sitting on a sofa chair behind a huge solid wood desk. ID, Wang Wenlong. Level 3 mutant zombie. Health, 20,000. Spirit, 4,500. Combat power, 99,000. When Zhao Yibai looked at the middle-aged man's sharp eyes also looked at Zhao Yibai. Dad, he is my man, Zhao Yibai. Wang Weiwei followed Zhao Yibai, put her arm around Zhao Yibai, and spoke in a clear and sweet voice. Wang Wenlong stared at Zhao Yibai closely. Change him, he's not a human being. Chapter 185 Proof. Zhao Yibai smiled and narrowed his eyes. The next second, the obsidian blade was summoned out from the system space. Old bitch, come on. A level 3 mutant zombie called me a non-human? Well. Wang Weiwei was startled and quickly hugged Zhao Yibai. What are you doing? He's my dad. Is my dad a shark too? Wang Wenlong's eyelids twitched twice. The strange black long sword in Zhao Yibai's hand exuded an extremely dangerous aura. No, just a sudden impulse, just to clean the knife. Zhao Yibai gently patted Wang Weiwei's hand that was holding him. Upon hearing this, Wang Weiwei hesitated for a moment and then let go. Zhao Yibai walked to the desk with a knife in his hand and sat down on it. This was the table where he and Wang Weiwei had fought before. Even though Wang Wenlong is majestic now, the office is filled with a low-pressure atmosphere. Zhao Yibai still goes his own way. His powerful strength allows him to ignore all so-called rules and order. Those in higher positions can also be killed with a single blow. If one blow doesn't kill, try two. Zhao Yibai sat at a corner of the table and started wiping the knife. Cheap father-in-law, what did you just say? I didn't hear clearly. Wang Weiwei hurriedly followed Zhao Yibai. She knew what kind of temper Zhao Yibai had. Hee. Wang Wenlong smiled. He was somewhat afraid of the black long sword, but he still dared to say it again. Whether it is a mutant zombie that mutated naturally or a mutant zombie that was artificially induced, one of the prices for gaining power is the loss of fertility. Zhao Yibai, you may be very strong, but I absolutely will not allow my daughter to marry a mutant zombie eunuch and sacrifice her happiness for the future of the Chamber of Commerce. I, Wang Wenlong, cannot do such a thing. Oh. Wang Weiwei was stunned for a moment. She looked Zhao Yibai up and down and asked, did you get the Zhou family's injection? What do you think? Zhao Yibai shook his shoulders. The old man in Wang Weiwei's family mistook him for a mutant zombie? Wang Weiwei looked at Wang Wenlong firmly. Dad, you must have seen it wrong. There must be a misunderstanding here. Wang Wenlong's eyes were blazing with anger. Now that I've revived, I've taken on the body of a mutant zombie. My strength is roughly level 3. How could I not know what a male mutant zombie is like? Zhao Yibai was speechless. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it. Besides, I'm not a mutant zombie. He felt that Wang Wenlong was too arbitrary. Speaking of which, Zhao Yibai has killed more mutated zombies than Wang Wenlong has seen. There are also evil little fat guys who upgrade by controlling materials. Oh. Wang Wenlong stood up and shouted coldly. You think you can deceive me? The blood and energy in you are no longer human. Blood. Zhao Yibai remembered that his health was now 200, and he had 2 forms. In layman's terms, he had 2 lives. What if I prove that I can do it? Successfully feed the 5-star target Wang Weiwei 10 times. Receive 100-time recharge bonuses. Remaining times, 1990. Zhao Yibai walked out of the lounge next to the office. At the window, Wang Wenlong stood there with a dark face and remained silent. Zhao Yibai walked to Wang Wenlong's side and picked up a flower. Wang Wenlong sighed and took the cigarette. Zhao Yibai took out a lighter and lit a cigarette for Wang Wenlong. Wang Wenlong protected the flame with his hand. Laugh. The cigarette was lit, and Wang Wenlong took a deep breath, which was 1/3 of the cigarette. Zhao Yibai also lit one. Exhale lightly. Does it take some more time to prove it? No need. Wang Wenlong waved his hands, his face livid. It seems the future of City still depends on you young people. I'm old and confused, and what I know can no longer keep up with the development of the apocalypse. Wang Wenlong was full of confidence before. He has read a lot of research materials. Combined with myself, these things all prove that whether it is a mutated zombie or a mutated superpower, they do not have that kind of ability. Wang Wenlong originally thought that it was his daughter who suffered, and for the sake of the Chamber of Commerce, she sacrificed herself and bound herself to Zhao Yibai, a powerful mutant zombie. Zhao Yibai wants to prove it, but can he prove it? Hey! Unexpectedly, Zhao Yibai started to prove it as soon as he entered the room. Wang Wenlong regretted it. But there's no use regretting. It was from noon to evening, and the sky was filled with colorful clouds. Zhao Yibai finished his proof and walked out. Listen to the cabbage suffer. How could Wang Wenlong's face look good? Moreover, this proof overturned Wang Wenlong's cognition. It's true. It is definitely not something that can be faked. Zhao Yibai, father-in-law, what you know may not be wrong, but I, Zhao Yibai, am not a man who can be viewed with common sense. Although Zhao Yibai was unhappy with Wang Wenlong's initial attitude, he still admired the fact that Wang Wenlong valued his daughter more than the future of the Chamber of Commerce. Wang Wenlong snorted. I haven't even praised you yet, and you're already panting. To discuss something. Zhao Yibai said seriously. Sit. Wang Wenlong pointed towards the tea table. Zhao Yibai walked over and sat down. Wang Wenlong washed and made tea. Speak. Zhao Yibai. From now on, the Chamber of Commerce will be mine, and Wei Wei will be mine too. Wang Wenlong's hand trembled as he rinsed the teacup with the tongs. He looked at Zhao Yibai with anger on his face. You are really rude, kid. Bang! Zhao Yibai slapped 2 crystal cores of level 3 mutant zombies on the table. You are my elder, so I won't say anything about killing you like killing a dog. I can take over the Chamber of Commerce in a matter of minutes even if you don't give it to me. Wang Wenlong laughed angrily. Aren't you going to say it? This shouldn't have been said, it has already been said. But soon, Wang Wenlong's eyes were already fixed on the two walnut-sized crystals, and his heartbeat began to accelerate rapidly. Bribe me. Wang Wenlong's throat felt a little dry. Zhao Yibai took the tongs from Wang Wenlong, washed the teacups, divided the tea, and poured it. Since we are all family, I will honor you with my filial piety. In the future, my child with Wei Wei will inherit the Chamber of Commerce. Snort. Wang Wenlong snorted coldly. Don't think that you can bribe me, Wang Wenlong, with just 2 crystal stones. You underestimate me too much. Zhao Yibai was stunned. But soon, Wang Wenlong burst into laughter. What I value is your filial piety as a young man, and that Wei Wei likes you. Very well, my daughter is yours, and the Chamber of Commerce is yours too. You guys should quickly create a 3rd-generation heir to the Chamber of Commerce, and I, an old man, will work hard for you. He compromised. It is obvious that his daughter can no longer live without Zhao Yibai. He is such a man. Wang Wenlong has lived for so many years and has never heard of anyone so powerful. In addition to Zhao Yibai's strength, there is the promise of the Chamber of Commerce's future position. At a little bit of the 3rd-level crystal nucleus factor, Wang Wenlong compromised. I will definitely live up to my father-in-law's expectations. Zhao Yibai picked up the 2 3rd-level crystal cores with both hands and handed them to Wang Wenlong. Wang Wenlong took it with a smile. Ha ha. Zhao Yibai and Wang Wenlong looked at each other and both laughed. Ding. The system has detected a significant increase in your mission's overlord progress. Chapter 186. Zhao Yibai, Lord of City A. Sure enough, only after dealing with the real boss of the Chamber of Commerce, the matter was finally accomplished. Check your progress. Task. Overlord, Team 184/1000 people 7654/10,000 territory 54% cities. Zhao Yibai nodded secretly. At present, the city center, Women's University and Batesview Street are all his territory, leaving only the 3 city center districts in the east, west, and south. The reason why the team has so few members is that they don't know him well enough, so their loyalty is not enough. Most of the people have never seen him. There's no rush for this. Once the indicators for the next 2 tasks are met, we can recruit a group of people to join the team. Dinner was held in the Chamber of Commerce building. Wang Wenlong held a cocktail party for Zhao Yibai. The party was full of food and drinks, and it was quite rich. Wang Weiwei arrived late. She was wearing a gold-plated strapless dress and had elegant makeup. Her pretty face had a light pink hue and her eyes were full of water. This made many executives of the Chamber of Commerce gasp and dare not look any further, afraid of a bad reaction. Now that Wang Wenlong has revived and woken up, there is no need for Wang Weiwei to pretend to be strong and maintain a cool image to suppress those old family members and representatives from outside families in the Chamber of Commerce. Vera Wang can go back to being the noble daughter of the Chamber of Commerce. Bye. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Weiwei walked directly to Zhao Yibai and took his arm. Countless eyes turned to Zhao Yibai, but then he took it back. They only dare to envy, not be jealous. Zhao Yibai, he is so powerful, almost like a real god. In today's City A, it has become common knowledge that the Zhou family has completely belonged to Zhao Yibai. The true master of the Chamber of Commerce has revived. That's Wang Wenlong, a powerful boss. The Chamber of Commerce led by Wang Wenlong. Would it be possible that they would bow down to Zhao Yibai, an unknown guy with only a little bit of strength? Wang Wenlong is a rare hero in decades. I have given up. This cocktail party was originally intended to allow some fans who support Wang Wenlong to have fun. But when he got there, he saw Zhao Yibai sitting there. I suddenly realized that they were clowns. Wang Wenlong's choice was the same as Wang Weiwei's, standing with Zhao Yibai. You're so soft and cute today, I'm a little uncomfortable with it. Zhao Yibai pinched Wang Weiwei's cheek. Today's Wang Weiwei gave him the feeling of Zhou Ying, soft and submissive. Wang Weiwei smiled and said coquettishly, I'm full, so it's natural. I don't want anything else. Zhou Yun, the head of the Zhou family, has arrived. At this moment, a notification sounded from outside the door. A cocktail party of this scale must invite the person in charge of the Zhou family. I heard that Zhao Yibai is here. Zhou Yun came over happily. Zhou Ying was also brought along. Zhou Ying wore a green cheongsam with a very low slit and a pattern of green bamboo. Her long hair was tied up and decorated with a purple bamboo hairpin. Her face was elegant and had a cool temperament. The tailor-made cheongsam outlined her graceful figure, and she wore a pair of embroidered shoes on her feet. He is simply born an ancient person. There was a brief silence in the hall, and many eyes looked over. Is this Zhou Yun, the head of the Zhou family? Zhao Yibai has really good taste. That must be it. You can doubt Principal Zhao's strength, but you can never doubt his judgment. Of course, Principal Zhao is first-rate and a supreme champion. She's just a fairy. Then, a whisper of discussion was heard. They were all praises for Zhou Ying. Go away. Are you blind? The pretty one is Zhou Ying, and the chubby one next to Zhou Ying who looks like a maid is Zhou Yun, the head of the Zhou family. What? Is this true? I see that chubby girl, who looks like an assistant secretary or something, is actually Zhou Yun, the legendary, decisive Zhou Yun. Come here, be quiet. Zhou Ying and Zhou Yun walked through the aisle made clear by the crowd and came to the table where Zhao Yibai was. When Zhou Ying saw Zhao Yibai, her eyes turned red. A look of grievance flashed across her cold face, and her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Zhou Yun, the head of the Zhou family, greets my brother-in-law. The chubby Zhou Yun didn't care about the opinions of the people around her at all. She smiled and bowed to Zhao Yibai. You're welcome. Please sit down. Zhao Yibai pointed to a seat not far from the table. Okay. Zhou Yun sat down, and then pulled the corner of Zhou Ying's Chong Sam. Sister, my brother-in-law asked you to stay at the Zhou family to handle things. You have handled it, but why don't you tell my brother-in-law? Oh. Zhou Ying was stunned. She was very smart, and quickly realized that Zhou Yun was giving her a way out. Yibai, I have taken care of all the things at home. After saying that, Zhou Ying bit her red lips with her pearly teeth and lowered her head, her eyes filled with worry. When she came, she begged Zhou Yun to take her with him. But when she really faced Zhao Yibai, she panicked again. She was a little scared that Zhao Yibai didn't want her anymore. She felt a little aggrieved that Zhao Yibai was so cruel and didn't try to coax or pamper her at all. Just take care of it. Zhao Yibai waved at Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying pursed her lips and came in front of Zhao Yibai. Zhao Yibai smiled and pulled Zhou Ying into his arms. Zhou Ying sat down obediently, her heart at ease. But this time, she was different from before. She already knew that when Zhao Yibai wanted her, she was the superior Zhou Ying. When Zhao Yibai didn't want her, she was just a beautiful woman. Being beautiful cannot make you a living in the end times. Did you miss me? I do very much. Zhou Ying's eyes became even redder. You didn't even ask me to go with you. I almost thought you were angry and didn't want me anymore. My home is your home. Remember to go home next time. Zhao Yibai tapped Zhou Ying lightly on the forehead twice. Uh-huh. Zhou Ying hugged Zhao Yibai tightly, greedily feeling the sense of security that she had not felt for a long time. As for why it took so long, a day without seeing you feels like 3 years. Wang Weiwei scratched her head. Yibai, I want a hug too. Okay, huh? Zhao Yibai did not discourage Wang Weiwei's enthusiasm for being a trap. He freed up a big hand and hugged Wang Weiwei. Hey. Zhou Yun watched Zhou Ying and Zhao Yibai reconcile, with a big smile on her fat face. She was actually relieved. Wang Wenlong is here. The scene fell silent again. Wang Wenlong was wearing a black robe, with a strong back and strong waist, and he had a strong and fierce aura of a superior. But when he saw Zhao Yibai hugging women on both sides, the one on the right was his precious daughter. Wang Wenlong felt his eyes go dark. Zhao Yibai, you don't treat me as a human being. Although, I am indeed not a human. Wang Wenlong glared at his daughter several times, but Wang Weiwei didn't care and just stayed with Zhao Yibai. Wang Wenlong was so disappointed in her that he could only avoid looking at her. Everyone is here, so let's start the party. Before we begin, let me say a few words. The Chamber of Commerce's surname is Zhao. My future grandson's surname is also Zhao. The party begins. Good. There was intense applause. Wang Wenlong officially announced that City A and the Chamber of Commerce, like the Zhou family, belong to Zhao Yibai. Even if Wang Wenlong is complicated, Zhao Yibai is still the lord of City A. It is the brightest star in City A. Chapter 187 City B. A short absence is better than a new love. Zhao Yibai clearly felt the change in Zhou Ying. Maybe the food at the party was not tasty and I didn't eat well. The reception is over. Add some extra food. I just eat a lot. When Wang Weiwei heard about the extra meal, she came along too. Early morning, Zhao Yibai's convoy set off. One car turned into a convoy of 3 cars, with the addition of 2 cars from the Chamber of Commerce. After the end of the world, the major forces between cities are connected. Zhao Yibai went to City B, and the Chamber of Commerce provided some evidence. City B is different from City A. They took precautions against the end of the world. It can also be said that the decisions made by the city leaders were different. Before the lunar eclipse caused the change in the solar magnetic field, City B had turned 90% of the people in the city into artificial zombies. Therefore, after the disaster, most of the 10% of people who were not vaccinated turned into zombies. Zhou Ying and Wang Weiwei watched the convoy leave together. Wang Weiwei. Xiao Ying, you appear pure and innocent, but I didn't expect you to be so dishonest. Zhou Ying. Sister, it's the same for both of us. At least I'm on the right path. Wang Weiwei youth. Evil ways are still Tao, but they are different from Tao. Zhou. Okay, then I'll ask for your advice again when I have the chance. Okay, huh? Wang Weiwei nodded. The Zhou family's convoy then left and returned to the Zhou family villa. With this exchange between the noble lady of the Zhou family and the daughter of the Chamber of Commerce, the cooperation between the two sides became more harmonious and the communication became smoother. Regarding the establishment of the safe zone, both forces are accelerating the process. What's the right way or the wrong way? I'm completely confused. The back seat of a bulletproof car. Zhou was puzzled. Zhou was surprised. Really don't know? After returning to Zhao Yibai's arms, Zhou was obviously much more confident. She was no longer anxious or worried. Her skin was radiant and her complexion was at least 3 points better than before. Zhou shook his head. The great path of cultivation? Zhou leaned over and whispered in Zhou ear. Zhou eyes gradually widened and his mouth opened wide. Oh, can it be like that? Wang Weiwei watched as everyone who needed to be sent off had left. She stretched lazily in the morning sun. The sun is shining brightly, perfect for sleeping. She is very tired at the moment. Dad is alive. She also has the right to rest and sleep. She no longer needs to use her shoulders to support the huge sky of the Chamber of Commerce. Vera Wang is taking a break. Wang Wenlong did not sleep all night. He was in the office, squinting his eyes, looking at the sky outside, his fingers tapping lightly on the surface of his desk, until Wang Weiwei's personal secretary Chun Jai walked in. President, did you get what you were told to get? I got it. Chun Jai nodded. Open the suitcase in your hand. This is a metal insulated box. In the middle of the box, there is a container with metal ends and a glass wall in the middle. Inside, there is a full container of liquid. Wang Wenlong looked at the container, then at Chun Jai. Are you serious? This is at least 2 kilograms. Chun Jai's face was full of sincerity as she said firmly, very serious. Is he a fucking human? Wang Wenlong slapped his hands on his face and finally covered his old face. Forget it. Send them to the laboratory and find 100 women to conduct experiments. Chun Jai, this isn't a good idea. After all, we haven't obtained Zhao Yibai's consent. Wang Wenlong, it's a waste anyway. If he doesn't take it away, why can't we use what he left behind? Besides, even if he knew about it, it would only help him reproduce, so he wouldn't be held responsible. Yes. Chun Jai had no choice but to agree. What's going on in this old man's head? Zhao Yibai looked at the message sent by Chun Jai and smiled speechlessly. There were no outsiders in their car. Che Xiaoli was still driving. Instead, Shi Qian was put on the Chamber of Commerce's guide car. Zhao Yibai, whatever da. Zhao Yibai replied to the message. Really? I don't want those things anymore. It's shameful to waste. Chun Jai, okay. Then when you have time, please reward me. Zhao Yibai, all I can say is, you should exercise more. Zhao Yibai was deeply impressed by Chun Jai, a weakling in combat. Chun Jai, don't underestimate me. I will work hard to train. Next time, I'll give you a scare. Chun Jai is Wang Weiwei's confidant. It was left to Wang Weiwei by Wang Wenlong. But Wang Wenlong didn't know that his former confidant had been poached away by Zhao Yibai. In my heart, I am more inclined towards Zhao Yibai. Zhao Yibai put down his phone and took a deep breath. Life is so pleasant. It took a long time. I have recharged it 20-60 times, but I don't feel tired at all. That's right. This is the treatment that a hacker deserves. Unlimited feeding of physical fitness is God. Before, I just had to rely on luck to feed him. It was too difficult. My back and waist ached, my legs cramped, my brain was stagnant, and my eyes were blurry. The bone marrow in the joints of my bones was almost drying up. Now, there is no negative state at all. On the way, Zhao Yibai received a report summarized by Yu Yurong, which included the school development, the progress of Batesyu Street, the progress of the Zhou family and Chamber of Commerce safety zone, and the project plan. Just took a quick look. Yu Yurong is very professional and his management ability is better than his. Zhao Yibai can rest assured and be a hands-off boss. Noon. The convoy arrived in City B. When he reached the junction of the two cities, Zhao Yibai had already felt the changes. Compared with City A, City B was more prosperous. The one-way 4-lane highway in City A becomes a one-way 6-lane highway when it reaches City B. The road environment and urban construction in the world are also better. It's an exaggeration. After passing the checkpoint, the world behind the checkpoint looks completely different from City A. It's like there's no apocalypse here. There were actually many normal cars driving on the avenue, and the buses were still running. Zhao Yibai even saw his former colleagues speeding on the road, delivering food. What the hell is going on? Zhao Yibai was puzzled. City A is a big city with a population of tens of millions. The Chamber of Commerce, the Zhou family, and his school, the three largest forces, combined, cannot even gather 10,000 people. They are almost extinct. In City B, it seems like the end of the world hasn't come yet. Che Xiaoli, a global apocalypse? Are we in City A in trouble? Zhao Bai opened the God's Perspective map. Soon, he realized something was wrong. He used a God's perspective to zoom in and look at the features of the people. Sure enough, the eyes of these people had turned a different color. There are blue ones, blood red ones, and yellow ones. They are human beings, but they are no longer normal people. Later, an armed convoy arrived next to Zhao Bai's convoy. A tall young man with blue eyes got out of the car. Hello, Mr. Zhao. I'm Jing Jinchuan. Our Shi City Lord is very grateful for your help in bringing the young lady back. He's busy and can't spare the time, so he sent me to pick you up. Drivers, please follow our car. Zhao Bai nodded. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Brother Jinchuan. Shi Qian got out of the Chamber of Commerce car and called out sweetly. Mississippi. Jing Jinchuan nodded slightly to Shi Qian, then got on the infantry fighting vehicle in front without any emotion. Shi Qian opened her mouth wide, looking a little confused. Her brother Jinchuan didn't treat her like this before. Chapter 188 Shi Weian. B City Prosperity Center Building. While others were still queuing for security checks in the lobby, Zhao Bai and others went directly into the special elevator from the inspection-free channel and entered the belly of this super high-rise building with 120 floors. This is a landmark building in City B and also the economic and cultural center of City B. It is more than 30 floors taller than the Chamber of Commerce building in City A. The decoration is modern and gorgeous. The special elevator is guarded by several black-suited and armed soldiers and can directly reach all floors of the building, including the 60th floor and the top 3 floors that the other 16 elevators cannot reach. Call out. This super high-rise elevator rises at an extremely fast speed. Bite. In just a dozen seconds, they had reached the 60th floor. The elevator door opened with a crisp sound. Several tall men in black suits were standing at the door. Jing Jinchuan. I have been ordered to bring up the distinguished guests from City A. Jing Jinchuan handed over his ID card. Verification successful. The man in the black suit brought the card reader, read out the task information, then moved aside from the elevator door and handed the platinum card back to Jing Jinchuan with both hands. Jing Jinchuan put away the card and gestured for invitation. Please. Zhao Bai nodded slightly and strode forward. And Yuan and AI Xiao followed closely behind Zhao Bai. Shi Qian followed at the back. After passing the manual inspection at the elevator entrance, there is the second checkpoint. 2 huge metal doors. It looks like they are made with the same technology as the room where Zhou Mingyang is staying in the office building in City A. Generally speaking, it is covered with a layer of metal, which provides very high defense. But this defense is outward. Last time, Zhao Bai used 2 missiles to explode from the inside, directly blowing the turtle shell into pieces, and the shell became the external fragments of the grenade. Ding ding ding. Jing Jinchuan entered a password, then scanned his iris, and finally, with a clang sound, the huge, heavy solid steel doors slowly opened inward. Jing Jinchuan, please. Shi Qian looked around here curiously. Obviously, she had never been here before. Zhao Bai walked in while unfolding the God's Eye view map. Before he arrived, he saw the furnishings inside. There was one last card inside, and this last card could only be opened from the inside. The inside was indeed the same as Zhou Mingyang's, with thick metal shells on the top, bottom, and walls. Shi Qian's father was a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle, wearing a white shirt and black trousers. He also wore a pair of thick-framed black glasses. He looked sullen and was staring sharply at the monitor in front of him. There was not a single woman in the hall or in Shi Qian's father's office. Bite. The third door opened from the inside when Zhao Bai walked to it. Sir. The soldiers inside saluted Jing Jinchuan. Jing Jinchuan stood at attention and returned the greeting. When you first enter the hall, there is a wall of displays divided into many screens. The largest screen shows a slightly reduced bird's-eye view of City B, marked with many green and red dots. There are many staff members walking back and forth, and a man in camouflage clothes is staring at the screen, constantly adjusting it. Click on the red dot, and a small picture will be displayed on the small screen on the side. Zhao Bai also took a glance. The latest picture clicked on shows a group of masked men fleeing from a supermarket on a street with bags on their backs. A short masked man turned around and pushed with his hands. Suddenly, a dragon of fire more than 10 meters long spurted out from between his hands, setting all the store clerks and security guards who were chasing them on fire. The shop assistants and security guards, who were on fire, became burning people, screaming and wailing in pain. The group got into an unlicensed van and drove away quickly. But there seemed to be something in the sky, following the van and providing real-time images. Satellite tracking. Zhao Bai understood. Satellites can still be used in the end times. The strength of City B is indeed much stronger than that of City A. Jing Jianchuan saw Zhao Bai's interest and said with a smile, before the apocalypse, a large number of people in City B, under the leadership of the City B government, received vaccines against magnetic storms, which allowed them to produce antibodies in advance. This led to our City B becoming the city with the highest proportion of survivors in the apocalyptic disaster, bar none. City B achieved a goal where 98% of the men who received the vaccine didn't mutate into mindless zombies. Deputy City Lord Shi, who orchestrated this, was hailed as the god of City B. However, soon after, Deputy City Lord Shi fell from grace when all the men who received the vaccine experienced adverse reactions and lost their virility. The population is too large, production is stagnant, resources are in short supply, and some people accidentally gain many superpowers like the fire breathing in the picture and can no longer be happy, so control becomes extremely difficult. In City B today, dozens to hundreds of vicious incidents occur every day, and even criminals attack the City Lord's mansion. Deputy City Lord, she has no choice but to hide in the Prosperity Center to work. Several suburban areas have escaped the control of the Prosper Center and have become occupied areas. The zombies have been mostly cleared out, but those mutants are even more terrifying than zombies. I accidentally said too much, please come this way. Jing Jianchuan chuckled a few times, walked to the door of the independent office, and knocked 3 times gently. City Lord, Mr. and Miss Zhao from City A have arrived. Come in. Shi Weihan's slightly majestic voice came from the room. Jing Jianchuan pushed open the door. Zhao Bai and others walked in. After hearing what Jing Jianchuan said, Shi Qian was stunned. No wonder Brother Jianchuan ignored him. It turned out that Brother Jianchuan had become a eunuch. So many men in the entire city of B have become eunuchs. This is too scary. Shi Weihan raised his head and looked at his daughter. He took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes. Qian. Dad. Shi Qian shook off all other thoughts and listened to her father's cry, tears welling up in her eyes. Qian. Dad. The father and daughter hugged each other. Ding. Mission completed. Send school beauty Shi Qian back to City B. Congratulations to the host for receiving the mission reward, 1/3 fragment of the Doomsday Assault Armored Vehicle. When AI Xiao Xiao saw this scene, the corners of her mouth twitched and she looked away with her red eyes. Don't look at this picture. Zhao Bai noticed this and reached out to gently touch AI Xiao Xiao's head. Xiao Xiao will be able to see mom and dad later. AI Xiao Xiao pouted and said, I'm going to tear their tendons and skin them alive. After level 3, AI Xiao Xiao's thinking became more three-dimensional. It's not like the second level, when I only felt the pain of being abandoned and only thought about revenge. To be precise, AI Xiao Xiao is almost at level 4 now. Zhao Bai smiled and said, no matter what you do, I will support you. Oh. AI Xiao Xiao looked up. Shouldn't you persuade me? Zhao Bai, then I advise you. AI Xiao Xiao lowered her head. I'm in a complicated mood. I'll see when the time comes. After Shi Weihan and Shi Qian hugged each other, he slowly calmed down. He wiped the tears from his face, put on his glasses, and said in a deep voice, Mr. Zhao, I'm very grateful to you for sending Shi Qian back. I owe you a favor. However, you can't hurt Dr. AI. We spent hundreds of lives to bring Dr. AI and his wife to City B. You can see him, but before you meet, you need to promise me that you won't hurt them. Chapter 189 Attack. No, absolutely not. Zhao Bai smiled widely. Look, I sent Shi Qian back, but you didn't send anyone to rescue her. Didn't Shi Qian kill you, her father? My Xiao Xiao and her parents are also family. Shi Qian, if your father didn't send anyone to rescue you, would you have killed him? At most, you'd have some hatred and say a few words. Oh. Shi Qian was confused. Zhao Bai said this with a smile, without using a single dirty word. Shi Weihan's old face suddenly turned green. He looked at Shi Qian. Qian, you know, Dad has to work hard for the people of City B. So many eyes are on Dad. Dad can only sacrifice his own family for the sake of everyone else. I know. Shi Qian nodded. Shi Qian was originally very excited to go home, but after hearing what Zhao Bai said, she suddenly realized that since her father was fine and was still the deputy mayor of City B, why didn't he send anyone to rescue her? Seeing his daughter's emotional changes, Shi Weihan had a headache. Zhao Bai's mouth was really murderous. Shi Weihan didn't want to say more. Jianchuan, take Zhao Bai to meet Dr. AI and the others. Yes. Jing Jianchuan agreed respectfully. Zhao Yibai shrugged his shoulders and followed Jing Jianchuan indifferently. Who made him unhappy? He made the other party even more unhappy. The deputy city lord is nothing. He once destroyed the city lord and the camouflage uniforms of an office center. If it weren't for the mission, I would have sent his daughter back to him, a kunba? And Yuan narrowed her fox eyes and smiled brightly on her pretty face. She felt that Zhao Yibai was quite handsome. The deputy city lord has to swallow his pride even if he suffers a loss. This is a powerful man. After Zhao Yibai and others left, Shi Weian. Qianqian, I'll ask the driver to take you back to rest first. Good. Shi Qian nodded obediently. Shi Weian, don't listen to that kid's sarcastic words. If Dad knew you were still alive, he would definitely send someone to bring you back. Shi Qian suddenly understood. Dad, I believe you. Shi Weihan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that his daughter was coaxed. The driver came up quickly and took Shi Qian away. Shi Weihan's face suddenly turned gloomy. Yao Jing, teach them a little lesson. And let them see Dr. AI? Yao Jing walked out of the office cubicle. Shi Weihan, after all, they have done me a favor, so please meet them. But don't let them still have the ability to harm Dr. AI. All the men in City B are counting on Dr. AI's new research project to restore their abilities. He must not be harmed. Otherwise, my position as Deputy City Lord will be in jeopardy. Yes. Yao Jing returned to the cubicle and immediately made a quick call. You guys from the Chamber of Commerce can just go back. Thank you for your hard work. Zhao Yibai put away the God's Eye View map and thanked the members of the Chamber of Commerce who escorted them in 2 cars. Yes, Principal. They responded respectfully. Che Xiaoli unfolded a black box prepared by Zhao Yibai, which was full of gold bricks. After the display, she closed the box and handed it to the captain of the Chamber of Commerce team who was escorting them on this trip. This is a reward from the principal. Thank you, Principal. Everyone bowed excitedly. Gold is now the only currency currently in circulation in City A. Apart from food, this thing is the most valuable. Go ahead. Zhao Yibai waved his hand. Watching the 2 cars leave, Zhao Yibai smiled and asked Jing Jianchuan to get in his car and drive to the place where Dr. AI was said to be. Jing Jianchuan was driving and Che Xiaoli was in the passenger seat. Zhao Yibai sat in the middle of the back row, with an Yuan on one side and AI Xiao on the other. The principal is really generous. In the car, Jing Jianchuan felt a little envious. I always do. Zhao Yibai smiled and said, come with me. You, the Deputy City Lord Shi, are getting old. City B will be in chaos sooner or later. There is no future for you if you stay here. Zhao Yibai's God's perspective map clearly showed Shi Weihan's intention to punish him. Fortunately, it was just a minor punishment. Shi Weihan still had a little conscience and let them meet AI Xiao's parents. Otherwise, Shi Weihan didn't punish Zhao Yibai. That would have cost him his own life. As long as they mentioned the word kill, Zhao Yibai would reward them with a few missiles that were frozen in the system space and let them all fly into the sky. It can be said that it was Shi Weihan's conscience that saved him. Jing Jianchuan shook his head. A loyal minister does not serve 2 masters. Zhao Yibai. Okay, I'll keep extending this olive branch. You can come to school anytime you want. Jing Jianchuan sincerely thanked him. Thank you. City B is finished. This is something Zhao Yibai has already confirmed. Why? Because the current ruler of City B is Shi Weihan, a very self-righteous person who is very similar to Zhou Mingyang. Having been influenced by the past for too long, he still has a bureaucratic flavor and is still using the old ways to manage. It's the end of the world. Times have changed. After all, the strong are above the rules, thus making new rules and leading a new era. Just based on the fact that Shi Weihan wanted to punish him, it can be seen that this man is very stingy, just like those so-called big shots before. When you help him in front of others, he will smile at you. But when he is a little unhappy, he will smile at you on the surface but will immediately make things difficult for you in secret. Can such a person manage a city that has mutated in the end times? Zhao Yibai didn't care about these things. He was not a kind-hearted person, nor did he want to be a savior. He was just a villain who wanted to live and work in peace in his own city. Woo woo woo. Jing Jianchuan was driving. Suddenly, the roar of a car engine sounded from not far away. I saw an old van with black smoke coming out of its chimney like a tractor, and the car driven by Jianchuan Mukai quickly crashed into it. Careful, Jing Jianchuan exclaimed, and quickly stepped on the brakes. Che Xiaoli pressed the button to lower the car window with one hand, took out a small submachine gun from her arms, and fired a volley of bullets at the wheels of the van. Dang 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 danky. Crackle crackle bang. The tire of the van was blown out, and at such a fast speed, the vehicle could no longer maintain its balance. After turning half a circle on the spot, the van lost control and rolled out. It hit a roadside tree and then stopped with a loud bang. Jing Jianchuan had cold sweat on his forehead. He was a little bit unbelievable. How could this cute loli sitting in the passenger seat be so calm in dealing with the attack? The expression on that little face was resolute, like an assassin from a TV drama. Che Xiaoli was speechless. He quickly replaced the magazine and with a click, reloaded the chamber. Hold! The van fell sideways, and a loud curse was heard from inside. Then, the upward passenger door was kicked open, and a masked man stuck his head out from inside. Da-da-da! Che Xiaoli looked at that side coldly, and as soon as the head appeared, she immediately fired 3 consecutive shots. Dang! Bang! 2 shots hit the car door, and 1 shot hit the masked man's forehead, but there was only a crisp sound, and the bullet bounced off. Che Xiaoli turned around and looked at Zhao Yibai. Principal, it's a mutant. Zhao Yibai nodded. The corners of his mouth curled up. It was interesting, and it was getting more and more interesting. This buddy, aren't they the ones he saw earlier, evacuating after successfully robbing the supermarket? Fuck you. How dare you shoot me with a gun? He was shot, and although his defense was not penetrated, it was obviously painful. The masked man was angry. Chapter 190 Playing with Fire? Try my fire. Calling the security team. Calling the security team. Area B11783 is under attack. Area B11783 is under attack. The Deputy City Lord's distinguished guest is in the car, requesting support. Requesting quick support. Jing Jianchuan held the walkie-talkie and called for help very quickly. Got it, got it. An accurate answer came from the intercom. Bang! The masked man got out of the car. More than one person. A total of 15 people came out of the dilapidated van. Stay in the car. I'll go negotiate with them while we wait for help to arrive. Ordinary weapons can't hurt these masked thugs. Jing Jianchuan gave some instructions and got out of the car. Zhao Yibai didn't have time to speak up to stop him. Protect me. And Yuan immediately got into Zhao Yibai's arms and hugged him tightly. I'm so scared. I'm afraid of your grandma's legs. Zhao Yibai was embarrassed. Aren't you a level 3 mutant zombie? And Yuan said aggrievedly. I'm not good at attacking, and my control ability only works on men. They look like men, but they don't have any masculine aura. They're not interested in me, and I can't deal with them. She was honest. Outside the car. Jing Jianchuan. Let me tell you, those in the car are all the Deputy City Lord's distinguished guests. If you attack them, the price will be very high. You can't afford it. Guests? Ha ha ha. Guests are nothing. The masked man in the lead laughed mockingly. He put his hands together, slowly opened his palms facing each other, and a flame ignited in one of them. Then the flame quickly expanded and became a fireball, which continued to grow in size. It's that one. Zhao Yibai is now even more certain that this is the mutant he saw in the previous picture, the group of people. Behind the masked man in the lead, the dozen or so masked men all crossed their arms, looking expectant and appreciative. I'll do it. AI Xiao Xiao volunteered. Let me do it. Since they are playing with fire, let them try the fire I just learned. Zhao Yibai touched AI Xiao Xiao's head. AI Xiao Xiao nodded. Her mind was in a mess as she was about to meet her parents, but she still gave Zhao Yibai a sweet smile. Yeah. H-head. In just over 10 seconds, the flaming ball in the hands of the masked leader became as big as a football, and it was still getting bigger. Pong. Sinful flames. Zhao Yibai silently recited the sinful evil flame in his mind, facing these masked men with his spirit, and snapped his fingers. A ball of sparks flew out quickly. The masked man in the lead roared and was about to push the fireball in his hand forward. But suddenly, I felt my forehead getting hot, and the fireball between my hands dissipated immediately. Then, screams were heard behind him. Old son, you're so mad at me. What the hell is going on? The masked man in the lead was stunned. My fire is out. It's not my fire. Ugh. In just 2 sentences, the sparks that touched them suddenly turned into blood-red flames of sin, and in the blink of an eye, they engulfed all 10 of them. What the hell? What the hell is this? Oh, spare me, spare me. The masked man in the lead looked back and was almost scared to death. The fire only took 1 or 2 seconds to start, and his companions melted almost instantly. Before he turned his head back, the masked man in the lead felt a horrible pain deep in his soul, so painful that his head felt like it was about to explode. The burning pain in the body seemed much cooler than the feeling in the soul. He screamed loudly for mercy. But as soon as he finished speaking, he exploded with a bang and turned into a blood-red flame on the ground. Those flames could not burn anything else. After the flesh and blood of these masked men were completely melted, they extinguished themselves one by one. Jing Jianchuan was standing not far away. He was almost scared silly. What happened? Half a minute later, Jing Jinchuan came to his senses and looked back at the car. In the car, the men are handsome and the women are beautiful. Both are calm, composed, and elegant. Zhao Yibai smiled at him and said, Jinchuan, let's go. Let's go. Yes, let's go, okay. Jing Jinchuan wiped the sweat from his forehead, quickly got into the car, and continued driving to his destination. On site, only a dozen or so tattered clothes and black masks were left. Flesh, blood, and bones completely melted away. Zhao Yibai learned from this that the stronger the psychic, the longer they can resist, while the weaker ones can be killed instantly by the evil flames of sin. Moreover, this sinful flame only burns people/corpses, not clothes or other things. It is really a good skill to kill people, rob goods, and destroy the bodies. Also, it doesn't consume much energy. Thank you, my dear. The grave is still a little rough. When conditions improve, I will definitely build a cemetery for you and erect a large tombstone. Zhao Yibai's concept of that zombie guy. City B, Prosperity Center building. 60 floors. The images taken by the satellite were transmitted to Shi Weihan's computer. The big Secretary General Yao Jing stood by, leaning over to operate the mouse. The two looked at the scene in amazement. What kind of method is this? This video has been replayed and slowed down many times. They clearly saw that Zhao Yibai flicked his finger lightly, and a ball of blood-red, inconspicuous sparks flew out and landed accurately and quickly on the masked people. It didn't take long before a strange blood-red flame ignited. Then they saw that the flesh, bones, and blood were rapidly melting away inside the hoods and clothes of those masked men. Between breaths, the clothes fell to the ground. The person was burned to ashes by the blood-red flames. Shi Weihan swallowed hard, still unable to accept this reality. A level 2 mutant and 14 level 1 mutants were killed by just one flick of his finger? Yao Jing took a deep breath. Looking at the satellite footage, it's indeed true. This Zhao Yibai possesses extraordinary abilities. He's probably some kind of level 5 mutant or a level 4 humanoid mutant zombie. In terms of cognition, mutant zombies are at least one level stronger than mutants of the same level, and the gap is even greater at higher levels. Suck. Call. Shi Weihan took a deep breath. No wonder he's so highly regarded by the City Chamber of Commerce. I originally thought he was just a gigolo, only able to achieve his current status thanks to the favor of the Chamber of Commerce's daughter. Now it seems something is not right. Quick, send someone to a city to investigate Zhao Yibai. If he's truly a powerful figure, and he's willing to travel hundreds of miles to send my Chanchin back to B City, why not take him in as your son-in-law? Yao Jing reminded. If he is a person with special abilities or a humanoid mutant zombie, he probably doesn't have the abilities of a man. Shi Weihan smiled and asked, what does it matter? Yao Jing was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded. Yes. Almost all the people in City A were dead, and information was cut off. The news of Zhao Yibai's power rarely spread here. Therefore, the people in City B did not know how powerful Zhao Yibai was. If Shi Weihan had known how powerful Zhao Yibai was, his attitude towards his benefactor would have changed a lot. Even if he had more courage, he would not have dared to carry out any so-called punishment. A dragon among men who can kill a level 4 mutant zombie instantly with the punishment of a level 2 little Rami mutant? When the Prosperity Center was shocked, Zhao Yibai's car also successfully arrived at the first Air Raid Shelter Research Center in City B. Chapter 191, Capture? Death. City B, in front of the first Air Raid Shelter Research Center. Wow, that's quite a big deal. Zhao Yibai looked at the 15-meter-high entrance in front of him, pinched his chin, and exclaimed in admiration. This research center is located in the belly of a small hill. Gradually going down, the core is deep underground. At the entrance is a huge metal door that rises and falls. Zhao Yibai conservatively estimated that it weighed at least several hundred tons. I'm afraid that ordinary level 3 zombies would find it difficult to break through this door easily. Zhao Yibai unfolded the map from a god's perspective and took a look around the research center. It was huge, very large inside. There were more than 20 floors below, and each floor was tens of thousands of square meters in size. There are not only research areas inside, but also living and entertainment areas, even breeding areas and waterless planting areas. If the end of the world becomes extremely extreme, the door will be closed, and it will become a doomsday fortress that can survive for a long time. There are a lot of people. Zhao Yibai took a quick look and felt that there were 2,000 to 3,000 people. Not only researchers and their families, but also an area. Zhao Yibai's pupils shrank, and then he narrowed his eyes. Shhhhhh. There was a sound of electricity coming from the walkie-talkie hanging on Jing Jinchuan's chest, followed by a man's voice. Dr. AI is very busy today. The meeting time is 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Jing Jinchuan frowned and picked up the intercom to reply. The visitor is a distinguished guest, and he has brought Dr. Ai's daughter. Moreover, it was Deputy City Lord Shi Weihan who asked us to come directly here. An official voice rang out over the intercom. Deputy City Lord Shi Weihan's words are important, but Dr. Ai's research concerns the future of millions of City B residents and even the survival of the entire human race. Jing Jinchuan, by allowing us to meet, our research center is already doing the Deputy City Lord a favor. I am a man. Zhao Bai spoke. What? A shocked voice came from the intercom. Jing Jinchuan was startled and quickly shook his head at Zhao Bai. He said nervously into the intercom, Nothing. You heard wrong. Let's do it tomorrow. Boom, boom, boom. Then the huge metal door rose with a deafening noise. A car that looked like a real estate sales car or a sightseeing bus drove out. Jing Jinchuan. Mr. Zhao, I'm afraid we're in trouble. There are too few men left in City B. When I say men, I mean real men like you. If you have the ability to be discovered by the research center, it will be difficult for you to leave. The research center is not just some random people on the street. There are powerful mutants here. Stay calm. Zhao Bai had a faint smile on his face. He knew what was missing, so he took the initiative to speak up. Let him wait. Wait for a hook 8. It's a shitty research center. It doesn't have that much face. As long as this door is open. Whatever he wants to do, it's up to him. Zhao Bai? Well. Jing Jinchuan was stunned. Where are the men? Ha ha. Before the car of Zhang Hong, the manager of the research center, arrived, laughter and talking could be heard. Zhao Bai got off the car. Here. Jing Jinchuan's scalp tingled as he got out of the car as well. He declared, Mr. Zhao is the Deputy City Lord's distinguished guest. Go away. Zhang Hong waved his hand to drive Jing Jinchuan away, his eyes fixed on Zhao Bai, and asked respectfully, Are you really a man? Zhao Bai. Yes, I'm from City A. I haven't received the vaccine from your City B. Okay, great. Get it from me. Zhang Hong cheered repeatedly, but suddenly waved his hand violently. Jing Jinchuan shouted angrily. How dare you? Zhang Hong said coldly. Take it down. What's there to be afraid of? Jing Jinchuan. This is City Lord Ming's territory, not a place where you, Deputy City Lord Shi Weihan, have the final say. Besides, this experiment concerns the future of mankind. Yes. The soldiers in camouflage uniforms around all pointed their guns at Zhao Bai and quickly moved towards Zhao Bai and others. Bang! Ah! SHHHHHHHHHHHH. AI Xiao Xiao, who was in the back seat of the car, kicked out, and the car door was kicked more than 10 meters away. She opened her mouth and roared angrily, and hundreds of invisible sound blades came out of her throat. The sound rises and falls. Within 300 meters, all the mutants in the research center except Zhang Hong had their heads exploded. If you look down from the sky, at that moment, more than 100 heads burst into brilliant blood-red fireworks. AI Xiao Xiao got off the car. The excitement on Zhang Hong's face was frozen. Men, living men. City Lord Ming Yang has already issued a reward. Whoever can capture a man and send him to the research center will be rewarded with 3,000 kilograms of rice or flour. If that man is a match with him, he will be rewarded with an additional 5,000 kilograms of food. This is a huge reward. Nowadays, in City B, at least 80% of the people do not have enough to eat and are surviving on the thin porridge distributed by the city. But now, it seemed that the rice and flour that was about to be put into the pocket grew wings and flew away after AI Xiao Xiao shouted. Zhang Hong rolled his eyes, looking at the headless corpses everywhere. He swallowed his saliva and said, Hey guys, why are you so angry? It's not necessary. It's not necessary. Jing Jinchuan's heart beat faster. The situation at hand is clearly out of control. It was beyond his ability to handle. Aren't you going to take me? Zhao Bai had a sarcastic look on his face. He stretched out his big hand and gently patted Zhang Hong's face. Why, you don't want to take it anymore. Zhang Hong's eyelids twitched. Brother, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I didn't expect you to have such a master by your side. No. Haha, let's be friends. Don't you want to meet Dr. AI? I'll arrange it right away. I guarantee you can see him this afternoon. No, in a moment. Zhao Bai pinched his wrist. This can be arranged. Zhang Hong breathed a sigh of relief and nodded hurriedly. Yes, I'm in charge. I can do it. Puff. The next moment, Zhao Bai suddenly slapped out. There was a crisp sound, and Zhang Hong's head was dislocated by Zhao Bai's slap. His neck was twisted, and his head, which was originally facing forward, turned backward. Why didn't you do it earlier if you could? What do you think of me, Zhao Bai? With a thump, Zhang Hong's body fell down. He looked relatively peaceful, thinking that the matter was over. He never thought that Zhao Yibai would dare to kill him, the manager of the research center. Let's go in and look for it. Zhao Yibai glanced at AI Xiao Xiao. AI Xiao Xiao nodded obediently. Already started. Then they must be killed. The hatred has already been formed, so there is no need for a manager like this. Take him down. Hold. Die. Jing Jianchuan's head was buzzing, and he was so frightened that his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. That extremely beautiful little girl could kill hundreds of elite soldiers from City B with just one mouth. Zhao Yibai, who had a kind-hearted look like the big brother next door, slapped Zhang Hong to death with just one slap. Seeing that several people were about to go in, Jing Jianchuan was numb and hurriedly reminded them. Zhao, Mr. Zhao, Zhang Hong's father is Zhang Ziyuan, a level 3 mutant master with the ability of speed attack. You'd better run for your lives quickly and flee to City A. If it's too late, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape. And Yuan followed Zhao Yibai, AI Xiao Xiao, and Che Xiaoli. Upon hearing the sound, she turned back and chuckled. You're quite a nice person. Drive back. What's happening next has nothing to do with you. My man is angry. Not to mention Zhang Hong's father, his grandfather, even his 18th generation ancestor came out of the underground coffin. It's useless. She rarely had the opportunity to take advantage of the power of others, so she would not let it go. When Zhao Yibai was in City A, the third-level mutants were treated like dogs and killed. The artificial third-level mutants were only a fraction of the strength of the second-level mutant zombies. To Zhao Yibai, it was considered 5+1, right? Chapter 192, Killing Zhang Ziyuan with One Sword. Woo-woo. The shrill air raid sirens blared for a long time. Attack! 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 The sound of cold machinery echoed inside the research center. The alarm lights in various channels inside began to flash wildly, emitting scarlet light, and the metal gates leading to the outside world from the experimental area fell and locked. Zhao Yibai and others strode into the research center. Boom, boom, boom. Zhao Yibai unfolded the map from a god's perspective. Anyone coming towards them with weapons within 100 meters would be attacked directly with this sinful flame. This is almost a dimensionality reduction attack. Before those soldiers saw Zhao Yibai and others, blood-red flames ignited all over their bodies and quickly turned into nothingness. Only his clothes and equipment were left on the ground. Da-da-da. Che Xiaoli raised her gun and smashed all the surveillance cameras. Research Center Security Control Room. What the hell is this? Li Feng, director of the security department of the research center, felt his scalp tingling as he looked at the black screen. In just a few minutes of fighting, more than 100 of their soldiers were killed by the girl's roar, and more than 200 were burned to death by the strange flames. He clearly saw that the soldiers were rushing towards the door. As they walked, they were suddenly covered in blood-red flames. Some of them screamed, while others could not even utter a scream before they were burned to ashes and disappeared without a trace. A staff member said, Minister, that man is Zhao Yibai from City A. It seems that he is sending Dr. AI's daughter to Dr. AI. Send my daughter? AI Xiao Xiao. Didn't AI Xiao Xiao die? Wait, that's not right. If AI Xiao Xiao wasn't dead and someone sent her here, wouldn't that be a good thing? How did this happen? As Li Feng spoke, his face was full of confusion. A staff member said, Minister, I saw the previous footage. It was Manager Zhang Hong who received them. Because they were from Shi Weihan's side, Manager Zhang Hong wanted to give them a hard time. He didn't want Dr. AI to get too close to Shi Weihan out of gratitude for sending his daughter. However, Zhao Yibai from City A is a man, so Manager Zhang Hong had evil intentions. I guess he wanted to capture Zhao Yibai to get the reward, and then take the credit for Dr. AI's daughter coming to City B. Then it went wrong. The soldiers were killed before they could capture Zhao Yibai. Zhao Yibai and his men rushed in directly. Li Feng's face darkened upon hearing this. This Zhang Hong is more of a hindrance than a help. He relied on his father being a high-level mutant to rise to power, yet he's always doing inhuman things. He even dares to mess with the people of City A. Doesn't he know that the people of City A are almost extinct? Anyone who's still alive and dares to come to City B can't be a weakling. Boom. As they were talking, there was a sudden loud noise. Fuck. Li Feng hurriedly looked at the surveillance footage and cursed. The picture is too unbelievable. The tall and handsome man suddenly had a long black sword in his hand and slashed out in a cross shape. The half-meter-thick metal door of the passage was actually cut through by a kitchen knife like tofu. The beautiful girl opened her mouth. The metal door with an X cut into it exploded instantly. Immediately afterwards, there were two hiss sounds, and the surveillance footage of this area turned into a cross. Li Feng's face turned grim. Zhang Hong has provoked a living father for our city, Lord Meng. Minister, what should we do? He's about to start killing people. Li Feng, First notify Zhang Ziyuan that his son has been killed. Let him go. I will go to the city lord. This matter is too big and I can't make a decision. No need to notify. Because, in the picture, Zhang Ziyuan has already rushed to the entrance. You little bastard from City A. How dare you kill my son, Zhang Ziyuan. I'll beat you up. This is the only son I have, and you killed my son. I can't have a son anymore. Zhang Ziyuan walked out while cursing. His pace was extremely fast. As he walked, he left behind a trail of afterimages. Director Zhang, let's retreat first. That guy from City A is too aggressive. The soldiers were retreating. Wait for instructions from above. The passage contains terrifying weapons that can kill level 3 mutants. But it cannot be used lightly, because once it is used, the channel will be blocked and the research center will lose the ability to connect with the outside world in a short period of time. This thing is prepared to deal with supermutated zombies. Once used, the underground research center will become an independent world entity. It's a super-apocalyptic dungeon. Take your legs off. I'm going to tear him apart alive. Zhang Ziyuan cursed loudly, pushed away the soldiers who were blocking him, and opened a closed gate. Boom boom. A metal door more than half a meter thick rose. Alpaca, give me back my son's life. Once this door opens. When Zhang Ziyuan saw Zhao Yibai and his group, he cursed and moved even faster, so fast that he disappeared from other people's sight. Time stops. Ding. Time stop successfully used. Remaining, 2,059 times. The disappeared. Zhang Ziyuan's figure suddenly emerged and stood there, motionless. Laugh. Zhao Yibai stepped forward and slashed down with the obsidian blade. -9999999. Zhang Ziyuan was split in half by this knife. A huge white figure rose overhead. He was beheaded immediately. If the health bar is not displayed on the ID panel, the person is already dead. Time stop ends. Time stop has ended. Zhao Yibai led everyone forward. Some soldiers in the research center were so frightened that they collapsed and forgot to escape. They stood there and let their urine flow. Dead. Level 3 mutant master Zhang Ziyuan is dead just like that. One knife. Director Zhang was chopped down by one knife. What a swift strike. Zhang Ziyuan, whose main ability is speed attack, was cut in half by an even faster strike. Strong, too strong. If he were a human, he'd probably be a level 5 mutant. He's like a level 4 super mutant zombie. Bang! The two halves of the body tilted to one side and fell to the ground, with broken internal organs flowing on the metal floor. AI Xiao Xiao took a few steps forward. She no longer used the deliberately controlled sound blade. She stepped forward. Using a ranged scream that didn't distinguish between friend and foe, she screamed forward. Fire! The mutants in the research center gritted their teeth and raised their guns. Ugh! AA! Puff! 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 The power of the scream is too great. The constantly overlapping screams were as powerful as dense sonic blades forming shock waves that kept slashing forward. It exploded. The eyeballs, brain exploded, heart exploded, internal organs, flesh and blood exploded, and bones exploded. Not just mutants. The bullet exploded. The gun exploded. The bomb exploded. Bang 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 bang. All of them exploded. On the metal walls, ceilings and floors on both sides and above and below, hundreds of scratches appear per square meter per second, and these are just the scratches on the corners. The scream attacked forward along the passage at the speed of sound. 3 seconds. Blow up the 8 metal doors behind. All the mutants in the passage exploded. When AI Xiao Xiao opened her mouth, there were still continuous sounds between heaven and earth, which was the echo of the scream. And now, look at the road ahead. No enemies. It is the concrete bloodstains that can block people's vision, the mutant flesh, equipment fragments, broken ceiling lamp fragments and metal fragments that fell from the walls and ceiling. The echoing stopped. There was dead silence in the passage ahead. Chapter 193 I asked him, and he said yes. Ugh. In the control center of the research center's security department, Li Feng and a group of staff members fell to the ground, covering their ears in pain. In the surveillance footage, the large area of surveillance footage turned into a cross, and the image was lost. The moment AI Xiao Xiao screamed, everyone in the control center saw the terrifying attack. Everything exploded. Within a second or two, the surveillance screen went completely black from front to back, and then a cross-shaped pattern appeared. It's so scary. It's so shocking. But then, before they could recover from the shock, some shrieking attacks came in through cracks in the door and the like. Even if it is just the aftermath of the energy. But it also makes the people here very painful. The fight was too fast. As for the research center, it was directly crushed. Li Feng wanted to find Meng Yang, the Lord of City B, But before he even left the house, he was knocked to the ground by the aftermath of the attack. The entire front end of the research center also suffered some aftermath attacks. Some are light, some are heavy. Those who were close to the injury suffered serious injuries, such as shattered brains, while those who were less seriously injured had their eardrums ruptured and suffered temporary deafness. Li Feng's condition is the lightest. I just have a splitting headache and buzzing in my ears. Invincible, invincible. They are too strong, simply invincible. If the battle continues, I'm afraid the entire research center will be destroyed. Li Feng touched his ear and saw blood flowing out. He cried out in pain. With a bang, the door was pushed open from the outside. Everyone in the control center was shocked. I thought it was Zhao Bai coming to kill me. They breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the person coming was the city lord Meng Yang, who was wearing a hospital gown. What happened? Tell me what's going on. Meng Yang was bleeding from all 7 orifices. The blood from the corners of his eyes flowed down his old face. The blood from his nostrils flowed into his mouth, and his hospital gown was also covered in blood. The city lord, who should have been full of vigor, was now in a state of disarray. City lord, Zhang Hong has provoked a giant from City A. They are angry and are coming to attack us. What did you say? Meng Yang scratched his ears and said loudly. Looking at Meng Yang's bleeding ear, Li Feng moved closer and repeated it loudly. Meng Yang was furious. Zhang Hong, after this incident, I will punish him severely. Li Feng was stunned for a moment, thinking that there was no chance anymore. He approached Meng Yang and shouted, City Lord, if you can't punish me severely, I'll kill you on the spot. Meng Yang was stunned. Do the people in City A really careless about the consequences? They're so audacious. Then, he said angrily, go call Zhang Ziyuan. His son has done a good deed. Let him put an end to this matter. If this matter cannot be resolved amicably, I will hold him accountable and punish him severely. Li Feng held his forehead. He said loudly again, there is no way to avoid this. Zhang Ziyuan went there and was hacked to death by the man from City A. Meng Yang, 1 knife. Li Feng, 1 knife. Meng Yang. He was silent. Killing a level 3 mutant with 1 strike. What kind of existence is this? You know, right now in the entire city of B, the strongest person is a level 4 mutant, whose strength is comparable to that of a level 3 mutant zombie. Could it be that the man from City A is a level 4 mutant with similar strength, and is also comparable to a level 3 mutant zombie in terms of combat power? After a long silence, Meng Yang asked again, why did the man from City A come here? Li Feng said loudly, I'm here to send Dr. Ai's daughter Xiao Xiao off. Meng Yang opened his eyes wide and lost his composure in a rare moment. Giving my daughter away? Isn't he a benefactor? How did he become an enemy? How did he come charging in? Yes. Li Feng really wanted to say that he had asked the same question just now. But now, the situation is urgent. All the surveillance systems over there are broken, and Zhao Bai and his group may attack us at any time. There's no time to explain. This is all Zhang Hong's fault. City Lord, it's time to make a decision. It won't be long before he comes and kills us all. Meng Yang thought for a moment and made a decision. Stop the war. A staff member asked anxiously, Lord City Lord, after such a loss of life, are you just going to let it go like this? Meng Yang was furious. Do I think I can just let it go like this? Can you beat them? The staff member, I can't beat him, but there are level 4 mutants in our research center. Meng Yang scolded. What if the level 4 mutant loses? That would enrage them even more, and in a rage, they'd slaughter all the living beings in the research center. In fact, the 4th level mutant was not there. Meng Yang entrusted him to leave the research center and find a man for him, a healthy man, not a male mutant. Meng Yang wants to have a kidney transplant. Renew your abilities. Experts have done type experiments, and now the success rate is very high. Meng Yang ordered, Li Feng, go. Calm them down and satisfy all their needs. Aye. Li Feng's face turned bitter. Those on the opposite side are all killing gods. Really? Zhao Bai's voice came. He kept the God's Eye view map open, exploring the way and paying attention to the movements around him. Meng Yang has an extraordinary aura. Zhao Bai had already locked his eyes on him and heard his conversation with Li Feng. Che Xiaoli kicked open the half-open door. Zhao Bai walked in. Scare. In the security control center, when the staff saw Zhao Bai, they were extremely terrified. Their eyes widened, and they held their breath. The god of death in the picture is now in front of him. It's so scary. Li Feng was also shocked. This is the ruthless man who burned many soldiers to death and killed Zhang Ziyuan with 1 sword. Next to it, there is a scary, screaming little girl. Real. Meng Yang nodded. At this moment, his tinnitus eased a little, and he could hear sounds not far away. Zhang Hong was at fault in everything. He's the manager of our research center. If you look closely, it's our research center that's at fault. You came thousands of miles to send someone here, and we're repaying your kindness with hatred. It's wrong of us. If you can calm down, feel free to ask for anything. Zhao Yibai grinned and said, any request is acceptable? In the end times, what demands can a strong person make? It's nothing but food, gold, and women. Food and gold are external things. Women, if it's a woman, just give her anything you want. In City B, it's useless. Meng Yang said firmly. Yes. Laugh. The knife flashed. Meng Yang's head fell to the ground. Zhao Yibai's smile widened. All right, then use your life as the Lord of City B to appease my wrath. Li Feng was dumbfounded. The staff on the ground were almost scared to death. That's Meng Yang. The Lord of City B, a big shot as big as the sky. In the end times, the highest-ranking mutant above the millions of mutants in City B. The young, handsome, and tall man from City A in front of him had his head chopped off with one knife. This knife is too fast. Before Meng Yang could react, he was already dead, with a fake smile on his face. He is just buying time. He was still planning in his mind, waiting for the fourth-level mutant to come back, and then setting an ambush in the land of tenderness. If the strong man in front of him could not be used by him, he would design a plan to kill him. People die? The plan became a fantasy. I asked him, and he said yes. Zhao Yibai smiled and looked at Li Feng. The instigator is dead. Stop fighting and take us to CAIU. Chapter 194. Why lie to me? What the hell is Zhang Hong? That's a lackey. The real evil person in this research center is Meng Yang. Zhang Hong is just a dog working for Meng Yang. Previously, Zhao Yibai swept across the entire research center from a god's perspective. In addition to the living area and the main laboratory area, he also saw a special laboratory. Inside, many men, young and old, were imprisoned. These are men who did not get vaccinated before the apocalypse, but luckily did not mutate after the apocalypse and still have their abilities. And at this moment, they were all cut off, the wounds connected to a machine that produced seeds that were all collected. These men are so miserable. There are even worse ones. All the organs related to the men's abilities were removed and exchanged with those of mutants. When Zhao Yibai saw it, his scalp tingled. This is cruel. But Zhao Yibai is not the kind of person who meddles in other people's affairs. Everyone has his or her own destiny. However, from then on, Zhao Yibai had no good impression of any research center. So, Zhao Yibai took the initiative to reveal his identity, wanting to see these people's reactions. Result. Hee. These people really don't care who he is. Just take it directly. So, it was natural for Zhao Yibai to get angry and get involved in this incident. Kill. The source of evil, the one who wanted his kidneys, was Meng Yang. Kill. Stop the war. Li Feng trembled. Zhao Yibai looked over with contempt. The meaning is obvious. You want me to say it a second time? Okay, Zhiga. Zhiga is good. Li Feng shuddered, then nodded quickly. Please, this way. Zhao Yibai nodded. Although he was strong, he was also very careful. The god's perspective map was always open. If Li Feng had any ulterior motives, he would kill him directly. And kill all the living forces here. The worst that could happen is just a waste of time. I can find a room where AIU is by myself. He has a map with a bird's eye view, so if I really want to find it, it won't take too much time. Li Feng didn't play any tricks. Still playing tricks. Meng Yang's head was chopped off. He had finally managed to get the god of death from City A to stop killing him. If he continued to harbor hatred, wouldn't that be courting death? Boom. Li Feng, the director of the security department of the research center, has authority over almost all door locks in the research center. He led Zhao Yibai and his group smoothly into the research area experimental center deep underground. This depth can prevent attacks from bunker buster bombs and nuclear bombs, so it is quite safe. At the main gate of the experimental center, Li Feng called out to the visual access control panel on the door, Dr. AI, come out for a moment. A good friend from City A has brought your daughter here. The door of the experimental center can only be opened by the City Lord Meng Yang, except for the top scientists inside. This is the absolute core. Not long after, the door slowly opened. Zhao Yibai gently stroked AI Xiaoxiao's head, soothing the restless girl. Just follow your heart. AI Xiaoxiao nodded, her eyes fixed on the increasingly larger gap between the two metal doors. There was a person standing in the gap. It's AIU. AIU was wearing a full set of white protective suit. At this moment, the mask of the protective suit had been opened, revealing his tired face. AIU's short hair, most of which was white, was wet with sweat. When he opened the mask of the protective suit, the temperature difference inside was different, and the thick lenses of his glasses were immediately fogged up. AIU took off his glasses with trembling hands, wiped them, put them back on, and looked at AI Xiao Xiao. AI Xiao Xiao looked at the not-so-tall, but very old figure. She bit her lip and pinched the corner of Zhao Bai's clothes with one hand. Kill him? Or not kill? AI Xiao Xiao fell into deep entanglement. The fog on AI Yu's glasses was gone, and he regained his sight despite his severe myopia. Seeing that the person standing not far away was indeed his daughter AI Xiao Xiao, AI Yu was so excited that his whole body was shaking. He walked out of the experimental center, and after coming out, he walked faster and faster. AI Xiao Xiao scolded. Stop! AI Yu suddenly stopped, his face showing a complicated expression. Finally, he shouted in a trembling voice, Xiao Xiao. Hearing the familiar call, AI Xiao Xiao's whole body trembled, and all kinds of scenes of their daily interactions emerged in her mind. Their family of 3 was once an extremely happy and sweet family. Call. But the next moment, the tumor under AI Xiao Xiao's neck hidden under her clothes turned red. Become red. The happy picture in AI Xiao Xiao's mind was suddenly torn apart, and then it was replaced by a painful picture. Xiao Xiao, can you wait for Daddy here? Be good. Daddy will come back and will definitely take you away. Okay. Da-da-da-da. The plane flew away. What fell down were countless bullets. AI Xiao Xiao watched helplessly as some children of her parents' colleagues were shot to death, and countless bullets hit her as she was in a high fever and semi-conscious. Pain. It hurt so much. Her father lied to her. She was seriously injured but not dead and has been in pain ever since. Zombies roamed around, attacking the survivors who wanted to escape. There were limbs, blood, and the constant roar of zombies. AI Xiao Xiao could do nothing. I can only cry and cry. Keep crying. It hurts and it's scary. When you are tired of crying, you will fall asleep, and when you wake up, you will continue to be afraid. Until resentment grows wildly in my heart. Mom and Dad lied to her. She was abandoned. She had only one thought: survive, find her parents, and get revenge. Kill them. Why couldn't she do that? Why did she even make a promise? Why did she lie to him? AI Yu looked at his daughter. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he was also lost in memories. Litsuan community. Go. It was the afternoon just after the apocalypse. Several helicopters were hovering in the sky. The hatches opened, the ropes were lowered, and the special forces of City B, armed to the teeth, descended from the sky. All. Heavy machine guns and small machine guns provided covering fire. The zombies were blown into pieces. After the special forces landed, they began to shoot at the surrounding zombies with their large-capacity machine guns. After clearing the road, they rushed into the Litsuan community and rushed to the special talent building with the most luxurious facilities. Ordinary zombies were no match for these soldiers and their firearms. They successfully rescued the scientists in the building who had not mutated. AI Yu and Qin Shiran followed the team out of the community with the research materials they had hurriedly packed, and AI Xiao Xiao, who was wearing a pink princess dress. Just as they were about to board the plane, AI Yu and his family were stopped. Wait a moment. AI Yu, waiting for what? Special Forces Captain, you can leave, but she can't. AI Yu, why? If my daughter can't go, then we won't go either. The captain sneered. Dr. AI, your daughter has a fever. Take her away. What if she mutates on the plane? That would kill everyone on the plane. Not only your daughter, but anyone with abnormal vital signs must stay. If you don't go because of your daughter, I will help you kill your daughter right now. Don't want. AI Yu suddenly remembered one of his research projects. I was hired by the Zhou family and participated in the research on the enhanced human plan. Bring my daughter with you, and I will give this achievement to you in City B. The captain smiled and said seriously, research results on the strengthening human plan? Haha, that's interesting. Then get on the plane and show it to our leader. If he approves, you can bring your daughter along. Good. AI Yu nodded and walked quickly towards his daughter. Xiao Xiao, can you wait for Daddy here? Be good. Daddy will come back, and Daddy will definitely take you away. Okay. AI Xiao Xiao nodded obediently. AI Yu boarded the plane with the data box and the injured and unconscious Qin Shiran. He is very confident in the research results. This is enough to make the leaders of City B be tempted to take risks for them. AI Yu is also confident that he can control the direction of his daughter's mutation. But he and the woman had just boarded a fighter plane that was packed with people. The hatch just closed. The bullets were fired as if they were free. Kill all of their own people who have not yet evacuated. AI Yu was stunned. He was going crazy, but the captain directly put the gun to Qin Shiran's forehead. You are not the only scientist. You want to die? Then send you on your way. Your daughter is already a prepared zombie. There is no way to save her. Zombies should die to prevent them from becoming mutant zombies. Looking at his unconscious wife, AI Yu was heartbroken because the achievements in the box symbolized a bright future, but he still chose to live cowardly. Child, You can have another one. When you die, everything is gone. AI Xiao Xiao's hatred rose as she stared at her father. Why? You lied to me. Chapter 195 Shiran. Sorry. AI, you wanted to explain, but what was the use of explaining? Abandonment has become a reality. Xiao Xiao, I'm glad you're still alive. Your mother misses you so much and cries all day long. Dad is now one of the leading scientists at the experimental center of the B-City Research Center. Dad will make it up to you. From now on, our family will all live a good life. As he spoke, AI became excited, his eyes filled with longing. When AI Xiao Xiao heard the word mom, the expression on her face fluctuated violently. You are the same as Shi Weihan. But after hearing this, AI Xiao Xiao was filled with disappointment. AI was puzzled. What? Zhao Yibai gently patted AI Xiao Xiao on the back. Feeling the safe atmosphere beside her, AI Xiao Xiao saw the red tumor on her chest gradually fade away and a smile appeared on her face. But luckily, I already have Zhao Yibai. What is Shi Weihan like? He acted as if he loved Shi Qian very much, but Shi Qian got into trouble in City A, and although he was the deputy mayor of a big city, he never sent anyone to look for her. AI Xiao Xiao has become very smart. Since AI has already obtained a high position in City B, why doesn't he go back to find her? She lay among the pile of corpses in Litsuan community for a long time and suffered for a long time. She is waiting. Been waiting. But AI did not come back, nor did he send anyone back. It's assumed that she's dead. No. AI Xiao Xiao knew that it was just a lack of love. If he really cared about her, even if he confirmed that she was dead, he would probably come back to find her body. Such a father. She AI Xiao Xiao doesn't need it anymore. AI Xiao Xiao felt relieved. AI looked at the tall Zhao Yibai and saw his daughter was so attached to this man. He was furious. What did you do to Xiao Xiao? Roar. Seeing AI getting angry at Zhao Yibai, AI Xiao Xiao subconsciously let out a vicious roar. AI was forced back several steps by the roar. He looked at his daughter in horror. She actually yelled at him for a stranger. Xiao Xiao, I am your father. It used to be. AI Xiao Xiao took a deep breath and said seriously, I have already died in the life you gave me. He is my future and the only one in my life. Upon hearing this, AI stood there in a daze. He was completely stunned. Smile. At this time, a tall figure ran out from the experimental center. Ding. 5-star target Shiran spotted. Shiran was wearing a thick protective suit, with only her face exposed. As she ran out of the experimental center, her face was already covered with tears. Don't come. Over. Seeing the familiar face appear in front of her again, AI Xiao Xiao was a little flustered. Although her mother and father abandoned her together. But she hated her father even more because he had made promises to her, brought her hope, but then heartlessly failed to fulfill his promise. Laugh. Woohoo. Shiran rushed over and hugged AI Xiao Xiao tightly. AI Xiao Xiao's whole body was stiff. Looking at the tall and beautiful woman in front of her crying, a trace of grievance appeared on her face. Her eyes quickly turned red, and tears couldn't help but fall. AI Xiao Xiao's alert body slowly softened, and she hugged Shiran with her backhand. Mom, woo. I'm sorry, Xiao Xiao. Mom and Dad are sorry for you. Shiran hugged her daughter tightly. The appearance of Shiran made the deadlocked situation loosen up again. Seeing his wife and daughter hugging each other and crying, AI took a deep breath, and his face looked much better. He looked at Zhao Yibai and said, Thank you. Zhao Yibai nodded, his expression calm. Maybe AI had to abandon AI Xiao Xiao because he encountered some difficulties, but Zhao Yibai would not force AI Xiao Xiao to forgive her. How miserable would a little girl be in the end times? Zhao Yibai could already imagine it when he saw AI Xiao Xiao for the first time. Abandoned. Just abandon it. No need to wash. Immediately afterwards, a series of system prompts sounded in my ears. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the quest, Shocking Loli's Wish. Help her find her parents. Received 100 loyalty from Shocking Loli. Level 2 skill, Scream. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining their first 100% loyal Battle Pet partner. Reward, Battle Pet Space. Battle Pet Space. The host can store green status battle pets or friendly mutant zombies in the battle pet space for easy portability. There is no upper limit on the number of pets that can be stored. The battle pet space has a positive buff. Battle pet space buff. Health recovery 1000%. Spirit recovery 500%. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the level 2 skill Scream. Consumes mental energy to perform a 180-degree one-way or 360-degree all-around scream. The closer to the target, the higher the damage. Regardless of friend or foe, the attack is a group attack with a maximum range of 1,000 meters in one direction. The group deals 1 to 1,000 damage. Finally, a smile appeared on Zhao Yibai's calm face. I unexpectedly gained a battle pet space. Very nice. Xiao Xiao, you have suffered. Chen Shiran stroked her head, and tears flowed again. AI Xiao Xiao. It's not bitter. I have Zhao Yibai, Mom. This is Zhao Yibai. Sir, were you the one who brought Xiao Xiao here? Chen Shiran looked at Zhao Yibai, her face full of gratitude. Yes. Zhao Yibai looked at Chen Shiran. This was a woman whose face had not been affected by the passage of time. She was a woman with great charm. A 5-star woman gives birth to a 5-star girl. No problem. Chen Shiran. Thank you so much. Our family owes you a huge favor. If you encounter any problems in the future, no matter what they are, we will help you. After hugging and separating, she held her daughter's hand tightly. Right. Aiyu nodded and acknowledged the favor. Although his daughter hated him a little, Aiyu accepted it. He was at fault first. If you have something to say, tell me. Even if it costs me my life, I will still pay it back. Zhao Yibai. Now it seems like he's taking on some responsibility. Well, Aiyu felt a little embarrassed by the comments, but he didn't say anything. Zhao Yibai waved his hand. All right, go and have your family reunion. No, together. Ai Xiao Xiao shook her head, holding Chen Shiran with one hand and grabbing the corner of Zhao Yibai's shirt with the other. People who are not familiar with the situation saw this scene. It's as if the three of them are a family. Aiyu is so old that he seems to be Ai Xiao Xiao's grandfather. Zhao Yibai, is it convenient? Convenient, haha. Aiyu felt a little upset, but soon felt relieved. My daughter is back. Intact, although not a human being. He still has a clear consciousness. This is already the old man's blessing. What else do you need a bicycle for? Aiyu looked at Li Feng and said, Minister Li Feng, please ask for leave for Shiran and me. Our daughter is home now, so we can reunite. After that, we will speed up the experimental research as soon as possible and will not delay the date of the results. Li Feng laughed awkwardly. Ah, this. Aiyu's face darkened. Half a day, only half a day off. Isn't that enough? It was Meng Yang, the Lord of City B, who caused me to be separated from my daughter. Meng Yang's original order was to save only the useful ones. The useless ones were always regarded as those about to mutate. Some of the other scientists' children, normal children, were also regarded as about to mutate and were not taken on the plane for this reason. Aiyu was the only one among the group who did not compromise in the end and was deceived into going up. No. Li Feng waved his hands repeatedly. It's not that I don't agree, but Dr. Ai, you don't have to go far to seek help. Chapter 196, How dare you shoot me? What's the meaning? Aiyu was confused. In the research center, these scientists, who all have PhDs, seem to be quite respected. But in fact, in this Doomsday, they are research machines driven by the research center, and they need to work and conduct research nonstop. Scientists whose abilities are inadequate have become mere research materials. The talents that were originally collected from various cities have been reduced from 275 to less than 60 now. Even though Aiyu is one of the top few laboratory scientists, if he wants to take a rest, he must get approval from the highest level city lord. But generally speaking, Meng Yang would always nod in agreement to any reasonable request from someone as capable as Aiyu. Li Feng smiled and said, Meng Yang is dead. Aiyu was confused. Incredible. Who is Meng Yang? Meng Yang is the mayor of City B, and he controls the sky above City B, which occupies 2/3 of the area. Apart from Shi Weihan, Meng Yang is the biggest. Meng Yang is in charge of the research center and resource allocation, while Shi Weihan is in charge of public security and mutant management. The dignified city lord, a figure of heaven, died? Last time I experienced it, City Lord Meng's status was quite good. Although he didn't have any abilities, he still had no problem living to the age of 70. Li Feng smiled and said, if he lived normally, he could still survive. But this gentleman, Lord Zhao, chopped off Meng Yang's head with one blow, and then he died. His smile was complicated. He didn't dare to show any respect for Meng Yang in his tone, and instead addressed him as Meng Yang, fearing that Zhao Yibai would mistake him for a remnant of Meng Yang's gang and kill him directly. Aiyu's face changed drastically. He looked at Zhao Yibai in horror. You killed Meng Yang? This is a blast. Chen Shiran was also shocked. She quickly made up her mind. Then why are we still gathering? Let's go. Let's leave City B. There's a powerful level 3 mutant in charge of the research center right now. He's capable of rapid attack and can burst out at speeds 10 to 50 times that of an ordinary human. He once single-handedly slaughtered over 400 rebellious mutants in an entire village. If he finds us here, you'll be in big trouble. Aiyu also turned around. Xiao Gang, quickly take my password box. Yes. A fat young man wearing protective clothing ran quickly back to the laboratory. AI, you said. Actually, I've already come up with some results, but I thought Xiao Xiao was dead. Mengyang caused me to lose my daughter, so I never gave it to him. The things in my password box are enough to get the protection of any powerful leader outside of City B. Don't worry, young man. I've lost my daughter once before, and this time, I will definitely protect you and Xiao Xiao. Let's go together. Let's go to City A and seek refuge with young Master Zhou Kong. Or we can go to the Chamber of Commerce. A week ago, President Wang Weiwei sent a spy to secretly pass on the news of their recruitment. The box is here. Niu Gang ran over holding the box. Chen Shiran looked at AIU excitedly. You finally act like a man. If you had been so tough before, you wouldn't have lost Xiao Xiao. AIU looked guilty, and he gritted his teeth. Let's go. Let's go together. AIU doesn't look like he's acting. This time, AIU successfully gained some recognition from Zhao Bai. Zhao Bai, your father is pretty good. AI Xiao Xiao nodded. Then I will forgive him half. Let's go. Chen Shiran grabbed AI Xiao Xiao's hand. Let's go. AIU grabbed Zhao Bai's hand. Li Feng had a smile on his face. He did not make Zhao Bai's strength clear on purpose. Want to make Zhao Bai feel good. The third-level mutant Zhang Ziyuan died long ago. Seeing that his goal was achieved, and also testing whether AIU was reliable for Zhao Bai, Li Feng cleared his throat and was about to say that the crisis was over, but Zhang Ziyuan was also killed by Zhao Bai with a single blow. Just then, a loud laugh was heard. Ha 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 ha. It's Niu Gong, a fat man wearing a full set of protective clothing. He laughed and took a few steps back. Because he had not removed the mask of his protective suit, his voice was a little unclear. Leave? Where to go? No one can leave, and don't even think about taking these experimental results with you. Meng Yang is dead. This is a great thing. City B will be taken over by my great master. Xiaojing. You. AIU was shocked. You. I saved your life. If it weren't for me, you would have been ordered to be dissected by Meng Yang. Little fat Niu Gang. I'm sorry, Dr. AI, my teacher. All you can give me is my life. What City Lord Shi Weihan can give me is the entire B City Research Center, a bright and brilliant future. Compared to a brilliant future, life is worthless. Well, this is an unexpected gain. Zhao Bai shrugged his shoulders. Li Feng pulled out a gun. Bang! Niu Gang's whole body trembled. He looked at Niu Gang in disbelief and fell to the ground with a thump. The metal safe fell to the side. Oh wow. Niu Gang screamed in pain and spat out a lot of blood, all of which landed on the protective shield of his protective suit. Li Feng, are you crazy? Meng Yang is dead, and my master Shi Weihan will definitely take control of the situation. How dare you? How dare you shoot me? Li Feng emptied the magazine of the small black pistol in his hand with a capacity of 7 rounds. Clown. Lord Zhao can kill Meng Yang, but killing your master Shi Weihan is like slaughtering pigs and sheep in a slaughterhouse. Shooting is just the beginning. I'm still emptying the magazine. Li Feng felt happy. MLGB. I can't beat the big villain from City A, but can I kill a local like you? It's a good opportunity for me to show my loyalty. 7 bullets. Even though it was a pistol, and a small pistol at that, at such a close distance, Niu Gang was already dead, deader than dead. AIU and Chen Shiran looked at each other, both of them a little confused. Li Feng actually killed Shi Weihan's pawn for Zhao Bai, an outsider, and his words seemed to show his great confidence in Zhao Bai. Li Feng, acting as Zhao Bai's subordinate, bowed to AIU and Chen Shiran. Don't worry, Master Zhao has the upper hand. He not only chopped off Meng Yang's head with one blow, but also chopped Zhang Ziyuan in half. A level 3 mutant in front of a master is like a kindergarten child standing against the sky. One is tiny, the other is high in the sky. They're not even on the same level. Are you going to take the postgraduate entrance exam? Zhao Bai was shocked and thought to himself that Li Feng was indeed from a government agency, as he was very good at flattering people. Li Feng smiled ingratiatingly. Zhao Bai, from now on, you will be the mayor of City B. Yes. Li Feng suddenly stood up straight, saluted Zhao Bai, and agreed loudly. Kill Zhang Ziyuan with one knife? Scare. AIU and Chen Shiran looked at each other again, both of them dumbfounded. That's a powerful third-level mutant. The strongest mutant below level 4 in City B. Don't even mention a knife. If he could plot and kill the other party, he would be able to dominate the heroes of City B. Is this still a human being? Zhao Bai smiled. We can continue to reunite. Chapter 197, Leva Remaining. Underground Research Center, Living Area. Ding dang dang. In the 3-bedroom, 1 living room house allocated to AIU's family, Zhao Bai, and AI sat on the sofa drinking tea. From the kitchen came the sound of cooking and the aroma of food wafted out. Tea. AI poured tea for Zhao Bai. Good. Zhao Bai nodded, held the teacup, and after AI finished pouring it, he picked it up and took a sip. The living area is on the ground, relying on the light well that goes straight to the top of the mountain to continuously refract light, bringing some light similar to natural light. Only at noon does the light shine brightest. Normally, you still have to turn on the lights, otherwise it will be very depressing. After AI Xiao Xiao and Qin Shiran returned home, they went to their room and the mother and daughter started talking in private. Who is cooking? Originally, Qin Shiran was going to cook and let Zhao Bai taste her specialty. But Li Feng also followed. He insisted on cooking 2 dishes. Let Zhao Bai and others enjoy the reunion time. That's so thoughtful. There's no way. It's hard not to be considerate. Zhao Bai wants to make him the mayor of City B. Such great power. He just gives it to him directly. Li Feng really wants to perform well. If Zhao Bai didn't mind. No matter what he does, he is willing to do it. The most important thing is that Zhao Bai is too strong. He really has the ability to decide the fate of City B with just one sentence. Zhao Bai said, so be it. After the mother and daughter had a heart-to-heart talk, Qin Shiran came out with AI Xiao Xiao, who had changed into a ladylike white dress. A mother's vision is very accurate. AI Xiao Xiao looks particularly ladylike and well-behaved when dressed like this, and coupled with her own beauty, she is truly eye-catching. When I see her, I have an urge to pamper her. Qin Shiran was wearing a dress of the same color, which seemed to be a mother-daughter outfit. The patterns of the skirts were similar, but the style of the skirt worn by Qin Shiran was more mature. The two of them walked out of the room at the same time, and the living room seemed to be lit up. Zhao Bai looked over and stared for several times before looking away and taking a sip of tea. AI also looked over, but his eyes were all on his daughter. Seeing her standing tall and graceful, safe and sound, he looked relieved. No matter whether his daughter is a human, a mutant, or a mutant zombie, AI is very open-minded and just wants her to be alive. After all, there are only a few normal people in City B now. Just be alive. It's already great to be able to survive in the apocalyptic occupied area like City A and reach City B. As one of the top scientists at the research center, AI knew that except for the first rescue mission, the rescue team had returned successfully. Afterwards, Mengyang sent people to City A many times, hoping to scavenge some resources for the people of City B. But no one who went came back alive. In City A group of powerful mutant zombies evolved in a very short period of time. After that, City B was cut off from City A, and a checkpoint was set up in front of the city. It is so rare for my daughter to come back from City A. The meal is ready, we can eat now. Li Feng, wearing a pink apron, brought the last 2 dishes to the restaurant table. Qin Shiran, thank you for your hard work, Minister Li. Oh no, City Lord Li. Don't dare, it's what I should do. Li Feng smiled and nodded repeatedly, his tone humble. Zhao Bai and AI Xiao Xiao obviously have a very good relationship, and AI Xiao Xiao is also very powerful. Li Feng doesn't dare to show off his official power in front of Qin Shiran. He is a sensible man. If you want to maintain your position for a long time, you still have to rely on this family. Obviously, Zhao Bai is very powerful, so powerful that he doesn't care who is the lord of City B. He is the one who is more pleasing to the eye, so he was promoted casually. Just by pleasing Zhao Bai, he could secure the position of City Lord. AI, you made an inviting gesture. Let's eat, Bai. The research center is not like outside. The ingredients may not be very fresh. Don't mind. Uncle AI, you're welcome. Zhao Bai also responded with a gesture of invitation. But when he saw the 10 dishes on the restaurant table, AI was stunned and looked a little embarrassed. There are fried chicken with chili peppers, steamed sea bass, fried meatballs, braised pork, cucumber with mashed garlic, stir-fried rapeseed. The meat dishes are fine, and they are obviously fresh. Not the dehydrated vegetables and jerky they were eating before. Li Feng looked at the change in AI's expression and explained, Ahem, Dr. AI. Actually, we've always had free-range chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cattle, and sheep, and we also have fresh vegetables. It's just that you didn't have the quota before. But don't worry, from now on, as long as I'm at the research center, you'll have 1 day of fresh food. AI was not good at speaking, so he could only nod. Qin Shiran would speak more. From now on, I will benefit from City Lord Li's help. It's all thanks to Mr. Zhao. Li Feng did not dare to take credit for it. You guys eat. I'll take my leave first. I have some things to take care of. Okay. Zhao Bai nodded and didn't keep him. Che Xiaoli and In Yuan were not at home, so Che Xiaoli wanted to stroll around the research center. In Yuan wanted to stick to Zhao Bai. I wish the distance was 0 or even negative. But since the family was reunited, she at least had some understanding and followed Che Xiaoli to walk around the underground research center. Before cooking, Li Feng has already controlled the entire research center. In the battle with Zhao Yibai, more than 300 soldiers and a level 3 mutant died in the research center. Mastermind Meng Yang. His head was even chopped off by a knife. Do you want to live or die? Those who had the final say immediately chose to live. Then this matter is finalized. The soldiers below had no choice but to follow orders from above, but they were happy to know that they no longer had to fight with that demon-like existence and were still alive. There was also a bottle of vintage Maotai on the table that Li Feng had sent. Aiyu opened the bottle and poured wine for Zhao Yibai. Chen Shiran and Ai Xiao also started drinking. Ai Xiao is in human form now, and she can drink and eat. However, for zombies and mutated zombies, their taste buds have changed. They prefer to eat meat and drink blood rather than meals. Raw. It was also the first time that Zhao Yibai saw Ai Xiao eating. The dense honeycomb of tubes in her throat would crack open a small gap. This also means that she chews a small amount of food each time and swallows it. Not long. Aiyu was drunk, completely drunk, and kept crying while holding the legs of the dining table. Zhao Yibai drank a lot. I wish his parents were here. It's a pity that they are no longer here. Even the impression in my mind is a little vague. Ai Xiao was also a little drunk, and she didn't try to control herself and got drunk. Otherwise, tons of alcohol could not paralyze this powerful mutant zombie in the late 3rd level. Chen Shiran finished taking care of Aiyu. Then he took his daughter to the room that had been prepared for her. Finally, she came to Zhao Yibai, tied her hair up, her face flushed, and looked at the drunk Zhao Yibai, and she spoke in a low voice. When Aiyu came here, he was injected with a mutant injection and lost his abilities. Xiao Zhao's current attributes are considered a mutant zombie, and there will be no offspring. Aiyu and I have discussed it. First, it is to thank you for sending Xiao back, and second, we want to leave a descendant. Chapter 198 Practice. Some time ago, outside the research center, Jing Jinchuan's scalp felt numb. Too big. What? The noise was too loud. Not only were there a lot of gunfire, but there were also loud bangs. When Ai Xiao screamed inside, standing outside, one could feel the entire mountain in front of him shaking. This is horrible. Jing Jinchuan didn't leave. He called Shi Weihan. Shi Weihan is not in the office. A long time passed. Everything inside was quiet, and there was no more noise, and then the call was returned. How's it going? Did you meet? Shi Weihan's voice was a little tired. He went to see an old Chinese doctor. Acupuncture and traditional Chinese medicine treatment. Meng Yang controlled all the scientists he could control, so Shi Weihan could only place his hopes on the old Chinese doctor to see if a miracle could happen and restore his ability. In this way, we will not be subject to the control of the research center city, Lord Meng Yang. Because Meng Yang controls the research center, it is equivalent to controlling the lifeline of all mutants in the entire city B, including Shi Weihan's. We didn't meet, it didn't work out. Zhang Hong was giving us a hard time. Jing Jinchuan's anxious narration. But Shi Weihan interrupted. The Zhang family is just like that. It's good enough to meet. Just wait. Jing Jinchuan. That was originally the case, but Zhao Yibai exposed the man's identity, and Zhang Hong wanted to take Zhao Yibai down. He. Shi Weihan smiled and said, just take it. Anyway, Ai Xiao has already been sent over. If they start a fight, Meng Yang will suffer losses, and we will win. A fight has broken out. When Jing Jinchuan heard Shi Weihan's tone, he felt a chill in his heart. Is this the attitude a human being can have towards a benefactor? Jing Jinchuan's tone became depressed. Zhao Yibai killed them all, and then broke into the research center. There was a lot of noise, but now there is no movement. Pity. Shi Weihan gloated. I thought he was a powerful mutant or a mutated zombie with a high IQ. I was going to take him in as my son-in-law, but it seems there's no need to investigate him any further. The two teams that left for City A both died on the way. Damn it. Jing Jinchuan. Deputy City Lord, shouldn't we try to save him? Forget about saving him, but he is my family's benefactor after all. I'll call Meng Yang later and ask you to collect his body and bury him later. That will put an end to the karma. After Shi Weihan finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Jing Jinchuan looked at his phone for a long time without saying a word. Shi Weihan is not a wise leader. Even benefactors can sell it. So what are his subordinates? Alas, it's really impossible to be a good person in the end times. Zhao Yibai, you went through so much hardship to send Shiqian to City B, and what did you get? An intact body, a grave. City A. Sideline. The team consisted of 3 vehicles, but now only the wreckage of 3 vehicles remained, with the burnt white frames still burning with flames. 3 cars, 14 mutants. Kill them all. Over. Chamber of Commerce headquarters received. Continue to closely monitor border security and prevent mutants from entering our territory to capture people. Yes. The person who spoke at the headquarters was the Secretary Chinjiai. The news that 90% of people in City B have mutated has already been made public. After they captured all the normal men in the local area, they began to arrest people in the surrounding cities. City B is close to the half of the district where the Chamber of Commerce is located. City A's own underground laboratories are extremely short of materials, so how can they allow people from City B to come here to capture survivors? Long before, Wang Weiwei sent people to guard the intersection on the border. From City B, as long as there is no prior communication and they are carrying weapons. Direct, devastating blow. It can be said that the severance of ties between City B and City A was initiated by the Chamber of Commerce. Since almost 100% of the land in City A was occupied and turned into a zombie area, City B still believes that people cannot pass through and cannot bring back any news. It's all the mutant zombies' fault. In fact, the news stopped after Wang Weiwei became the acting president of the Chamber of Commerce. The afternoon in the Underground Research Center is like the evening. The refracted light is much less than before. This resulted in the living room being very dimly lit. Zhao Bai was drunk, but somewhere in the dark, I felt a lot of warmth. A little strange. But soon, we became familiar with each other. Not long after, Zhao Bai woke up. I'm sober now. He found him in his pajamas, lying on his bed. This is a guest room in a 3-bedroom apartment. Zhao Bai had a spring dream. Zhao Bai was a little confused. It doesn't feel fake. But now it seems as if nothing has happened. The air is very fresh, without any smell or trace of war. If this had happened before, I would have never fought like this. Zhao Bai knew it clearly. Because combat effectiveness will be lost. But now, the unlimited physical fitness buff makes Zhao Bai like a god. It's like the golden Uzi with unlimited bullets. It can fire infinitely, and its durability is infinite. No matter how many bullets you fire, the gun will not break. I shouldn't. Zhao Bai was very confused. He has no shortage of women. How could I have such a dream? Looks like I have to call Yuan over and give her a beating. Zhao Bai made a decision. In the master bedroom, Qin Shiran looked at the ceiling with hazy eyes, her heart beating rapidly. I should have packed it up. He won't notice. She has grown so big. I have never done such a shameful thing. Zhao Bai, that's my daughter Ai Xiaoxiao's friend. When Qin Shiran packed up everything and returned to the master bedroom, Ai was no longer at home. He left a note saying that he had returned to the laboratory. Qin Shiran was in a complicated mood. Want a child? That was Ai's request. Ai wanted to leave a descendant for the Ai family. Ai even knelt down and begged her. She, Qin Shiran, really agreed and really put it into practice. I think Ai you must be feeling a little uncomfortable. Young man, that's great. Qin Shiran thought of something and then didn't dare to think about it anymore. She took out the pregnancy-promoting medicine prepared by Aiu and took it. After dinner, Zhao Bai bids farewell to Qin Shiran. It's not easy to come to City B. I'll take Che Xiaoli and Yuan and the others for a stroll. Good. Qin Shiran's face turned red. Seeing Zhao Bai as usual, she felt relieved. Feeling undiscovered. Ai Xiaoxiao walked out. Zhao Bai, stay here with mom. Ai Xiaoxiao pouted. Together, all together. Qin Shiran thought for a moment and said, it just so happens that I don't have anything else to do, so I'll be your guide. Although City B is a bit chaotic, it still retains many lively places. She was a little afraid that she would feel embarrassed facing Aiu when he came back. Okay. Zhao Bai agreed. At worst, I can just take Yuan away from driving for a while. Ai Xiaoxiao cheered. Yeah. Zhao Bai, Ai Xiaoxiao, and Yuan, Che Xiaoli, and Qin Shiran left the living area together. Chapter 199, 50 more charges. Send 20 soldiers to travel with you. Li Feng is quite busy, but he can still clearly distinguish between the big and small kings and the important and the urgent. He was waiting at the door of the research center early. Okay, thank you. Zhao Bai did not refuse. In the end times, being low-key is useless. This is an era where the strong prey on the weak. If others think you are honest, they will bully you. If they think you are awesome, they will only admire you. Zhao Bai never feared becoming the target of public criticism, because he will kill all his enemies directly, including those who make him unhappy. Kill right in front of you. Kill immediately if you are unhappy. Don't let unhappiness stay overnight. If the weather is too hot and uncomfortable for a long time, the food will become moldy, smelly, and spoil. Who doesn't like to show off? Zhao Bai likes it too. 6 cars with special white license plates were parked in a row. They were all started, with the hazard lights on, and the engines idling with a low-frequency rhythmic sound. The third one is a large RV equipped with bulletproof armor and glass. The rest of the cars are normal. 20 soldiers, all dressed in white shirts and black suits, and wearing shiny black reflective leather shoes, stood in a neat and orderly formation beside the car. Zhao Yibai and his group walked out from under the huge gate in the research center. "Hello, Mr. Zhao." The soldiers were in uniform. There is no hatred in their eyes, but instead they are full of awe for the strong. They hope that one day they can become such a strong person and enjoy the treatment that only such a big man can enjoy. Jing Jinchuan suddenly woke up. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "Isn't I supposed to be collecting the bodies? Why is Zhao Yibai here? He's not dead, and he's even being respectfully addressed as Mr. Zhao." Jing Jinchuan walked over quickly. Earlier, after talking to Shi Weihan on the phone, he didn't dare to go in immediately. He does not have permission to enter the research center. They could only block the door, waiting for the truck carrying the bodies to come out and turn over the bodies in the truck. 5 carts of corpses had been pulled out, but he hadn't found Zhao Yibai's yet. Jing Jinchuan is a person who can get along with others. He did not do things perfunctorily by just finding a body and burying it by claiming it was Zhao Yibai's. He was really looking for it seriously. "I want to give Zhao Yibai an ending, but I never found it." In fact, Zhao Yibai was not dead, so where could he find the body? Zhao Yibai and others got on the RV. There is food, drinks, and entertainment in the RV. This is a large RV. Although it is not as spacious as a house, the interior space is not crowded either. As soon as you get on the bus, everyone changed into slippers. Zhao Yibai sat calmly on the sofa in the RV, opened the God's perspective map, and scanned the surroundings. Finding that there was no danger, he looked at the people present. Chen Shiran was wearing white cotton socks. Che Xiaoli is wearing a short skirt and long black stockings. Ai Xiaoxiao's skirt and socks are the same as Chen Shiran's. And Yuan didn't wear it. Actually, he had worn it before, but it was torn into pieces by Zhao Yibai when he was feeding him last time. Good looking. Gio is not bad either. Zhao Yibai felt a little happy, and it was very pleasing to the eyes. "Mr. Zhao, my name is Wei Ying, and I'm the captain of the team escorting you. You can tell me anything you need." The heroic short-haired female soldier in a black suit finally arrived at the door of the RV and handed Zhao Yi a walkie-talkie with both hands. "Good." Zhao Yibai took the walkie-talkie. Wei Ying stepped forward and got on the passenger seat. The convoy set off. When passing by Jing Jinchuan, Zhao Yibai ordered the car to stop. Zhao Yibai opened the side window. "Now I give you a chance to serve me. Are you willing to take it?" Jing Jinchuan was stunned. It's really Zhao Yibai? Alive. Recalling all the chilling things Shi Weihan had done, Jing Jinchuan nodded and said, "I am willing to serve you, sir." Zhao Yibai, go to the research center and finally phone. Tell him that I told you that you are the new head of the security department of the research center. Yes. Jing Jinchuan agreed loudly. The car started again. Jing Jinchuan's head was buzzing. With just one word from Mr. Zhao, I will be able to become the director of the security department of the research center? What exactly happened in there? Jing Jinchuan took a deep breath and walked towards the research center. Zhao Yibai's words were not loud, but they were very powerful. Jing Jinchuan had no doubt that it was a lie, even though the words sounded like they were spoken after drinking fake wine. Mr. Zhao said that. Not long after, Jing Jinchuan met Li Feng. Yes. Jing Jinchuan looks like a very honest person. Li Feng patted Jing Jinchuan's shoulder gently and said, "Great then, congratulations, Jing Jinchuan. We will be colleagues from now on. You will be the new director of the security department of the B City Research Center." Jing Jinchuan, "Minister Li Feng, I'm the Minister of Security. What about you? City Lord Mingyang, would you agree?" Ha ha ha. Li Feng laughed. "Mingyang is a thing of the past. The present era belongs to our common master, Mr. Zhao. You can rest assured that I will be the head of your security department. I, Li Feng, have been appointed by Mr. Zhao as the Grand Lord of City B." Jing Jinchuan was shocked. Li Feng leaned over to Jing Jinchuan's ear and whispered, "Mr. Zhao slaughtered his way through the entire research center. He chopped off Meng Yang's dog head with one blow, killed the level 3 mutant Zhang Ziyuan with one blow, and burned 100 soldiers to death in the blink of an eye. He has successfully earned everyone's admiration and gained absolute control of this research center." Oh my god! Jing Jinchuan widened his eyes. He had already witnessed Zhao Yibai's strength on the road, and had seen Zhao Yibai's violent methods at the entrance of the research center. But I really didn't expect it. Zhao Yibai was able to sweep across the entire research center. Jing Jinchuan was thrilled and deeply moved. He silently swore, "Mr. Zhao is so powerful, yet he still takes a fancy to me, Jing Jinchuan. I will serve him until my death." Time stop recharge, 2,109 times. Zhao Bai accidentally glanced at the panel and found that the time stop had been recharged 50 times more. This is strange. He is very sensitive to numbers, especially the time-stopping charging, which is his strongest cheat. Someone is stealing food. After getting drunk, it's not a dream. AI Xiao Xiao would definitely not be so proactive. Chase Xiaoli and In Yuan were not there at the time. Who is that? Zhao Bai looked up at Chen Shiran. Chen Shiran looked up inadvertently and met Zhao Bai's gaze. She was so scared that a look of panic appeared on her face, and she quickly looked away. The heart is very empty. Zhao Bai walked up to Chen Shiran and asked, "Is it you?" "What?" Chen Shiran smiled nervously. "Zhao Bai, turn around and kneel down." "You Bai, don't be like this." Chen Shiran looked pleadingly. "Xiao Xiao is still here." Zhao Bai took action directly. "What are you afraid of? All the people in this carriage are mine, women." Zhao Bai verified it clearly. That's exactly how it feels. It's Chen Shiran. This woman actually ate him while he was drunk and asleep. Bitch. Zhao Bai naturally would not let her go. Oh, Mama's playing games with Bai again. AI Xiao Xiao cheered. The convoy drove towards the downtown area. The driver and the co-pilot seated Wei Ying with serious expressions. The driver is okay. He is an old driver. As Wei Ying listened, he began to feel hot, and his temperature rose. She hesitated and made an assessment in her mind. These big shots are really, really immoral. Chapter 200 The Price. City B, Urban Area, Second Safe Zone. Dongwen Night Market. After the convoy arrived at the parking lot at the destination, the vehicles were stopped. Wait for the RV in the middle position to stop. After Zhao Bai verified the conjecture, Chen Shiran was severely punished. Then, under Chen Shiran's complicated gaze, he rewarded the mutant zombie AI Xiao Xiao. Punishments and rewards have been distributed. Enable time stop. And Yuan, whose saliva flows like a river, is fully charged. By the way, let Chase Xiaoli, the lowly with black stockings, try the feeling of time stopping and stacking times. Time stop ends. Remaining times, 24:08. Call. Zhao Bai lit a cigarette. Chase Xiaoli was foaming at the mouth and opening her mouth twice. There is no one who can fight. Let's go out for a walk. Zhao Bai opened his mouth, but no one responded. Zhao Bai's vanity was greatly satisfied, and there was no response. This indirectly proved that his work was not in vain, and the results were very significant and the achievements were remarkable. After more than 10 minutes, gradually everything calmed down. Chase Xiaoli picked up the various pieces of clothing on the ground and put them into the garbage bag. Zhao Bai took out clothes from the system space and distributed them. Let them change. With Aunt Nyo's buff, Zhao Bai was a bit too strong, and he tore it apart with just a slight tear. Not long after, a group of people dressed well got off the RV. Wei Ying looked at these people and took a deep breath. Obviously, when they got on the bus, they were not dressed like this. When the convoy set out, it was not long after dark, and now it was already past 12 o'clock. But there are still people at the night market. It's hard to imagine that when almost all the people in City A are dead, there can still be such a lively place in City B. Chase Xiaoli sighed a little. Behind the archway of the Dongwen Night Market are 4 rows of stalls that seem to have no end. They are hung with colorful lights, and all kinds of fragrances blow out in the wind. Although it was late at night, there was still a constant stream of people. It's almost the same as the night market before the apocalypse. It's not without cost. Chen Shiran said, City Lord Shi Weihan's nationwide vaccination strategy contributed to City B's high survival rate, but at the same time, it also nearly brought City B to its true demise. Several girls were wearing shirts and JK skirts that Zhao Bai had found. And Yuan, AI Xiao Xiao, and Chen Shiran. These are 3 5-star beauties. The simplest white shirt, JK miniskirt, and stockings. It's so beautiful. In addition, they had just exercised, so their faces were rosy, which made their original beauty even more rosy and charming. Marvelous. Even Chase Xiaoli is a lowly herself, but with this outfit, she is no less beautiful than a 4-star beauty. If this happened in City A, the rate of people turning around to look at me would skyrocket. Can attract countless eyes. Not to mention men. Even girls would be subconsciously attracted to this group of beautiful women, and it would take a long time for them to look away. But in City B, as if to fulfill Chen Shiran's words, these top beauties were standing at this conspicuous night market intersection, but no one took a second look at them. It's like a piece of dirt on the roadside, as if it's not worth looking at. Passers-by are in a hurry. It seems like they came for food. Chase Xiaoli was puzzled. The price. Let's talk as we walk. Chen Shiran and her daughter AI Xiao Xiao were arm in arm. Her legs were weak, and it was a bit difficult for her to walk alone, so she could only share some of her body weight with her daughter. After all, she is not a little girl. I've seen big storms. Strong self-adjustment ability. Even though she had just been humiliated and punished, AI Xiao Xiao was still present, and at this moment, facing the people outside, she was still able to maintain the noble and somewhat cold temperament of a female technology expert. Okay. Che Xiaoli nodded. Wei Ying and others surrounded Zhao Yibai and others and entered the night market together. All consumption. Wei Ying paid for everything. As soon as we entered the night market, we bought orange juice and grilled sausage, one for each of us. Zhao Yibai is very generous. Anyway, it's the financial expenditure of the research center. Not only them, but every soldier who followed them also had a share. City B has obviously undergone reforms, and the currency used is the newly issued City B currency, which has a purchasing power similar to the original currency. A Flint Mountain sausage costs 5 City B coins, and freshly squeezed orange juice costs 15 City B coins. Zhao Yibai was different. He took a handful of grilled sausages. Make up for it. Sausage. It's still quite delicious. Chen Shiran chewed the sausage in small bites while saying, the flaw in the vaccine in City B is that it turns 100% of the people who get it into mutants. Affected by the radiation from the special elements in the vaccine, men lose the ability to stand up and their original desire for that kind of thing. Women have their organs deformed, and they still have the desire and longing for that kind of thing, but they will no longer have the ability to reproduce. They plant seeds, but they won't sprout. If this problem cannot be solved in the end, then when all the living people in City B die, all the people in City B will be extinct. Because of this, City B has become very chaotic, with terrible incidents happening from time to time. Zhao Yibai, do you have any more? Chen Shiran was stunned by the question and lowered her head. Of course I have it. I'm from City A. At the beginning, they only gave AIU the injection. I'm not a lowly woman. I discussed it with AIU and wanted to borrow it from you to continue the family line. AIU actually knew? Zhao Yibai was stunned when he heard this answer. Good job. What a great guy. AIU is really bold. Bang. Chen Shiran lightly punched Zhao Yibai's arm. But I didn't expect you to be such a bad person. You actually bullied Xiao Xiao a long time ago. If I had known that there was something like that in your relationship, I would never have agreed to lend it to you. This has become a reality, alas. Chen Shiran was too embarrassed to say the following words. Che Xiaoli and In Yuan were both smiling. AI Xiao Xiao didn't care at all. Or maybe, I don't understand. Play games together. It's obviously fun. Very interesting. It's time to be happy. Che Xiaoli smiled and said, it's the end of the world, don't think too much. And Yuan. Okay, it's messy. It's good to be messy. Bang. Zhao Yibai reached out and tapped In Yuan on the head. And Yuan felt pain. The passers-by around didn't react much. It was just because Zhao Yibai and his gang had a lot of followers, so they took a longer detour when passing by them. Walk around the night market until the end. I ate a lot of delicious food. Zhao Yibai and others returned to the research center. On the way back, the road ahead is long. Zhao Yibai looked at the same clothes, but different people, and the feeling came back. Ding. Feeding successful. Gained 100 charges. Remaining, 2,508. No words were spoken that night. The next day, early morning, research center, in the room. Chen Shiran sat at the head of the bed, combing her hair. Zhao Yibai lit a cigarette, puffed out the smoke, and looked at the wedding photo of Chen Shiran and AIU hanging on the wall. He felt a little guilty. I'm so sorry, Lao AI, who researched this thing. It's really exciting to be a thief. Chen Shiran said coquettishly. You were so rude just now. Oh, I'm sorry anyway. Zhao Yibai pulled Chen Shiran back. Chen Shiran exclaimed, can your body handle it? Zhao Yibai, isn't this just being helpful? Zhao Yibai stayed in the research center for 3 days and did almost nothing else. It's all about helping others. Help the AI family continue its legacy. AIU showed up twice and brought some supplements to Zhao Yibai, which he made by himself and delivered to his room. This made Zhao Yibai feel quite embarrassed. Thus, work harder. We can't let AIU down. Remaining charge, 2,798 times.